Across the globe, spatial rifts are emerging incessantly, giving rise to an abundance of spiritual energy and awakening the mythological beasts that have long slumbered in obscurity. In response, humanity has successively embraced martial arts, forging a bridge between heaven and earth to absorb this ethereal essence and refine their vitality and blood. Zhao Yi, inexplicably transported to this martial realm for 18 years, possesses an extraordinary talent that places him far ahead of his peers. However, this once promising genius recently encountered a bizarre decline in his vitality and was expelled by the irate school administration just before graduation. Host detected. System binding initiated. You're currently in a state of idleness. Vitality 0.01. What on earth is this? A system? You are currently cultivating vitality 0.01. What kind of nonsensical system is this? Idleness increases vitality, yet earnest cultivation diminishes it. You are currently enraged, spirit 0.01. This system is inherently rebellious. Chapter 1. Idleness and Vitality? Hello, Zhao Yi. This is the Academic Affairs Office of Second High School. Given that you have been expelled from our institution, please come to sign the voluntary waiver of responsibility for the National Martial Arts Examination within 3 days. With a resounding thud, the phone was set down. However, it seemed there was an issue. The call had not been terminated, and other voices emerged. Hey, is the student you just notified the renowned Zhao Yi from a senior class? Who could deny it? What's the situation? How could the school expel him? Hey, that's a tricky subject. Anyhow, something has gone awry. He's rendered useless now, probably for life. I heard he had hopes of entering the prestigious Beijing Martial Arts University, and now, just before the martial examination, he's been expelled. Isn't this child's future ruined? Indeed, there's no such thing as an eternal genius. It's the one who laughs last that truly prevails. Let's not dwell on it. It's none of our concern. In a dimly lit bedroom, the glow of the phone illuminated Zhao Yi's weary face, casting an air of desolation. This world is far from peaceful. A century ago, numerous spatial rifts suddenly appeared worldwide, unleashing torrents of spiritual energy. Along with this energy came a multitude of mythological beasts. Humanity's technology crumbled under the onslaught of these creatures, nearly leading to its extinction in the initial wave of attacks. Fortunately, through the blood and sacrifice of countless sages, humanity eventually discovered a means to combat these mythological beasts: martial arts. Thus, warriors were born. Through the fundamental diagrams, they forged a bridge between heaven and earth, absorbing spiritual energy and refining their life force, pushing their bodies to their utmost limits, capable of shaking mountains and boiling seas. Consequently, humanity, centered around these warriors, established sanctuaries after centuries of conflict, achieving a precarious balance with the mythological beasts. Given the paramount importance of warriors to human civilization, their status naturally soared. Even the most rudimentary warrior enjoys a position of distinction. Setting aside social status, when it comes to economic gain, a warrior can earn thousands simply by venturing into the wilderness and slaying a few low-level beasts. Should they manage to defeat some mid-tier beasts, the rewards can reach hundreds of thousands or even millions, equivalent to the earnings of an ordinary person over several years. In this world, who wouldn't desire to become a warrior? Zhao Yi, for one, yearned fervently to embrace the path of a warrior. 18 years ago, he arrived in this chaotic world, armed solely with memories, and upon entering school, he immediately exhibited an extraordinary talent for martial arts, far surpassing his peers. While others were still grappling with the foundational concepts of martial arts in elementary school, he had already awakened his vital energy. By middle school, while his classmates struggled to activate their vital energy, his levels had soared beyond 30. In his first year of high school, his vital energy reached the threshold for admission into a prestigious martial arts university. By his second year, it had exceeded the standards of top-tier institutions. At Yuzhong No. 2 High School, all faculty and students believed that the first enrolled martial artist since the school's inception was about to emerge. However, everything changed drastically 3 months ago. For reasons unknown, Zhao Yi's vital energy began to wane. Neither the school nor the hospital, nor even the Martial Arts Association could ascertain the cause. The diagnostician from the association merely shook his head and declared, "This child is finished," thus sentencing Zhao Yi's martial arts career to oblivion. The school was profoundly disappointed. They had invested countless resources and hopes, only to receive such a disheartening outcome. In a fit of rage and humiliation, they expelled Zhao Yi. Such is the harshness of reality. Henceforth, the once promising martial arts prodigy saw his vital energy plummet. During this tumultuous period, Zhao Yi struggled valiantly. But no matter how diligently he trained, he could not reverse his fate. Now, his dantian was nearly exhausted. At this moment, after ending a phone call, Zhao Yi felt an unyielding spirit. Damn it, I refuse to accept this. He abruptly sat up, crossed his legs, and began circulating his vital energy. Yet, a piercing pain surged through him once more. Just as despair enveloped him, an electronic prompt rang out. Suitable host detected. System binding initiated. Binding successful. You are currently training vital energy. Zhao Yi froze for a moment, then was overcome with elation. Had he finally activated the system after 18 years in this world? Having been an avid reader of novels in his previous life, he was no stranger to such systems. Initially, upon his arrival, he had waited in vain for his external assistance to manifest. It was only when his martial arts talent became apparent that he believed he had found his golden finger. Little did he know that in his most desperate hour, the system would finally descend upon him. As the system indicated he was training, he wondered how his vital energy would respond. Surely, it would surge dramatically. He closed his eyes, focusing intently on channeling his vital energy, brimming with anticipation. You are currently training vital energy 0.01. You are currently training vital energy 0.01. You are currently training vital energy 0.01. Zhao Yi suddenly opened his eyes, incredulous. What had the system just conveyed? To his utter dismay, his training appeared to be diminishing his vital energy instead. Zhao Yi erupted in curses. Damn system, are you mocking me? In countless novels, the protagonist's systems were always powerful and boundless. Yet here he was, facing this cruel twist of fate. Undeterred, he closed his eyes once more and resumed his training. However, the next moment, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, unable to believe what he saw. You are currently training vital energy 0.01. As you have no vital energy left to deplete, 30 milliliters of blood has been deducted. The dogma of this system has utterly depleted its vitality, and it has even begun to drain its own essence. If this continues, will it soon be siphoning away its very life? In a state of complete despair, he spread his legs and simply reclined backward. At that moment, however, the system emitted an altogether different notification sound. You are lying flat, vitality 0.01. Zhao Yi performed a swift roll and sprang back to his feet, his gaze filled with incredulity, questioning whether he had misheard. What had he just heard? Lying flat increases vitality? Is such a phenomenon even possible? A mix of anticipation and skepticism welled within him as he decided to test the waters once more by reclining again. You are lying flat, vitality 0.01. Are you out of your mind? Zhao Yi could not suppress his exasperation. What kind of absurd system is this, where diligent cultivation depletes vitality, yet lying flat replenishes it? You are angry, mental state 0.01. In the midst of his tirade, the system added another 0.01 to his mental state. Zhao Yi was left speechless, his thoughts swirling in turmoil. But looking at this system's peculiarities, it seems to be counterintuitive. There's only one way to find out. He sprang up immediately. Yet his weakened body could not withstand such sudden exertion, and upon landing, there was a sharp crack as he twisted his ankle. You have sprained your ankle, Constitution 0.1. Zhao Yi. He steadied his mind and stepped outside, where he saw an elderly neighbor basking in the sun, contentedly smoking. As he pondered how to validate his hypothesis, a pungent whiff of smoke wafted through the air. You're taking damage, vitality 0.02. Zhao Yi was taken aback, his eyes lighting up as he began to twitch his nose, inhaling deeply. The elderly neighbor stared in astonishment, wondering just how heavy this young man's smoking habit was. Chapter 2. What the hell? This young man. Zhao, would you like a smoke? The old man hesitated, pulling out a cigarette and offering it. Zhao Yi's eyes sparkled. This was an unexpected boon, and without a hint of politeness, he eagerly accepted, saying, "Thank you, sir." He deftly took a lighter from the old man's hand and lit up. With great satisfaction, he inhaled deeply, his chest swelling as half the cigarette vanished in an instant. He then tightly closed his mouth and pinched his nose, ensuring not a single wisp of smoke escaped. You're taking damage, vitality 0.1. You are taking damage, vitality 0.1. Hearing the incessant notifications from his system, Zhao Yi felt elated. He continued this method, finishing a cigarette in 2 puffs. This smoking style left the old man in a state of bewilderment, and after a long pause, he exclaimed, "What the hell?" This young man. His outburst immediately caught the attention of his wife, who was busy cooking. "What is it, old man?" The old woman emerged, wielding a knife. Upon seeing the knife in her hand, Zhao Yi was struck by a bolder idea, ready to speak, but was interrupted by the old woman's thunderous voice. "You old scoundrel, how dare you give Zhao a cigarette? Don't you know his condition?" The matter concerning Zhao Yi has long ceased to be a secret within the community, as he has been regarded as a paragon of excellence since his enrollment, often referred to by countless parents as the ideal child. His deteriorating health had once stirred considerable commotion, and the elderly lady next door observed this with a heavy heart. What a wretched child! It was with great indignation that she witnessed her husband offering Zhao Yi a cigarette. Upon noticing this, Zhao Yi promptly closed his mouth and discreetly extinguished the cigarette, but underfoot. After chastising her husband, the elderly lady swiftly donned a more amiable expression and warmly invited Zhao Yi, "Little Zhao, it's just about mealtime, come in and eat." "No, no, Grandma." Zhao Yi attempted to decline, but before he could protest further, she firmly pulled him inside. "What's with the politeness, child?" A wave of emotion washed over Zhao Yi since the passing of his parents. He had seldom experienced such warmth. "You feel touched, Spirit 0.01. Just as his feelings were beginning to blossom, the system abruptly interrupted him. The errant husband, in perfect synchrony, closed the door. Soon, the dishes were served. Zhao Yi observed as the elderly gentleman poured wine for him, his gaze filled with anticipation. "Little Yi, care for a sip?" The old man hesitated, noticing Zhao Yi's eager expression. Zhao Yi nodded in delight, but upon seeing the elderly lady return, he immediately and resolutely declined. "Grandpa, am still quite young, I cannot drink." The old man was taken aback. The elderly lady instantly asserted her authority, grasping her husband's ear. "You old fool, haven't you had enough?" Next, a plate of braised pork was transferred from the old man's side to Zhao Yi's, who was served a generous portion with the gentle admonition, "Eat up, taste your grandmother's cooking." Zhao Yi, unable to meet the old man's piercing gaze, lowered his head and stuffed the meat into his mouth. "You are eating hunger 0.1. Zhao Yi nearly dropped his chopsticks. Was this really happening? No. Zhao Yi quickly clarified, not wishing to mislead such kind-hearted elders. "Well then, eat more." The grandmother, with a commanding presence, seized a plate of braised pork and emptied a substantial amount into his bowl. "This is your grandmother's specialty. It surpasses anything from a restaurant." With no alternative, Zhao Yi began to eat heartily under the earnest watch of the elderly couple. Seeing him enjoy the meal brought relief to the two seniors. However, Zhao Yi found himself growing hungrier with each bite. Finally, with tears in his eyes, he completed the meal and hurriedly bid farewell to the elderly couple, fearful that lingering any longer might lead to further complications. "Child, come over often for meals." The elderly lady affectionately patted his head as she spoke. Zhao Yi managed a bittersweet smile and nodded. Once outside, he exhaled deeply. The sequence of events had validated his suspicions. The system was inherently rebellious. Engaging in benevolent acts resulted in negative feedback, while harmful deeds garnered positive reinforcement. Moreover, the more one inflicted harm upon oneself, the greater the rewards received. Was this a cruel twist of fate? No, this was simply magnificent. What could be a simpler way to level up? Why linger? The smoking must not cease. Having come to this realization, he hastily made his way to the neighborhood shop. Upon arriving at the convenience store, the bald proprietor languidly sat behind the counter, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he indulged in a game of Red Alert. With merely a fleeting glance at Zhao Yi, he resumed his gaming. "Help yourself to whatever you desire," Zhao Yi remarked, scanning the array of cigarettes displayed on the shelves, deliberately selecting the more economical options. Given the system's peculiarities, the inferior quality of the cigarettes would yield a more substantial increase in vitality. It was a proposition rich in cost-effectiveness. He extended his hand toward the pack priced at 8 yuan. "Could you kindly retrieve that one for me? This one?" The owner followed the direction of Zhao Yi's finger, landing on a beautifully packaged cigarette. His expression then shifted to one of skepticism as he scrutinized Zhao Yi. "Are you of legal age?" "You must be of age." Producing his identification card, Zhao Yi prompted a wave of relief from the owner. "This one?" Zhao Yi nodded, contemplating the unexpected allure of such an inexpensive cigarette adorned with attractive packaging. As he accepted the pack handed to him by the proprietor, Zhao Yi proceeded to scan it while deftly unwrapping the packaging. 8 yuan, right? Scanned it, he affirmed. The owner, upon witnessing Zhao Yi's unwrapping of the cigarette, suddenly exclaimed, "What, 8 yuan? The Qinghua porcelain is 100 per pack. Isn't it marked as 8? Zhao Yi exclaimed in disbelief. The owner tapped the label above, stating, "Brother, that's the price indicated up top." "Damn, why didn't you mention it when I scanned?" Zhao Yi retorted, incensed. "Who's to blame if you didn't pay attention?" The owner rolled his eyes, confidently asserting his position over Zhao Yi. "Can I return it?" Zhao Yi inquired. "Stop your prattling and pay up." The owner barked, exuding an air of dominance. Muttering curses under his breath, Zhao Yi begrudgingly paid, his indignation flaring as he extracted a cigarette to light up. 100 yuan per pack, such a dismal value. You're currently taking damage, vitality 0.2. The system's notification chimed in promptly. Wait a moment. Previously, when he smoked the 10 yuan hongmei from his neighbor, it only granted an increase of 0.1 vitality. Why was this cigarette yielding 0.2 instead? Curse it. Better cigarettes should pose less harm to one's health. Thus, the only conclusion was that this was, indeed, counterfeit. Owner, Zhao Yi exclaimed, a surge of excitement enveloping him as he re-entered the store. This cigarette tastes off. What do you mean off? I've sold this brand for years, and it has always tasted the same. Initially startled, the owner regained his composure upon recognizing Zhao Yi. This young lad knew nothing of authenticity. Observing the owner's confidence, Zhao Yi refrained from further debate and promptly dialed 12315. Owner, I'm giving you one more chance to articulate your defense. The owner's heart sank. How did this young boy possess such knowledge? He quickly altered his demeanor, saying, "Calm down, young brother. Of course, this cigarette is genuine. However, if you dislike the taste, I can refund you. How does that sound? Are you attempting to eliminate the evidence?" Chapter 3. My desire to become an immortal. 30 seconds in the east, 30 seconds in the west. The proprietor, witnessing Zhao Yi's unyielding demeanor, could only force a smile and inquire, "What does the young man desire?" Zhao Yi promptly began to search for the penalties associated with the sale of counterfeit cigarettes. After a brief moment, he exclaimed in astonishment, "If found guilty, one must compensate tenfold the price, alongside a fine ranging from 2,000 to 10,000 yuan. Furthermore, the tobacco authority will downgrade the rating." "Boss, what does this rating entail?" The owner's expression darkened considerably, reflecting his growing anxiety. Zhao Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. The system was indeed formidable. "What do you propose we do, boss?" The proprietor could only grit his teeth and concede defeat. He then retrieved a genuine piece of blue and white porcelain from a concealed corner of the cabinet and tossed it onto the counter. "Here, take this. It's entirely authentic." Zhao Yi found the proprietor's insistence amusing. The term entirely authentic was rather amusing. However, he refrained from reaching for the genuine blue and white porcelain and instead leaned in closer, whispering, "Boss, would you be willing to exchange this entirely authentic piece for 2 of those less authentic ones?" After all, the more counterfeit the cigarettes, the greater the vitality he would gain. The proprietor, however, was quick to retort, "Do you think I'm a fool? What if you come back to claim tenfold the penalty and swindle me out of 20,000? What a clever line of reasoning the proprietor had. Zhao Yi had not anticipated this angle. With no other option, he decided to cut his losses. Clutching the cigarette, he tucked it under his arm and hastily stepped outside to indulge in the smoke. He wasted no time, ensuring not a single puff was squandered. "You are taking damage. Vitality minus 0.2. You are taking damage. Vitality minus 0.2. He glanced at his vitality meter, astonished to find that he was nearing the threshold of an ordinary martial arts university. A grin spread across his face. "I am truly remarkable. No, my system is truly remarkable." Within a short span, his vitality surged significantly. Zhao Yi contemplated the possibility of reaching the rank of a martial artist in one go. Merely smoking, however, was insufficient. He keenly observed that as he indulged more frequently, his body began to develop a tolerance, resulting in diminished returns. Thus, he pivoted and made his way to a convenience store. Upon his departure, he found himself with 2 bottles of inexpensive liquor in hand. Oh, cigarettes and alcohol go hand in hand. He tucked one bottle under his arm and, upon opening the other, took several hearty swigs. "You are taking damage. Vitality minus 0.3. Wow, this adds more than smoking does. Impressive." And so, Zhao Yi left the convenience store, alternating between smoke and drink. His vitality soared, and the rapid increase rendered him warm all over. His face flushed as if he were intoxicated, causing him to stagger slightly as he walked. With smoke and alcohol in hand, he felt as though he were on the verge of immortality. To the onlookers, however, he appeared to be a self-destructive wastrel. As he passed through the community, the residents exchanged whispers. Isn't that our neighborhood's martial arts prodigy? How has he come to this? This child. He was so formidable before. Perhaps the psychological disparity has driven him to self-destruction. At that moment, a graceful young woman approached, intending to evade the smoke-filled presence of Zhao Yi. However, upon catching sight of his face, she found herself momentarily stunned. Zhao Yi, still unaccustomed to the act of smoking, squinted to avoid the smoke irritating his eyes. Upon hearing his name called, he hastily removed the cigarette from his mouth and opened his eyes wider. Aunt Wang. This was a dear friend of his mother, named Wang Zhini, who shared a close bond with her. In his childhood, he had even regarded her as a godmother. She had previously resided in the same neighborhood, but after marrying, she had moved away. Though their encounters had become infrequent, their connection remained intact. Judging by her elegant attire, she seemed to be living quite well. Is it really you? I thought I was mistaken. You say you don't contact me normally, but after such a significant event, why didn't you reach out? I am aware of your situation. The decline in your vitality is not necessarily terminal. There is a chance for recovery. Do not lose hope. You must return home. Take a bath, change your clothes, and come back with me. Wang Zhini looked at Zhao Yi with genuine concern, her words flowing forth in a rapid stream. As Zhao Yi observed his dwindling vitality points and the dizziness clouding his mind, he quickly interrupted her. Rubbing his temples, he confirmed, Annie, are you saying you want to take me back to your house? Oh, you silly boy, look at you, muddled from drinking. Call me godmother, not auntie. You will live with your godmother from now on. She will take care of you. We are going home. Wang Zhini snatched the cigarette and alcohol from Zhao Yi's hands, tossing them straight into the trash. Hey, Zhao Yi protested with a pang of regret, lamenting the loss of his means to regain vitality. However, fearing her disapproval, he quickly fell silent. Her assertive concern warmed his heart. It would have been even more comforting if the system hadn't been depleting his vitality. Wang, godmother, I appreciate your kindness, but I can manage on my own. Ouch. Before he could finish, Wang Zhini, reminiscent of his childhood, grabbed him by the ear. You impudent child, stop being so courteous and hurry up. Don't waste time. Thus, with an unwilling Zhao Yi in tow, Wang Zhini led him back home. Under her watchful eye, Zhao Yi washed away the stench of smoke and alcohol. Is there anything you wish to take? She inquired. Zhao Yi glanced around, collecting only a family portrait and a few sets of clean clothes. Let us go. Without further ado, Wang Zhini guided Zhao Yi to an underground parking lot, where a striking red sports car awaited. Get in. The engine roared as they sped away, soon arriving at a suburban villa district. The car halted in front of a grand manor. Mom, you're back. In the yard, a girl with an oval face, radiant features, dressed in loose practice attire, was diligently honing her vitality through fundamental exercises. Upon noticing Wang Zhini's entrance, she greeted her sweetly. However, upon catching sight of Zhao Yi trailing behind, her expression shifted slightly. Furrowing his brow, he retracted his practiced demeanor. Mother, who is he? Wang Zhini abruptly pulled Zhao Yi closer, introducing him to her daughter, Li Qingyi. Qingyi, this is Zhao Yi, the elder brother I mentioned to you before. He will be living with us from now on. Greet your brother. Li Qingyi's expression shifted dramatically. Mother, our household is comprised entirely of women. Suddenly having a man here feels rather inconvenient, doesn't he it? However, Wang Zhini would not entertain any objections. What are you pondering? This is your brother Zhao Yi, who used to carry you when you were little. There's no room for negotiation. Greet him. Zhao Yi was somewhat perplexed, recalling only the times he had playfully teased her during her childhood. Li Qingyi, covering her head, discreetly scrutinized Zhao Yi's rather unfashionable attire, slightly curling her lip in disdain. Hello, she muttered reluctantly. Slap. Wang Zhini delivered another sharp reprimand. Address him as brother. Hello, brother. Li Qingyi glared defiantly, her reluctance palpable. Simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed in the air. You are being regarded with hostility. Mental state -0. 1. Zhao Yi couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. It was evident he was not welcome, and he hadn't wished to be here in the first place. What was his godmother thinking? Chapter 4. Practical Combat. Zhao Yi. Qingyi. As peers, you share common topics. Take a moment to converse and become acquainted. Wang Zhini, oblivious to her daughter's animosity towards Zhao Yi, or perhaps intentionally creating an opportunity for the two to familiarize themselves, promptly took the luggage from Zhao Yi's hands and uttered a remark before stepping inside. In the courtyard, the two exchanged glances, Zhao Yi feeling a touch of awkwardness. Yet remaining silent seemed even more uncomfortable. Qingyi has grown up. With Wang Zhini absent, Li Qingyi felt no need to maintain her facade and snorted dismissively. Don't try to get close. Were you not once so proud that you never contacted my mother? What is this? Have you lost your talent, and now your ambition as well? You are being mocked, spirit -0, as the system's alerts chimed in succession. Zhao Yi suddenly realized that perhaps her presence was not entirely unwelcome. Previously, most residents in the community were rather amiable, often showing concern for her, which was rather burdensome. Yet now, with her godmother's daughter present, her mental fortitude had been consistently on the rise. How could her vitality deteriorate to such an extent that it affected her physiological functions? Had she lost her voice? Zhao Yi continued to smile. Li Qingyi, growing increasingly impatient, interjected. You are being humiliated, spirit -0, Zhao Yi's smile only brightened further. This was the rhythm she desired. More of this. My apologies. I seem to be entranced by your words. Despite the constant boost to her mental strength from the other party, Zhao Yi believed that a reciprocal exchange was essential for longevity, was it not? Li Qingyi had not anticipated that Zhao Yi would possess such a sharp tongue, leaving her somewhat flustered. Zhao Yi, do you still think you are the martial arts prodigy of the past? My vitality is on the brink of a breakthrough as I strive towards the prestigious Capital Martial Arts University. Some individuals, however, are doomed to a lifetime devoid of martial prowess. Had this been earlier, such words would have struck Zhao Yi with significant force. Yet now, she merely chuckled. Hadn't she noticed that the system had not even granted him an increase in mental strength? Her vitality had surged considerably, and as long as she took decisive action, ascending to martial artist status would be a matter of moments. After all, indulging in a bit of smoking and drinking posed no challenge. Noticing Zhao Yi's silence, Li Qingyi seemed to regret her harsh words, realizing they might have struck too deep, as this was a sensitive topic for Zhao Yi. She pursed her lips and attempted to amend her statement. Let us consider my words a misstep. Don't give up. Vitality depletion is not an incurable affliction. There remains hope for recovery. You are being cared for, spirit 01 what? Coming back to her senses, Zhao Yi was taken aback. Please, don't do that. Maintain your true self. Although the decrease in spirit was minimal, the trend was exceedingly perilous. She hurriedly sought to provoke. Individuals of my caliber cannot afford to give up. Otherwise, where will ordinary folks like you find their moment to shine? You are being antagonized, spirit 02. The effect was palpable. Li Qingyi's gaze was as sharp as a blade. At that moment, Wang Zhini had finished arranging the items and emerged. Seeing the two engaged in what appeared to be a fervent exchange, her face lit up with joy. As the martial arts examination approaches, Qingyi, there are some issues regarding Zhao Yi's student status, but fret not, for mother is in the process of resolving them. You should focus on your training with your brother Zhao Yi and never become complacent. Zhao Yi's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly replied, Godmother, Qingyi is currently striving for excellence, and I do not wish to hinder her. What a jest! Does he truly possess the aptitude for cultivation? Initially, Li Qingyi was exceedingly reluctant, yet upon witnessing Zhao Yi's firm refusal, her temper flared. What? Are you disdainful of my capabilities compared to yours, fearing that my training might impede your progress? Mother, rest assured, I shall diligently supervise brother Zhao Yi's training. Li Qingyi cast a sideways glance at Zhao Yi, her eyes brimming with mischief. Oh, you won't escape my grasp. Excellent. A true daughter of mine. With that, Wang Zhini patted both of their heads, solidifying the arrangement. Zhao Yi opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Moments later, Wang Zhini revved the engine of the car and announced her meeting with the principal of Yuzhong No. 1 Middle School to resolve Zhao Yi's student status. Li Qingyi sweetly bid farewell at the door. Once the taillights of the sports car faded into the distance, Li Qingyi instantly withdrew all traces of her smile, gazing at Zhao Yi with a playful glint in her eyes. Let us not waste any more time. We shall commence our training. Zhao Yi awkwardly chuckled. I believe it would be best if Qingyi trained on her own while I attend to my own matters. With that, he turned and swiftly retreated indoors. However, Li Qingyi had anticipated this move. With the agility bestowed by her vigorous vitality, she seized Zhao Yi's clothing. Brother Zhao Yi, we ought to make the most of our time. It would not bode well if mother returns and finds us slacking. Not bode well. Why would it be a problem? Zhao Yi's heart trembled. He thought to himself that staying home indulging in smoking and drinking to enhance his vitality was indeed a pleasurable affair. Brother Zhao Yi, did you know? Beyond cultivation, there exists a more expedient method to enhance one's vitality, practical combat. With that, Li Qingyi dragged Zhao Yi to the center of the spacious courtyard, brimming with enthusiasm. Practical combat. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him, extinguishing his previous reluctance. Why didn't you mention it sooner? He even bore a hint of reproach. Li Qingyi retorted, what a surprise. I only heard that Zhao Yi's vitality was waning, but I did not realize his wit had diminished as well. Can you not discern that I am seizing the opportunity to give you a proper lesson? However, that was of little consequence. Previously, Mother had always used Zhao Yi as a benchmark to reprimand her. Now, she could finally teach him a lesson in a straightforward manner. Li Qingyi eyed Zhao Yi with mischief and assumed a fighting stance. Very well. Let me experience your prowess and see if your strength is as formidable as your words. Zhao Yi, now more eager, provocatively beckoned. Come here. Li Qingyi, infuriated, wasted no time and launched a swift kick. Zhao Yi, assuming a demeanor of superiority, stood his ground, showing no intention to evade even as the fierce wind rushed towards him. And then, bang, Zhao Yi was unexpectedly kicked, performing a full 720-degree spin in midair before crashing heavily to the ground. Li Qingyi was immediately startled. I didn't even exert my full strength. How could he fall so decisively? Moreover, shouldn't he at least try to dodge? As she gazed at Zhao Yi's motionless figure, a sense of dread filled her heart. Could he have been kicked to death? You are taking damage. Health. 1. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yi glanced at the numbers popping up on the system panel, and a single thought crossed his mind: delight. The increase was astonishing. This was far superior to smoking or drinking. Hey, are you okay? Li Qingyi observed him lying on the ground with a silly grin, her concern deepening. He seemed alive, but could his brain have been damaged by the kick? My mother will surely flay me alive when she returns. All is well, all is well. Zhao Yi, ever considerate, quickly rose to his feet, restoring his expert demeanor. Your precision is commendable, but your strength leaves much to be desired. To put it bluntly, it's merely flashy. Seeing him lively and animated, Li Qingyi finally relaxed her anxious heart. Yet, she felt a wave of exasperation. Was he really critiquing my performance after that? Had he skipped meals? Zhao Yi continued to jab with another remark. This time, it was Li Qingyi's turn to take a deep breath. Let's do this again. Chapter 5. You are being appreciated. Bang. You are taking damage. Health 1. 7. Have you gone days without sustenance? Do you possess no strength at all? Bang. You are taking damage. Health 2. Is this how your school instructors have taught you? To massage me with such feeble hands? Bang. You are taking damage. Health 2. 5. With your current state, do you really aspire to enroll in the Jing Martial Arts University? I doubt you could even gain admission to an ordinary institution. Zhao Yi continued to fall, only to rise again, akin to an indomitable cockroach, the only issue being her foul mouth. Li Qingyi was increasingly provoked, her eyes reddening and her strikes growing fiercer. Yet, this was precisely to Zhao Yi's advantage, as her vitality surged. By the time dinner arrived, Wang Zhini observed her panting daughter and the rosy-cheeked Zhao Yi, and with concern in her voice, she inquired, "How was your training this afternoon?" "Excellent, Godmother. Qingyi is truly my ideal training partner." "You are being disliked, Spirit One." Wang Zhini nodded in satisfaction, but a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed her face as she addressed Zhao Yi. "Zhao Yi, I traversed every high school today." Yet Zhao Yi understood and merely nodded silently. However, Godmother had found a potential pathway. You see, high school students cannot be held back, and our city has 30 special slots for graduating high school students. Those who have not completed their studies within 3 years may still participate, though the demands for practical combat are exceptionally high. Among these candidates, there may be individuals who have met the energy requirements for martial artists but have yet to be recognized as such. If one can emerge victorious among them, achieving one of the top 3 ranks, they may still partake in the martial examination. This is a green channel established for exceptional talents, albeit with significant challenges. Although Wang Zhini referred to herself as Zhao Yi's godmother, their connection was tenuous at best. Since the incident, former relatives had distanced themselves, rendering this outsider more trustworthy than anyone else. Zhao Yi felt no inclination to burden her, thus she responded with a smile. "It's perfectly fine, godmother. As long as I still have a chance to participate in the martial examination, that is sufficient for me. I will certainly strive for it." "Now that sounds like a plan. You two enjoy yourselves. I shall prepare dinner." Wang Zhini finally felt relief. She had feared Zhao Yi would develop resistance due to her emotional disparity, but it seemed her worry was unwarranted. As she watched her mother head into the kitchen, Li Qinglian could not help but murmur inwardly, "Do you truly believe you can participate in the martial examination? I doubt you could even pass the special quota assessment. You are being disliked, Spirit One." Zhao Yi instantly perked up, turning to Li Qinglian with a smile. "Qinglian, it will take some time for Godmother to prepare dinner. Shall we practice a few more rounds?" Recalling the peculiar atmosphere during their training, Li Qinglian quickly shook her head. "Forget it. I've worked up quite a sweat. I'm off to shower and change." As Li Qinglian ascended to the second floor, Zhao Yi retreated to her own room. To be honest, She had nearly lost hope for participating in the martial examination. Even with the awakening of the system, it had not imparted any guidance on how to re-enter the martial examination. Since Wang Zhini granted him a second chance, Zhao Yi would certainly not let it slip away. However, the worldly Zhao Yi was not easily swayed. He was acutely aware that the so-called special quota assessment would be fraught with challenges and risks. Wasn't old Zhou working in an official department? He should possess pertinent information regarding this matter. Zhao Yi thought of his closest childhood friend, Zhou Qunyan. Unlike Zhao Yi, Zhou Qunyan's father was a seasoned civil servant, and he had grown up in affluence, though his mature appearance often made him a target for bullying at school. Consequently, Zhao Yi, who awakened his martial arts talent at a young age, frequently came to his aid, and over time, they became inseparable friends. Later, as Zhou Qunyan prepared for studying abroad, he entered an international high school with his father's assistance, causing their communication to gradually dwindle. Zhao Yi picked up the phone, feeling a twinge of hesitation. He was certain that Zhou Qunyan must have heard about his troubles. Would he refuse to answer his call? With a hint of trepidation, Zhao Yi dialed the familiar number, and after several rings, he was relieved to hear the well-known voice on the other end. Hello? Old Zhou, it's me. The simple greeting filled Zhou Qunyan with immense excitement. Zhao Yi, why have you been out of touch for so long? By the way, I heard you might be in some trouble. Do you need help? Zhao Yi, touched by the concern, quickly shifted the topic. The situation was indeed serious, and he truly needed assistance. Listen closely to what I have to say. He succinctly conveyed his recent circumstances to Zhou Qunyan, who showed no hesitation. You want detailed information regarding the special talent selection? Leave it to me. Zhao Yi, come down for dinner. After hanging up, a voice called from downstairs. It was Wang Zhini. He exited his room and made his way to the dining area. Auntie, did you prepare all this? Gazing at the lavish spread before him, Zhao Yi felt a sense of foreboding. Of course, you're about to participate in the selection, so you must replenish your strength. All of this is prepared for you. Come, try it and see if it suits your taste. Wang Zhini said as she placed a braised pig trotter into Zhao Yi's bowl, watching him with eager anticipation. No, wait, how come there is so much? In an instant, his mental vitality dropped by 3 points. And Zhao Yi felt more distressed than if he had lost a piece of meat, his expression turning glum. What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? Perhaps you should try the cordyceps duck soup, or the goji berry lamb porridge, or even the bull whip stewed with chicken kidneys. Wang Zhini continued to describe the dishes enthusiastically, while Zhao Yi's face was already etched with regret. Enough already. I might be at the mercy of circumstances, but must the system also conspire against me? Why is it deducting even more? Zhao Yi failed to notice that on the opposite side of the table, Li Qinglian was seething with anger. With a loud clap, she struck the table, rising to her feet and fixing her glare on Zhao Yi. From childhood to adulthood, my mother has never treated me so well. How can you not appreciate it? Do you possess no conscience? If you refuse to partake in today's meal, then you must leave my home. Enough, Qinglian. How should I address your brother Zhao Yi? Perhaps he is merely feeling a bit unwell and lacks an appetite. You are currently being scolded. Mental state -10. Zhao Yi's face instantly flushed with color as he grasped his bowl and began to feast heartily. Observing his hearty appetite, Li Qinglian refrained from further remarks and joined him at the table. In the following 3 days, Zhao Yi appeared to oscillate between extremes of discomfort and ease. Each day, Wang Zhini prepared an elaborate spread to express her concern for him, leaving him despondent, only to later revive his spirits through Li Qinglian's sharp jests. Although he suffered no substantial loss, this situation indicated that Zhao Yi had squandered 3 days unnecessarily. He needed to alter his circumstances. I shall take a stroll and return shortly. Zhao Yi casually concocted an excuse to leave the villa. He reverted to his old methods, smoking and drinking, a remedy of boundless power, hastily seeking a convenience store or shop upon exiting. However, he did not anticipate the difficulty of locating a small shop within the villa community, walking a full 3 kilometers before discovering one. Sir, I would like a pack of Hongmei for 8 yuan. None available. Then a pack of Shay for 10 yuan. Not in stock. Surely you have the Taschen for 15 yuan? The cigarettes are here. Feel free to choose. The proprietor opened the glass cabinet, and Zhao Yi glanced at the exquisitely designed boxes, their names exuding an alluring charm. What are these cigarettes? I have never seen them before. Fool, those are all lady cigarettes. Naturally, you haven't encountered them. The shopkeeper chuckled softly, a hint of affection glimmering in his eyes, while Zhao Yi felt as though struck by a thunderbolt. You are currently being admired. Mental State 20. Chapter 6. The Gentle Brother Appreciation. Do I truly require the admiration of a scruffy, middle-aged man adorned with eyeshadow? How absurd. The proprietor is no ordinary individual, and this place is not meant for lingering. I casually seized a package and turned to leave. As night fell, the villa descended into silence, and Zhao Yi seized his opportunity. Unfortunately, he resided in a guest room, and could only sneak to the restroom when all had succumbed to slumber, ensuring the door was securely shut before lighting a cigarette. You are under duress, Health 1. 5. As Zhao Yi indulged, the restroom door suddenly swung open, revealing Li Qinglian, her hand clasped over her mouth, eyes fixed on him. What on earth are you doing? Upon witnessing the disdain in her gaze, Zhao Yi's heart sank. Damn it, how could I forget to lock the door? True to his nature, Zhao Yi quickly devised a solution. He feigned hesitation, donning a mask of forced bravado, showing no intention of extinguishing the cigarette, and instead, he offered a self-deprecating chuckle. Oh, what unfortunate timing for you to catch me. I shall take my leave shortly. Li Qinglian, initially poised to express her anger, noted Zhao Yi's choice of words. The first thought that crossed your mind wasn't to extinguish the cigarette. Do you truly believe this is your home, that you can act so recklessly? Zhao Yi, I assure you, if there's a next time, I will certainly ensure my father expels you. You are being scorned, Spirit 2. You are toying with the other, Spirit 3. Listening to the system's prompts echoing in his mind, Zhao Yi suddenly grasped the situation. It appeared that by interrupting her, he could reap multiplied rewards. He quickly concocted a plan, rising abruptly to adopt a commanding presence, gazing down at Li Qinglian. What? What are you doing? Li Qinglian instinctively recoiled as Zhao Yi approached, her back pressed against the wall. Nothing much. Since losing my talent, I've encountered too many individuals like you, casting barbs from the sidelines. Most of the time, I merely put on a brave face before others, only to drown my sorrows in smoke and drink at night, nursing my wounds in solitude. I've grown accustomed to it. With a self-mocking smile, Zhao Yi tossed the still-burning cigarette into the toilet. Look, this cigarette resembles the talent that once evoked envy in others, now swept away without warning. After pressing the flush, Zhao Yi couldn't help but express his feelings, and his words struck a chord with Li Qinglian. Due to the relationship between her mother, Wang Zhini, and Zhao Yi's mother, Li Qinglian had lived in his shadow for nearly her entire life. To her, Zhao Yi was the epitome of the perfect child described by Wang Zhini. Despite her relentless efforts, sacrificing her leisure time, she could only gaze in awe at Zhao Yi, who had always been exceptionally gifted. For an extended period, Li Qinglian believed that someone like Zhao Yi was hardly human, but rather a monster. What child forsakes play for study? His prowess seemed devoid of humanity. At this moment, Li Qinglian felt she had inadvertently pierced the soft underbelly of Zhao Yi's heart, leaving her somewhat at a loss. Rest assured, you shall no longer witness my indulgence in smoking, for I am but a guest under another's roof, and I comprehend the rules. Upon uttering these words, Zhao Yi turned away, only to hear Li Qinglian tentatively speak from behind. In truth, if such a means could alleviate the sorrow within your heart, I would not be so concerned. Really? Zhao Yi turned back, and Li Qinglian hastily nodded. Zhao Yi then retrieved a cigarette and produced a lighter. In an effort to make amends, she swiftly smiled and snatched the lighter away. Allow me to light it for you. Consider tonight's events as if they never occurred. And please do not be upset. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Yi's eyes, soon replaced by delight. And this genuine display of emotion further assured Li Qinglian that she was forging a connection with Zhao Yi in an unconventional manner. Certainly. Just be careful not to burn yourself. Adjusting this here can control the flame size. As the lighter found its way into Li Qinglian's hands, Zhao Yi unexpectedly clasped her small hand, causing Li Qinglian's heart to race. Yet, upon turning her head, she was met with Zhao Yi's earnest expression, prompting her to involuntarily shake her head. Qinglian, dear, he is your brother, what are you thinking? Nonetheless, speaking of which, Zhao Yi does appear quite gentle. While Li Qinglian was completely lost in thought, she failed to notice Zhao Yi discreetly pulling an entire pack of cigarettes from her pocket and slipping it into hers. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside, drawing nearer as Zhao Yi had anticipated. What are you two doing up so late? Wang Zhini shouted from the doorway, pulling Li Qinglian from her reverie. Mom, don't misunderstand. In fact, Godmother. I was merely in the restroom when I happened upon my sister Qinglian hiding here and engaging in mischief. To keep me silent. She intended for me to try it too, but you know, I had promised to quit. I apologize, Godmother. It is I who failed to keep an eye on Sister Qinglian. I was wrong. Li Qinglian could not fathom that Zhao Yi would suddenly speak with such conviction, effectively concluding the entire matter with her own authority. Engaging in mischief? What could she possibly do? Before Wang Zhini could finish her sentence, she spotted the lighter in Li Qinglian's hand. Fixating on the bulge in Li Qinglian's pocket, she reached in to find a pack of women's cigarettes. Qinglian, provide me with a reasonable explanation. Li Qinglian panicked. She had never seen her mother wear such a serious expression throughout her life, and she was now stumbling over her words in desperation. Mom, these cigarettes belong to Zhao Yi. They are not mine. It is he who. At this point, you still wish to argue? Your bedroom upstairs has a restroom. Why are you appearing in the restroom downstairs at this hour? Moreover, this is a pack of women's cigarettes? Before Li Qinglian could explain, Wang Zhini suddenly sighed deeply. Qinglian, your brother Zhao Yi has endured significant life changes and has managed to rid himself of this bad habit. Yet what of you? You truly disappoint me. Go ahead, smoke, for you are grown, and I can no longer manage you. In an instant, Wang Zhini seemed to age considerably, her departing figure appearing somewhat unsteady. Li Qinglian wished to confront Zhao Yi face to face, yet Zhao Yi offered her no opportunity. Don't be upset, my dear. I have been through this. At Qinglian's age, rebellion is to be expected. Zhao Yi supported Wang Zhini as they gradually distanced themselves, and as she listened to his insincere words, Li Qinglian's eyes widened in fury, causing her to crush the lighter in her grasp. Zhao Yi, you shall pay for this. Upon Zhao Yi's return to her bedroom downstairs, she collapsed onto her bed, unable to contain her laughter as the system's notification echoed in her mind. You are being fervently envied, despised, and hated. Mental state 298. Alas, it was merely a matter of mental fortitude. If that 298 were to be added to her vitality, she would surely soar. The following day, while still enveloped in slumber, Zhao Yi felt as though she had been struck by a massive truck. Ouch, who could that be? She murmured, clutching her stomach as she emerged from beneath the covers, only to be met with a face devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Chapter 7. From girl to woman rising with the dawn, the morning exercises began. With a mere utterance of 2 words, Li Qinglian's demeanor was as cold and robotic as ever. Recognizing her, Zhao Yi instinctively understood that he was about to face an onslaught of relentless retribution, akin to a tempest. Alas, this tactic was utterly ineffective against him. Your abdomen is under attack. Danger level 3, vitality 10. In an instant, Zhao Yi felt a transformation, pondering the system notification he had just received. It turned out that the injured areas could indeed be prioritized based on their criticality. The more perilous the injury, the greater the amplification of its effects. Zhao Yi realized that his rebellious system harbored even more surprises, waiting to be uncovered gradually. Lost in thought, an expressionless Li Qinglian launched another kick, sending Zhao Yi tumbling out of bed. Your back has been injured. Danger level 4, vitality 5. Wait. Must I get up now? Give me 10 minutes to wash my face and brush my teeth. 3 minutes. If I don't see you in the courtyard by then, it will be the end for you. With that, Li Qinglian tossed her words over her shoulder, a haughty hum escaping her lips as she exited the room. At least let a person use the toilet. Zhao Yi lamented, hastily completing his morning routine and rushing to the courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance of the villa, he was taken aback to see several movers bustling about. Godmother, what is going on? Are we moving? Wang Zhini turned, her face alight with joy as she explained. This is all thanks to you. I believe Qinglian has finally come to her senses. Thanks to me? Zhao Yi queried, intrigued. Wang Zhini revealed that early that morning, Li Qinglian had sought her out to sincerely apologize for the previous day's missteps. She expressed that it was Zhao Yi's heartfelt conversation the night before, sharing wisdom from his own experiences, that led her to enlightenment. In gratitude, and in pursuit of their mutual improvement, Li Qinglian persuaded Wang Zhini to convert the spare rooms in the villa into a training facility. Careful now, don't damage my furniture, Wang Zhini directed, and within moments, a spacious training room spanning hundreds of square meters was unveiled before Zhao Yi. The sheer size and the dazzling array of training equipment hinted at significant investment. All right, Mom. Let me train here with brother Zhao Yi. Unless it's urgent, please do not disturb us, she added with a radiant smile. You're the best, Mom. Li Qinglian beamed, ushering Wang Zhini out of the training room. With a resounding thud, the door to the training room was shut, and Li Qinglian's expression darkened immediately. Brother Zhao Yi, come. Let us begin our sparring. As Li Qinglian assumed her stance, Zhao Yi feigned ignorance and chuckled. Sure, Qinglian, you are truly thoughtful. He was well aware that her intricate schemes were all aimed at exacting revenge upon him. Yet, with his rebellious system at his disposal, it remained uncertain who would ultimately benefit from this encounter. Beware, brother Zhao Yi, my fists and feet are merciless. No worries, come quickly. As Zhao Yi's words fell, he felt a gust of fierce wind approaching. Li Qinglian had left behind a shadow in her place, and then delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Zhao Yi was launched like a cannonball, landing heavily on the ground. Your chest has sustained damage. Danger level 2. Health 60. It took Zhao Yi a moment to recover. In that fleeting instant, he felt as if he were on the brink of suffocation. Impossible, even at my peak. I could never achieve such power. How did Li Qinglian manage this? As Zhao Yi rose, he intended to observe Li Qinglian's movements, yet he had underestimated her speed. The moment she initiated her actions, Zhao Yi could no longer discern her movements, only the shadows she left behind. Your thigh has sustained damage, danger level 4. Health 30. Your waist has sustained damage, danger level 3, health 50. Your internal organs have sustained damage, danger level 2, health 85. System notification. Host's health value is about to break through. Please keep up the effort. In a daze, Zhao Yi noticed what appeared to be an energy bar, now nearing 90%. A breakthrough imminent. I can't go on like this. While I could easily break through, my life would be forfeit. Zhao Yi waved his hands urgently. Sensing that each successive strike from Li Qinglian was increasingly severe, as if she intended to kill him, he did not wish to become a pitiful failure who perished in the training room. Zhao Yi, this is just the beginning. How can you stop now? I really can't go on. Can I surrender? Seeing Zhao Yi grasp a nearby white towel and wave it frantically, Li Qinglian lost her pretext for continuing the attack. Well then, let's take a 5-minute break. I'll be waiting for you, Zhao Yi. Outside, Wang Zhini, unable to contain her impatience, leaned against the door, listening intently, unable to suppress a smile. That girl Qinglian, calling him Zhao Yi so affectionately. Could it be that she has taken a liking to him? Satisfied, she departed, completely unaware that Zhao Yi had barely escaped with his life at the hands of Li Qinglian. During the break, Zhao Yi quickly leaned against the wall and closed his eyes, the system's initial interface appearing before him. Host, Zhao Yi Strength, Pre-Ascension Warrior, Warrior 8 Dimensions, Martial 0, Soul 7, Blood 7, Intelligence 9, Strength 7, Speed 7, Chi 6, Precision 5, Total 48. Remaining abilities unknown. Upon seeing the phrase Warrior 8 Dimensions, Zhao Yi understood that this was the key indicator for his future ascension to warrior status through the martial examination. Is my Warrior 8 Dimensions really this low? Is there a reference? The system presented a chart of an ordinary person's 8 dimensions, which eased Zhao Yi somewhat. An ordinary person without the talent for ascension to warrior, aside from soul, blood, and intelligence, would essentially have zeros. The assessment standards for warriors are comprehensive. The total of the 8 dimensions must exceed a passing threshold of 60. Even if someone were to deceive their way through, once they became a warrior and encountered real danger, their true self would be instantly revealed, often at the cost of their life. System, what are Li Qinglian's Warrior 8 dimensions at this moment? Zhao Yi tentatively inquired. For his inherently rebellious system had only just managed to respond adequately. The host is being looked down upon. The system is in high spirits and offers a chance for exploration. In an instant, Zhao Yi felt as though his eyes were aglow, akin to a humanoid scanner. With a mere glance at Li Qinglian, her martial prowess appeared vividly in his mind. Martial 19, Soul 20, Blood 21. All her dimensions hovered around 20. What could I possibly do against such power? It dawned upon Zhao Yi why he had been so ruthlessly trampled by Li Qinglian. In terms of sheer numerical superiority, she could easily overpower him threefold. Yet, something seemed amiss. There appeared to be items adorning her wrists and ankles. Seizing the fleeting opportunity granted by the system, Zhao Yi discerned Li Qinglian's secret. It was implausible for an individual to undergo such rapid growth overnight, unless she had transitioned from girlhood to womanhood. I refused to believe it. Let her come at me once more. As the intermission concluded, Zhao Yi boldly positioned himself opposite Li Qinglian. Chapter 8. Training or Fooling Around. Brother Zhao Yi, have you recovered and are now eager for a challenge? Upon seeing Zhao Yi approach, Li Qinglian immediately donned a facade of a sweet smile. Hee, Sister Qinglian is indeed formidable. I merely wish to learn more from you. Very well. Fists and feet do not discern their targets. I shall come at you now. Li Qinglian spoke sweetly, yet her strikes were merciless, transforming into a blur. She became nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. However, this time she halted midway. Zhao Yi, standing opposite her, unexpectedly closed his eyes. Could it be that he possesses some hidden card? That seems improbable. I am merely frightening myself. Shaking her head, Li Qinglian surged forward once more. Time seemed to rewind as she darted towards Zhao Yi at her utmost speed. Just as her foot was about to make contact with him, Zhao Yi suddenly opened his eyes. I've caught you. Utilizing Li Qinglian's leg as a pivot, Zhao Yi swiftly embraced it, executing a sidestep to evade the attack while simultaneously launching a counteroffensive. What is happening? Can he truly see me? An overwhelming surprise flooded Li Qinglian's mind, quickly morphing into indignation. If I cannot force him to yield today, I shall never find the opportunity to hold my head high in this household again. Resolving this in her heart, Li Qinglian took a deep breath and unleashed a fervent assault on Zhao Yi. His strategy mirrored that of before. He consistently closed his eyes to gauge her movements, always managing to discern the slightest openings at critical moments. Though Li Qinglian often seized the initiative, it felt as if each of her full-force punches landed upon cotton. Zhao Yi, like a nimble serpent, coiled around her, rendering her unable to strike any vital points. Following a round of exchanges, Li Qinglian voluntarily ceased her attack, her expression returning to its previous chill. Why? You have clearly endured so many of my strikes. Even if you were to endure them, it is impossible for you to remain standing. In her heart, Li Qinglian understood that while Zhao Yi appeared to evade her attacks, he was merely biding his time. Zhao Yi, noticing her expression, sneered. What's wrong? Can't maintain your good girl act any longer? I concede that I took quite a few of your punches, but compared to that, Sister Qinglian's figure is simply unforgettable. Zhao Yi could not help but lick his lips, even raising his hand to his face to take a deep breath. Witnessing his lewd demeanor, Li Qinglian finally realized, her cheeks flushed. Are you taking advantage of me? One must speak with evidence. I was merely mimicking the golden snake twining hands to avoid fatal injury while being outmatched by you. If you have the guts, report me. Regardless of how far this matter goes, I am justified. With arms crossed, Zhao Yi reveled in the sight of Li Qinglian's fury, nearly on the brink of losing her composure. Once anger takes hold of your intellect, it shall be my opportunity for a counterattack. Li Qinglian exhaled sharply, striving to maintain her composure. Zhao Yi, this is of your own making. Do not regret it. Li Qinglian seized the opportunity and dashed behind Zhao Yi, a victorious smile already gracing her lips. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Zhao Yi grasped her wrist and employed a locking technique to momentarily subdue her. You managed to keep up with my movements? This cannot be. How is that impossible? Without that cheating device, did you truly believe yourself to be my equal? A playful smile adorned Zhao Yi's face as he produced 4 metallic rings from his pocket. Upon seeing the rings, Li Qinglian felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away, leaving her utterly deflated. How did you discover this? Quite simply, after just one night, your strength has increased by at least 200%. Even if you were a genius, such a feat is unattainable. Instead of discussing trivial matters, why not tell me where you acquired this? Zhao Yi toyed with the metallic rings as he listened intently to Li Qinglian's narrative. After everyone had fallen asleep the previous night, her mind was consumed with thoughts of retribution against Zhao Yi. Given the events of the day, it was clear that Zhao Yi was to her as a stone in a cesspit, both foul and unyielding. After much contemplation, she recalled something she had seen at her personal trainer's. These are amplification rings. As the name suggests, when worn by a martial artist, they can dramatically enhance their overall capabilities for a short duration. I acquired it from my trainer last night. After hearing this explanation, Zhao Yi nodded and then inquired, did you persuade my godmother to establish a training room at home merely to seek vengeance against me? Li Qinglian nodded earnestly. Yes. What other reason would there be? Such a childlike disposition. If only you devoted this intellect and time to your cultivation, it would serve you far better. Zhao Yi sighed and casually tossed the amplification ring to the ground, prompting Li Qinglian to pick it up with a sorrowful expression. Hey, aren't you going to keep this? What do you mean? It's an unwritten rule among martial artists. I lost, and thus this is your spoils. Li Qinglian's voice dwindled to a whisper at the end. If Zhao Yi truly took this prize, she would bear a grave responsibility. Zhao Yi exchanged a knowing smile with her before shaking his head. Remember, my refusal to take the amplification ring is not out of sympathy for you, but merely because I disdain such trash that relies solely on cheating. This simple, yet piercing remark struck Li Qinglian's heart like a dagger. Deep down, she understood that such devices only served to amplify the strong. Despite her own efforts, bolstered by the amplification ring, she had still fallen to Zhao Yi, illuminating her own weaknesses, an acceptance she could not bear. Wait, I wish to face you once more. Zhao Yi turned back, a mysterious blush coloring his cheeks. Here? That might not be appropriate. The floor is too hard. Perhaps we could return to my room. Before he could finish his sentence, Li Qinglian charged at him in a furious roar, yet the moment her attack commenced, it was destined for failure. As she lunged forward, the lewd expression Zhao Yi had worn vanished, effortlessly blocking her assault while his other fist coiled, ready to strike. Just as Zhao Yi intended to teach Li Qinglian a lesson, a knock resounded at the door. It was time for dinner. Boom. Zhao Yi hastily redirected her aggression, delivering a punch to the nearby training equipment. Consider it a reprieve, courtesy of my godmother. Do not be ungrateful. With that parting remark, Zhao Yi exited the training room. Li Qinglian, still shaken, took a while to regain her composure. Instinctively, she approached the training equipment, glancing at it to find it unscathed, and could not help but let out a soft huff. So, it It was merely an attempt to intimidate me. He is not as formidable after all. Li Qinglian murmured to herself before turning to leave the training room. Chapter 9. A brother's sacrifice. Zhao Yi, having just taken a refreshing bath, eagerly made his way to the dining hall, only to discover that the lavish feast he had anticipated was replaced by a mere bowl of plain noodle soup. "Is today a vegetarian day, dear godmother?" he inquired. No sooner had the words left his lips than he noticed a serious-looking middle-aged man, clad in glasses, emerging from the kitchen, balancing a plate of pickled vegetables in his hands. "Sit down and eat," he commanded, never once casting a glance in Zhao Yi's direction. Once the man departed, Zhao Yi surmised his identity. "Ah, godmother's husband has returned. It seems I am not particularly favored here." Despite this realization, Zhao Yi shrugged it off. The plain noodle soup, though uninspiring, was certainly preferable to the extravagant meals of the previous days that had left him mourning the depletion of his mental fortitude. He finished his meal in haste and retreated to the restroom. As soon as he closed the door, he overheard voices from above. "Jiqiang, you cannot treat him so differently. We are upstairs enjoying a feast while Zhao Yi is left alone with just plain rice." "Humph. Wang Zhini, how can you even say that? I returned from a business trip only to find my daughter mistreated in this manner. Is Zhao Yi even your child? Your blatant favoritism is unacceptable. If I discover this happening again, I shall expel you." Li Jiqiang's thunderous shout plunged the upstairs into silence. Perhaps he had not anticipated that Zhao Yi, in this acoustically transparent restroom, would overhear the entire exchange. "This is the feeling of being under another's roof," Zhao Yi mused. "It seems I must expedite my martial arts examination to escape this place and spare my godmother further distress." He fished out his phone just as a call from Zhou Qinyan came through. "Hello, how did you know I was about to call? Cut the small talk. I went to great lengths to obtain the information you seek. Hurry and meet me at bed 16 on the 6th floor of the People's Hospital." "Why are we meeting at a hospital?" Zhou Qinyan offered no explanation before hanging up, as the rain began to fall outside. Zhao Yi had just reached the entrance when he heard footsteps approaching. "Zhao Yi, it's raining outside. Where are you going?" "Godmother, I intend to take advantage of the rain for a run. Please don't worry about me. At least take an umbrella." Before Wang Zhini could finish her sentence, Zhao Yi had dashed out the door, and Li Jiqiang descended from upstairs. "See, no matter how well you treat him, he is but a thankless wretch. I warn you once more, if he causes any further delays for Liani, you will have to answer for it." In no time, Zhao Yi hailed a taxi and arrived at the People's Hospital, locating bed 16. "What on earth happened to you?" "Oh, it's nothing. Just a minor injury from training," he replied dismissively. "Let us not dwell on that. Here is all the information you wanted." Zhou Qinyan produced his phone and sent Zhao Yi a meticulously crafted chart. It not only listed the names of all the registered participants, but also included accompanying details that were astonishingly thorough. "Excellent work, Qinyan. You have truly come to my aid," Zhao Yi exclaimed, excitedly embracing Zhou Qinyan once again, who could not help but gasp in surprise. "What's wrong? Your injury seems rather peculiar." Zhao Yi, disregarding the opposition, lifted the medical gown of Zhou Qinyan's. It was only then that he discovered that Zhou Qinyan's bore a dozen or so bandaged wounds, none of which were bleeding, clearly the result of fists and feet. What on earth had transpired? Had he been bullied even after attending the international school? "I shall confront those rascals immediately." In the past, at the second high school, Zhao Yi was Zhou Qinyan's pillar of support. If Zhou Qinyan's had been beaten to such a state, Zhao Yi would undoubtedly seek retribution for his brother. "Do not be agitated. Things are not as they seem," Zhou Qinyan's interjected, gathering his thoughts to explain the circumstances. Upon receiving Zhao Yi's call, he had initially believed that leveraging his father's connections would easily procure the necessary information. However, he soon realized that this particular special selection was of great significance, and neither his father nor anyone else could disclose any related information. Zhou Qinyan's understood that this was Zhao Yi's only opportunity to participate in the martial arts examination. He had assumed an alias and infiltrated the training center, effectively serving as a human punching bag. "So all the data collected was from you enduring their blows?" Tears welled in Zhao Yi's eyes, prompting Zhou Qinyan's to smile and pat his shoulder reassuringly. "Brother, do not think I have suffered in vain. In fact, this covert infiltration has proven quite beneficial for me." "What do you mean?" "After returning, I underwent testing and awakened a certain talent that enables me to enhance my physical resilience while precisely calculating my opponent's maximum damage. However, the instructor mentioned that I have not yet formally become a martial artist. My talent has not fully manifested, and only then will I glimpse its complete form. I have not suffered after all." Gazing at Zhou Qinyan's bittersweet smile, Zhao Yi fought back the tears threatening to spill over. "Qinyan's, I shall not say more. In this selection, I will return every injury you have endured upon them." Zhao Yi, I trust your prowess in competition, but there is one more thing you must heed. Zhao Kunyans opened a nearby drawer and retrieved 2 metallic rings. Are these enhancement rings? Ah, so you are familiar with them. That is fortunate. It is said that many participants have secretly brought these trinkets into the selection, so you must be cautious. Observing the concern etched on Zhao Kunyans' face, Zhao Yi solemnly patted his shoulder. Rest assured, Kunyans, even if it is solely for you, I will not be defeated by those cheating scoundrels. Bed 16. It's time for a dressing change. The nurse entered, prompting Zhao Yi to bid farewell to Zhao Kunyans as he exited the hospital. While seated in the taxi on his way back, Zhao Yi gazed intently at the list in his hands, which bore numerous familiar names. Once at the second high school, they had constituted the main force that bullied Zhao Kunyans, and now, having performed poorly academically, they were compelled to tread the path of special selection. Just wait. You bunch of worthless fools. The path of special selection is not one that everyone can traverse. After dining, Li Qinglian intended to practice surreptitiously. However, upon entering the training room and settling onto the equipment, he was startled by a sudden cacophony of collapse. What on earth is happening? Wang Zhini, hearing the commotion, hurriedly opened the door, only to find Li Qinglian amidst a heap of debris, who immediately rushed forward to embrace her. Are you all right, Qinglian? Mom. I'm fine, Li Qinglian replied dismissively, yet her mind lingered on Zhao Yi's earlier punch. Could it be that a single blow was sufficient to bring down the entire training room? Surely, it cannot be that exaggerated. I have mentioned several times that if you wish to practice, you should seek a private coach outside. What is the purpose of cluttering the house with such distractions? It's utterly noisy. Is this another of your schemes involving that Zhao Yi? I genuinely wonder if he is your illegitimate child. Li Jiqiang, roused from his afternoon nap by the disturbance, appeared at the doorway, his unfiltered demeanor catching the attention of Zhao Yi, who had just entered. Chapter 10. A transaction. Wang Zhini gazed at Li Jiqiang with an expression of disbelief. Li Jiqiang, what are you talking about? Are you really starting to doubt our relationship? Have you been blind to my contributions to this family over the years? Li Jiqiang, realizing his words had been somewhat indiscreet, nonetheless felt it beneath him to apologize as the head of the household. Am I mistaken? What kind of mother prioritizes the children of outsiders over her own? Just then, the young man appeared, and Li Jiqiang stormed toward Zhao Yi, his eyes ablaze with fury. Wang Zhini immediately stepped in front of Zhao Yi. If you have an issue, direct it at me. It has nothing to do with the children. Are you defending him now? This is quite the revelation. Let me see you protect him. Li Jiqiang's anger surged, and he raised his hand to strike. However, his blow never landed. Zhao Yi had seized his wrist with a firm grip. Let go, you little brat. Li Jiqiang, despite being an adult male, found himself outmatched by Zhao Yi, a budding martial artist. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead as pain shot through his arm, making him feel as if it might break. Release him, Zhao Yi. I assume you don't wish to escalate this matter. Li Qinglian interjected, unable to bear the sight. Zhao Yi relented, loosening his grip. Li Jiqiang grimaced in pain, his hand feeling almost non-existent. Unable to contain his frustration, he pointed an accusatory finger at Zhao Yi. How dare you lay a hand on me in my own home? Do you even know who the rightful head of this household is? The head of the household is indeed you, but it is unfortunate that I never expected such pettiness from you. Li Jiqiang's retort was cut short as Zhao Yi stepped forward, locking eyes with him. Am I wrong? My godmother cares for her friend's children with such dedication. How could she treat her own family any less? You dare question my godmother? Do you even consider yourself a man? Although Li Jiqiang felt anger rise within him, he found himself speechless, for Zhao Yi spoke the truth. Due to the nature of his work, he was often away for months at a time, leaving Wang Zhini to shoulder the burden of caring for Li Qinglian. Had it not been for Li Qinglian's demonstrated talent in martial arts upon entering middle school, it is likely that Li Jiqiang would have continued to neglect the mother and daughter. Yet, the pride of being the head of the household prevented Li Jiqiang from yielding. He quickly shifted the topic. You, with your youthful bravado, seem quite knowledgeable. If you're so capable, why are you living in my house? Zhao Yi detected the underlying sarcasm, but remained unfazed. The only reason I am here is out of respect for my godmother. Besides, my presence here brings you only benefits, not drawbacks. Once I ascend to the ranks of a warrior, your Li family will become the first household in this region to cultivate a warrior. At that moment, you will likely be overwhelmed with joy, won't you? Li Jiqiang, taken aback by these words, soon wore a contemptuous smile. Did I hear you correctly? You dare to dream of becoming a warrior? What? You don't believe me? Humph. I wager that not only will you fail to become a warrior, but you might find it exceedingly difficult to even pass the special selection. Zhao Yi, having put forth considerable effort, finally baited Li Jiqiang, who immediately retorted. Since you look down upon me so much, do you dare to wager with me? Wager on what? If I succeed in the special selection, I shall enjoy free accommodation until the day I pass the martial examination, during which you must refrain from losing your temper with my godmother. Li Jiqiang had not once regarded Zhao Yi with any seriousness, and this time was no exception. He pointed to the light above, declaring with conviction, "Listen well. If you manage to pass the special talent selection, I will move out. But if you fail, you and your dear godmother must leave. It's a deal." Li Jiqiang scoffed and turned to ascend the stairs, while Wang Zhini remained behind, somewhat lost in thought. "Godmother, please come to my room first." Wang Zhini nodded gently. Once inside, they closed the door. "Godmother, why have you never told me about the situation between you and your husband before coming here?" Seeing Zhao Yi's concerned gaze, Wang Zhini felt a surge of emotion. "My dear, these matters are for adults. I kept it from you to spare you additional stress. Besides, isn't it quite normal for an old couple to bicker?" After Wang Zhini spoke, she noticed that Zhao Yi was still looking at her with serious intent. "Godmother, I am no longer a child. You cannot deceive me about this. What is truly happening?" Wang Zhini sighed, then murmured, "Since you insist on knowing, I shall tell you." The love story between Wang Zhini and Li Jiqiang resembled a tale from a storybook, a romantic narrative of a wealthy merchant's son and a young scholar coming together. At that time, Wang Zhini naively believed that she would grow old with Li Jiqiang, nurtured by their love. However, shortly after the birth of Li Qinglian, Li Jiqiang's attitude toward Wang Zhini soured increasingly, ultimately using work as an excuse to avoid returning home, resulting in the couple rarely seeing each other throughout the year. Wang Zhini did not dwell on it, trusting Li Jiqiang's words completely, until one day she stumbled upon him with another woman. "He cheated?" Zhao Yi exclaimed in anger. Yet Wang Zhini appeared to have come to terms with it, smiling as she nodded. "It was not merely infidelity. We had a fierce argument at that time. And later I realized the purpose behind his actions." After their quarrel, Li Jiqiang laid his cards on the table with Wang Zhini, revealing that he never truly loved her. He had married her, believing that their exemplary genes would produce offspring with innate martial prowess. However, the birth of Li Qinglian shattered Li Jiqiang's beautiful dream, while simultaneously placing pressure on him from the family. In order to inherit the family fortune, Li Jiqiang was compelled to seek love elsewhere. In simpler terms, my marriage with Li Jiqiang was merely a transaction. Once Qinglian was deemed lacking in martial arts talent, this transaction was effectively concluded. It is not just my plight. In this world that reveres martial prowess, stories like ours unfold daily. Wang Zhini wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and turned her gaze toward Zhao Yi. "The truth is, my motivation for bringing you back is rooted in my own selfishness. I do not believe that the talent you possess will inexplicably vanish. I simply do not wish to see you squander your life. Do you understand?" "Auntie, I understand, and I will strive to do my best," Zhao Yi replied earnestly. Meanwhile, Li Qinglian, who was eavesdropping outside the door, wore an expression of utter astonishment. Chapter 11. The assessment approaches. Was I merely a product of this so-called transaction? No wonder I had seldom seen my father over the years. Li Qinglian returned to her room, a hollow look in her eyes, gazing at what was once a warm sanctuary, now feeling so foreign. In a daze, memories of her private tutor's words resurfaced in her mind. "Qinglian, your talent is indeed remarkable. You simply do not know how to harness it. For instance, this enhancement ring. If it were given to an ordinary person, they would lack the qualifications to utilize it. Do you understand? If you come to this realization, you may find me at this address." Li Qinglian opened her drawer, and a business card slipped from her diary. She stared at the unfamiliar address and, in an instant, resolved to take action. Zhao Yi, after much persuasion, finally managed to soothe Wang Zhini's troubled spirit. He returned to his bed, where the thunderstorm outside mirrored the tumult within their family. He had thought that living under someone else's roof and enduring their whims was challenging enough, but he never anticipated that this temporary refuge would not last long. Zhao Yi gave a self-deprecating smile and tapped his forehead. Sitting cross-legged, he closed his eyes and focused, realizing that if he wished to alter his circumstances, he could rely solely on the system. "System, come forth and speak." He called out. "Hello?" Despite Zhao Yi's persistent entreaties, the system remained unresponsive, prompting him to recall its inherently rebellious nature. He then slapped himself lightly. "Ding, rebellious system activated. You really are insufferable." Zhao Yi thought bitterly, knowing the system could hear him, yet he continued to speak. He opened the system panel. Host, Zhao Yi. Strength, pre-ascendant martial artist attributes, martial, 0, soul, 7, blood, 8, intelligence, 9, strength, 7, speed, 7, chi, 7, essence, 5, total, 48. Martial arts inheritance feature activated, remaining abilities unknown. Zhao Yi noted that Following a fierce battle with the cheating Li Qinglian, his vitality had increased. As for the martial arts inheritance feature, he had not explored it much. He reached out and tapped, causing countless golden figures to appear in the air, moving with precision and vigor. Wait, this posture seems familiar. Is this the sunflower finger? That's the five elements fist. Zhao Yi felt a surge of excitement. In his previous life, he had been an avid martial arts enthusiast, having consumed countless novels, dramas, and films on the subject. Congratulations, host has activated martial arts inheritance feature. The list of transferable martial arts is as follows. Before Zhao Yi appeared a lineup of names, all of which were well-known martial arts from novels. Currently, only the sunflower finger was illuminated, while the others remained dim. This system isn't entirely disappointing. At least it provided a usable function. Zhao Yi felt a sense of satisfaction and fell into a deep slumber, unaware of the immense potential the activated feature held. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhao Yi was abruptly awakened by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Here it comes. He opened the door to find Wang Zhini rushing in. Is Qinglian in your room? What's wrong, godmother? Oh dear, you have me worried. Look at this. Zhao Yi reached out to take the note that Wang Zhini handed over, instantly comprehending the situation. The note was left by Li Qinglian, expressing her sentiment that remaining in this household had lost its charm, and she had resolved to pursue her martial arts journey in her own manner. Godmother, don't fret. Let us first contact her friends in school. All right, I admit I'm a bit anxious. I'll do that right away. Wang Zhini murmured to herself as she returned to her room with her phone in hand. Zhao Yi, too, felt a headache coming on. Hours later, Wang Zhini confirmed that she had indeed lost contact with her daughter. Li Jiqiang had left the villa after a heated argument and was now missing, leaving only Zhao Yi and Wang Zhini in the vast house. Godmother, it's all my fault. If I hadn't acted that way today, perhaps I wouldn't have driven Qinglian away. At this juncture, Wang Zhini had already stepped back from the situation, encouraging Zhao Yi with a smile. What nonsense are you speaking? Although the outcome is unfortunate, the fault does not lie with you. Besides, you are about to participate in the selection. So don't dwell on this matter. If Qinglian has come to terms with everything, she will surely contact me. Zhao Yi patted her face, realizing that he indeed needed to prioritize the selection. Rest assured, godmother, I will give my all in the selection. In the days that followed, Zhao Yi trained diligently, his body continuously strengthening under rigorous training. Now, not only could he enhance himself passively, but he could also regulate his vital energy with heightened concentration. Despite being limited to 3 uses each day, Zhao Yi was quite content. Even with Wang Zhini providing lavish meals, Zhao Yi noticed no decline in his mental state. Deepening his understanding of the system, it appeared that the system was not as rigid as he had thought. Good fortune was near. Before long, the day of the assessment arrived. Wang Zhini drove him to the evaluation site. Here we are. Upon disembarking, Zhao Yi observed that the location seemed somewhat desolate, with only this building in sight. Godmother, are we in the right place? We are indeed. It is said that for confidentiality reasons, the assessment point was chosen in this abandoned prison, so there is nothing to fear. Wang Zhini reassured Zhao Yi with a smile as they passed through security and entered the prison. The once barren structure had been transformed, resembling a gymnasium, with a massive boxing ring at its center and a considerable number of spectators already taking their seats around the arena. This area is for the competitors. The audience must go over there. As they approached the venue, a middle-aged man wearing a referee badge stepped forward to stop Wang Zhini. Godmother, please head to the audience section and wait to watch my performance. All right, don't be nervous. I believe in you. After watching Wang Zhini depart, a middle-aged man with a referee badge approached him. As a venue referee, it is imperative that all participants undergoing assessment must submit to a medical examination to prevent any instances of doping or cheating. Do you understand? The examination area is located to the side. Please form an orderly queue and adhere to the regulations. Zhao Yi followed the direction indicated by the referee, only to discover a long line forming outside a small building. He proceeded towards it, completely unaware that he had already drawn the attention of others. Hey, look at that kid. Who is he? One voice exclaimed. Isn't that Zhao Yi? I heard he dropped out of the second high school. What is he doing here? No wonder Zhou Kunyan disguised himself to come here for a beating. It was all for him. Chapter 12, A Taste? Zhong Hongguan, with his arms crossed, stood on the viewing platform, watching Zhao Yi pass by with a smug expression. Behind him stood Lu Zhuo and Ding Hao. The 3 of them had once reigned supreme at number 2 high school, bullying many, but when it came to Zhou Kunyan, they encountered Zhao Yi, a formidable obstacle. At that time, Zhao Yi was the brightest prodigy in number 2 high school, the most dazzling presence in the eyes of both teachers and students. And they had no choice but to back down. Little did they expect that just a few months later, the tides would turn. and the once great talent would find himself in the same boat as them. Boss, look at that kid. He doesn't seem to be heading towards the line for the health check, does he? Should I follow him? Ding Hao suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhong Hongguan nodded. Go ahead. If there's a chance, be sure to greet him properly. Ding Hao understood, sneering quietly as he stealthily trailed behind Zhao Yi. Indeed, Zhao Yi did not head for the queue, but instead turned into a nearby safety passage. Once inside, he confirmed he was alone before retrieving a pack of women's cigarettes. Though he claimed to be unconcerned, upon arrival, Zhao Yi realized he was still somewhat anxious. Given the scale and preparation of the event, this special talent selection was no trivial matter. It had to be quite formal. He wondered if his training over the past few days would suffice. After all, every bit counts. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. As Zhao Yi lit a cigarette, his mind replayed the system's notifications. Your lungs are suffering damage. Hazard level 1. Health value 0. 3. Ding Hao, having followed him, initially cast a fleeting glance without much thought, but soon he sensed something was amiss. Wait, who smokes like that? 3 puffs, and 1 gets lung cancer. Besides, he never smoked when we were at number 2 high school. There's definitely something wrong. Ding Hao watched as Zhao Yi smoked as if it were mere water, draining one cigarette with a single breath before immediately reaching for another. Within minutes, Zhao Yi had consumed half the pack. Not daring to raise an alarm, Ding Hao quietly returned to Zhong Hongguan's side. Here's the situation, boss. I think that kid is acting suspiciously. Zhong Hongguan refrained from rushing to conclusions, but Lu Xue interjected coldly. The clever fool. He may deceive others, but not me. I've heard that many have resorted to using stimulants for this selection, and he is definitely on something. Upon hearing this, Ding Hao became agitated. No wonder he seeks out secluded spots to smoke. It turns out he is up to no good. What do you think we should do, boss? Zhong Hongguan stroked his chin, quickly formulating a plan. Here's the deal. When he goes to line up for the health check, I understand, boss. That's a brilliant idea. Ding Hao exclaimed before disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi rapidly consumed several packs of cigarettes, barely managing to increase his health value by 20. Last-minute preparations may not be perfect, but I've done my best. Zhao Yi murmured to himself as he joined the queue for the health check. After a brief moment, it was his turn. The medical examiner glanced at Zhao Yi, fixating on the documents in hand. Is this Zhao Yi? Indeed. Come forth for your examination and utilize all of this equipment. Zhao Yi, without much thought, observed the array of ordinary devices before him, including a fitness test apparatus, a dynamometer, and a treadmill. However, upon engaging with the equipment, he effortlessly shattered records in each category without exerting much effort. Young man, your performance has outstripped the second place by a staggering 2 miles. Impressive, the examiner chuckled, giving Zhao Yi a pat on the shoulder, to which Zhao Yi sheepishly scratched his head. Perhaps I am simply having an extraordinary day. I am not usually this capable. Zhao Yi felt a wave of unarticulated distress. He had prepared himself mentally for the occasion, hoping merely to pass without any issues. Yet he found himself unable to restrain his prowess. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Ding Hao emerged from the side. Examiner, as a fellow candidate in this selection process, I am entitled to express my suspicion that Zhao Yi has illicitly employed performance-enhancing substances. I request a urine test for him. At this declaration, Zhao Yi once again became the center of attention, but the gazes directed at him were filled with skepticism. Isn't this quite the opportunity for you? Speak up more. Zhao Yi felt a twinge of gratitude toward Ding Hao, yet their long acquaintance led him to suspect that Ding Hao was up to no good. Thus, he retorted, Ding Hao, do you possess any evidence to support your claim? Evidence? Do you even need it? You yourself admitted you aren't usually this formidable, and I just saw you sneak away to a secluded spot. What were you up to? Ding Hao pressed on. If your conscience is clear, why fear a urine test? Zhao Yi understood Ding Hao's intent to provoke him and scoffed. Am I to fear such baseless allegations? Examiner, I am willing to undergo the investigation and the urine test, but I demand that this liar accompany me, so that I may prove my innocence on the spot. Very well, follow me, the examiner replied, procuring a urine test cup before leading both Zhao Yi and Ding Hao to the restroom. Now, urinate. The results will be available shortly, within 10 minutes. As Zhao Yi received the cup from the examiner, he hesitated, his hands lingering without action. What is the matter? Can't you go? If not, drink some water. Not that. Examiner, it's just. I feel rather shy being watched by you gentlemen. Zhao Yi, who had previously been so resolute, found himself lacking the courage to undress in front of men. This is something you must overcome. Once you step out of my line of sight, I cannot ensure the integrity of your urine sample. Zhao Yi understood the reasoning, yet he felt too embarrassed to proceed, which greatly frustrated Ding Hao. Zhao Yi, stop stalling. Who would be interested in your minuscule specimen anyway? Ding Hao's words ignited Zhao Yi's temper, causing him to turn and glare at Ding Hao. Am I merely a minuscule specimen? What a joke. I, Zhao Yi, am known as the Little Prince of the second middle school's canon, capable of reaching an impressive 25 centimeters at my peak. I fear that if I were to remove my trousers, I might frighten you. Ding Hao, naturally, did not believe such nonsense. He merely wished for Zhao Yi to undergo a urine test promptly, leading to disqualification. You truly are boastful. 25 centimeters? Do you think you're a donkey's penis? What if I were to remove my trousers and actually possess such length? If so, I would consume it on the spot. Very well, it's a deal. Upon saying this, Zhao Yi began to unfasten his trousers, intently channeling all his vitality. My goodness, you are quite impressive. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of the Wheel King? The health inspector cast a fleeting glance, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment, as did Ding Hao, whose face was a portrait of shock. What's the matter? Shall we fetch a ruler to measure it? Have you lost your voice? Well, if you're willing to bet, then let us see it. Chapter 13. Verbal assaults count as attacks. Ding Hao found himself restrained by Zhao Yi, his head being pressed down, and his face flushed with indignation. Suddenly, he broke free from Zhao Yi's grasp and delivered a resounding slap to his own face. Zhao Yi, you are truly ruthless. I shall await your struggle with the medical examination. Once he departed, Zhao Yi finally released the pent-up energy within him and swiftly submitted his urine sample to the medical examiner. He casually occupied a chair outside the examination room. And after 15 minutes, the examiner returned with the report. Well, how did it go, examiner? Did this fellow indulge in an abundance of stimulants? Ding Hao inquired eagerly, but the examiner approached him with a stern expression. Zhao Yi's medical report is entirely normal. As this is your first offense, I shall let it slide. However, should you dare to speak so recklessly again, we will revoke your qualifications. The examiner tossed the report at Ding Hao, who stood there in disbelief. How can this be? I distinctly saw you. Should you dare to stalk me again, I will ensure you lose your eyesight. Zhao Yi declared menacingly before turning to leave. Meanwhile, the large screen within the gymnasium began to roll with activity. Ding Hao appeared before his companions, dejected, clutching the medical report. Why do you look so glum? How did it go? Boss, I've messed up, Ding Hao admitted. Upon hearing the details, Zhong Hongguan was not surprised. Perhaps you were merely being overly suspicious. But boss, that guy nearly compelled me to kneel and kiss his. I simply cannot swallow this humiliation, Ding Hao exclaimed, striking the wall in frustration. Zhong Hongguan chuckled upon witnessing this. This can be easily resolved. Just wait a moment, and I shall ensure you have the opportunity to teach him a lesson on the arena, allowing you to vent your frustrations. He patted Ding Hao on the shoulder and departed. In the preparation phase, Zhao Yi stood alone, exhibiting little anxiety. After the earlier fiasco, he realized that many individuals were as superficial as Ding Hao. The true concern lay with the names listed on the roster. As the scrolling on the big screen halted, Zhao Yi searched for his name. Li Xiao, he noted, reputedly from Guangming No. 3 Middle School, infamous for his brawling during school days. Indeed, a formidable adversary awaited him. Zhao Yi perused information on Li Xiao from his phone. At this juncture, aside from his formidable physique honed by the system's rigorous training, he had only recently acquired the sunflower pointing technique. Whether this technique would prove effective remained uncertain. He was entering combat for the first time. Oh heavens, grant me your favor. The order of combat had been established, and in the spectator section, numerous individuals clad in formal attire began to take their seats. Their gazes were piercing, akin to spotlights scanning all present competitors. Zhao Yi glanced at the audience, a slight smile gracing his lips. If his assumptions were correct, they were likely representatives from various schools, present specifically to scout talent. Please do not select me. That would spell disaster. Due to the existence of the rebellious system, Zhao Yi's utmost desire was to secure a commendable 29th place in the selection process. He harbored no doubt that if he garnered even a modicum of attention, the throngs of spectators would erupt in cheers, and the system would undoubtedly deplete his mental points entirely. Ladies and gentlemen, the special selection adopts a one-on-one arena battle format, granting each participant 2 opportunities to take the stage. The outcomes of the matches will be classified into victories, defeats, and draws, with the top 30 competitors successfully passing the assessment. In the first match, Zhao Yi faced off against Ding Hao, and the contestants were summoned to prepare for entry. The referee had completed the announcements, and Ding Hao swiftly ascended the arena, while Zhao Yi remained conspicuously absent. Where could the other contender be? Surely he isn't too timid to step onto the stage? Such cowardice before even entering the arena is indicative of an unworthy competitor. As doubts about Zhao Yi echoed from the sidelines, he wore an expression of sheer enjoyment. You are being scorned by the crowd. Mental 50. Yes, bring it on. This is the feeling I relish. Just as Zhao Yi reveled in his inner delight, the system's voice resounded once more. You are being encouraged. Mental 3, Zhao Yi turned around and locked eyes with Wang Zhini in the stands. Seeing the glimmer of hope in her gaze, he instinctively nodded. Rest assured, I shall emerge victorious. With a smile, Zhao Yi made his way onto the stage at the last moment. The rules of this arena match were unregulated. Failing to rise within 10 seconds after being knocked down, being thrown off the stage, or voluntarily surrendering would all constitute a loss. Is that clear? Zhao Yi nodded. Ding Hao's gaze was menacing as he charged forward. Eager to take a swing, are we? I should have satisfied you from the sidelines earlier. Utilizing agile footwork, Zhao Yi effortlessly dodged Ding Hao's onslaught while not forgetting to taunt him. Here, my friend, is an arena. It's a contest of fists, not of words. If you're brave, stand your ground. Humph, if I don't run, should I merely stand still and take a beating? Zhao Yi scoffed and began to circle Ding Hao in the arena. No matter how Ding Hao altered his offensive strategies and routes, he could not land a single hit on Zhao Yi. Throughout this time, Zhao Yi continued to mock Ding Hao. Ding Hao, why do you think your father has the surname Ding? Is he perhaps quite interested in taking a swing as well? By the way, Ding Hao, why not change your name to Dingri? It sounds rather melodious when split into Ding Eco. Ding Hao's face flushed with heat, akin to a boiling teapot, and Zhao Yi even noticed steam rising from above his head. Referee, I am reporting this. This scoundrel has been persistently disrupting me with his verbal trash talk. Ding Hao, his face a mask of fury, pointed at Zhao Yi and sought assistance from the referee. Referee, I believe this is unfair. Verbal assault can certainly be considered a form of attack, can it? If this contestant cannot endure it, he might as well concede defeat. Zhao Yi expressed his viewpoint with unwavering composure, and even the referee appeared to be at a loss. The crowd erupted in a chorus of boos, as those in attendance were primarily the parents of the competitors, eager to witness a thrilling contest rather than this tedious display. His assertion held merit. Employing verbal assaults in the ring was indeed not against the rules. However, since the match was scored, Ding Hao, consistently taking the offensive, would accrue base points with each strike he initiated. Should one choose to evade combat continuously, a loss would be inevitable after 3 rounds. The referee was not deceitful. The comprehensive rules were clearly outlined on the large screen. An active attacker would earn 1 point for initiating an attack, 3 points if successful, 5 points for knocking down an opponent, and 10 points for concluding the match. While I understand this, one cannot allow him to exploit the rules to his advantage excessively. By your logic, I too could be considered as initiating an offensive. Chapter 14, The Dragon's Charge. In front of everyone, Zhao Yi placed his hands on his hips and thrust his waist forward towards Ding Hao with fervor, even feeling the need to push a few more times. What kind of move is this? Do you not understand, referee? This is the Dragon's Charge. The referee's expression darkened upon hearing this, while many female spectators blushed, and the male spectators began to engage in animated discussions. The atmosphere gradually became lively, with laughter echoing throughout the arena, though Ding Hao's face turned an alarming shade of purple. For everyone present, except for the medical examiner, only Ding Hao comprehended the underlying implications of Zhao Yi's seemingly lewd gestures. Zhao Yi, I will not let this go. Getting anxious, are we? Come at me then. As Ding Hao reached a boiling point, ready to strike back, the referee rang the bell. Time's up. The first round is over. Both contestants, please return to your corners to rest. Zhao Yi strolled back to his corner, hands behind his back, resembling a retired elder, while Ding Hao remained silent, seething with rage. What is wrong with you? Why so angry? Although Lu Zhu recognized Zhao Yi's deliberate provocation, he did not find it particularly embarrassing. As the leader, Zhong Hongguan had been observing from the sidelines and now quietly inquired, Ding Hao, what exactly happened when you acted alone earlier? This impulsiveness is not like you. Ding Hao was candid with his 2 brothers about everything, yet the events that transpired in the restroom were too difficult for him to articulate. Thus, he could only shake his head. Boss, grievances have their sources. Don't worry, I will successfully eliminate this scoundrel. Ding ding ding. The referee rang the bell once more, and the 2 contestants returned to the center of the ring. I announce, the second round begins. As soon as the referee finished announcing, Zhao Yi began to retreat in quick succession, but Ding Hao was undeterred, charging forth like an enraged bull, rampaging across the ring. Hey, are you out of your mind? Who charges with their head? I didn't mean for you to act like a bull. Are you deaf? Although Zhao Yi was fleeing, his verbal assault remained sharp. Ding Hao, however, paid no heed. He had plugged his ears with earplugs before stepping onto the stage to deal with Zhao Yi. With a swift stride, Ding Hao unleashed a powerful whip kick aimed directly at Zhao Yi. Oh no! Zhao Yi realized he could not evade this and could only clasp his hands in front of him for protection. Ding Hao launches an effective attack, adding 4 points. The referee shouted immediately, and Zhao Yi seized the opportunity to retreat to a safe distance, glancing at the big screen. At this moment, Ding Hao had accumulated 6 points, while he only had 1. Get in there, kid. You've grown so tall for nothing. You're really pathetic. If I had a son like you, I'd have choked him to death long ago. The audience, witnessing Zhao Yi's retreat, could not help but voice their disdain. Zhao Yi, however, paid it no mind. His system interface was steadily increasing his mental value, and he could hardly contain his joy. What a bunch of fools. I intend to fully utilize the 3 rounds to accumulate more spirit points and then defeat my opponent in the final seconds. It is not yet time to make my move. Zhao Yi continued to maneuver, creating distance. Although no one held high hopes for him, Wang Zhini in the audience remained steadfastly confident. Zhao Yi will surely succeed. His expression exudes confidence, indicating he possesses his own strategies. Wang Zhini murmured to himself when suddenly another person took a seat beside him. What can this coward possibly do? He must be trying to delay until the last moment to secure a draw. I don't understand what you see in this kid. Wang Zhini turned his head and locked eyes with Li Jiqiang's disdainful gaze. What brings you here? I initially had no intention of coming, but the relevant authorities provided us with a few tickets. So I thought I would check out how this kid is going to embarrass you. Li Jiqiang reclined comfortably, hands behind his head, relishing the spectacle as if it were a grand film. Wang Zhini felt a surge of frustration, but could only silently cheer for Zhao Yi in his heart. Ding, ding, ding. Time is up. The second round has concluded. The referee once again pulled the unruly Ding Hao away, while Zhao Yi promptly returned to his corner at the sound of the bell. Do not worry. I have noticed that the kid's talent has yet to recover. He intends to stall for time to secure a draw with you. Upon returning to the ring, Lu Zhu adjusted his glasses and shared his perspective. I concur, thus. You possess a significant advantage and are currently leading Zhao Yi by a wide margin. Do not rush, simply maintain your lead. Ding Hao, realizing his substantial advantage, found his anger dissipating. Just before the conclusion of the second round, Ding Hao executed another effective attack, bringing the score to 10-1. Rest assured, boss. No matter what, I will not bring disgrace upon us. As for that kid, I will teach him a lesson once the selection is over. The bell for the third round rang, and this time Ding Hao stood opposite Zhao Yi but refrained from initiating an aggressive assault. What's wrong? Have you become timid? Or did your elder tell you to be more cautious while you were at the edge of the ring? Zhao Yi taunted once more. Though his words had lost their sting against Ding Hao now, he chuckled and shook his head. Zhao Yi, I finally comprehend your previous actions. You have been nothing but a paper tiger, all bluster and no substance. Now that I stand right here, why not take the initiative and attack? I might even let you have one. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi's gaze suddenly turned fierce. Is that a challenge? You genuinely want me to come at you? Go ahead. I have plenty of points. Well then, I shall, but perhaps it is not yet time. Witnessing Zhao Yi transform into a docile lamb, the audience erupted in boos, further solidifying Ding Hao's conviction that his thoughts were correct. The boss was right. You are deliberately stalling for time to secure a draw with me, are you not? Unfortunately for you, the score stands at 10-1. Your defeat is inevitable. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yi's face revealed a hint of embarrassment. So, my scheme has been unraveled by you all. Nevertheless, it matters not. I am adept at fully utilizing the rules, and now it is my turn to score. No sooner had she spoken than Ding Hao assumed a defensive stance, aware that he could not afford to be complacent. After all, a cornered rabbit may bite. Yet, he could hardly anticipate that Zhao Yi would exhibit even more timidity than a rabbit. She simply sat cross-legged on the ground and raised her middle finger at herself. What does this signify? An offensive gesture directed toward you. Although it seems my finger might be somewhat short, fret not. Just grant me a point. For I am not one to be greedy, hee. Upon Zhao Yi's declaration, Ding Hao glanced at the large screen, and indeed, the score transformed from 1-2. Chapter 15, A Narrow Victory Humph. Only a cowardly turtle like you could conceive such a scheme. Whatever, it's nearly a minute left, you want to catch up regardless. Ding Hao had thoroughly absorbed his previous experiences, and astonishingly, he began to mimic Zhao Yi, sitting cross-legged opposite him. Ah, the son learns quickly from the father. Under such circumstances, I shall impart a few more techniques to you. Zhao Yi spoke with an incessant flow, as if performing a solo comedy routine, dragging Ding Hao and his entire ancestral lineage into his tirade. The referee, unable to endure any longer, recognized that Zhao Yi's words contained no foul language, leaving him powerless to intervene. Time slipped away second by second, and a countdown appeared on the large screen. At this juncture, the referee understood Zhao Yi's intentions and eagerly anticipated the swift elimination of such an insufferable scoundrel. Zhao Yi's score had remained stagnant for quite some time. In the stands, Li Jiqiang was grinning from ear to ear, even pulling out his phone to record the moment for later enjoyment. Zhao Yi instantly became the target of collective disdain. Everyone wished for time to hasten, eager to see this obnoxious fellow depart. Was that fellow a masochist? The more he was insulted, the more invigorated he became. The referee was astonished to discover that not only did Zhao Yi thrive on the ridicule, but his face was also alight with a proud expression. Little did they know, the rebellious system in Zhao Yi's mind was surging with excitement. You are currently experiencing group ridicule, mental points, 99. You have endured excessive group ridicule. The system is temporarily inoperative. Goodness, even the system has crashed. These individuals truly detest me. But that shouldn't be the case. Could it be that this lad possesses such fortitude? Zhao Yi's actions were indeed a gamble. He wagered that Ding Hao would succumb to the temptation of engaging in combat in the final moments. The instant Ding Hao dared to approach, Zhao Yi would show no mercy. He intended to employ his newly acquired skill, the sunflower pointing technique, on Ding Hao. Hold on, Ding Hao. That fellow is merely foul-mouthed. Just endure, and you shall prevail. Lu Zhuo murmured nearby, while Zhong Hongguan wore a grave expression. The countdown dwindled to 10 seconds. Almost everyone, including the referee, believed the outcome was settled. On the large screen, Ding Hao held a commanding lead of 10 points over Zhao Yi's 5. It seemed the tournament was finally nearing its conclusion. Wait. Ding Hao launched another attack. Did he still seek to score? The referee exclaimed in surprise. Ding Hao could no longer restrain himself. He rose and charged towards Zhao Yi with all his might. You can insult me, but do not involve my family. Today, I shall make you pay dearly for your foul words. Upon witnessing Ding Hao's sprint, Zhao Yi's expression turned to one of disbelief. He tried to retreat, bracing himself against the ground, but soon found himself at the edge of the stage, with no room left to escape. Regretting now? Too late. Wait. That boy's expression appears somewhat peculiar as Ding Hao reached Zhao Yi, their eyes locked. And only then did he realize that Zhao Yi's initial astonishment had transformed into a steadfast and resolute gaze. As if he had finally awaited the moment to ensnare his prey. I have waited for so long, and you have finally arrived. Behold, the sunflower pointing finger. Zhao Yi struck with astonishing swiftness, a formidable force instantaneously coalescing at his fingertips, his eyes seeming to possess a penetrating gaze in that moment. He understood that the system had activated martial arts, and Zhao Yi dared not squander even the slightest fraction of time. First, he would block the central path, then seal the 3 routes below. With a sharp snap, Zhao Yi's fingers descended rapidly upon Ding Hao's giant gate and Chongmen acupoints, immediately retracting into his sleeves. His speed was such that even the cameras surrounding the arena failed to capture it, for at this moment, Zhao Yi was still obstructed by Ding Hao, ensconced within a blind spot. What is happening? Why can I not move? Ding Hao felt as if he were ensnared, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. Zhao Yi seized the moment, sending Ding Hao flying with a swift palm strike. Bang! Ding Hao crashed heavily to the ground. The tremendous impact instantly liberating his body from its constraints, and he sprang up fiercely. Referee, how is this to be adjudicated? Zhao Yi had incapacitated his opponent and knocked him off the stage, earning 11 points, while Ding Hao had only 10. You have lost. Although the referee found it difficult to accept this outcome, he had no choice but to acknowledge that at the critical juncture, Zhao Yi had indeed seized the opportunity to triumph against the odds. Marvelous. I knew he could achieve it. Wang Zhini in the stands finally relaxed his previously taut demeanor. Li Jiqiang, witnessing the event, could not help but scoff. Humph, this lad is merely fortunate. There is another match ahead, and I refuse to believe he can continue to evade scrutiny. Marvelous. I have won. I am so impressive. Odd. Why are you not applauding or cheering for me? Zhao Yi raised his hands in exuberance, his inquiry prompting the audience to nearly throw off their shoes in excitement. He was, of course, feigning ignorance, and soon enough, he heard the familiar sound. You have been scorned, Spirit 5. Splendid. Has the system successfully rebooted? I knew this sunflower pointing finger was extraordinary. The fleeting opportunity for action had passed, and since Zhao Yi could not reveal his intentions, he refrained from delivering a fatal blow. Thus, the sunflower pointing finger only rendered Ding Hao immobile for an instant, and upon landing, he immediately regained his freedom. Through this practical experience, Zhao Yi also learned that after enduring a powerful impact, the effects of the sunflower pointing finger could be effectively neutralized. Regardless, Zhao Yi's inaugural arena match had concluded, and he felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Ding Hao, with a face full of indignation, entered the resting area and knelt directly before Zhong Hongguan. Haozi, what are you doing? Get up at once. Boss, I know you used your connections to alter my match schedule. It was no small feat, and I can only blame myself for not seizing the opportunity. Zhong Hongwan chuckled as he helped Ding Hao to his feet, shaking his head with a sigh. It's all right. You were not entirely without merit. At the very least, you have made it clear that Zhao Yi is indeed a complete paper tiger. We must broaden our perspective and consider the matter of 3 individuals advancing. As for that scoundrel, once he encounters a true adversary, his true nature will be laid bare. Zhong Hongwan, accompanied by Ding Hao and Lu Zhua, began to tally the scores. After all, Zhao Yi had bestowed upon Ding Hao his first defeat, which was indeed disadvantageous for their small faction. Zhao Yi reclined languidly in her chair, exuding an air of tranquility, while the referee had already presented the results to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, how do you perceive this inaugural bout? Chairman Wang, I must speak candidly. Have all participants in this selection truly undergone proper screening? This inquiry resonated as the collective sentiment of the entire assembly, leaving Wang Wenjing visibly embarrassed. I can assure you that they have indeed been vetted. The earlier events took me by surprise as well. To prevent any potential underhandedness, I believe it is time to implement the final selection criterion. Chapter 16. The chaotic battle among many. Ladies and gentlemen, if you harbor any additional thoughts, feel free to express them. Upon finishing his words, Wang Wenjing felt the collective gaze of the entire presidium settle upon the elderly man with white hair seated nearby. The eyes of every individual reflected a profound reverence. Noticing this, the elder smiled and rose to his feet. Please, do not allow my presence to hinder your work. As for the implementation of special provisions, I have no objections. The selection of exceptional talents commenced 30 years ago and has since been passed down through generations. Throughout the years, I have encountered timid candidates and arrogant ones alike, but I must confess, I have never before witnessed such unabashed audacity. With this remark, the elder waved his hand, a flicker of impatience crossing his features. I trust that all members of the presidium will maintain vigilance and prevent such refuse from infiltrating our ranks. After all, those present should fully grasp the significance of the special talent selection for us. At this moment, Wang Wenjing felt an invisible weight pressing upon his shoulders, his thoughts drifting back to 30 years prior. At that time, the nation was solely engaged in martial examinations. The concept of special talent selection was non-existent. It was only after a catastrophic upheaval, which swept across the country 30 years ago, that the prevailing order was irrevocably altered. Wang Wenjing was still young then and lacked the qualifications to partake in the events. However, he later learned from first-hand accounts that even the mightiest warriors of the nation fell in the face of that calamity. These predecessors, through their blood and sacrifice, delivered a glimmer of hope to the world. Whenever catastrophe strikes, it heralds the dawn of tremendous opportunity. We, as martial artists, must exert every effort, even at the cost of our lives, to seize a fragment of hope from the ruins of disaster. Later, as Wang Wenjing entered the Martial Management Bureau, he gradually uncovered more intricate details. Although the calamity of that era claimed countless lives, those who survived returned with a collection of manuscripts known as martial arts techniques. Equipped with these texts, formidable warriors gradually emerged over the subsequent 30 years, revitalizing humanity as seemingly insurmountable struggle against ferocious beasts. Yet, the peril of the calamity was so great that relying solely on martial examinations for talent selection proved insufficient. Thus, the special talent selection was born in response to those dire circumstances. Xiao Wang, you have turned 50 this year. Have you not contemplated the prospect of advancement? After the meeting concluded, the elder approached Wang Wenjing and brought it up. Wang Wenjing promptly waved his hand in response. No need for pretense. In the realm of politics, who does not aspire for promotion? Perhaps your heart is willing, but your strength may fall short. The elder's succinct remark left Wang Wenjing with an awkward smile. Indeed, Bai Lao, advancement requires not only time, but also the selection of 3 or more talents from one's region. Otherwise, the contribution is insufficient for promotion. Xiao Wang, I bear unfortunate news for you. Recent personnel changes within the Martial Management Bureau may render this your final opportunity to preside over the special selection assessment. Take heed. With that, the elder patted Wang Wenjing on the shoulder and turned to leave. Bai Lao, allow me to see you off. No need. As he watched the elderly man with white hair board the vehicle and depart, Wang Wenjing's heart was a tumult of emotions. Having diligently labored in Huashan district for many years, he had only managed to promote 2 talents thus far. One of them had successfully ascended to the level of a master, while the other tragically met an untimely demise during a battle. Reflecting on this, Wang Wenjing let out a sigh. Could it be that after so many years of misfortune, fate would suddenly bestow upon me the opportunity to select 2 prodigies at once? He chuckled at his own jest. As the intermission came to an end, he rose and returned to the podium. Ladies and gentlemen, Before we commence the next round of the arena competition, I have an important announcement to make. I am Wang Wenjing, and many parents in Huashan District should be quite familiar with my face. This will be my final time presiding over the Special Talent Selection Assessment, as I will soon retire. However, I still have 2 quotas available for promotion, and I do not wish to squander them. Hence, I have decided to elevate the difficulty of this assessment. Upon hearing this declaration, the audience erupted into animated discussions. An increase in difficulty? What could that entail? Surely it would not transform a one-on-one contest into a chaotic free-for-all. If the difficulty is being raised, should not the arena itself be upgraded as well? How could such a lucrative opportunity remain unexploited by those outside the arena? Zhao Yi, who had been reclining comfortably in his chair, felt a rush of anxiety at the sudden announcement. With one victory already secured, he had believed his advancement was virtually assured. Yet, this unexpected news caused him to tumble from his seat. Look at that fellow, startled into immobility. Indeed, I support Chairman Wang's decision. This will certainly expose many pretenders. The contestants who had just witnessed the first round of the assessment expressed their disdain and contempt for Zhao Yi. He remained unfazed as his mental acuity surged, and he began contemplating the upcoming challenge. Could this old man be deliberately targeting me? I have no enmity with him. On the stands, Wang Zhini turned pale upon hearing these words, unable to suppress her murmurs. What does an increase in difficulty mean? What else could it signify? Chairman Wang clearly disdains those like Zhao Yi, who thrive on deceit. The day of reckoning for the pretenders is upon us. Li Jiqiang was so elated that he nearly leaped from his spot. In his view, there was no way Zhao Yi would surpass this hurdle. Following Wang Wenjing's announcement of the implementation of special regulations, numerous staff members appeared in the arena. Seizing the opportunity presented by the upgrade of the arena, Wang Zhini approached Zhao Yi in the resting area. Godmother, what brings you here? I came because I was worried about you. My friend never warned me how perilous the special talent selection could be. Perhaps we should reconsider? Zhao Yi understood the significant investment Wang Zhini had made in him and felt a surge of determination. She was merely concerned for his safety. Fear not, Godmother. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, we shall resist. When water comes, we shall block. The elevated difficulty applies to everyone. I may not secure first place, but I am confident in my ability to advance. Seeing Zhao Yi's resolute demeanor, Wang Zhini could only nod in agreement. Listen to me, and be sure to prioritize your safety. Wang Zhini turned to leave, while Zhao Yi patiently awaited at the sidelines. The trio, Zhong Hongguan and his companions, were equally exhilarated upon hearing the news. Boss, it seems even fate is on our side. Zhao Yi is doomed. One exclaimed. Rest assured, I have just learned that those with victories will be paired together for the draw, which means Zhao Yi's opponent will undoubtedly be formidable. He won't be able to evade the challenge. The venue's lights flickered back to life, and the audience realized that the organizers had merged the original 6 smaller rings into one, encompassing the entire arena. The new matchups were unveiled. Please direct your attention to the large screen. Chapter 17. The Battle Royale commences. The entire audience fixed their gaze upon the grand screen, which, after a series of scrolling motions, unveiled a total of 50 names. Zhao Yi cast a brief glance, failing to find his own name. Yet he noted that Ding Hao and his companions were grouped together. So that fellow has chosen to redirect his focus. It seems he has wielded his influence in this manner. Zhao Yi discerned the intentions of Zhong Hongguan with clarity. As long as the 3 of them were placed in the same group, they could illicitly collaborate, leveraging their prior synergy to enhance their chances of victory compared to those who fought alone, and others would have no grounds for complaint. However, Zhao Yi quickly recalled the sage advice given to him by Zhou Qunyin. Thus far, they had not activated the amplification rings. Was it perhaps due to the low difficulty that it was deemed unnecessary? Zhao Yi resolved to first assume the role of an observant spectator, keenly monitoring Zhong Hongguan and his cohort. Splendid. We 3 are in the same group. Ding Hao exclaimed, unable to contain his exuberance, only to receive a sharp glare from Zhong Hongguan. Be quiet. Do you wish for everyone to know of our clandestine cooperation? Ding Hao hastily offered an apologetic smile and shifted the topic. Boss, should we utilize this? Let us assess the situation. The good news is that we are grouped together, but our opponents are formidable as well. For now, I will lead our actions based on my judgment. With that, Ding Hao and his companions deliberately spaced themselves apart, awaiting the referee to announce the competition rules. Attention, contestants. The rules for this match are as follows. It is a no-responsibility match. The only elimination criterion is complete incapacitation. Furthermore, all objects within the arena may be utilized as tools by the contestants. You have 30 minutes, and the countdown shall commence in 1 minute. The final rule stated, Stepping into the iron cage signifies your tacit acceptance of a life-and-death contract. If you wish to withdraw, please raise your hand now. Upon the referee's conclusion, not a single contestant among the 50 raised their hand. The upgraded arena swung open its gates, resembling a colossal steel beast, its gaping maw awaiting those who would willingly step into its jaws. Listen closely. Remember the entrance location, Zhong Hongguan advised as he passed by Ding Hao, who, distracted, failed to grasp the words. Once everyone had entered, the iron cage's door slammed shut, and the referee produced a remote control. Let the spatial shift begin. What is a spatial shift? The contestants had yet to comprehend, as the ground beneath them commenced an accelerated rotation, each individual akin to a ball tossed within a barrel. Zhong Hongguan managed to find a corner, bracing himself with his legs to stabilize against the swirling motion. Unfortunately, Ding Hao and Lu Zhua, lacking in strength, could do little more than curl up, praying for the arena's rotation to cease soon. With a resounding crash, the immense steel beast finally halted its spinning. Yet the audience was met with confusion. What is happening? Why can we see nothing? They murmured in bewilderment. It was pitch black. Were they to witness a silent film? Just as the audience's complaints began to swell, a large screen materialized overhead. They soon discovered that red silhouettes began to emerge upon the display. My goodness. Is this thermal imaging technology? The Martial Arts Administration is truly serious about this. Thermal imaging technology? Does that mean the competitors can't see anything inside? How thrilling. The audience buzzed with chatter, while Wang Zhini felt her heart race. Sitting in the stands, Zhao Yi appeared indifferent, yet he diligently absorbed every piece of information, quietly processing it all. He was immensely grateful that he had not rushed in immediately. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to respond. The arena was engulfed in darkness, leaving everyone clueless about what was transpiring. The spectators fixated on the giant screen above, where they could only see red figures scurrying about. The inherent dangers concealed from view. Zhong Hongguan sensed the massive iron cage come to a halt, allowing him to collect his thoughts. He wanted to shout, but feared drawing attention, so he proceeded cautiously along the wall. Suddenly, a hand grasped his foot, causing Zhong Hongguan to tense up, ready to exert force. But he recognized the familiar voice. Boss, it's me. Hearing Lu Zhua's voice, Zhong Hongguan exhaled, lowering his voice to inquire, where's Ding Hao? I don't know. I just woke up. Zhong Hongguan nodded, aware that in the darkness, they could not see each other, relying solely on their words for communication. Let us go find him. I didn't expect Chairman Wang to take this so far. In such an environment, fighting alone was tantamount to seeking death. The two continued to feel their way along the iron cage walls. Ding Hao, unaware of how much time had passed, slowly opened his eyes to find only darkness. Where on earth am I? After a moment, he recalled that he was still at the special talent selection event and rubbed his head. What ridiculous rules. This is life-threatening. After venting his frustration, Ding Hao gradually calmed down. He extended his hands to explore the surroundings and suddenly touched something cold. Is that an axe? Upon acquiring the axe, Ding Hao became uncontrollably excited, beginning to grasp the rules of the game. It seemed the organizers truly intended for them to participate in a grand escape game. What was it that the boss mentioned earlier? As he pondered, he wielded the axe and navigated through the darkness in search of Zhong Hongguan. The violent rolling of the iron ball had disoriented everyone completely. No one knew whether the darkness concealed a path to safety or a gateway to demise. As Ding Hao, lost in thought, suddenly realized he had stepped on something soft. In such an obscured environment, he racked his brain, convinced that he had stepped on a person. Please, brother, keep fainting, don't wake up. Ding Hao silently prayed while beginning to retreat, attempting to circumvent the figure before him. Unfortunately, he was unaware that his escape route had already been blocked in the darkness. With a sharp snap, Ding Hao felt a sudden excruciating pain in his foot. He dropped the axe, and his hands found a bear trap. He exerted all his strength. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not open the trap. Ding Hao's anguished cries reverberated within the iron cage, capturing the attention of all present. It was the first time since the initiation of the battle royale that a human voice had been heard. That must hurt, young man. It seems fortune smiled upon you, as you awoke to find an axe in your grasp. Alas, your lack of caution is your downfall. A voice filled with arrogance echoed in Ding Hao's ears. He surmised that the speaker had indeed retrieved his axe. Brother, you have taken my weapon as well. I am now rendered powerless. Have mercy and release me. Upon hearing Ding Hao's pleas for mercy, the other party let out a chilling laugh. Release you? That hardly resembles the style you exhibited back in secondary school. What did that mean? Do you know me? Chapter 18. Who is the protagonist? Ding Hao tentatively inquired, and the other party paused for a moment before introducing himself. I am Ruan Su from number 2 high school. Oh, by the way, When I was at number 2, you all called me Soft Egg. That nickname seems to have originated from you, doesn't it? As Ding Hao heard this, a vision of a bespectacled, diminutive boy surfaced in his mind. He recalled that Ruan Su had endured bullying for nearly 3 years at number 2, hardly ever retaliating. Why, then, had he suddenly become so formidable today? You are Ruan Su. I was merely joking with you before. You've misunderstood. Joking? Was it also a jest when you and Zhong Hongwan swapped my speech with lewd literature during the flag-raising ceremony, making me a laughingstock? Ruan Su's voice was chillingly cold, and Ding Hao found himself unable to respond in anger. He clearly remembered that the incidents Ruan Su referred to were merely the tip of the iceberg of their despicable actions. Ding Hao could not help but swallow hard. And he pleaded once more, Brother Ruan, I was in the wrong, and I sincerely apologize. If you can spare me today, I will be your servant in school from now on. Before he could finish, Ruan Su's impatience became evident. It seems I am nothing more than a mere shadow in your eyes. I haven't set foot in school for 3 months. This is all thanks to you. Ding Hao's mind buzzed as he recalled the events of that day. When he learned that Ruan Su had won an award in the essay competition and would read his work at the Monday flag-raising ceremony, he entertained malicious thoughts. During the ceremony, the entire school listened as Ruan Su read from the explicit text, realizing too late the extent of the humiliation he had suffered. Although the school administration had chosen to overlook the prank, Ruan Su could not move past the emotional scar, and he withdrew from school that very afternoon. Since then, Ding Hao and his companions had not laid eyes on Ruan Su again. I'm tired of this pointless chatter. I didn't expect the organizers to side with me. This dark environment is just perfect for me to take action. Farewell. Ruan Su raised an axe, and a whoosh of air filled the space, causing Ding Hao to tremble in terror. Help! He cried out involuntarily, yet the axe did not descend upon him. A strong hand shoved him aside, propelling him to a safe distance. Are you all right, Lu Zhua? Thank goodness. I thought I was done for. Where's the boss? He is dealing with the guy from just now. You need not worry. Lu Zhua pulled Ding Hao aside and helped him release a bear trap. Meanwhile, Zhong Hongwan stood in the darkness, confronting Ruan Su. I never imagined we would meet again after 3 months. You seem like a different person. After exchanging blows with Ruan Su, Zhong Hongwan sensed his opponent's rapid growth. Ruan Su smirked coldly. You don't think that was all of my strength, do you? In truth, it was thanks to you all that I learned, upon returning home after being forced to withdraw, that my family lineage stems from an ancient martial arts clan. Today, I shall repay all the humiliation you have inflicted upon me. Zhong Hongwan sensed an unsettling change and immediately turned to shout behind him, Run. Yet, at that moment, he realized it was too late to escape the impending danger. Suddenly, he felt the aura emanating from Ruan Su surge dramatically. It was as if he was not facing an opponent, but rather a tempestuous storm. Among the spectators, some could comprehend the situation, while many grew weary of the thermal imagery depicting the red figures clashing. However, Zhao Yi was intently focused, being young enough to interpret the scenes on the large screen as if they were part of a fighting game. Soon, a gasp echoed from the audience. Look, what is happening on the big screen? Is it broken? Why is there suddenly such a large red aura, and now it's motionless? The crowd buzzed with speculation, and Zhao Yi naturally took note of this. At the VIP section, Chairman Wang Wanzheng's expression shifted suddenly as he closely monitored the scene through night vision cameras. Recognizing Ruan Su's formidable presence, Chairman Wang, perhaps we should halt their match. After all, the contestant named Ruan Su is exceptionally gifted, suggested one observer. Indeed, that young man must come from an extraordinary lineage. The power he exhibits is akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Wang Wanzheng understood the implications all too well, his heart racing with excitement. It seemed there was still hope for the last 2 spots. Arrange for the staff to bring out the 4 of them. The match will continue. Additionally, have someone conduct a thorough investigation into Ruan Su's family background. The more detailed, the better. Having given his orders, Wang Wanzheng reclined back with a subtle smile, contemplating the promising prospects of advancement. As for the other spot, he would consider it a mere lottery prize. In the meantime, the audience witnessed the enormous circular steel arena being opened for the first time, with staff carrying a stretcher emerging from within. Zhao Yi noticed that lying on the stretcher was Ding Hao, while Zhong Hongwan and Lu Zhua supported each other as they limped out, evidently injured. The last to exit was Ruan Su, his face etched with a fierce expression. You are Ruan Su. Zhao Yi scrutinized him for a moment before daring to confirm. Ruan Su turned at the sound, revealing a welcoming smile. Zhao Yi, I didn't expect to run into you here. You're aware of my recent endeavors. I came here to test my luck in the martial arts examination. Ruan Su nodded, then sighed reflectively. What a shame. Back at number 2 high school, you were universally acknowledged as a prodigy. Let bygones be bygones. By the way, did you take down Zhong Hongguan and his companions? Ruan Su glanced back, noticing that the trio dared not even meet his gaze. Indeed, they had expelled me through a prank, as you may know. However, it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as it unveiled the secrets of my family's enduring legacy. Thus, when I encountered them this time, I knew I could not show mercy. They must not become my inner demons. As the conversation drew to a close, Ruan Su noticed someone in the audience waving at him, prompting him to rise and gently pat Zhao Yi on the shoulder. In truth, I have always admired you during our school days, for you were the only one brave enough to stand up against Zhong Hongguan and his ilk. Keep pushing forward. I sincerely hope to see your name on the list of those who have passed. Zhao Yi turned at his words, and a beam of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Ruan Su's youthful vigor and making his exuberance all the more pronounced. Rest assured, after bidding farewell to Ruan Su, Zhao Yi could not help but mutter to herself, "Who, if not my dear friend, has taken the lead role in this narrative? It is all because of your unreliable system that I feel like a mere side character or a jester. I do not care. The arena within the iron cage is fraught with peril, so you must perform admirably." Chapter 19. The elimination race. Zhao Yi inwardly berated the system like a bag of beans, yet the rebellious system remained unresponsive. As the time elapsed, the first round of selection concluded, and the names of those who passed were announced: Ruan Su, Shahi, Jiang Hai. The judges read out each name, totaling 15 individuals, neither more nor less. Zhao Yi reflected silently, aware that he would soon be selected from the remaining 50 candidates to join this elite group. Hilda passing. "O system, please do not play tricks on me. Your silence shall be taken as consent." No, I am still too anxious. Perhaps I should visit the restroom to calm my nerves?" Zhao Yi patted his pocket, recalling another pack of cigarettes, and stealthily made his way to the lavatory. However, upon reaching the restroom door, he was dismayed to find a cleaning sign posted. Surely it cannot be this unfortunate? Even the restroom is conspiring against me? I sense a rocky start. No matter, I must indulge in a smoke today. Zhao Yi looked around, finding no one in sight, and then nimbly leaped over the warning sign and crept inside. As he entered, he immediately heard hushed voices, their footsteps soft, as if nearly soundless. "Remember, we are here to assist young Master Shun in his examination. We cannot afford to lose. Do not worry. With this, once the lights are out, who can stand against us? Do not underestimate. Make sure to use this item." The leader, Ma Feng, a few years older, produced several sheets of paper from his pocket. "What is this?" Guo Wei inquired, peering at the peculiar designs on them. Ma Feng casually tore one and affixed it to his arm. "This is a specially crafted tattoo sticker, invisible to the naked eye, detectable only in darkness. Remember, the first thing we must do upon entering is to locate our companions. United, we shall be invincible." "No problem. You take horse, I'll take deer, and you choose dragon. Dispose of the remainder discreetly." After Ma Feng's instructions, he and Xiao Liang exited the cubicle, leaving Guo Wei alone. "Must I choose dragon? But this dragon resembles a snake, quite unattractive." Plagued by indecision, Guo Wei pondered until the assembly bell chimed above him. Hastily, he affixed a dragon tattoo and discarded the rest into the trash. Once all had departed, Zhao Yi in the adjacent stall exhaled a sigh of relief. Had he made even the slightest sound moments ago, he might have been excluded from the upcoming selection. Zhao Yi circled to the next stall and was astonished to discover the remaining tattoo stickers in the trash. "Horse, deer, dragon. Perfect." He affixed the 3 stickers to his arms and abdomen, just as another announcement echoed overhead. "Candidates for the next round, please gather immediately." He hurriedly dashed out, positioning himself at the back of the line of 50, unnoticed by Guo Wei and the others. "Candidates, please enter." The grand steel gates of the arena slowly swung open, and the 50 candidates streamed in, ready to face their fate. As Zhao Yi approached, he cast a fleeting glance at the surrounding terrain and casually touched the gate. With a resounding clang, the heavy iron door slammed shut once more, and the ground beneath everyone's feet began to shift. The spectators outside had grown accustomed to this spectacle. The specially designed massive iron cage was hoisted into the air and began to spin violently. With such a drastic motion, could it truly be safe? Hadn't it already rotated once before? If someone were to perish now, it could only be attributed to their own inadequacies. The onlookers at the sidelines gradually began to relish the competition. The organizers seemed to have taken note of the public sentiment, for they were now projecting footage captured by night vision cameras onto the large screen for the first time. This captivated everyone's attention, as they feared missing any detail. After experiencing the dizzying whirl, Zhao Yi finally realized that the colossal iron ball had come to a halt. He had been fortunate upon entering, managing to find a corner. Yet he still felt disoriented from the tumult. You are taking damage. Health 8. The system remained silent for a while, leading Zhao Yi to wonder if it had malfunctioned. As he felt the aches coursing through his body, he found a strange pleasure in the pain. For a fleeting moment, he even wished for the violent spinning to continue. After all, with the system at his side, while others lay incapacitated, he could advance smoothly and gain a substantial amount of vitality. Instinctively, Zhao Yi glanced behind him. But there were no signs of light. The commotion had indeed thrown him outside the gate's immediate vicinity. It was time to begin his search discreetly. Just before entering, he had pulled out his last tattoo sticker and affixed it to the iron door. Just as he began to take action, a voice echoed from above once more. Attention, contestants. The rules have changed. This round is an elimination race. The first to find the gate and escape will be declared the winner. The assessment begins now. Upon hearing this announcement, Zhao Yi couldn't contain his grin. This was fortuitous indeed. However, he suddenly questioned the design of the tattoo sticker he had just placed on the door. He smacked his forehead, struggling to recall, as he had not paid it any heed. Worried that any subtle movements upon entry might draw attention, he had chosen to be discreet. But now this had inadvertently led to his own predicament. It's all right. Remain calm. There are only a few possibilities. You can do this. Fortunately, after a moment of careful consideration, Zhao Yi concluded that the current situation was not dire. If the tattoo on the door did not belong to the 3 designated patterns, it would be easy to identify. However, if it were one of them, there was still no cause for alarm, for remaining still would undoubtedly signify the iron door. Zhao Yi extended his hand to explore, and after some time, he discovered an object. I have a weapon, he exclaimed. To his dismay, it turned out to be a pair of cotton slippers. After feeling the soft texture and shape, his heart sank. Resigned, he donned the slippers and began to move cautiously along the corner. In a previous match, he had observed that regardless of the trio's performance, adhering closely to the wall in the initial phases of the competition was undoubtedly the safest approach. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the immense iron cage, Xiao Liang and Ma Feng gradually stirred from their stupor. Initially, they refrained from speaking, opting instead to scan their surroundings. Is that you, Ma Feng? How splendid. Fate seems to be favoring us. Xiao Liang then stealthily approached, revealing the deer-shaped tattoo affixed to his chest. Old Xiao, it's me. Where is Guo Wei? I have just regained consciousness and have yet to locate him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Liang could not suppress his murmurs. This fellow has always been notoriously unlucky, and it is thanks to our mutual support that we have managed to evade peril on numerous occasions. Surely, today hasn't he encountered such misfortune as well? Chapter 20. Shade beneath the great tree. Upon hearing those words, Ma Feng could only sigh in resignation. Before coming to take the exam, we never anticipated that the rules would differ so drastically from before. Alas, we must face whatever comes our way. Let us hope that the young man remains safe until we locate him. They rose to their feet, brimming with confidence, even eschewing the need for weapons. As their primary objective was to reunite the trio, the spectators outside, for the first time, acquired a relatively clear perspective and began to analyze the situation. Hey, do those two know each other? They're actually coordinating. Isn't that against the rules? Spare me the chatter. If it were truly a violation, the referees would have intervened long ago. They appear quite formidable, not even needing weapons. Look at that fool in the lower left corner. Where did they dig him up from? Time passed, and Guo Wei slowly regained consciousness. He felt a dizzying sensation, accompanied by a sharp pain in his head. Touching it with his hand, he noticed a sticky warmth. Something felt amiss. Oh no, am I bleeding? Unbeknownst to him, the violent spinning had caused his head to collide with several nails. Though the wounds seemed shallow at present, he had lost a considerable amount of blood during his unconsciousness, contributing to his current state of confusion. It's fine. As long as I find my brothers, I'll be saved. Where are they? Guo Wei appeared resigned to his unfortunate fate, muttering to himself as he stood up and began surveying his surroundings. As expected, darkness enveloped him, yet faintly. He perceived a glimmer of green light flickering in the distance. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Guo Wei hastened towards the wall for support, but soon collapsed to the ground. This scene sparked a flurry of discussions among the onlookers, some expressing concern for him, while others relished in his misfortune. However, the consensus was clear. Given Guo Wei's current condition, he was certainly among the first to be eliminated. Unaware of how many times he had fallen, Guo Wei resolutely rose each time, until he approached the vicinity of that verdant glow. Ma pattern tattoo. It's truly you, brother. How wonderful. But why is your hand so cold? It doesn't matter. I need to rest for a while. His thoughts grew increasingly muddled as he grasped the iron door handle, leaning against it, and gradually closed his eyes. Referee, we must enter now, right? The emergency personnel outside were visibly agitated by this sight. Yet the referee merely waved his hand indifferently. Not yet. The life signs monitor assures us he hasn't entered a critical state. The competition continued. Zhao Yi was still searching for the markings on the door. During the elapsed time, he had acquired a machete and had remained hidden in the shadows. The very slippers he had initially looked down upon had now become his greatest asset, allowing him to move silently without detection. Thus, Zhao Yi successfully evaded several skirmishes, managing to escape unscathed. Am I truly that popular? Zhao Yi's incessant lamentations stem from the persistent chime of system notifications echoing in his mind. You are being scorned by multiple individuals. Mental value 20. How infuriating. Who was that cowardly fellow? If only the screen were clearer. I would relish the opportunity to deliver a swift kick. Wait, have you all forgotten the ineffectual softy who triumphed in the first round? It must be him. Ignoring the mockery directed at him, Zhao Yi composed himself and resumed his vigilant observation of the surroundings. In a moment of distraction, he caught sight of a few shimmering green tattoos swaying in the distance. A horse and a deer, still animated? They must belong to the other two members of the trio. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yi rolled up the sleeve of his left arm, revealing a dragon tattoo. Brother, look over there, isn't that Guo Wei? Xiao Yang, spotting the dragon tattoo, quickly alerted Ma Feng. It can't be mistaken. Let's go retrieve this fellow. And then the three of us can make our exit. The two approached, but before they could speak, a gust of wind rushed past them. Wait, it's just us. Xiao Yang and Ma Feng stepped back, revealing their own tattoos. Brother, it truly is you. Zhao Yi feigned excitement, though Ma Feng appeared somewhat puzzled. What happened to your voice? Oh, nothing much. I bumped my throat earlier and thought I might lose my ability to speak. Haha, you remain as unfortunate as ever. Enough of that. Let us exit first and discuss later. Zhao Yi nodded, a plan already forming in his mind. Thanks to the tattoos, he would undoubtedly discover the location of the exit before them. For now, he would enjoy the shade behind these two brothers and, when the moment was right, slip away. Zhao Yi's clever scheming was interrupted by the arrival of three unexpected guests in the corner of the audience. They were none other than the recently treated trio, led by Zhong Hongguan. Boss, Ding Hao is severely injured. Why don't we return to allow him to recuperate? What is the point of staying in this competition? Lu Zhua expressed his bewilderment, believing that since they had already been eliminated, it would be better to leave early and avoid further embarrassment. Leave? I can accept our elimination, but I will never allow that scoundrel Zhao Yi to advance. Zhong Hongguan pulled out his phone, his eyes fixated on the large screen as he searched for Zhao Yi's whereabouts. He had never anticipated that despite their combined strength and the inside assistance from the judging panel, they would fail to progress. However, he was unwilling to squander the unused trump card and resolved to employ it against Zhao Yi instead. Ding Hao's hatred for Zhao Yi was as deep as the ocean, and after a thorough search, he made a discovery. Boss, look, that lecherous fellow trailing behind those two strong men. Could it be Zhao Yi? Zhong Hongguan glanced over. At this moment, the trio had attracted considerable attention, as they were the closest individuals to the exit. That's him. If I allow you to advance today, I might as well leap from this building. Zhong Hongguan retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a clandestine number, whispering in hushed tones, engaged in a conversation of unknown content. The fierce battle within the iron cage raged on, yet Zhao Yi remained unperturbed. A short while ago, some foolish individuals had encountered their trio, but before Zhao Yi could intervene, Xiao Yang had already showcased his undeniable prowess. He single-handedly vanquished three adversaries, even in the absence of visibility, which filled Zhao Yi with exhilaration. A band of imbeciles, toiling desperately, yet accomplishing less than I do while standing upon the shoulders of giants. A dragon-shaped tattoo, still motionless? It seems the grand entrance lies not far ahead. Zhao Yi was brimming with anticipation, but just then, the overhead speaker crackled to life once more. Chapter 21. The escalating chaos of the competition. Enough with the pretense. Zhao Yi, I know it's you. You may have deceived others, but you cannot fool me. The voice came as a startling revelation, nearly prompting Zhao Yi to confess, yet he ultimately held his tongue. Zhao Yi? Who is Zhao Yi? Ma Feng and Xiao Liang were utterly perplexed. Although Zhao Yi was oblivious to the identity of the instigator, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Damn it! Who is targeting me? Nevertheless, it mattered little. He was on the verge of escape. As the trio approached the exit, Xiao Liang glanced to the side and was taken aback. Brother, there's also a dragon tattoo over there. Upon hearing this, Ma Feng turned his gaze, just in time to see Guo Wei, who had collapsed on the ground, slowly speak. Brother, second brother, it's me, Wei. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Ma Feng was struck with shock, quickly recovering. You are Wei? Then who is that? Zhao Yi heard a rush of wind approaching him and instinctively raised his arms to shield himself as Qiao Liang delivered a fierce kick. "It's really you, Wei," he exclaimed. "Damn it, who is impersonating our people? If I do not find you today, I will not leave." Reaching Guo Wei's side, Ma Feng was filled with rage at his battered state. Had it not been for the impostor who had masqueraded as Guo Wei, they might have already located the real Guo Wei, taken him away, and ensured he received treatment. In a dark corner, Zhao Yi held his breath, too afraid to make a sound. Earlier, he had utilized Qiao Liang's aggressive approach as a diversion to stealthily vanish from their sight. Damn it! If I discover who is behind this, I will not spare you when I emerge. At that moment, Zhao Yi was still seething over the individual who had thwarted his plans, while also concealing the tattoo on his body. From the depths of the shadowy front, occasional screams echoed. Zhao Yi could easily deduce that Qiao Liang and Ma Feng were wreaking havoc upon discovering his absence. Are those two lunatics murderers? He thought. Regardless, I cannot go out. I must find a place to hide. The scent of blood in the air grew increasingly potent, prompting Zhao Yi to make use of the cotton slippers on his feet. Initially dismissed by everyone, these slippers had now transformed into an indispensable tool for survival. Have you found him? Not yet, brother. Then keep searching. Remember, that guy also has a dragon tattoo. The voices of the two men resonated throughout. While Zhong Hongwan had managed to reach the surveillance room through his connections, witnessing everything unfold. Lu Zhua, bring me some fluorescent tattoo stickers, and be quick about it. Tattoo stickers? They are sold nearby, but what do you need them for? Less chatter, just hurry. Lu Zhua nodded and, within minutes, rushed in, drenched in sweat, clutching a large handful of tattoo stickers. Here, they are all here. Donning the tattoo stickers, Zhong Hongwan opened a hidden passage and tossed countless stickers inside. Candidates. A new rule is now in effect. These tattoo stickers will serve as your identification. To advance, one must collect at least 3 tattoo stickers, otherwise, they will be deemed eliminated. Upon hearing this announcement, the spectators could not help but engage in fervent discussions. Why has the rule changed again? Is this selection competition merely a farce? Is Chairman Wang present? I cannot believe he would sit idly by while such absurdity unfolds. Despite the audience outside sensing the underlying issues, the participants within the examination hall had lost their ability for independent thought. After absorbing the new rules, they rushed toward the cascading tattoo stickers raining down from above, eager to seize them. Zhong Hongwan, observing from the monitoring room, wore an expression of smug satisfaction. Zhao Yi, do you think you can hide in the shadows and escape unscathed? Not a chance. Without making a move, you cannot secure 3 tattoo stickers, and thus cannot advance. But once you act, Qiao Liang and Ma Feng will quickly locate you. Both paths lead to dead ends. I am truly curious to see how you will choose. Let me add a little more intrigue. Zhong Hongwan then pressed a switch, and the steel arena began to rotate once more. After hearing the rules, Zhao Yi was increasingly convinced that chaos had ensued outside the venue. Otherwise, the competition would have been halted by now. Thus, his current concern was not advancement, but rather survival. 3 tattoo stickers? I have already obtained them. The question now is how to evade the other 2 formidable foes. While Zhao Yi pondered this, he felt the ground beneath him starting to spin again. It was undoubtedly the work of those outside. He could distinctly sense that the rotation of the steel cage was not as rapid as before, settling into a more stable motion. Even so, he could still hear many struggling to maintain their balance, crying out in distress. Why has this cursed arena started to spin again? I can't hold on. Help. I feel like I'm going to be sick. Someone come to my rescue. Alongside the spinning arena, Ma Feng and Qiao Liang were equally distressed. Brother, this is it. The rotating tattoo stickers are everywhere, and I can't see a thing. After staring intently for a while, Ma Feng finally shouted in frustration. Why bother with such fine distinctions? It's already clear that a Wei has no hope. Why not just eliminate them all? Those who had spoken earlier were swiftly dealt with by Ma Feng and Qiao Liang. They were not distracted by the dizzying array of tattoo stickers, for they had adopted the mindset of better to mistakenly kill 1,000 than let one escape from the outset. Zhao Yi remained patiently waiting, but the rotating arena was clouding his judgment. Why are there dragon-shaped tattoos spinning everywhere? Never mind, it's best to hide for now. Zhao Yi retreated to a corner, concealing himself there as he quietly awaited the cessation of the arena's rotation. Meanwhile, outside the arena, Wang Wenzheng was still on the balcony, engaged in a phone call when a staff member hurriedly approached him. Chairman Wang, there has been a situation inside. Let us pause here. I will contact you another day. After ending the call, Wang Wenzheng wore an expression of curiosity. Before I left, I entrusted others to keep watch. Besides, the competition had already reached its midpoint. How could such a calamity occur? In any case, you should accompany me to investigate. Realizing something was amiss, Wang Wenzheng hurried to the scene. where he was met with utter chaos in the arena. Who could have perpetrated this? Relay my orders to immediately halt the competition. The rotating platform had transformed into a dice within a cup, showing no sign of cessation. With a command from Wang Wenjing, his subordinates swiftly located the central control room and cut off the power, thereby bringing the upheaval to an end. Once the power was restored, Wang Wenjing promptly convened with the individuals at the podium to discuss a course of action. How could a well-ordered selection process devolve into such turmoil? Speak up. What should we do now? Chapter 22. Shedding the weak mask. The individuals on the podium exchanged glances, their usual reliance on Wang Wenjing for support now rendered futile. With the sudden demand for them to take a stand, it was clear they lacked the capacity to do so. Rest assured, once this competition concludes, I shall promptly arrange for an investigation, ensuring that the culprit does not escape justice. That's obvious. If I wanted to investigate, would I not do so myself? My inquiry pertains to how we ought to communicate this to the 50 candidates and their parents. Wang Wenjing slammed his hand on the table, plunging the room into an oppressive silence where no one dared to speak. A disheartening assembly of ineffectual sycophants. Wang Wenjing's face twisted in anger, and he was left with no choice but to summon a few of his trusted aides into the office. After a prolonged silence, the office door creaked open, and Wang Wenjing emerged, visibly having devised a solution. He approached the podium. Esteemed candidates and parents, I am Wang Wenjing, the overseer of this selection process. I find myself at a loss regarding these events. However, in the interest of fairness and impartiality, I must annul all results from the second round and offer compensation to certain candidates. I hereby declare the special talent selection assessment concluded. Wang Wenjing's voice resonated throughout the venue, and Zhao Yi, within the iron arena, exhaled a sigh of relief upon hearing these words. What a fortunate day to have narrowly escaped a dire fate. Though the annulment of all results was somewhat regrettable for Zhao Yi, he recognized it as an unavoidable circumstance. The most crucial aspect for him was to evade the immediate peril. He rose and walked towards the ajar door, only to realize he was the farthest from the exit. Unexpectedly, as he approached the doorway, the iron gate creaked shut once more. Is anyone still inside? If not, I shall lock the door. A staff member outside called out dismissively. When no response came, the door was indeed locked. Hey, wait. There's one more person. Zhao Yi's sentence was cut short as a shadow charged towards him. Who are you? Can't you see we're all locked in here? Why are you directing your anger at me? I did it on purpose, and you should comprehend the reason. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Zhao Yi instantly recognized the speaker. You two haven't left yet? I told you, we will not depart until we find you. At that moment, a faint light illuminated the confines of the steel cage, and Zhao Yi discerned the long-suppressed fury etched on Qiao Liang and Ma Feng's faces. Do you wish to hear my explanation? It's merely a misunderstanding. Whoosh. Before Zhao Yi could finish, a steel blade flew past, landing at his feet. Across from him, Ma Feng and Qiao Liang brandished the weapons they had scavenged. If you are a man, do not seek excuses. From the moment you began to misuse our tattoo stickers, this enmity was forged. With Wei deceased and unable to complete Shen Gongzi's exam substitution, we are all doomed to perish anyway. Rather than face our demise alone, we might as well take you with us. Madness flickered in Ma Feng's eyes, while Qiao Liang's expression grew increasingly apathetic. Observing their demeanor, Zhao Yi nodded and began to scan his surroundings, cautiously inquiring. Has the power been cut off here? Fear not, for everyone believes that those inside have been cleared out, and none can disturb us. Take the plunge, my boy, or you shall meet a most ignoble demise. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yi could not suppress a smile. What are you laughing at? Can you not foresee your fate? I smile because, since entering this competition, it is the first time someone has encouraged me to take a bold risk. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Yi dashed forward, while Ma Feng, remaining calm, swung his axe, only to miss entirely. What just happened? Was that an afterimage? Am I not mistaken? Old Xiao, did you activate the amplification ring? I have never turned it off. Xiao Liang's response extinguished Ma Feng's fleeting surge of adrenaline, for their states were identical. This meant that even with the amplification ring activated, they were unable to keep up with Zhao Yi's afterimage. What manner of monster is he? Regret now? It is too late. Zhao Yi appeared spectrally behind them, and Ma Feng, in a desperate attempt, swung horizontally once more, but Zhao Yi effortlessly evaded him, leaving Qiao Liang to suffer the consequences. Qiao Liang shrieked in agony, collapsing into a pool of blood. Old Xiao, you dare to deceive me? You seek death. Ma Feng roared as he charged forward, but in the next moment, he found himself rooted in place, unable to move. What kind of technique is this? Considering your impending demise, I shall enlighten you. This is the sunflower pointing finger. Zhao Yi unleashed his full power, rendering Ma Feng and Xiao Liang utterly powerless against him. Shortly thereafter, a blade pierced Ma Feng's chest, and he too fell. Witnessing Zhao Yi place the sword in the lifeless hand of Xiao Liang. Despicable, truly despicable. Ma Feng cursed Zhao Yi with his last ounce of strength, filled with profound regret. He had witnessed the earlier match where Zhao Yi had become the laughingstock of the audience. Yet, only at this moment did Ma Feng realize that the true jesters were they themselves. One must experience it firsthand to grasp just how formidable Zhao Yi truly is. Zhao Yi shrugged and chuckled. Despicable? I learned it all from you. From the moment you harbored murderous intent against me, your fate was sealed. Lastly, I thank you for the gifts, and I bid you farewell. Zhao Yi turned his back to the iron gate, as a system prompt resonated in his mind. You have been cursed with the death curse, mental value 100. A death curse? Such a thing exists? Never mind, I shall research it when I return. Zhao Yi waved his hand, effortlessly snapping the lock and escaping the steel cage. After he departed, within the vast steel confines, a camera continued to flicker with a red light. Outside, Wang Zhini had already dissolved into tears, while Li Jiqiang, instead of offering comfort, chose to mock her. Enough with the tears, there are so many watching. How embarrassing. I have told you before, that boy is overestimating his abilities by participating in the selection for exceptional talents. Do you think this is merely child's play? It is perhaps better to be dead now. You ought to relinquish that hope. Wang Zhini remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the exit. Despite the staff having announced the list of the deceased merely 3 minutes prior, where Zhao Yi's name was glaringly inscribed, Wang Zhini's eyes were filled with longing, yearning for a miracle to unfold. In a moment of daze, she beheld a spirited youth rushing towards her. Unable to restrain herself from inquiring, "Are you Zhao Yi?" "Yes, godmother. How could you not recognize me?" Zhao Yi replied. "Where have you been? I thought you had." Wang Zhini wept as she embraced Zhao Yi, who appeared somewhat awkward. However, upon witnessing Li Jiqiang's expression, akin to that of a ghost, he began to surmise the circumstances. "I am terribly sorry for not having perished this time, and for disappointing you." Chapter 23. Sending you on your journey. Zhao Yi gazed playfully at Li Jiqiang, who merely snorted in response. "Kid, don't get too cocky. Regardless of the circumstances, this counts as your failure in the assessment. If you are a man, you should honor the commitment we made." Faced with Li Jiqiang's insistence on revisiting old matters, Zhao Yi found herself without any valid retorts. Although the cancellation of her results was not her fault, it remained an undeniable fact. "I can uphold my end of the bargain, but as you can see, the outcome of this competition was influenced by external factors. Perhaps we should both take a step back. From now on, I will move out of your home, but my godmother must stay. From this point forward, you can pretend I never existed. What do you think?" At this juncture, Zhao Yi had always believed that her unexpected presence had disrupted her godmother Wang Zhini's life. Had she not arrived, Li Jiqiang might have refrained from severing ties with Wang Zhini, considering Li Qinglian's modest talents, thus avoiding such a dire situation. Li Jiqiang, however, was not one to relent easily. He could not suppress a mocking laugh. "What's this? Now you wish to negotiate with me? It's too late. I have a banquet to attend tonight, and no time to deal with you. If you haven't vacated before I return, don't blame me for being ruthless." With a sinister grin, Li Jiqiang turned and departed the venue, exuding the air of a victor. By now, most of the attendees had dispersed, leaving Zhao Yi to embody the essence of a defeated individual. "Your mood is quite low, spirit 10, does even my bad mood count? If I were you, wouldn't I be invincible? Your mood has fluctuated, spirit 20 great. All that joy for nothing, and I still have to lose 10 points? Zhao Yi wore a look of exasperation as Wang Zhini wiped away her tears, forcing a smile. "It's all right, you've already tried your best. Today's unforeseen events are not your fault. Worst case, I'll rent a place outside. You focus on training for the next special selection. Just wait here. I'll go get the car." As Wang Zhini turned towards the underground parking garage, Zhao Yi felt a pang of guilt watching her retreating figure. As a woman, she had come to this point because of Zhao Yi. Today's cancellation of her results must have hurt Wang Zhini the most. Yet she immediately put on a brave face to comfort Zhao Yi. Thus, Zhao Yi was resolute in her decision not to live with her godmother any longer. She intended to work, to become a martial artist and hunt ferocious beasts, in order to repay Wang Zhini's kindness. How strange. Why hasn't she returned yet? What if the car broke down? After waiting for quite some time outside the parking lot, Zhao Yi felt perplexed and decided to go look for her. However, as soon as she entered the parking area, a whistle pierced the air. Zhao Yi turned around, her expression instantly shifting to one of seriousness and detachment. "What kind of expression is that? Do you not wish to save your beloved godmother, who has been tied up?" Zhong Hongguan and his trio emerged, flanked by dozens of others, each wielding weapons. Release her. I will take full responsibility for whatever happens. Zhao Yi's tone remained indifferent, yet to Zhong Hongguan, it appeared as a brazen display of defiance. You'll take responsibility? Then just stand there and don't move. Zhong Hongguan pursed his lips, and Lu Zhua, accompanied by his entourage, approached Zhao Yi. They first secured handcuffs and leg irons on Zhao Yi, subsequently binding him tightly with ropes. Zhong Hongguan then stepped forward with Ding Hao, delivering a swift kick to Zhao Yi. What I detest most is that arrogant expression of yours. Aren't you quite impressive? Let's see you show off again. Attack. With Zhong Hongguan's command, dozens of men surged forward, surrounding Zhao Yi with no escape. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, Zhao Yi was rendered powerless, forced to endure the assault. Nearby, Wang Zhini, who was also bound, could no longer watch in silence and urgently interjected, "Stop. I can offer you money, whatever amount you desire." Her frantic cries echoed, "Please, cease this. He will be beaten to death." Upon hearing her pleas, Zhong Hongguan raised his hand, and the crowd reluctantly dispersed. Zhao Yi, pained and on the ground, found Zhong Hongguan looming over him. "Did you hear that? It seems your godmother truly cares for you. In light of this, I believe a request for 1 million should not be excessive, should it? No problem. But I don't have that much cash on hand. Can I use my card?" Wang Zhini's prompt acceptance piqued Zhong Hongguan's interest, leading him to summon a POS machine. Beep, beep, beep. However, when the card was swiped, an alarm blared. "What is going on? Is the machine broken?" "Impossible, boss. I used it this morning. It must be that she has no funds." "Don't worry, I have other cards. Let us try them all." Wang Zhini opened her wallet, producing over a dozen cards, yet none yielded any funds. "Are you trying to deceive me?" Zhong Hongguan grasped Wang Zhini by her hair, and as she winced, the truth dawned on her. I truly have none. My husband must have frozen all my cards." "Then you are still toying with me." Zhong Hongguan shoved Wang Zhini aside, causing her to tumble to the ground. Ding Hao was wheeled forward to face Zhao Yi. "Do you remember this leg? It's all you're doing. But fear not. Today I shall make you feel my pain tenfold. Bring forth the instruments." After Ding Hao's command, a lackey produced a chainsaw, its engine roaring to life, the sharp teeth menacingly approaching Zhao Yi. "No, please, spare him. I will do anything you ask." Wang Zhini continued to plead for Zhao Yi, yet he remained expressionless. "Kid, do you not realize your end is near? I find your face most repugnant. Bring me his skin first." Virum. The sharp chainsaw advanced, and Zhao Yi took a deep breath, silently channeling his internal energy. With a resonant thud, in a shocking display before all, Zhao Yi broke free from the handcuffs and ropes, collapsing to the ground in the process. The roaring chainsaw neared, and Zhao Yi lifted his leg, ingeniously using the chainsaw to sever his shackles. "Godmother, promise me, please keep your eyes closed." Wang Zhini was witnessing Zhao Yi's face displaying such an expression of indifference for the first time. It seemed she had already foreseen the impending events. Hastily closing her eyes to offer prayers for Zhao Yi, the chainsaw continued to roar, yet soon the anguished cries of Zhong Hongguan and others drowned out its sound. A minute later, all settled into silence as Zhao Yi gradually knelt before Zhong Hongguan. At that moment, Zhong Hongguan had lost all his limbs, blood pooling beneath him, barely clinging to a thread of consciousness. "When did you become so formidable?" he gasped. I have never been weak. It is merely your arrogance that has clouded your judgment. It is time to send you on your way." Chapter 24. A gesture of gratitude and a veiled threat as Wang Zhini sensed someone approaching her. She could not help but slightly open her eyes. "Do not open your eyes, godmother. I will take you away from here." Hearing Zhao Yi's voice brought her considerable relief. The two supported each other as they made their way to the entrance of the underground parking lot, only to be confronted by an unwelcome group at the threshold. "You must be Zhao Yi, correct? Please, halt." Faced with the uniformed individuals before her, Zhao Yi felt a wave of irritation. He wished to keep the gruesome events of the parking lot concealed and simply wanted to leave. Thus, he impatiently retorted, "I do not know you. Why should I listen to you? Step aside." "But you do know me, do you not?" A voice, somewhat weathered with age, interjected. Turning back, Zhao Yi saw Wang Wenjing approaching him with a smile. "Chairman Wang," Wang Zhini murmured, recalling how she had sought Wang Wenjing's assistance regarding Zhao Yi's participation in the special talent selection process. "Zhao Yi, there is a matter I need to discuss with you." "What is there to discuss?" The esteemed chairman of the Bureau of Martial Arts could not even safeguard the entrance to a selection event. "Now that the results have been annulled, there is nothing left for us to talk about. Good day." Zhao Yi tugged at Wang Zhini, attempting to leave. Yet the wall of people ahead showed no signs of parting. "Chairman Wang, what do you mean by this?" Wang Wenjing retained his genial expression as he stepped closer to Zhao Yi. "If I am not mistaken, Your earlier remarks were an admonishment directed at me, were they not? Chairman Wang, do not mind him. He is just a child speaking thoughtlessly. Wang Wenzheng waved his hand, indicating that Wang Zhini need not take offense, and continued. If I were to say that there is a turn of events regarding this matter, would that be considered my fulfilling my duty? A turn of events? What do you mean? Wang Wenzheng opened his briefcase and retrieved a report card, which bore Zhao Yi's photograph, prominently stamped with the word qualified. This selection event was regrettably annulled due to external interference. However, I believe your performance was exceptionally commendable and aligns with the original intent of our special talent selection. Thus your results are classified as qualified. He extended the report card toward Zhao Yi but was unexpectedly met with a frown instead of elation. Is this news not worthy of your joy? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi realized his expression was betraying him and quickly shook his head. No, it's just that I did not anticipate this situation could unfold in such a manner. Zhao Yi wore a face of mixed emotions, teetering on the brink of tears. Wang Zhini patted his arm in a gesture of comfort. Yet, unbeknownst to them, Zhao Yi was internally cursing Wang Wenzheng's entire household registry. Damn it, even if I pass the assessment, what does it mean to excel? Now, I must prepare for the martial arts examination at the city's finest high school. While other candidates would have been overjoyed, bowing in gratitude to Chairman Wang, Zhao Yi felt entirely different. There is another piece of good news. After working in Huashan District for many years, I possess 2 special endorsements for talented individuals. I have granted one of these endorsements to Wan Su, and the other one is for you. Wang Wenzheng seemed to misunderstand the situation. He thought that the surprise he offered was insufficient. Hence he decided to present more enticing news. Wang Zhini, upon hearing this, was utterly delighted and hurriedly inquired, Chairman Wang, what does this special endorsement mean for our Zhao Yi? Which school can he attend? Within the city, he can choose freely. That's wonderful. Zhao Yi, did you hear that? Zhao Yi, what is the matter with you? Zhao Yi rolled his eyes, on the verge of collapsing to the ground, and Wang Wenzheng hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Take it easy. You must approach this matter with a calm mind. Prepare yourself, and soon you will be reporting to the best international high school in the city. Chairman Wang, I must decline your endorsement. At this declaration, Wang Wenzheng was left speechless, and Wang Zhini looked on in bewilderment. Zhao Yi, do you realize what you are saying? This is an opportunity that countless candidates dream of but cannot attain. However, Zhao Yi was tormented internally. If he accepted the endorsement, he would undoubtedly arrive at the international high school adorned with accolades, ascending the heights of admiration while basking in the applause and flowers from all. This was a life script that everyone yearned for, yet Zhao Yi could only wave his hand in refusal. This was all due to the pitifully flawed system he was burdened with. Your emotions are somewhat agitated, mental value. Tindam. Can I not even express my frustration at you? But you truly are a burden. Do you have any idea how much courage it takes for me to utter the words I refuse? Zhao Yi cursed silently in his heart, yet his face remained composed. Chairman Wang, may I have a word with you privately? Of course, let us discuss it in my car. The two entered a black Audi parked by the roadside and closed the door. Inside the car, they were enveloped in a world entirely isolated from the outside. Now, you can express your thoughts freely. There is no one here to overhear. Wang Wenzheng continued to reassure Zhao Yi, believing that he had finally found a suitable candidate for the second endorsement. Perhaps Zhao Yi was merely nervous due to the crowd earlier. However, he was unprepared for Zhao Yi's candidness as soon as the door was shut. Chairman Wang, to be frank, I will never accept the endorsement. Wang Wenzheng scrutinized Zhao Yi, unable to fathom the rationale behind his refusal. Zhao Yi, I may not know you well enough, but I cannot comprehend why you would decline this opportunity. If you possess such a flawed rebellious system, you would likely reject it even faster than I would. After a moment of silent frustration, Zhao Yi calmly replied, I have a clear plan for my future, and your endorsement does not align with it, so I must apologize. As Zhao Yi prepared to open the car door to exit, Wang Wenzheng immediately interjected, Wait, Zhao Yi, do you know why I chose to give you the last endorsement? Zhao Yi raised his gaze to Wang Wenzheng and shook his head. I have witnessed the complete footage of the second selection match. Mind you, it is the unabridged recording. Zhao Yi discerned a hint of coercion in Wang Wenzheng's eyes, prompting his mind to race. What does this imply? The complete recording? Could it be that he witnessed the moment I dealt with the Ma Feng trio? Wasn't that camera malfunctioning? Zhao Yi attempted to feign ignorance to evade the situation. Yet Wang Wenzheng's subsequent words extinguished any thoughts of refusal. Very well, having reached this point, should you still wish to decline, I shall be compelled to take a different path. Nevertheless, on a side note, I have identified the principal instigator behind the malicious disruption of the selection match. I must extend my gratitude for your assistance in eliminating that troublesome group. Chapter 25. The star of troubled students, Zhao Yi, was momentarily taken aback, gazing intently at Wang Wenjing. The latter offered a slight nod. There was no doubt that the underground parking lot was part of the venue, and I was fully aware of what had transpired. Let me calculate. Without the identity of a martial artist, even if you are not yet 18, having taken so many lives, you would likely spend the latter half of your life behind bars, wouldn't you? As Wang Wenjing spoke, his gaze drifted toward Wang Zhini, who was anxiously awaiting the outcome of their conversation. What do you mean by that? Are you threatening me? Certainly not. I merely believe that we can engage in a meaningful discussion regarding cooperation on this matter. Zhao Yi pondered deeply before responding. Could you enlighten me on your rationale for such actions? Rationale? To put it simply, I aim to provide every talented candidate with the finest educational resources. On a broader scale, I certainly do not wish to miss any opportunity for selecting talent for our nation. Stop, stop, stop! Zhao Yi interjected with disdain, fixing her gaze once more on Wang Wenjing. Save your grandiose rhetoric for your subordinates. Have you never considered your own interests in these endeavors? Wang Wenjing was momentarily taken aback. Never had a junior dared to question him so directly. He found Zhao Yi intriguing, distinctly different from other gifted youths he had encountered. Perhaps influenced by her forthright demeanor, Wang Wenjing finally spoke candidly. Of course, I have my own interests. If the two individuals I recommend successfully pass the second assessment, I will be promoted. Exactly. Yuan Su has inherited the family legacy. He deserves a recommendation slot. Of that I have no doubt. But do you truly understand me? Zhao Yi's implication was clear. Although Wang Wenjing had viewed the video and was aware of the circumstances, it did not imply that Zhao Yi was willing to cooperate with his subsequent plans. He fancied himself as a talent scout. Yet not every exceptional horse would be as obedient as Yuan Su. Should Zhao Yi act recklessly, the final recommendation slot would be rendered void, and Wang Wenjing's aspirations for promotion would be dashed. Do you have a superior alternative? Listen to me. Allocate this recommendation slot to a person named Zhou Qinyan, currently at International No. 2 High School, but it must be in 3 days. 3 days? In such a brief span. Do you truly believe he possesses the capabilities that match the recommendation slot? Wang Wenjing contemplated her words carefully, and he felt he had deciphered Zhao Yi's intent. I cannot guarantee that he will perform flawlessly, but at the very least, he will meet the passing criteria, and perhaps he possesses surprises in store for you. If you disagree, then I shall willingly accept imprisonment. After all, my godmother will use her resources to help me secure a patent. I can then perform well to mitigate my sentence, and the prospects of my release will remain quite promising. Hiss. Wang Wenjing had spent nearly his entire life at the Martial Arts Administration. He had seen his fair share of rebellious students. It was truly the first time he had encountered someone as formidable as Zhao Yi, a character quite unlike any he had previously met. And he found himself at a complete loss on how to handle the situation. I shall trust you this once, he conceded. However, you must promise me that if Zhou Qinyan does not perform satisfactorily, you will have no option to evade the second nomination. Certainly, it is a pact. Upon seeing Zhao Yi extend his hand, Wang Wenjing smiled and grasped it firmly. While the matter of the nomination had been resolved, Wang Wenjing was still eager to probe Zhao Yi's intentions. He cautiously inquired, if Zhou Qinyan passes the second assessment, his future will be secure, but what about you? Where do you intend to pursue your education? Zhao Yi appeared to have given little thought to this question, responding rather nonchalantly, it matters not. I do not place much importance on it. I shall select a less prestigious high school, as long as it grants me the eligibility to participate in the martial arts examination. If all else fails, I may simply forego enrollment altogether. There are many paths that lead to Rome. One need not be enrolled to thrive in this society. Wang Wenjing chuckled at this and produced a business card. I possess a fair understanding of the local education system. Should you change your mind, feel free to reach out to me at any time. Subsequently, the two alighted from the vehicle. You are Zhao Yi's godmother, are you not? I sincerely appreciate your contribution in nurturing such a rare talent for society. Chairman Wang, you flatter me. As for Zhao Yi's nomination, we have already reached an agreement on this matter. You may inquire about the specifics with Zhao Yi when you return home. Well then, Chairman Wang, take care. After bidding farewell to the sleek black Audi, Zhao Yi and Wang Zhini strolled towards the roadside. Wang Zhini's car had already been reduced to a heap of scrap metal in the parking lot. While waiting for a taxi, Wang Zhini could not suppress her curiosity. How did your conversation with Chairman Wang go? It was fine. Did you not notice how amicable our discussion was? Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. What exactly did you discuss? Ah, the taxi is here. Zhao Yi interrupted the topic, hastily waving and joining Wang Zhini in the cab. Upon returning home to an empty house, neither of them felt particularly surprised. After such a tiring day, you must be starving. Wait a moment. Wang Zhini washed her hands and hurried to the kitchen. returning shortly with a bowl of noodles. Gazing at the bowl, which contained a sausage and 2 fried eggs, Zhao Yi expressed his puzzlement. I am not a primary school student. Do you really expect me to achieve a perfect score? This is a reward for your excellent performance today. Hurry and eat. After their meal, Zhao Yi assisted with some household chores, enjoying a brief moment of warmth together. As darkness descended, Wang Zhenyi's expression grew increasingly somber, punctuated by occasional sighs. Godmother, what troubles you? Noticing Wang Zhenyi's hesitation, Zhao Yi could not help but ask. After nightfall, Li Jiqiang will certainly return. Perhaps tonight I should book you a room so you can stay at a hotel? Sensing the underlying implication in her words, Zhao Yi plopped down onto the sofa, resolute in his decision to remain. According to the initial wager, I have successfully passed the assessment, and thus he can no longer expel you or me. Dear Godmother, do not fear. If he chooses to converse rationally today, that would be acceptable. However, should he dare to act arrogantly, I shall ensure he faces the consequences. Although Wang Zhenyi has not witnessed that bloody scene firsthand, she is acutely aware that Zhao Yi's prowess has vastly improved since then. Despite Li Jiqiang's shortcomings towards her, they are still bound by the ties of marriage, and Wang Zhenyi harbors hope for a day when he may return to the right path. Zhao Yi, when he returns. Do not rush. Allow me to engage him in a proper discussion. Before she could finish her sentence, the sound of keys turning in the door echoed, and in walked Li Jiqiang, reeking of alcohol, with a flamboyantly dressed woman in his embrace. Brother Chong, was it not said that your villa is inhabited solely by you? Who are they? Chapter 26. The threat from the warrior. A flamboyantly dressed woman pointed at Wang Zhenyi and Zhao Yi, her eyes brimming with disdain and hostility. The two exchanged glances, but it was Li Jiqiang who spoke first. What are you still doing in my house? Leave at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Li Jiqiang could barely stand, flanked by a burly man in a black suit, presumably his bodyguard. The two assisted him to a seat, and as Zhao Yi prepared to rise, she was halted by Wang Zhenyi. Jiqiang, who is she? Who else could I be? I am, of course, Brother Chang's girlfriend. You old hag. The unfamiliar woman nearly jabbed her finger at Wang Zhenyi to insult her, yet Wang Zhenyi remained unfazed, patiently awaiting Li Jiqiang's response. Is what she said true? Of course, it is true, Li Jiqiang exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face as he grasped the unfamiliar woman's hand. We have already gone to a professional institution for testing. Her genes are exceptional, ensuring that our offspring will possess the strongest warrior talent. After much circumlocution, Li Jiqiang finally expressed his innermost thoughts, causing Wang Zhenyi to feel as though the world was spinning around her. The last thread of tension within her snapped. Godmother. Zhao Yi stepped forward, aiding Wang Zhenyi to a seat on the opposite side of the sofa. Then he produced a report card and flung it at Li Jiqiang's face. What is this? My grades. According to our previous wager, the one who should move out is you. Li Jiqiang glanced at the report card, disdain evident on his face as he stepped on it with his foot. What a foolish young lad. What wager? Do we have a written agreement or witnesses? Youth, you are far too naive. I must teach you a lesson in the manner of adults, lest you be bullied outside. Li Jiqiang wore a smug smile, easily trampling upon the wager with Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi was not surprised by this. He merely replied coolly, Then I shall teach you a lesson in the manner of the young, and you better show some respect when encountering the youth. Get out, you little brat. Who do you think you're insulting? The unfamiliar woman's words were cut short as Zhao Yi delivered a resounding slap that sent her flying. I never strike women, except for those like her. Brother Chong, he not only insulted me, he hit me. Upon witnessing this, Li Jiqiang waved his hand, and the man in the black suit sprang to his feet. Cripple this brat for me, so that he can never become a warrior. The black-suited man complied, swaggering towards Zhao Yi. You think someone like you, a worthless piece of trash, can become a warrior? Such delusions. Today, I shall show you just how formidable a true warrior is. The black-suited man charged at Zhao Yi like a gust of wind, and Zhao Yi did not evade, allowing himself to be kicked to the ground. Following this, the opponent's assault was relentless and nearly lethal with every strike. Zhao Yi, confronted with such fierce attacks, could only narrowly evade critical hits, remaining perpetually at a disadvantage. The intense battle ravaged the entire living room, even causing the opulent crystal chandelier overhead to crash down. The room was engulfed in darkness, illuminated solely by the cold, silvery moonlight filtering through the window, barely revealing the contours of the figures within. Wang Zhenyi, groggy and disoriented, awoke to the sight of Zhao Yi, battered and bruised, her heart twisted in anguish. Zhao Yi, please stop. We can leave. Just cease this. I have promised your parents that I would care for you. Hearing Wang Zhenyi's voice, Zhao Yi finally managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his mind overwhelmed by the system's alerts. You have sustained severe damage. Danger level 1, vitality 100. Humph. Is this what they call a warrior? Just a mere 100? Such a waste of effort. Zhao Yi's disdainful tone infuriated the man in the black suit. Kid, I should not have shown you mercy earlier. Next, you will pay dearly for your arrogance. The man lunged at Zhao Yi once more, this time targeting his heart with no intention of holding back. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he was astonished to find his fist passing through Zhao Yi's form. A mere illusion? Impossible. The man was utterly bewildered, and in the next moment, his body was sent flying as if it were a rag doll. Witnessing his bodyguard being effortlessly dispatched by Zhao Yi, Li Jiqiang was thrown into a panic. Zhao Yi reappeared before him, the sheer force of his punch leaving Li Jiqiang struggling to defend himself. Are you sober now? Then get out of here. Li Jiqiang dared not utter another word, hastily dragging the woman away as they fled. Wang Zhini quietly activated her phone's flashlight, casting a faint glow over the devastated living room. She reminisced about the warmth once felt in this home, now reduced to mere memories in an instant. Aunt, please don't cry. I know you don't want to be a rogue occupying his house, and neither do I. What I did was merely to teach him a lesson. Zhao Yi's hand gently rested on Wang Zhini's shoulder, prompting her to wipe away her tears. Now tell me honestly, what was the outcome of your conversation with Chairman Wang this afternoon? I decided that if I cannot qualify for the martial arts examination, I will not enroll. Zhao Yi took a deep breath and revealed the truth. Why? Are you so unwilling to heed my words? You are like this. And so is Qinglian. She is still missing. Am I truly such a failure as a mother? Since Li Qinglian's disappearance, Wang Zhini had been suppressing her emotions. But at that moment, they erupted forth. Zhao Yi observed silently, suddenly recalling something, and pulled out a business card from his pocket. Even if Li Qinglian was disillusioned with the family, she should not abandon her qualification for the martial arts examination. Perhaps she knows. Zhao Yi quickly dialed the number on the card, and the voice on the other end was eerily familiar. What? Have you changed your mind? Chairman Wang, I seek your assistance in locating a young lady named Li Qinglian, who has recently gone missing. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's request, Wang Wenjing nodded in acknowledgement. Leave this matter to me. However, I sincerely hope you will take some time to reflect on your own situation. Chairman Wang, let us wait for 3 days. If Zhou Qinyan does not pass the assessment, we shall discuss it then. After ending the call, Zhao Yi approached Wang Zhini, who had deliberately not shied away during the conversation. Rest assured, my godmother, with Chairman Wang's assistance, we will surely uncover Qinglian's whereabouts. So, this is the consequence of your decision to forego school? Wang Zhini expressed a hint of sympathy. Sensing his concern, Zhao Yi quickly responded, of course not. I can still attend school. It's just that the institution is not as prestigious. Chapter 27. The most powerful transfer student. The two did not wait long before Zhao Yi received a return call. I've located her. She is currently enrolled at Yutong High School under the alias Wang Qinglian. Thank you, Chairman Wang. Please help me with the enrollment at this school as well. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenjing could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Yi, have you thought this through? Yutong High School ranks 3rd from the bottom in the city. It is one of the worst schools available. I truly do not wish to squander your talent. Unbeknownst to Wang Wenjing, his words only fueled Zhao Yi's excitement. Chairman Wang, I have heard that the lower-ranked schools are chaotic. With a mixed bag of students and frequent fights, it must be quite commonplace, correct? Yes. You finally see the light. Due to pressure from above, we cannot publicly disclose this, but these schools have a consistently high casualty rate each year. It is indeed very dangerous. That's wonderful. I am determined to attend Yutong High School. Well, very well. I shall assist you with the enrollment procedures. After hanging up, Wang Wenjing sighed and returned to his office, instructing his subordinates to retrieve Zhao Yi's personal information. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A subordinate entered, placing Zhao Yi's file on the desk. Chairman, why the sudden need for paperwork from Yutong High School? What else could it be? This kid insists on attending Yutong High School, and I have no choice but to comply with his wishes. The subordinate cast a glance and recollected Zhao Yi's identity. Chairman, I recall you mentioned this student after the assessment, describing him as a rare talent. Why is he opting for Yutong High School? Seeing the murderous glare from Wang Wenjing, the subordinate quickly corrected himself. You are incredibly busy each day, and your interactions with these impetuous youths are limited. I can only surmise that this lad wishes to embrace the philosophy of being a big fish in a small pond, hoping to stir things up at Yutong High School. Perhaps this could turn out to be beneficial. Wang Wenjing grasped his implication and murmured while gazing at the file before him. Are you suggesting that by allowing Zhao Yi to attend, he might actually help me restore order at Yutong High School? That was not my intention. It is entirely your astute foresight, Chairman. Wang Wenjing appreciated the flattery, feeling a sense of clarity wash over him, though a dilemma soon emerged in his mind. That being said, there is often a significant gap between reality and ideals. What if this lad realizes something amiss shortly after enrolling and wishes to return? That's simple. You can process his paperwork as a transfer student, thereby keeping the initiative in our hands. You are quite clever. Let us proceed with that plan. After reviewing the information, Wang Wenjing stamped his signature. Zhao Yi, having set down his phone, approached Wang Jini and softly said, "Goddess Mother, Chairman Wang has informed me that he has found Qinglian. She is attending Yutong High School under the Wang surname." Yutong High School? The third worst school in the city? This is dreadful. Qinglian is bound to go astray now. Wang Jini's face was laden with worry. Zhao Yi offered further reassurance. "Dearest godmother, do not fret. Although Qinglian has acted on her own impulse by transferring schools, her choice of the surname Wang indicates that she still holds you in high regard. As for your concerns about her potentially going astray, there is no need for alarm, for I shall soon be attending Yutong Middle School as well." "Is that so? How splendid." "Splendid, you say? Qinglian has given up on herself. You must not follow her example. Could you not adopt a different approach that might ease my worries?" Zhao Yi assured her with a beaming smile. "You misunderstand, dear godmother. I do not intend to mingle with troublesome students at Yutong Middle School. Firstly, I must ensure that Qinglian can participate in the martial arts examination without any distractions. Secondly, with my capabilities, it remains to be seen who will fear whom once I am at Yutong Middle School." Observing Zhao Yi's confident demeanor, Wang Jini let out a resigned sigh. "Ah, you are all growing up, no longer under your mother's guidance. I understand this all too well. I am not concerned about your abilities, but you must remain vigilant when you are out and about. Do you understand?" After patiently listening to Wang Jini's lengthy admonitions, Zhao Yi rose and headed to the kitchen. "Godmother, I am not very adept at cooking, so let us make do tonight." As she presented 2 bowls of instant noodles, Wang Jini's heart eased, and after their meal, they returned to their respective rooms. Before retiring for the night, Zhao Yi retrieved her phone and called Zhou Qinyan. "Zhao Yi, I heard that the results of this special assessment have been annulled. Are you all right?" "Ah, I am quite troubled by this matter. If you are free tomorrow, come and share a meal with me." Through the phone, Zhou Qinyan could sense Zhao Yi's negativity and nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, I will certainly be there tomorrow." After ending the call, Zhao Yi stifled a laugh as she drifted into slumber. The next morning, she entered the kitchen to find breakfast laid out alongside a note from Wang Jini. "Remember to eat upon waking. I have gone to search for a new house and may return tonight." Truly, godmother worries endlessly. Zhao Yi mused, then sat down at the table to enjoy her breakfast. Aware that her stay here would not be prolonged, she resolved to make the most of the remaining days in the training room. No sooner had she finished her meal than she received a call from Zhou Qinyan. "I'm at the door. Are you there?" "Yes, just a moment." Zhao Yi hurriedly tidied the kitchen and dining area before opening the door. "You could have just come without bringing so much. This is too generous. Enough with the pleasantries. You lazybones must have just risen. Eat what I brought." As Zhao Yi gazed at the meat and egg-filled pancakes Zhou Qinyan had brought, she smiled faintly. "No worries. I was just having breakfast. It's perfect that you've come too." Zhao Yi reached for a cup of instant noodles. Upon touching it, Zhou Qinyan was taken aback. "You soaked your noodles in cold water? You could have just heated them in the microwave." Zhao Yi placed the noodle cup into the microwave, intending to grab another for Zhou Qinyan, who declined. "Sit down and enjoy the food I brought. Let me tidy up." How could one feel at ease in such a situation? After all, a guest is a guest. Zhao Yi, though feigning modesty, was already seated at the dining table, indulging in the feast with great enthusiasm. Observing him savoring the meal, Zhou Qinyan felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed that the cancellation of the selection results had impacted Zhao Yi more profoundly than anticipated. Thus, I should be mindful of his feelings. Before he could ponder further, Zhou Qinyan's gaze fell upon a note in the trash bin. "I suggested, you only need to wash a dish. As for the thorough cleaning, we can address that later." A hand reached out, seizing Zhao Yi and abruptly turning him around, revealing a note before him. "It appears you are not faring as poorly as you claim. Now speak. What exactly is going on? Have you deceived me once more?" Chapter 28. Generous contributions. Upon realizing that Zhou Qinyan was genuinely anxious, Zhao Yi ceased his light-hearted banter and elucidated the entire situation. "Do you comprehend? I have not lost my eligibility to participate in the martial arts examination. On the contrary, I have merely transferred to a different school. Do you understand, Zhao Yi? You are indeed a fool." Zhou Qinyan raised his hand as if to strike. With a casual push, Zhao Yi sent him flying against the wall with a resounding thud. "My goodness, it's only been a few days, and you've grown stronger again?" Zhou Qinyan eagerly produced the latest materials, a comprehensive chart that measures the strength of each martial artist. known as the 8 dimensions of martial artists. This chart is categorized into 8 elements: martial, soul, blood, intelligence, strength, speed, chi, and essence, which collectively reflect a martial artist's prowess. It is said that according to the current standards, a total score exceeding 60 across these 8 categories qualifies one as a competent martial artist. You must have undergone a test during the selection process, right? Fill it out. Zhao Yi took the pen and mentally commanded the system panel to open. Host: Zhao Yi. Strength: Pre-Ascension Martial Artist, 8 dimensions of martial artists. Martial 2, Soul 8, Blood 9, Intelligence 9, Strength 8, Speed 8, Chi 8, Essence 8. Total 60, activated martial techniques. Sunflower pointing hand, 7 injuries, fist. How peculiar. I increased my vitality by at least 100 just yesterday during battles with martial artists. Yet here it only shows 9 units. When did I comprehend the 7 injuries, fist? No wonder my martial value has dropped to 2. Zhao Yi felt a surge of frustration towards the reticent system, yet he had no outlet for his grievances and could only adapt passively. He completed the test form according to the existing standards. Goodness, this adds up to exactly 60, so you've officially become a quasi-martial artist. Just managing to scrape by the passing line. You wouldn't be pretending for the sake of pride in front of me, would you? Zhou Kunyan exclaimed in disbelief. At his words, Zhao Yi chuckled and draped an arm around his shoulder. I may deceive others, but I am utterly sincere with my brothers. The primary reason I summoned you today is to present you with a surprise. A surprise? What sort of surprise? Just follow me. Zhao Yi led Zhou Kunyan into the training room and subsequently closed the door. You train in a place like this every day? No wonder your progress has been so swift. The conditions here rival those of an international high school. While Zhou Kunyan marveled, Zhao Yi discreetly tapped his shoulder with his finger. What is over there? Huh, how curious. Why can't I move? Zhou Kunyan's expression was filled with confusion, intermingled with a hint of fear. Zhao Yi approached him with a smile. Do you sense the power of the sunflower pointing hand? The sunflower pointing hand? Could it be that the reason I couldn't move just now was due to your interference? How did I not notice at all? In the midst of Zhou Kunyan's astonishment, Zhao Yi demonstrated the technique and released him from his restraint. If I could master this technique, I would dominate at the international high school. That is precisely why I called you here. It's apparent that you haven't been faring too well at the international high school recently, have you? Upon uttering these words, Zhou Kunyan appeared somewhat taken aback. Have you truly developed the capacity to read between the lines? Spare yourself the self-aggrandizement. To someone as transparent as you, your lack of depth is evident at a mere glance. Zhao Yi possessed a profound understanding of Zhou Kunyan throughout their high school years, even during their private escapades. It was Zhao Yi who consistently took the initiative. It was akin to an extroverted individual encountering an introverted one, yet today, Zhou Kunyan was undeniably overzealous in his demeanor. He believed he was presenting himself naturally, but in Zhao Yi's eyes, he was riddled with flaws. Indeed, I am inherently of an introverted disposition. Since you have inquired, I find little to conceal. Zhou Kunyan confided in Zhao Yi that he initially thought attending an international high school would grant him a smooth ascent, allowing him to swiftly distance himself from others. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that the institution was genuinely a haven for prodigies. Despite his relentless efforts, bolstered by his innate talent and his father's influence, he still found himself significantly lagging behind his peers. The repeated setbacks had cast a shadow over Zhou Kunyan's spirit. Had it not been for Zhao Yi's earlier call, he might have continued to languish in despondency. In light of this, you must strive even harder. Come, allow me to instruct you. Zhao Yi, adhering to the system's description of the sunflower pointing technique, imparted all the essential actions and nuances to Zhou Kunyan. Yes, the motion is commendable. Now execute it directly. Whoosh. Zhou Kunyan was swift in his movements, yet with each attempt, he lost the essence of the lethal nature that the technique demanded. Why does it feel somewhat off? Try it once more for me to observe. Zhao Yi stood as a human target, but despite Zhou Kunyan's numerous attempts, he could not succeed. Do not rush. Take your time. We have ample opportunity. The two engaged in mutual practice until lunch. Yet Zhou Kunyan still failed to grasp the key principles. Alas, I evidently lack the talent. Perhaps I should abandon this endeavor. Zhou Kunyan was acutely aware of the significance of martial skills, even at the international high school. Only the top students in the advanced classes were deemed worthy of learning. The average individual could at most acquire rudimentary techniques, never truly comprehending the complete essence and secrets. I must express my displeasure with your words. Just moments ago, you were so confident in encouraging me. Why have you chosen to surrender so readily? Let us order takeout. After dining, we shall continue. Zhao Yi led Zhou Qunyi in away from the training room, for remaining in a state of creative stagnation would not resolve their dilemma. Half an hour later, having dined, the two languidly reclined on the sofa, gradually succumbing to drowsiness. Come, let us resume practice. Otherwise, we may truly doze off here. Zhao Yi rose, yet Zhou Qunyi showed no inclination to follow suit. You go ahead. I am well aware of my lack of aptitude, and I would rather not squander time. When did you become so despondent? Zhao Yi bore an expression of exasperation, raising his hand to deliver a playful yet forceful punch to Zhou Qunyi's back. Yet, in the next instant, Zhao Yi found his right arm inexplicably immobilized. Striking me is futile. I remain as I am. Zhao Yi, why have you fallen silent? Regaining his senses, Zhou Qunyi rose from the sofa, only to find Zhao Yi standing rigidly like a wooden post. What happened to you? He inquired. I can't move my right arm. Have you secretly mastered something and chosen not to share it with me? What could I have possibly mastered? Are you referring to the sunflower point pressing technique? Of course. Apart from this technique, what else could render me immobile? Release. Fortunately, Zhao Yi had already mastered the sunflower point pressing technique, and releasing the restriction was second nature to him. The two then returned to the training room, where Zhao Yi stood before Zhou Qunyi. Come on, show me that move of yours once more. Chapter 29. The innate tortoise sacred body. All right, let me give it a try. Zhou Qunyi recalled the movements from earlier, aiming for Zhao Yi's left arm, extending his fingers forward. Yet, nothing transpired. See, I told you it wouldn't work. My previous success was likely just a fluke. As Zhou Qunyi realized his failure, his previously buoyant spirits plummeted once more. However, Zhao Yi remained undeterred. If mere luck could enable one to master martial arts, the world would be teeming with warriors, and we wouldn't need to fear ferocious beasts. Let me ponder this further. Zhao Yi reflected on the events that had just unfolded and quickly grasped the situation. Let me try again. She launched another offensive against Zhou Qunyi, this time resulting in a persistent numbness and tingling in his left arm. Did I succeed again? My luck seems to fluctuate, he mused. It's not luck, rather. I've discovered the key, the technique most suited to you. You, it appears, truly possess the innate tortoise sacred body. What do you mean? Speak slowly. I don't quite understand. Zhou Qunyi responded, a look of confusion on his face. Zhao Yi released the restrictions of the sunflower acupoint sealing technique and recalled a previous conversation. Do you remember that time in the hospital? You mentioned having some latent, unawakened talent, and that anyone could awaken their abilities once becoming a martial artist. Considering what just happened, I believe this might explain why you can utilize the sunflower acupoint sealing technique in such a unique manner. Don't believe it? Let me try again. Over the following period, Zhao Yi and Zhou Qunyi conducted a series of experiments, ultimately clarifying the underlying principles. The sunflower acupoint sealing technique involves concentrating internal energy at the fingertips, swiftly approaching the enemy to block their acupoints and meridians, thereby controlling them or delivering a fatal blow. Yet, Zhou Qunyi struggled to learn the conventional method. Instead, upon comprehending the theoretical aspects of the technique, it inexplicably intertwined with his not yet fully awakened talent. Now, whenever Zhou Qunyi faced a certain level of aggression, he could redirect the attacker's force onto the enemy using the sunflower acupoint sealing technique. Hey, you wouldn't believe it. This is quite enjoyable. Zhou Qunyi became increasingly engrossed, even seizing Zhao Yi's fists and repeatedly attacking himself. All right, if we continue like this, I might be the one who ends up battered. Zhou Qunyi chuckled sheepishly, but then grew serious, recalling something important. I must thank you for imparting this martial skill to me, but we need to clarify the matter of this title. Innate tortoise sacred body sounds rather unappealing. What do you think about innate black tortoise sacred body? Now that's far more imposing. After some contemplation, Zhou Qunyi arrived at a conclusion, only to be disregarded by Zhao Yi. That name is utterly cliché. It's been overused. Let us stick with the innate tortoise sacred body. After all, others will only perceive it as the tortoise sacred body, while only I will understand its true meaning. Fine, if you insist on that, so be it. But speaking of which, why not keep such a remarkable martial technique for your own use? Zhou Qunyi harbored no doubt that Zhao Yi would betray him. Even if he did, it would be of no consequence. Given the conditions proposed by Wang Wenzheng, any young person would be remiss to decline, unless they were of unsound mind. Yet, due to the existence of the rebellious system, Zhao Yi's path to strength was destined to deviate from the ordinary. Gathering his thoughts, Zhao Yi spoke earnestly. To be frank, I have a feud with Wan Su, who also possesses a nomination quota, which is why I cannot attend the international high school. However, I do not wish for Chairman Wang's quota to go to waste, so I have transferred it to you. In other words, you are, in essence, my scapegoat. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qinyan felt a whirlwind of emotions and promptly patted Zhao Yi's shoulder with a serious expression. He had not anticipated that Ruan Su, who had only recently gained attention in the selection competition, could be such a sinister and narrow-minded individual behind the scenes. Rest assured, brother, I will diligently hone the martial arts techniques you have imparted to me. I shall avenge you. Wait, that's not what I meant. Zhao Yi could not intervene in time as Zhou Qinyan, filled with righteous fury, bowed and left the villa. This kid is truly one-track-minded. I hope he doesn't stir up any trouble, Zhao Yi muttered to himself. Just then, footsteps echoed at the entrance once more. I knew it. He must have realized something. Zhao Yi, I apologize for returning late. Have you had lunch? Wang Zhini appeared at the door, carrying 2 takeout boxes. Zhao Yi smiled and stepped forward to greet her. Of course not. I'm almost starving. Then let us eat while it's warm. By the way, I saw someone at the community entrance earlier. Strangely, from a distance, they resembled a vengeful spirit wronged for decades. Zhao Yi, upon hearing this, pinched his thigh to stifle a laugh. I found a new place to live, near Yutong Middle School. After we finish eating, we can move there. Zhao Yi nodded. He had longed to leave this place of turmoil. At 4 in the afternoon, Zhao Yi and Wang Zhini arrived at the entrance of an old residential complex in the moving company's vehicle. Gazing at the sign, Zhao Yi realized this was an aging staff building of a local institution. This is it. Despite its worn exterior, the environment is quite pleasant, very tranquil, and the neighbors seem friendly. And the price must be quite reasonable, too, Zhao Yi thought silently as he observed Wang Zhini bustling about. He resolved that once things settled at Yutong Middle School, he would swiftly acquire his first pot of gold. Inside the house, the condition was indeed as Zhao Yi had described. Aside from its age, there were no significant issues. Mom, let us take a break. I'm exhausted. Half an hour later, Zhao Yi sat on the sofa, catching his breath. Yet Wang Zhini remained full of vigor. I'm fine, really. The sooner we clean up, the sooner we can officially move in. Seeing her enthusiasm, Zhao Yi couldn't help but tease her. Rather than allowing her godmother to participate in the martial arts examination, it would surely be a revelation. Before long, another day had passed. In the morning, Zhao Yi heard the bustling sounds of Wang Zhini in the kitchen and hurriedly got out of bed. Zhao Yi, rise quickly. Today marks your first day reporting to school. You must not leave a poor impression of tardiness on your teachers and peers. After having breakfast, Zhao Yi donned her school uniform and gathered her paperwork before descending the stairs. She hailed a taxi on the roadside. Looking so spirited? You must be rushing off to school. Indeed. Driver, please take me to Yutong Middle School. Before Zhao Yi could finish her sentence, the driver abruptly slammed the door shut. His expression one of sheer astonishment, and he accelerated away with a swift press of the gas pedal, vanishing from her sight. Isn't that a bit excessive? Frustrated, Zhao Yi attempted to hail another taxi several times, but met with the same result. With no other options, she reluctantly mounted a shared bicycle and set off on her journey to school. Chapter 30. The catfish arrives while Zhao Yi was still en route. The arrival of a new transfer student had already stirred a significant commotion at Yutong High School. Is it true that our school has a new transfer student? Indeed, it is true. I even spotted an empty seat in the back of Class 3, clearly reserved for him. I had to repeat 2 years to qualify for admission. Why should this newcomer be allowed to join us? It's utterly unfair. The students engaged in fervent discussions, with the majority harboring unfavorable sentiments towards the imminent addition to their ranks. In the classroom of senior year Class 3, while the teacher was delivering a lecture at the front, the students in the back were obliviously chatting. So what if a transfer student is coming? Surely, it doesn't warrant such a fuss. Su Ying, with her vibrant red hair, was perplexed by the uproar. Beside her, Rue, noticing her confusion, chuckled. You, after all, are here because your father spent 500,000 to send you, so you cannot comprehend the struggles of those who toiled for their admission. Indeed, Rue's words struck a chord. The transfer student may be inconsequential to them, but for the other students, he represented an unexpected competitor. What do you think, Tangzhu? Everyone turned to Sun Zhengfeng, who was gazing out the window in the corner. He was the undisputed ruler of Yutong High School and had single-handedly established the Xian Yutong since his arrival, drawing in strong individuals and continually expanding its influence. Those surrounding him, including Su Ying and Rue, were individuals he had nurtured, a total of 8, collectively known as the 8 virtuous of Yutong. Sun Zhengfeng's attire contrasted starkly with that of his peers, giving him the appearance of an exemplary student. He had indeed overheard the discussion, but his mind was already formulating its own conclusions. Throughout the 3 years of high school, encompassing numerous examinations, the annual entrance exam was the paramount assessment. Now, as the martial arts examination approached, each student was acutely aware of their standings. In short, after 3 years of rigorous evaluation. The hierarchy among students at Yutong High had solidified. This was not merely a dilemma faced by Yutong High, as every institution grappled with similar issues. The arrival of this transfer student was akin to a catfish, poised to stir the stagnant waters. The students, whose grades and rankings had been firmly established, now felt threatened. No one wished to be relegated to an outcast position by the newcomer. I had thought that the greatest anticipation this year would be the martial arts examination, only to find an unexpected appetizer in the form of a transfer student. I do not perceive the arrival of a new student as a negative occurrence, but he must at least learn to abide by our established rules. Do you understand? Su Ying and Rui nodded, then turned to lead a group of students out of the classroom. Yutong High School, is this it? How can there be no proper entrance? Zhao Yi continued forward, arriving at the location indicated by his mobile navigation. Yet, as he looked around, there was no sign of a school-less presence. Excuse me, is Yutong High School located here? Zhao Yi inquired, only to be met with disdain and contempt. He had grown accustomed to it. At that moment, several individuals emerged from the vividly graffiti-covered buildings in the distance, trailed by a number of followers, giving the impression of a social group. Rui Xiao? That lad appearing bewildered while asking for directions must be him. What are we waiting for? Let us prepare swiftly. Rui waved his hand, and those nearby dispersed, camouflaging themselves expertly. Zhao Yi spun around, and amidst the layers of vibrant graffiti, he discerned the 4 characters. Yutang Middle School. So it is right here. Upon arriving at the school gate, Zhao Yi was astonished to find there was no gatekeeper. He rode through the entrance, beginning his search for the registration area, while actions were already unfolding in the shadows. 3, 2, 1 move. A prelayed rope was suddenly pulled taut along the sides of the road. Zhao Yi, taken by surprise, was tripped and hurled from his bicycle. Oh, look, isn't this the new transfer student? Why such a grand gesture upon our first meeting? Dear classmate, do not take it personally. We are equal opportunity bullies. Observing the boy's expression, they taunted, what is that look? Do you intend to retaliate? Instead of fleeing when Zhao Yi fell, the assailants began to mock him openly. They were clearly seasoned in this regard. Zhao Yi was in no position to resist, let alone utter a word of defiance, lest he face dire consequences at the school gate. However, to everyone's astonishment, after picking himself up, Zhao Yi did not retaliate. Instead, he bowed deeply to the group before him. I sincerely thank you all for the welcoming ceremony. I am truly moved. The group before Zhao Yi stood frozen, their extensive experience failing to prepare them for such an unexpected response. What now? I don't know. Could it be that he fell so hard he damaged his brain? Let us hurry back and consult Rui Xiao for guidance. The group exchanged bewildered glances, their earlier fierceness dissipating as they turned to flee. Hey, don't run. I genuinely appreciate you. Zhao Yi felt perplexed, the notifications in his mind ringing incessantly. You are being bullied. Mental value 200. You have suffered a fall. Danger level 4. Health points 50. Being bullied grants such a substantial increase? Goodness, my purpose in Yutang Middle School might not merely be to endure hardship, but perhaps to reap significant rewards. Zhao Yi dared not contemplate further. If he spent more years in such a school, the growth he could achieve through the rebellious system would be terrifying indeed. Casting a backward glance at his mangled bicycle, he continued on foot. Before long, Rui Wan and Su Ying, who were patiently awaiting on the upper floor, encountered the frantic return of their subordinates. What has frightened you so? Is the newcomer exceptionally formidable? No, not at all. He didn't fight back and still got caught. Then why the panic? What on earth happened? Rui Xiao, that lad is rather peculiar. He actually expressed gratitude towards us. As the younger members finished their remarks, Rui exchanged a glance with Su Ying, both clearly taken aback by such an absurd occurrence. Something is amiss. We should consult the leader for a decisive judgment. The two hastily returned to the classroom, inadvertently colliding with Sun Zhengfeng. Leader, the newcomer possesses an unsettling aura. Something feels off. Upon hearing their account, Sun Zhengfeng couldn't help but chuckle. Leader, what is amusing you? Oh, it is nothing. After all, that lad is one of the 2 exceptional talents to emerge from this selection process. Do not underestimate him. His current odd behavior is merely an unconventional fade. We must not be deceived by his outward appearance. Chapter 31. The gentleman conceals his talents. The instructor sought me out with a matter of urgency. As for that young fellow's affairs, you shall handle them yourselves. Sun Zhengfeng hastily departed, leaving Su Ying and Rui Wan to ponder his words. The implication from the headmaster seemed to suggest that the lad's expressions of gratitude were mere pretenses. Indeed, it appears we must escalate our efforts and unleash our full might. With a single command, more members of the Xinyu Hall joined this endeavor. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yi, his heartfelt thanks would instigate a considerable ripple effect. He only perceived the perilous journey from the school gate, which appeared to stretch several hundred meters, fraught with treacherous traps and hazards, far more exaggerated than the trials of Tang Song in his quest for scriptures. Is it possible that this school operates without any semblance of law? Zhao Yi endured the relentless torment of various traps, finding a peculiar pleasure amidst his suffering, though the system's alert tones threatened to deafen him. You have sustained consecutive impacts, danger level rising, vitality at 110. You are encountering danger with excessive frequency, system overheating. Warning, system overheating, system. Damn it, has this infernal system crashed again? Zhao Yi, wearing a look of resignation, cautiously navigated through a path strewn with triangular nails. Upon spotting a nearby bench, he intended to sit and rest. At that moment, a voice echoed from behind him. Do not sit, classmate, it is dangerous. Startled, Zhao Yi promptly lifted himself, only to discover a ferocious dog emerging from beneath the bench, nearly biting him. Goodness, such perilous circumstances. Many thanks to that teacher, but where is he? Zhao Yi looked up, yet saw no sign of the teacher. Instead, in a nearby corner, a bespectacled instructor was being subdued by a throng of students. Tao Yong, you truly lack shame. Do not presume that we would refrain from acting against you simply because Sister Wei Wei is backing you. Indeed, if you dare to disrupt our operations again, you shall surely face dire consequences. The leader of the students brandished a baseball bat, while others held Tao Yong's legs firmly. He struggled desperately, but could not break free. Just as the bat swung towards him, a figure suddenly interposed itself among them. Crack! The bat struck this individual with great force, yet he seemed impervious to the impact. You were the one who alerted me, weren't you? Truly a commendable teacher. Please, rise. Zhao Yi reached out to help Tao Yong to his feet, then turned to confront the hostile gazes of the students, offering a calm smile. Oh, I nearly forgot about you all. Thank you for your warm welcome. I have truly felt your enthusiasm. Before he could finish, the crowd scattered like startled birds, vanishing in an instant. They fled again. It seems the local students are rather shy. Zhao Yi sheepishly scratched his head, only to notice Tao Yong regarding him as though he were an extraterrestrial. Teacher, why are you staring at me like that? Classmate, has your head been damaged by them? Not at all. Why did you thank them after being bullied? Zhao Yi was momentarily speechless, finally managing to utter, this is my secret. Can you keep it, teacher? Looking into Zhao Yi's resolute eyes, Tao Yong grasped the unspoken meaning. I understand now. You embody the philosophy of a gentleman, biding your time for revenge, am I correct? To possess such intricate reasoning at such a young age is truly admirable. Zhao Yi wished to elaborate, but reconsidered, realizing that further explanations would only complicate matters. He could only smile and nod. Are you new here? Yes, I am a transfer student, just intending to report today, and this happened. No worries, come back with me. Tao Yong led Zhao Yi to his modest, yet tidy apartment on campus, decorated in a manner befitting a science enthusiast. Let me shower and change. You should freshen up as well. You look quite disheveled. After both had bathed, Zhao Yi donned Tao Yong's clothes, which fit surprisingly well. My name is Zhao Yi. May I ask your name, teacher? Your name is known throughout the school. I am Tao Yong, a physics teacher in my final year. Tao Yong adjusted his glasses. Zhao Yi took a sip of water and continued. I have heard of the esteemed Yutong High School. I simply did not expect to encounter such a remarkable teacher here. Since you do not wish to associate with those individuals, why not leave? Tao Yong sighed at this question, his expression one of resignation. In truth, I am here primarily for my daughter, Tao Weiwei. Although she is a girl, she is also a significant problem student, having transferred schools at least 7 or 8 times during her high school years. This time at Yutong High is her last opportunity, otherwise, she will face expulsion. To ensure she can continue until the martial arts examination, I have no choice but to endure. It must be difficult for you. Such an experience is undoubtedly unpleasant. Upon hearing this, Tao Yong gazed out the window, a smile breaking across his face. It is indeed challenging, but the thought of enabling Wei Wei to continue her education makes it worthwhile. Witnessing Tao Yong's somewhat naive smile warmed Zhao Yi's heart. He felt that perhaps Wang Zhini shared a similar mindset, which is why she never gave up on herself. You are being moved. Spirit value 50. The system that deducts points suddenly awakens when I am touched? Zhao Yi inwardly cursed. Tao Yong spoke again. What about you? Why did you come to Yutong High? Is your situation worse than Wei Wei's? The implication was clear. Anyone with options would not choose to attend this school. My situation is somewhat complex and cannot be easily explained. However, since I am here, I shall make the best of it and strive to study until the day of the martial arts examination. Besides, I haven't even officially started classes yet, and I've already gained so much. I am beginning to look forward to the new life on this campus. Observing the smile on Zhao Yi's face, Tao Yong couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This young man truly lives up to his reputation, emerging victorious from a rigorous selection process. At such a tender age, he possesses remarkable depth and insight, promising an immeasurable future. Tao Yong scrutinized Zhao Yi from head to toe before speaking. Regardless of the circumstances, I must express my gratitude for your timely intervention today. Otherwise, I might have found myself relying on crutches to attend classes. I genuinely do not know how to repay you. Zhao Yi, catching a glimpse of the open wardrobe, was struck with an idea. In truth, if you wish to repay me, it is quite simple. You merely need to lend me an item. An item? What sort of item? Anything within this room is yours to take as you please. Tao Yong was eager to hand over the keys to his apartment, striding directly toward the wardrobe. In just half a minute, Zhao Yi had donned his clothing. Chapter 32. The arrival of new toys. How is it? If I do not reveal myself, who would not call me teacher upon seeing me? Gazing at Zhao Yi, who had donned a suit, Tao Yong nodded repeatedly. The old adage holds true. One is judged by their attire, and your demeanor is absolutely remarkable. Well then, once you are done trying it on, make sure to change back. Change back for what? I intend to wear this outfit to class. Tao Yong confirmed Zhao Yi's unwavering answer multiple times before nodding in acceptance. Very well, time is of the essence. I must head to the classroom now. So you do as you please. After leaving the keys behind, Tao Yong turned and descended the stairs. Zhao Yi, meanwhile, discovered a black tie in the wardrobe. Oh, now it is complete. You rascals from the fish pond, how dare you bully me earlier? Soon, I shall ensure you repay me in kind. Zhao Yi took a textbook from Tao Yong's desk and made his way downstairs. In the classroom of Senior Grade 3, Class 3, students had long grown accustomed to ignoring the teacher's presence. As the bell signaled the end of class, the teacher at the podium hastily stood up. Class dismissed. The female teacher, in a flustered panic, attempted to flee but seemed to recall something important, swiftly picking up chalk to scrawl on the blackboard. Once she departed, the words on the board piqued the interest of all the students. The original physics teacher is on leave. The next class will be taught by a new instructor. After a brief moment of silence, the students erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Wonderful! Another new toy to play with. The previous physics teacher lasted an entire week, setting a record. I wonder how long this one will endure. Let me place my bets. One class on this side, a day on that side, a week over here. Make your choices swiftly. The 10-minute break flew by, and once the bell rang, the students of Senior Grade 3, Class 3, unusually settled into their seats with anticipation, eager to see what kind of marvel the new teacher would be. Is he here? He has arrived. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Students began to reveal the weapons concealed within their desks as footsteps approached from outside the classroom. With a creak, the classroom door swung open, and several robust male students charged forward. Teacher, welcome to our class. Countless makeshift weapons swung down, only for the students to be taken aback as they realized their attacks had all missed. Fellow students, I am the new physics teacher, and class is now in session. You over there, why have you not returned to your seats? Zhao Yi, clad in a suit and tie, appeared at the podium. All the students stared in disbelief as if they had seen a ghost. Did you see how he passed by? I did not. Was I imagining things? Let us return and see. Reluctantly, the group retreated to their seats. Zhao Yi understood the value of turning pretense into reality, and as he opened his textbook, he began to write fervently on the blackboard. Thus, with the back door wide open, the previously subdued classroom began to stir with excitement once more. Oh, did you see that? What an opportunity. Watch me. One individual produced 2 darts and hurled them directly toward Zhao Yi. At the critical moment, the chalk in Zhao Yi's hand broke, forcing him to crouch down to retrieve it, narrowly evading the 2 darts. Where has all the funding for your school gone? Even the quality of the chalk is so poor. Zhao Yi muttered in frustration. A lethal intent once again emerged behind him. Let me handle this. Another person drew a compound bow, stringing it taut and aiming at Zhao Yi. Whoosh! The arrow shot forth with such swiftness that the eye could scarcely perceive it. What kind of fly is buzzing around? Although Zhao Yi had his back turned to the students, in the split second before the arrow struck, he seized his lecture notes and slapped them in the direction of the incoming projectile. Whoosh! The arrow returned whence it came, piercing a student's eye. A gasp echoed through the classroom as chaos erupted, compelling Zhao Yi to turn around with a smile. Oh dear, classmate, why is your eye bleeding profusely during the lesson? I have a background in medicine. Would you like me to take a look? Zhao Yi's face bore a smile, yet to the onlookers, it resembled the grin of the Grim Reaper. And no, that's all right. I can just head to the infirmary for some bandaging. The student hastily exited the classroom. Zhao Yi stood up, continuing to wear a smile as he addressed everyone. All right, class, let us begin. However, before Zhao Yi could finish his sentence, one student slammed the table and stood up. I don't care where you come from. Let us get straight to the point and drop the act. Yes, you are indeed skilled, and ordinary methods 1T suffice against you. But that does not grant you the freedom to do as you please in our class. Just as the saying goes, when one person raises the banner, 100 respond. Now, over 30 students in the classroom rose in unison. Noticing the weapons they held, machetes and steel pipes, Zhao Yi could only shake his head in resignation. As a teacher, it pains me to see you all like this. Unfortunately, my other identity compels me to stay and teach you unruly students a lesson. Other identity, spare us the theatrics. Everyone attack. With that, the 30-plus students surged forward, prompting Zhao Yi to shed his fade. With so many of you, it's the perfect opportunity to test the efficacy of the 7-injury fist. The principles of the 7-injury fist surfaced in Zhao Yi's mind as the onslaught of his opponents approached. He steadied his breath, grounding himself, and silently recited the key tenets of the technique, unleashing a powerful punch aimed directly at an adversary's chest. Boom! The individual was sent flying, akin to a bowling ball, crashing into those around him and shattering desks and chairs. I've struck true. At that moment, a steel pipe came crashing down upon Zhao Yi's right arm, accompanied by a sinister laugh in his ear. Your limbs are sustaining damage. Threat level 4, health points 30. Indeed, I've struck true as well. Zhao Yi chuckled. Turning back, drawing in a breath, and firmly establishing his stance, he focused his mind on delivering a punch infused with a sinister force. The individual wielding the steel pipe was instantly lifted high, only to crash down heavily, nearly impaling himself with his own weapon. In the ensuing moments, Zhao Yi seized this opportunity to thoroughly explore the essence of the 7 injuries fist. An incessant alarm resonated in his mind, and a radiant smile blossomed upon his face. Meanwhile, the leader of the group, utterly exhausted, could no longer contain his frustration and exclaimed, "You lot are usually so brazen in your own territory. Yet now that you face a formidable opponent, you all seem to wither away? It's not as if we Haven team made our move, yet this individual appears unfazed. How can anyone endure this? He is nothing short of a monster. Just moments ago, he revealed he possesses another identity. What could it possibly be?" As the crowd buzzed with speculation, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance. His other identity was none other than the strongest transfer student who had just emerged victorious from the rigorous selection process for exceptional talents. Chapter 33. The mysterious experimental building. Upon hearing the voice, the students turned around, their excitement palpable. The master, Zhao Yi, exchanged a glance with Sun Zhengfeng, who stood at the door and quickly smiled while cupping his hands in a gesture of respect. The strongest transfer student is hardly an accurate description. It merely reflects a stroke of good fortune in achieving a passing grade. Today, your warm welcome on my first day of school merits a reciprocal gesture. After all, courtesy is a two-way street. Zhao Yi removed his suit, revealing the student uniform beneath, having shed the earlier sharpness he exuded. Just then, a series of footsteps echoed from afar, drawing closer. Master, we have searched nearly every corner of the school, yet we could not locate that boy. Master, how could he possibly be here? Su Ying and the others were left dumbfounded upon seeing Zhao Yi, while Sun Zhengfeng's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he exited the classroom. Everyone follow me. The 8 distinguished students, known as the Jade Hall 8 Virtues, trailed behind Sun Zhengfeng, each too apprehensive to meet his gaze. Master, we underestimated that boy. Who could have anticipated he would have the audacity to impersonate a teacher? Indeed, he does not seem as simple as he appears. He must harbor a strong desire for revenge. Enough talk. Sun Zhengfeng waved his hand dismissively, a hint of disdain crossing his features. If you cannot manage such a trivial matter, I cannot even be bothered to reprimand you. However, this incident has made me realize that the boy is indeed extraordinary. It would be sheer folly to let others confront him. We must devise a more strategic approach. Master, what do you propose we do? Sun Zhengfeng pondered carefully, soon arriving at a conclusion. The coach recently approached me, stating that the development of the enhancement rings has hit a bottleneck and requires our assistance. Do you think sending this fellow would be too cruel? The other 8 exchanged glances, each displaying a sinister yet pleased smile. I find the master's suggestion quite astute. Given our current shortage of manpower, we truly lack the resources to have the coach conduct experiments. Why not let this boy handle it alone? Sun Zhengfeng's proposal received unanimous approval, after which he reiterated his instructions. Now that we have confirmed our plan, it is unnecessary to reveal our intentions to him. We must be adept at seizing opportunities, understood? The group nodded in agreement before returning to the classroom. Zhao Yi, having shed his suit, stood atop the platform, casting his gaze toward the back of the classroom, where he zeroed in on Su Ying, one of the 8 virtues. Are you sitting alone? Shall we be desk partners? Huh, I. Zhao Yi paid no heed to Su Ying's hesitation and plopped down in the seat beside him. The classroom fell into an eerie silence, soon interrupted by the hurried entrance of a figure. The physics teacher is on leave today, so I will be taking over the class. Classmate, where are you going? The individual at the podium was none other than Tao Yong. Before he could utter another word, Tao Weiwei, also one of the 8 virtues, abruptly stood and exited through the back door. Teacher Tao, please proceed with the lesson. I will check on her. Upon seeing Zhao Yi stand up and pursue her, Tao Yong's heart settled somewhat as he nodded. He followed her at a brisk pace, only to discover that Tao Weiwei had left the teaching building and made her way to the adjoining laboratory building. What could she possibly intend to do? Zhao Yi had no time for further contemplation as he hastily trailed her inside. Once inside, he was struck by the eerie silence enveloping the laboratory. He scarcely dared to breathe when suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from above. Following the sound, Zhao Yi rushed upstairs and glimpsed movement within a laboratory classroom. Through the ajar door, he could faintly discern Tao Weiwei's figure alongside a young man clad in a white lab coat and protective goggles. Their demeanor suggested they were engaged in some form of experimentation. Could it be that Yutong High School had other teachers like Tao Yong? Just as Zhao Yi yearned to observe further, someone noticed the door was not fully closed and approached. With a resounding clap, the door swung shut, startling Zhao Yi. For the person who had come to close it was none other than Li Qinglian, who had been missing for several days. To avoid detection, Zhao Yi had no choice but to retrace his steps and temporarily vacate the laboratory. Coincidentally, the class bell rang at that moment, prompting Tao Yong to hurriedly arrive at the scene. Zhao Yi, is my daughter all right? She's fine. It appears she simply didn't wish to see you. I followed her to the laboratory. By the way, what exactly is happening in the laboratory? Upon hearing the mention of the laboratory, Tao Yong's expression shifted dramatically. His face contorted with regret, as if he wished to pound his chest in despair. Teacher Tao, what troubles you? After a long pause, Tao Yong managed to compose himself, though he appeared to be enduring some form of pain, before waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Just continue with your classes as usual. It seems the students have accepted you. I have other classes, farewell. Without looking back, Tao Yong departed, while Zhao Yi had no intention of returning to class. After all, his purpose for being there was solely to obtain qualifications for the martial arts examination, and uncovering the mystery behind Li Qinglian's disappearance was evidently of greater importance than attending class. Today's experiment concludes here. The subject is quite fatigued, and you all performed admirably. The instructor, removing his goggles, revealed a face that was somewhat handsome. Both Tao Weiwei and Li Qinglian could not suppress their gleeful smiles, and tentatively inquired, Teacher, may we leave now? Yes, you may return to class. Next time, you will be able to participate in the core project. Encouraged, Tao Weiwei's spirits soared, and she hummed a merry tune as she skipped out of the laboratory. Li Qinglian followed suit, yet their paths diverged completely. As she passed a corner, suddenly a hand pulled her into the shadows. Shoo, don't scream, recognize me. Li Qinglian's mouth was covered, and upon focusing, she discerned Zhao Yi before her, immediately displaying a look of aversion. What do you want? And don't get so close to me. Zhao Yi maintained his composure, continuing to smile at her. Of course, I have come to seek you out, Li Qinglian. Oh, my apologies. I believe you are now known as Wang Qinglian. Is that correct? Changing one's name is my prerogative. What relevance does it hold for you? It may not concern me, but it certainly bears significance for my godmother, given your prolonged absence. Should you not have taken the initiative to reassure her of your well-being? Upon hearing this, Li Qinglian could not help but let out a cold laugh. I have severed all ties with that family. With a son as splendid as you, does she truly require my return? Am I an eyesore? Though her words may be harsh, Zhao Yi discerned that Li Qinglian was, in fact, envious, specifically, envious of her own affection. Goodness, how did I fail to recognize the extent of my own allure? Zhao Yi shook her head, attempting to rectify her line of thought. Chapter 34. The secret of Yutong High School. What parent does not feel a pang of heartache for their child? You and she have not yet reached the point of severed ties. There is still time to turn back. How can you be so certain that you have not arrived at that juncture? It is obvious, for you have changed your name to Wang Qinglian. Upon hearing these words, Li Qinglian was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Zhao Yi with a face full of scorn. What an insufferably clever and irritating person he is. The reason I adopted the surname Wang was merely due to its fewer strokes and ease of pronunciation. I advise you to cease your misguided affections. As a final piece of advice, if you have nothing better to do, leave. Yutong High School is not a place where you can linger. With that, Li Qinglian turned and walked away, leaving Zhao Yi bewildered in the wind. Final advice. Is she genuinely concerned for me? Zhao Yi felt a bit perplexed as the school bell rang once more, compelling him to join the flow of students entering the classroom. In the distance, on the back mountain, a shooting star streaked through the dense forest, then vanished from sight. Be careful not to be discovered. Two individuals clad in uniforms wore expressions of mystery. One quickly retracted a pair of binoculars and dialed a number. Chairman Wang. Zhao Yi has successfully made contact with the suspect. Currently, he is not in any immediate danger. Excellent. Continue to monitor him. If any unforeseen circumstances arise, you must intervene to ensure his safety. When the time is right, you may reveal your identities to him. Understood. As the call ended, Wang Wenjing sat in his office, gazing at a top-secret document before him. He had recently received this classified dossier from his superiors, and even a man as seasoned as he could not help but be taken aback by its outrageous contents. It was precisely for this reason that he arranged for two subordinates to secretly follow Zhao Yi without her knowledge. They aimed to unveil the hidden secrets lurking within Yutong High School through her connections. Zhao Yi, your success hinges entirely on you. Back on campus, Zhao Yi sat at his desk and soon began to feel drowsy. The teacher at the podium was putting forth great effort, yet this was Yutong High School, ranked third from the bottom in the city, and none of the students below seemed to regard classroom discipline in the slightest. The teacher appeared unsurprised. Those who remained here had evidently developed a tacit understanding with the students, each minding their own business in mutual indifference. Only Zhao Yi genuinely wished to listen, yet he could not suppress the drowsiness overtaking him. Had I known, I would have enrolled in a sports specialty class. In his boredom, Zhao Yi mused to himself, fully aware that only students with special talents need not endure the confinement of the classroom during the latter half of their senior year. Gazing out the window, he felt an overwhelming impulse to sing tears behind iron bars. Is that Li Qinglian? The figure of Li Qinglian flashed outside the window, instantly capturing Zhao Yi's attention. She was wearing a short skirt and appeared to have applied makeup. Instinctively, Zhao Yi sensed that something was amiss with Li Qinglian. The flames of gossip ignited within him, and disregarding classroom decorum, Zhao Yi dashed out in pursuit. As he hurried to the school gate, he caught sight of Li Qinglian, clad in a short skirt, stepping into a striking red Ferrari. Goodness, who was behind the wheel? No wonder Li Qinglian's demeanor has shifted so dramatically. It appears she has forgotten her roots with a husband in tow. Zhao Yi reached out to hail a taxi, but to no avail, as no one paid him any mind. Suddenly, a sleek black car came to a halt beside him. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yi swung open the door and climbed inside. Quickly, driver. Follow that red Ferrari ahead. The black car roared to life, swiftly vanishing from the entrance of Yutong High School. The scenery outside the window whirled by at a dizzying pace, the powerful acceleration causing Zhao Yi to sway unsteadily in the back seat. Before long, the vehicle came to a stop, and Zhao Yi stared out the window in disbelief. They had arrived at an abandoned factory, its towering smokestacks telling tales of past glory, while faded slogans on the walls about striving for greatness had succumbed to the ravages of time. Where on earth have I ended up? Is this still within the city limits? Zhao Yi suddenly had a thought. He had noticed that the two individuals driving seemed rather unusual. When did taxi drivers start wearing uniforms? Black suits and dark sunglasses, no less. Zhao Yi continued to jest, but internally he steeled himself for whatever might come next. System, stay alert. You mustn't falter at this critical moment. Just as he was preparing to brace for confrontation, one of the men turned around, beaming with a wide smile. Hello, Zhao Yi. I am Agent 95, and this is Agent 27. Pleased to meet you. But do I know you? Zhao Yi chuckled as he shook their hands, prompting the agents to introduce themselves. We were sent by Chairman Wang, who instructed us to reveal our identities now that the time is ripe. We noticed you leaving campus alone, so we took it upon ourselves to pick you up. I see. Why didn't you say so sooner? Do you know why I stepped out? It's still possible to return. Otherwise, I might miss the end credits of the series. Zhao Yi's expression turned anxious, and Agent 95 nodded knowingly. Yes, you wish to know whose car Li Qinglian, under the alias Wang Qinglian, just entered and where she has gone. In fact, we are equally curious about her whereabouts. Agent 27 then produced a tablet, revealing surveillance footage. In the video, Li Qinglian was seated in an upscale Western restaurant, laughing and chatting with a gentleman across from her, her charm unmistakable. She truly has transformed dramatically. If her mother knew she was being so brazen, she would surely have a fit. But who is that man across from her? Upon hearing this, Agent 27 switched the camera angle, revealing a suave gentleman sporting a turtleneck and a trendy hairstyle. His name is Dai Jiqing, who has held no less than 10 different identities in the past and is currently the martial arts instructor at Yutong High School. colloquially known as the PE teacher. A martial arts instructor? I never would have guessed that this slick fellow could occupy such a significant position. Zhao Yi was taken aback. In this era where martial prowess is revered, the once lowly PE teacher has emerged as a pivotal figure in every school. After all, those warriors who have successfully passed the martial examination are deemed qualified to enter the battlefield. Hey, where should I place my hands? No, why am I feeling so anxious? I should be elated. Zhao Yi realized this and turned her gaze towards agent number 95. Could you possibly record the scene of our meal? Of course, that's not an issue. However, let us discuss matters concerning Li Qinglian and Dai Jiqing. The official cautioned, the confidentiality of this matter is exceedingly high. Are you prepared? Zhao Yi surveyed her surroundings. Indeed, this desolate and abandoned factory was the most suitable venue for their conversation. Please, proceed. I am all ears. The two agents, armed with detailed documents, proceeded to introduce Zhao Yi to another facet of Dai Jiqing's identity, the head of the city development and related affairs for the enhanced martial ring. Chapter 35. Please accept the new mission. This object, known as the amplification martial ring, has a history that remains largely untraced, yet it garnered immense attention upon its inception. The allure of this item surpasses that of any illicit substance. Merely donning it grants an ordinary individual, devoid of any martial prowess, the formidable strength akin to that of a seasoned warrior. Observing the two rings in the hands of Agent 95, Zhao Yi felt a twinge of confusion. She had encountered this item before. Li Qinglian had once pilfered her personal trainer's amplification martial ring, which appeared significantly larger than these. Could this be an enhanced version? No. Quite the contrary. Allow me to show you this, Agent 95 said, shaking his head as he produced a marked autopsy report. After perusing the document, an icy sweat trickled down Zhao Yi's spine. Officially, the cause of death was attributed to hypertension. Yet the autopsy revealed that the individual succumbed to an explosion due to excessively high blood temperature. Zhao Yi glanced at the photograph. The deceased bore peculiar markings on their neck and abdomen, seemingly the same hue as metal. Those unique patterns cannot possibly be. Indeed, they are the latest version of the amplification martial ring, capable of merging almost seamlessly with human skin. Yet, it is evident that they failed. Agent 95 raised his gaze to Zhao Yi, his expression growing increasingly grave. This matter was initially well concealed, but for reasons unknown, it has recently been disseminated, becoming an object of fascination for many inadequately skilled warriors. Should such a perilous artifact become widespread, you can comprehend the dire consequences that would ensue. Recognizing the weight of the atmosphere, Zhao Yi nodded earnestly. I understand, but what does this have to do with Li Qinglian? The two agents exchanged glances. And Agent 27 produced another document. We have discovered that you resided in the villa of Li Qinglian's father, Li Jiqiang, though I believe your knowledge of him is scant. Otherwise, you would not pose such a question. Are you implying that Li Jiqiang has a formidable background? In comparison to ordinary individuals, indeed. Zhao Yi glanced at the materials in her hand and began to grasp the implications. It cannot be true. A scoundrel like Li Jiqiang, who is negligent towards his family, could actually be an executive at Panga Technology? Panga Technology is currently a titan in the realm of science and technology, specializing in the field of human enhancement, with the objective of augmenting the combat capabilities of ordinary people to counteract the impending surge of malevolence. Those who attain such positions are certainly not mediocre. Indeed, he has maintained the facade of a devoted husband and father remarkably well, garnering a modicum of fame within the company and industry. Zhao Yi nodded absently, clearly uninterested in the affairs of Li Jiqiang. So, you are suggesting that Dai Jiqing accepted Li Qinglian into Yutong High School in order to get closer to Li Jiqiang? According to our investigations, that is indeed the case. However, we have yet to obtain substantial evidence. As their relationship deepens, the urgency of the situation becomes increasingly critical. As soon as those words were spoken, Zhao Yi, filled with righteous indignation, spoke up. I understand now. The task assigned to me must be to thwart their date, correct? I shall. Before he could finish, Agent 95 pulled him back. On the contrary, not only must you refrain from sabotaging their meeting, but you must also find a way to bring them together. The ultimate goal, of course, is to lure out the significant figure lurking behind Dai Jiqing. You want me to play matchmaker? Do I resemble a wedding broker? Zhao Yi shrugged, never one to agree to a task he felt uncertain about. The two agents exchanged glances, ultimately resorting to calling upon Wang Wenjing. This is all at Chairman Wang's behest. We are merely messengers. Then you can call him. If not, let me speak to him. We should change representatives quickly. Zhao Yi grew increasingly impatient, and the call was soon connected, revealing a familiar voice. Hello, Zhao Yi. I believe you are the ideal candidate for this task. Why do you refuse me? Spare me your sweet talk. My godmother sent me to persuade Li Qinglian to return to her side, and yet you want me to play matchmaker for those two instead. If my godmother finds out, she will surely flame me alive. I simply cannot do it. Seeing Zhao Yi's resolute tone, Wang Wenjun couldn't help but chuckle. There's nothing truly impossible. Want you reconsider? No reconsideration. I will not go, no matter what. Very well. Then I shall have to inform the principal of Yutong High School that there has been a mix-up regarding the transfer studentess information. Wang, are you threatening me with matters concerning the martial arts exam? Zhao Yi shouted furiously, instantly causing both agents to break out in a sweat. They had worked under Wang Wenjun for so long, but had never witnessed anyone speak to him in such a manner. The most remarkable part was that Wang Wenjun on the other end of the line seemed unfazed, instead smiling even more broadly. I would never cause trouble for any examinee. My previous remarks were merely to explore the potential for deeper collaboration. You've got guts. Now tell me, what must I do? Your task is quite simple. Just approach the individual named Dai Jiqing. Upon hearing Wang Wenjing's nonchalant tone, Zhao Yi nearly spat blood in exasperation. Approach him? I neither possess a powerful father nor the beauty of Li Qinglian. What do I have to draw near him? Have you been sipping tea in the office too long? Agent 95 glanced back at Agent 27. Zhao Yi couldn't possibly be a. Shoo. Let us keep certain matters to ourselves. We must be careful not to speak recklessly. Wang Wenjing seemed to be thrilled as if he had hooked a fish, eagerly pressing on. You just admitted that Li Qinglian is beautiful, didn't you? Indeed, she is undeniably lovely. What is the issue? Good, then listen closely. Your next task is to win Li Qinglian's heart. You, bearing the surname Wang. Either win over Li Qinglian or proceed to the principal's office at Yutong Middle School to collect your expulsion certificate. The choice is yours. With a decisive slam, Wang Wenjun hung up the phone, while Zhao Yi raised her hand in frustration, ready to throw it, but Agent 95 hurriedly rushed over to catch it. Calm down. This is my phone, she exclaimed, her anger boiling over. That old man is perpetually concocting dilemmas for me. At that moment, Zhao Yi was incensed. Yet the rebellious system in her mind reveled in her turmoil. Your emotional fluctuations are currently abnormal. Mental state at 50. Damn system. You would relish the thought of that old man driving me to my wit's end, wouldn't you? I refuse to grant you that satisfaction. Zhao Yi turned, flung open the car door, and shouted at the two outside the window, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and drive me over. Chapter 36. The Arrival of Her Highness, the Princess. The Starry Sea Western Restaurant, with its unique coastal location, has long been regarded as the premier choice for couples rendezvous in the city. At this moment, Li Qinglian sat across from Dai Jiqing, her smile unwavering. From the moment she met Dai Jiqing, she felt a deep admiration for this formidable warrior. Subsequently, due to her father's influence, Dai Jiqing was engaged as her personal trainer, which naturally brought them closer together. At least, that was Li Qinglian's belief. 3 months into their acquaintance, this was the first time Dai Jiqing had invited her to dine in such an establishment, and the implication was unmistakable. Qinglian, you've been smiling since you walked in. Is there something on my face? Dai Jiqing asked, touching his face, his serious yet somewhat clumsy demeanor only deepening the smile on Li Qinglian's face. I'm simply delighted to be dining with you. Is that not permissible? Of course it is. Your smile is the most radiant I have ever seen. That simple compliment made Li Qinglian's cheeks flush with the color of an apple. Clearly, after 3 months of interaction, Dai Jiqing had already discerned the innocence of this young girl. I've been the one telling stories all this time, and I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Let me be the listener for a change. Sure, what would you like to hear? Anything, perhaps about your friends, classmates, or even family. Seemingly casual, Dai Jiqing subtly introduced the topic of family. Li Qinglian pondered internally. Since leaving her previous school, she had lost touch with friends and was not particularly close with her new classmates. It seemed her only recourse was to speak of family. However, the mere thought of Wang Zhenyi's preachy demeanor and her incessant praise for Zhao Yi filled Li Qinglian with distaste. Previously, Li Qinglian often resented her father, Li Jiqiang, due to his job's demanding nature that kept him away from home for long periods. Yet now, reflecting on it, she found him less objectionable. All right, let me tell you about my father. Excellent, I am all ears. His earnings are enviable, yet the nature of his work remains a mystery. All I know is that he spends at least 7 or 8 months a year on business trips. As Li Qinglian reminisced, she quickly opened up. Dai Jiqing feigned earnestness while subtly slipping his hand into his pocket to activate a voice recorder. Once, there was buzz. Li Qinglian was interrupted midway as her phone vibrated. She pulled it out to find a message. My dear princess, I know you are currently being harassed by rogues. In 3 minutes, your most loyal knight shall arrive on a black steed to rescue you. Who is this? What a tiresome prank. Li Qinglian dismissed it, deleting the message and intending to continue, but another message arrived. Dear Princess, why aren't you responding? Do you doubt my ability to arrive in 3 minutes? Click. Li Qinglian deleted the message again, but yet another one came through. Princess, do you truly have so little faith in me? As the saying goes, three's a charm. Li Qinglian felt her anger simmering beneath the surface as she suppressed her irritation and began to compose a reply. I do not even know who you are. How can I place my trust in you? Since your highness, the princess, has inquired sincerely, I shall reluctantly send over a handsome photo. Buzz. Li Qinglian soon received a multimedia message, but due to network issues, the image took an eternity to load. Hurry up. Anxiously awaiting. Li Qinglian's heart finally ignited with recognition upon glimpsing the person in the photo. Zhao Yi, have you nothing better to do? Could you please cease this incessant harassment? Each finger pressed against the screen bore the weight of her frustration, yet it had no effect on Zhao Yi. Dear Princess, there are only 2 minutes left on the countdown. Please restrain your anxious heart, for I shall arrive shortly. I am anxious, you insufferable nuisance. With a resounding clap, Li Qinglian slammed her phone onto the table and turned it off. What troubles you? Dai Jiqing feigned concern, though he was the one truly anxious. He had finally managed to extract information regarding Li Qinglian's father's work, only for their conversation to be interrupted by the incessant ping of incoming messages. Oh, it's nothing. Someone is merely playing a prank on me. With my phone now switched off, let us continue. All right. Before Dai Jiqing could finish his sentence, a barrage of messages arrived on his own phone. You despicable scoundrel, stay away from my beloved princess if you wish to keep your life. Are you certain this is merely a prank? Dai Jiqing revealed the message, causing Li Qinglian to nearly explode with rage. In that case, our meal is nearly finished, and we have a one-on-one training session this afternoon. We should leave now. The implication was clear. Dai Jiqing hoped Li Qinglian would accompany him to escape this inexplicable annoyance. Teacher, you may head back. I will stay behind to meet that person. Meet him? Do you know him? Yes, we were once very good friends. It has been a long time since we last saw each other, hence this jest. Truly, it is nothing. You should go. Seeing Li Qinglian's resolute stance, Dai Jiqing nodded in agreement, settled the bill at the front desk, and departed the Western restaurant in his sports car. Boom. Barely had Dai Jiqing left when a black sedan roared into the scene. Before the vehicle came to a complete stop, the rear door swung open and a young man, donning dark sunglasses, stepped out. He strode directly into the restaurant, disregarding the curious gazes of others, and knelt on one knee before Li Qinglian. I apologize for my tardiness. Your Highness. Boom. Li Qinglian, who had been brimming with pent-up frustration, was taken aback by Zhao Yi's audacity upon entering. This act instantly stirred a commotion throughout the room, with some patrons already pulling out their phones to capture the moment. Get up. Please, rise before we speak. Despite Li Qinglian's attempts to coax him, Zhao Yi remained steadfastly kneeling. With no other recourse, Li Qinglian could only suppress the overwhelming sense of embarrassment swirling within her, whispering softly, Rise now. I have already forgiven you. What? I said, I have granted you my forgiveness. Get up quickly. Speak louder. I cannot hear. Zhao Yi shouted. Li Qinglian's expression darkened immediately. Zhao Yi, are you deliberately trying to embarrass me? You had better know your limits. Otherwise, this matter will not end today. With so many eyes upon you, do you not comprehend the meaning of modesty? In truth, the moment Zhao Yi entered the dining hall, he realized that he had achieved his objective. At that moment, how could Zhao Yi possibly feel shy? He relished the thought of kneeling a while longer, his mind filled with the sounds of system notifications. Yet, he also understood the wisdom of knowing when to withdraw, taking his time to rise. Your Highness, if you continue to address me in that manner, I shall throw myself against this wall. Follow me. Chapter 37. To strike is to love. Li Qinglian walked ahead, with Zhao Yi closely following. The two departed from the restaurant and strolled to a secluded corner of the beach. Zhao Yi, I understand. You are willing to embarrass yourself in front of everyone today, merely to coax me into returning home, aren't you? Yet, at times, I truly cannot comprehend you. What if we exchanged roles, and you called her mom? Would that cause embarrassment in front of the crowd? Not at all. I feel splendid. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Yi could not help but murmur inwardly. Li Qinglian's tone was laced with frivolity, which left him somewhat displeased. You've misunderstood. It was only after I saw you get into that sports car today that I realized I genuinely like you. So please believe me. I would endure any humiliation just to be with you. Zhao Yi's face was earnest, while Li Qinglian felt as though she were being driven to madness. Are you out of your mind? What kind of humiliating things would I do for you? Do I even need that? Besides, you haven't even celebrated your birthday yet. You're under 18, which means this is puppy love. Not to mention, it's a teacher-student relationship. If the school finds out, You'll be expelled. Zhao Yi spoke with righteous fervor. Li Qinglian remained indifferent to his words. No matter what you say, Teacher Dai has already accepted me. I may not be of legal age yet, but he has promised to wait patiently for me, and once I reach the age of consent, we can obtain our marriage certificate. Do you truly believe he will wait for you to get married? You might as well believe a cow can sprout wings and fly. What do you mean? You're just bragging. You. Li Qinglian's cheeks flushed, and she exhaled, suppressing her rising anger. Enough. I am tired of arguing with you. Put away your clownish demeanor. This matter ends here. I do not need your guidance on how to choose my future path. With that, Li Qinglian turned to leave. Zhao Yi obstructed her path. What are you doing? Do you think I want to call the police? If you call the police, I will stop you. What is wrong with me liking you? Am I not allowed to compete fairly with someone surnamed Dai? Upon hearing this, Li Qinglian could not help but chuckle derisively. You think you can compete fairly with him? What qualifies you to even mention the concept of fairness? Teacher Dai became a martial artist at 17 and has successfully hunted ferocious beasts. He then stepped back to focus on training young martial artists for their futures. You should take a look in the mirror. What do you have to compare with him? Zhao Yi, pull up your pants. Li Qinglian was truly exasperated, utterly baffled by Zhao Yi's thought process. Zhao Yi tightened his belt, then gazed blankly at Li Qinglian. I said, for your sake, I am willing to do anything embarrassing. Be quiet. Not only can you not compare with Teacher Dai, but you are even inferior to me. How dare you talk about fair competition? Humph, that guy is just an old lecher masquerading as a cultured man, specifically preying on young girls. What do I lack in comparison to him? These words ignited a fierce rage within Li Qinglian, prompting her to charge forward with determination. Hey, Your Highness, while words may be exchanged, why resort to physical confrontation? With a resounding thud, Zhao Yi was unprepared and sent flying by a swift kick from Li Qinglian, crashing onto the sandy shore. Your head and hips are sustaining damage. Landing damage reduced. Hazard level 5. Health points 10 damage. Why is this beach so soft? Zhao Yi exclaimed, pounding the yielding sand in frustration. Li Qinglian retorted with a cold smirk. I have merely undergone a few days of training with Teacher Dai, and look at the progress I've made. Do you now comprehend the disparity between you and Teacher Dai? Clearly, this so-called disparity is less impressive than the distance I can urinate. If you dare, let me face him. I shall surely leave him in a state of disarray. Once you leave your lowly tactics behind, you will fall silent, won't you? Li Qinglian could not fathom why her mother placed such importance on this foul-mouthed little ruffian. Since you remain obstinate, do not blame me for being uncivilized. Come now, princess, unleash your full wrath upon me. Zhao Yi, witnessing Li Qinglian's fury, felt a surge of delight. In the face of Li Qinglian's onslaught, Zhao Yi barely defended herself, occasionally adjusting her stance to embrace the blows. Hidden behind the distant rocks, agents number 95 and number 27 observed through binoculars. Is this fellow made of springs? After being kicked, he bounces back up so high. You see, she is adept at taking hits. It is both entertaining and conserves energy for her opponent, a true twofold advantage. Yet, even for the sake of the mission, this individual is rather relentless, isn't she? Agent number 27 remarked, and agent number 95 adjusted the focus of their binoculars. Humph. Did you not notice how this young lady is grinning ear to ear? She must be thoroughly enjoying herself, understanding that to hit is to show affection. Enough chatter. Let us attend to the task at hand. As they spoke, the lenses of their binoculars darkened, initiating a scan of Li Qinglian. Any results? Currently, it appears that the number of enhancement rings Li Qinglian wears has increased from 4 to 8, with the new additions located on her shoulders and knees. The waves lapped at the shore, and the sea breeze was gentle, yet Li Qinglian was far too agitated to appreciate the scenery. Breathless, she glared at Zhao Yi. Come now, princess, continue to unleash your fury upon me. Zhao Yi brushed off the sand from her body, smiling at Li Qinglian. Li Qinglian's previous attack had been nothing short of ferocious, nearly overwhelming the brightness of the rebellious system to the point of malfunction. Li Qinglian felt a deep sense of frustration. Throughout her life, she had never gained the upper hand against Zhao Yi. At times, she even doubted if Zhao Yi was a nemesis sent by the heavens themselves. What is it? Are you tired? Shall I fetch some refreshments? Let us take a moment to rest before resuming. Seeing Zhao Yi's insatiable expression, Li Qinglian was genuinely apprehensive. Even though this individual filled her with profound annoyance, she had to concede that there was but a singular reason Zhao Yi was able to contend with her burgeoning strength. He too had grown formidable. Li Qinglian, unwilling to squander any more time, let her head droop in resignation. Yet, when she lifted it once more, a new smile graced her countenance. Zhao Yi, you have triumphed. I do not wish to waste any more time with you. This weekend, I shall return to visit my mother, but you must promise me not to harass me again. Is that agreeable? What a trivial matter. It is settled. Observing Zhao Yi's outstretched hand, Li Qinglian stepped forward to shake hands in reconciliation before turning to depart from the beach. Once she had left, two agents emerged from behind the rocks, and their expressions revealed they had garnered significant insights. How did I perform today? Absolutely splendid. We shall certainly include you in today's work report. Chapter 38. The escape begins. Agent 95 patted Zhao Yi on the shoulder, while Agent 27 appeared to be engrossed in editing a so-called work report. By the way, you so easily agreed to Li Qinglian's request to cease bothering her. How do you intend to proceed with your work? I merely consented to stop pestering her. That has no bearing on my pursuit of her. Agent 95 was momentarily taken aback, then raised a thumb in admiration. Impressive. You truly are remarkable. The work report has already been sent to Chairman Wang. You may take a look. Zhao Yi leaned in, catching sight of the description regarding Li Qinglian. She wore 8 enhancement rings today? How come I felt nothing at all? Zhao Yi touched his face, realizing that his choice to endure the blows was not solely to harness the system for further strength, but also for a purpose of probing. The reason? You can probably deduce it. Agent 95 did not elaborate, and Zhao Yi's mind raced back to the autopsy report, causing him to gasp in shock. Could it be that Li Qinglian has? No, that cannot be. Her significance to Dai Jiqing is indisputable. The new version of the enhancement rings would not be placed on Li Qinglian without thorough experimentation. What we observed earlier must have been an earlier, safer version. Zhao Yi finally sighed in relief as Agent 27 received a call from Wang Wenzheng. All right, yes, Chairman, he is here. Agent 27 handed over the phone, and Zhao Yi took it. Zhao Yi, you have performed exceptionally well today, but it is still insufficient. You must continue to strive. The two agents, including myself, will fully support you. On your path to completing your tasks, remember one principle: no holds barred. Upon hearing those 4 words, a spark of inspiration ignited in Zhao Yi's mind. No holds barred. Chairman Wang, is this truly your decree? You dare question me? Let me remind you. A gentleman's word is as difficult to retrieve as a team of 4 horses. Rest assured, Chairman Wang, await my good news. As evening fell, Zhao Yi returned home for dinner after school, where Wang Zhini had been waiting for quite some time. You're back? Hurry, wash your hands and eat. The first day at the new school must have been hard to adjust to. No worries, you'll be fine with time. Upon seeing Zhao Yi enter the room, Wang Zhini busied herself, even avoiding eye contact. Zhao Yi understood her reasons, and after a moment of contemplation at the dining table, he spoke. Godmother, I met Qinglian. A piece of rib that Wang Zhini had been holding fell onto the table, leaving her momentarily speechless. Is she doing well? Has she mentioned me? She is doing all right. She seems to be integrating into the new school quite swiftly. As for you, Zhao Yi feigned silence, prompting Wang Zhini to force a smile and nod. I understand, there is no rush. As long as you both are doing well at school, that is what matters most. Here, have a piece of braised pork. Zhao Yi chose to conceal the fact that Li Qinglian was planning to visit over the weekend. At that time, Li Qinglian was unaware that Wang Zhini had already moved away with Zhao Yi from their former residence. Even if he were to know, Zhao Yi believed that by the weekend, Li Qinglian would undoubtedly change his mind. The variable in this equation was himself. After dinner, Zhao Yi headed to school, noticing the exhilaration etched on the faces of many students, who were whispering amongst themselves, their discussions shrouded in mystery. What could be the source of their joy? Was it a reprieve from evening study sessions? Zhao Yi could surmise that for a school like Yutong High, ranked 3rd from the bottom, the absence of evening study would make little difference. Yet, contrary to his expectations, when the class bell rang, nearly all students returned to their seats, plunging the classroom into an eerie silence. Could it be? Had he overslept? Zhao Yi pinched himself, the sharp pain serving as a reminder that this was indeed reality, though everything felt absurd. Soon, the answer to his inquiries arrived. Attention, students. The countdown for the evening escape begins now. Please prepare yourselves. The announcement was followed by a countdown echoing through the speakers, and one by one, students stood up and exited the classroom, leaving Zhao Yi alone in the room. An evening study session had transformed into an evening escape? Was the school truly this lax? Stepping outside, Zhao Yi ascended to a higher vantage point, observing that nearly everyone who had left the classroom began seeking what they deemed the best hiding spots. The lights in the school gradually dimmed, plunging Yutong High into darkness. The sudden shift caught Zhao Yi off guard, prompting him to descend the stairs, where he spotted a familiar figure. Was that Tao Weiwei, with her twin ponytails? Having a familiar face made things much easier. He decided to follow her. Zhao Yi quickly altered his course to pursue her, confident that in a one-on-one situation, Tao Weiwei would not pose a challenge. However, to his surprise, Tao Weiwei sprinted directly to the teacher's dormitory. Could she be seeking refuge with Teacher Tao? Fortune was indeed on his side. A grin nearly split Zhao Yi's face as he hastened his pace to avoid falling behind. Upon reaching the familiar doorway of the apartment, he overheard a heated argument inside. Weiwei, listen to me. We should transfer schools. We can prepare for next year's martial arts exam. If you stay here, your life will be ruined. Teacher Tao implored sincerely. But Tao Weiwei scoffed in response. What do you want me to do? Transfer to study diligently under your guidance and become a teacher just like you, with no prospects? You. Am I wrong? Teacher Tao retorted. If you had any potential, my mother wouldn't have died. You lack even the courage to bring her remains back. Zhao Yi outside the door was taken aback, never expecting to encounter such melodrama. Just as he hesitated whether to enter, Tao Weiwei erupted once more from within. I don't want to hear your useless drivel. The bottom line is this. If you want to leave, then do so. I intend to remain at Yutong High. As Tao Weiwei approached the door, a sigh resonated from behind her. Vivi. The voice stirred a deep tenderness within Tao Weiwei, compelling her to turn around. Only to be met with a scene she found utterly unbearable. Dad, what has happened? Is there trouble? As Tao Weiwei swiftly pivoted to rush inside, Zhao Yi followed closely behind her. Within the confines of the teacher's apartment, Tao Yong lay sprawled on the floor, his garments soaked in crimson, clearly teetering on the brink of death. Dad, who did this? Tell me, and I shall avenge you. Tao Weiwei clutched her father in anguish. While Tao Yong merely shook his head, his gaze towards her suffused with profound affection. My dear daughter, heed my words. Seize the opportunity to leave this place. It is not where you belong. Chapter 39. The guardianship entailing trade. As she gazed at the increasingly frail Tao Yong in her arms, Tao Weiwei could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her face, and she began to murmur softly. It is all my fault. I deliberately opposed you by coming to Yuchuan. Please do not leave me alone. Tao Laoshi. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's voice, Tao Yong opened his eyes, and to everyone's surprise, his complexion took on a more vibrant hue. Tao Laoshi you. Zhao Yi immediately recognized this as a sign of fleeting vitality. Tao Yong's face bore a smile, revealing his excitement. My dear daughter, you are correct. I am indeed a coward. Otherwise, how could I have humbled myself to become a teacher here? No, you are not a coward. If it were not for my selfishness, this would not have happened. Tao Yong gently placed a finger on Tao Weiwei's lips, shaking his head softly. My time is limited, Zhao Yi. Although we have only just met, I perceive a unique quality within you that sets you apart from the other students in Yutang. We are but strangers. It may be too presumptuous of me to entrust my legacy to you. Let us make a trade instead. What trade? Zhao Yi's expression grew serious as an overwhelming sense of helplessness began to rise within her. I lack the time to explain why I became a deserter and ended up teaching here. If you can ensure that Weiwei successfully passes the martial arts examination and gains the ability to survive in society, I would be eternally grateful. Take this. What lies within may assist you. With a sudden burst of strength, Tao Yong snapped one of his own bones. Father, what are you doing? Tao Weiwei could not bear to watch as, in Zhao Yi's presence, Tao Yong extracted a small steel plate meant for surgical repair from the severed bone. Please, he uttered. And with that, he closed his eyes. The bloodied steel plate, no larger than a razor blade, lay quietly in Zhao Yi's hand. She held it tightly, acutely aware of the weight it bore. Your emotional fluctuations are abnormal. Mental value, 100. Let it decrease then. This system truly lacks compassion. Zhao Yi mentally grumbled. I have accumulated so much prior. It should suffice for your deductions. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Wait, before I ascend to become a martial artist, where have all my accumulated vitality and mental values gone? You haven't been hoarding them, have you? Zhao Yi recalled the martial artist's octagonal diagram she had discovered during her meeting with Zhou Kunyuan. While Zhou Kunyuan deemed it astonishing that her total score had already reached the martial artist's threshold before even participating in the examination, Zhao Yi knew all too well the hardships she had endured to grow stronger with this rebellious system. Yet, the system felt like a bottomless pit. She only heard the sounds of additions and subtractions without any noticeable improvement on the octagonal diagram. In response to Zhao Yi's inquiries, the rebellious system opted for silence once more, but this time, she was determined not to let it off the hook. What if you are a rebellious system? I am still your master. Open the panel. The system remained unresponsive. Open the panel, you wretched entity. Zhao Yi roared within. His formidable mental energy finally prying open the door, allowing him a glimpse of his martial artist's 8-dimensional chart once more. With a single glance, Zhao Yi discerned the truth. So that SYU, this insipid creature, dared not show yourself to me. You were thieving, fearful of being caught red-handed. Upon forcibly accessing the system panel, Zhao Yi observed the gradual decline of his 8-dimensional data, which included vitality and mental strength. Although the decrement was modest, averaging around 15, it was evident that prolonged neglect would result in significant losses for Zhao Yi. Most troubling was the absence of any alert from the system. Naturally, Zhao Yi could not abide by this intruder pilfering from his own body. Provide me with an explanation. His tone was devoid of emotion, as if he were a tranquil sea concealing a tempest within. The system feigned ignorance, prompting a sardonic smile from Zhao Yi. Surely, you do not believe I am utterly powerless against you? Do not forget, I am a transmigrator. In this second life of mine, I have nothing to lose. I shall grant you one final opportunity. I will count down from 5. If you remain silent, I shall have no choice but to take us both into oblivion. Zhao Yi closed his eyes, the fleeting 5 seconds passing swiftly. Still, there was no response in his mind. Zhao Yi chuckled once more, his smile now serene, as if he had relinquished all attachments to this world. If you ever have the chance to seek a host again, remember to keep your distance in your next life. You know nothing of me. My life creed is simple. I say what I mean and mean what I say. As the words left his lips, Zhao Yi seized the bloodied steel shard, directing its sharp edge towards his neck. Crack! The blade grazed flesh without breaching any defenses, merely leaving a faint white mark upon Zhao Yi's skin. What? What are you doing? In the midst of Zhao Yi's struggle against the system, Tao Weiwei gradually emerged from her grief and rage over her father's loss. She was startled by Zhao Yi's action, momentarily forgetting to intervene. Zhao Yi remained silent, yet a victorious smile graced his face. Though his eyes were still shut, he beheld precisely what he yearned to see. Under the threat of Zhao Yi's demise, the rebellious system further unveiled the detailed interface of the martial artist's 8-dimensional chart. Zhao Yi clearly observed that each data point within the tangible 8-dimensional chart was connected by an interminable pipeline. The 8 data points he had accumulated were encased in pipes of varying colors, with valves set at intervals. If one were to break those valves, it would signify a breakthrough, a leap in advancement, correct? Yet, how does this differ from my sluggish progression? Zhao Yi muttered to himself, only for the rebellious system to reveal something utterly unexpected. What is this? A diary? You, this insipid entity who rarely speaks a word, actually keeps a diary? As Zhao Yi opened the diary, a wave of exasperation washed over him. Rather than a diary, it resembles a ledger of grievances, meticulously chronicling each instance when Zhao Yi dared to challenge the system, with the ensuing punishment being the elevation of the threshold to an even more distant point. Provide me with a comprehensive 8-dimensional chart of an ordinary martial artist, and do so expeditiously. Since you have created it, why would you fear other scrutiny? Under Zhao Yi's assertive demeanor, the system promptly delivered a standard 8-dimensional chart for martial artists along with a promotion table. Upon examining the data within the table, Zhao Yi felt as if her lungs might explode from indignation. How dare you, wretched system? While others require merely a 3-digit figure for advancement, you have audaciously escalated my challenge tenfold. Are you even human? Chapter 40. The principle of peaceful coexistence, Zhao Yi silently shouted within, with the data he had gathered. It was more than sufficient for an ordinary martial artist to ascend at least 5 or 6 times, not to mention the daily thefts by the rebellious system. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, raising the thin steel sheet once more. However, this time, Tao Weiwei intervened, bringing Zhao Yi back to his senses. System prompt. The host must coexist peacefully with the system for mutual benefit. Peaceful coexistence? I shall not yield to you. Did you only realize after the crash? Why wait until now? You insist on pushing me to the brink before you deign to speak. Huh? Tao Weiwei, having just emerged from her father's demise, was bewildered by Zhao Yi's intense emotions. Are you speaking to me? Zhao Yi paid her no mind, engaging in a mental negotiation with the rebellious system, ultimately reaching a conclusion. From this point forward, the system would explicitly take a portion of data from Zhao Yi to sustain itself, while everything else would remain unchanged. What Zhao Yi gained was a singular assurance. Under no circumstances could the system shut down automatically, and it would answer all inquiries. After both parties made concessions, Zhao Yi finally opened his eyes, meeting the anxious gaze of Tao Weiwei. Are you all right? Are you all right? They both inquired simultaneously, only to fall into an awkward silence. I am fine. I have never been a weak person, and I cannot let him waste this life in vain. Tao Weiwei broke the tension. Zhao Yi turned to see Tao Yong laid upon the bed. Let us get through tonight first. Tomorrow I will accompany you to ensure teacher Tao finds peace. But before that, you must tell me, what is the late escape kill? Tao Weiwei nodded and shared all she knew with Zhao Yi. At Yutong High School, all cultivation resources were monopolized by a select few, including the principal, martial arts instructors, and the Xian Yutong Consequently, the school faced a daily imbalance of abundance versus scarcity. Over time, the late escape kill emerged. Every evening, while students from other schools attended their evening study sessions, those from Yutong High School would undergo a trial of life and death. The rules were simple. Survival until dawn constituted victory, the most fundamental requirement. If one possessed the ability to eliminate others during the night, then the cultivation resources rightfully due to that person would be theirs. No wonder most initially chose to hide. But why did you come here directly? Upon hearing this question, Tao Weiwei instinctively averted her gaze. During the day, I had several arguments with my father, who was determined to send me away. Thus, I planned to have a serious discussion with him during the late escape kill, but who would have thought? Tao Weiwei trailed off, as Zhao Yi swiftly pieced together the implications. So this so-called late escape kill is utterly unfair. The 8 sages of Xian Yutong possess privileges akin to a death exemption. Am I correct? Tao Weiwei nodded, and it was precisely for this reason that she chose to meet Tao Yong at this moment without any reservations. Who killed your father? Do you have any suspects? No. Before Tao Weiwei could finish her sentence, the school's broadcast interrupted. The countdown for the late-night elimination has begun, and we are now announcing the list of eliminated individuals. Wang Ming from Class 1 of the senior year, Xiong Jie from Class 4, and Tao Yong, the physics teacher of Class 3. Upon hearing the news of her father's demise, Tao Weiwei instinctively covered her ears, but she quickly realized something was amiss. This was unusual. No teacher had ever appeared on the death list before. What was happening tonight? Before Zhao Yi could analyze the situation, the school broadcast provided further clarification. Tonight, someone violated the rules and killed a teacher. The one who identifies the murderer may become one of the 8 sages of Xinyu Hall. With that, the broadcast concluded. And amidst the previously suffocating darkness of the school, cheers erupted. After all, the position of the 8 sages of Xinyu Hall was coveted by all. Become one of the 8 sages? But the positions are already filled. Are you still not comprehending? The moment your father died in your arms, your destiny was sealed. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, Tao Weiwei froze for a moment, then shook her head vigorously. No. This cannot be. I am one of the 8 sages of Xinyu Hall. Such an important position cannot just be replaced. Still unwilling to accept reality? The testing method is quite simple. Step outside and see if your amulet of immunity still holds any value. Zhao Yi's words struck a chord deep within her. Tao Weiwei stood up, walked to the door, and reached for the doorknob. Suddenly, her body began to tremble, and after a long pause, she ultimately lacked the courage to open the door. Tell me, how did the other 8 sages and your position come to be? Each of the 8 sages emerged from life and death confrontations, and as for me, when I followed my father to Yutong Middle School, I was merely received by the martial arts instructor and the principal. At this point, Tao Weiwei suddenly grasped the entirety of the situation. That day, when she accompanied her father, Tao Yong, to Yutong Middle School, she had barely passed the most basic preliminary tests and was admitted as a student, even becoming one of the 8 sages of Xinyu Hall. At that time, she naively believed it was due to her father's friendship with the principal. Upon reflection, it was evident that this matter was far from simple. What was Teacher Tao's true identity before he became a teacher? How could he possess such influence? I am not entirely sure, but I know he and my mother participated in a war, and he was the only one to return home alive. I think I might understand the reason now. Zhao Yi flipped over the steel piece in her hand and noticed the coordinates engraved upon it. Perhaps they were well aware of your father's true identity, which is why they paved the way for him. But now that he is deceased, your life will undergo a dramatic transformation. Tao Weiwei nodded slightly, not shying away from the issue. I know, and I still wish to avenge him. Upon perceiving the expression of Tao Weiwei, Zhao Yi smiled knowingly, yet her demeanor swiftly transformed into one of seriousness. It appears you are indeed no ordinary young lady. Which brings me some solace. You now face 2 choices. Firstly, you may remain here, where you are likely to survive until dawn, as 99% of the students will probably not venture to the teacher's dormitory. Secondly, you may accompany me outside, where we might uncover the true culprit behind your father's murder. Now, make your decision. Zhao Yi was taken aback when Tao Weiwei provided her answer without the slightest hesitation. I will go with you. We must find that murderer. Zhao Yi nodded and turned towards the wooden door. Prepare yourself. Once we step outside, there will be no turning back. Chapter 41. Tonight is not Christmas Eve. Tao Weiwei did not hesitate and proactively turned the doorknob before her. Outside, the night remained dark, yet an intangible threat lurked within the shadows. Stay close to me. Zhao Yi gently patted Tao Weiwei's shoulder and turned to lead her downstairs. In the principal's office, Master Sun Zhengfeng was engaged in a quiet discussion with the principal, both observing the surveillance footage on the computer. In attendance were also Su Ying and Rue Wen among others. Isn't there usually a late-night survival game? Why have we been summoned today of all days? Rui Wen voiced his confusion, while Suing signaled for silence. Hush, with the master present, there's no need to worry. It can't be anything negative, he reassured. Sun Jingfeng and the principal continued their hushed deliberations before Sun sighed deeply. Can we make a decision on this matter? He inquired, to which the principal shook his head. We should notify Teacher Dai. Soon, the call was made, and Sun Jingfeng relayed the situation captured on the surveillance footage. Teacher Dai, what should we do next? Should we intervene personally? Don't rush. In my view, we've already accomplished half of our goal. There's no need to fret over what is already in motion. Focus instead on the task I assigned you, came the reply. Understood. After ending the call, Sun Jingfeng turned his attention to Su Ying and Rui Wan. What are your orders, master? You two will go into action. Tonight's mission is to capture Tao Weiwei alive. No mercy for any who obstruct you. Understood. With their orders received, Rui Wan and Su Ying vanished from the office. Their movements were efficient. Within mere minutes, they spotted Tao Weiwei. Look, isn't that her? Perfect, let me take the credit. Wait. As Su Ying prepared to strike, Rui Wan restrained him. What are you thinking? Just then, Su Ying noticed Zhao Yi appearing not far from Tao Weiwei. The two stood close, maintaining a peaceful demeanor even after the commencement of the survival game. Their relationship was unmistakable. What is there to fear? It'll be 2 against 2. You know how much of a liability Tao Weiwei is. Surely, we won T lose. In contrast to Su Ying's impulsiveness, Rui Wan appeared notably composed. No haste. When the master assigned the task, the principal was present and even contacted Teacher Dai, indicating the mission's significance. How about this? You follow her for now, and I will inform the others to arrive swiftly. Fine, just hurry. Su Ying waved him off impatiently, and Rui Wan turned to leave. Once he was gone, Su Ying watched the two retreating figures, growing increasingly agitated. As one of the 8 sages, he understood Rui Wan's cautious nature all too well. However, having faced defeat against Zhao Yi earlier in the day merely due to a lack of understanding, he believed that this was the night of the survival game, devoid of any rules, where only strength would prevail. Su Ying did not consider Zhao Yi to be his match, and unable to contain himself, he finally decided to pursue them. At this moment, Tao Weiwei followed closely behind Zhao Yi, her demeanor considerably more anxious than before. Be cautious, danger could arise at any moment. Previously, Tao Weiwei felt invincible, clutching her proverbial golden ticket to survival, and dismissed the nighttime battle royale as trivial. Now, immersed in the reality of the situation, she grasped the omnipresent pressure and tension. It seems fortune is on our side. Thus far, we have encountered no mishaps. Zhao Yi appeared relatively relaxed until a sudden whoosh of air reached his ears. Watch out. He swiftly pulled Tao Weiwei aside, and a slender shadow pierced his shoulder. Are you all right? Tao Weiwei gasped in shock as Zhao Yi gritted his teeth and yanked the object from his shoulder, discovering it to be merely a pencil. The ability to wield a pencil as a weapon demonstrated that the 8 sages of Xinyu Hall truly possessed the prowess of seasoned martial artists. Flattery will get you nowhere. By day, you were fortunate enough to feign madness and evade danger. Tonight, however, your luck has run out. Su Ying emerged from the shadows, exuding confidence in his strength. Though I have only recently arrived at Yutong High School, I've heard Weiwei mention that the 8 sages typically refrain from engaging. As you pointed out, that is the norm, but tonight is exceptional. It is not a night of peace. Su Ying's expression twisted into a menacing grimace, and Zhao Yi remained vigilant, aware that a confrontation between them was inevitable. Tao Weiwei, undeterred, provocatively inquired, Su Ying, do you no longer recognize me? Do you dare to strike? Su Ying turned to face her, forcing a smile. Oh, isn't this Weiwei? My apologies. The master's orders are to capture you both. Su Ying's demeanor shifted in an instant, transforming him into a shadow that lunged at Tao Weiwei. Bang! At a critical moment, Zhao Yi kicked Tao Weiwei aside and charged forward to meet the attack. Their fists and feet collided with tremendous force, neither yielding to the other. Su Ying was taken aback, intrigued by Zhao Yi's unexpected resilience. How fascinating. Have you been concealing your true abilities all along? Flattery is unwarranted. It's merely that my parents taught me to be modest when out in the world. After all, one shouldn't emulate a dog that bites indiscriminately, should they? Sharp-tongued, are we? I'll shatter your teeth shortly. Su Ying clenched his fists tightly, launching another assault on Zhao Yi. Although he appeared earnest, his current speed was insufficient to even graze Zhao Yi. This is impossible. Only the master possesses such capability. Could this fellow? Realizing the implications, Su Ying shook his head, unwilling to delve deeper lest his confidence waver. Seizing the moment of Su Ying's distraction, Zhao Yi exchanged a glance with Tao Weiwei, who promptly fled toward a nearby classroom building. with Zhao Yi hot on her heels. Think you can escape? Not so easily. Su Ying pursued relentlessly, soon discerning their intentions and swiftly altering his path. Shall we find a place to hide? The entire Yutong High School is their territory. Where can we possibly conceal ourselves? Listen, find a place to hide nearby and wait to witness the unfolding drama. Zhao Yi's words carried a sense of noble sacrifice that instantly reminded Tao Weiwei of her recent brush with death. She shook her head vigorously. No, I can be of assistance, you must believe in me. Zhao Yi flashed a confident smile and patted Tao Weiwei's shoulder before making her way to the rooftop terrace. A rooftop, indeed, is an excellent venue. This girl has a keen eye. Realizing this, Zhao Yi hastened after her, with Su Ying trailing closely behind like a wild dog. Upon reaching the terrace, Su Ying surveyed the surroundings, only to discover that the two figures had already vanished. Damn it, have I lost them? Just as that thought crossed his mind, an ominous threat struck him from behind without warning. Chapter 42. Face-to-face mockery of the Seven Injuries Fist. Su Ying only perceived a shadow of a fist magnifying in his field of vision, the immense force propelling him backward. He staggered several paces before managing to stabilize himself. Instinctively, he examined his body, finding no apparent injuries, and couldn't help but sneer as he gazed ahead. Zhao Yi stood atop the staircase, surveying the scene from her elevated position. You seized the opportunity well, but alas, your strength is somewhat lacking. Were it me, I would have already arranged for someone to collect your remains. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi chuckled lightly, shaking her head, then pointed at her chest. You cannot possibly believe you are unscathed? No sooner had the words left her lips than Su Ying felt an unusual force surging within him, ultimately settling in his lungs and expanding rapidly. Bang! A deafening explosion resonated as Su Ying's chest erupted. His complexion turned ashen, acutely aware of the vital essence within him swiftly ebbing away. He gasped desperately for breath, yet to no avail. Help me find some rope. Zhao Yi glanced back at Tao Weiwei, who promptly descended to the tool room and soon returned with a bundle of hemp rope. What do you need this for? After all, it would be a shame not to showcase a hard-won achievement. Zhao Yi skillfully bound Su Ying's lifeless body and lowered it from the rooftop. Remember my words. Find a place to hide it well. Zhao Yi reiterated, prompting Tao Weiwei to return to the staircase, her face pressed against the glass window, anxious not to miss any detail. The sound of the explosion reverberated throughout Yutong High School, jarring in the stillness of the campus. What was that noise? Rue 1, still engaged in notifying others to initiate the pursuit, instinctively looked up upon hearing the sound and was met with a scene that sent his blood racing. Su Ying's corpse dangled from the rooftop, bound by a rope and swaying in the wind, a mockery of the Xian Yutong. Emergency assembly. Rue Wen swiftly captured a photograph on his phone and alerted everyone. Upon learning of the news, the others from Xian Yutong emerged from the campus, their faces etched with fury. The late-night escapade had always belonged to the 8 worthies of Xian Yutong. When had they ever endured such an affront? A figure suddenly appeared before them, causing the other 6 to kneel immediately. We pay our respects, Master. Master, that brat is too arrogant. We must not let him escape tonight. Indeed, Master, we must avenge Su Ying. Sun Jingfeng, the Master, wore a grim countenance. Unbeknownst to the others, he had just received orders from the principal and Dai Zhiqing to secretly infiltrate the faculty apartment and inspect Tao Yang's corpse, only to find nothing of interest. Although he was puzzled by their keen interest in Tao Yang's remains, this was the primary reason for Sun Jingfeng's humiliation. After much deliberation, everyone unanimously concluded that the items in question had likely been transferred to Tao Weiwei. Thus, Sun Jingfeng harbored no intention of letting Zhao Yi, the flower protector, escape unscathed. Attention everyone, the lights are on. The lights? I want the entire school to witness the consequences of offending the Xinyu Hall. Upon hearing Sun Jingfeng's words, the others could not help but feel invigorated. Fei Nan and Tan Yi, both members of the 8 virtues, hastily departed. Meanwhile, Sun Jingfeng led the others to the school's broadcasting room. With a snap, the once pitch-dark campus was suddenly illuminated, startling all the hidden students. What is happening? Have we been discovered? Oh no, it seems I 1T survived the night. I Haven T even confessed my feelings to Xiao Hua from the next class. I don't want to die. Can't I have another chance? The students were engulfed in fear until they heard the voice over the broadcast. Zhao Yi, are you resolutely choosing to stand against us, the Xinyu Hall? You have bested Su Ying by virtue of your strength. If you are willing to join us, you can take his place. Have you not considered this? Sun Jingfeng inquired cautiously, as a beam of light illuminated the rooftop of the teaching building. Zhao Yi stood atop the building, wearing a calm demeanor. After hearing this, Zhao Yi nodded slightly, which brought a sense of relief to Sun Jingfeng. Hall Master, Didn't Tiwi agree to take revenge? Why are we trying to recruit him? What do you know? This fellow is too cunning. If we can deceive him into submission under this pretense, we will have the freedom to deal with him as we wish thereafter. Hall Master, look. Before Fei Nan could finish his sentence, Tin Yi exclaimed, pointing towards the teaching building. In full view of the crowd, Zhao Yi abruptly severed the rope, causing Su Ying's lifeless body to plummet from the 5th floor, shattering upon impact. Zhao Yi maintained his nonchalant attitude, while Sun Zhengfeng was seething with rage. Boom! A sudden explosive sound erupted from the school's broadcast, as Sun Zhengfeng crushed the microphone before him. Hall Master, all members of the Xinyu Hall, follow me. In the wake of the earlier scene, the entire faculty and student body erupted in cheers, rallying in support of Zhao Yi. Well done, Zhao Yi. Finally, someone has come to quell the arrogance of the Xinyu Hall. Zhao Yi bravely surged forward, with the 8th grade girls rallying behind him. As Zhao Yi noticed an increasing number of students gathering to support him, he felt a surge of panic. No, please don't do this. You're messing with my mindset. Indeed, the next moment, a mechanical notification resonated in his mind. You are attracting significant attention. Mental value increased by 200. 200? Darn this system. Had I known, I would have kept a low profile. Zhao Yi clenched his fists in frustration. His earlier actions had merely been a spur-of-the-moment decision in response to the broadcast's interrogation. He intended to vent his anger on Tao Weiwei, although lacking evidence. He had always suspected that Tao Yong's death was somehow linked to the members of the Xinyu Hall. Who would have thought that this act of free fall would thrust him into the spotlight? Just as he pondered this, he suddenly noticed several figures rapidly approaching from this direction. Alas, it seems that the people from Xinyu Hall are truly serious this time. What should we do? Zhao Yi, in a fit of anxiety, began to stomp her feet. Turning around, she spotted Tao Weiwei cowering behind the window, and a plan formed in her mind. With a sudden kick, she flung the door open, causing Tao Weiwei to timidly peek out. What happened? She stammered. What do you mean what happened? The remaining members of Xinyu Hall, including that so-called Hall Master, have all arrived. Zhao Yi exclaimed. Oh no, this is the end for us. We are surely no match for them. Should we run? Tao Weiwei suggested hesitantly. However, Zhao Yi seemed indifferent to her words, instead murmuring to herself. If I were to annihilate Xinyu Hall in front of the entire school faculty and students, wouldn't that spell my doom? Chapter 43. The couple's combined attack technique, a simple phrase, yet it rendered both Tao Weiwei and the rebellious system momentarily incapacitated. The rebellious system, true to its nature, relished Zhao Yi's misfortunes. The worse Zhao Yi fared, the more satisfaction it derived. Conversely, Zhao Yi would face penalties. And the system certainly did not wish to witness Zhao Yi's moment of heroism. Tao Weiwei, on the other hand, was left bewildered, grappling with the implications of that statement. Defeat the Xinyu Hall? Was this truly what he had just declared? Could he accomplish such a feat? No, I cannot. I knew it. The Xinyu Hall members are formidable. Because the one who must confront them is you. Before Tao Weiwei could finish her thought, Zhao Yi's assertion sent a chill down her spine. I am to engage in battle? If that is the case, let us flee instead. We have other pressing matters to attend to. Tao Weiwei, fearing Zhao Yi's wrath, hastily reminded him of the mysterious coordinates. Alas, it was too late. As she spoke, the remaining 6 members of Xinyu Hall had already ascended to the rooftop. Now you wish to escape? Why did you not act sooner? It is too late. I shall see how the two of you intend to annihilate us. Tao Weiwei turned to find Sun Zhengfeng and 5 others forming a circle not far away. Despite a considerable distance separating them, the oppressive aura emanating from their presence made Tao Weiwei's heart race uncontrollably. No, you must have misheard. The one who is to confront you is. Before Tao Weiwei could finish, an unexpected force propelled her forward several steps. This brought her and the Xinyu members closer together, prompting Tan Yi to sneer. What does this mean? Are you intentionally provoking us? Tao Weiwei, nearly petrified with fear, glanced back to see Zhao Yi cowering in a corner. Too terrified to even look their way. A wave of regret washed over her, and tears threatened to spill forth. She grieved for her father, who had perished that very night, and felt an even deeper sorrow for being entrusted to someone unworthy. Am I destined to follow in my father's footsteps today? No, I have yet to fulfill my father's last wishes. I cannot perish. At the very least, I must drag that coward along. In a sudden burst of determination, Tao Weiwei whirled around and seized Zhao Yi by the arm. What are you doing? Zhao Yi shouted, his body trembling uncontrollably. His expression was etched with terror, while internally he pondered, with my extraordinary acting skills, surely this fellow will believe me. Tao Weiwei sighed in exasperation. She had not anticipated that merely meeting Zhao Yi would leave him in such a state of fright. Do you see? The members of Xinyu Hall have arrived. An eye for an eye, a debt for a debt. This is the ancestral code. Even if you wish to evade today, you must first consult me to see if I consent. Despite Zhao Yi's reluctance, he was compelled by Tao Weiwei to stand before the members of Xinyu Hall. Meanwhile, curious onlookers flocked to the rooftop of the opposite building. Upon witnessing Zhao Yi's cowardly demeanor, they could not help but begin to mock him. I once thought that heaven had opened its eyes and sent a hero to Yutong Middle School to rescue us. But it turns out we were graced by a mere clumsy bear. How disappointing. This fellow is even less competent than a bear. Perhaps a true bear would have been able to exchange a few blows with the esteemed members of Yutong. Did you hear that? Although it is difficult, if you cannot even muster the courage to confront your fears, then even in death, others will scorn your grave. Tao Weiwei whispered to Zhao Yi, who nodded, struggling to suppress the upward curve of her lips. You are currently facing widespread disdain, mental value 300. Did I actually earn 100 from this exchange? Now that's a worthwhile transaction. At that moment, the members of Yutong could no longer contain themselves. Tan Yi stepped forward decisively. What are you doing, Tan Yi? The leader hasn't given the signal yet. Fei Nan interjected, yet Tan Yi wore an indifferent expression. Fear not, leader, that fellow is clearly a paper tiger. All show and no substance. He may have lucked out and killed Su Ying, but when faced with true strength, all his cunning schemes will amount to nothing. I shall make the first move. With that, Tan Yi dashed forward, rapidly closing the distance between them. As Tao Weiwei found herself at a loss for what to do, Zhao Yi's voice suddenly reached her ears. Hold on to me tightly, then throw me out. What? Tao Weiwei could hardly believe her ears, prompting Zhao Yi to clarify. Toss me out like you would a weapon, and then just wait for the show. Those words struck a familiar chord. But there was no time to ponder as Tan Yi was already upon them. Although Tao Weiwei had gained her position as one of the 8 sages of Yutong through connections, in a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, lifting a minor male was not a daunting task for her. I will take care of you shortly, binding you 2 unfortunate lovebirds together and hanging you at the school gate for all to see. Tan Yi moved swiftly, taunting as he approached from the side. This area was typically a blind spot for most individuals and one of the weakest defensive points. When he charged in, Tao Weiwei and Zhao Yi barely managed to turn and take notice. Tao Weiwei screamed, gripping Zhao Yi by an arm and a leg, and according to his instructions, she hurled Zhao Yi forward. What kind of move is that? A warm-up exercise? Ha ha ha, that was clearly a couple's ultimate technique. Don't belittle it. The members of Yutong couldn't help but mock, and the students observing from the distant rooftop shared the same sentiments. As Zhao Yi closed in on Tan Yi, the latter noticed a sudden shift in Zhao Yi's fearful gaze, which transformed into something sharp and piercing. What was that look? Was he merely pretending? Just as Tan Yi contemplated this, a fist struck towards his heart like a phantom. Bang! Tan Yi was sent flying as if he were a mere rag doll, crashing heavily onto the ground. No way, Tan Yi. What are you doing? Get up. I acknowledge your comedic talent. Hurry and take down that fellow. No one would ever doubt Tan Yi's prowess, not even Tan Yi himself. Dazed, he rose to his feet, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, and began to examine his body, much like Su Ying had done. Intact? Yet, the force he had just experienced, what had he truly done? In the next moment, a tremendous surge of power, akin to a roaring river, suddenly converged upon his heart. With a gasp, Tan Yi expelled a copious amount of blood, accompanied by fragments of his own internal organs. This lad, something is amiss. With his last ounce of strength, Tan Yi turned to leave his final words to the members of Xian Yutang. Tan Yi, Fei Nan and Gao Tian shouted in unison, rushing towards him. One of them placed a hand beneath Tan Yi's nose, then shook his head at Sun Zhengfeng. Chapter 44. The unparalleled trio, Tan Yi is dead. He was defeated in mere seconds by an unknown youth, right before the eyes of many. A gasp erupted from the students across the teaching building, and even the members of Xinyu Hall found it perplexing. Hall Master, could it be that this boy is truly concealing his prowess? In response to his subordinate's inquiry, Sun Zhengfeng was at a loss for words. He dared not acknowledge that, at the moment Zhao Yi struck, he himself had failed to discern the action. With a forced demeanor, he proclaimed, I have always advised Tan Yi to focus on training, but he refused to listen, constantly chasing after fleeting pleasures. With a body so ravaged by indulgence, his demise was inevitable. Sun Zhengfeng then turned to Fei Nan. This time, you shall take the lead. Alone? Fei Nan replied, incredulous. Is that even a question? Do you expect a fair and just outcome? Have you no shame? With an awkward smile, Fei Nan stepped forward. All right, it's my turn to be your opponent. Let me assure you, your ambush will be of no use to me. Fei Nan appeared far more composed than the previously defeated Tan Yi. Zhao Yi noted that his arms were longer and sturdier than those of the average person. forming a judgment in her mind. It seemed that he was a formidable adversary focused on direct assaults. She was eager to see what warranted his confidence. Tao Weiwei, still basking in the surprise of her recent victory, regained her composure upon witnessing the change in opponents. Shall we continue? Indeed, remember, my talent allows me to launch effective attacks for only a brief period, so we must collaborate, do you understand? To ensure that Tao Weiwei continued to serve as a shield, Zhao Yi fabricated a rationale, which surprisingly, Tao Weiwei accepted without question. Talent? I believe I have heard of such a concept. She recalled her father, Tao Yong, mentioning it, though she had yet to show any signs of awakening her own talent. Nevertheless, the recent events had proven one thing. For Tao Weiwei to survive, she must heed Zhao Yi's guidance. I practiced fencing before. Can I use that? Of course, as long as it pleases you. Consider me whatever weapon you desire. Enough of this flirtation, it's nauseating. Fei Nan, standing opposite them, could not resist mocking them. Zhao Yi, upon witnessing this, responded with a cold smile. So eager to reunite with your comrades? Very well, I shall facilitate that. Tao Weiwei followed suit, using the rope at hand to bind his feet, and then, with a firm grip on the rope's loop, hurled Zhao Yi forward. With a thud, Zhao Yi's trajectory aimed directly at Fei Nan's rear, yet to his astonishment, the latter spun around, successfully defending himself with his robust arms. I warned you, ambushes are futile against me. You might as well give up, Fei Nan declared effortlessly. Despite this, Zhao Yi pressed on relentlessly, adhering to his original strategy. After several exchanges, Tao Weiwei began to tire, beads of sweat forming upon her brow. Can you endure? I'm managing. Zhao Yi noted that Tao Weiwei was nearing her limit and subtly altered his approach. His scrutinizing gaze did not escape Fei Nan's notice. Humph, the self-satisfied fool. Intentionally revealing an observant gaze that I have captured. It appears he is aiming at my rear, yet in truth, he is targeting the lower paths, is he not? I await your move. Whoosh. Zhao Yi was once again hurled into the air, tracing a peculiar arc. Fei Nan had anticipated this. He had already assumed a stance to intercept Zhao Yi at the lower path. Yet, to his astonishment, Zhao Yi showed no intention of retreating. What is he planning? If he does not alter his course soon, it will be too late. Seeing this, Fei Nan swiftly turned, helplessly raising his arms to shield himself like a sturdy shield. Boom. A shadow of a fist struck with incredible speed and ferocity. Fei Nan's arms were unable to withstand the impact, and he immediately braced himself with his abdomen, managing to retreat only a single step. I warned you, attempting a sneak attack is futile. Oh, is that truly the case? A subtle smile adorned Zhao Yi's face as his gaze fixated intently on Fei Nan's midsection. In the next moment, Fei Nan felt an intense, twisting pain in his abdomen. The sudden agony brought him to his knees. Fei Nan, what is wrong? Ignoring his companion's attempts to stop him, he abruptly raised his fist and began to pound against his own belly. Quickly, help. What do you need help with? To strike you? Before his comrades could fully comprehend the situation, there was a loud bang, and Fei Nan's abdomen exploded, blood and intestines spilling onto the ground. The first principle of the 7 injuries fist, the destruction of liver and intestines, truly lives up to its reputation. Everyone was taken aback by Fei Nan's sudden demise, while only Zhao Yi remained composed, observing the outcome with tranquility. In the recently concluded battle, Zhao Yi had seamlessly employed 2 of the 7 techniques from the 7 injuries fist, and the results were evidently remarkable. Tao Weiwei gazed at Zhao Yi with disbelief, a hint of admiration blossoming within her heart. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhao Yi suddenly turned, nonchalantly digging into his nostrils and bringing the extracted material closer to his nose. This down-to-earth behavior instantly dispelled Tao Weiwei's earlier sentiments, prompting her to awkwardly smile. Nothing. I was just checking if you were hurt. Zhao Yi nodded, exhaling a sigh of relief inwardly. Dear girl, you must not idolize me. Such admiration will place immense pressure upon me. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere surrounding Zhao Yi, the ambience in Xian Yutang was eerily silent. The crowd stared at Fei Nan's lifeless body, none daring to speak. Once or twice, one might attribute Zhao Yi's victories to luck. But with a third comrade's corpse lying before them, even the most reluctant could not deny Zhao Yi's prowess. Master, what kind of unorthodox path is that lad practicing? Gao Tian felt a twinge of fear. He knew his own strength well enough, and even he would not have been able to dispatch Fei Nan so swiftly. Sun Jingfeng was equally perplexed. He had indeed witnessed Zhao Yi's movements clearly, yet they seemed so ordinary, devoid of any distinctiveness. It appears we must concede defeat. Upon the utterance of Sun Jingfeng's words, a wave of astonishment swept through all present. Master, how can we possibly concede? One exclaimed. Indeed. If we were to admit defeat before the entire school, it would be impossible for us to maintain our credibility in the future. Sun Jingfeng was acutely aware of this truth, yet the current performance of Zhao Yi was exceedingly peculiar. Even he could not assert with absolute certainty that victory was assured. As both sides found themselves in a stalemate, the principal, who had been observing discreetly, turned his gaze towards Dai Jiqing. "Mr. Dai, have you discerned the true nature of that young man's abilities?" he inquired. Wearing a cap, Dai Jiqing shook his head. "Not yet, but it is of no consequence. A thorough analysis of the video upon our return will surely yield insights. It appears that it is time for me to take action," he concluded. Chapter 45. Midnight Conspiracy. Principal Wang Yuejin approached the broadcast system and announced, "Attention all faculty and students. I declare that tonight's escape is hereby concluded." Upon recognizing the principal's voice, the students erupted into cheers, their spirits lifted as they realized their lives were spared for the night, regardless of the circumstances. Meanwhile, the two opposing factions on the rooftop wore expressions of disbelief upon hearing this proclamation. "What does this mean? It's only 4 a.m, and it's not even dawn yet." Zheng Bowen, one of the 8 virtuous, clung to his stubbornness, prompting Sun Zhengfeng to cast a sharp glare in his direction. "Didn't you hear? That was the principal's voice." "Retreat." Sun Zhengfeng gestured, and the members of Xinyu Hall began to carry away their fallen comrade's body before turning to leave the rooftop. As they departed, Sun Zhengfeng glanced back at Zhao Yi, then vanished from sight. Once they had left, Tao Weiwei and Zhao Yi allowed themselves to relax, collapsing onto the rooftop. "Thank goodness. We are finally safe," Tao Weiwei sighed, to which Zhao Yi nodded in agreement. It was evident that challenging the entirety of Xinyu Hall was no trivial feat. This thought sparked Tao Weiwei's curiosity, and she turned to Zhao Yi. "By the way, you mentioned that you awaken your talent. What kind of ability has so many restrictions when in use?" Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback, silently lamenting, "What kind of talent is that? It's clearly fabricated to deceive you." However, not daring to unveil the truth at that moment, Zhao Yi replied earnestly, "I'm not entirely certain. But I believe the main reason lies in my talent not being fully awakened. Perhaps I will find answers once I truly become a martial artist." "Do you wish to become a martial artist?" Tao Weiwei inquired, puzzled as to why someone genuinely aspiring to be a martial artist would choose a school like Yutong Middle School. Zhao Yi provided a resolute response, "Of course. And you must also strive to become a martial artist." Let us not forget the words left by teacher Tao before his departure. At the mention of Tao Yong, Tao Weiwei fell into silence once more. Zhao Yi sensed he had misspoken and hurriedly stood up to leave. "Where are you going?" "I need to contact the funeral home. They should be operating at this hour." Realizing Zhao Yi intended to arrange for her father's burial, Tao Weiwei quickly followed after him. On the top floor of the dormitory building, there was a room that had evidently been remodeled, spacious, and well-equipped. The wall at the front of the room displayed the plaque of Xinyu Hall, accompanied by various training apparatuses. Sun Zhengfeng and his companions gathered here, with the bodies of Ruiwen and Tan Yi lying on the ground. Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open, revealing someone carrying a person on a stretcher, their face covered by a white cloth. "Hallmaster, we have located Su Ying's body. Would you like to confirm?" Sun Zhengfeng waved his hand dismissively and walked towards the plaque of Xinyu Hall, staring intently at it. "How long have we been established as Xinyu Hall?" Reporting to the Hallmaster, it has been approximately 431 days. In the span of approximately a year, has Xian Yutang ever endured such a profound loss? Sun Zhengfeng's fist struck the wall, instantly creating a crack the thickness of a pinky finger. Witnessing Sun Zhengfeng's fury, everyone present dared not utter a word, except for Fei Nan, who spoke up with some indignation. "Master, this incident indeed stems from our underestimation of that young man's capabilities. However, I believe the principal bears some blame as well. We had yet to enter the fray. Moreover, there was still the amplification martial ring to consider. It seemed impossible for us to lose, right? Yet, the principal called it off." Before Fei Nan could finish his thought, Sun Zhengfeng approached and slapped him to the ground. "Xian Yutang has always thrived on overcoming greater numbers, and has already lost 3 members before your arrival. And you dare suggest I rely on the amplification martial ring for victory? I might as well recruit Zhao Yi directly. What use do we have for you incompetent fools?" Though his words were harsh, the others could not help but lower their heads. Without absolute strength, they indeed had no right to speak. Knock, knock, knock. Another individual entered the room, and upon observing the situation, he approached with a smile. "What seems to be the issue, gentlemen? Is it merely that you felt a bit overwhelmed in tonight's grand escape? No need for such despondency." As the middle-aged man entered, Fei Nan, just rising from the floor, could not help but mutter, "Of course, it's not your people who perished, so you can afford to speak lightly. Fei Nan, how dare you speak to the principal in such a manner?" Apologize. Sun Zhengfeng's anger reignited, but Principal Wang Yuejin merely waved his hand with a smile. Enough. I shan't stoop to engage with someone of his ilk. I am here to convey a message. Teacher Dai has summoned you. Noticing the enigmatic expression on Wang Yuejin's face, Sun Zhengfeng nodded slightly. Since it is Teacher Dai's request, I find no reason to decline. Let us proceed. The two departed Xian Yutang and entered the experimental teaching building. From the outside, it appeared rather unremarkable. However, upon reaching the third floor, it transformed into a dedicated experimental space specifically for Dai Jiqing. Such a venue was a first for Sun Zhengfeng as well, and he could not help but display a look of astonishment. What an expansive experimental area. Teacher Dai certainly commands respect. Unlike us at Xian Yutang, who have been confined to our original dormitory for a year, Wang Yuejin, discerning the underlying tone in his words, chose to disregard it. Teacher Dai, I have brought the person you requested. Wang Yuejin waved towards the interior of the laboratory, and Dai Jiqing, donning a cap, slowly lifted his head. Teacher Dai, I have brought the assistant you asked for. What do you think of this fellow? Dai Jiqing's interest was piqued as he regarded Sun Zhengfeng, who felt somewhat bewildered under his peculiar gaze. Principal, Teacher Dai, what exactly do you require of me? Sun Zhengfeng, are you harboring resentment due to the principal's intervention that prevented you from continuing your efforts? Dai Jiqing, though seemingly evasive, was nonetheless touched by the question posed to him. After all, we hold a numerical advantage, and it would be disheartening to withdraw without having utilized the enhanced weaponry at our disposal. This sense of discontent is entirely justified. However, there is something you must see. Dai Jiqing patted him on the shoulder and subsequently produced a remote control. A screen descended from the ceiling of the laboratory, and a nearby projector sprang to life. Soon, the footage of Xian Yutang's duel with Zhao Yi appeared on the screen, accompanied by a plethora of analytical data, including slow-motion playback. Sun Zhengfeng was intrigued, surprised to discover that surveillance existed even in such a setting. Now, let us examine your performance. Another screen descended, revealing footage of Sun Zhengfeng and others undergoing tests in the training room, again accompanied by thorough data analysis. Chapter 46. This cursed world, do you perceive the reason? Sun Zhengfeng fixed his gaze upon the two screens, and as the image froze at the moment both individuals struck simultaneously, he finally comprehended the truth. The punch delivered by Sun Zhengfeng, equipped with an amplification combat ring, was, astonishingly, statistically weaker by half compared to Zhao Yi's ambush on Suing. How? Is this even possible? Sun Zhengfeng wore an expression of incredulity, while Dai Jiqing's tone grew increasingly frigid. What? Are you questioning the professionalism of my experiment? No. Of course not. I just cannot accept this outcome, can I? Turning off the projector, Dai Jiqing approached and retrieved a ring from his pocket. This is the latest generation of amplification combat rings, boasting effects exceeding threefold that of the one you currently possess. Threefold? Sun Zhengfeng was taken aback. He could scarcely fathom the magnitude of power he might wield if he donned it. However, it is still in the experimental phase, and the backlash on the user is substantial, which is why I require a new assistant. Are you suggesting I conduct a test? One could say that, but rest assured, the ultimate bearer of the new generation amplification combat ring will undoubtedly be this lad, Dai Jiqing declared emphatically as he approached Sun Zhengfeng, and the three engaged in hushed whispers. At 5 o'clock in the morning, two students appeared at the entrance of the funeral home, one of them carrying a body bag. Young man, is there something amiss? The security guard at the entrance, smoking a cigarette, glanced at Zhao Yi and stepped forward. Brother, we are here to inter the deceased. Might this be a convenient time? Upon hearing this, the guard immediately picked up the desk phone. Lao Zhang, we have more visitors. Hurry and come out to attend to them. About 5 minutes later, a bald, burly man emerged before Zhao Yi and his companion. So, you are the ones here to inter the deceased? Yes, we. Follow me. Lao Zhang led the two into the left room of the hall, casually shutting the door behind them. Fill this out. Lao Zhang handed them a form. Zhao Yi took a glance, primarily confirming the identity of the deceased and the relationship of the individuals delivering them. Zhao Yi passed the form to Tao Weiwei, who, upon seeing it, appeared somewhat reluctant. Zhao Yi gently patted her shoulder. Death is irreversible. Let teacher Tao find peace in the earth. Find peace in the earth. Young man, what kind of family are you from to utter such words? Do you have any idea how costly a burial plot is these days? Hearing this, Lao Zhang immediately approached, and Zhao Yi shook his head. How expensive can it be? Here, take a look for yourself. Lao Zhang pointed to an adjacent advertisement board, covered with promotional materials for various burial plots. Zhao Yi stared, momentarily stunned. How much? A 5-square-meter burial plot is being sold for 300,000? Housing prices pale in comparison. It is quite normal. Do you not realize how many lives are lost daily since the emergence of the ferocious beasts? Burial plots are a luxury only the affluent can contemplate. The impoverished merely preserve ashes in urns, believing that suffices as filial piety. Lao Zhang continued to smirk, appearing utterly unfazed. In a time devoid of monstrous beasts, the sight of two students carrying a corpse would undoubtedly prompt an immediate call to the authorities. Having completed the necessary forms, old Zhang glanced at Tao Weiwei's paperwork and inquired, "How many members are there in your family?" "3," she replied. "But now I am the only one left." Old Zhang fell silent, turning to rummage through something on the desk behind him. Zhao Yi leaned closer to Tao Weiwei and cautiously asked, "Do you have the funds for Teacher Tao's burial expenses?" "My father likely anticipated this day. As the password to his bank card is my birthday, I just do not know how much is left." "No worries. I will find a way regarding the finances." "You will find a way? Do you think your father is Bill Gates?" Old Zhang approached with a thick stack of forms and handed the pen back to Tao Weiwei. "Complete these. Given your father's military service, the burial costs can be waived." "That is wonderful. Thank you, Brother Zhang." Zhao Yi pulled out a cigarette from his pocket to offer, but old Zhang declined. "Our organization strictly prohibits smoking. I quit long ago. Notify me once you have completed the forms." After a period of waiting, thanks to old Zhang's diligent efforts, the outcome was quite satisfactory. The total burial expenses, including the purchase of a grave plot, amounted to 200,000. And the funeral home allowed Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei to sign a contract for a 1-year deferment on the payments. Approximately an hour later, old Zhang emerged, personally carrying an urn containing ashes, and handed Tao Weiwei a pendant. "This is made from your father's ashes. Take it with you. I still need to lay him to rest. If there's nothing else, you may leave. It's ill-fated to linger in such places." Moved by old Zhang's kindness, Zhao Yi stepped forward. "Brother Zhang, we are profoundly grateful to you today. Could you please leave us an address or phone number? Once we are able, we will surely repay your kindness." Upon hearing this, old Zhang turned back, scrutinizing the two students before him. "You remind me of my comrades, who were denied even the right to a proper burial. If you truly possess the means, you need not repay me. Strive to change this wretched world." With that, old Zhang cursed at the sky and waved his hand, taking the urn further away. Tao Weiwei carefully placed the pendant into her pocket, while Zhao Yi clenched her fists tightly. The rampant beasts had drastically altered the world. For ordinary people, merely surviving to enjoy their twilight years was a stroke of fortune, and the pursuit of fairness and freedom had become a distant memory. "Do not fret, it is merely 200,000. Even if my father's savings are insufficient, we have a year. Once we become warriors, we can easily slay a beast and recoup the costs." Observing Zhao Yi's grave expression, Tao Weiwei mistakenly thought she was concerned about the financial issue and immediately offered comfort. "I am not worried about that. I am simply contemplating Brother Zhang's final words." "His final words? To change this wretched world?" The resolute and piercing gaze of Zhao Yi left Tao Weiwei profoundly shaken. At that time, Tao Yong entrusted his orphan child to Zhao Yi, and indeed, Tao Weiwei felt a twinge of disdain. After all, as a woman who had lost her last family member, her only desire was to live a life of simplicity. The notion of seeking revenge was merely a fleeting expression of anger. She lacked even the courage to chastise herself for her own cowardice, for this weakness stemmed from an inherent lack of strength. Yet, whether facing the esteemed Xinyu Hall atop the rooftop or in the present moment, Tao Weiwei firmly believed that, based on Zhao Yi's current words, she would undoubtedly evolve into an extraordinary martial artist. "You are correct, but to enact change alone can be quite exhausting. Why not count me in as well?" Chapter 47. The establishment of the Shattered Jade Gang. Upon noticing the outstretched hand of Tao Weiwei, Zhao Yi flashed a grin, his expression reverting to its previous nonchalant demeanor. "Just a jest," he mused. "I was contemplating that if I were to pursue a girl in the future, such words might indeed win the hearts of many." The dawn was nearing. It was time to return and rest. As he arrived back at school, the eastern horizon was already tinged with the first light of day. Tao Weiwei returned dutifully to the dormitory, while Zhao Yi, clutching the keys that Tao Weiwei had handed him, made his way to Tao Yong's apartment. Oh, the bliss of residing in a single room during one's student years is truly divine. Zhao Yi observed the tidiness of the room, clearly indicating that the school had sent someone to tidy up after their departure. However, he could surmise that it was likely the school had attempted to uncover something, only to erase all traces in futility. Zhao Yi toyed with a steel shard in his hand, contemplating that he should fashion it into a necklace or something of the sort, lest it draw too much attention. Lying on the freshly sheeted bed, fatigue overtook him, and he drifted into slumber. Zhao Yi awakened. In a hazy state, he felt a gentle nudge. Opening his eyes, he beheld Tao Weiwei standing before him. Wei Wei? Why are you still awake? It's already 2 in the afternoon. You seem to be sleeping soundly while I am nearly driven to distraction. At her words, Zhao Yi sprang from the bed, glancing at his phone, which confirmed it was indeed 2:13 in the afternoon. I am still a bit weary. But let us address the matter at hand. Who is bothering you? He yawned as Tao Weiwei let out a resigned sigh. If it were only 1 or 2 individuals, I wouldn't have disturbed you. No wonder those fellows have not sought you out. They could never imagine you were here sleeping away. Tao Weiwei confided in Zhao Yi that since she had awakened, numerous students had been searching for her. Their motives were quite straightforward. Some sought news of Zhao Yi, while others wished to pledge their allegiance to Tao Weiwei as their leader. The catalyst for this frenzy lay in the exhilarating confrontation between Zhao Yi, Tao Weiwei, and the Xinyu Hall the previous night. Though they inquire about your whereabouts, how is it that some are even urging me to step forward as a leader? That is utterly ludicrous. Tao Weiwei gazed at Zhao Yi with expectation, evidently hoping he would take the lead. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to her, Zhao Yi, possessing an inherent rebellious streak, was already contemplating the possibility of using her as a shield the moment he heard her initial words. That is not amusing. I actually believe that pushing you forward might be a rather prudent choice. What? Do not jest with me. Do I appear to be jesting? Noticing Zhao Yi's serious demeanor, Tao Weiwei lowered her head, realizing the gravity of his expression. I have already informed you that due to my unique talents, I cannot become the center of attention everywhere I go. Therefore, during my time at Yutong Middle School, I must rely on you, dear leader. You just call me what? Dear leader. From now on, you shall be the esteemed leader of our Shattered Jade Gang. Tao Weiwei nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief, only to swiftly regain her composure. Have you already decided on the name of the gang? Is there some premeditated scheme at play? Ah, certainly not. It was merely your commendable bravery last night that inspired a surge of creativity within me. Quite poetic, isn't it? Yet you claim there was no prior planning. As the two of them raced out of the single apartment, they were met with a shout from below. Look, Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei are here. The news spread like wildfire throughout the school, with everyone rushing up the stairs in a torrent. What to do? What to do? There are far too many of them. Tao Weiwei wore a look of panic, prompting Zhao Yi to dash back inside and drag out the only table to block the stairway. Just then, the first wave of eager followers arrived. What is going on? Clear the way. The newcomers, drenched in sweat, were understandably displeased to see Zhao Yi obstructing their path. Don't rush. There are too many of you, and you'll disturb our illustrious leader's rest. Illustrious leader? Who's that? Naturally, it was Tao Weiwei, the heroine of last night's battle at Xinyu Hall. Have you heard of this illustrious leader? A murmur of curiosity rippled through the crowd, and Zhao Yi continued. When it comes to the illustrious leader of the Shattered Jade Gang, Tao Weiwei, she is indeed extraordinary. As more and more people gathered below, Zhao Yi, like a storyteller, stood atop a bench. With his eloquent speech, he swiftly captivated this zealous assembly with tales of his own invention. Now you understand, do you not? The true heroine of last night was none other than our illustrious leader, Tao Weiwei. I was merely a supporting character. Long live the illustrious leader of the Shattered Jade Gang. Watching the crowd below raise their arms in fervent cheer, Tao Weiwei could only place a hand on her forehead in exasperation. I wonder what expressions will grace their faces when they learn the truth. With Tao Weiwei's enthusiastic cooperation, the establishment of the Shattered Jade Gang came to fruition effortlessly. With such a fervently autonomous group of followers, Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei need not worry about matters of promotion and management. Illustrious leader, with this band of brothers by your side, I feel much more at ease. Wait, are you implying you intend to slip away? Just as Zhao Yi was about to depart, he was called back by Tao Weiwei. Have you lost your senses? I cannot afford to waste this time. If I don't train now, how shall I prepare for the martial arts examination? Tao Weiwei tugged at Zhao Yi's ear, who seized the opportunity to whisper something in her ear. This revelation jolted Tao Weiwei into awareness, and she graciously released him, declaring, considering the contributions you've made from last night until now, I shall grant you a day of respite. Thank you, illustrious leader. Zhao Yi bowed in gratitude before making a hasty exit from the teacher's dormitory. Now, Teacher Tao Yang's apartment had transformed into the sacred ground of the Shattered Jade Gang, with a constant vigil maintained by devoted followers, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to approach. Once he left the confines of the dormitory, Zhao Yi felt a sense of lightness, only then recalling the task assigned to him by Wang Wenjing. Where are you? In the outdoor park at the heart of the street, Zhao Yi sought out 2 elderly gentlemen engrossed in a game of chess. Upon arriving, she spotted the 2 old men clad in faded vests. Their beards and wrinkles appeared strikingly authentic. With a playful spirit, Zhao Yi reached out to touch the mustaches of the 2 agents, only to rip them off with a swift motion. Ouch! Doesn't that hurt? One of them exclaimed. I know it does. As that was my intention, she retorted. Last night, there was a late-night escape event. Yet you two failed to inform me in advance. Tossing the foam mustaches onto the ground, the agent identified as 95 finally bared his teeth and responded. We assumed you were already aware, considering it's hardly a secret. Enough of your chatter, Zhao Yi interjected. Due to last night's delay, the mission's progress has come to a standstill. Now what do you propose we do? Chapter 48. Declaration of war. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, the two agents exhaled in relief. See, I told you Zhao Yi could be trusted. Even in such circumstances last night, he remained focused on the mission. Indeed, I shall call Chairman Wang to commend him for this. Zhao Yi raised his hand and snatched the phone from Agent 27, regarding him with a serious expression. Do you think I jest? Of course not. In truth, since your unexpected confrontation with Xian Yutong last night, we promptly reported to Chairman Wang. To be frank, we are still awaiting his command. Zhao Yi, momentarily losing his temper, couldn't help but scratch his head. Are we to wait indefinitely? Time waits for no one. Fortunately, Zhao Yi's true capabilities had long since surpassed the standards for martial artists. Otherwise, he would not have even glanced at this mission. Do not fret. We have already waited an entire morning. Patience is key. Is it truly necessary to dawdle? I did not perceive Chairman Wang to have such a poor habit during our last meeting. Shoo. I must warn you, Chairman Wang is quite sensitive. He despises it when others speak ill of him behind his back. Before Agent 27 could finish, an individual entered the central garden. You little rascal, are you speaking ill of me again? Agent 27 winced as his ear was pinched painfully. Zhao Yi turned to see the newcomer remove his hat and sunglasses. It was Wang Wenzheng. Chairman Wang, what brings you here? Wang Wenzheng motioned for silence as he seated himself on a stone bench. I accompanied colleagues from the Bureau of Martial Affairs to inspect Yutong Middle School. Hence, I did not notify you this morning, intending to deliver the orders personally. Upon hearing this, the two agents' faces flushed with embarrassment as they realized their error. Chairman Wang, we should not have jumped to conclusions. Apologies are unnecessary. However, you ought to learn from Zhao Yi. Observe how composed he remains at such a young age, unlike you two. Wang Wenzheng sighed, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Listen closely to this command. Intelligence suggests that Dai Ziqing has recently made breakthroughs in his research, and he will inevitably contact his superiors. Thus, your mission remains unchanged. But you must expedite your efforts to compel Dai Ziqing to reach out to the higher-ups. Our net will be cast in the coming days. Upon hearing the phrase cast the net, Zhao Yi felt indifferent, while the two agents were nearly ecstatic, nearly leaping with joy. Are you so pleased? Of course. You cannot fathom the hardships we endured to follow this lead. Zhao Yi, uninterested in their grievances, promptly inquired, isn't Yutong Middle School one of the 3 lowest-ranked schools? Is there a need for the Bureau of Martial Affairs to conduct an inspection? Wang Wenzheng's expression slightly altered at this question, and he finally spoke earnestly. Zhao Yi, cherish your precious time as a student. Your generation has not been born into a peaceful world, but rather, you are fortunate to have been born in a peaceful nation. In the context of the global conflict that has engulfed the world, every individual possesses intrinsic value. Certain truths become apparent only when one evolves into a true warrior. Wang Wenzheng gently patted Zhao Yi's shoulder before donning a mask and hat, departing from the Central Park. Agent 27, noticing Zhao Yi's somber demeanor, immediately approached him. Do not be troubled. Chairman Wang, in his advanced years, has always had a penchant for lecturing. Indeed. Look at us. We have been warriors for 6 years, operating within this city under the guise of agents. Zhao Yi understood that the two were attempting to comfort him, and when he lifted his head, a smile had already formed on his face. I understand. As Chairman Wang suggested, we shall proceed with our tasks as usual. I must return to school now. We will reconnect later. Upon his return, Zhao Yi found all the students seated quietly in the classroom. They whispered among themselves, and the scene felt increasingly familiar. Wait a moment, didn't the night of the escape end just yesterday? Surely, there wouldn't be a repeat of that today? As Zhao Yi was about to stand, a teacher entered and rapped on the blackboard. Classmates, it is time to commence lessons. After one class concluded, Zhao Yi felt as though he scarcely recognized the school anymore. Was it truly possible that Yutong Middle School had students who were genuinely attentive, maintaining classroom discipline as well? What has happened to this world? Zhao Yi shook his head, and then a student approached him, bowing deeply in respect. Big sister, you are requested to come with me. Realizing the unfamiliar student was a member of the Suyu gang, Zhao Yi followed him to the teacher's dormitory. The guards downstairs recognized him and did not dare to impede his passage. Close the door. You may leave now. Inside the room, Tao Weiwei exuded an air of indifference, embodying the authority of a superior. Once they were alone, she collapsed onto the bed, as if her body had lost all structure. "Oh," I said, "big sister. Weren't you just exuding authority? Why the sudden deflation now? Please do not mock me. Was it not your poor idea? In their presence, I must maintain a semblance of authority to manage effectively." Zhao Yi chuckled and recalled the events of the class. "By the way, those students from class 3 were acting quite strangely, weren't they?" Upon hearing Zhao Yi's observations, a proud expression graced Tao Weiwei's face. "Why do you appear so proud?" "Of course, this matter pertains to me." Tao Weiwei informed Zhao Yi that during the few hours of his absence, the Soyu gang had already commenced a thorough restructuring of Yutong Middle School from the ground up. The singular objective was to restore Yutong Middle School to a state of normalcy. Students' daily lives would be put back on track, preparing them in optimal condition for the impending martial arts examination. Such explosive developments? You truly deserve the title of Big Sister, Zhao Yi inquired. But will the Xian Yutong members consent to this? Filled with doubt, he pondered how Yutong Middle School had been transformed into a mere slaughterhouse, manipulated at will by those from Xian Yutong, who must have exerted considerable effort to achieve such a state. Should the school revert to its former state, the efforts of Xian Yutong would be rendered futile. Such considerations are no longer within my purview, as the clarion call for counteroffensive from the Shattered Jade Gang has already been sounded. The manner in which we shall engage remains contingent upon our concealed foremost expert, does it not? Perceiving Tao Weiwei's gaze scrutinizing her intently, Zhao Yi swiftly diverted the conversation. "It is not yet so dire. You should lead this motley crew in merriment for the time being. However, do bear in mind to refrain from excess, as I must devote myself to rigorous training." Zhao Yi concocted an excuse and turned away from the sacred hall of the Shattered Jade Gang. Meanwhile, Li Qinglian strolled alone across the schoolyard, where pairs of students meandered nearby, caught in the throes of youthful exuberance. In contrast, she found herself in solitary contemplation, revealing a hint of inner turmoil. Chapter 49, Princess. Come home with me. At this moment, Li Qinglian's mind was consumed by the so-called plan that Dai Jiqing had shared with her. She felt a sense of relief upon receiving his call late last night. Little did she anticipate that after arriving, Dai Jiqing would swiftly pivot to discussing that exceedingly significant plan. He urged Li Qinglian to open her heart to Zhao Yi, pretending to be his girlfriend. Naturally, Li Qinglian found it hard to accept this outcome. However, being somewhat soft-hearted, she was quickly persuaded by Dai Jiqing. As she traversed the playground, she aimed to familiarize herself with the surroundings in preparation for executing her own scheme. While walking, she covertly observed couples nearby, attempting to glean their demeanor and mannerisms. Yet she remained oblivious to her environment. After wandering, she circled around the playground and arrived at a patch of grass, where a gentle stream flowed below, and the ambience appeared extraordinarily romantic. "Ah, this place seems perfect. I shall enact my plan here," she mused. Unbeknownst to her, another individual harbored the same thought. Lost in contemplation, Li Qinglian was suddenly enveloped by a waft of floral fragrance, and a figure obstructed her path. Upon glancing up, she beheld Zhao Yi, adorned with an overly polished appearance, standing before her. "Princess, do you not find today's breeze rather boisterous?" he inquired. I have been waiting here for quite some time, merely to elicit a smile from you. Can I not express my sincere feelings at this moment?" Gazing into Zhao Yi's tear-filled eyes, Li Qinglian couldn't help but recall his cunning demeanor at home. This fellow must be feigning. He only wishes for me to return home to meet my mother. Speaking of home, it has indeed been quite a while since I last visited. With this thought in mind, Li Qinglian extended her hand to accept the bouquet of roses. "Princess, does this mean you agree?" Zhao Yi appeared immensely excited, while Li Qinglian maintained a facade of aloofness. "I merely pity the grass you have crushed by kneeling. As for whether you can truly be my Prince Charming, that remains to be seen." "Very well, I eagerly await the princess's trials," Zhao Yi exclaimed, opening his arms wide. Observing this, Li Qinglian approached and linked her arm with his. Such a simple act of intimacy sent shivers down both their spines, to the point that their toes nearly tore through their shoes. After all, they were merely playing a part in a charade. Once they had departed arm in arm, Dai Jiqing, perched in a high building, set down his binoculars. Li Qinglian's performance was commendable. Had she agreed too swiftly, it undoubtedly would have aroused Zhao Yi's suspicions. A naive boy like him should be kept in suspense, alternating between warmth and coolness. As afternoon arrived, Zhao Yi returned to his classroom, now accustomed to the sight of his students attentively listening. Just as he settled into his seat, the school broadcast echoed through the halls. "Students, tomorrow marks International Environmental Day. Therefore, the school will be closed effective immediately. Please report back promptly the day after tomorrow." Upon hearing this announcement, the students erupted in excitement. while Zhao Yi remained composed at his desk. He recalled that the officials from the Bureau of Military Management had visited in the morning, and by afternoon, they announced a holiday. The efficiency of the Bureau was indeed remarkable. "Classmate, someone is looking for you outside." Zhao Yi raised his head upon hearing the voice, and after confirming that the speaker was addressing him, he dashed out, only to find Li Qinglian standing a short distance away. "What brings you here?" "The school is on holiday. Do you intend to linger here?" No, I merely asked. Since we have a holiday now, where do you wish to go?" Li Qinglian tilted her head, feigning deep thought for a moment before speaking. "Actually, my father mentioned that you and your mother had moved out. I still don't know where you live. Could you take me there?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi instantly grasped the meaning of double joy. "Of course. Let us set off right away." They descended the stairs and mounted the bicycle, with Li Qinglian shyly wrapping her arms around his waist as Zhao Yi pedaled towards the community. A gentle breeze accompanied them, and the myriad sights along the street were captured in Li Qinglian's eyes. In a moment of reverie, she pondered whether, in the absence of the so-called beasts of chaos, she might still be the princess dwelling in a harmonious and affluent household, never needing to grow up. "We've arrived, princess. Please dismount." Typically, one invites someone to board. "Why have you reversed the phrase?" Li Qinglian teased, then raised her gaze to examine the residential building before them. "My godmother is trying to save money, so it appears somewhat dilapidated." Observing Zhao Yi's hurried attempt to explain, Li Qinglian smiled gently. "It's all right. I've been to places like this before and quite like them." "Really? When was that?" "Back when I had just entered middle school, I had a close friend who lived with her grandparents. I loved visiting her home." The two shared laughter as they approached the door. Zhao Yi knocked, and soon footsteps echoed from within. "Coming, oh, you're back on a weekday?" "Godmother, today is a holiday, and look who I've brought with me." Wang Zhini was somewhat surprised to see Zhao Yi, but upon noticing Li Qinglian, tears involuntarily streamed down her cheeks. "Come in and let us talk. You could have told me you were bringing Qinglian back. I'll go prepare another dish." Wang Zhini hurriedly dashed into the kitchen, and Zhao Yi chose not to break the moment, knowing she wished to shield the children from seeing her tears. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhao Yi began to show Li Qinglian around the house. Although the apartment was modest, with only 2 bedrooms and a living room, they shared plenty to discuss as peers. "Dinner is ready. You two remember to wash your hands." Wang Zhini's voice called from outside, prompting Zhao Yi and Li Qinglian to exit the room. The three gathered at the dining table, although the surroundings had changed. The atmosphere felt reminiscent of their times in the villa. "Qinglian, how have you been at school?" Li Qinglian paused slightly at the question, then nodded earnestly. "Very well. I have fully adapted to life at school now. Adaptation is all that matters. Adaptation is all that matters." Although it has been a long time since she last saw her daughter, Wang Zhini understands the delicate balance of parenthood. She does not impose the expectation for her to return. For her, witnessing Li Qinglian's happiness is paramount. After dinner, Zhao Yi voluntarily rose to speak. "Godmother, allow me to assist with the dishes. You have worked tirelessly all day and should take some time to rest. Indeed, you must help with the dishes, as I have to leave for work shortly." Wang Zhini retreated to her room to fetch a bag before changing her shoes at the door. "Work? What sort of work could possibly be found at this late hour? That is not for you to concern yourself with. This is a rare opportunity for part-time employment." Chapter 50. Conversations in the night with uncertain routes. "I shall return before midnight. If you find yourselves hungry, you'll have to manage on your own." With that, Wang Zhini cast aside her words and descended the stairs. "Well, that's that." Zhao Yi found himself at a loss for words and silently entered the kitchen, only to be surprised by Li Qinglian's presence following him. "What brings you here?" "Of course, to assist you. I can't just stand idly by outside, can I?" Zhao Yi sensed a shift in Li Qinglian, stirring an indescribable feeling within him. How wonderful it would be if his godmother could witness this moment. Together, they tidied the house, and then settled in the living room, casually selecting a variety show to pass the time. Li Qinglian glanced at the clock on the wall, noting that it was already 10 in the evening. If she didn't inquire now, the opportunity might slip away. Thus, she reached down to her stomach, and Zhao Yi heard a soft rumble. "Really? Just 3 hours after dinner, and you're already hungry?" Zhao Yi looked on with curiosity, while Li Qinglian chuckled in response. "Humph. Don't think I'm unaware that boys your age are perpetually ravenous. Are you not hungry?" Indeed, Zhao Yi felt an emptiness in his belly. He stood up and rummaged through the refrigerator, but found little of interest. "How about we head downstairs? I recall there's a night market nearby." "That sounds splendid." 10 minutes later, Zhao Yi and Li Qinglian found themselves seated at a small dining table, enveloped by countless food stalls. Whatever they desired could be summoned with a simple shout to the vendor. "Boss, 2 more cans of beer, please." After ordering a plethora of dishes, Li Qinglian added a comment that caught Zhao Yi off guard. "You're drinking too? Well, My ID states that I turned 18 last month. You're not still underage. Are you? Suddenly, Li Qinglian leaned closer, fixing her gaze on Zhao Yi, who promptly slapped the table in response. Boss, for cans of beer, please. As they indulged in the delightful fare before them, their conversation flowed effortlessly. Li Qinglian shared anecdotes of how Wang Zhini had pressured her to excel in her studies by comparing her to Zhao Yi in her youth. You still laugh? This is all your fault. Zhao Yi's smile widened at her words, and he casually inquired, is the sole reason that drove you to become a martial artist merely the comparisons made since childhood? Upon hearing this, Li Qinglian's gaze drifted into the distance. Do you remember the close friend I mentioned from middle school? She passed away. Passed away? How did that happen? During the summer break of our middle school years. Her parents took her out of town, and they were attacked by a ferocious beast along the way. Zhao Yi, our environment is far from safe, is it? Hearing Li Qinglian's words, Zhao Yi recalled Brother Zhang from the funeral home and nodded in agreement. Given this, I believe it is entirely reasonable for both men and women to harbor a pursuit of power and strength. Of course, unless that individual truly lacks the talent to become a martial artist. At this moment, Li Qinglian appeared somewhat tipsy, and she suddenly leaned in closer to Zhao Yi, whispering softly, I find myself quite intrigued by you. How did you become so remarkably strong? Me? Strong? Surely not. Zhao Yi attempted to feign ignorance. Yet Li Qinglian persistently pressed him. The fact that you managed to defeat me while I wielded an enhanced martial ring was astonishing enough. It was only last night, when I witnessed you holding your own against the 8 Virtues Hall, that I truly comprehended the extent of our disparity. What secrets do you conceal? Dressed in a loose school uniform, Li Qinglian slightly leaned forward, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white chest, a sight that appeared most fitting from Zhao Yi's perspective. With a charming blush adorning her cheeks and emboldened by their shared inebriation, it seemed no one would dare to decline her inquiry. Yet Zhao Yi would. You are under suspicion, mental value. 20 suspicion? Could it be that Li Qinglian's demeanor was merely an act? Did she doubt me? Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhao Yi felt for the first time that the rebellious system had its merits. However, he could not afford to utter even a half-hearted compliment. For the rebellious system was aptly named, a true troublemaker by nature. Li Qinglian, unaware that her ruse had been discerned by the system, believed her performance was flawless. Zhao Yi, calculating his next move, feigned mystery and leaned closer. Let me share something with you, but you mustn't divulge it to anyone else. Rest assured, do I strike you as one who speaks without thought? In truth, I awakened my talent quite some time ago, but since I have yet to become a martial artist, the specifics remain unclear. My victory last night was largely due to Tao Weiwei. Upon hearing this, Li Qinglian wore an expression of perplexity. Tao Weiwei? What does she have to do with it? I assure you, it is of great significance. Tao Weiwei has also awakened her talent, which I suspect is related to the sword path. Otherwise, how could we have possibly triumphed over the 8 Virtues Hall last night, with just the 2 of us? Seeing Zhao Yi's unwavering conviction, Li Qinglian silently committed it to memory. Then, with a feigned nonchalance, she self-deprecatingly remarked, Indeed, in comparison to you true geniuses, my talent is hardly noteworthy. Do not be disheartened. I recall someone saying that in the pursuit of martial arts, it matters not whether one starts early or late. There's an old saying, a blessing in disguise may come from misfortune. Zhao Yi feigned encouragement, to which Li Qinglian nodded thoughtfully before reaching for her phone. It's 11 o'clock. I must return, or else I may find myself locked out of the dormitory. Noticing her predicament, Zhao Yi feigned concern. At this hour, returning might not guarantee entry into the dormitory. Why not accompany me? You can sleep in my room tonight, and I'll take the sofa. No sooner had Zhao Yi spoken than 2 girls in matching school uniforms approached, their faces a picture of astonishment. Qinglian, so you've been don't speak out of turn. We've known each other for a while now. We merely had dinner today. I see. Then let's return to the dorm together. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qinglian stood, bid farewell to Zhao Yi, and turned to leave with her classmates. Farewell. Zhao Yi maintained a smile on his face until the trio vanished from sight. Then he hurriedly made his way back to the house without a backward glance. Goodness, he even arranged for someone to come and meet him. When did Li Qinglian become so astute? Zhao Yi returned home at 20 past 11 and promptly took out his phone to contact Wang Wenjing. Zhao Yi, is there something urgent at this late hour? Indeed. I had dinner with Li Qinglian tonight. After recounting the entire episode, Zhao Yi could not help but notice Wang Wenjing's praise. Well done. Your performance has truly exceeded my expectations. I did not seek your commendation. After tonight's conversation, I believe that Tao Weiwei will be in grave danger tomorrow. For the first time, Zhao Yi felt remorse for choosing to use Tao Weiwei as a shield. After a brief silence, Wang Wenjing finally responded. Your concerns are valid. Do not worry. I shall ensure her safety. Chapter 51. The turmoil of the marketplace with Wang Wenjing's reassuring words. Zhao Yi finally felt at ease and succumbed to slumber. Upon returning to school, Li Qinglian did not head to the dormitory, but instead made her way directly to the laboratory. Teacher Dai, I've clarified the situation. It turns out Zhao Yi lacks any real prowess. Upon hearing Li Qinglian's account, Dai Ziqing experienced a moment of enlightenment. After you left, I reviewed the footage several more times, feeling that something was amiss. If what you say is true, then everything falls into place. In the surveillance tapes, Zhao Yi's movements appeared disjointed, almost as if they were lagging. However, if the one truly exerting force was Tao Weiwei, with Zhao Yi merely acting as a tool, all doubts would dissipate. Splendid work. I knew sending you was a wise choice. Dai Ziqing clapped Li Qinglian on the shoulder, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. The proximity between them created an ambiguous atmosphere. Teacher Dai, the school is undergoing an inspection today, and the dormitory doors have long since closed. I truly have nowhere to stay. Could you possibly? Here, take this. It's the key to my single apartment. But what about you? Li Qinglian exclaimed, elated as she accepted the key, only to find that Dai Ziqing had not quite grasped her implication. I shall sleep here, of course. It's not the first time I've done so. I've grown accustomed to it. Dai Ziqing remarked as he pulled out a folding bed, promptly returning to his research. Seeing this, Li Qinglian felt it prudent not to press the matter further and, with a mix of indignation, turned to leave with the key in hand. Once she departed, Dai Ziqing rose and stepped out onto the balcony with his phone. Teacher Dai, is there an operation underway at this late hour? I need you to apprehend someone, Tao Weiwei, a student from class 4 of the senior year at Yutong High School. Tomorrow is a holiday. As an orphan, she is likely to be alone. I will send over a photo shortly. There was a brief pause on the other end of the line before the voice inquired, Teacher Dai, do you require her alive or deceased? I need her for an experiment. What do you think? Dai Ziqing's tone grew progressively frigid, prompting the caller to hastily apologize and end the conversation. The next morning, upon awakening, Zhao Yi opened the door to find breakfast left by Wang Zhini along with a note. I've gone to work. Just heat up the breakfast, and it will be ready to eat. Unaware that school was on break, Zhao Yi had no time to waste. He quickly devoured the cold youtiao and milk, while dialing Tao Weiwei's number. Are you at school? I'll be over shortly. I've already left. But it's only 8 o'clock. Where are you going? And why is it so noisy on your end? Zhao Yi inquired, puzzled. The members of the Suyu gang insisted on dragging me out to shop, claiming they want to buy some items to redecorate our assembly hall, so I came along. Oh, do you have something to attend to? Tao Weiwei deliberately probed, eagerly anticipating Zhao Yi's response. Nothing significant. I just thought since it's a holiday and everyone has gone home, you'd be alone at school. Since you have so many companions with you, I need not worry. I'll hang up now. Upon witnessing the call being abruptly terminated, Tao Weiwei couldn't help but mutter, what a dullard. They accompany me, but you are different. Sister Weiwei, let us explore over there. A lively girl approached, and Tao Weiwei playfully tapped her on the head. How many times must I remind you? When we are outside, you must address me as Sister Weiwei. If one were unaware, they might think we belong to some nefarious organization. The others, upon hearing this, restrained themselves somewhat and continued guiding Tao Weiwei into the shopping mall. Is it really true? We woke up so early, yet there are so many people? Once inside, everyone was taken aback as they found the mall teeming with crowds. Sister Weiwei, look at that stage over there. It seems there's an event happening today that we were unaware of. Plus, it is Saturday, quite normal, really. After hearing the explanation from those nearby, Tao Weiwei gave it little thought and proceeded inside. Unbeknownst to her, as she made her way directly to the second floor, nearly everyone on the first floor had instinctively fixed their gaze upon her. 2 janitors appeared on the upper level, cleaning while also monitoring Tao Weiwei's movements. Chairman Wang, the target has been located. Everything is currently normal. Acknowledged. Please remain vigilant to any changes in the surrounding environment to prevent unforeseen occurrences. As Tao Weiwei wandered on the second floor, she and her classmates were in search of the building materials section. Suddenly, a loud crash startled her. What was that? Sister Weiwei, it sounds like the stage downstairs has been completed. There's even a performance. Should we go take a look? Tao Weiwei shook her head, her eyes still scanning for their destination. Never mind. With so many people attending the event downstairs, we'll only be able to see the back of their heads. Let us focus on our task at hand. To save time, she paired the others into groups of 2, intending to find everything they needed in the shortest time possible. Groups are set. Let us hurry. The faster, the better. Sister Weiwei, who will I be grouped with? Of course, it will be me. Let us go this way. A bespectacled boy nodded in agreement and followed closely behind Tao Weiwei. The mall's opulence exceeded the classmates' expectations. and soon their group of more than 10 began to disperse like droplets merging into the vast ocean. I'm feeling a bit unwell. I need to use the restroom. Why don't you wait for me here? Tao Weiwei glanced at the time, and the boy smiled and nodded. There's still time. Go ahead. I'll wait for you right here. Tao Weiwei noticed that there were benches on either side of the restroom entrance, where the boy sat. As she turned back from the corridor, she caught a glimpse of his white athletic shoes. After she left, the boy, feeling idle, took out his phone, but suddenly a figure loomed large on the screen. Startled, he looked up to see a smiling janitor wearing a mask gazing at him. Wah, what is it? Kid, could you please hand me the bottle of mineral water you have? The young man glanced at the dwindling bottle of mineral water, promptly nodded, twisted off the cap, and tilted his head back to drink. In the fleeting moment when his gaze shifted, a sharp pain suddenly struck the nape of his neck, and he subsequently lost consciousness. Minutes later, Tao Weiwei emerged from within, adjusting her hair before heading towards the corridor. Once again, she spotted that white sneaker, albeit this time it had shifted to the right side. How could it have changed positions in such a brief span? Peering cautiously around the corner, she was about to utter a word when her eyes fell upon a solitary shoe snugly pressed against the wall. A chill of dread coursed through her, and upon turning back, she was met by a dark burlap sack. In the presence of this enigmatic figure, Tao Weiwei found herself utterly powerless to resist. A single strike rendered her completely unconscious. Chapter 52. A reason you cannot refuse. On the 5th floor, 2 men in suits and sunglasses sat at the railing, one sipping coffee while feigning an aimless appreciation of the view. A few minutes later, Agent 95 rolled up his sleeves and glanced at his watch. Tao Weiwei had been in the restroom for over 20 minutes. Something was amiss. What are you waiting for? Hurry down and check. The 2 men rushed to the scene. But besides a white men's athletic shoe, there was nothing left behind. Quickly, notify Chairman Wang. Something has happened. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi had just descended the stairs and was about to contact Wang Wanzheng to ascertain Tao Weiwei's current whereabouts. Although he verbally declined to go, his true intention was to serve as her unobserved protector. Buzz. Zhao Yi's phone rang. It was Wang Wanzheng. An instinct warned him that Wang's unexpected call could only signal trouble. Hello? Zhao. Something has happened. Tao Weiwei is missing. What? Send me the location. I will be there immediately. Zhao Yi hung up the phone, swiftly severed the lock on a shared bicycle, and sped away with utmost urgency. At the intersection of Wenjing Road next to the shopping mall, a red BMW was halted by traffic police. What's the matter, officer? I'm in a hurry to go shopping for an event. Inside the car sat a man with a crew cut, while a rather attractive spellcaster occupied the passenger seat. You were speeding. Here is your ticket. Also, you seem older than me, so call me officer. Upon seeing the white ticket, the BMW driver was nearly in tears. Just as he reached out to take it, a gust of wind rushed past the window. Officer, you say I was speeding. But that guy on the bicycle is nearly catching up to a rocket. Upon hearing this, the traffic officer turned around and, disregarding the ticket, hopped on his motorcycle, activating the siren in pursuit. You are currently under significant public attention. Mental value. 200 useless. Even if you fine me 2,000. I can't afford to worry about that now. With all his might, Zhao Yi propelled himself to the mall, the tires of the shared bicycle whirling like flames. What are you two doing here? He recognized 2 familiar faces, and the agents hurried over to explain. Chairman Wang instructed us to wait for you. While you were on your way, we arranged for a search throughout the entire mall, but found nothing. How could this happen? Chairman Wang personally assured me of her safety. It's our fault. We were too focused on the suspicious customers downstairs and overlooked the 2 cleaners. After hearing the details, Zhao Yi surmised that Dai Jiqing must have made extensive preparations. The customers who had gathered early downstairs were certainly suspicious. They were meant to divert their attention. The real trump card was the 2 seemingly honest cleaners. What good is an apology now? Hurry and find someone. Chairman Wang has already mobilized connections for a citywide search. According to his instructions, we need to cooperate with you to narrow down the search area as much as possible. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi immediately understood, patting his head as he began to think carefully. On ordinary days, Weiwei enjoys visiting various places. However, I must confess that I am not at all familiar with Dai Jiqing, and even with great effort, I cannot conceive of a way to approach this matter. Zhao Yi, feeling urgency, was reminded by Agent 27. Chairman Wang had suggested that perhaps one could find a breakthrough through Li Qinglian. Upon hearing this name, both familiar yet foreign, Zhao Yi hastily retrieved his phone. Hello, why are you suddenly calling me? I have no time for idle chatter. You know the reason for my call. Speak plainly. What must happen for you to assist me? Li Qinglian on the other end of the line paused momentarily, then responded with a cold sneer. Is this truly how you seek help? Apologies, but I am not in a good mood. I shall hang up now. Li Qinglian. If anything were to happen to Tao Weiwei today, know this. No matter where you or the one surnamed Dai may flee, you will forever remain under my shadow of fear. Zhao Yi's voice was unervingly calm, devoid of any raised tones. Startled, Li Qinglian finally spoke. I did not foresee that last night's arrangements were so meticulously executed that you would uncover them. I can see that you are formidable. Yet now that you have revealed your identity, what reason do I have to assist you? Even Zhao Yi found himself at a loss against Li Qinglian. He had no substantial threats left to wield. Just as confusion began to envelop him, another individual approached and took the phone. Li Qinglian, this is Wang Wanzheng. You would do well to consider cooperating with us. On what grounds? Because we possess secrets regarding Dai Zhiqing that I assure you will pique your interest. There was a brief silence on the line, followed by the question, where shall we meet? At Jining Plaza, the sooner the better. Wang Wanzheng returned the phone to Zhao Yi, who was teetering on the brink of despair. Surely we cannot simply wait idly. What if Li Qinglian is deceiving us? She spoke to me in such a manner last night. Say something. Zhao Yi. Wang Wenjing's expression darkened, startling Zhao Yi, who realized he had indeed been driven to a frenzy, yet could not rein himself in. The death of Tao Yong is a matter of paramount concern for our Bureau of Arms Management. We were not present at the scene. Did he say anything to you before his demise? Zhao Yi glanced at Wang Wenjing, understanding that the latter was attempting to alleviate his anxiety. Gathering his thoughts, he recounted the details of the entrusted secret, artfully concealing the mysterious coordinates. After listening, Wang Wenjing's demeanor grew increasingly grave. You need not bear the responsibility of Tao Weiwei's care alone. Our Bureau of Arms Management will not stand by idly. As they spoke, a taxi arrived in haste, and Li Qinglian appeared before them. What do you wish to show me? Come, get in my car. Wang Wenjing opened the door, and the two entered the back seat, leaving Zhao Yi oblivious to the unfolding events. All he knew was that Li Qinglian had made a remarkable effort to present herself beautifully, appearing stunningly alluring. Upon descending from the vehicle, he appeared somewhat disoriented, struggling to maintain his balance. Shall we proceed with our collaboration now? Wang Wenjing inquired, exuding an air of confidence, to which Li Qinglian nodded in agreement. He possesses 2 experimental bases within the city, aside from the laboratory at Yuchuan High School. I remain unaware of the exact location of the other. However, I can present this to you. Li Qinglian produced a map, densely populated with various markers, though the annotations appeared rather peculiar. If you can decipher it, this map shall belong to you. Thank you. You seem to be in a rather poor state. Would you like me to arrange for someone to escort you home? Chapter 53. Who is the ultimate victor? Wang Wenjing appeared to be a composed gentleman, while Li Qinglian waved her hand dismissively. No need. I just need to rest in the car for a moment. What I saw earlier was truly nauseating. Could you prepare a few bags for me? With a mere glance from Wang Wenjing, Agent 95 approached and assisted Li Qinglian into the vehicle. Chairman Wang, what did you show her? Her demeanor has undergone a complete turnaround. This matter is rather intricate. To put it simply, I shattered a long-held fantasy within the heart of a teenage girl. Though it sounds cruel, it is far better to awaken early than to remain in ignorance. All right, let's hasten to decipher this map. Wang Wenjing unfurled the map and promptly snapped a photo to send to the department responsible for code breaking. However, they could not afford to relax. As Zhao Yi stated, they needed to take some action to feel at ease. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wang Wenjing received a phone call. Hello, this is Wang Wenjing. Chairman Wang, the difficulty in deciphering the map is not high. The user merely translated the words on the map back and forth through a translation software multiple times, resulting in ambiguous text resembling gibberish. While we cannot comprehend it, the user knows the meaning behind the chaos at a glance. Have you located Dai Zhiqing's second secret laboratory? According to our deciphering calculations, it should be situated at 18 Jining Road. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenjing turned to gaze at the towering Jining building behind him. Isn't that the Jining shopping plaza? He abruptly ended the call and turned to Agent 27. Relay my orders. Conduct a comprehensive lockdown search of the Jining plaza. Chairman, we have already searched this area. Continue searching. If you fail to find anyone, do not return to see me. Wang Wenjing rarely displayed anger, and his outburst left everyone apprehensive. They promptly formed teams to initiate an all-encompassing search. Zhao Yi observed the grand edifice before him, acutely aware that an individual's strength was limited at such a moment. If he could not devise a clever strategy, Tao Weiwei might be in grave danger. He swiftly turned and approached the black sedan, pulling the door open. Heaving. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Li Qinglian with her head between her legs, retching uncontrollably. What on earth did Chairman Wang show you? You wouldn't understand. If you have questions, ask quickly. The map has been deciphered. The secret base is within the Jining Plaza. Yet a thorough search of the entire building has yielded nothing. Do you have any leads? After regaining her composure with difficulty, Li Qinglian glanced at the genieing building outside and immediately recalled something. To the rooftop. The rooftop? Without hesitation, Zhao Yi made a beeline for the genieing building at the fastest speed possible. Tao Weiwei awoke to a realm of darkness, with only faint lights revealing the dim surroundings. She realized she was lying on a cold surface, her limbs, torso, and even neck completely restrained. You're awake. Don't rush. Bear with it a little longer. It will soon come to an end. Upon hearing that sound, Tao Weiwei felt a slight sting. She desperately turned her head and saw a milky white tube connected to a needle piercing the back of her neck. What? What do you intend to do? Of course, I am here to extract your awakened talent and unleash its greater potential. The voice grew closer until, standing before her, Tao Weiwei recognized the face of Dai Jiqing. The people in the mall, were they all arranged by you? Certainly, though not entirely. There were individuals covertly protecting you. Unfortunately, they proved to be rather foolish. Dai Jiqing's expression was relaxed and carefree, akin to a victorious rooster. He turned and retrieved a laptop. Tao Weiwei observed that the screen was filled with complex English text. The only thing she could comprehend was a progress bar at the bottom, currently displaying 90%. What exactly do you want? Unable to endure the tedium of waiting, Dai Jiqing suddenly exhibited an unusual patience as he pulled a wristband from his pocket. Do you remember this? I showcased it to all the students during the first class. It is my invention, the only one of its kind in the world. It represents the culmination of my life's work. Tao Weiwei immediately recognized the amplification wristband and couldn't help but retort. I've heard that ever since the emergence of the murderer, countless individuals around the world have embarked on similar research paths for amplification wristbands. How can you claim to be the sole inventor? I vividly recall that class. A classmate using the amplification wristband ended up with fractures and burns, suffering irreversible damage. How can you shamelessly present such trash? In the face of Tao Weiwei's aggressive stance, Dai Jiqing seemed unfazed. It is indeed commendable that a young girl like you possesses such clarity of thought. However, once I extract your talent, you shall meet your father. My father's death is indeed related to you. Tao Weiwei suddenly exerted force, but found herself unable to break free from her restraints. Save your strength. Escape is futile. By the way, let me share a secret. I never kill. I believe in Buddhism. I merely enjoy studying humanity. Dai Jiqing then produced a row of wristbands, varying in size from small to a mere ring. What you just said is true, but those issues have all been resolved in my subsequent research. They are mere relics of the past. Now, I am just one step away from achieving a perfect fusion of the amplification wristband with the human body, transforming it into a super weapon that anyone can wield. By then, our entire nation, regardless of age or gender, will be martial artists, no longer fearing the threat of mere beasts. Upon seeing the ring, Tao Weiwei felt a twinge of panic. She gradually realized that escape was impossible today, which oddly eased her anxiety. The mysterious coordinates are in Zhao Yi's hands. With his talent, he could fulfill my father's wishes even without me, couldn't he? With that thought, I find I have little regret left. Dai Jiqing, upon observing Tao Weiwei's silence and indifference, found that the countdown on the computer had reached 99%. Suddenly, a massive red exclamation mark appeared on the screen, and Dai Jiqing nearly succumbed to madness at the sight. The blood specimen's purity was insufficient? How could this be? According to their descriptions, one could stand against Xian Yutong alone, and one's talent must be at least a level or even higher. How could it possibly fall short? At that moment, Tao Weiwei awkwardly tilted her head, revealing the expression of a victor as she gazed at him. Allow me to confide a secret, she said. The reason I was able to withstand Xian Yutong that night was not due to my own strength, but rather thanks to Zhao Yi. Chapter 54. The rekindled will to survive. Upon hearing these words, Dai Jiqing could no longer maintain his composure. His mouth agape in shock, he stammered, Zhao Yi? I knew it was him. It seems Li Qinglian has deceived me. It is not she who has misled you, but rather Zhao Yi's cunning. Did you genuinely believe him to be as easily intimidated as he appears? The more Dai Jiqing listened, the more infuriated he became, violently kicking over the computer. Very well. You are all formidable, but alas, your demise is imminent. Turning back to the control panel, he struck the keyboard with fervor, and Tao Weiwei watched as the ceiling above slowly opened. A chainsaw affixed to a mechanical arm began its descent. The chainsaw whirred violently, drawing nearer to Tao Weiwei. In the final moments of anticipation, Dai Jiqing's face contorted into a grotesque grin. If my death can indirectly halt your research into this malevolent device, then I shall consider my end justified. Embracing her fate, Tao Weiwei's words unexpectedly reignited a spark of hope within Dai Jiqing. though the chainsaw spun rapidly in midair. Its descent had noticeably slowed. Do you not yearn to end my life? What are you waiting for? I await the arrival of your rescuers. You are currently the finest bait. How I hope to lure a significant catch through you. As he spoke, Dai Jiqing activated the screen displaying the surveillance footage of the entire building. Tao Weiwei's eyes widened as she spotted Zhao Yi rushing in through the doorway, her anxiety escalating. What is he doing here? Oh, are you so anxious to see your little lover? Excellent. Then I shall make him my first target, sending you both on your way. With another press of the enter key, the mechanical arm began its descent. Dai Jiqing, clutching a walkie-talkie, moved to another monitor to observe the situation. Unbeknownst to him, this act of frustration reignited the flame of hope within the already resigned Tao Weiwei. I can perish, but you cannot. Otherwise, who shall fulfill my father's dying wish? With renewed determination, Tao Weiwei began to struggle fiercely. The chainsaw loomed ever closer, and in a moment of desperation, she broke free from the restraints on her right hand. As she rolled to evade the deadly strike, she utilized the chainsaw to sever the remaining bindings on her body. What are the members of Group A doing? Have they not noticed that someone has infiltrated? Group B must remain vigilant. Hurry to the west side to intercept and coordinate. Dai Jiqing, fixated on the monitor, appeared increasingly agitated. Before he could finish his sentence, he was suddenly kicked aside. Rising from the ground, he turned to find Tao Weiwei standing before him. To escape from certain death? How intriguing. It will take some time to capture that Zhao Yi fellow, so I shall grant you a delay in your demise, allowing you both to become a pair of star-crossed lovers. Who lives and who dies remains uncertain. Tao Weiwei charged forward. Though she had attained her position as an esteemed member through connections, her father, Tao Yong, had subjected her to rigorous training. It is no exaggeration to say that he treated her as he would a son. Dai Jiqing, momentarily caught off guard, soon found himself at a disadvantage, gradually being overwhelmed by Tao Weiwei. Sensing her success, Tao Weiwei, without a hint of hesitation, retreated from the fray to a row of computers in the rear. Although she lacked understanding of the programs running within, she was acutely aware that if she could obliterate them entirely, Dai Jiqing's painstaking efforts would be rendered futile. Thus, she seized a computer chair and hurled it with force, sparks flying in all directions. Stop this at once. Dai Jiqing's fury ignited in response to her reckless actions, propelling him to his feet as he donned a ring. It seems I must teach you why I am your martial arts instructor. Upon wearing the ring, his veins bulged ominously, and he felt as though the very blood coursing through him had been ignited, brimming with boundless energy. He lunged forward with a punch. But Tao Weiwei raised her leg to counter, only to be sent hurtling away by the sheer force of his blow. With a dull thud, she gritted her teeth, realizing her leg was broken. Without a moment's hesitation, she struggled onward, determined to continue destroying the computers before her. I see you truly wish for death, Dai Jiqing bellowed, bringing his foot down with intent towards her head. Fortunately, Tao Weiwei reacted swiftly, rolling away just in time to evade the attack, while the floor beneath them shattered with a resounding crash. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi had just arrived at the vicinity of the elevator as the two above engaged in their cat-and-mouse game. May I inquire about the results of your search? At this, the group shook their heads, and a squad leader approached. Based on our preliminary assessment, the likelihood of a secret base being hidden in the lower floors is minimal. We plan to organize all personnel to conduct a thorough search starting from the middle levels upwards. Count me in. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and the squad leader nodded in agreement, allowing Zhao Yi to join. As the doors closed, the 8 individuals felt a distinct force propelling them upwards. Once we reach the 40th floor, you 4 will commence your search from there, while we will begin our operations from the 50th floor. Is that understood? Understood. No sooner had the squad leader finished his instructions than the elevator began to shake violently, with the lights above flickering ominously. What is happening? Could the elevator be malfunctioning? As one person finished speaking, an overwhelming sensation of weightlessness engulfed them. This is bad. We are truly plummeting. We need assistance immediately. Frantically, someone began pressing buttons, but to no avail. Zhao Yi glanced up at the elevator ceiling, then propelled himself upward with a forceful kick, breaking through and ascending. Standing within the elevator, Zhao Yi distinctly felt the wild descent's disorienting weightlessness. With no time to hesitate, he grasped the severed steel cable and wrapped it tightly around his hand, mentally beseeching, "System, if you do not assist us now, we shall surely perish." Soon, he felt his vital energy surge violently, akin to blood ignited with fervor. With a surge of strength, Zhao Yi leapt, grasping the steel cable to traverse a thick, lengthy, load-bearing beam. He then forcefully kicked against the wall, causing the elevator to halt its descent abruptly. Zhao Yi felt as if his bones might shatter under the strain. The squad leader formed a human ladder and peered inside. Brother, well done. Enough flattery. Quickly find a way out. I can barely hold on. The individuals within the elevator employed tools to breach the door, only to discover that the exit was misaligned. Having sunk at least halfway, everyone proceeded in an orderly fashion, slowly emerging through the narrow gap. As the last person crawled out, the elevator shaft plummeted downward. The squad leader leaned in, gazing intently at Zhao Yi. Brother, don't panic. We will devise a way to bring you down shortly. Chapter 55. Who is more insane? There's no need for that. You all stay put and commence the search. I shall ascend from here. Do not concern yourselves with me. Observing Zhao Yi scaling the elevator shaft with remarkable agility, the squad leader ceased to insist on his own plan and promptly retrieved his walkie-talkie. Inform everyone that the elevator is out of service. Exercise caution. Zhao Yi was uncertain of her exact floor, possessing only a vague sense of her surroundings. Halfway up, she noticed that another elevator, which had been operational, had come to a halt above her. It wasn't until she could finally see the ceiling that she realized she had reached the rooftop. Is this truly the rooftop? How peculiar. The height of these two upper floors seems different from the others. Standing atop a beam, she discerned distinct construction marks on the walls. Pressing her ear against the surface, she could faintly hear the sounds of a struggle within. How could there be fighting here? It must be Tao Weiwei. Upon this realization, Zhao Yi took a few steps back, clenched her fists, and charged forward. 7 injuries fist. In the darkened space, Tao Weiwei, hindered by an injured leg, found her movements severely restricted. Nevertheless, during the recent altercation, she had nearly obliterated the computer system. For her, the mission was nearly accomplished. Her final hope was that Zhao Yi would arrive a tad later, at least not before her demise. Thud, thud, thud. Tan Jiqing's footsteps echoed like the beating of drums as he barreled forward with lethal intent. As Tao Weiwei closed her eyes, bracing for death, a wall beside her collapsed with a thunderous crash, and a figure burst through. Weiwei, it's truly you. Zhao Yi kicked Tan Jiqing aside and swiftly scooped Tao Weiwei into a nearby corner. Are you all right? I'm fine. It's just a broken leg. Why did you come? Tao Weiwei's reproachful words left Zhao Yi momentarily bewildered. If I don't come, who will save you? Zhao Yi retorted. You can't save me. That man has lost his sanity. Quickly leave. My purpose has been fulfilled. Gazing at the devastation surrounding them, Zhao Yi could roughly surmise the chaos that had unfolded. Tan Jiqing reappeared before Zhao Yi, a sinister grin adorning his face. The fated pair has finally reunited. I was beginning to tire of the wait. Next, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Each step Tan Jiqing took left a deep imprint on the concrete floor, and Zhao Yi realized that Tao Weiwei's warnings were not mere exaggerations. Yet, rather than fear, an exhilarating smile graced Zhao Yi's face. What on earth are you smiling about? I'm done for. Stay behind and hold him off, while you hurry and fetch reinforcements. Tao Weiwei was utterly perplexed by the expression on Zhao Yi's face. Weiwei, I believe you. This man is undoubtedly insane. But you have yet to witness me in a state of madness. What? Zhao Yi abruptly stood, her face alight with uncontainable excitement. The system in the trench. Are you not exhilarated? It was agreed that coming to Yutong Middle School was to cultivate strength, yet after a mere skirmish, I felt utterly restrained. The rebellious system remained silent, yet it had discreetly lifted all limitations on Zhao Yi's body. All the power Zhao Yi had accumulated over time was now at his disposal, allowing him to unleash it freely. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? How naive, young one. Soon, you shall comprehend the vast chasm that lies between us. Tan Jiqing bit into his finger, allowing droplets of blood to fall upon the ring. It appeared as if the ring had been activated, beginning to spin wildly, and Tan Jiqing felt a surge of strength coursing through him. Observe closely, for this is the disparity in our prowess. With a powerful kick, Zhao Yi, filled with excitement, initiated the 7 injuries fist, the lung injury technique. When their fists collided, Tan Jiqing felt as though he had collided with a speeding heavy truck. His body involuntarily flew backward, yet in a moment of daze. He even witnessed Zhao Yi stagger back, blood spilling from his mouth. How could this fellow conceal such formidable strength? Is he truly capable of being injured? Zhao Yi halted his retreat, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, as a notification from the system echoed in his mind. You have sustained a fatal injury. Danger level 1, vitality 300. 300? Have I struck gold? Zhao Yi's exhilaration was well-founded. The essence of the 7 injuries fist lay in inflicting harm upon oneself before harming others. However, the opponents he had previously encountered were far too feeble to reveal the true might of the technique. He had longed to experience this so-called self-harm for the sake of empowerment, eager to discover the immense strength it could yield. It appeared to be a foolproof investment. Once more, the heartbreak technique. Zhao Yi charged forward, his fists like thunder, and Tan Jiqing, just regaining his footing, was unable to defend himself, crashing heavily against the wall. After merely 2 exchanges, Tan Jiqing felt as though he had been run over by a freight train. Not only was he physically injured, but his very organs were affected as well. This is the terrifying nature of the 7 injuries fist. Tan Jiqing wore the latest generation of enhancement martial rings, capable of amplifying his strength to the equivalent of 10 martial artists combined. Yet against Zhao Yi, merely 2 moves had brought him to the brink of death. Thud, thud, thud. Once again, Tan Jiqing heard Zhao Yi's approaching footsteps, and he had completely relinquished all hope. The final blow, the ultimate 7 injuries fist. Zhao Yi shouted with immense excitement. Yet as his fist halted a mere finger's breadth from Tan Jiqing's head, he pondered, is this how it ends? How anticlimactic. Realizing Tan Jiqing had lost all capacity to resist, he leaned down to examine him, discovering that both his heartbeat and breath had ceased. This was no mere feigned death. He then stood and returned to Tao Weiwei's side. Weiwei, that fellow is dead. You are astonishingly strong. Tao Weiwei observed the recent battle with keen attention. Even with her imagination fully engaged, she could not fathom the extraordinary strength of Zhao Yi. It was rather lackluster, to say the least. Do not deceive me. Just moments ago, Tan Jiqing could have single-handedly faced a Class C beast, yet he could barely endure 3 rounds before you. What else are you concealing from me? Noticing the seriousness in Tao Weiwei's demeanor, Zhao Yi promptly lifted her into his arms. This is not the time for such discussions. We must hasten to seek treatment. But how shall we descend in this manner? Naturally, we shall do so in the most stylish way possible. Hold on tight. Wang Wenjing appeared on the penultimate floor of the Golden Eagle building, surrounded by team members assigned to the search. Chapter 56. Ignoring the words of the elderly leads to immediate misfortune. Did you not mention a discovery? Where are Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei? Wang Wenjing's expression was grim, while the young team leader, Mu Luan, scratched his head awkwardly. The young man who saved us has vanished. Completely vanished? In this relatively confined space of the Golden Eagle building, can he simply fall from the sky? Suddenly, with a loud crash, the ceiling above them split open, and Zhao Yi, cradling Tao Weiwei, appeared before him. What good fortune! Otherwise, we might have had to rush you, Chairman Wang, to the hospital as well. Zhao Yi, Tao Weiwei, what is happening here? Wang Wenjing was taken aback, but Mu Luan swiftly reacted and called for assistance. There's a false ceiling. Quickly send someone up. Go on. Not only is the body of that culprit, Tan Jiqing, here, but the evidence of his crimes lies within those computers as well. Zhao Yi waved her hand and smiled at Wang Wenjing. Chairman Wang, stop dawdling, at the very least. Arrange for a vehicle to transport these 2 injured individuals to the hospital. Ah, yes. I will arrange a vehicle immediately. Wang Wenjing hurriedly attended to the 2, while the search team ascended into the false ceiling. The lifeless body of Tan Jiqing was soon located, and Mu Luan confirmed the lack of vital signs. The suspect is deceased. Notify Team 3 to come and retrieve the body. Team 3 acknowledges. Prior to that, please secure the scene for us. Mu Luan waved his hand, assigning 2 team members to guard the area while he led a search of this floor. This fellow is the mastermind. He looks rather familiar. Have you not heard the adage? One must not judge by appearances, nor measure the sea by mere pints. How tedious. They've gone off to search for other valuable evidence, leaving us here to stand idly. One of the veteran soldiers, upon hearing this, sat down without realizing he had leaned against Tan Jiqing's corpse. What is there to fear? It's so dark here. No one will notice if I sit for a moment. The new recruit hesitated, only to suddenly see the veteran convulsing inexplicably. Li Gu, what is wrong with you? The new recruit stepped forward and gently patted his shoulder, only to find Li Ji's arm break effortlessly like decayed wood. To his shock, not a drop of blood flowed from the fractured wound. Li Gu collapsed, his cheekbones protruding sharply, his face a map of wrinkles, as if every ounce of life had been drained from his body. What has happened to you, Li Gu? The new recruit leaned down, only to realize someone had circled behind him. Do not move, or you shall meet your demise. With a shift of his eyes, the new recruit noted with horror that the suspect's corpse had vanished from the corner. The instinct for survival surged within him like rampant weeds, and he chose to prioritize his own safety over notifying the captain. Good. Only the obedient prey will allow me to extract fresher blood. With a swift motion, the new recruit felt something pierce into his back, and within mere breaths, the blood within him was drained. He desperately opened his mouth, but his jaw crumbled like dried plaster, falling away. Death arrived quietly, and merely a few seconds of hesitation rendered him incapable of notifying the captain. Tan Jiqing caressed the ring on his ring finger, reveling in the joy of having survived a near-death experience. It was fortunate that I had incorporated a false death feature during the development phase, Otherwise, I might not have escaped this calamity. The new version of the enhancement ring was designed to release an electric current that temporarily paralyzes the heart when the host is on the brink of death, causing a cessation of heartbeat and breath for a period. At the time, Tan Jiqing felt this function was superfluous, but in retrospect, he was grateful for heeding that gentleman's advice. Truly, the experience of someone who has retired from the battlefield far surpasses mine. Soon, I shall present you with the complete experimental results. Tan Jiqing glanced toward the corner where 7 or 8 individuals were rummaging through the damaged computer equipment, oblivious to the dark contest unfolding around them. Since that rascal Zhao Yi managed to escape, let you all bear the brunt of my wrath. Tan Jiqing transformed into a shadow and dashed forward. In the hospital, Zhao Yi was exceedingly worried about Tao Weiwei's safety, remaining vigilantly by her side. The hospital's examination reports have been released, and the most severe injury Tao Weiwei sustained was a broken left leg. The rest are not a cause for concern. Look at you, so hopeless. Wang Wenzheng gazed at Zhao Yi with exasperation, while the latter remained unfazed. Chairman Wang, one cannot speak so lightly. What if the hospital's examination standards are inadequate? This is the highest-rated hospital in the city, responsible for the health checkups of the mayor and other dignitaries. Regardless, I shall not leave until the final results are in. Observing this, Wang Wenzheng could only continue to persuade him. I do not wish to hinder you, but the doctor just informed me that your condition does not appear to be very good either. Why not take this opportunity while waiting for the report to undergo an examination yourself? Me? Get examined? Do I seem like someone who is in need of medical attention? Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Yi felt a dizzying sensation, followed by darkness enveloping him as he lost consciousness. When he awoke again, a pristine white ceiling greeted him. Zhao Yi had been changed into a hospital gown and lay on a hospital bed. Turning his head, he saw Wang Wenzheng sitting nearby, flanked by Tao Weiwei on either side. You. No need to say anything, Chairman Wang. I apologize, it is entirely my fault for being so obstinate. Zhao Yi had not anticipated that before he could complete his statement, the side effects of the 7 injuries fist would manifest, spiraling out of control. I am not so easily appeased. Here is your examination report. The doctor indicated that both your cardiovascular and gastrointestinal systems have sustained some degree of damage. How did this happen? Zhao Yi scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. It must have been a result of my battle with Tan Jiqing. The specifics are unclear to me. Wang Wenzheng sighed, yet his expression softened considerably. Fortunately, it is not a fatal injury. I have arranged for the best doctors, and it is estimated that within a week, both you and Tao Weiwei will recover. A week? That is far too long. The martial arts examination is only 10 days away. Do you dare to participate in your current condition? Zhao Yi was momentarily rendered speechless. He could not afford to underestimate the significance of the martial examination. Very well, I shall heed your advice. Thank you, Chairman Wang. This is more like it. I do appreciate a young person who is obedient and well-mannered. Hello, I am Wang Wenzheng. What? Upon answering the call, Wang Wenzheng instantly rose from his chair, his demeanor turning grave. How could this happen? All right, I understand. I will be there at once. Chairman Wang, what on earth has transpired? It does not concern you. Focus on your recovery. Wang Wenzheng left the ward without looking back. Zhao Yi was aware that his injuries were not severe. His rebellious nature was simply a reflection of his character, and he understood the precariousness of his situation. Stealthily, Zhao Yi got out of bed, and as he opened the door to the ward, he was met by the sight of Wang Zhini standing at the threshold. Chapter 57. As difficult as ascending to heaven, Godmother, what brings you here? Need you ask? With such a significant incident occurring, how could I possibly stay away? Quickly, return to your bed. Wang Zhini assisted Zhao Yi back to her hospital bed and poured a generous bowl of chicken soup from a thermos. Here, I specially prepared this for you after hearing from Chairman Wang that you were hospitalized. Drink it while it's hot. Zhao Yi, unable to resist, accepted the small bowl and took a sip. How does it taste? Delicious. Your cooking is exceptional, Godmother. Suddenly, an odd sound echoed through the room. Wang Zhini looked around in confusion. What was that noise? Did you hear it? Zhao Yi glanced at Tao Weiwei, who quickly shut her eyes tightly as if in avoidance. Oh, it's probably just a mouse or something. This chicken soup is too delightful. I intend to finish it all by myself. Seeing Zhao Yi's hearty appetite reassured Wang Zhini. Since you have such a good appetite, I will serve you another bowl. As Zhao Yi slurped the soup with exaggerated sounds, Tao Weiwei, after enduring much torment, could no longer hold back. She sat up in her bed, gazing longingly at Zhao Yi. What? Do you want some too? Do you two know each other? Wang Zhini glanced at Zhao Yi, who nodded. Just then, Tao Weiwei's stomach audibly protested. Gurgle, gurgle. Embarrassed, Tao Weiwei attempted to bury herself under the covers, only to find a steaming bowl of chicken soup before her. She raised her head to see Wang Zhenyi's radiant smile. You must be Zhao Yi's classmate. Here, drink this while it's warm. He can't finish it all by himself. Years of longing for her mother welled up in Tao Weiwei's eyes, and she fought back tears as she accepted the bowl and devoured its contents in a few swift bites. Why is this child crying over a meal? Wang Zhenyi exclaimed. Here, take the rest. No more tears, okay? Wang Zhenyi, perplexed by the situation, soon shifted her concern entirely onto Tao Weiwei. After bidding Wang Zhenyi farewell, Zhao Yi attempted to slip away, only to be intercepted at the door by Zhou Qunyan. You rascal, what are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be preparing for the martial arts exam? Zhao Yi was taken aback by Zhou Qunyan, who bore an assortment of bags. Even amidst my studies, I had to come and check on you. And this is... Oh, my classmate. She is also injured. Let her rest peacefully. Zhao Yi blinked, and the two exited the ward, finding solace in the deserted safety corridor. How have things been at the International High School lately? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qunyan's excitement was palpable. I owe you my gratitude for this. The sunflower pointing technique you taught me has left all my opponents baffled. They can't fathom how I managed to defeat them. Zhao Yi shared in his joy, smiling as she replied, though I imparted the technique to you. Remember that the teacher opens the door, but the cultivation lies within the individual. Honestly, with your peculiar approach to the sunflower pointing technique, had I not been aware beforehand, I would have struggled to guess your success. In the present day, Zhou Qunyan has transformed significantly since the last time they met at the villa. He has become remarkably robust, resembling a moving iron tower that inexplicably instills a sense of security. Can you guess what my martial arts dimensional score is now? I wonder if it has exceeded 60? You rascal, your casual remark could extinguish a person's spirit. If I truly possess such prowess, why would I still partake in martial examinations? Zhou Qunyan opened his phone, revealing a dimensional score of 0 in martial, 6 in soul, 8 in blood, 6 in intelligence, 8 in strength, 6 in speed, 8 in chi, and 6 in spirit, totaling 48. Wait, this isn't impressive at all. You're still a solid 12 points shy of passing. It seems daunting to catch up. Zhao Yi couldn't help but voice his critique, yet Zhou Qunyan waved it off nonchalantly. With my score, I rank at least in the top 100 in our international high school. How many students does your school have in total? About 4,000. Why do you ask? Oh, then it's no big deal. Zhao Yi then realized just how advanced he was in comparison. With the system's assistance, he had witnessed the conditions required for advancement. In contrast to these ordinary students, Zhao Yi's path to upgrading could be likened to traversing through hellish trials. Nevertheless, he had already surpassed the 60-point threshold. Were it not for being burdened with a rebellious system, he might have become the youngest martial arts high school student in the city. I refuse to compare myself to a monster like you. Look at this, and this. Zhou Qunyan pointed at 3 scores of 8. And Zhao Yi finally understood what he was trying to boast about. I see it, and then what? What do you mean then? Don't you understand that if we compare solely these 3 aspects, I could rank in the top 50 at our international high school? Impressive, impressive. Now, aside from the top 10 students like Ruan Su, I feel capable of challenging anyone else. Wonderful, wonderful. Zhao Yi clapped his hands with a smile, though it was evident to discerning eyes that his enthusiasm was rather perfunctory. Fortunately, Zhao Yi knew to spare him from embarrassment and swiftly shifted the topic. By the way, didn't you mention having a talent about to awaken? Has it been confirmed yet? Upon hearing Zhao Yi's inquiry, Zhou Qunyan rummaged for the next image. Let me tell you, this talent chart was obtained through my father's connections. You can only glance at it, but it must remain confidential. Rest assured, I am always tight-lipped. As you know, Zhao Yi leaned in closer, absorbing the information on the talent chart. According to the existing martial artist system, the talents that martial artists will awaken in the future are categorized into animal, plant, elemental, and supernatural types. For instance, Zhou Qunyan's awakened animal spirit is that of a crocodile tortoise, classified under the animal category. No wonder, despite being bullied since childhood, you've remained tough and resilient. It seems you've truly become a congenital tortoise saint. Please, spare me from that nickname. If it weren't for the fact that they can't defeat me at school, that moniker would have spread far and wide by now. Zhou Qunyan wore a look of resignation as Zhao Yi pointed to the final classification, inquiring about the meaning of the so-called supernatural category. I once asked my father about this, she explained. He said that any awakened spirit that does not belong to the first 3 categories is classified under the supernatural category. I've heard that within it, there exists a myriad of subdivisions, so extensive that one could speak of them for 3 days and nights without exhausting the topic. Ah, I see. That truly broadens my horizons, Zhou mused. By the way, what category does your awakened spirit belong to? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Zhao Yi hesitated, scratching her head in uncertainty. Well, The conditions at Yutong High School are not on par with your international institution. We don't even have the means for proper testing. So, if you ask me, I wouldn't know. Though she had never undergone testing, she suggested. You could make an educated guess. For instance, my resilience in enduring blows indicates I might belong to the animal category. What about you? What are you particularly adept at? Chapter 58. The innate mouth of malodorous words. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi scratched his head, contemplating for a considerable time before managing to utter a phrase. Born with it. Perhaps it's just a foul mouth. A foul mouth? Do you mean one can speak right from birth? Naturally, that is implausible. If that were the case, one would have been sent for research and sliced for analysis long ago. Nonetheless, those around me have always said the same. Although Zhao Yi had a vague concept of his parents, from a young age, neighbors, elders, and even school teachers had offered similar assessments. This child is quite intelligent, but his words are rather unpleasant. What a pity. If only he had a sweet tongue like other children. He would surely garner the support of many influential figures along the way. Goodness, could you truly be the innate saint body of malodorous words? Zhou Qinyan remarked wistfully. To which Zhao Yi responded with a playful punch. Are you teasing me? By the way, how did you find the time to come today? I recall the international high school is quite far from this hospital. Isn't it? This inquiry rendered Zhou Qinyan momentarily silent, unsure of how to respond. My father has some matters to attend to nearby, so I hitched a ride with him. Your father has affairs? It must be something significant, I presume. Zhao Yi suddenly recalled that the vicinity of this hospital housed numerous high-rise office buildings. Chairman Wang had mentioned during his visit that this place specifically catered to high-ranking officials for health examinations. I suppose so. What is going on? Why are you being so evasive? If you have something you don't wish to share, then don't even start. Zhao Yi felt a twinge of anger. He knew Zhou Qinyan was not foolish. If this information were not meant to be disclosed, Zhou Qinyan would not have chosen today to seek him out at the hospital. Observing Zhao Yi's reaction, Zhou Qinyan fell into silence, and after a lengthy pause, he spoke again. I heard that the Marshall administration's operation at the Golden Eagle building has failed. Chairman Wang may face repercussions. Failed? How can that be? Zhao Yi could hardly fathom such an outcome. Subsequently, Zhou Qinyan retrieved the last photograph from his phone, which displayed a formal written report. Hurry, I need to delete this. The report clearly stated that the suspect, Dai Jiqing, was unaccounted for, and all teams from the Marshall administration, except for the commander, Murin, had suffered total annihilation. Total annihilation? This. Zhao Yi recalled the expression on Wang Wenjing's face upon receiving the phone call. It was the first time he had seen a look of seriousness and panic on that man's visage. Quick, find a way to facilitate my discharge. Discharge? Yes. I must urgently visit the Marshall administration. I need to ascertain exactly what has transpired. Zhou Qinyan appeared somewhat conflicted, pacing back and forth in the narrow corridor. You have been designated as a key observation subject by the hospital. Following standard procedures will not work. Wait, we can take an unconventional route. Zhou Qinyan glanced at the nearby ventilation window, and Zhao Yi's eyes instantly brightened. Hey, what are you planning to do? This is not what I taught you. While I'm away, I entrust Tao Weiwei to your care. Zhao Yi discarded the glaring hospital gown, tossing it to Dai Jiqing, and casually stripped him of his black shirt before leaping through the window. Alas, what kind of fate is this for me? Zhou Qinyan sighed, donning the hospital gown and reclining on Zhao Yi's bed. Moments later, a nurse entered the room. Noticing the two slumbering figures, she quietly exited, gently closing the door behind her. Tao Weiwei, unaware of how long she had been asleep, instinctively turned her head upon waking, only to be greeted by an unfamiliar face. Who are you? Hi, I'm Zhao Yi's close friend, and at present, I am his substitute in the hospital. Where has Zhao Yi gone? Why hasn't he stayed to recuperate? Concern and anxiety filled Tao Weiwei's eyes as Zhou Qinyan recounted the entire sequence of events to her. That is the situation. Do not worry, I have known him for quite some time. Although he is somewhat impulsive, he is quite prudent in his actions. I believe he is merely worried about Chairman Wang's predicament. Tao Weiwei intended to rise from the bed, but the slightest movement caused her injury to throb with pain, compelling her to nod and remain still. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi had arrived near the Bureau of Weapons Management. However, being a public venue, it was heavily monitored, with numerous security personnel present, making it impossible to blend in unnoticed. Zhao Yi pulled out his phone and activated the navigation system, casually selecting a nearby location before approaching the entrance. Halt. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Excuse me, could you please direct me? The navigation seems a bit inaccurate. Zhao Yi deliberately adopted an accent unfamiliar to the area, causing the guard to relax his vigilance slightly. No need for navigation. Just follow this road straight until the end. Then make 2 left turns. Thank you very much. holding his phone. Zhao Yi waited until he was out of the guard's line of sight before sneaking around to the back of the bureau. Fortunately, this part of the city was older, and the rear of the bureau was adjacent to several residential buildings. Estimating the height, Zhao Yi effortlessly scaled the wall and slipped into the premises under the cover of a blind spot. Phew, I should be undetected now, all set. Dusting himself off, Zhao Yi emerged from the corner only to collide with someone. You are Ruansu. What are you doing here? I came specifically to find you. Come here. Ruansu grasped Zhao Yi's arm, guiding him to a black old sedan where they both took a seat. You came looking for me? How did you know I was here? It's obvious. The surveillance footage made it clear. Have you lost your mind, Zhao Yi? This is the Bureau of Weapons Management. If I hadn't spotted you first, you would be in serious trouble. Zhao Yi, feeling somewhat embarrassed, sheepishly touched his nose and replied, What could I do? With someone like me, they wouldn't let me through the front door. What do you intend to do by coming here? Is it also concerning Chairman Wang? Why do you say also? Do you? Ruansu nodded, then turned to scrutinize Zhao Yi's face. The incident at the Golden Eagle building escalated quite dramatically. Are you aware of that? Zhao Yi shook his head at that moment. He believed the situation was nearly foolproof as he was taken to the hospital. However, after listening to Ruansu's account, his heart was filled with remorse. Dai Ziqing had feigned death, deceiving Zhao Yi, who was present at the time. Once they had departed, Dai awoke and nearly annihilated all the search teams, leaving only Murin behind. Murin had already informed his superiors, and the rescue arrived promptly. Yet, no one could have anticipated that Dai Ziqing's accomplices would suddenly appear on the rooftop of the Golden Eagle building in an armed helicopter. They used missiles to blast open the walls of the top floor, successfully escaping the scene by leveraging the threat to civilians. What then? Do you believe the final punishment for Chairman Wang will be? Zhao Yi had already learned from Zhou Qunyan that the familial influence behind Ruansu was substantial, far beyond what they, as commoners, could compare to, which is why he dared to inquire. Chapter 59. The Burning Sunset. This matter is rather difficult to articulate. Upon observing Ruansu with his hands clasped around his head, leaning against the chair, Zhao Yi felt a sense of despair wash over him. However, the silver lining lies in the fact that this incident did not result in any civilian casualties. And our Ruan family has long cherished the care shown to me by Chairman Wang. Otherwise, I would not have accompanied him. Zhao Yi now comprehended that Ruansu, like himself, was a prodigy, yet the reins of power still rested firmly in the hands of the previous generation. With his abilities, he could only persuade the elders within his family to navigate these murky waters. As for the eventual outcome, only time would reveal it. Zhao Yi found himself at a loss for words, and the two fell into an unexpected silence. There was, however, one question that had lingered in his mind, and today afforded him the perfect opportunity to pose it. Why did you relinquish the recommendation slot from Chairman Wang to Zhou Qunyan's? Were you afraid of me? At this revelation, Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback. How did you come to know this? Of course, Zhou Qunyan's informed me. We have developed a good rapport at school. Did you not know? That rascal, he certainly moves swiftly to ingratiate himself. Zhao Yi chuckled inwardly and then remarked, Indeed, before meeting you, I believed myself to be a unique genius. Yet, it was only upon encountering you that I realized the vast chasm that separates us. Chairman Wang indeed extended his care towards me, but had I truly been sent to an international high school, I fear I would have been unable to even glimpse your taillights. Zhao Yi's performance was compellingly genuine, and Ruansu scrutinized his eyes for a considerable time without detecting any flaws, before finally sharing his own sentiments. Are you aware that I can barely rank within the top 10 in the entire school? You? In the top 10? What sort of monsters occupy the 9 positions ahead of you? Zhao Yi exclaimed, astonished, while Ruansu appeared to have opened a floodgate, recounting the identities of each of the top 9 individuals. Among them, some hail from hidden aristocratic families like mine, while others are the products of modern financial magnates who have invested vast resources in their cultivation. There is also a civilian prodigy, whom I can certainly understand. Yet, what perplexes me the most is the top 3 from the international high school. What is their story? They possess no background information, at least, none that I can uncover. That simple statement piqued Zhao Yi's interest. The Ruan family dares to intervene in Chairman Wang's affairs, yet cannot uncover the background details of merely 3 young individuals. This underscores the high level of confidentiality surrounding their identities. Truly, the International High School is unparalleled, the finest institution in the city, harboring untold talents. But what you were telling me, how does it pertain to me? Ruansu mulled over the question for a moment, suddenly evading it. I am uncertain, yet I have an inkling that we may find ourselves fighting side by side in the future. Fighting side by side. Surely you jest. With only 10 days remaining until the martial arts examination, our fates may not intertwine until perhaps another lifetime. Zhao Yi could not help but scoff. At that moment, Ruan Su's phone chimed, and upon checking, he found a text message. The results are in. Follow me. Zhao Yi hastily exited the vehicle, and under Ruan Su's guidance, she managed to enter the old and enigmatic office building. After a series of registrations and a prolonged wait, Zhao Yi finally encountered Wang Wenjing. In a modest reception room, Wang sat in a chair by the window, presenting only his silhouette. Upon seeing that familiar figure, Zhao Yi could not help but exclaim, "Chairman Wang." "Zhao Yi, what brings you here? This is quite reckless." Wang Wenjing turned around, and though he was scolding her, there was not a trace of reproach in his tone. Zhao Yi noticed that Wang's hair had grayed a bit more, as if he had aged several years within just a few hours. "Chairman Wang, didn't my uncle inform you of the final decision regarding the matter?" Ruan Su, equally anxious, inquired, while Wang Wenjing calmly glanced at the table beside him. "It should be there, having been finalized." The two young individuals quickly approached the table and unfolded the document, which bore the light but significant words of the decision regarding Wang Wenjing's punishment. "To dismiss you from the position of District Chairman of the Martial Management Bureau and transfer you to the position of Director of the Wudong District Street Office. This is not merely a demotion in disguise, it is an outright reduction of your rank." "Did my uncle do nothing at all?" Ruan Su exclaimed with urgency. Yet Wang Wenjing faced it all with serene composure. "Do not blame your uncle. Although there were no civilian casualties, 12 members of the search team lost their lives. That is 12 human lives, and someone must take responsibility. Originally, your uncle intended to use his connections to have me reassigned to another location, but I declined." "Why?" Ruan Su and Zhao Yi were perplexed. Wang Wenjing smiled gently. "Because in 10 days, it will be the date of the martial arts examination. If I were to be transferred to another district, how would I be able to witness your participation in such an important examination?" Upon hearing this, Ruan Su was momentarily stunned. He exchanged a glance with Zhao Yi, and for a while, they were at a loss for words. They then realized that Wang Wenjing's special consideration for them stemmed solely from his appreciation of talent, devoid of any selfish motives. Ruan Su placed the report he held on the table, his gaze gradually firming. "Rest assured, Chairman Wang, even a drop of kindness will be repaid with a fountain of gratitude from the Ruan family. Even if you depart from the Martial Management Bureau, we will not abandon you." Wang Wenjing waved his hand, a satisfied smile ever present on his face. "I have only made one request to your uncle, to allow me to remain in the position of chairman of the Martial Management Bureau for an additional 3 months. 3 months? Could it be?" Ruan Su instantly understood. After passing the martial arts examination, all successful candidates would be considered qualified soldiers by the nation. Before truly stepping onto the battlefield, there would be a 3-month training period for new recruits. "Chairman Wang, Ruan Su, having explained everything to Zhao Yi, was left speechless, unsure of what to articulate. "There is no need for such fervor. If you truly wish to repay me, simply remember the actions I have taken today. When you encounter younger versions of yourselves in the future, extend a helping hand. That will suffice." Wang Wenjing bid farewell to Ruan Su and Zhao Yi, yearning for a moment of solitude. As the two walked side by side out of the office building, the sky was adorned with the hues of dusk, the setting sun ablaze like a fiery orb. Unable to contain his sentiments, Ruan Su remarked, "Perhaps Chairman Wang was once as formidable as the sun in his youth. Alas, there inevitably comes a day when even the sun must set." Zhao Yi, upon hearing this, lifted her gaze to the expansive canvas of fiery clouds and responded with a smile. "Indeed, but at least he burned brightly before becoming the sunset, did he not?" "Well said, Zhao Yi. I shall await you at the martial arts examination. Let us not miss our meeting." As he extended his fist in camaraderie, Zhao Yi reciprocated, their fists colliding with a satisfying thud as she watched him board the old, slowly departing. Just as he pondered further reflections, his phone suddenly rang. "Zhao Yi, hurry back. The hospital rounds are due." Chapter 60. Who is the pervert? "Didn't we agree that you would feign death on the hospital bed until I returned? What on earth happened? It's not as simple as you think. I've been discovered, and there are consequences here in the hospital. If you don't come back soon, I'm finished." Beep, beep, beep. The call abruptly ended. Zhao Yi glanced at his phone. Could this fellow be playing a prank on me? Nevertheless, it was time for Zhao Yi to return to the hospital, at the very least. He needed to complete his discharge procedures. He hailed a taxi and rushed back to the hospital at breakneck speed. Upon arriving, Zhao Yi dashed towards the ward, only to find a throng gathered at the entrance, resembling a bustling marketplace. "Am I at the wrong place?" He squeezed through the crowd and entered. Spotting Tao Weiwei lying on the bed by the window, her face flushed. "Weiwei, what's wrong? Are you running a fever again? By the way, Where is Zhou Qinyan? Zhao Yi surveyed the ward, but saw only Tao Weiwei. P.S. Tao Weiwei appeared bashful, turning her head away while pointing towards the restroom. Is he in the bathroom? Zhao Yi approached and knocked on the door. To his surprise, when the door swung open, a tall nurse stood before him. May I inquire who you are? Can't you discern my identity from my attire? It's apparent, but you're... Zhao Yi now understood why Tao Weiwei was so flushed. Zhou Qinyan was in the restroom, nearly undraped, with his hands bound behind him and numerous marks of lashing across his body. I remember you. You're the one who escaped from the hospital unceremoniously, Zhao Yi. Aren't you? So you're in cahoots. You want to escape today. The nurse waved her hand, and a whip cracked ominously in the confined space of the restroom. Zhou Qinyan clearly bore the scars of trauma, trembling at the sound. Nurse, I acknowledge my wrongdoing. But is this how you treat a patient? A patient? What kind of patient jumps from the third-floor emergency exit and flees? You seem perfectly healthy to me. As she spoke, the nurse truly swung the whip towards Zhao Yi, aiming for his backside. Crack. Ouch. That force indicates she must be quite formidable. Zhao Yi felt the sting of the whip, and a system prompt echoed in his mind. Your limbs are being whipped. Danger level 4. Health value 35. Only 35 points? This won't do. I must change my position. As the next lash approached, targeting his rear, Zhao Yi quickly realized the nurse's peculiar behavior was measured, likely designed for patient discipline. However, Zhao Yi has never been one to suffer losses. In the moment before the whip descended, Zhao Yi swiftly turned, letting out a soft grunt. Your internal organs are being whipped. Danger level 2, vitality value 80. So what if I'm being beaten? What is your problem? Why are you just like this pervert? Before Zhao Yi could revel in her thoughts, the nurse suddenly fixed her with an odd gaze. Did I call out? I don't think so. You must have misheard. In the rehabilitation department, my eyes are a ruler and my ears are bells. I can't possibly be mistaken. Crack. Another lash struck, and Zhao Yi willingly received it, letting out a soft grunt. Upon hearing this, the nurse felt as though insects were crawling all over her, looking at Zhao Yi and Zhou Qinyan with disgust. Two perverts. With that, the nurse turned and left. Zhao Yi approached Zhou Qinyan and playfully patted his face. Oh dear. Nurse, could you be a little heavier? I can't feel a thing. Crack. Zhao Yi swung her hand and gave him a solid slap, finally rousing Zhou Qinyan from his daze. Zhao Yi, why are you here? What happened to that nurse? Given your expression, I assume you're reluctant to part with her? You were crying and begging me to come rescue you over the phone. Now fully awake, Zhou Qinyan hastily freed himself from his restraints while getting dressed. Look at you. I was lying on the hospital bed playing dead when suddenly a nurse, towering at 6 feet tall with a baby face and wielding a whip, barged in to punish me. Do you think I wouldn't be scared? Later, you realized that the whip posed no threat at all and even found it somewhat enjoyable. So you continued to feign unconsciousness? Zhou Qinyan finished dressing and playfully shoved Zhao Yi. Oh please, weren't you enjoying it just a moment ago? I was genuinely enjoying it, not pretending. For Zhao Yi, receiving a lash increased her vitality by over 80 points. She would willingly transform into Huang Zhong and endure daily whippings. I truly enjoyed it as well. Ever since my Xian Gui talent awakened further, my body has been feeling increasingly itchy. How about this? Since you're single, and that nurse looks quite young, shall I help you inquire about her? Upon hearing Zhao Yi's suggestion, Zhou Qinyan's eyes brightened instantly. I knew it. The magpies were chirping at my door today, indicating a stroke of good fortune. This matter requires no concern from you. I shall personally take charge. Zhou Qinyan tidied his hairstyle and strode out of the door. After sending Zhou Qinyan away, Zhao Yi turned back to Tao Weiwei's hospital bed. How do you feel here? If it's not to your liking, I can arrange for a transfer immediately. Tao Weiwei shook her head, clearly satisfied with the place. Let us not. Transferring is troublesome and costly. The nurses and doctors here are quite good to me. Except for you too. I was merely joking earlier. From now on, you need to focus on your recovery. The martial arts examination is in 10 days. So don't be careless. Tao Weiwei listened intently, then turned to Zhao Yi. And what about you? We entered the hospital together, yet you seem so lively now. Oh. Perhaps it is due to my resilience forged through numerous trials that I remain unscathed. In any case, please take your time to recuperate, should any issues arise. Do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Zhao Yi, fearing to bruise Tao Weiwei's self-esteem, refrained from speaking the truth. The reason for the hospitalization today bears no relation to Tan Jiqing. The harm he has inflicted upon Zhao Yi pales in comparison to the side effects of the 7 injuries fist. Were it not for the need to reassure Chairman Wang, he would not have created such a farce. Where is that rascal Zhou Qinyan? Heaven forbid he has truly gone to confess his feelings. With this thought, Zhao Yi dashed out. Simultaneously, in the head nurse's office, The recently defeated nurse sat with a grave expression upon her face. Chapter 61. Women are like garments. Brothers are like kin. It is utterly perplexing. Who were those two youngsters? In this establishment, we have received countless injured martial artists. Yet I have never encountered such audacity until today, and not just one, but two. Shen Huqiu leaned over the table, her mind racing with frustration as she recalled the earlier incident. This institution, numbered 105, was specifically established for the rehabilitation and treatment of martial artists. Shen Huqiu had dedicated 6 years of her life here, rising to the position of head nurse 2 years prior. Since her promotion, the rehabilitation department had remained tranquil, devoid of any so-called medical disputes or conflicts. Encountering a challenging patient like Zhao Yi was a first for her. No, I cannot lose face in front of those two brats. How could I possibly continue my work otherwise? Resolving herself, Shen Huqiu composed her demeanor and walked towards the door, only for it to swing open of its own accord. Sister Qiu, someone is looking for you outside. Who is it? You might want to see for yourself. The nurse who opened the door hesitated, slipping out quietly. Shen Huqiu strode out, only to find Zhou Qinyuan waiting at the nurse's station. It's you? Haven't you had enough yet? Shen Huqiu's teeth clenched upon seeing Zhou Qinyuan, who seemed prepared for her ire. He chuckled lightly. Sister nurse, you look rather charming when you're not angry. There's no need to get so worked up, even if I'm not your patient. You can't treat me with such severity. That's against the rules, isn't it? With a slick demeanor, Zhou Qinyuan attempted to charm her. But Shen Huqiu remained unimpressed, curious to see what trick he would employ next. I'm a staff member here. I am well aware of the regulations. There's no need for you to instruct me. With a playful scoff, her spirited demeanor captivated Zhou Qinyuan instantly. By heavens, she is truly remarkable. I am determined to pursue her. Clearing his throat, Zhou Qinyuan produced a black card from his pocket and placed it on the counter. Sister nurse, I acted out of desperation to assist my friend, and I sincerely apologize for disrupting your work. How about this, after your shift? Let me treat you to dinner at the finest French restaurant in the city as a gesture of apology? Shen Huqiu patiently awaited Zhou Qinyuan's reveal of his intentions. With a smile, she reached for the black card, only to swiftly draw a whip in response. Crack! Zhou Qinyuan stood frozen, but fortunately, Zhao Yi arrived just in time to pull him away, allowing the whip to miss its mark and retract. Daring to pursue a nurse at Hospital 105? You must be out of your mind. And what of it? Is it not the era of free love? I like her, Zhou Qinyuan boldly declared, unfazed by the crowd. Zhao Yi, noticing the onlookers, could only lower his voice. You truly do not comprehend the significance of Hospital 105, do you? This place treats only martial artists, those who have been injured and sent back from the front lines. To illustrate, it is akin to being a fierce animal keeper in a zoo, with your physique. Do you truly believe you can revel in such a privilege? Zhou Qinyuan finally comprehended that Zhao Yi was, in fact, rescuing him, yet he held considerable confidence in himself. What is there to fear? Have you forgotten, my friend, that I am endowed with the innate physique of a divine turtle? I shall see whether her whip is more formidable than my shell. Did you not express disdain for that nickname? Why then do you utter it yourself? The two continued their spirited debate, their unrestrained banter reaching the ears of Shen Huqiu. Sister Qiu, if I am not mistaken, these two are merely 18-year-old high school students. Correct? You are indeed fortunate. Indeed, Sister Qiu, why not acquiesce to him? That lad appears quite presentable, and his attire suggests a well-off background. Perhaps he is a hidden gem. Their colleagues stoked the flames, prompting Shen Huqiu to slap the table in exasperation. Enough of this nonsense. It is currently working hours. If you wish to converse, do so elsewhere. The nurse's station fell abruptly silent, and Shen Huqiu shot a glare down the ward, causing the patients peering from doorways to retreat with exaggerated limps. At least you know better. Turning on her heel, Shen Huqiu descended the stairs, leaving Zhao Yi frozen in disbelief. Goodness, she was not merely an animal keeper. She was akin to the legendary Sun Earnyang of modern times. Meanwhile, Zhou Qinyuan, unfazed, licked his lips. Regardless of her identity, if there is thunder, there is a mother. I see you are truly ravenous, yet you have embarrassed her before her subordinates. Her identity matters little now. Realizing this, Zhou Qinyuan could only follow Zhao Yi downstairs, pondering their next course of action. What do you plan to do next? Naturally, I shall train diligently at school, patiently awaiting the martial arts examination. And you? Zhao Yi glanced at Zhou Qinyuan, who scratched his head in mild boredom. I suspect my plans are similar. I must first consult my father's arrangements. Let me drive you back to Yutong High School. Zhou Qinyuan retrieved his car keys, and the black BMW Series 3 illuminated its lights. As Zhao Yi settled into the passenger seat and fastened his seatbelt, A hand holding a black card reached through the window from the opposite side. "Oh, aren't you?" Turning around, Zhao Yi saw Shen Huqiu, now in casual attire, appearing at the window, holding Zhou Qianyuan's black card. "Is this what you dropped?" Zhou Qianyuan was momentarily taken aback, loosening his grip on the steering wheel to extend his hand, only for the card to be withdrawn just as he was about to grasp it. "Earlier at the nurse's station, you mentioned treating me to a meal. Was that sincere?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Qianyuan instinctively turned to exchange a glance with Zhao Yi, both feeling their mental processors nearly overheating. "Of course, it stands. Just wait a moment." Quick as a flash, Zhou Qianyuan unbuckled Zhao Yi's seatbelt with a snap and opened the car door, giving him a gentle shove. "What the? Is this how you treat a brother? Did you not say that women are like clothes, while brothers are like family? Indeed, when venturing into the world, the utmost priority is to maintain one's dignity. A brother would rather be physically impaired than venture out unclad in a state of undress." By the time Zhao Yi came to his senses, he found himself seated upon the ground, while Zhou Qianyuan had already whisked away in his luxurious vehicle, accompanied by a lovely companion, merging seamlessly into the flow of traffic. "Oh, Zhou Qianyuan, when next we meet, I shall ensure you face the consequences." With no alternative, Zhao Yi hailed a taxi and returned to Yutong Middle School. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback to discover that Yutong Middle School had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had nearly all the students blossomed with vitality, but the school itself was in the midst of a renovation, preparing for a complete makeover. "Big brother, you have finally returned." Upon hearing the call, Zhao Yi turned to see several students rushing towards him, enveloping him in their embrace. "Ah, who are you all? What is the meaning of this? Since when have I become the big brother?" Chapter 62. The finest training resources. Zhao Yi stood in bewilderment until a familiar face finally appeared. "Big brother. Primarily because big sister is hospitalized, our broken Jade gang cannot remain leaderless. Thus, we have collectively decided to nominate you as our leader. Please greet our esteemed leader." Greetings to the leader. As Zhao Yi observed the orderly salute from the line of students before him, he hastily waved his hands. "I detest such formalities. Instead of wasting time on these empty gestures, you should devote yourselves to rigorous training in preparation for the martial examination. That would be far more beneficial." Zhao Yi gazed at the crowd with a sense of disappointment, as if lamenting their lack of ambition. Before even participating in the official martial examination or encountering a genuine ferocious beast, numerous crises had already emerged in their lives. The dangers of life as a martial artist were self-evident. However, Zhao Yi was taken aback when the crowd did not react excessively to his words. Instead, they merely scratched their heads in embarrassment. "Actually, we do not intend to become martial artists anymore." "Why not?" "Because we lack the talent, especially when compared to others, particularly to you and big sister. How can we possibly envision a hopeful future along the path of martial arts?" Zhao Yi opened his mouth to offer words of encouragement, but found himself at a loss for what to say. The martial examination was inherently a treacherous journey, akin to a myriad of soldiers crossing a narrow bridge. If one lacked talent, no one could offer salvation. "It's all right, big brother. We've made our decision. We will strive for another year at Yutong High School. Let us set aside this year. Indeed, the remaining resources can be reserved for you and big sister." Resources? Zhao Yi suddenly recalled that at any high school, particularly for third-year students, each student was regularly allocated specific resources to support their training. The chaotic state of affairs upon his arrival at Yutong High had nearly made him forget this crucial aspect. Those resources, weren't they all under the control of Xian Yutong? "Big brother, Xian Yutong no longer exists, and the principal has been replaced. Our Yutong High School is poised for a revival." The excited crowd ushered Zhao Yi toward the dormitory building. Zhao Yi recognized the place. The rooftop had previously been dominated by the people of Xian Yutong, who were said to have hoarded all the various training resources that should have been distributed. Upon reaching the top floor and opening the door, they found Zheng Gaotian and Zheng Bowen packing their belongings. The two looked dejected, their earlier vigor completely dissipated, resembling lost dogs. Upon hearing the commotion, they turned around and recognized Zhao Yi, their anger flaring as they discarded their luggage and rushed toward him. "Wait!" Sun Zhengfeng suddenly appeared at the doorway, halting the two. He turned to Zhao Yi. "Zhao Yi, you have some nerve. We've been forced to transfer to another school. In 10 days. I better not encounter you during the martial examination." After Sun Zhengfeng departed with the others, Zhao Yi and the remaining students finally entered the room. Training-specific compressed biscuits. Training-specific drinking water. Training-specific enhancement potions. The other students seemed to have discovered a treasure. While only Zhao Yi inspected each item until his gaze landed upon the enhancement potion, which ignited a spark of intrigue within him. The name alone sounded formidable. Perhaps I should give it a try. Without a second thought, Zhao Yi reached out and seized a vial. The enhancement potion was contained within an ampoule, resembling a glass bullet in shape. Surely, this ISNT meant for injection? Regardless, I'll take a sip first. Noticing the absence of any syringes in his vicinity, Zhao Yi twisted open the vial and downed its contents in one gulp. This action drew the attention of everyone around, who gathered with curious expressions, awaiting his reaction. Hey, how do you feel after drinking it? Nothing particularly special, just a warmth spreading through my body, akin to sipping a cup of hot water. As Zhao Yi spoke, a prompt from the system echoed in his mind. You are being forcibly enhanced. Vitality value 20, vitality value 30, what? So I lost 10 points? Why did I even drink it? Zhao Yi glanced at the enhancement potion on the ground, suddenly finding it tasteless, and then handed a vial to another person. Here, have a sip and see. The individual nodded confidently and consumed the entire vial. Mere seconds later, he grimaced in agony and collapsed, even rolling on the ground. What is happening to him? Zhao Yi, startled, rushed over, fearing he had inadvertently caused harm. Fortunately, the anguish on the man's face subsided rather swiftly. How do you feel? Is it painful? Well, at first, it felt like a bottle of molten liquid was poured into my stomach, but it's a bit better now, although there is still some pain. Perhaps this illustrates the innate differences between me and you. Zhao Yi understood the reason and spoke again. In that case, you must exercise caution when using these enhancement potions in the future, adhering to individual conditions and prescribed dosages. Do not rush. What about you, big brother? Are you not taking any? The students before him gazed at Zhao Yi with naive expressions. He smiled and approached them. Of course, I cannot give all of it to you. At least half must remain for the elder sister. As for myself, I won't be needing these. No. If you're not taking any, we don't want them either. Yes, we cannot be ungrateful. Zhao Yi was instantly moved by the loyalty of his classmates and quickly devised a solution. I understand your intentions. You fear that utilizing these training resources will delay my progress, correct? The crowd nodded in unison, and Zhao Yi continued. Since you are so eager to assist me in training, then none of you should complain about fatigue. Follow me to the training ground. Zhao Yi led them to the field, where various wooden sticks and training weapons lay scattered. From this moment on, each of you will be my sparring partner. This is the best training resource you can provide me. Do you understand? You first. Zhao Yi selected an individual, who promptly picked up a lengthy staff exceeding 1 meter, bowed deeply to Zhao Yi, and then charged forward. I will strike. The man exclaimed. He leaped and swung down fiercely, yet to his astonishment, Zhao Yi stood resolutely in place, absorbing the blow with ease. I am unharmed. This is precisely the training outcome I desired. Continue. Apply more force next time. To alleviate the concerns of those around him, Zhao Yi even removed his shirt, revealing a physique sculpted through rigorous training. Once more, as Zhao Yi's demands escalated, the number of participants began to swell, and the intensity of the training increased correspondingly. Ultimately, Zhao Yi was able to navigate effortlessly among dozens of individuals forming a defensive formation, posing no threat to him whatsoever. Chapter 63. Reforming from Vice Big Brother. Shall we call it a day? We are truly exhausted. Zhao Yi, lost in training, only realized the passage of time when the pleas of his companions reached his ears. Is it already dark outside? No wonder you all are begging for mercy. Tonight, I shall treat you to a lavish feast. Speak up about your cravings. Wonderful. Big brother is the best. What kind of talk is that? What about our big sister? As Zhao Yi listened to the playful banter of his friends, a smile broke on his face. After a refreshing shower and a change of clothes, they decided to head to the snack street behind the school. Don't hold back. Order whatever you desire. It's on me, Zhao Yi cheerfully announced. Yet in a moment of distraction, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure. Is that Li Qinglian? Upon hearing this, those beside him shrugged dismissively. Yes, we have seen her several times around the snack street. Really? Then you all enjoy your meal. I will return shortly to settle the bill. Zhao Yi turned and hurried after her, soon discovering that Li Qinglian had entered an old residential complex nearby. She can't possibly live here, can she? Following the sound of footsteps above, Zhao Yi stealthily ascended to the 6th floor, only to unexpectedly collide with Li Qinglian. I thought someone was tailing me. Turns out it's you. What is the matter? Li Qinglian crossed her arms, clearly having noticed Zhao Yi long before. Nothing in particular. Just wandering around the area. Is that so? Well, see you. Though Li Qinglian smiled, an air of aloofness surrounded her, making Zhao Yi feel hesitant to engage further. With a soft thud, the door closed, and Zhao Yi silently memorized the door number before descending. Big brother, we've been waiting for you. Come and eat. Upon returning to the snack street, Zhao Yi was greeted with a spread of grilled skewers, alongside beer that had been brought over. Beer? Don't worry, big brother. We all turned 18 last month. Zhao Yi indulged in the feast, and when the time came to part ways, he called out to one of his companions. Fang Ping, come here. Big brother, is it about money? Do I look like someone who lacks funds? Zhao Yi raised his hand, startling Fang Ping, then lowered his voice. I need to focus on training in the coming days. Keep an eye on Li Qinglian's whereabouts for me. She lives at. Rest assured, big brother. I will notify you immediately of any changes. Zhao Yi patted Fang Ping on the shoulder and turned to rejoin his friends as they returned to the dormitory. He had no intention of going home, particularly with the martial arts examination only 10 days away. Allowing Wang Zhini to believe he was still hospitalized would grant him 10 days of peace to concentrate on his training. As Zhao Yi drifted into slumber, a distinguished guest arrived at a private estate on the outskirts of the city. A black Maybach, directed by the security personnel, came to a halt, and an elderly gentleman with graying hair stepped out. Mr. Chiu, welcome back. Where is Teacher Tan? He has been waiting for you inside for quite some time. Mr. Chiu nodded slightly and rose to enter the villa. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by a familiar voice. Mr. Chiu, you have finally returned. He looked up to see a figure, entirely wrapped in bandages, peering down from the upper floor. What's the matter? Is it just a bit of bandaging around your head that makes you unrecognizable? Tan Jiqing then unwound part of the bandage, allowing Mr. Chiu to ascend the stairs with a smile. How on earth did you end up like this? Upon hearing this, Tan Jiqing couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Mr. Chiu, my operation has failed. You must be aware of that. Of course, it is precisely because of this matter that I have come back. What exactly transpired? Mr. Chiu's smile masked the simmering anger within. The incident at Yutong High School appeared to be solely orchestrated by Tan Jiqing, yet it was fundamentally supported by Mr. Chiu from behind the scenes. Regarding the enhancement military ring developed by Tan Jiqing, Mr. Chiu had even assisted in finding a plethora of untapped markets overseas, merely waiting for the favorable winds to blow. Who could have anticipated that after a patient wait, the winds that arrived were not gentle but a tempest? Thus, Mr. Chiu hastily returned on a private jet. Mr. Chiu, the situation is rather complex. Please allow me to explain slowly. Tan Jiqing summarized the failures at Yutong High School, taking most of the blame upon himself, while also highlighting Zhao Yi and Wang Wenzheng among others. The sequence of events was such. I truly did not foresee that a mere chairman of the Martial Management Bureau and a high school student could wield such power to disrupt our plans. Hearing this, Mr. Chiu couldn't help but scrutinize Tan Jiqing from head to toe. Do not concern yourself with Wang Wenzheng. I have already gathered intelligence that his position as chairman can only be sustained for a few months at most. However, that high school student named Zhao Yi, does he truly possess such strength? Could he force you to resort to feigning death? What on earth are you doing? Mr. Chiu slammed his palm on the table, prompting Tan Jiqing to kneel immediately, bowing his head low. Mr. Chiu, the emergence of this lad was entirely unexpected. My previous failure was primarily to protect the experimental data, which left me unable to retaliate. Rest assured, after that encounter, I have comprehensively gathered all his data. The martial examination is less than 10 days away. I shall exact my revenge then. Observing Tan Jiqing's humble demeanor, Mr. Chiu refrained from further admonishment and helplessly waved his hand. Revenge is your personal affair. I shall not involve myself in that. What matters most is when we can finalize the latest version of the enhancement military ring. Furthermore, you could be considered the ambassador of the enhancement military ring. Your image is vital. The martial examination is the finest stage for us to showcase the enhancement military ring. There must be no further errors. Having conveyed his instructions, Mr. Chiu turned to leave the villa. Tan Jiqing, still kneeling on the ground, did not hasten to rise, but instead gazed up at the moon outside the window. Zhao Yi, the humiliation of today shall be repaid tenfold on the day of the martial examination. Time swiftly passed, and for 4 or 5 days, Zhao Yi's life revolved solely around the cafeteria, dormitory, and training grounds, until one day, just as he was preparing to head for practice, he received a call from Wang Zhini. Hello, godmother. Do you still remember me? You were discharged from the hospital without informing me. I just brought over some chicken soup. You're going to give me a heart attack. Zhao Yi felt a wave of frustration. Godmother, the truth is, I was discharged only a few days ago. I didn't inform you because I needed to focus on training for the upcoming martial arts exam. All right, save the chicken soup for when you return this afternoon. I need to get to work now. And one more thing, please bring Qinglian back with you for dinner. I haven't seen her in days. Sure. After hanging up, Zhao Yi instinctively glanced at the place where Li Qinglian resided. Returning alone was simple, but bringing Li Qinglian along was no small feat. Chapter 64. A fate not meant for hero's boss. What are we training today? Fang Ping inquired as he approached Zhao Yi, who tossed her whistle to him. We won't be training today. I have matters to attend to. Everyone disperse. Hey, you stay. Zhao Yi waved her hand at Fang Ping, who hurried back. Boss, do you need something from me? Indeed. I asked you to follow Li Qinglian the other day. Have you any results? Of course, boss. Take a look. Fang Ping produced his phone, revealing a long series of photographs he had surreptitiously captured, predominantly documenting location changes. Wanyan Community. Youth Training Center. What is this place called Night Tide? It's a bar nearby. Is this bar reputable? Fang Ping fell silent. And Zhao Yi already sensed the answer. When did she develop a penchant for such establishments? Boss, I highly doubt she is merely going there for leisure. As they spoke, Fang Ping produced another photograph of Li Qinglian, adorned with heavy makeup, clad in bar work attire, and balancing a tray. Is she working there? Presumably part-time. Many girls from our school and nearby institutions work there. I've heard the pay is quite lucrative. Humph, every penny she earns now will be repaid tenfold later. Haven't you heard the saying, the wool comes from the sheep? No, we cannot allow her to continue this way. With Zhao Yi poised to take action, Fang Ping interjected once more. Boss, if you truly intend to act, it must be at night. I will bring others along. Fine, then inform everyone. Zhao Yi departed from Yutong High School and dialed a number on her phone. Zhao Yi, I was just about to call you. Chairman Wang, what do you need from me? Come over. I'll be waiting for you in my office. Half an hour later, Zhao Yi arrived at the Bureau of Management and entered Wang Wenjing's office. Speak, why did you call me? Wang Wenjing rose to pour 2 cups of tea, and Zhao Yi recounted Li Qinglian's recent transformations. She seems to have become a different person, appearing to consider reform. However, I cannot comprehend why she still chooses to work in such a bar. After listening, Wang Wenjing set down his teacup and retrieved a document. As her purse gradually empties, doesn't this all begin to make sense? Zhao Yi glanced at the document and immediately sat up straight. Li Jiqiang, manager of Wuzhou Technology, has been suspended? Yes, that was the news from about a week ago. Then, does it mean that even if Dai Jiqing has fled, it is of little consequence? Wang Wenjing, understanding Zhao Yi's thoughts, shook his head solemnly. You still do not grasp the situation. Tan Jiqing's engagement with Li Qinglian and her father, Li Jiqiang, was merely to use them as stepping stones. Now that the opportunity to ascend is near, the fate of this stepping stone is all too predictable. Zhao Yi was struck with realization, unable to suppress a click of her tongue. Indeed, absent the financial support of his executive father, it is no wonder that Li Qinglian has sought employment. By the way, Chairman Wang, what brings you to me? We have received word that Dai Ziqing has established connections with the upper echelons of Wuzhou Technology Company, and we require your assistance. Zhao Yi's confrontation with Dai Ziqing at the Golden Eagle building has significantly elevated his reputation within the system. Despite his consistently low profile, the entrenched members of the system, who have spent decades selecting promising martial artists, will find Zhao Yi's guise to be child's play. You seek my aid? But with merely 5 days remaining until the martial arts examination, you need not be concerned. Tan Jiqing and his associates intend to transform the examination into their stage. This is precisely why I assert the necessity of your collaboration. Wang Wenjing produced further documentation, sharing extensive insights with Zhao Yi, all concerning the recent meetings. Zhao Yi felt somewhat bewildered, yet he grasped the underlying implications. Wang Wenjing dismissed the notion that the higher-ups would resort to ruthless measures against Tan Jiqing and his group, primarily due to the impending martial arts examination. Should the upper echelon employ excessively harsh tactics, they would not only jeopardize the capture of Tan Jiqing and his entourage, but also risk harm to the candidates participating in the examination. Furthermore, Wang Wenjing's additional leverage is Zhao Yi. After all, he is the sole individual to have bested Tan Jiqing in a one-on-one encounter. Thus, Wang Wenjing holds him in high regard. Upon reviewing the materials, Zhao Yi could not help but comprehend Wang Wenjing's intentions. When the Ruan family initially extended an olive branch, Wang Wenjing's polite refusal was motivated by his desire to utilize the remaining time in office to promote Zhao Yi. If Zhao Yi were to indeed emerge as the key figure in capturing Tan Jiqing and his associates, Wang Wenjing would find satisfaction even in his retirement. Alas, Wang Wenjing remains unaware of Zhao Yi's affiliation with the rebellious system. From the day Zhao Yi awakened his system, he was destined to be no hero. You declined my nomination last time. You wouldn't also refuse me this time, would you? Wang Wenjing, seasoned and astute, recognized Zhao Yi's hesitance and preemptively blocked his escape. I shall do my utmost. Not merely your utmost. You must succeed. Rest assured. With my preparations in place alongside your efforts, this endeavor is virtually assured. Wang Wenjing raised his teacup in a toast to Zhao Yi, who could only muster a stiff smile as he drank. Is there anything else? Zhao Yi had been preparing to speak for quite some time before finally voicing his thoughts. My godmother wishes for me to bring Qinglian home for dinner this afternoon, so I intend to seize this opportunity to persuade her. I am eager to discover what it is that could cause her to reconsider so swiftly. Wang Wenjing initially seemed taken aback, but soon realized the gravity of the situation. Although this is confidential, I indeed possess the authority to share it with you. However, before proceeding, I must advise you. Curiosity can be perilous. Are you truly prepared to see? Wang Wenjing retrieved a disc and inserted it into an old-fashioned player, simultaneously brandishing the remote control. Certainly. Otherwise, I would remain oblivious to the trials and tribulations that Li Qinglian has endured. How could I possibly persuade her to accompany me back? Very well. Indulge yourself at your leisure. I have no desire to forego my lunch. Wang Wenjing cast aside the remote control along with this statement, turning on his heel to exit the office, closing the door behind him. What relevance does watching a DVD have to having lunch? It is utterly perplexing. Zhao Yi muttered his complaints as he activated the disc, and the screen flickered to life, leaving him momentarily frozen in place. Ugh, ugh. A passing janitor was startled by the sounds emanating from the office and paused at the doorway, gesturing for Wang Wenjing to proceed. Well, how thrilling, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 65. Do not judge a book by its cover. Until Wang Wenjing stepped through the door, Zhao Yi was still retching uncontrollably. It was no wonder that Li Qinglian had promptly discarded her infatuation. It was utterly revolting. That Tan Zhiqing, who appeared so refined, was in fact a pervert? Zhao Yi hastily turned off the video and tossed the remote aside as Wang Wenjing approached with a smile. As the saying goes, one should not judge a person by their appearance, nor the ocean by its measure. Just in time, let us head to the cafeteria for a meal. Zhao Yi nodded, thinking that a change of environment might also lift her spirits, and followed him to the dining hall. Here, meals were complimentary, and one could order whatever they desired. But there was a strict rule: no leftovers, or there would be consequences. Wang Wenjing expertly picked several dishes with his tray and settled at an empty table. Zhao Yi mimicked him, but as she lifted her tray and approached the serving window, she was momentarily dumbfounded. Oh, you look a bit unfamiliar. Are you new here? What would you like to eat? The serving lady was quite warm, yet Zhao Yi stood frozen. Now I understand why Chairman Wang refrained from watching the video during meals. How could it be so similar? Zhao Yi couldn't help but internally criticize the situation. Just moments ago, she had learned through that video that Tan Zhiqing was indeed a complete pervert. In a bid to grow stronger, he had undergone surgery to transition from male to female, and his twisted psyche had led to an ever-changing orientation. The video recorded an array of depraved acts. What was captured there was merely the tip of the iceberg. No, I can't eat this. Zhao Yi waved her hand, suppressing her nausea as she seated herself across from Wang Wenjing. This is the consequence of ignoring the wisdom of the elder. Here, have some of this. Wang Wenjing presented a plate of dumplings, their white exterior concealing any hint of filling, which indeed made it hard for Zhao Yi to draw any associations. She quickly closed her eyes and forced herself to consume them in a hasty, unrefined manner, relieved to have survived this ordeal. Chairman Wang, is the night tide bar operating legally? As Wang Wenjing enjoyed his meal, he instinctively responded to her inquiry. On the surface, the night tide bar was certainly legal. However, everyone was aware of the unsavory activities that transpired within. The authorities had yet to intervene simply because they had not caught anyone in the act. Hey, where did you run off to? Wang Wenjing opened his eyes to find that Zhao Yi had already vanished from the cafeteria. As evening fell, the ringing of a phone echoed through the rental unit in Wanyan community. Hello. Xiao Wang, have you seen the time? Do you still wish to keep your job? Li Qinglian glanced at the clock, instantly shaken awake. Sister Zhao, I'm so sorry. I overslept. I'll be there in a moment. She exclaimed hurriedly. Hurry up. Several customers have specifically requested your company for drinks. After Li Qinglian rushed to freshen up and apply her makeup, she hurried downstairs. Once she left, Zhao Yi and Fang Zheng emerged from behind the garbage bin at the entrance of the community. Big brother, did we really have to hide here? Was the garbage bin our only option? Fang Zheng pinched his nose, and Zhao Yi playfully slapped the back of his head. Of course. Can't you endure this little hardship? How will you keep up with me if you can't? Stay close, or we might get exposed. The two made way and entered the night tide bar ahead of Li Qinglian. Big brother, over here. Shoo, when you're out, don't call me big brother. How did your inquiries go? Fang Zheng inquired, chuckling as he patted his chest. Rest assured, I've heard that several patrons specifically requested Li Qinglian to join them for drinks tonight. It's the perfect opportunity for us to act. Zhao Yi nodded, patiently awaiting alongside her classmates while sipping their drinks. Li Qinglian hurriedly walked into the bar, only to be approached by a heavily made-up, plump woman. Over there, table 33. Hurry up, she directed, leading Li Qinglian to Zhao Jia. Li Qinglian adjusted her hair and, holding a drink, approached table 33. Good evening, everyone. I'm here to serve your drinks. I hope you enjoy your time here. Don't just focus on pouring drinks. Come, share a few with us. A burly man seized Li Qinglian's wrist, pulling her closer. I can accompany you, but I can't drink while I'm working, so... Can't drink while working? So you can drink, right? Several lewd men exchanged glances, and one pulled out a wad of cash, tossing it onto the table. This is to buy out your working hours for tonight. You can leave early and drink now, right? Not enough? We can add more. The pile of cash grew. Yet Li Qinglian remained silent. Damn it. Are you some kind of gold-plated whore? Is this not enough money for you? One of them scoffed, lifting a drink and forcing half of it down her throat, while another stood up, ready to slap her. Zhao Jia, observing from a distance, rushed over to intervene. Oh, gentlemen, please don't be angry. She's not greedy. She's just intimidated as this is her first time in such a situation. Please, continue. Zhao Jia's eyes fixated on the pile of money, and after her words, she swiftly gathered it all, only to be stopped. Taking the money is easy, but for this price, just accompanying you isn't sufficient. Understood. Room 3 upstairs. Do as you please. Zhao Jia handed over a room card, turning with a grin to count the money. Come on, beauty, let us go have some fun upstairs. The 3 lewd men stood, dragging the somewhat dazed Li Qinglian up the stairs. Big brother. Fang Ping also witnessed this scene and nudged Zhao Yi. Don't worry, after all, she is preparing for the martial arts exam. Those 3 men won't stand a chance against her. That seems plausible, but what is our purpose here? Zhao Yi asked, her expression perplexed. Are you foolish? If she dares to lay a hand on the patrons in the bar, do you think the establishment will let her off easily? Zhao Yi ordered the others to remain still and led Fang Ping upstairs. Upon entering the private room, several men attempted to lay hands on Li Qinglian. Li Qinglian also realized that the alcohol she had just consumed was peculiar, yet instinctively, she seized the nearby bottle. With a resounding crack, the moment she struck one of the individuals, there was no turning back. In less than half a minute, the group lay sprawled across the floor and tables. Tossing aside the bottle, she opened the door and collided with Zhao Yi, who had been waiting outside. What brings you here? Li Qinglian's tone was laced with surprise and disdain. Naturally, I came to ensure your safety, Zhao Yi replied. These scoundrels are hardly worth your concern. Indeed, with your prowess, they are no match for you. However, what if more were to join them? Just as Zhao Yi finished speaking, a group of security personnel clad in black suits appeared in the hallway. Chapter 66. The inauspicious debut of the troubled students, even with these individuals added to the fray. I remain unafraid. Li Qinglian was clearly reluctant to concede easily before Zhao Yi, yet circumstances would not allow her such a reprieve. Is that so? What if we include them? Zhao Yi, are you truly intent on making this a personal conflict? Upon witnessing the formidable group of burly men wielding machetes that had just arrived, Li Qinglian could not contain her fury, while Zhao Yi appeared exasperated. Please, do you truly believe I am allied with those ruffians? If not, then why did you arrive at such an opportune moment? The quarrel between Zhao Yi and Li Qinglian escalated, causing the bespectacled man who had followed them to lose his composure. So it was you who injured my patrons at the bar, correct? Do you intend to compensate for the damages, or the people? Is your presence even warranted here? Zhao Yi spun around, delivering a swift kick that sent the bespectacled man crashing into the wall. The henchmen in black suits were momentarily stunned, and a voice from the crowd shouted in alarm. What are you all standing around for? Get in there. Faced with imminent danger, Li Qinglian could no longer afford to bicker with Zhao Yi. Instead, they seamlessly plunged into the throng. Though the black-suited thugs were formidable, they paled in comparison to Zhao Yi and Li Qinglian, who charged into the fray like wolves among sheep. It took a considerable amount of time for the bespectacled man to be pried from the wall by his comrades. Brother Hao, are you all right? Hurry, inform the boss. We have a serious situation on our hands. By the time Zhao Yi upstairs caught wind of this commotion, Brother Hao had already made a hasty retreat. What now? For now, we must descend and find a way to escape this place. Zhao Yi and Li Qinglian made their way down, only to encounter Fang Ping and others. Boss, the patrons have all been driven away, and they've locked the doors. Locked doors? What on earth are these lawless ruffians scheming? Just as Zhao Yi finished her sentence, she noticed a translucent gas spewing from the ceiling. After inhaling just a breath, she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. This is not good. It's a narcotic gas. Cover your mouths and noses. Zhao Yi swiftly removed her coat, shattered a bottle of liquor, soaked the fabric, and tied it around her face, prompting the others to follow suit. Everyone lie down. Huh, you don't understand? Lie down. Leading by example, Zhao Yi lay down, and the others quickly followed suit. plunging the bar into a profound silence. Once the unidentified gas had sufficiently permeated the air, the back door of Night Tide Bar swung open, and a contingent of individuals donned in gas masks and fully armed surged inside. Who is causing a disturbance here? Boss, it's them. These students are formidable. It feels as if they are preparing for the martial arts examination. The leading boss, upon hearing this, swung his metal bat with fervor. Preparing for the martial arts exam? Regardless of who they are, anyone daring to cause trouble on my territory shall not escape. Tonight, I will incapacitate them, ensuring they can never participate in the examination. The owner of Night Tide Bar led the charge, his metal bat aimed viciously at Zhao Yi's leg as he swung down with ferocity. As Zhao Yi was on the verge of success, she suddenly executed a swift maneuver, kicking out with precision. The resounding clang of metal echoed as the baseball bat bent at a right angle, and Zhao Yi's next kick followed closely behind. Big Brother is in trouble, everyone. Come on. A group of individuals suddenly surged in from outside the bar, shattering the glass and storming inside. The patrons of the bar, who had initially held the numerical advantage, were swiftly engulfed by the overwhelming tide of people. Please, brave heroes, do not resort to violence. I concede, we surrender. Faced with the daunting sight of hundreds surrounding him, the owner of Night Tide Bar turned pale, collapsing to his knees. Begging for mercy is futile. Soon, someone will come to take you away. Find this man. At Zhao Yi's command, those around her swiftly procured ropes, binding the bar owner and his associates tightly before discarding them on the ground and departing. Approximately 20 minutes later, Wang Wenjing arrived at the scene with a contingent of police officers. Chairman Wang, aside from the owner of Night Tide Bar, there are no further leads. Who could be responsible for this? Upon receiving the call, Wang Wenjing had speculated on Zhao Yi's intentions, prompting his immediate response. It must be a model citizen. Is this not the leader you all have been eager to apprehend? Take him away. Wang Wenjing waved his hand dismissively and returned to his vehicle. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi and Li Qinglian sat in the back of a taxi, an invisible chasm between them. Driver, turn right at the next intersection. No need to heed her, driver. Just keep going straight. Can you two please come to an agreement? The taxi driver, exasperated, pulled over to the side of the road, inadvertently aligning with Li Qinglian's wishes. She flung open the car door and hurriedly exited, prompting Zhao Yi to hastily toss 50 yuan onto the seat and chase after her. Li Qinglian, where are you going? Home. But your home is in that direction. Li Qinglian turned back, noting that Zhao Yi was pointing towards the old neighborhood she had previously visited. She shook her head with a smile. That is your home, not mine. I have no time for childish games. I must return. Li Qinglian, are you still deceiving yourself? That home no longer wants you. At this proclamation, Li Qinglian froze, as if her spirit had been stripped away. Zhao Yi approached her slowly. I know that Li Jiqiang's troubles have affected your life, or else you wouldn't have found yourself working in a place like Night Tide Bar. Come back with me. Your godmother will surely welcome you with open arms. That is where you belong. Zhao Yi's words pierced through the defenses of Li Qinglian's heart like a gentle bullet. Unable to contain her emotions, she threw her arms around Zhao Yi, weeping in despair. Taken aback, Zhao Yi hesitated for a moment, then gently patted her shoulder. Enough now. There are too many people on the street watching. I understand you've faced hardships recently. Let us discuss this at home, shall we? Li Qinglian nodded, following Zhao Yi back to the entrance of the house. Knock, knock, knock. Is that you? Qinglian has returned? Quickly, come inside. Wang Zhini remained as enthusiastic as ever, yet her previous restraint had noticeably faded. She retrieved the slippers she had prepared earlier and led Li Qinglian to the dining table. Look, we have mapo tofu, boiled pork slices, and spicy potato shreds, delicacies you adore. Following tradition. I understand. We must wash our hands, right? Zhao Yi and Li Qinglian proceeded to the restroom to cleanse their hands, and then returned to the table. As they dined, Li Qinglian seemed to revert to her demeanor from the first encounter with Zhao Yi, resembling a petulant neighbor girl, engaging in a playful battle with chopsticks across the table. Wang Zhini observed with a smile, feeling as though she had been transported back to those blissful times. Well, I'm full now and wish to rest for a while. Go ahead, you two children enjoy yourselves. I shall tidy up the kitchen. Chapter 67. The purple clouds. As Li Qinglian brought Zhao Yi back to the room and closed the door, tears began to fall uncontrollably. Were you still thinking about Li Jiqiang? He is hardly worthy of your concern. Although he is nominally your father, he has never fulfilled his obligations. Li Qinglian shook her head, interrupting Zhao Yi. No, I merely feel foolish. Despite having a much better home here, I stubbornly chose to leave, fantasizing that I could carve out my own path through sheer will. In the end, I discovered that everything is fraught with calculations and exploitation, devoid of any genuine emotion. Zhao Yi remained silent, listening intently, and casually handed her a tissue. In truth, your godmother has always been waiting for your return. But the conflict between her and your father was somewhat irreconcilable. However, that is all in the past. Isn't the outcome now rather favorable? Li Qinglian smiled knowingly, wiping her tears just as Wang Zhini knocked and entered. I've cut up some watermelon for you. Hurry and eat. Mom, I'm back. And I want tea leave again. This was the first time after entering the room that Li Qinglian addressed Wang Zhini in such a manner. The latter was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a gentle smile. All right. It's wonderful that you're not leaving. I'll go buy some daily necessities for you. Wang Zhini quickly found an excuse, turned, and closed the door, leaning against it, already in tears. In the following days, Zhao Yi continued to squeeze into the two-bedroom apartment with the mother and daughter. Initially, Zhao Yi intended to return to the school dormitory, but was dissuaded by Wang Zhini. Reluctantly, he had to make do on the sofa for a few days. Creaking, the door opened as Wang Zhini entered with a bag. Mom, what's for lunch this afternoon? Huh, why didn't you buy any groceries? Li Qinglian approached, intending to help, but was surprised to find Wang Zhini empty-handed. Tomorrow is the day you and Zhao Yi will take the martial arts exam. How about I treat you both to hot pot and a movie today? Upon hearing this, Li Qinglian was naturally astonished, turning to glance at Zhao Yi, who looked equally surprised. Don't look at me like that. I may be older, but I've contemplated much in these past few days. It was my lack of understanding of your lives that created so many generational gaps between us. Tonight, I'll foot the bill, and you two can be my guides. All right? Absolutely. We will be the most competent guides. Li Qinglian, visibly excited, took out her phone to check for deals and asked, What's south the best place near our home? Jining Plaza is perfect. It has a variety of dining and entertainment options. Do you have any objections? Jining Plaza? How about we choose another place? Upon hearing that familiar name, Zhao Yi felt an ominous premonition, which Li Qinglian quickly recognized. Then, let us go to Haixing Plaza. I've heard there's a seaside light show at night that our mom has definitely never seen. All right, let us set off. The three of them went downstairs and hailed a rented car, heading straight for Haixing Plaza. Look over there at the clouds. They look quite peculiar, don't they? On the road, there was a slight congestion. Sitting by the window, Li Qinglian gazed at the sky, while Zhao Yi, upon hearing her words, turned his gaze outside as well. Were those purple clouds? Was it due to the approaching dusk? Yet, shouldn't dusk be characterized by hues of yellow or red? System, having been offline for several days, is there any warning today? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Zhao Yi felt a persistent unease throughout the day. Recalling that other host systems had issued danger alerts, he inquired, only to regret his question almost immediately. His treacherous system, which he wished were non-existent, predictably remained unresponsive. Unable to suppress the odd sensation within him, Zhao Yi dialed Wang Wanzheng's number. Chairman Wang, I am en route to Haixing Square and have spotted purple clouds on the horizon. Do you know the cause? Purple clouds? Are you certain? Zhao Yi detected an unusual tone in Wang Wanzheng's voice and quickly glanced at the road sign beside him. They had just passed Xuanwu East Road and should arrive shortly. Zhao Yi, get out of the car immediately. The purple clouds signified. Before Wang Wanzheng could finish his sentence, a cacophony erupted from the phone, followed by the abrupt termination of the call. The taxi halted by the roadside, and Li Qinglian picked up her phone to scan for payment, only to find herself momentarily stunned. How strange. Why is there no signal? Is your phone connected? Zhao Yi glanced at the two X's in the upper left corner of his phone and shook his head. No signal. Just give me cash. I told you to carry cash for emergencies. It seems that advice has proven useful now. Wang Zhini paid the fare and escorted Li Qinglian and Zhao Yi out of the vehicle. Not far ahead lay Haixing Square, a vast shopping complex constructed by the sea, shaped like a pentagon. Wow, can we see the light show before it gets completely dark? Mom, hurry over here, Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi nodded, continuously attempting to call Wang Wanzheng while following along. Meanwhile, within the Bureau of Defense, chaos reigned supreme. Who can get in touch with the Communications Bureau? Why is there no signal on any phones? Not even landlines. Everyone lamented the sudden signal interruption, except for Wang Wanzheng, who stormed out of his office and headed towards the communications room. Chairman Wang, what's wrong? Something has happened. Connect me to the satellite line immediately. Quickly. Upon hearing this, the communication officer swiftly opened the safe and retrieved a satellite phone. Hello, this is Wang Wanzheng, chairman of the Bureau of Defense. Notify the military at once. Purple clouds have appeared over Haixing Square, and a ferocious beast has breached the front line. Make haste. Wang Wanzheng nearly roared into the phone before hanging up. Everyone beside him stood frozen in shock. Chairman, I can't have misheard, right? Have the purple clouds truly manifested? Of course. Would I deceive you about such a matter? Otherwise, How do you think the communication was interrupted? Everyone must make their way to Haixing Square as swiftly as possible, even on foot, to rescue those in danger. Under Wang Wenjing's leadership, nearly the entire Bureau of Defense mobilized. The military has also dispatched a substantial contingent of troops, with the police having received notifications as well. All forces are converging towards Starfish Square. 10 minutes after their last conversation was abruptly severed, Zhao Yi received a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello? Zhao Yi. I am connecting with you via satellite. Listen, Ziyun is an ominous sign. It symbolizes the monstrous beast breaching the frontline blockade. You must flee. Starfish Square is perilous. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Yi immediately began searching the vast beach for the whereabouts of Li Qinglian and Wang Zhini. However, amidst the throng of people, he could only resort to the most rudimentary method of searching one by one, while simultaneously alerting those around him. Hurry! Starfish Square is dangerous. If you wish to survive, leave this place at once. Chapter 68. Ominous signs. Zhao Yi was consumed by excitement. His frantic demeanor was misinterpreted by others as madness. Have you heard? There's a lunatic on the east side of the beach. Perhaps we should steer clear? A group of bikini-clad beauties passed by, and Li Qinglian overheard their conversation. A lunatic? Surely they referred to Zhao Yi. How could they be so mistaken? He is your brother. Wang Zhini, of course, did not believe this. But only Li Qinglian knew that characterizing Zhao Yi as mad was a gross understatement given his behavior at Yutong High School. Thus, Li Qinglian grasped Wang Zhini's hand and headed toward the east side of the beach. Where on earth could they be? Zhao Yi was frantic, suddenly overwhelmed by an immense, oppressive force descending from above. Look, purple clouds. In ancient times, purple was a symbol of nobility. Surely the sight of these purple clouds heralded good fortune. Quick, let's capture this moment. We may never witness such a rare occurrence again. In the distance, the purple clouds unfurled like a grand canvas, gradually enveloping the sky before them. In one corner of the violet expanse, it appeared as though someone had spilled ink. The blackness rapidly diffused across the purple, and soon, thick, sinuous tentacles emerged from within. At that moment, a passenger plane flew by, merely grazing the ominous presence. In an instant, it ignited and plummeted like a white dove, tragically falling into the sea. It was only after the plane's disaster that the onlookers realized the purple clouds were not omens of fortune, but rather harbingers of doom. Run! Someone shouted. And the densely packed crowd on the beach erupted into chaos, resembling a swarm of disoriented ants. The colossal tentacles in the sky advanced like mechanized harbingers of death, moving steadily without a hint of pause. Their speed was astonishing. Just moments ago, they loomed in the sky, and now they hovered ominously above the crowd. The massive tentacles, akin to colossal bridges spanning the ocean, instilled an overwhelming sense of dread with a single glance. Thank goodness I made it out. It's not heading my way. I must be fortunate. A man in beach shorts looked up, only to see the enormous tentacles change direction. Unable to contain himself, he removed the cross from his chest, grateful for divine intervention. Yet, in the next instant, a spiny appendage pierced through his crown and emerged from his mouth. Why? The man could not fathom how he had met his end. As he surveyed the scene, the beach at Starfish Square had transformed into a nightmarish inferno. The enormous tentacles overhead seemed to extend infinitely, each adorned with numerous smaller tendrils that would not spare anyone on the shore. The waters and sands were stained crimson. And Li Qinglian, pulling Wang Zhini along, finally reached Zhao Yi's side. Thank goodness. I knew the lunatic they spoke of was you. A lunatic? Never mind that. We must run. In summary, one must first leave Starfish Square. Zhao Yi never imagined that the fearsome beast, which he had never seen before, would manifest before him in such an apocalyptic manner. The towering Starfish building, reaching hundreds of meters high, had become a new fulcrum for these tentacles, which began to extend further into the distance. Zhao Yi and Li Qinglian, being martial artists, possessed a speed far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Although Wang Zhini felt a surge of adrenaline as she fled for her life, her legs soon succumbed to the strain and lost all sensation. With a thud, Wang Zhini collapsed onto the beach, her face smeared with bloodied sand. Get up quickly, keep running. Wang Zhini's face bore a benevolent smile, as she desperately willed her brain to command her limbs, yet her legs could only tremble weakly, incapable of supporting her to rise and flee. Qinglian, you and Zhao Yi are both promising martial arts candidates. You must escape. Oh, mother is too old. I can no longer run. You two should go. What are you saying, mother? How could I possibly abandon you? Li Qinglian attempted to lift Wang Zhini onto her back, but just then, a red tentacle began to extend ominously above her. Quick dodge. Zhao Yi rushed forward, silently invoking the system of the trench. 7 injuries fist. Zhao Yi unleashed a powerful punch, striking the advancing red tentacle from the side. The impact was jarring, though it was a fleshy tentacle. Zhao Yi felt as though he had struck a block of iron. 2 of his fingers fractured, and he struggled to maintain his fist. In just one encounter, Zhao Yi had nearly exhausted all his strength, yet the peril looming above them continued to draw near. He had indeed halted the red tentacle. But soon more tentacles emerged from above, assaulting them in greater numbers. Wang Zhini had succumbed to overwhelming terror and slipped into unconsciousness, while Li Qinglian's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Qinglian, you cannot falter at this crucial moment. Quickly, stand up. Li Qinglian summoned every ounce of her willpower and finally managed to rise with Wang Zhini on her back. I did it. Run. Qinglian, get away. Zhao Yi saw countless blood-red appendages advancing rapidly like blooming flowers of evil behind her. He charged forward, raising his arms above his head, and could not help but unleash a nearly despairing roar at the mysterious, terrifying entity swirling behind the purple clouds. Crack! The evil flower grazed by, leaving a wound on Zhao Yi's arm deep enough to reveal bone. His blood splattered onto the tentacle, causing the crimson appendage to slow its movements. What is happening? Why has it stopped? In that fleeting moment, Zhao Yi had already composed his last words. He had witnessed how the blood-red tentacle, once it penetrated a body, would drain that body of blood within mere breaths. Just as Zhao Yi was lost in thought, the sound of whistling cannonballs echoed from behind. Countless shells struck the blood-red tentacles in the sky, creating a spectacle akin to fireworks. Zhao Yi turned around and beheld the arrival of the military's heavy artillery units at the shore. A buzzing sound resonated through the air, and soon the blood-red tentacles began to retract in a swift and orderly manner, while the purple clouds overhead gradually dissipated. Zhao Yi, are you all right? Quickly bring over the stretcher. Just before Zhao Yi closed his eyes, he caught a fleeting glimpse of Wang Wenjing's figure, then succumbed to an endless darkness. Uncertain of how much time had passed, he felt as though he were perpetually submerged in the ocean, surrounded by an expanse of murky water. Zhao Yi, wake up, Zhao Yi, please wake up. Voices of men and women echoed in his mind, and at last, Zhao Yi opened his eyes. Where am I? Chapter 69. Everyone has their own path, Zhao Yi. If you do not awaken soon, I shall be compelled to transfer you to the intensive care unit. Wang Wenjing sat by the bedside, his expression grave as he regarded Zhao Yi. So, I am in the hospital. Where is my godmother? And what of Qinglian? How are they faring? 3 days ago, Wang Zhini was discharged. Her condition was not critical. As for Li Qinglian, 3 days? I have been unconscious for 3 days? Zhao Yi cradled his head, desperately attempting to recollect the events leading to his collapse. He only remembered a multitude of crimson tendrils lunging toward Li Qinglian, and he had stepped in to shield her, before succumbing to unconsciousness. Whether his efforts had been successful remained unknown, yet he sensed that Li Qinglian's condition was likely dire. Chairman Wang, Qinglian should still be in the ward. May I go to see her? Are you certain you are able to move? Wang Wenjing regarded Zhao Yi as if he were a creature of myth. At that moment, someone entered the room. Has the patient in bed 40 awakened? Do not move. Your bandages have yet to be changed. Change the bandages? I believe that will not be necessary. Zhao Yi lifted the covers, discovering his bare torso swathed in bandages, yet he felt no pain whatsoever. What nonsense are you speaking? The only serious cases brought back were you and the girl in bed 33. You. The nurse who entered began to cut the bandages, only to pause in astonishment. Your injuries have healed? It appears so, Chairman Wang. May I now visit Qinglian? Wang Wenjing snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously. He attempted to assist Zhao Yi, only to find that upon standing, he moved with remarkable agility. Bed 33. It should be here. Where is she? Upon reaching bed 33, Zhao Yi was met only with a neatly made bed, devoid of any signs of use. Nurse, may I inquire about the patient in bed 33? Are you referring to that girl? She was transferred to the intensive observation unit this morning. Wang Wenjing promptly escorted Zhao Yi upstairs, and at last, through the glass window, he beheld Li Qinglian lying within. Chairman Wang, what truly transpired that day? Why is she so gravely injured? Did I not protect her? Zhao Yi's voice trembled, and the mere recollection of the details brought him excruciating pain. I have photographs. Perhaps you should see for yourself. Wang Wenjing opened his phone, revealing images as he began to recount the subsequent events. The situation was dire. By the time Wang Wenjing arrived, Zhao Yi and Li Qinglian lay on the ground, and Wang Zhini was collapsed nearby, unconscious. A tendril, resembling a grotesque claw, had pierced through Zhao Yi and Li Qinglian, binding them together. Wang Wenjing immediately instructed the doctors to transport them to the hospital, where where surgery was conducted without delay. You remained unconscious for 3 days and nights. While Li Qinglian did not awaken at all, it appears your self-healing abilities surpass all expectations. Such a horrific wound has completely mended on its own. Zhao Yi gazed at the photograph, then turned her attention to Li Qinglian within the glass enclosure, her heart a tumult of emotions. The two figures captured in the image appeared so frail, akin to fish speared by harpoons, retrieved from the depths of water. Chairman Wang, do you believe Qinglian will endure this trial? I am uncertain. Perhaps we should consult the doctor together, he replied. The pair proceeded to the office of the chief physician, who was taken aback by Zhao Yi's vitality upon seeing her. To think such a grave injury could heal on its own. You martial artists truly are the pillars of our nation, the doctor remarked, before gathering Li Qinglian's detailed medical records. Since you have recovered, you may keep these documents. Li Qinglian's injuries are not excessively severe. Her admission to the intensive care unit was merely a precaution against secondary infection. As a prospective martial artist, her physical resilience surpasses that of ordinary individuals, and I am confident she will prevail. Zhao Yi nodded thoughtfully, murmuring to herself, it is a pity. Qinglian had prepared for so long. It seems she will miss this martial examination. You misunderstand. I may not have been clear earlier. Patient 33, if her recovery continues positively, should not suffer any lasting disabilities. As for the martial examination, she might need to relinquish that aspiration for this lifetime. Accompanied by Wang Wenjing, Zhao Yi descended to the garden below, where they sat on a bench in silence. After a prolonged pause, it was Wang who broke the quiet. I understand your thoughts, but the die is cast. Li Qinglian's inability to participate in the martial examination should not deter you. You must rally yourself. Tomorrow marks the day of the examination. His words echoed in Zhao Yi's ears before being discarded in the recesses of her mind. Chairman Wang, can you imagine the regret if Qinglian awakens to find she can never become a martial artist? Wang Wenjing was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Zhao Yi was not receptive to any words of consolation. Yet, with the martial examination imminent, he could not bear to watch her succumb to despair. Is that what I witnessed the other day, the so-called ferocious beast? Even from such proximity, I could only glimpse the tip of the iceberg. To what extent must a martial artist grow in strength to combat such monstrosities? Zhao Yi spoke to herself, only to turn and discover Wang Wenjing had removed his shirt, revealing a body marred by countless scars. Chairman Wang, what has happened to you? 15 years ago, I encountered a ferocious beast attack on the front lines. 6 precise wounds traversed the gap between my lungs and heart, allowing me to miraculously survive, though I now bear this battered body in retreat from the battlefield. Once, I shared your sentiments, believing that martial artists who were pushed back from the front lines became worthless. But now, I have invested 15 years and, at the twilight of my career, I have discovered you and Wan Su. That is enough for me. Wang Wenjing donned his shirt, observing Zhao Yi's expression soften gradually. Of course, Li Qinglian need not follow the same path I have trodden. I merely wish to convey that everyone has their own path. It is simply that you and she have reached a crossroads, and you are unaware of it. At present, her situation is quite secure. Rather than languishing in despair, it would be more prudent to muster your spirits and seek out someone who can accompany you to the next intersection. As Wang Wenjing concluded his words and turned around, he beheld a girl with a ponytail appearing before them. Ah, it seems the person has arrived. I shall not intrude any further. Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Yi turned back, and Tao Weiwei, her face etched with anger, approached him. I searched for you everywhere in the hospital. Fortunately, I spotted you through the window upstairs just now. Why are you not resting and healing? What brings you here? Chapter 70. Farewell. Upon seeing Tao Weiwei's arrival, Zhao Yi felt a sense of surprise and instinctively glanced at her legs. Your legs have healed? Of course. I've been lying in the hospital for an entire week. I was utterly impatient. After this morning's examination, the doctor approved my discharge, and I rushed over immediately. You haven't eaten, have you? The food in the hospital is rather bland. Today, you're allowed to indulge a bit. Tao Weiwei set down her bag and retrieved 2 lunchboxes from within. Zhao Yi opened one to discover a still warm bento. Hurry and eat while it's hot. And tell me how your injury is faring. I'm fine. The one with issues is Li Qinglian. After just a few bites, Tao Weiwei put down her chopsticks upon hearing this. Once she heard the doctor's verdict on Li Qinglian, she appeared rather indifferent. I've always found these doctors irksome. They may be treating and saving lives, but they love to render verdicts based on past experiences. For instance, they initially claimed I would be left with a lifelong disability, then changed their tune to say I'd be hospitalized for a month. Yet here I am, perfectly fine. Seeing the vibrant Tao Weiwei eased Zhao Yi's spirits considerably. If everyone were as lively as you, there would be far fewer troubles. And what of being lively? I think it's splendid. At the very least, I've clarified the path I wish to tread next. I aim to pass the martial arts examination successfully, become a warrior, and venture onto the battlefield. Only then will I have the chance to uncover the coordinates my father desperately left behind. At the mention of coordinates, Zhao Yi instinctively touched his neck, relieved to find the iron pendant necklace still there. Sometimes, I truly wonder if you are, indeed, a man. What sort of soul resides within your body? Tao Weiwei suddenly leaned closer, her adorable round face nearly touching Zhao Yi's. I don't seem like a man. Indeed, before our encounter on the rooftop, I had no inkling of your capabilities. Yet you possess such remarkable skills while pretending to be weak. This incident at Haixing Square as well. You three are the only survivors. Are you unaware of this? Tao Weiwei's words struck Zhao Yi like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the haze that had clouded his mind. He finally recognized how weak he had been, so feeble that he instinctively complied even when faced with the rebellious system. Perhaps, in some intangible way, even Zhao Yi's original character had been influenced. However, the current Zhao Yi was acutely aware of his true abilities. He was certainly no match for the ferocious beasts capable of tearing through the void, but that did not imply he lacked a future. As for the rebellious system, after navigating this life-and-death crisis, Zhao Yi had come to understand its temperament. It was merely a sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted entity. Surviving this sudden crisis without the rebellious system's assistance was something Zhao Yi could not accept. Now that he had come to grips with all of this, he felt an irresistible urge to seize his chopsticks and devour his meal ravenously. Hey, you didn't eat earlier, and now it's cold. Take your time. Tao Weiwei watched Zhao Yi devour his food with a mix of amusement and exasperation, gently patting his back. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Wang Zhini locked the door after retrieving a few changes of clothes from her home. Upon descending the stairs, she caught sight of the fiery sunset and instinctively took a step back, fearful that the ominous purple clouds might reappear unexpectedly. It seems to have been merely an illusion. When Wang Zhini reached the entrance of the community, a young couple approached her. Godmother. Wang Zhini looked up to see Zhao Yi, vibrant and full of life, standing before her, and tears began to flow uncontrollably. Zhao Yi, you're all right. That's wonderful. It was my fault that day, insisting on treating everyone to a meal. Otherwise, we wouldn't have. Wang Zhini's grip loosened, causing the paper bag to fall to the ground. Just as she was about to slap her own hand, Zhao Yi caught it firmly. Godmother, I've recovered and been discharged from the hospital. But Qinglian still needs some time. I inquired with Chairman Wang. As long as I become a martial artist, the state will provide support. Perhaps I can find the medicine to cure Qinglian. Before I return, you must take good care of Qinglian. Remember that. Tao Weiwei picked up the fallen paper bag and returned it to Wang Zhini's hands. Beep beep. Big brother, big sister, we should head back. A honk sounded from behind. Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei waved goodbye to Wang Zhini before turning to get into the car and driving away. Once inside, Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei settled into the back seat, while Fang Ping drove attentively. How strange. Even a poor school like Yutong Middle School shouldn't lack a vehicle, right? Fang Ping, where are the others? Zhao Yi inquired curiously. Tao Weiwei was equally puzzled and turned to Fang Ping for clarification. Big brother, big sister. You may not know this, but this year, only the two of you from Yutong Middle School registered for the martial arts examination. Just the two of us? Why is that? Aren't you all participating? Our grades aren't sufficient. Chairman Wang said the cutoff score has been raised this year, so the selection process has shifted to a recommendation system. Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei were bewildered, but Zhao Yi quickly put the pieces together. Is this the case for other schools as well? Pretty much, but since other schools are stronger than ours, they have a greater number of recommended candidates. It seemed that this was indeed connected to the events at Haixing Square a few days prior. Tao Weiwei finally grasped the implications of Zhao Yi's words. Doesn't that mean the martial arts examination has become more difficult? Oh my, I wasted an entire week lying in the hospital. What am I going to do now? Seeing Tao Weiwei clutch her head in distress, Zhao Yi chuckled and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, you don't even know the exam format yet. So why fret about your skills? Fang Ping, where are you taking us tonight? Chairman Wang provided an address. It's south the gathering place for the candidates. Is that so? Why does it seem increasingly desolate outside the car window? A group of individuals, filled with trepidation, finally arrived at the designated meeting point, the entrance of Yanming Mountain National Forest Park. Were they here for an examination or a leisurely excursion? Nevertheless, the surroundings were quite pleasant, and the air was refreshingly pure. Tao Weiwei alighted from the vehicle, greedily inhaling a few breaths of the crisp air, just as Wang Wenjing's figure materialized at the entrance. Come over here, he beckoned. As the group approached him, they could see the mixture of curiosity and apprehension etched on their faces, yet Wang Wenjing maintained a warm smile. You must have a myriad of questions. Come, let me escort you to the restaurant. We can dine while we converse. Upon entering the scenic area, Zhao Yi discovered a hotel built against the mountainside, towering at approximately 20 stories high. As the group settled into the restaurant, Zhao Yi also noticed clusters of students nearby, adorned in various school uniforms. Chapter 71. Blessed are you, Chairman Wang. The difficulty of this assessment has increased, and it is undoubtedly linked to the calamity at Starfish Plaza. Is it not? Wang Wenjing nodded silently as he placed a piece of meat into his mouth. You indeed have the insight to consider this aspect. After all, that disaster resulted in the tragic loss of over 5,000 lives, which has garnered significant attention from the higher-ups. Yet, why is it that we rarely encounter ferocious beasts? And yet this time we suffered such a great catastrophe? Wang Wenjing retrieved a substantial amount of materials from his briefcase and handed them to Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei for perusal. According to the documents, the existing martial artist system has a stringent classification of each practitioner's strength, divided into 3 tiers. The first tier consists of martial artists, martial masters, and grand martial masters, with the peak of grand martial master being a pinnacle that most martial artists find insurmountable in their lifetimes. The second tier includes martial spirits, martial elites, and martial generals. Attaining the rank of martial general allows one to become a leader at the national level, with the potential for titles and nobility. And what of the third tier? Why is it absent from this document? Zhao Yi inquired, gazing at the blank space in the introduction with curiosity. Wang Wenjing chuckled as he elaborated. The third tier encompasses martial kings, martial emperors, and martial sovereigns, whose power surpasses the limits of ordinary imagination. From the rank of martial king onwards, they are referred to as human-shaped nuclear weapons. Frankly speaking, only those of martial king rank and above constitute the frontline force against the invasion of ferocious beasts. While we remain in a relatively peaceful rearguard, Chairman Wang, which tier of strength did you belong to before your retirement? Wang Wenjing seemed to anticipate Zhao Yi's question, retrieving a slightly worn medal from his pocket. This is a martial elite medal, the highest honor I have ever attained in my life. Zhao Yi gently traced the surface of the martial elite medal, which bore an elegantly inscribed character for martial upon a sharp sword. Just gazing at the medal allowed Zhao Yi to envision the intensity of the battles fought on the front lines. The martial artist system has its classifications, and similarly, ferocious beasts also possess a corresponding hierarchy. We refer to these as the 3 levels of terror, fear, and alarm. The absence of a more detailed classification is due to the significant fluctuations in the strength of each ferocious beast, making it unwise to draw conclusions based solely on past experiences. Zhao Yi pondered this, noting that the 3 levels of terror, fear, and alarm correspond neatly to the 3 tiers of martial artists. However, due to the unpredictable nature of the ferocious beast's power, overly meticulous classifications could be detrimental, especially to novices. Nonetheless, exceptions exist. The crises posed by ferocious beasts are global in nature, and different countries employ various classification standards. For instance, the countries of the Americas utilize a letter classification system, with the danger level of ferocious beasts ranging from F to S, while European nations adopt a star rating system, among others, as described in the materials you hold. At this juncture, Wang Wenjing gestured for the two to set aside their documents, indicating that what he was about to say was of great significance. The incident at Starfish Plaza signifies that the pressure on the battlefield in our city is considerable. Otherwise, a terror-level ferocious beast would not have breached the frontline defenses to attack civilians. As you might expect, the difficulty level of this selection for martial artists has risen considerably. To put it simply, in order to pass this examination, one must possess at least the strength of a half-step martial master or a peak martial artist. Zhao Yi felt little concern, as his prowess had long surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. In contrast, Tao Weiwei appeared visibly anxious. Oh no, I knew that having fewer candidates would spell trouble. What am I even doing here? I might as well go home. Wang Wenjing observed Tao Weiwei sulking with a smile, and then calmly remarked, if I could not assist you, I would not have summoned you here before the examination. He retrieved an item from his briefcase, which Zhao Yi instantly recognized. Isn't that an amplification martial ring? I recall it being explicitly prohibited by the authorities. How do you possess one, Chairman Wang? There are exceptions to every rule. The emergence of amplification martial rings has indeed provided the authorities with an alternative solution to the beast crisis. However, the inventor was somewhat hasty, as the potential societal harm was deemed too great, leading to its prohibition. The higher-ups have been working on a safer version, and this is the latest model. Zhao Yi found this explanation quite understandable. It was akin to the distinction between white hat hackers, black hat hackers, and red hat hackers in the realm of the internet. Tan Jiqing and his group represented the Black Hats, while those recruited by the authorities were the White Hats and Red Hats. Chairman Wang, are you suggesting we use this? Zhao Yi inquired. That is approximately the idea. It's better to be prepared, and besides, it won't be used in vain. This device is quite versatile. Wang Wenjing informed Zhao Yi that the recent disaster at Haixing Square compelled the authorities to personally test the amplification marshal rings. He had leveraged his connections to secure 2 testing slots, which naturally went to Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei. The amplification marshal ring could not only help them out of critical situations, but also serve as a protective talisman. Understood. Thank you, Chairman Wang. Initially hesitant, Zhao Yi accepted the amplification marshal ring with gratitude upon learning it also featured satellite positioning capabilities. Seeing Zhao Yi don the ring, Tao Weiwei followed suit, placing the amplification marshal ring on her arm. Why wear it here? Zhao Yi asked. Of course, it's both safe and discreet, she replied. After rolling up his sleeve and adjusting the fit, Zhao Yi activated the amplification marshal ring. You are being amplified. Vitality value 1000. What? 1,000 reduction? Is the system malfunctioning? Zhao Yi exclaimed. I see now. You must be jealous, right? Who told you to act so indifferent? Now that you're in a bind, it's too late. Zhao Yi was not easily deceived. Indeed, once the system's notification vanished, he noticed that his vitality value had not truly diminished. Wang Wenjing opened his watch S display, which seemed to show some anomalies, causing him to frown slightly. Zhao Yi, have you placed it incorrectly? Is that so? Let me adjust it, Zhao Yi replied outwardly, while internally, he commenced negotiations with the rebellious system. Listen here, system. This time, do not attempt any tricks. At most, we shall reach a stalemate and thereafter refrain from interference. Otherwise, I shall cease to utilize the system entirely. Confronted by Zhao Yi's formidable stance, the rebellious system ultimately opted for compromise. Alas, this is quite satisfactory. A smile graced Wang Wenjing's face, prompting Zhao Yi to relent. Well then, time is of the essence. You shall reside in this building tonight, as tomorrow heralds your inaugural examination. I must take my leave now. As Wang Wenjing stood and stretched, preparing to depart, he was halted by Zhao Yi. Hold on, Chairman Wang, regarding the format of the examination. No need to inquire. Asking anyone would be futile. It is rumored to be the latest examination questions with increased difficulty. You are in for a treat. Farewell. Wang Wenjing waved cheerfully before turning to leave, leaving only Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei seated in despair. Chapter 72. Wishing you blessings as abundant as the Eastern Sea. Is this truly what you call a blessing? I would rather wish you blessings as abundant as the Eastern Sea, Zhao Yi lamented, while Tao Weiwei tugged at his arm, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. Oh, I have lost my appetite for dinner. Let us return to rest. Upon entering the hotel, each individual was able to collect a bag containing a room key by virtue of their status as examinees. Ascending to the upper floor, Zhao Yi discovered that he was assigned to room 1203, while Tao Weiwei was situated in the adjacent room, 1205. Who is so blind as to not place us in the same room? Zhao Yi exclaimed. Do not fret. It is merely one room apart, Tao Weiwei reassured him, hoping to prevent any trouble from Zhao Yi. However, since leaving the dining area, Zhao Yi had been seething with frustration and could not resist delivering a kick to the door. Thud. After a moment, footsteps echoed from within the room. When the door finally opened, Zhao Yi raised his leg and kicked the person back. He was poised to pursue further when the individual, upon recognizing Zhao Yi, quickly cried out for mercy. Stop. It's me, Kuan. What are you doing here? Zhao Yi inquired, astonished. I have no idea. Isn't this room key supposed to be randomly assigned? The man, Zhou Kunyan, scrambled to his feet, rubbing his abdomen. Zhao Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, while Tao Weiwei struggled to find the right words, sensing the familiarity between the two. Had I known you were staying here, I would not have acted so rashly. This is akin to the floodwaters overwhelming the Dragon King's temple. Did you ever give me a chance to speak? Zhou Kunyan lamented, nearly in tears. After receiving some consolation from Zhao Yi, he soon understood the reason for the altercation and promptly produced his room key. Since that is the case, let us swap keys. After all, that room number bearing a 4 is decidedly inauspicious. Do you really believe in such superstitions? Zhao Yi retorted. Regrettably, my father does, and I am thus affected by it. Zhao Yi handed over the key to room 1203, waving goodbye as Zhou Kunyan departed. Go rest. I shall call you early tomorrow. Tao Weiwei nodded and turned back to her room. Zhao Yi closed the door and collapsed onto the soft bed, a chilling breeze brushing against him. Glancing over, he realized the window had been left ajar. That Kuan, afraid of the heat but refusing to turn on the air conditioning, let him be. Fatigue washed over him like a tide, and Zhao Yi gradually succumbed to slumber. In the adjacent room, Zhou Kunyan entered after swiping his card, his face alight with excitement. No way. This is a luxury suite, complete with a massage bathtub. My brother truly spares no expense for me. Without hesitation, Zhou Kunyan stripped down and, as he passed the bedroom, habitually opened the window before diving into the massage bathtub, reclining back with eyes closed, reveling in the indulgence. Meanwhile, in room 1303, Sun Zhengfeng and others had gathered. Boss, why have you summoned us at such a late hour? Teacher Tan just revealed that Zhao Yi is participating in the martial arts examination and is staying in a room downstairs. Is that so? What are we waiting for? Let us hurry and find this fellow for our reward. Zheng Bowen clenched his fists, but before he could step out, Sun Zhengfeng called him back. Hold on. The first rule of entering a hotel is that fighting is strictly prohibited. Otherwise, both parties will be disqualified from the martial arts examination. What shall we do then? Surely, we cannot simply wait idly here, can we? Fear not, for Teacher Tan has anticipated this situation. He instructed us to disperse this substance in the room downstairs. Sun Zhengfeng produced a diminutive porcelain vial, no larger than a thumb. Within it resides the elixir of intoxication, a specially concocted smoke that, as its name implies, could render even a celestial being inebriated. Once it is sprinkled, I assure you that Zhao Yi shall sleep soundly until the sun sets tomorrow. At this, Gao Tianyi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This is splendid. I excel in such aerial endeavors. Allow me to handle it. Sun Zhengfeng entrusted the vial to Gao Tianyi, who, upon receiving it, opened the window and effortlessly descended the wall, using neither support nor assistance. I have heard that many individuals awaken their talents in animalistic forms. Observing Gao's adept movements, he must either be akin to a spider or a gecko. Indeed, has your talent yet to manifest, my friend? Sun Zhengfeng turned to Zheng Bowen, who sheepishly scratched his head. At present, not yet. It ought not to be so, according to Teacher Tan. The more battles a prospective warrior engages in, and the more perilous situations they endure, the sooner their talents awaken. Could it be that he has deceived us? That seems implausible. Sun Zhengfeng bore no ill will, yet Zheng Bowen felt a twinge of guilt. He dared not disclose to Sun Zhengfeng how he had squandered his time at Yutong High School. Meanwhile, Gao Tianyi had skillfully reached the lower level. Scanning the opulent suite's living room, which was devoid of occupants, and finding the bedroom equally vacant. Perhaps they are in the bathroom? I refuse to believe that this fellow is hiding in there. Noticing that the bedroom window was ajar, Gao Tianyi retrieved the vial and uncorked it with his mouth. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through. As he aimed the vial towards the window, he inadvertently inhaled some of the contents himself. This is bad. I must return quickly. Sleeping at such a height is tantamount to courting death. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gao Tianyi hastily retraced his steps, but the vial slipped from his grip and fell through the window's crack. Hurry, lend me a hand. Sun Zhengfeng, seeing Gao Tianyi return, drenched in sweat, immediately reached out to pull him back up. What has transpired with you? My apologies, boss. A sudden gust of wind caught me off guard. Upon hearing Gao Tianyi recounting the incident, Sun Zhengfeng felt a surge of delight rather than anger. You merely inhaled a breath and became this way. There is no way that fellow will escape this time. At worst, we shall allow you to sleep it off, and we shall rouse you in the morning. Gao Tianyi nodded, turned, and collapsed onto the bed, while Sun Zhengfeng and Zheng Bowen returned to their respective quarters, and the night gradually descended into tranquility. Zhao Yi, unaware of how much time had passed, felt the dawn approaching and slowly opened his eyes, only to discover a large white radish lying beside him. What on earth is this? Startled, Zhao Yi tumbled off the bed and, with a wary expression, climbed up to find that it was merely Zhou Kunyan. Kuan, what has happened to you? Why are you sweating profusely? Are you coming down with a cold? At this moment, Zhou Kunyan resembled a water spirit, with one side of the bed thoroughly soaked in perspiration. You have finally awakened. I am uncertain, yet I feel exceedingly fatigued. Zhou Kunyan himself could not comprehend what transpired the previous night. He merely sensed a peculiar fragrance wafting from the bathroom door as he emerged, followed by a sudden onset of weakness in his limbs. Driven by instinct, he attempted to push the door open, fortunate that Zhao Yi had not locked it. Before collapsing onto the bed, it sounds as though you fell victim to a fragrant enchantment. How is it that you managed to remain conscious until morning? I do not know. All I am aware of is that sleeping beside you feels incredibly comforting. Kuan, you are my only brother. Please do not tell me you are inclined towards the same sex. Chapter 73. A mother is one who provides. Zhao Yi grasped Zhou Kunyan's shoulders and shook him vigorously. Observing his demeanor, if Zhou were to reveal that he had an alternative inclination, Zhao was prepared to set him straight. Get lost. I am only fond of women. A mother is one who provides. That's good. That's good. Zhao Yi was drenched in cold sweat when suddenly he heard the system's prompt in his mind. You are currently under prolonged confusion, hazard level 4, vitality at 50. Prolonged confusion? Why does my mouth feel somewhat off? Zhao Yi felt a bitter taste in his mouth and hurried to the restroom, where he noticed his oral cavity starting to take on a slight purplish hue. Fortunately, after rinsing with water, the symptoms gradually subsided, and he came to a startling realization. No wonder Kunyans said it was quite comfortable sleeping next to me. It seems this fellow had transmitted the poison through his breath. Thanks to the rebellious system, Zhao Yi was able to neutralize the secondary transmission of the toxin, averting any serious repercussions. But who on earth would poison someone so mildly, merely inducing sleep? Zhao Yi glanced back at Zhou Kunyans, who remained in a state of half-sleep, when suddenly, the door swung open. Zhao Yi, why didn't you close the door last night? You too. Tao Weiwei stepped in and immediately covered her eyes upon seeing the awkward scene. Zhao Yi chuckled and quickly pulled the blanket over Zhou Kunyans. It's fine. You haven't seen anything, no need to be anxious. What are you two up to? Brotherly affection doesn't require such antics, does it? The events of last night are rather lengthy to explain. Zhao Yi began, and after some contemplation, Tao Weiwei spoke up. In that case, the scene of the incident is in Zhou Kunyan's room. We might find some clues if we go over there now. You go. I'll keep an eye on this guy. Tao Weiwei nodded and stealthily slipped into the adjacent room. Before long, she returned, an expression of glee lighting up her face. Did you find anything? Yes. Look at this. But be careful. Tao Weiwei retrieved a porcelain bottle she had found in the window seam, and as Zhao Yi drew near, he could detect a potent aroma of the intoxicating fragrance. You found this by the window, which indicates that someone was up to no good upstairs last night. We must uncover who stayed in room 1303. This task posed a challenge. Had Chairman Wang been around, he would surely have been able to resolve it. Zhao Yi shook his head, realizing that Wang Wanzheng had likely returned home to avoid suspicion. Never mind, let us tuck this matter away for now. The most pressing concern is to awaken him. What will we do if he remains like this for the exam? Tao Weiwei glanced at the clock. It was now 7:20 a.m., and the exam commenced promptly at 8 o'clock, leaving them little time. Have you seen that movie? The one about dreaming and layers of dreams? What movie? Oh, never mind that. I recall that in the film. The way to awaken someone from a dream was through weightlessness or immersion in water. Immersion in water? That is simple. Hurry and fill the bathtub. Tao Weiwei swiftly adjusted the water flow in the bathtub, while Zhao Yi unceremoniously tossed a large white radish into the water. Splash. What is happening here? Indeed. After sputtering, Zhou Kunyan regained his senses, struggling incessantly in the bathtub. Stop struggling. Can such a petite bathtub really drown you? Zhao Yi's words reminded Zhou Kunyan of the events from the previous night. Grasping the edge of the tub, he immediately exclaimed, "Someone attempted to harm me. You must not let him go." Naturally, that scoundrel had failed in his endeavor to harm him, yet he would not cease his pursuit and would undoubtedly strike again. Harm you? Right. I inadvertently shielded you from calamity. Zhou Kunyan slapped his forehead, realizing that had he not switched rooms with Zhao Yi, he would have certainly been the one in peril today. Brother, no need to say more. I shall remember this and repay you in kind. Also next time, please remember to dress appropriately in front of the ladies. Zhao Yi patted Zhou Kunyan on the shoulder and turned to leave, only for Zhou Kunyan to look down and realize he was entirely unclothed. Has he awakened? Tao Weiwei had already dashed out, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. He seems fine, albeit a bit fatigued, yet he is indeed awake. That won't do. We have a written examination to attend, and he must be alert. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi nearly burst into laughter. A written examination? Do you think this is a civil service test? I am not jesting. Take a look at the door. Zhao Yi replied, moving towards the entrance where, indeed, notices were posted outside each room. Attention all candidates. Please make your way to the 6th floor by 8 o'clock for the first written examination. Tardiness will not be accommodated. So it truly is a written exam. This is disastrous. Disastrous? Surely you are not completely oblivious to this matter? Tao Weiwei inquired curiously, to which Zhao Yi cleared his throat and composed himself, saying, "Of course not. I am merely concerned for Kunyan." Zhao Yi handed Zhou Kunyan his clothes, and soon the three gathered outside to confer. A written exam? This is hopeless. With my head barely clear, I am uncertain if I can pass, and now it is utterly hopeless. Do not fret, there will surely be a way forward. The martial arts assessment cannot be that simple, especially since the difficulty has been subtly heightened this time. We cannot back down before even starting. Zhao Yi clapped Zhou Kunyan on the shoulder, and Tao Weiwei nodded in agreement, smiling. Exactly. At worst, if we fail the exam, we shall still have the opportunity to meet some lovely ladies. Old Zhou, I am charging ahead. Now that is the spirit of my brother. Let us quickly grab a bite to eat and meet at the examination hall. It was now 7:44. The trio hastily exited their room and had a quick meal before ascending to the 6th floor. The spacious conference hall had been temporarily transformed into an examination venue. Discipline reigned both inside and outside the examination hall, and Zhao Yi was required to present identification at the entrance. Upon entering, he spotted several familiar faces. Boss, why has that guy shown up? He doesn't appear to have any pressing matters. Zheng Bowen opened his mouth to remind, and Sun Zhengfeng immediately spotted Zhao Yi, who had just entered. This lad must have been forcibly awakened by some means. It is futile, as today's first event is a written examination, and his lack of clarity will undoubtedly lead to failure. However, old Gao was also somewhat dazed after being caught in the trap last night. What would he do? No worries, after writing the cheat sheet, he'll find an excuse to visit the restroom. I have already instructed him. It will be hidden in the water tank of the penultimate stall in the restroom. Zheng Bowen nodded, and the three took their respective seats. Zhao Yi pretended not to notice them as he passed by, though he had already firmly locked onto these three individuals. I wondered who would dare to confront me. It seems I have encountered old acquaintances. Last time, they managed to escape from the rooftop by sheer luck, but this time, I will not let you slip away. Zhao Yi sat down slowly with a sinister smile, yet beneath him, he felt a wave of softness. Chapter 74, Endurance. A man must learn to be patient. Upon raising his gaze, he realized he was inadvertently seated upon Zhou Cunyan's lap, who appeared utterly oblivious to the situation. My friend, is the effect of the medication still lingering? Can you endure in such a dazed state? Of course I can. I am quite lucid at the moment. Zhou Cunyan's voice suddenly boomed, startling Zhao Yi. What do you see that excites you so? Ah, I see. It seems you have found your source of inspiration. Following Zhou Cunyan's line of sight, Zhao Yi noticed a few proctors gathered in the corner of the conference hall. Among them a stunning woman clad in a light green qipao, whose enchanting figure instantly captivated Zhou Cunyan. Being clear-headed is a blessing. Just remember to answer the questions later and not be distracted by mere appearances, Zhao Yi admonished, giving Zhou Cunyan a pat on the shoulder before taking her designated seat according to her exam number. Attention, candidates. We shall now distribute the examination papers, with a total duration of 90 minutes. A reminder, any instance of cheating will result in immediate disqualification. Anyone daring to disrupt the examination order will face swift repercussions. 30 seconds until the exam begins. Only upon seeing more than a dozen so-called supervising teachers surrounding the examination room did Zhao Yi come to a startling realization. Oh my, is this not the Chunin exam? I have seen this episode. What? Zhou Cunyan, perplexed by Zhao Yi's words, inquired further. I ask you, do you have confidence in passing on your own merits? Zhou Cunyan shook his head. Zhao Yi continued. Then do you possess the audacity to cheat? Not at all. I lack the courage, and I certainly do not have the skill to avoid detection. Precisely. Even if you submit a blank sheet, it will be acceptable. But you must never be foolish enough to cheat and get caught. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Zhou Cunyan's eyes widened in astonishment. Submitting a blank sheet is acceptable? Is that true? When have I ever deceived you? As the countdown concluded, the examination commenced officially. Candidate number 34, disqualified. Candidate number 65, disqualified. Candidate number 8, disqualified. As the announcements concluded, many candidates were still engaged in hushed conversations, unaware that the proctors were already summoning a number of them. Those called upon exited the examination room with regret, though there were exceptions. I refuse to accept this. The loud voice of the fellow behind me is louder than anyone else's. Why am I disqualified while he remains? The other candidates turned to see candidate number 19, resembling a gorilla in stature, seething with anger, while the second candidate, hiding behind him, wore a smug expression. Who told you, you lumbering fool, that your disruptive movements would not shield him? Can't you see you are merely a human shield? Enough of your nonsense. Come with me. What kind of absurd rule is this? I refuse to accept it. Candidate number 19 slammed his palm against the desk in front of him, and before he could react, a bespectacled teacher swiftly intervened, kicking him out. He landed heavily on the ground, even before the desk hit the floor. Please maintain silence in the examination room. The remaining teachers, unperturbed, led the enormous gorilla away with the other candidates. The atmosphere in the conference hall plummeted to a frigid silence, where even a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. Once high achievers like Tao Weiwei were furiously scribbling away, while Zhao Yi and his peers could only stare blankly. No, he could not afford to be passive. What had transpired in that particular episode? Ah, yes, the ceiling. Zhao Yi suddenly looked up and indeed noticed several manipulated mirrors surrounding the chandelier above, though from his angle, they were barely visible. In another corner, A candidate pressed his ear against the table, mimicking the rhythm of his peers' writing movements. What is that scent? So fragrant yet peculiar. Goodness, why does it smell foul again? Wait, could this also be a form of cheating? Zhao Yi glanced at a nearby candidate carrying a small gourd, from which a strange odor emanated, while others around him appeared to be deriving answers through analysis. Although Zhao Yi could not partake in any of these schemes, his objective was to ascertain the invigilator's stance. Indeed, the surrounding teachers turned a blind eye to these cheating candidates. This indicated that, akin to the Chunin exam, cheating was not outright forbidden, but rather dependent on the methods employed. However, Zhao Yi felt utterly helpless. He not only had to contemplate his own situation, but also consider the bewildered Kong Kunyan behind him. Tao Weiwei had always been an academic prodigy, but at this distance, she could offer no assistance. Just as Zhao Yi was devising a plan, a delicate hand slowly rose. What is the matter? Teacher, I need to use the restroom. Follow me. Zhao Yi was astonished to see Tao Weiwei raise her hand. She murmured something to him that resembled a code, yet he could not decipher it. What had she just said? 5 minutes later, Tao Weiwei returned to her seat and resumed answering questions. Seeing this, Zhao Yi decided it was his turn to raise his hand, only to be preempted. Report, I need to use the restroom. Follow me. Zheng Bian stood up, raising his hand, and followed the invigilator out of the examination room. Noticing his departure, Zhao Yi glanced at Gao Tianyi, who swayed like a weeble. It dawned on him. The one who had acted last night was undoubtedly him. If that was the case, then the fellow had just stepped out to conceal the answers. I must seize this opportunity. After a patient wait, when Zheng Bian returned, just as Zhao Yi intended to raise his hand, an odd noise erupted from behind him. He turned to see Gao Tianyi tumble to the ground, chair and all. Candidate number 11, what happened? I'm sorry, I need to use the restroom. I've held it too long. Follow me. The invigilator took Gao Tianyi away, leaving Zhao Yi feeling utterly despondent. Endure. A man must learn to endure. Stay calm, Zhao Yi. He continued to reassure himself, but the very next moment, he lost his composure. Teacher, I want to go to the restroom. What restroom? Do not presume that I am unaware of your thoughts. Henceforth, no one is permitted to leave the examination hall. If any issues arise, I shall take full responsibility. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yi could not help but crush his pen in frustration. Candidate number 18, what troubles you? Nothing, I just swatted a mosquito. Zhao Yi offered a casual excuse, feigning an intense focus on his writing. In reality, he had lost his pen, and even if someone were to pass him a cheat sheet at that moment, it would be of no use. Time ticked away relentlessly, and soon only 10 minutes remained. Suddenly, a tall man strode to the front. Attention all candidates, there has been a change in the examination rules. This pertains to each one of your chances of passing. So please listen attentively. Chapter 75, the most unlikely link to fail at this moment. Everyone immediately ceased writing. We are to conduct a random inspection to prevent any possibility of cheating. Should we discover 2 identical answer sheets, the scores of the involved candidates shall be rendered null and void on the spot. With a commanding gesture, the towering chief examiner summoned the invigilators, who began the scrutiny. A palpable tension gripped the hearts of all present. Candidate number 15, number 6, step forward. Candidate number 9, number 81, step forward. Candidate number 88, number 66, step forward. As more names were called, an invisible dread enveloped those remaining, casting a shadow of fear over them. Under the immense pressure, someone finally rose to their feet. Examiner, may I confess? Certainly, we appreciate your cooperation, but you shall face the same fate as the others in the next round. Thank you. What? The candidate who had bravely confessed was struck with despair, their complexion paling as the realization hit. Why? Am I not allowed to confess? We can forgive you here, but on the battlefield, the ferocious beasts shall show no mercy. Take them away. The chief examiner's expression was as cold as death, scrutinizing everyone before him. At this moment, Zhao Yi felt a surge of relief that he had not managed to leave earlier. Otherwise, his answer sheet would have mirrored that of Tao Weiwei and Zhou Qunyan, leading them all to a dead end. He silently prayed, surely, I am the only one who has seen that episode, right? Zhao Yi reassured himself, as his answer sheet lay blank, a result of his attempt to emulate that foolish blonde male protagonist. When the examiner approached Zhao Yi, his heart suddenly raced. Huh, a blank sheet? Wah, what's wrong, examiner? Is it not permissible to submit a blank sheet? The candidate ahead of him appeared tense, while the examiner glanced at him with indifference, responding coolly, of course, the assessment criteria for this examination do not solely rely on scoring. As long as you can ensure that no one shares the same content as your answer sheet, you will be fine. That's a relief. The candidate ahead felt a wave of relief wash over him, while Zhao Yi was drenched in sweat. Oh no, What if someone has seen the same episode as I have? Could they also be from another world like me? No. Surely someone must have overheard my conversation with Zhao Yi. I can only rely on luck now. The examiner's footsteps drew nearer, leaving Zhao Yi only a few fleeting seconds to contemplate. He had to gamble, hoping that more than one person had overheard him, and that the dazed Zhao Yi had not clearly understood his earlier instructions. If even one detail faltered, it would spell disaster for him. But how could he ensure his answer sheet was unique? Zhao Yi scanned the table before him and finally spotted a glimmer of hope. The pen he had just crushed. Candidate number 18, where's your answer sheet? Right here. Zhao Yi proactively picked up the sheet, flipped it over, and handed it to the examiner. Upon seeing the blank sheet, the examiner's lips curled into a slight smirk as he muttered to himself, "At last, I have caught one. Examiner, I apologize, but my answer sheet has been soiled. May I have the opportunity to retake the exam? Where is it soiled?" As the examiner flipped over the examination papers, an ink stain in the lower right corner caught the eye, glaringly conspicuous. Hadn't the chief examiner just announced to cease writing? Are you not listening? Wait here. Zhao Yi watched as the examiner approached the chief examiner, whispering furtively over her paper, akin to a condemned prisoner awaiting judgment. "Director Liu, please take a look at these two papers. That lad over there made some underhanded moves while my attention was diverted. The chief examiner, Director Liu, managed a rare smile amidst his rigid demeanor upon hearing the account. How intriguing. Is this not the kind of talent we desire? Let him pass. You may continue. Yes. The examiner returned to Zhao Yi's side, and as he picked up the paper of the person behind her, he immediately glared at the candidate before him. You foolish creature who cannot even comprehend eavesdropping, stepped forward alongside the candidate who submitted a blank paper. Number 72. What? Us. What about him? The two individuals looked incredulously at Zhao Yi, who shrugged nonchalantly. He didn't submit a blank paper. Spare the chatter and step out quickly. In a moment, the examiner approached Zhao Yi, whose face was etched with anxiety, prompting Zhao Yi to take a deep breath. What could this expression signify? As long as he wasn't submitting a blank paper, she silently prayed to the heavens. The examiner glanced at the paper, then spoke. Another blank paper. You stand with those two in front. Resignedly, Zhao Yi prepared to rise, but the examiner abruptly changed his mind. Wait, this is not a blank paper. Does your pen lack ink? The examiner pointed to a blank portion on one of the questions, and Zhao Yi nodded vigorously. Next time, if you encounter such a situation, promptly inform the examiner to obtain a new pen. Sit down. With Zhao Yi seated, Zhao Yi finally felt a weight lift from her heart. Candidate number 52. Why does your paper mirror that of candidate number 11? I don't know. Zhao Yi was taken aback as Tao Weiwei was called up, for candidate number 11 was none other than Zheng Bowen. How could he have copied Tao Weiwei? Wasn't it Sun Zhengfeng and Gao Tianyi's answers he had received? If there was to be collusion, shouldn't it involve all four of them? What on earth was happening? Noticing Zhao Yi's astonishment, Sun Zhengfeng seated in front wore a smug expression. Ah, Zhao Yi, did you think we were exchanging answers? In truth, I issued orders to Zheng Bowen. You could never have imagined, could you? Zheng Bowen, devoid of any concern about elimination, felt a swell of pride in his successful scheme. The notes exchanged between them indeed contained directives from Sun Zhengfeng. The moment Zhao Yi entered the examination room normally, Sun Zhengfeng received a command from Teacher Tan to eliminate Zhao Yi. They conspired based on the environment, realizing that the best course of action was for Zheng Bowen, who was seated directly behind Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei, to make his move. Whenever he feigned a trip to the restroom and activated his talent of the third eye, he could instantaneously discern every answer on Zhao Yi's examination paper. Regrettably, when he took action, he discovered to his dismay that Zhao Yi's paper was utterly blank. Theoretically, if Zheng Bowen also submitted a blank sheet, he could self-destruct while simultaneously taking Zhao Yi down with him. However, no one anticipated that by the end of the examination, Zhao Yi might add even a single stroke. Just one additional mark could thwart their meticulously devised plan. After much contemplation, Zheng Bowen could only direct his focus towards Tao Weiwei, who sat directly in front of him. On the day Zheng Bowen awakened his talent, he was nearly overwhelmed by a sense of inferiority that drove him to contemplate suicide. Although they all possessed animal-type abilities, others had powers that either showcased combat prowess or reconnaissance capabilities, while his own talent was nothing more than that of a mere fly. Chapter 76. You are invincible. Confronted with the stark disparity between himself and his companions, Zheng Bowen found it difficult to accept his situation. Fortunately, he was ultimately persuaded by Sun Zhengfeng. The latter assured him, "Live well, and I guarantee that one day your innate talents will manifest in unexpected ways." Thus, at this moment, Zhang Bowen felt no fear of being caught for cheating. Instead, he was filled with a profound sense of pride in the belief that his abilities would prove invaluable. The pressure instantly shifted to Tao Weiwei, as nearly all eyes fell upon her, including those of Director Liu, who had also taken notice. Director, I observed that the young lady was indeed earnest during the examination and showed no signs of cheating. Should we extend her some assistance? Director Liu pondered for a moment, ultimately shaking his head. Life is inherently unpredictable. Diligence alone does not guarantee one reaches the finish line. If she cannot navigate the crisis before her, she would not survive long on the battlefield as a warrior. Upon hearing Director Liu's resolute response, the invigilators ceased their discussions, awaiting the final verdict. Candidate 52. I shall ask you one last time. If you cannot respond, you shall be deemed guilty of cheating. Tao Weiwei remained silent. Yet her mind raced as she engaged in self-affirmation. What would Zhao Yi do at this moment? What would Zhao Yi do? Cheating, plagiarism, aha. Casting a glance at Zhang Bowen's examination paper, she promptly raised her hand. Esteemed examiner, I possess a method to prove my innocence, though the process may be somewhat convoluted. The examiner before her turned to Director Liu, who approached with keen interest. Oh, then I am eager to see what method you propose. Please assist me and Candidate 11 in preparing 2 sheets of paper and 2 pens. That is simple. What comes next? The papers and pens were placed before Tao Weiwei and Zhang Bowen. Let him and me simultaneously transcribe the numbers 1 through 10 and the 26 lowercase letters. No problem. I shall oversee you. Commence. Wait, let him write first. Tao Weiwei had already grasped her pen, but seemed to have recalled something and spoke again. Candidate 11. You go first. Zhang Bowen instinctively glanced at Sun Zhengfeng, but the latter's expression offered no hint. No hint. Does that mean this is almost certain to succeed? In that case, I shall not concern myself with it. Zhang Bowen wrote down the 10 digits and the 26 lowercase letters obediently. Candidate 11 has completed his writing. Now. Candidate 52, it is your turn. Tao Weiwei swiftly finished her task and confidently stood with her paper. Examiner, please observe closely. Due to my personal handwriting habits, I often render the number 2 and the letter Z ambiguously, a fact my teachers have corrected many times during my schooling, yet I have been unable to change. This alone confirms that he has intentionally plagiarized from me. I am not involved in this matter. After hearing this, Director Liu immediately signaled for additional invigilators to come and review the 2 examination papers before them. Director Liu, it seems to be indeed the case. Although the essay written by the candidate on the 11th bears a striking resemblance, he evidently failed to consider this aspect, resulting in a multitude of glaring errors. Indeed, Director Liu, in the paper of the candidate from the 11th, the letter Z astonishingly appears in a Chinese language question, while the numeral 2 bizarrely becomes an option in a multiple-choice question, mingling amidst a plethora of letters. Upon witnessing this, Director Liu set down the examination paper and could not help but lead the applause. Young lady, what is your name? I am Tao Weiwei. With remarkable knowledge and exceptional adaptability under pressure, I have high hopes for you. You must exert yourself in the upcoming 2 examinations. Director Liu earnestly patted Tao Weiwei's shoulder, instructing someone to escort Zhang Bowen away. As he departed, Zhang Bowen's pupils suddenly transformed into compound eyes, akin to a fly, and he appeared exceedingly agitated. Why? My paper is clearly identical to hers. This is unjust, unfair. His supervising teacher, weary of his complaints, gently pressed on Zhang Bowen's sternum. Crack! The sound of his sternum collapsing echoed painfully in the quiet examination hall, causing Zhang Bowen's face to drain of color, his breath quickening, as he was unceremoniously expelled from the venue like a discarded rag. Anyone else who disobeys will face the same fate. The remaining candidates dared not utter a word, patiently awaiting the examiner's inspection. In the ensuing time, only 4 individuals were found to have suspicious conduct regarding cheating. Director Liu approached the front of the examination hall. To all 34 candidates present, you have successfully passed your first examination. Let us applaud and congratulate yourselves. The applause began, albeit sparse and hesitant, as those fortunate enough to pass remained in a state of shock, none feeling that this warranted celebration. Based on a comprehensive comparison of scores, the top performer of this round is candidate number 52, Tao Weiwei. Please step forward to receive your reward. This announcement instantly garnered considerable attention. After all, everyone was aware that the top performer would receive a reward of advanced martial arts skills. Wow, she received a volume of advanced martial arts just like that? It is indeed advanced martial arts. Are you envious? Put yourself in her previous predicament, and you would likely have been petrified. Not only is she intelligent, but she is also quite beautiful. Whoever wins her affection would surely gain access to advanced martial arts as well. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Tao Weiwei approached Director Liu with an air of calmness. Behold, this is quite a hot potato. I trust you will learn it swiftly and then dispose of it. Dispose of it? Wouldn't that be a waste? Rest assured, the original of the advanced martial arts is held by our Martial Management Bureau. What you possess is merely a copy. Learning it quickly and destroying it is the best means to protect this advanced martial art. Tao Weiwei nodded, committing this advice firmly to memory. As she ascended the stage, Zhao Yi nudged Zhou Qinyan with her elbow. Kuan, did you hear what I said earlier? No. I vaguely recall you speaking, but I couldn't quite make out what you said. At that moment, I was exceedingly drowsy. To avoid detection by the invigilator, I propped myself up on the desk and dozed off, awakening with a lingering worry that I might have scribbled haphazardly on the exam paper and faced consequences. Fortunately, my pen had run dry. What a stroke of luck, wouldn't you agree? Observing the exuberant Zhou Qinyan, Zhao Yi's expression was quite remarkable. Qinyan, I scarcely know what to say about your extraordinary fortune. You are invincible. Is that so? Thank you. At this juncture, Tao Weiwei, brimming with advanced martial prowess, leapt back to the two with a buoyant spirit, her twin ponytails nearly soaring towards the heavens. Truly, she is the epitome of a leader, demonstrating quick wit to secure first place and receive accolades. With you around, we feel immensely reassured. To preempt any further commendations from Tao Weiwei, Zhao Yi took the initiative, exhaustively praising her. Indeed, once Tao Weiwei grasped the situation, she could only nod in agreement, a smile adorning her face. Chapter 77. A business that guarantees profit in truth. I must express my gratitude to you. Do you know what I was contemplating when my mind was on the brink of collapse? I was silently reflecting, pondering how Zhao Yi would approach the situation. And then, suddenly, I discovered a solution. You were absolutely crucial. Is that so? Then I must thank you. Zhao Yi managed a forced smile, while the relentless notification sound from the system echoed in her mind. You are receiving praise. Mental value 200. No, my friend. With your way of calculating, if my vitality continues to increase while my mental value decreases, wouldn't I end up as a simple-minded brute with brawn over brains? Ding. The rebellious system projected an image of a fierce Barbie like Neza in Zhao Yi's mind, only to be promptly interrupted by her. Stop being mischievous. After all, we are inextricably linked. Your fortune is my fortune, your misfortune is mine. I have no reason to fear you now. You may contemplate gain and loss, but before the numbers dwindle to zero, do think twice. Before the rebellious system could respond, Zhao Yi issued her command. Shut down. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Yi, open the door. If you have the audacity to challenge me, then open the door. Hiding inside, what does that signify? No matter how hard the rebellious system tried, the host remained unaffected. As the first examination concluded, the surviving candidates engaged in lively discussions, gradually filling the venue with a buzz of excitement. Suddenly, a light sound shattered the silence as a graceful figure leaped in, striking an exaggerated leg-splitting pose. Goodness, where did this stunning beauty come from? Keep your mouth clean. Didn't you see her badge? She must be an examiner. The newcomer then stood up, adjusted her attire, and cast a disdainful glance at Director Liu beside her. 34 candidates? Director Liu, the elimination rate this year seems rather low, doesn't it? Oh please, don't preach to me. The Martial Administration has long issued a directive to increase the difficulty. The reason so many remain is that the caliber of this year's candidates has generally improved. Let us not dwell on that. To everyone present, I am Li Xiangwan, the chief examiner for the second round. From this moment onward, you have your rest period. But the start time for the second examination will be determined at random. The assembly point is the hotel front square. Wishing you all sweet dreams. Li Xiangwan tightened her robe, concealing the alluring sights she had just revealed, eliciting a chorus of discontented murmurs from the candidates. What are you staring at? Get back with me. Seeing the two boys transfixed, Tao Weiwei immediately embraced her role as the big sister, dragging them by their ears upstairs. Once back in the suite, Tao Weiwei approached with a beaming smile. Big sister, what's with that expression? Are you planning something? We're not selling our bodies, whatever you decide. Indeed, we absolutely refuse to sell our precious bodies. With Zhao Yi leading the charge, Zhou Kunyan also began to act irreverently. Sell our bodies? Precious bodies? By the price of pork, you're worth quite a sum. Hurry and brew us some tea. Zhou Kunyan nodded and turned away dejectedly, while Tao Weiwei approached Zhao Yi once more. Zhao Yi, what does this martial technique truly signify? I find myself rather perplexed. This is a high-level martial skill. Are you genuinely willing to demonstrate it to me? After all, I am a prodigy. I can master it with just a glance. Zhao Yi wore a smug expression, while Tao Weiwei remained unfazed. Do not worry. Even the most advanced martial techniques require someone capable of mastering them. I have scrutinized it for quite some time and gleaned little understanding, so I must implore you for assistance. Since you have earnestly inquired, I shall reluctantly oblige. Zhao Yi replied, extending her hand to take the ancient text. Upon opening the first page, she quickly comprehended its contents. Hungar? Wasn't it once ubiquitous? Now it has been elevated to a high-level martial skill? Where have all the genuine advanced martial techniques of this world disappeared to? Zhao Yi could not help but scoff. It was not that she looked down upon Hungar, as before her transmigration. She had encountered numerous simplified instructional videos of martial arts like Tai Chi and Hungar online. Who would have imagined that in this world ravaged by ferocious beasts, even an introductory illustrated guide to Hungar could be deemed a secret manual and labeled as high-level martial skill? If I were to present techniques such as the sunflower finger or the 7 injuries fist, it would surely dazzle them. Hey, I asked you to help me figure out how to practice. Why are you standing there grinning like a fool? Zhao Yi received a gentle slap and snapped back to reality. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely captivated by what I saw. Now, allow me to demonstrate a live teaching session. Zhao Yi began to instruct Tao Weiwei according to the contents of the illustrated guide. What are you two doing? Why does that posture look so peculiar? Zhou Qunyan, having brewed tea, entered to find Zhao Yi in a standard horse stance, while Tao Weiwei struggled to imitate her, resembling a monkey awkwardly learning to walk. Oh, this is exhausting. I can't learn this. Tao Weiwei, noticing Zhou Qunyan's bewildered gaze, blushed and impatiently sat on the ground. How can you not learn? Just look at me. Zhao Yi promptly showcased a vigorous sequence of Hungar, leaving Tao Weiwei awestruck, while Zhou Qunyan hastily set down the tea tray to mimic her. I want to try too. This seems somewhat intriguing. As they found their rhythm, Tao Weiwei grew anxious. No, this is my prize. What will I do if you both master it? Zhao Yi, scratching her head, considered this dilemma. Perhaps your soon-to-be awakened talent is not suited for Hungar. Do not fret too much. After all, Hungar is a high-level martial skill. When the opportunity arises, I can trade it for a technique more suitable for you. Is that so? Then you must keep your word. A pinky swear will suffice, right? Zhao Yi, treating her like a child, hooked her pinky with Tao Weiwei's, and the latter finally relaxed, revealing a smile. This is more like it. If I could also master this, wouldn't we essentially be exchanging a well-used advanced martial skill for one that remains untouched by others? This transaction is bound to be profitable. You clever lad. While it may be easy to learn the basics of Hong Quan, mastering it is another challenge altogether. So, focus on your practice. Zhao Yi playfully shoved Zhou Qunyan's head, then proceeded to the refrigerator to retrieve all the beverages. Hey, what are you doing? No need for questions. I'm raising the stakes. If you wish to progress swiftly, you must elevate the difficulty from the very start. Zhao Yi, akin to a stern instructor, relentlessly urged Zhou Qunyan to maintain a proper horse stance while gradually increasing the challenge. Meanwhile, in room 1303 above, Gao Tianyi struggled to awaken from his drowsy state, while Sun Zhengfeng paced back and forth within the confines of the room. Chapter 78. Please cease the fighting, boss. It's all my fault. If only I had been steadier, Zheng Bo and Wu Ti have been dragged into this. Gao Tianyi knelt on the ground, speaking in hushed tones. None of this mattered. What truly weighed heavy was the fact that old Zheng had sacrificed himself in vain. Sun Zhengfeng shouted in a fit of despair. The original task assigned by Tan Jiqing was to thwart Zhao Yi's passage through the martial examination. However, the unexpected developments during the examination forced them to alter their objective, and even Zheng Bowen willingly stepped forward to sacrifice himself to achieve it. Yet, who would have thought that in the end, Zheng Bowen's sacrifice would be for naught, while Zhao Yi and his companions remained unscathed? I will avenge old Zheng. Do not be overly distressed. What do you understand? If we could eliminate either Tao Weiwei or Zhou Qunyan, our chances of success in the upcoming second examination would significantly increase. Sun Zhengfeng opened his phone and glanced at the examination rules, and Gao Tianyi suddenly understood. So that is how it is. I never anticipated that the rules for the second examination would be so intricate, and it's even practical. The first examination tested everyone's mindset and intelligence-gathering abilities, while the second would assess teamwork. These were supposed to be our strengths, and now it has turned into this. How am I to explain this to Teacher Tan? As soon as Sun Zhengfeng finished speaking, he received a phone call. Hello, is this Teacher Tan? Yes. I'll head there immediately. What is the matter, boss? Teacher Tan has informed us that we may enter the examination venue early, allowing us to prepare sooner. Hurry, follow me. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon passed. Under Zhao Yi's guidance, Zhou Qunyan had reached a beginner level in Hong Quan. This is so difficult. Practicing Hong Quan is truly exhausting. Upon hearing Zhou Qunyan's complaint, Zhao Yi leaned over with a smile. As the saying goes, Each profession has its own expertise. Everyone excels in different areas. Do you forget how you learned to master the sunflower pointing hand? Zhou Kunyan instantly recalled his training sessions with Zhao Yi and smiled knowingly. Indeed, as long as one finds a martial skill that suits them, the practice will surely yield remarkable results. By the way, where has our big sister gone? Zhou Kunyan patted his stomach, clearly feeling a bit hungry. Let us go to the dining hall first. I'll call her on the way. The two dressed and descended the stairs, soon encountering Tao Weiwei in the restaurant below. At that moment, Tao Weiwei sat among a group of men. Her demeanor and conversation refined and poised. Despite Tao Weiwei's own strength, she appeared somewhat overshadowed by the men surrounding her. What is she doing? Is she being harassed by those ruffians? I can't stand by and watch. Zhao Yi was unable to bear the sight of Tao Weiwei's somewhat submissive situation. But Zhou Kunyan held her back. Shoo, don't rush. Let us circle around and eavesdrop on what our big sister is up to. All right, but if I see Tao Weiwei being bullied, you must not stop me. Rest assured, I shall join you in greeting them at the appropriate time. The two stealthily slipped behind Tao Weiwei and her companions, who remained blissfully unaware. Miss Tao, I truly did not anticipate that not only are you beautiful, but your prowess is equally formidable. It is indeed enviable. Indeed, Miss Tao, I wonder if you are free this evening to enjoy a private dinner with me? At this moment, Tao Weiwei stifled a giggle, though internally she was on the verge of madness. Damn those lecherous fools. Did we not just agree to trade Hungar for a martial arts manual? Why has this devolved into a proposition for a date? Truly, a bunch of individuals who think solely with their baser instincts. What is it, Miss Tao? Are you dissatisfied with me? Dissatisfied? From the very beginning. Miss Tao has never bestowed you even a glance. Indeed, do you aspire to usurp the opportunity to court Miss Tao? You ought to take a moment to reflect. Tao Weiwei had barely spoken a few words when the individuals across the table began to argue amongst themselves, prompting her to maintain a smile while urging them to cease their hostilities. Please, let us refrain from fighting. Instead, shall we return to our original topic of discussion? The Hungar martial art is simply not suited for me, so if any of you possess martial techniques more appropriate for ladies, I would be open to exchanging them, regardless of their rank. Upon hearing this, the individuals at the table began to grasp Tao Weiwei's intent, while Zhao Yi, who had been eavesdropping from behind the wall, felt a sense of relief. It turned out she was merely feigning a demure demeanor to negotiate for martial arts techniques. I had thought she was being bullied. She is our leader, after all. How could she be so easily intimidated? The group of male competitors at the table, upon hearing her proposition, fell silent. While they were unafraid of physical confrontation, few possessed any significant standing when it came to martial arts. In this perilous world plagued by ferocious beasts, even low-tier martial techniques are considered treasures, and high-tier techniques are often the prized possessions of families or sections. At that moment, a male classmate with a green wristwatch could not help but scoff. Weren't you all so eager to fight just moments ago? And now, you have all become mute. Miss Tao, our Lu family indeed possesses a high-tier martial technique known as the Lu Blade. Might you be interested in exchanging it? The Lu Blade? While I studied fencing in school, I reckon the two are quite similar, and both being high-tier techniques, I would not be at a disadvantage in the exchange. Tao Weiwei felt a flicker of interest, while Zhao Yi, still eavesdropping, found herself at a loss for judgment. Just as Tao Weiwei was about to acquiesce, another male classmate, who had been mocked, interjected with a huff. Our Sure family may not be as strong as yours, but our family martial technique is merely a mid-tier shattered rock palm. However, I recall that your Lu family is most renowned for its expertise in poison. The Lu Blade is not even a technique passed down within your lineage. Where exactly did you pilfer it from? The words of the Sure classmate rendered the Lu classmate speechless, prompting him to hiss, in a hushed tone, "Shill. If you wish to know, I shall inform you. Do not blurt it out for all to hear, you fool." The Lu classmate then placed the illustrated manual of the Lu Blade onto the table. As a candidate for 2 consecutive sessions, I am well aware that, despite the examination venue being different this time, a certain tradition persists during the interlude, the existence of the black market. The black market? Indeed, during the breaks, examinees alongside other individuals who have infiltrated the area gather to exchange their respective items at a designated location, which is referred to as the black market. Upon hearing this, classmate Sure could not help but click his tongue. Ah, so you are a repeat student. It is no wonder you possess such knowledge. If you remain silent, no one will perceive you as mute. Just how much do you suppose that advanced martial arts manual might be worth? Classmate Lu casually gestured to her wrist and remarked. This Lioya blade was acquired in exchange for a lower-tier martial arts manual and another Greenwater ghost. Do the math yourselves. Miss Tao, I have shared all that I needed to. Might you join me for dinner this evening? Chapter 79. The gilded toilet paper Lu, assuming a rather gentlemanly pose, turned around only to find that Tao Weiwei had mysteriously vanished. The black market. Splendid. He could exchange low-tier martial arts techniques along with his watch for higher-tier skills, ensuring at least an equivalent trade. Tao Weiwei, mumbling to herself, rounded a corner, only to be abruptly yanked back, a hand covering her mouth. "Shoo, it's me. Is it both of you? You startled me." As she regained her composure, Tao Weiwei discovered herself nearly nestled in Zhao Yi's embrace, her cheeks flushing as she stepped aside. Truly, the leader of their group. She had managed to uncover such crucial information. Noticing Zhao Yi and Zhou Qinyan giving her a thumbs up, Tao Weiwei felt a surge of excitement upon realizing they had eavesdropped on her earlier conversation. "Since you both heard, would you accompany me on a visit?" "Of course. We are the most loyal bodyguards of our leader. Enough with the antics. Let us hurry." Ever since learning about the black market, Tao Weiwei had become particularly vigilant. She sensed that even though the practical combat phase had yet to commence, Zhao Yi and Zhou Qinyan evidently appeared much stronger than herself. While she had an advantage in the first written exam, her prior benefits would dissipate once they transitioned to actual combat scenarios. As they were all participating in the martial arts examination together, Tao Weiwei was determined not to be a burden to anyone. Fortunately, she had just been out gathering information and learned that there were indeed prerequisites for entering the black market. What prerequisites? At the very least, you need to carry hard currency like that Lu classmate or at least possess a martial arts technique of any tier. In the room, Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei exchanged contemplative glances as Zhou Qinyan hurried back. It appeared their leader was qualified to enter. As for themselves, there might be a way after all. "What? Do you have a green submariner hidden on you? Let me see where you're wearing it." Zhou Qinyan playfully tugged at Zhao Yi's pant leg, only to receive a swift slap in return. "Kuan, have you lost your mind? Do you honestly think I can afford a green submariner? Then how do we get in?" "Certainly with this." Zhao Yi entered the restroom and soon returned with 2 rolls of toilet paper. "Wow, this toilet paper must be gilded. There's no way they would let us in." "You clearly don't understand. As the saying goes, a person is defined by their attire. Simply repackage the toilet paper. For instance, like this." Zhao Yi unfurled the toilet paper and casually sketched a few lines, revealing an illustrated guide. Zhou Qinyan focused intently, seemingly deep in thought. "This is an illustrated guide? No, wait, you've hand-drawn an illustrated guide. Close, but your description is inaccurate. It should be termed a counterfeit illustrated guide." "Counterfeit?" Zhao Yi explained to Zhou Qinyan that by drawing the martial arts techniques they both had learned on the roll of toilet paper, it could potentially be valued at several green submariners. "Old Zhao, I am truly in awe of you, at times. I genuinely wonder if the spirit of an elderly sage resides within your mind, for your brilliance is unparalleled." Zhou Qinyan's heartfelt exclamation tightened Zhao Yi's chest. Though he was not yet elderly, having lived 2 lifetimes, his thoughts and insights naturally surpassed those of his peer, Zhou Qinyan. Let us refrain from such sentimental remarks. If the drawing proves difficult, we can certainly seek assistance from the formidable elder sister. However, we must act swiftly. The two soon immersed themselves in the process of forgery. And before long, Zhao Yi had completed his task. "Old Zhao, your artistic skills are remarkable. In comparison, my efforts resemble mere scribbles." Zhao Yi looked up to find Tao Weiwei covering her face, unable to bear the sight. When Zhou Qinyan unfurled the scroll, Zhao Yi understood the gravity of the situation. This was achieved with Tao Weiwei's guidance. Otherwise, he could only speculate where Zhou Qinyan's artistic prowess would have faltered. "Fear not. We are merely presenting 2 distinctly different templates. I shall refine it further to ensure our ruse is successful." "Very well. I trust your judgment completely. However, I do have one question. If your artistic talent is so exceptional, why resort to forgery?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Zhao Yi couldn't help but smile. It appeared that they had not fully grasped Director Lu's words. There was a deeper meaning to his counsel. The number of contemporary martial techniques is exceedingly scarce compared to the multitude of practitioners, which indirectly implies that once someone learns a technique, it is no longer available for others. My motivation for forgery is solely to diminish the number of competitors in this world. Do you comprehend? Zhou Qinyan nodded in understanding, for he harbored no such concerns. With his extraordinary artistic talent, if anyone were to purchase the martial techniques he possessed, only a true genius would be able to comprehend and practice them. The trio then hastily made their way to the hotel exterior. Subsequent investigations revealed that the ghost market was situated on the mountainside behind the hotel. As night fell, the moonlight dimmed, and the woods echoed with the occasional caw of crows, imbuing the surroundings with an eerie and mysterious ambience. "Why does this place seem so terrifying?" Tao Weiwei shivered. Zhao Yi smiled calmly. "What is there to fear? Just follow my lead." Zhao Yi took the lead, with Tao Weiwei closely trailing, while Zhou Qunyan brought up the rear. Soon, they climbed to the mountainside, where glimpses of light began to appear ahead. Look, it must be just ahead. Patience, the treasure in your hands requires further refinement. Seeing Zhao Yi extend his hand, Zhou Qunyan promptly handed over the roll of toilet paper he had brought along. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yi proceeded to dig a hole in the ground and disposed of it, stomping on it twice before glancing at Tao Weiwei. You should do the same. Oh, all right. Hey, my drawing, though lacking in skill, does not deserve such treatment, Zhou Qunyan exclaimed, distressed. Despite its lack of quality, the piece was as precious to him as a child. He rushed forward, rescuing the roll of toilet paper from the two, who were playfully kicking it. What is it that you are doing? Do not weep like a fragile being. Instead, behold the treasure in your hands. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qunyan lowered his gaze and was immediately struck by its extraordinary nature. The roll of toilet paper had transformed entirely, imbued with a faint aroma of dust and earth, rendering it difficult for anyone to immediately notice Zhou Qunyan's remarkable artistic talent beneath. It now resembled a treasure unearthed from the soil, did it not? Old Zhao, your cleverness is commendable. Why did you not mention this sooner, leaving me to fret unnecessarily? Now, everything is in order. Let us hasten inside. Zhao Yi and the others traversed through the woods, arriving at a spacious clearing where two individuals stood at either side, holding lamps like sentinels. Halt! What is your purpose here? As Zhao Yi and the others approached, the two sentinels blocked their path with grave expressions. Chapter 80. The first encounter with the Earth Lord. We have come to participate in the black market. Participate in the black market? On what grounds do you intend to do so? One of the guards scoffed, unable to find a single valuable item on Zhao Yi and his companions. We plan to exchange our martial arts skills. You will need to present them for our inspection. Not just any manuscript will suffice. Please, allow us to examine. With unwavering confidence, Zhao Yi produced a roll of toilet paper, startling the two guards at once. Kid, are you attempting to insult our intelligence? Is this not merely toilet paper? I never claimed otherwise. Just open it and see for yourself. The guards, skeptical yet intrigued by Zhao Yi's confidence, promptly unfurled it. Wait. This indeed seems to be a manual illustrating martial arts techniques. Smack. One of them hastily closed it before finishing. Aware of the unspoken rule of the black market, if one does not intend to purchase, they cannot linger too long over an item, lest they be suspected of attempting to steal knowledge. You are cleared. Now what about yours? Must we inspect each one individually? What a waste of time. Let us see them all at once. Zhao Yi interjected impatiently, as Tao Weiwei and Zhou Qunyan produced their items in turn. Zhou Qunyan, exceedingly anxious, soon realized that the guards merely cast a cursory glance at his roll of toilet paper, their attention captivated by the Hong Quan technique. Hong Quan, if memory serves me right, that was the prize for the top scorer in the first round of examinations. Are you perhaps Tao Weiwei? Tao Weiwei was taken aback to find someone recognized her here and nodded shyly. With you leading, I am confident you will have no issues. Proceed inside. Having successfully passed through, the trio observed that the distant twinkling lights were due to each stall owner illuminating their own area. Look here, freshly made mid-tier martial arts technique. The mesmerizing palm, being sold at a bargain. High-tier martial arts, the Huashan sword technique, fixed price, no negotiations, truly a remarkable value. Upon hearing the commotion around them, Zhou Qunyan could not help but laugh. I arrived expecting this place to be shrouded in mystery. Who would have thought it resembles a bustling market instead? Indeed, it's likely due to the presence of many individuals like ourselves, which causes the quality of martial arts techniques in the black market to vary widely. While the outside world speaks of the scarcity of martial arts, here we are confronted with such abundance. Does this not seem illogical? Realizing this insight, Zhou Qunyan turned serious and looked at Tao Weiwei. In that case, dear leader, you must remain vigilant. Fear not, with both of you by my side. I am not afraid of being deceived. As the trio wandered through the black market, Tao Weiwei soon spotted a martial arts technique that piqued her interest. The sure hit? What an odd name. Zhao Yi noticed the gleam in her eyes and quickly pulled her back. Do not rush. Let us finish browsing first. Tao Weiwei obediently followed Zhao Yi and Zhou Qunyan to the far end of the ghost market, unable to suppress her curiosity. Why did you stop me just now? It is evident that you have never ventured to the local market. You seem utterly oblivious to the art of bargaining. If you were to display your eagerness right from the start, rest assured you would be ruthlessly taken advantage of today. Tao Weiwei, upon hearing this, found it quite insightful, yet still felt a tinge of reluctance. What if I do not purchase it and someone else snatches it away? I noticed your keen interest in that martial arts manual. Trust me, with such an eccentric title, it is unlikely to attract any immediate attention. However, one thing perplexes me. What piques your fascination with that book titled Inevitable Hit? It dawned on Tao Weiwei that she had never showcased her capabilities before the two of them. She casually picked up a pebble and pointed towards the dense cluster of lights behind her. Count the 8th light from here. Pay attention. With a swift motion akin to firing a bullet, she flicked the pebble from her hand, and with a sharp crack, the 8th light extinguished. Who is playing pranks here? Come out. The individual was infuriated, yet he could not fathom that the perpetrator was over 50 meters away and had completed the feat with her eyes closed. Goodness. Had I known you possessed such skills, I would not have exerted myself so much on the rooftop. Zhao Yi could not help but exclaim, while Tao Weiwei appeared somewhat bashful. Not necessarily. At least in an environment like the rooftop, my methods were evidently less effective than yours. Did Teacher Tao impart all of this knowledge to you? Yes. Ever since my father returned from the front line and became a teacher, he has taken the time to teach me these skills. Zhao Yi discerned that tossing pebbles was clearly a marksmanship technique, and Tao Weiwei also claimed to have mastered fencing. It was evident that Teacher Tao had intended from the outset to cultivate Tao Weiwei into a competent soldier. That inevitable hit seems quite fitting for you. Yet parading around with such advanced martial skills in exchange for something feels rather ostentatious. Is there an alternative? Of course. There are elderly folks rummaging for cardboard near the trash bins downstairs. I refuse to believe there are no resellers around here. Just as Zhao Yi finished speaking, raucous commotion erupted nearby, seemingly indicating a scuffle. Old Zhao, that fellow being assaulted looks like a gluttonous rat caught pilfering oil. Zhao Yi squinted at the individual and quickly formed a judgment. Use the technique you demonstrated earlier to assist him, and do it swiftly. Tao Weiwei promptly gathered several pebbles, noted the assailant's position, and launched her attack. Crack, crack, crack. More pebbles? Who is it? If you do not reveal yourself, I shall dig 3 feet into the ground to unearth this prankster. The assailant shouted defiantly, yet he was met only with an increasing barrage of pebbles. This time, 7 or 8 pebbles struck accurately at his throat and other joints, allowing him to experience the terror of an unseen adversary. Retreat, retreat. The leader hoarsely commanded his underlings to withdraw, while the gluttonous fellow hastily fled the scene. He runs quite swiftly. He had just taken refuge beneath a grand tree and had scarcely had a moment to rest when he beheld 3 individuals before him. Those who could catch up so swiftly must undoubtedly be the ones who rescued me. I, the Earth Sovereign, extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. The Earth Sovereign bowed deeply towards Zhao Yi and the others, prompting Zhao Yi to chuckle. Earth Sovereign, that cannot be your true name, can it? Quite amusing indeed. A true name is a luxury for someone like me, who has no parents. This name was bestowed upon myself on the day my talents awakened. So, your talent is? Amidst the astonished gazes of Zhao Yi and her companions, the Earth Sovereign effortlessly excavated a pit over a meter deep right before their eyes. Goodness, truly befitting of the name Earth. Zhou Kunyan was left in a daze, to which the Earth Sovereign responded with a smile. I have laid bare my abilities. Having saved me, feel free to express how you wish for me to repay you. I am not one to enjoy being in debt to others. Chapter 81. The Pearl of the Vast Sea. While human emotions may not be involved, I do hope you could assist us with a small favor by exchanging the items we possess for some hard currency. Zhao Yi fixed her gaze on the bulging satchel of the Earth Elemental Lord, not particularly concerned. So, you seek to engage in commerce with me. That makes things much simpler. May I behold your treasures? I shall fetch them for you. No, wait, I've grabbed the wrong item. As Tao Weiwei made her move, she inadvertently produced a roll of soiled toilet paper, hastily tossing it aside in embarrassment before retrieving the illustrated manual of Hong Quan. The advanced martial art of Hong Quan. It seems your identity is now unmistakable. And what of the discarded item? You find that of interest? Tao Weiwei expressed her confusion, but Zhao Yi, radiating an inexplicable confidence, crossed her arms, her gaze clearly conveying that Tao Weiwei lacked discernment. Whether I value it or not is inconsequential. The crucial factor is whether the buyer perceives its worth. I dare say, with your silver tongue, you could elevate its price several-fold. At the very least. Indeed, and I must say, the 2 items you possess cannot be deemed without value. They are truly pearls lost to the vast sea. Zhao Yi exchanged a glance with Zhou Kunyan, both evidently surprised by the high appraisal from the Earth Elemental Lord. You assert this to be true. Now, how much are they worth in total? The Earth Elemental Lord produced a delicate golden abacus, deftly manipulating its beads, then reached for his zipper. What are you doing? No one wishes to witness your striptease. Zhou Kunyan instinctively recoiled, only to be nearly dazzled as the Earth Elemental Lord unzipped his bag. This individual was adorned with a dazzling array of watches, diamond rings, necklaces, and other forms of hard currency, if not a tycoon. He was certainly one of the wealthiest in this examination hall. What is this? Zhao Yi inquired, her curiosity piqued by a vibrant green watch. The Earth Elemental Lord picked it up and began to elaborate enthusiastically. This is a recently acquired green submariner in near mint condition. If we use it as a reference point, this is essentially its value. He placed 3 martial arts manuals on the ground, inscribing numbers beneath each. Hong Quan can be exchanged for 10 watches? Tao Weiwei was taken aback, and the Earth Elemental Lord smiled, explaining that its inclusion in the Martial Arts Bureau prevented scarcity. Otherwise, adding a 0 to the price would not have been out of the question. The one truly astonished was Zhou Qunyan, who could not help but bite his finger. Could my toilet paper also be traded for 3 green submariners? Of course. I calculate the current ghost market price fairly, with no deception, catering to both young and old alike. Zhao Yi glanced at the number 5 beneath her roll of toilet paper, her emotions remaining utterly unchanged. She discerned that the Earth Elemental Lord recognized its worth, but had not grasped the true value of the 7 injuries, fist martial art. However, Zhao Yi soon found herself mistaken. Very well, let us proceed with the sale of the Hong Quan at this rate. Cash for goods. No problem. The Earth Elemental Lord readily produced a substantial number of equivalent items, neatly arranged on the ground, just as Zhao Yi and the others prepared to collect. The Earth Elemental Lord interjected, "Would you be willing to sell me the other 2 rolls as well? It's merely toilet paper. Do you hold it in such high regard?" The Earth Master exchanged a glance with Zhao Yi, after which his expression grew increasingly serious. In truth, we are both aware of the underlying value. However, I must advise you, your time in the ghost market is limited. Acquiring a martial technique without diligent practice renders it no different from a heap of worthless paper. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi realized that the Earth Master was subtly reminding him, and he ceased to hold on tightly to his reservations. Very well, let us consider this a budding friendship. I, the Earth Master, have firmly established this bond. With the agreement finally reached, Zhao Yi hastily led Tao Weiwei back to the ghost market. Boss, how much for this? Without hesitation, Zhao Yi seized the book titled Certain Win and, now armed with solid currency, felt no need for further concealment. The young man squatting there raised a hand to indicate a number, and Zhao Yi produced a pearl necklace and a diamond ring, handing them over. Look closely. This is certainly worth more than it seems. The young man's eyes brightened as he cautiously accepted the necklace and ring. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei hurried back to their hotel room. Why the rush? Tao Weiwei inquired. It's nothing. I just feel that the Earth Master's final words carried a deeper meaning. I hope I'm just being overly cautious. Here, take a good look at it and make haste. Tao Weiwei reached out to take the martial technique Certain Win, then turned and headed for the bathroom. Zhou Qunyan resumed his role as a servant, serving tea, while Zhao Yi stood by the window, gazing into the boundless night before him. With his reflection cast upon the glass, even the Earth Master seemed to be aware of some insider information. Was the confidentiality surrounding this rigorous martial examination truly so lax? Soon, Zhao Yi and Zhou Qunyan returned to their respective rooms to sleep, while Tao Weiwei remained engrossed in her studies. A sudden, urgent knock echoed through the room. Zhao Yi jolted awake and hurried to the door, just as Zhou Qunyan was about to push it open. What is going on? I just received notice. The second round of examinations begins in 10 minutes at the Hotel Plaza. Zhao Yi glanced at his phone and confirmed the identical message. It was only 4 in the morning. Indeed, the examiners here are nothing short of tyrants, truly adept at tormenting others. Zhao Yi swung the door open, pulling Tao Weiwei from the restroom, and the trio made their way to the Hotel Plaza. Upon their arrival, they found a considerable gathering of individuals at the plaza, most appearing as though they hadn't slept at all. Isn't that Examiner Li from earlier? She seems remarkably energetic. Surely she is here to unsettle us. Zhou Qunyan couldn't help but yawn, and Zhao Yi spotted Li Xiangwan standing at the front of the crowd. Naturally, as both examiner and question setter, she likely had rested during the day. Li Xiangwan glanced at her watch and began the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. No sooner had she finished speaking than a few people stealthily slipped in behind. You lot out. But instructor, we just barely made it in. I say it is unacceptable. If you do not believe me, remember that you are destined to become soldiers on the battlefield. Such laxity is utterly unbecoming. With that, Li Xiangwan decisively made her move, appearing like a gust of wind, and before the 3 candidates realized it, they were unceremoniously ejected from the group. Now, allow me to introduce the rules for the second examination. A companion of Li Xiangwan unfurled a large curtain, revealing a detailed account of all the regulations, which drew the attention of many onlookers. Instructor, those of us at the back cannot see. Do not fret. Shortly, each of you will receive a printed copy. For now, listen closely. Li Xiangwan produced 2 scrolls, one crimson and the other azure. These are the victory and defeat scrolls. As the name implies, each scroll will bear the inscription of either victory or defeat. The objective is to successfully traverse the forest valley behind you and reach the assembly point on the opposite side, all while carrying the scroll marked with victory. Chapter 82. A knife above the character of color. As Li Xiangwan spoke, she opened the character scrolls. The crowd observed the blue scroll inscribed with victory, while the red scroll bore the word defeat. It became clear that by seizing the blue scrolls from others and successfully reaching the designated meeting point, they could pass the challenge. A few candidates in the front rows felt a surge of excitement, prompting Li Xiangwan to chuckle. That may not be the case. What I have displayed here is merely for demonstration. The actual colors and inscriptions of the scrolls will be determined at random. By the way, this examination imposes no time limit. Each of you will receive a detailed rulebook and an emergency distress signal device. Should you find yourself in life-threatening danger, you may call for help, and even if you choose to forfeit your examination qualification, assistance will be provided to ensure your safe extraction. Upon hearing this, everyone could hardly contain their exhilaration. The prospect of a key item for direct promotion to a warrior, albeit somewhat vague, allowed each individual to speculate on its significance. The crucial metric for becoming a warrior is the warrior's 8 dimensions, which must collectively exceed 60 points, of course, based on the standard difficulty level. Therefore, this so-called key item is likely a miraculous elixir capable of enhancing one's warrior dimension data. Alright, everyone, you may choose to act independently or form your own teams. I shall await you at the finish line. After concluding her instructions, a helicopter gradually descended to whisk her away into the distance. How I wish we had a helicopter too. Zhao Yi could not help but laugh at Zhou Kunyin's lamentation. Didn't you just refer to her as your mother? If only you had recognized Instructor Li as such earlier, she might have taken you along. Zhou Kunyin's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he boldly retorted, to be honest. In terms of stature, Instructor Li cannot compare to that Chi Pao instructor from the first exam. Calling you overweight truly struck a nerve. Zhao Yi teased. Have you decided whom to team up with? Zhou Kunyin was momentarily taken aback, glancing towards Tao Weiwei, who was hiding behind Zhao Yi, feeling utterly at a loss. Old Zhao, you cannot forsake your brother for a woman. Enough with the tears. When did I ever say I would abandon you? Just take a look around. As Zhou Kunyin surveyed his surroundings, he noticed many candidates still striving to form teams, with pairs being the most common arrangement. Do you know why everyone is teaming up in pairs? One person takes the red scroll, while the other takes the blue. This way, at least one member of the team secures the victory scroll, significantly alleviating the pressure. Wouldn't you agree? After Zhao Yi's explanation, Zhou Kunyin grasped the logic. That makes sense. I shall go retrieve the scrolls now. Tao Weiwei fetched one blue and one red scroll, but was halted by Zhao Yi before she could open them. Aren't you going to look? Of course not. Let those who wish to snatch them figure out their own dilemma, whether they should aim for the red or blue scroll. Zhao Yi said, casting a deliberate glance at Gao Tianyi, who snorted in response and turned away. That makes sense. Let us each take one. As soon as they finished their separation, they saw Zhou Kunyin approach with a sorrowful expression. Old Zhao, save me. Just by looking at your face, it's evident what you've done. Indeed, what should I do now? Who would want to team up with someone like me, a burden? Heaven, please help me. Zhou Kunyin suddenly knelt down, unable to suppress a deep sigh. Just then, a girl with short hair approached. Are you Zhou Kunyin from class 3? 6th grade at Lantian Primary School? Indeed, you are. Xiaoxue. Zhou Kunyin recognized her and immediately sprang up upon seeing that familiar dimple. Seeing Zhou Kunyin so excited. When Xue's dimples deepened. I noticed you during the first exam, but I didn't dare to acknowledge you. After all, you've changed so much. I can't believe it's really you. Zhou Kunyin, with stars in his eyes, quickly moved closer to Wen Xue. Xiaoxue, do you have a team? No. I just wanted to confirm if it was you before the exam started. I didn't even bring my calligraphy book. That is fantastic. Xiaoxue, let us team up. If we just grab any calligraphy book, we're bound to win. Zhou Kunyin grasped Wen Xue's hand, causing her cheeks to flush. Is that so? Then I'll head over first. Taking advantage of her departure, Zhao Yi approached with a look of suspicion. Childhood sweethearts? Why haven't you mentioned her before? What? Old Zhao, are you envious? It's fine for you to frolic with beauties under the moonlight, but I can't even reconnect with my childhood friend? What moonlight frolic? Tao Weiwei, blushing, tugged on Zhou Kunyin's ear, prompting him to yield immediately. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I was just joking, big sister. On a serious note, why haven't I heard of this one, Xue? Zhou Kunyin rubbed his ear and explained, I was quite the charmer in elementary school. Just like a child star on television. Unfortunately, as I entered middle school, my appetite grew, and I began to let myself go. By high school, I turned into this. I truly didn't expect her to recognize me. We were desk partners in 6th grade. Zhao Yi was about to say something more when Shui approached closer. He could only whisper, "Don't blame me for not warning you. Having a beauty by your side is great, but be wary. The path of desire is fraught with peril. See, aren't you a bit jealous? What are you two chatting about? It sounds lively." When Shui appeared, bringing their conversation to a close. "Oh, nothing. We were just digging up this lad's embarrassing stories from elementary school. Be sure to share more with us when you have the chance," Zhao Yi said with a smile. And upon hearing this, Shui also displayed a sweet smile. "All right, once we successfully pass the second exam, we must gather together, and I'll share everything I know." Suddenly, an announcement echoed from afar. "Attention all candidates, the countdown for team formation is 10 seconds. The second exam is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves." Zhao Yi, hearing this, waved goodbye to Zhou Kunyan with a smile and, along with Tao Weiwei, proceeded to entrance 8. The examination venue boasts a total of 8 entrances, each teeming with individuals at this moment. Zhao Yi, do you not find that Shui appears somewhat peculiar? Indeed, there is a hint of oddity, yet it is difficult to articulate. Nonetheless, I have already provided the necessary warnings. I can only hope that Kuan exercises greater caution. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierces the air, and the iron gates before us swing open, prompting everyone to surge forward with remarkable haste. This scene leaves Zhao Yi momentarily dazed, as the visage of that golden-haired, foolish protagonist from an anime resurfaces in her mind. Surely, is this not the Forest of Death? I have indeed watched this episode before. As the crowd hastily enters, just as the invigilators are about to close the entrance, an individual wearing a conical hat abruptly materializes. "Are you a candidate? Where is your admission ticket?" Upon inspecting the presented ticket without any issue, the examiner dismissively waves his hand. "You may enter, but do arrive earlier next time." Chapter 83. The Forest of Death. Time swiftly passed, and within a mere 10 minutes, the once vibrant forest descended into an eerie silence. Nestled within the embrace of a massive tree, Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei found refuge. "What did you just say?" "Nothing. I merely feel that this examination resembles a certain computer game I once played. This could be to our advantage." Zhao Yi fabricated a casual excuse, prompting Tao Weiwei to delve into thoughtful analysis. "A computer game? Are you suggesting that you possess a strategy for navigating this examination?" "Precisely. Do you think merely running swiftly guarantees victory? This is a long-term battle. It remains uncertain who will ultimately prevail. Our primary objective before reaching the latter half is to conserve our strength. Do you understand?" Tao Weiwei surveyed their surroundings, nodding earnestly. It was no wonder everyone had fallen silent shortly after entering. They must have concealed their presence. "It seems Teacher Tao imparted quite a bit of knowledge to you. We always think along the same lines. So, when do you intend to let me down?" Tao Weiwei's cheeks flushed. She had been awkwardly tucked under Zhao Yi's arm for quite some time. "Oh, my apologies. When we entered, I noticed you lagging, and, in my haste, I scooped you up. You don't mind, do you?" Tao Weiwei wore a look of exasperation. At this point, expressing her discomfort was futile. "Do you have any plans moving forward?" "My plan is quite simple. To sleep." "Sleep?" A myriad of possibilities flashed through Tao Weiwei's mind. Yet Zhao Yi's answer was not among them. "Of course, sleep. For in the morning is when one feels the most fatigued." "Why do you think the examiners chose this time for us to gather for the examination?" "It must be to equally torment us all. Given the environmental pressures and examination stress, many are either desperately rushing or already plotting against their peers. Why not take a nap and conserve our energy while avoiding the dangers of nighttime actions? What do you think?" For Tao Weiwei, the method was inconsequential. So she retrieved her pillow and comfortably reclined against the sturdy branch. "You make a compelling argument. Let us sleep. But where on earth did you procure that pillow?" Zhao Yi peered behind Tao Weiwei, bewildered, as she had no pockets. "What are you thinking? The toilet was too cold. So I grabbed my pillow to read comfortably before you yanked me out. Don't you remember?" Tao Weiwei playfully swatted Zhao Yi's head, who finally recalled the incident. "Oh right, that does sound familiar. Good night." In stark contrast to the light-hearted atmosphere surrounding Zhao Yi, the actions of the other groups largely fell into the predictions Zhao Yi had made. The few pairs excelling in speed continued to vie for dominance. Their intentions straightforward. Even if they could not secure first place now, they aimed to widen the gap between themselves and the lagging competitors throughout the night. Thus, the advantage lies with me, and I can now patiently await my prey, quietly lying in ambush to secure the coveted victory calligraphy. "Brother, it seems we have been undisturbed for a full minute. We might just be in the lead," exclaimed the stout brother among the duo. The slender one paused at his words. "In that case, we shall not hold back in our ruthless endeavors." The slender brother surveyed the surroundings and spotted a magnificent tree. Let us prepare our snares there, and then recline upon the branches for a peaceful slumber, waiting for our quarry to ensnare itself. No problem. The brothers retrieved their snares from their bags, but as they approached the tree, the stout brother felt as if he had stepped upon something peculiar. Oh no, brother, help me. In an instant, he was lifted into the air. The slender brother, realizing that they had unwittingly stumbled upon a preemptive trap, hurriedly attempted to flee, only to find himself ensnared as well. This cannot be. We were clearly the swiftest team. Who could it be? Show yourselves. The slender brother could not contain his fury as two figures descended from the treetops. Your speed is commendable, but alas, it is of no use. You shall merely serve as a means to another's end. Stop wasting time with them. Check their bags for the calligraphy, commanded Sun Zhengfeng. As Gao Tianyi swiftly seized their backpacks, uncovering one blue and one red calligraphy scroll. Boss, I see it. The red one is the victory calligraphy. We can discard the blue, right? Wait, keep the blue one. It may prove useful later. What shall we do with them? Should we? Gao Tianyi gestured across his throat, but Sun Zhengfeng shook his head. Take their food and water. Their survival is a matter of luck. Soon, their bags were emptied, and Sun Zhengfeng and Gao Tianyi vanished, leaving the stout and slender brothers swinging beneath the tree. Brother, how long has it been? Why has no one come? About half an hour. I'm starting to feel dizzy from the blood rushing to my head. Let us hold on a bit longer. Surely, someone will come to rescue us. Upon hearing the stout brother's words, the slender brother suddenly recalled Li Xiangwan's instructions. Right. We have the emergency distress beacon. Don't worry. I'll summon help right away. On the brink of despair, the slender brother summoned all his strength and finally retrieved the emergency beacon from his pocket. With a decisive smash, he shattered the plastic cover and pressed the button. Don't fret, brother. Help will arrive momentarily. Brother, why have you fallen silent? The slender brother turned around only to be confronted by a massive python, its gaping maw poised to strike. Meanwhile, Sun Zhengfeng and Gao Tianyi had relocated, setting yet another snare in anticipation of their next opportunity. Boss, we have effortlessly secured a victory calligraphy. With one more group captured, we shall surely succeed. Snap! Sun Zhengfeng delivered a sharp slap to his face, coldly stating, You foolishly believe you are merely here to take an exam? If we do not remain here until Zhao Yi and the others arrive, even if we manage to escape, Teacher Tan will not spare us. Gao Tianyi was momentarily taken aback by his words. Then, with remarkable agility, stood upon the trunk of a tree, adopting a posture reminiscent of a flag. You are right, my friend. Yet, do not fret too much. I once feared that my talent was of no use, but it appears this place is indeed our arena. Gao Tianyi possessed the gift of an animal-type spider, while Sun Zhengfeng's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light at night, revealing his own animal-type talent as a night hawk. It was precisely for this reason that Teacher Tan had arranged for their early entry into the examination venue. We must ensure the absolute success of this operation. Should we fail, you must be aware of the dire consequences that await us. Chapter 84. Am I really this unfortunate? Gao Tianyi recognized that Sun Zhengfeng was not merely engaging in alarmist rhetoric. He harbored his own thoughts. Boss, this is after all the venue for the second examination, and there are numerous factors we must consider. What if we encounter others lying in wait here? Upon hearing this, Sun Zhengfeng produced his phone and displayed a list. This was the roster of all candidates for the second examination, and aside from Zhao Yi, the individuals who could pose a threat to us could be counted on one hand. Could we truly be so unfortunate? After reviewing the list, Gao Tianyi nodded. His confidence gradually restored. That makes sense. I shall prepare a few more snares. Let us bring out the traps and set up a complete package for Zhao Yi. No problem. After a thorough arrangement, the area of the forest within a 10-meter radius was fraught with peril. Gao Tianyi clapped his hands, signaling the completion of their preparations. Let us go hide over there. If Zhao Yi approaches, we'll deal with him directly. If not, we'll seize whatever they have in their possession. Understood. The two ascended into the dense treetops, and the forest fell silent once more. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps grew closer and then receded. Boss, there's movement. Don't rush. We are hunters now, and we must learn patience. The duo focused their gaze ahead, soon spotting two figures bursting forth from the thicket, closely followed by a relentless pack of wolves. Boss, why are there wolves? The main examination area for the second round was indeed a primeval forest, and wolves were considered a minor threat. Did you not know this? At that moment, Sun Zhengfeng was grateful that he had chosen to hide early, for had he succumbed to impatience and revealed themselves, the outcome could have been dire. Although the two runners were closely pursued by the wolves, they did not exhibit panic. Young Master Lu, the wolves are too close. Shall we stop and deal with them? Wu Minglei trailed half a step behind Lu He, his breath growing increasingly labored. How long have we been running? And your breathing is already so erratic. Keep running. This is essential for your training. Faced with Lu He's serious demeanor, Wu Minglei could only comply and push himself to catch up. Yet, mere moments later, Lu He's warning reached his ears. Be careful. Be careful? What is there to be careful about? Wu Minglei stepped directly into a snare, and his last word was abruptly cut short as he was launched into the air. Oh no, young Master Lu, it's a trap. Wu Minglei dangled upside down, struggling while alerting Lu He, who regarded him with a look of exasperation. Isn't it obvious? You've already fallen into the trap. Do I need to be reminded? At that moment, Lu He leaped into a tree, while the pack of wolves continued their pursuit. Young Master Lu, don't panic. Let us wait until those beasts have moved on. The wolves gathered at the base of the tree, gazing up at the two. Soon, several wolves began whispering among themselves, gradually launching an attack on Wu Minglei. Initially, he was filled with dread, but soon he realized that the height at which he hung was sufficient for safety. No matter how hard the wolf below attempts to leap, it cannot even reach its own clothing. Young Master Lu, it seems this misfortune has turned into a blessing. Lu He continues to wear an expression of unfamiliarity towards him, fully aware that the crisis has not yet passed. The wolf is the most patient of beasts. In the wild, they may employ their numbers to rotate and exhaust their prey, ultimately leading it into their jaws once more. Is there truly no hope? Wu Minglei's brief joy was swiftly extinguished by Lu He's cold dismissal. Someone like you should pause and fervently pray. Perhaps a miracle might occur. To Lu He's astonishment, Wu Minglei, still hanging upside down, actually clasped his hands together and began to mutter incantations. Heaven above, please drive them away. Wait, do you genuinely believe in that? Of course, sincerity begets miracles. Lu He shook his head in resignation, knowing he could never adopt Wu Minglei's optimistic outlook. Yet, no one anticipated that a miracle would indeed descend upon the foolish Wu Minglei just a moment later. The lurking pack of wolves began to circle the great tree, searching for a solution. Surprisingly, this seemingly mundane habit would lead to their own destruction. A chilling howl shattered the forest silence. One wolf had stepped into a sturdy steel trap, the size of a stool. Other members of the pack rushed to assist, but the trapped wolf, in excruciating pain, began to thrash about, inadvertently leading the entire pack into a quagmire. Cries of agony echoed beneath the great tree, as every pursuing gray wolf fell victim to the traps. In a fit of pain, the Wolf King let out a mournful howl before limping away with his pack into the depths of the forest. Once the wolves had vanished, Lu He reappeared beneath Wu Minglei. Young Master Lu, you haven't fled? Do I seem like someone who would abandon a comrade? Wait, I shall free you at once. Before he could finish, Lu He stepped onto the rope, finding himself suspended upside down. Ha, boss, I told you these two fools would fall for it. Gao Tianyi, who had been lying in wait in the nearby tree, could no longer contain his laughter. Why do you look so familiar? Young Master Lu, during the first exam, it was he who became embroiled in a misunderstanding with Zhao Yi. Have you forgotten? Wu Minglei's quiet reminder finally brought Gao Tianyi's face to Lu He's mind. So it was you lot back then? No wonder you seem familiar. At this moment. Mere familiarity is of no use. It's too late. Hand over your backpacks obediently, or you will not escape unscathed. As Gao Tianyi approached, the two suspended individuals displayed no signs of panic. Brother, take a good look. We stand 1 against 2. Do you truly have such confidence? Absurd. What of 1 against 2? In your current helpless state, I would not fear 20 of you. Smack. As Gao Tianyi's words hung in the air, both Lu He and Wu Minglei effortlessly freed themselves from their bindings. Are you intentionally falling into my trap? Gao Tianyi's forehead began to bead with cold sweat. Wu Minglei interjected, that assertion lacks rigor. In truth, we initially stumbled into your scheme, but surprisingly, it proved quite effective against the pack of wolves. Speaking of which, do you still intend to take action against us? Gao Tianyi was indeed feeling intimidated, glancing nervously at the treetops. Finally, unable to contain himself, he shouted, Boss, those two are pretending to be harmless. Come out quickly. At that moment, Sun Zhengfeng, who had been hidden among the branches, was compelled to reveal himself. I knew it. The second examination primarily consists of pairs, and it turns out there was yet another hidden above. You two, who will take the first step? Chapter 85, Baguazhang vs. Ground-lying fist. Wu Minglei rubbed his fists in eager anticipation, while Gao Tianyi, unaccustomed to combat, placed all his hopes on Sun Zhengfeng. Boss, why are you silent? Gao Tianyi exchanged anxious glances with Sun Zhengfeng, who was irked by his companion's folly. You fool. I was blinking at you from the tree, urging you to retreat. Are you blind? These two are among the 5 who pose a threat to us. Gao Tianyi gasped in shock, his legs beginning to tremble. What? What should we do, boss? I'll confront this Wu Minglei, and as for you, find a way to extricate me. Our best strategy is to retreat. Hey, stop dawdling like a coward. Have you come to a decision? Wu Minglei could no longer contain himself, prompting Sun Zhengfeng to step forward. Why act so arrogant? It's merely 2 against 2, and you won't gain any advantage. No, you are mistaken. It is 1 against 2. With your skills, it is not yet time for my young master to take action. Upon hearing this, Lu He had already leapt onto a nearby tree branch, wearing an expression that suggested he was eager for the spectacle to unfold. You will regret uttering those words in my presence. Sun Jingfeng's temper began to flare as Wu Minglei charged forward. What is this technique? Are you trying to pull a fast one? As Wu Minglei approached, Sun Zhengfeng promptly lay down on the ground, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Get up. There's no referee here. Your antics 1T work. Wu Minglei attempted to stomp on him, only to find his efforts thwarted time and again. Although Sun Zhengfeng lay on the ground, his agility remained undiminished, and he even managed to counterattack. That is the ground-lying fist. Don't underestimate it. Lu He, from his perch in the tree, quickly discerned the situation and called out a warning, prompting Wu Minglei to take it seriously. So, you are also a practitioner. In that case, I shall not hold back. Transforming his fist into a palm, Wu Minglei positioned himself in the Baguazhang stance. Though young, he exuded the demeanor of a seasoned master. This is Baguazhang. Upon recognizing the Baguazhang, Sun Jingfeng's heart sank, while Wu Minglei was invigorated. I didn't expect to be recognized right away. Come on, show me what you've got. Prepare to receive my attack. Sun Zhengfeng maintained a low stance, moving with incredible speed, as if gliding just above the ground. He sought a cunning angle, launching a fierce punch aimed at the back of Wu Minglei's head. What he did not anticipate was that Wu Minglei seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head, executing a swift 180-degree turn in an instant. Wu Minglei's palms swung open like massive doors, effortlessly toppling Sun Zhengfeng. With a loud thud, Sun Zhengfeng was sent flying far away, vanishing from their sight. Boss, you're spitting blood. Gao Tianyi, who had been waiting on the sidelines, rushed to catch Sun Zhengfeng and noticed the blood trickling from his lips. Stop dawdling. Let us get moving. As Wu Minglei hastened towards them, Gao Tianyi, bearing Sun Zhengfeng on his back, let out a furious roar, activating his innate ability in an instant. Astonishing. Today was indeed an eye-opener. Observing Wu Minglei closing in, Gao Tianyi moved ahead, navigating through the towering trees with the grace of a great spider. As if traversing flat ground. A cornered foe should not be pursued, especially since that fellow was already coughing up blood. Lu He appeared behind him, placing a hand on Wu Minglei's shoulder. However, there was no room for hesitation. They had to flee. Lu He's expression shifted, and Wu Minglei, recognizing the urgency, dared not disobey, vanishing from sight in haste. Moments later, a figure emerged atop a nearby tree. Oddly enough, he had distinctly heard sounds of conflict earlier. Could he have misheard? That seemed improbable. Dressed in white, Ruan Su stood on the branch, surveying his surroundings, yet he failed to discern any signs of intense battle. Little did he know, the two factions had stood off for an extended period, ultimately engaging in but a single round of combat before calling it quits. Finding it all rather dull, Ruan Su departed with a look of disappointment. Soon, as dawn broke gently, a beam of sunlight pierced through the dense foliage, illuminating Zhao Yi's eyes. He slowly opened them, unable to resist a leisurely stretch as he awoke. Ah, this cozy return to slumber was truly delightful. Crack. Your back is taking damage. Danger level 3. Health points 45. Zhao Yi winced in pain from the unexpected fall, startling Tao Weiwei, who was nestled above and causing her to awaken. What are you doing down there? And nothing. Just woke up and was stretching my legs under the tree. Tao Weiwei, aware he was not being entirely truthful, chose not to delve deeper. She leapt down from the tree and retrieved a small compass from her backpack. What is this for? Isn't it obvious? It's to determine direction, she replied. Oh, you really are well prepared. Zhao Yi remarked, eyeing her bulging backpack, prompting a quick response from Tao Weiwei. You didn't forget to bring anything, did you? I did bring something. It's just that my backpack is currently resting peacefully in the hotel room. Zhao Yi maintained his composure, staring at Tao Weiwei, who looked rather exasperated. Now I see why you pushed Zhou Kuan-Yuan towards his childhood sweetheart. You must have realized you forgot something when we were forming teams. Heh, you truly understand me, Weiwei. Enough with the flowery language. We VE already lagged behind others significantly. Let us hasten our journey. This time, Tao Weiwei took the lead, with Zhao Yi closely following. After walking for about an hour, Zhao Yi stepped in front of her, It seems you didn't heed my words when we first entered. From the outset, the second examination has never been about speed or strength, but rather intellect. How many would yearn for a risk-free start like ours, yet remain unable to attain it? You possess the gift of gab. Most would have crumbled under such a significant early disadvantage. Tao Weiwei was unconvinced, yet as she walked, she inadvertently kicked a backpack aside. Where did this backpack come from? You see, I told you, sometimes misfortune can be a blessing in disguise. Zhao Yi immediately recognized it as a backpack commonly used by examinees and rushed over. Upon opening the backpack, his eyes lit up with excitement. Inside, alongside some compressed biscuits and bottled water, were two crucial calligraphy books, one red and one blue. The red book was titled Victory, which he insisted on safeguarding, while the blue one, titled Defeat, he believed would be of use to him. Why not let me keep both defeat books? I'll just safeguard the victory book, he suggested. Before he could finish his sentence, Tao Weiwei attempted to open the two calligraphy books, only to be halted by Zhao Yi. Wait, you wouldn't let me see them at first, and now you still refuse? Chapter 86. The Rule of Threes. Tao Weiwei pouted, prompting Zhao Yi to offer an explanation. Trust me, I have never glanced at the contents of my calligraphy book from the very beginning. It will be beneficial in due time. Faced with Zhao Yi's earnest conviction, Tao Weiwei could only nod in agreement. All right, I shall place my faith in you this once, but do not dawdle as we make our way. Look at us. Who else approaches an exam with such nonchalance? As she complained, Tao Weiwei pulled Zhao Yi along briskly, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Within a burrow in the deathly forest, Gao Tianyi had just returned with an armful of dry twigs, rubbing his hands together in preparation to ignite a fire. Boss, should we not at least dry our clothes before venturing out? Sun Jingfeng had no objections. Earlier, in an effort to evade pursuers, they had concealed their presence by plunging into a pond, remaining submerged for half an hour. The threat posed by Lu He and Wu Minglei was evident. That said, Wu Minglei was indeed formidable, managing to hold his own against you, boss. As for Lu He, it is best left unspoken. Yet, are they truly that powerful? Gao Tianyi hung their damp garments on a branch, muttering to himself as they dried. Remember the names of these 5 individuals. When we encounter them, we need not deliberate, just flee. Otherwise, we shall await our demise. Noticing Sun Zhengfeng's serious demeanor, Gao Tianyi committed the names to memory, then spoke cautiously. Boss, since these fellows are so strong, should we not consider surrendering? Returning to Teacher Tan would not be pleasant, but it is surely preferable to losing our lives here. Gao Tianyi appeared somewhat agitated, burdened by guilt for not participating in the prior confrontation and anxious about his own frailty. Slap. Sun Jingfeng's hand landed squarely on his face. An expected response. Do you recall the call I received before we came? Teacher Tan was quite clear. If we do not eliminate Zhao Yi, we shall not leave this place. At this revelation, Gao Tianyi nearly gasped for breath, as Sun Jingfeng donned his still damp clothing. Are we truly going again, boss? Outside the burrow, in the dense thicket, Gao Tianyi followed Sun Jingfeng, perspiration dotting his brow. Having exhausted their traps, Sun Jingfeng began to craft makeshift devices based on the surroundings. In no time, the duo had collectively excavated a pit measuring 3 meters in length and width and 3 meters deep, filling it with sharpened wooden stakes. Sun Jingfeng then laid down slender twigs and leaves, covering them with a thin layer of soil. The rule of threes. I refuse to believe that I can be this unfortunate. As per their usual practice, they took positions on either side, lying in wait for a prospective victim. Gao Tianyi dared not speak further, silently climbing a tree across the way to conceal himself. After an interminable wait, both Gao Tianyi and Sun Jingfeng found their stomachs empty. In the earlier skirmish with Wu Minglei, they had inadvertently lost their backpacks. Their intent was never to genuinely participate in the exam, so they mourned not the lost calligraphy books, but rather the food. Boss, if we do not find something to eat soon, I fear I shall starve. Gao Tianyi rhythmically tapped on the tree trunk, and soon a response echoed from the opposite side. A man could survive a day of hunger. Patience was essential. Although they fell silent, the sound of footsteps soon approached from a distance. The two individuals concealed in the tree were filled with excitement, for it signified the arrival of hope. The spot where they had dug the trap was meticulously chosen, flanked by dense forest, with only a conspicuous pathway above the trap. Unless the approaching individual possessed peculiarities, they were bound to fall victim. Gao Tianyi's heart raced to his throat. He even contemplated clutching his chest to suppress the sound of his heartbeat. Suddenly, a resounding crash signaled that the trap had been triggered, and Gao Tianyi was the first to leap out. Did it succeed? Yes. I only saw a white figure plummet. Hurry, chief. The two rushed to the deep pit, and as they leaned over, they were met with the furious gaze of a man. The stranger had a wooden spike wedged between his legs, striking an exaggerated pose to demonstrate that he had not been harmed by the trap. Is this still a human being? Gao Tianyi couldn't help but exclaim. While beside him, Sun Jingfeng was already panicking, for he recognized that face. You are Ruan Su from the International High School? At that moment, Ruan Su was seething with anger and turned to glare at Sun Jingfeng. You know me? Of course, Hu Wunti recognized Ruan Su, hailed as the strongest high school student of the current year. So, you deliberately attacked me despite knowing who I am? Unforgivable. Ruan Su exerted force through his legs, launching himself like a cannonball. Gao Tianyi, aware of Sun Jingfeng's injury, stepped forward to shield him. If you wish to harm my chief, you must first pass through me. Ruan Su didn't even glance at Gao Tianyi, swatting him away with a single motion. Old Gao, you should worry about yourself first. Ruan Su raised his hand, fingers splayed in a dragon claw shape, and aimed directly at Sun Jingfeng's throat. Ground-line fist. In an instant, Sun Jingfeng dropped to the ground to counterattack, the unconventional angle catching Ruan Su off guard momentarily. He could only lift his leg and deliver a powerful kick to create distance between them. Once they had separated, Ruan Su watched in confusion as Sun Jingfeng slid away across the ground. What? I haven't even practiced any low-level martial arts. How could that kick have such force? It was only when he saw Sun Jingfeng vanish from his sight that he realized the man had seized the opportunity to escape. That despicable fellow. How dare he make me look so foolish? The next time we meet, I shall ensure his demise. Ruan Su shook off his white robe and surveyed his surroundings. Initially, he intended to capture these two and inquire about Zhao Yi's whereabouts, but now it seemed that plan had been thoroughly thwarted. A kilometer away, Sun Jingfeng and Gao Tianyi once again concealed themselves atop a large tree, tightly clinging to the treetop, not daring to breathe a word. Chief, are you all right? Don't move. I think my rib is broken. Sun Jingfeng felt an excruciating pain in his abdomen, a relentless discomfort that boded ill. His backpack had once contained bandages and splints, yet now he was at a loss regarding how to tend to his injuries. Gao Tianyi, lacking any knowledge in this regard, suddenly heard footsteps approaching from below. Boss, someone is coming. Shoo. In our current state, we are no match for anyone. Be cautious. Sun Jingfeng urged silence. But when he peered through the treetops to glimpse below, a surge of fury ignited within him. Boss, did we not agree that we couldn't contend with anyone? Why have you changed your mind? Sun Jingfeng felt compelled to act, for he recognized the backpack of the person beneath the tree. It was unmistakably his own. At that moment, Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei had just arrived nearby, intending to take a rest. Zhao Yi, this place isn't very concealed. Is it safe? Safe. Unless an oblivious beast falls from this tree, you can rest easy. Chapter 87. An enemy falls from the sky. Having concluded her words, Zhao Yi leaned against the sturdy tree behind her, while Tao Weiwei mimicked her, albeit with an additional pillow. Just as she closed her eyes, an inexplicable sensation of something plummeting from above seized her. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself locking gazes with the menacing Sun Jingfeng. With a swift motion, Zhao Yi delivered a resounding slap, sending him sprawling away, her expression a mixture of disbelief and irritation. While others are fortunate to have pies fall from the sky, why must I contend with a man plummeting from above? She muttered in frustration. Sun Jingfeng, having regained his footing, sneered at her. I am aware of our past grievances, but this is the second round of the martial arts examination. It appears that neither of us is faring particularly well. Perhaps we should each take a step back and act as if we have never crossed paths, focusing solely on the examination. Zhao Yi's overture for peace was met with derision from Sun Jingfeng. You pilfered my backpack and writing materials, and now you come to feign goodwill? Among the four of us, only two will survive to leave. 4. Who else is present? Zhao Yi instinctively craned her neck upwards, only to spot Gao Tianyi scaling the tree trunk in an oddly peculiar manner, making his way towards Tao Weiwei. Be careful, Weiwei. Zhao Yi had just roused her, and she was still somewhat groggy. As she heard the warning, a lewd figure descended directly into her line of sight. Ah, a pervert. A pervert? Where? Gao Tianyi, still dangling from the tree, had yet to grasp the situation when Tao Weiwei swiftly retrieved a canister of anti-wolf spray from her backpack. FZZ, FZZ, FZZ. Ah, my eyes. Gao Tianyi screamed, instinctively retreating back up the tree. Observing this spectacle, Zhao Yi concluded that the man's only skill lay in his ability to climb trees. This development was fortuitous, as it would allow Tao Weiwei to hone her talents in a practical scenario. The true threat, it seemed, resided in Sun Jingfeng before her. Zhao Yi was unperturbed by the potential for unforeseen complications, as both of them had yet to activate their amplifying martial rings. As long as she was not faced with a situation where Wei Wei had to contend against two adversaries, her safety was assured. Old Gao, how are you faring? Upon hearing Gao Tianyi's anguished cries, Sun Zhengfeng instinctively turned his head. The forest echoed only with Gao Tianyi's lament, indicating he had not yet recovered from his suffering. Quit looking around. Out of kindness, I shall let that cripple deal with the girl. As for you, it is time to settle the new and old grudges that have accumulated since our days at Yutong Middle School. Zhao Yi stretched her body, gradually shifting into a more serious demeanor. Sun Zhengfeng sensed the change in her aura, akin to a blade freshly unsheathed. You seek to settle accounts with me? Excellent. Your words resonate with my sentiments. In an instant, Zhao Yi lunged forward, executing a whip kick aimed at Sun Zhengfeng's abdomen, only to find herself swiping at air. Grounded punch. Sun Zhengfeng fell to the ground, sweeping Zhao Yi off her balance, causing her to tumble down onto the earth. Your back is injured, danger level 3. Health value 44, danger level 3? Does this mean my back is bleeding? Zhao Yi lay on the ground and reached back to touch it, indeed finding a finger-width wound seeping blood. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Sun Zhengfeng had modified his outerwear, pants, and shoes, which were now adorned with a multitude of sharp blades. Humph, you have truly gone to great lengths for this examination. Flattery aside, one must be cautious in navigation. I have failed against you too many times, and this time I must emerge as the ultimate victor. Ground-lying fist. Sun Zhengfeng approached swiftly in an unusual ground-hugging manner, and Zhao Yi mirrored him, lying flat on the ground. Given Zhao Yi's current flexibility, imitating his opponent was not a challenge. Sun Zhengfeng, puzzled by Zhao Yi's antics, glanced over and proudly proclaimed, "Foolish imitator. I have trained in the ground-lying fist for 3 full years. You cannot grasp its essence through mere imitation. I shall soon demonstrate the disparity between us." Utilizing the agility of the ground-lying fist, along with his meticulously arranged sharp blades, Sun Zhengfeng moved like a spinning human top. His speed was rapid, and the direction and method of his attacks were unpredictable, leaving others bewildered. Zhao Yi followed suit, and thus the two spinning figures engaged in a prolonged exchange of strikes. Tao Weiwei, hearing the commotion, looked over in astonishment. Were these two fighting, or practicing street dance? In her shock, Gao Tianyi, perched on a tree, finally managed to endure the pain and began to adapt to a world devoid of sight. I can hear the distant sounds of battle, the wind above, even the nearby enemies' breaths. It seems Teacher Tan was not mistaken. When one falls into peril, the awakening of one's talents accelerates. That wretched woman dared to take my sight? Today, I shall claim your life. Gao Tianyi retrieved a dagger from his waist. Biting it between his teeth, his limbs elongating, resembling a human spider, creeping menacingly. He patiently concealed himself in the shade of the tree, finally catching the gentle sound of a heartbeat. I have you now. Gao Tianyi launched himself forward, reaching Tao Weiwei in the blink of an eye. Startled, Tao Weiwei suppressed her fear and reached into her pocket. A direct hit. She hurled a hidden pebble, its force akin to that of a bullet. Crack! The stone struck Gao Tianyi's dagger, sending a tremor through his lips and teeth. Seizing this moment, Tao Weiwei swiftly distanced herself from him, fleeing the large tree. What kind of monster is he? His limbs are long and spider-like. I cannot afford to linger here. In that fleeting moment, Tao Weiwei sensed the looming threat of death. Compared to Zhao Yi, her abilities were not particularly formidable, and the only talent she could rely on seemed to pertain to firearms. A skillful woman finds it difficult to cook without rice. At this moment, Tao Weiwei truly finds herself at a disadvantage. What has she lost and thought about? Just as Tao Weiwei was momentarily dazed, the figure of Gao Tianyi had once again surged behind her. With a swift motion, the dagger carved an arc through the air, and Tao Weiwei instinctively lowered her head, narrowly escaping as the dagger merely severed her twin ponytails. Watching her hair fall to the ground, her heart raced like a drum, and her blood began to boil. What is happening? As Tao Weiwei felt the heat coursing through her body, she turned her head to discover that the enhancement martial ring concealed beneath her left sleeve had activated on its own. It appears that Chairman Wang did not inform us that the enhancement martial ring would autonomously engage when one's life is threatened. Chapter 88. The power of the amplifying martial ring. The surge of power within Tao Weiwei surged forth like a roaring river, transforming the very essence of her gaze. Gao Tianyi, who once navigated the towering trees with near invisibility due to his innate talent, now found that all his movements were conspicuously traceable to Tao Weiwei. Are you still in a daze? Then do not blame me for being ungracious. Gao Tianyi once again sprang forth from Tao Weiwei's blind spot, his dagger poised to pierce her skull. In the blink of an eye, Tao Weiwei spun around with robotic precision, her hand clutching a handful of stones. direct hit, scatter. The formidable strength in her wrist converted the stones into projectiles, erupting with the force of a shotgun at a mere breath's distance between them. Ah, damn it. How did she react so swiftly? Gao Tianyi cried out in agony, retreating with his injured form to the safety of the trees, vanishing from sight. Not far away, the duel between Zhao Yi and Sun Zhengfeng, two spinning tops in combat, had just reached its halftime respite. Sun Zhengfeng was utterly taken aback by Zhao Yi's remarkable mimicry, which had allowed him to endure thus far. Yet, he was acutely aware that he held the advantage. Observing the bruises and contusions adorning Zhao Yi's body, Sun Zhengfeng couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. He had to concede Zhao Yi's composure. Each time they approached one another in their spinning forms, Zhao Yi deftly evaded the razor-sharp assaults, sustaining only comparatively minor collisions. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have been left in tatters after such fierce exchanges. Boy, I must admit, your mimicry is indeed impressive, but it appears you are not without your struggles. How much longer can you endure? Zhao Yi, with a face marred by bruises, maintained a smirk that never wavered. In just a handful of encounters, he had amassed a total of 400 to 500 vitality points, leaving him in high spirits. Suddenly, Gao Tianyi's anguished cry echoed once more, causing Sun Zhengfeng's expression to shift dramatically. Zhao Yi, witnessing this, chuckled. I am tough as nails and can hold on a little longer. But it seems your companion may soon fall to a girl. How can this be? Even if Lao Gao is not a master of combat, he could never be bested by a woman. Though he would not openly admit it, Sun Zhengfeng was clearly agitated. Without hesitation, he transformed back into his combat stance, propelling himself towards Zhao Yi at an astonishing speed. What he did not realize was that Zhao Yi had already satisfied his collection of vitality points. It was now time for Zhao Yi to bring this battle to a close. To defeat Gao Tianyi, Tao Weiwei must have activated the amplifying martial ring. It is the perfect opportunity for me to test it as well. Zhao Yi placed a gentle hand on his shoulder, instantly activating the amplifying martial ring, causing his blood to boil with newfound vigor. Grounded fist. The 7 injuries fist's lung devastating strike. Cannon fist. Zhao Yi seized the moment, halting the rapidly spinning Sun Zhengfeng with a decisive kick before landing a powerful punch squarely upon his chest. Bang! With a resounding thud, the ground beneath Sun Zhengfeng cracked, while Zhao Yi felt a surge of vitality tumultuously rise within him. Your internal organs are sustaining damage. Danger level 2. Health value 99. Has the score truly been settled with a mere 99? Zhao Yi felt a surge of confidence. If the backlash from the 7 injuries fist had affected him so severely, one could only imagine the state of Sun Zhengfeng, who lay incapacitated on the ground. Indeed, mere seconds later, Sun Zhengfeng's complexion turned ashen as he coughed up a copious amount of blood, mingled with fragments of his own entrails. He gazed at Zhao Yi in disbelief, as though confronting a grotesque creature. When did you become so powerful? Zhao Yi approached him with a chilling smile. I apologize for your disappointment. Ever since that day on the school rooftop, I have always possessed this strength. Zhao Yi's words shattered Sun Zhengfeng's resolve. Once a devoted follower of Teacher Tan, he now found himself contemplating his own survival. I must return. Teacher Tan would never take my life, even if he punishes me. Lao Gao, I beg you, save me. Once the esteemed leader of Xinyu Hall, Sun Zhengfeng now had to plead for assistance from his subordinate. Upon hearing his cries, a humanoid spider suddenly emerged from the woods, darting toward them with remarkable speed, extending a hand to whisk Sun Zhengfeng away into the shadows. What a pity, that fellow has escaped. Zhao Yi mused, scratching his head. But did I just see incorrectly? Did that creature have 5 legs? Suddenly reminded of Tao Weiwei's prolonged silence, he hurried over. Weiwei, are you all right? I'm fine. Just quickly remove this vile thing. Zhao Yi observed Tao Weiwei seated against a large tree, hugging her knees, while a leg, along with her clothing, was embedded in the ground behind her. Do not worry, it is merely your trophy. Those 2 have fled severely injured and will no longer pose a threat to us. Zhao Yi laughed as he pulled the leg free, but Tao Weiwei's expression remained one of disdain. Who would want such a trophy? Just throw it as far away as possible. All right, I shall heed your request. Zhao Yi discarded the leg, though a twinge of reluctance lingered in his heart. He was no psychopath. Rather, he wished to retain the limb for further study by Chairman Wang and others. Zhao Yi was quite certain that the leg belonged to Gao Tianyi. This raised a troubling question. If Gao Tianyi's talent was akin to that of a spider, did it imply that all warriors with animalistic talents ultimately transformed into half-human, half-beast monstrosities? What would become of Kuan? Zhao Yi could not help but think of Zhou Qunyan, who had merely told a lie, yet his talent was clearly identified as the animal type tortoise spirit. Would I truly end up as a brother to a turtle? At that moment, Zhou Qinyan involuntarily sneezed, drawing the attention of Wen Shui beside him. What is the matter? Are you cold from the chill of the woods? As she spoke, Wen Shui removed her outer garment and draped it over Zhou Qinyan. He could not help but salivate at the sight of Wen Shui's inadvertently revealed graceful figure. It's nothing, really. I suppose my brother has been missing me after our prolonged separation. Haha, I never expected the bond between you brothers to be so profound. You are not biological siblings, are you? Not at all. Zhao Yi is a close friend I met during high school. Zhou Qinyan spoke eloquently, while Wen Shui nestled her head against his shoulder, wrapping her arm around his, resembling a clingy little kitten. As they strolled and conversed, Zhou Qinyan relished the delightful sensation of having such a beauty by his side. Yet, he couldn't help but sneeze, prompting Zhao Yi's warning to resurface in his mind. Be cautious, for lust is a double-edged sword. Zhou Qinyan was startled, abruptly halting his steps, only to hear a sharp crack. Chapter 89. A kiss is worth it, oh dear, my hand. Zhou Qinyan turned his head to see that Wen Shui's right wrist was swollen and red, resembling a fracture. What happened to you? You're asking me? I was just trying to embrace you. But then you suddenly stopped, and my hand collided with your neck, resulting in this. Don't worry. I'll take care of it right away. Zhou Qinyan instructed Wen Shui to sit on his lap and retrieved a first aid kit from his backpack. As Wen Shui watched him expertly wrap the bandage around her wrist, she was astounded. How resilient must this guy's physique be? Just a touch could lead to a fracture? Wen Shui, there's something I've wanted to ask you for a long time, if you don't mind. Hearing Zhou Qinyan's voice, Wen Shui tilted her head to look at him. Go ahead. After hearing so much about your life, I shouldn't keep anything from you. That's good to hear. I was hesitant to ask, but your words have put me at ease. I remember my deskmate in 6th grade was named Wen Shui, but back then she was quite chubby, and the classmates nicknamed her Plump Pig. How is it that after a few years, you've become so beautiful? Wen Shui couldn't help but beam with pride at his words. You wouldn't understand. As the saying goes, a girl changes greatly after turning 18. I was quite overweight. But after entering puberty, I became slimmer. And I must thank you. I recall that all the boys in class called me Plump Pig, yet you never did and always looked out for me. That's why I made an effort to find you after our encounter at the exam hall. Wen Shui's voice grew increasingly gentle, her gaze softening. Zhou Qinyan gently embraced her, their faces drawing closer. As his eyes gradually closed, Wen Shui's other hand stealthily crept to his back. This time, Wen Shui had learned her lesson. She avoided Zhou Qinyan's broad nape and targeted the relatively vulnerable side of his neck. Now's my chance. Wen Shui struck suddenly. And predictably, her left wrist shattered once more, as if colliding with a steel plate. Before she could utter a sound of despair, she shockingly realized that her body was immobile. At this moment, Zhou Qinyan had closed his eyes and leaned in to press his lips against hers. What is happening? Why can't I move? I can't even blink. Help! You wretched plump pig, don't come any closer. Wen Shui's internal cries for help clearly went unheard. And soon she felt like a flower being ravaged by Zhou Qinyan, the wild bull. In the distance, several figures appeared in the trees, all looking towards this scene in unison. Heavens, what is Ling Miao doing? Could she really have fallen for that plump pig? You don't understand a thing. Ling Miao is willingly sacrificing herself to complete her mission. Does that require taking off her clothes? A slender figure, resembling a monkey, spoke up, while another, robust as a tiger, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Oh no, Ling Miao has fallen into a trap. Quick, go save her. The spirit monkey and the spirit snake surged forward, one on the left and the other on the right, while the spirit tiger arrived at the scene with astonishing speed. The mighty tiger descended from the mountain. Enveloped in the tender embrace of his surroundings, Zhou Qinyan swiftly turned at the moment the spirit tiger appeared, raising his hand to block the incoming strike. The tremendous force compelled Zhou Qinyan to retreat, while the spirit monkey and spirit snake seized the opportunity to rescue the spirit cat. Are you all right, spirit cat? The spirit monkey took on the role of lookout, while the spirit snake hastily helped the spirit cat don her clothes. That fellow is suspicious. We must not take the initiative to attack. What? You should have said so earlier. The spirit monkey, upon hearing this, rushed to the front line without delay. Zhou Qinyan raised his gaze towards the spirit tiger, and it was evident from the latter's robust physique that they were cut from the same cloth. Humph, had you arrived even a moment later, the rice would have been cooked. Upon hearing this, the spirit tiger's fury ignited. Stop your brazen chatter, you shameless wretch. How dare you truly lay hands on the spirit cat? Why not? That fellow has harbored ill intentions from the start, approaching me with questions and even attempting to ambush me. Regarding such a beautiful assassin, I can only say one thing. It was worth the kiss. I shall incapacitate you this instant. The spirit tiger charged forth, his tiger-shaped fist striking with tremendous force, each blow aimed directly at Zhou Kanyanyan's face, specifically his mouth. Zhou Kanyanyan, however, continued to retreat, managing to withstand the opponent's frontal assaults each time. Damn it, are you a turtle? Why are you so resilient? After several rounds of aggressive strikes, the spirit tiger created some distance, unable to refrain from cursing. Zhou Kanyanyan chuckled in response. What a coincidence. I possess the innate toughness of a tortoise, fearing nothing but a beating. A smug smile adorned Zhou Kanyanyan's face, yet doubts brewed within him. That fellow has attacked so many times. How has he not yet been subdued by the sunflower pointing finger technique? Is there a cooldown for martial skills? Earlier, when Zhou Kanyanyan witnessed Wen Shui's right arm fracture for the first time, he sensed the murderous intent of the opponent. Thus, he activated his innate talent, utilizing his formidable defense to render Wen Shui's right arm useless. As for the sunflower pointing finger, he had reserved it for a second strike. He hadn't anticipated that the cooldown for the technique would be so lengthy, rendering continuous use impossible. The spirit tiger also fixed his gaze on Zhou Kanyanyan, feeling a gradual numbness and swelling in his arms. It was then that the spirit monkey leaped over. Spirit tiger, that fellow is strange. The spirit cat said we must not take the initiative to attack, or we'll fall into a trap. Not take the initiative to attack. How then shall we win? No wonder I felt my hands growing numb and swollen. Could this brute's talent be related to toxins? Upon hearing the spirit tiger's analysis, the spirit monkey stepped forward, drawing a whistle stick from behind. If he truly employs toxins through skin contact, then I am perfectly equipped to counter him. Very well. I shall leave that fellow to you. I will wait for the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow. After the two had reached an agreement, the spirit monkey brandished its staff and charged forward, while the spirit tiger circled to the opposite side. Hey, weren't we supposed to face off one-on-one? This is rather unscrupulous of you. Who said anything about a fair fight? All we desire is your life. As the staff wielded by the spirit monkey came crashing down before him, Zhou Kanyanyan felt his heart skip a beat. This is it. How am I to execute the sunflower pointing finger with this fellow wielding a stick? As nightfall gradually enveloped the forest, two figures suddenly emerged amidst the silence. One appeared to leap and scurry among the trees, astonishingly possessing 5 legs, while the other was visibly on the brink of death, blood pouring from his mouth. Hang in there, boss. I just inquired with Teacher Tan, and he said he is nearby. Hearing this, Sun Zhengfeng glanced upward and spotted a cave nestled within the rocky mountain. Chapter 90. A fated conclusion. Teacher Tan. He has always acted with caution. He should be right there. Upon hearing this, Gao Tianyi raised his head and immediately carried Sun Zhengfeng into the cave. The cave was shrouded in darkness. Relying on Sun Zhengfeng's night vision abilities, the two made their way inside. There, a glimmer of light. Is that Teacher Tan? Have you arrived? Hearing Tan Jiqing's voice, Gao Tianyi felt a surge of excitement as he brought Sun Zhengfeng closer. At that moment, Tan Jiqing was clad in the experimental attire from his days at Yutong High School. Beside him lay a set of black robes and a black hat on the ground. Teacher Tan, Sun Ge is in critical condition. I implore you to save him. Tan Jiqing did not turn around, his gaze seemingly entranced by the stone wall before him. I instructed you to deal with Zhao Yi, and now you return to me with nothing but failure and injuries? Tan Jiqing's words were laced with reproach, to which Sun Zhengfeng gasped and responded, Teacher Tan, the blame lies with me. We took the initiative to ambush 3 times, but our luck faltered, and we only encountered Zhao Yi on the last attempt. I also did not anticipate his newfound strength. As he spoke, his voice dwindled, revealing his growing unease. Enough. I have long realized your unreliability. Thankfully, I have assembled a new team of the 12 Zodiac. Within 10 minutes, they should return with Zhao Yi's corpse. Upon seeing the ring in Tan Jiqing's hand, Sun Zhengfeng felt a chill run down his spine. From the very beginning of their mission, they hadn't even utilized the old amplification rings. At that time, Sun Zhengfeng thought Teacher Tan had simply forgotten. Now, it appeared that in Tan Jiqing's eyes, they had long been regarded as expendable. Reflecting on their earlier failures, Sun Zhengfeng felt a surge of frustration, his lungs burning as if aflame, and he coughed up blood. Teacher, Sun Ge truly cannot hold on any longer. Please show mercy and save him. Oh, what a waste. A hint of regret flickered across Tan Jiqing's face upon witnessing Sun Zhengfeng's bloodshed. He hurriedly retrieved a medical kit and tended to Sun Zhengfeng's wounds. You seem gravely injured as well. Come here. Noticing Gao Tianyi, who had transformed into a 5-legged figure, Tan Jiqing exhibited no surprise. With a gentle wave of his hand, Gao Tianyi obediently approached him. Soon, their external injuries were treated, but Sun Zhengfeng remained in a precarious state due to severe internal damage. Teacher, do not fret. Sun Jingfeng's injuries clearly stem from a critical lung trauma, and we lack the necessary conditions for treatment here. Use this for the time being. Tan Jiqing produced a metallic box from his pocket, revealing a row of rings gleaming with a metallic sheen. He removed two and placed one on each of Sun Zhengfeng and Gao Tianyi, then gently twisted the rings. In an instant, both felt a rush of warmth surge from their fingertips to their hearts, flowing through their veins and enveloping their entire beings. What struck me most deeply was Sun Zhengfeng. It seemed as though he could sense the damaged lungs within him beginning to heal autonomously. Professor Tan, is this your latest research achievement? It is truly remarkable. You flatter me. We are still in the experimental phase, but it will soon be ready for normal use. Professor Tan, you have been gazing at that stone wall for quite some time. What exactly captures your attention? Gao Tianyi inched closer, curiosity etched across his face, while the smile on Tan Jiqing's countenance grew increasingly enigmatic and peculiar. Gao Tianyi, one should not be so inquisitive. Curiosity can indeed lead to peril. He nodded absent-mindedly, maintaining a respectful distance from the wall. Meanwhile, Tan Jiqing and Sun Zhengfeng engaged in conversation. From what you said earlier, you discovered that Zhao Yi has grown stronger after your encounter? Yes and no. According to that lad himself, he has always been that formidable. He merely concealed his true strength. This statement instantly provoked Tan Jiqing's disdain. Humph, it is evident you have been duped by that fellow. Is he deceiving us? Most assuredly. Tan Jiqing exclaimed. If he possessed such power on the rooftop, would you still be standing here today? Sun Zhengfeng pondered this, and Tan Jiqing leaned in closer. Come, share the details of your battle with me. The more specific, the better. Certainly, at that moment as their conversation deepened, Gao Tianyi, feeling overlooked, gazed at the wall, curiosity once again creeping into his mind. Professor Tan is so mysterious. This must indicate that the stone conceals his latest scientific breakthrough. I cannot let this opportunity slip by. I must take a peek. Stealthily, Gao Tianyi approached the stone wall, glancing back to see Tan Jiqing and Sun Zhengfeng engrossed in their discussion. With a sense of pride, he turned back, only to witness the wall suddenly split open, revealing a massive maw lined with sharp teeth. Gao Tianyi barely had time to scream before a tongue shot forth from the gaping mouth, ensnaring him and drawing him inside for a horrid feast. What was that noise? Where's Lao Gao? Sun Jingfeng's words trailed off as he turned to find Gao Tianyi had vanished. How strange. Lao Gao? Stop playing around and come out. Your injury has yet to heal. Sun Zhengfeng scanned the area and finally spotted a shoe near the stone wall. Is this Gao Tianyi's? Could it be? Just as the thought crossed his mind, the formerly unassuming wall split open, revealing a cavernous mouth. Upon seeing the sudden abyssal gaping maw, Sun Zhengfeng did not hesitate and fled, noticing Tan Jiqing approaching. Professor Tan, run. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a forceful shove from Tan Jiqing. Taken by surprise, Sun Zhengfeng was propelled backward, only to be ensnared by the tongue that had emerged from the abyssal maw. Professor, why is this happening? We are your most trusted students. Sun Zhengfeng cried out, witnessing the smile on Tan Jiqing's face morph into something grotesque. You are correct. Yet that is merely an outdated notion. Ever since your failure at Yutong High School, your situation has been perilously precarious. The first examination was the final opportunity one bestowed upon you. Regrettably, you ultimately failed to seize it. Upon hearing this, Sun Zhengfeng naturally comprehended that in Tan Jiqing's eyes, they had long been cast aside. He hastily removed the amplification ring from his finger. Deprived of that power, he coughed up a mouthful of blood once more. Yet his resolve remained unwavering. Teacher Tan, I shall not accept this any longer, nor do I wish for your assistance. I implore you, please spare me. Spare you? That is out of the question. Do you not see my treasure is in dire need of sustenance? Furthermore, from the commencement of the second examination, you have transformed into mere offerings in my eyes. What reason do I have to let you go? Chapter 91. The third sacrifice since the commencement of the second examination. Sun Jingfeng's mind was flooded with echoes of Gao Tianyi's whispered words. Boss, as long as we do not err, capturing Zhao Yi will ensure our return with a satisfactory resolution. Did you know, just now, Teacher Tan praised our remarkable talents. What does it mean when Teacher Tan says that in perilous situations, one's body instinctively follows the path of their innate gifts, extending further? In an instant, Sun Zhengfeng grasped the gravity of it all, his countenance transforming into a grimace as he fixed his gaze on Tan Jiqing. You intended from the outset to transform us into sacrifices, for you anticipated our failure, did you not? Not quite, Tan Jiqing replied, his smile oozing with arrogance. I merely made a decision I could never lose. He could not bear the defeat of Sun Zhengfeng and his companions in the first examination, for it had disrupted his meticulously crafted plans. Subsequently, he conceived the notion of rendering Sun Zhengfeng and his comrade as pawns, quietly assembling a group to form the Zodiac team. Should Sun Zhengfeng and his companion excel and capture Zhao Yi in the second examination, it would be a joyous outcome. However, if they faltered, the Zodiac team would swiftly fill their positions. As for the two of them, they would become sacrifices. According to the information I possess, it takes at least 3 sacrifices to nurture even the most rudimentary of ferocious beasts. How fortuitous, for now is the moment for you to unleash your utmost potential. Tan Zhiqing grinned maliciously, watching as Sun Zhengfeng was ensnared by the elongated tongue and drawn into the abyssal maw. He murmured, "Come forth, my precious. Devour all within this forest." The long tongue surged forward once more, and this time, Tan Zhiqing offered no resistance. Instead, he opened his arms wide. As he was consumed by the abyssal maw, the entire cavern began to tremble violently, as though some long-sealed monster was preparing to emerge. Within the Yinming Mountain Grand Hotel, the temporary headquarters of the Martial Examination Office was established on the 11th floor. Wang Wenjing stood before a floor-to-ceiling window, pipe in mouth, gazing at the lush forest in the distance. "Chairman Wang, take a look," came a voice from behind him. A composite screen formed from dozens of monitors continuously displayed real-time surveillance footage of the examination venue. "Do not look, lest you give rise to rumors that I am shielding that Zhao Yi," Wang Wenjing retorted. The speaker, appearing to be of similar age, chuckled and shook his head. "You said not to look. Do not blame me for not granting you an opportunity. Fine, you win. I shall take a glance." Ultimately unable to resist, Wang Wenjing turned and approached the computer screen. Just then, a tremor rippled through the room, causing the tea in the cup on the table to spill. What was that noise? Is there an earthquake? Wang Wenjing was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition as he noticed a screen in the lower right corner flashing red. He hurried over and magnified the image with his mouse. "What? How is there an alert for the emergence of a ferocious beast? You inquire of me. But whom shall I query? What course of action remains? What else can be done? Immediately notify all candidates that the examination has been terminated, instructing them to evacuate at once." Wang Wenjing approached the microphone, poised to disseminate the news, only to find the video signal abruptly lost, with crimson alerts flashing across all 4 screens. "This is disastrous. If so many candidates perish within, we would not merely lose our positions. We might well lose our lives." The man, who had previously jested with Wang Wenjing, now slumped in his chair, deflated as if all air had been let out of him. "Now is not the time for your remorse. Notify all examiners, security personnel, and any available forces. Everyone must rush in and locate each candidate, bringing them to safety." With that, Wang Wenjing donned his coat and hurried downstairs. The middle-aged man, momentarily dazed, approached the floor-to-ceiling window. He observed that all those capable of gathering below had been assembled by Wang Wenjing. Without lingering, they dispersed like startled birds. Glancing at his badge, which indicated his role as the head of information management, he clenched his fists. "I cannot allow old Wang to shoulder all the responsibility. I must contribute as well," he murmured, before immersing himself in the repair of the video conferencing system. 5 minutes prior to the tremors, Zhao Yi had already escorted Tao Weiwei away from the scene of the incident. "Are you truly unscathed?" Tao Weiwei gazed at Zhao Yi with concern, recalling the injuries he bore moments earlier. I forgot to mention, my ability resembles that of a gecko. My tail can regrow even if severed. These minor injuries are insignificant." Zhao Yi laughed heartily, seemingly indifferent to his wounds. Tao Weiwei sensed that Zhao Yi was concealing something, yet chose not to press him further. The rooftop battle at Yutong High School marked the first encounter with life and death for Tao Weiwei and Zhao Yi. At that time, the fact that Zhao Yi did not opt to unravel the mystery underscored its significance to him. Previously, you claimed your talent was akin to that of a turtle, and now it has transformed into that of a gecko. Can't you fabricate a more appealing mascot for your lies? Tao Weiwei scoffed lightly, leading the way, with Zhao Yi promptly in pursuit. "Do not be upset, Weiwei. When the time is right, I shall reveal everything to you. Furthermore, you are leading. Do you know the way? Isn't it simply a matter of navigating through this forest of death in the shortest time possible? Anyone can do that." Tao Weiwei thought little of it, but Zhao Yi halted her. "Enough, young lady. It would have been wise to heed my counsel from the beginning. We are the only ones in the exam hall who overslept, and we could have effortlessly claimed the spoils others discarded. What a fortuitous start. But since you insisted on hastening our pace, we have not paused for a moment. Now, how can I trust you to lead us?" At this, Tao Weiwei felt a flush of embarrassment. Once was tolerable, but repeated misadventures made her question her leadership abilities. "Then tell me, where shall we proceed next?" Zhao Yi surveyed the surroundings, ultimately gesturing to the right. Surely, we must venture beyond the forest, albeit with a methodical approach. I understand. Your strategy is to tread the paths already forged by others, is it not, little turtle? Who are you calling little? As a man, I cannot abide such remarks. The two playfully pursued one another, unwittingly arriving at the vicinity of a rocky mountain. Goodness, this place is nothing short of a hidden paradise, Zhao Yi exclaimed, astonished, as even Tao Weiwei was taken aback. Before them lay a petite waterfall, cascading into a natural pool below, surrounded by mountains and water, creating an exquisitely serene environment. I told you, trusting my instincts would yield results, did I not? Enough with the vanity. This discovery belongs to us both. Chapter 92. Even a turtle bites when provoked with an expression of sheer excitement. Tao Weiwei rushed forward and leapt into the pool. BRR. It's so cold, she exclaimed, recognizing that the absence of sunlight rendered the water frigid. Hey, what are you doing? Upon witnessing Zhao Yi disrobing, her cheeks flushed crimson. Of course. I'm here to bathe. Let us indulge in a romantic bath. You shameless creature. Who would bathe with you? Get away. Ignoring Tao Weiwei's protests, Zhao Yi dove head first into the water. Initially shy, Tao Weiwei grew anxious when Zhao Yi did not resurface after a considerable time. Zhao Yi, where are you? You can't be a poor swimmer, can you? Zhao Yi, come out. As her urgency heightened, she suddenly heard laughter behind her. Fool. Would someone who can't swim jump involuntarily? I have discovered a hidden paradise. You can enjoy your bath alone. Observing Tao Weiwei approaching, Zhao Yi swiftly slipped behind the waterfall. Upon entering, he found himself in a recessed cave that was shallow yet illuminated by the external light, allowing him to see everything clearly. Although not deep, it served as a splendid sanctuary for rejuvenation. Since Tao Weiwei had obtained her martial arts skills, she had yet to devote her attention to research. This was the perfect opportunity. As Zhao Yi pondered this, he intended to inform Tao Weiwei to join him. However, as he approached the waterfall, he noticed a pale silhouette in the pool not far away. Although obscured by the curtain of water, it was precisely this tantalizing glimpse that ignited a fire within his heart. Never mind, I shall inform her later. While Zhao Yi enjoyed a secluded existence with Tao Weiwei, Zhou Kunyuan found himself embroiled in a desperate battle. At that moment, not a single piece of his clothing remained intact, resembling a homeless beggar on the street. This predicament was entirely thanks to the trio opposing him. Humph, weren't you quite arrogant a moment ago? Not so boastful now, are you? The staff wielded by the agile monkey pressed against Zhou Kunyuan's throat, while the muscular tiger beside him exhibited bulging veins, and the previously wounded cat, after recuperating, rejoined the fray. Facing three opponents was indeed the limit of Zhou Kunyuan's current abilities. Had he relaxed even slightly, he would likely have lost his head by now. Stop wasting time with him. This guy is full of tricks, and I have no idea whom he learned them from. Let us finish him quickly to avoid any further complications, the cat said through gritted teeth, clearly still resentful over her failed seduction attempt. Lying on the ground, Zhou Kunyuan's mind conjured an image of Zhao Yi. Old Zhao, what would you do in this situation? Suddenly, a faint buzzing sound reached his ears, prompting him to discreetly search for its source. Yet, the surroundings were eerily silent, and Zhou Kunyuan soon realized that the sound was emanating from within his own body. Of course, the amplification ring. How could I have forgotten this treasure? Zhou Kunyuan felt the enhancement ring in his pocket, recalling the scene of his first challenge against Ruan Su. At that time, Zhou Kunyuan had just mastered the sunflower acupoint technique from Zhao Yi and had basked in a period of glory at school. However, it was not long before his confidence was utterly shattered by Ruan Su. In a bid to overcome this rival, Zhou Kunyuan even spent his saved pocket money to purchase the so-called enhancement ring. Ultimately, it became evident that in the face of absolute strength, all external techniques appeared feeble and futile. During Zhou Kunyuan's final challenge, Ruan Su discovered this little gadget and, before Zhou Kunyuan, removed the enhancement ring and tossed it onto his face. I heard you and Zhao Yi are friends, quite close, aren't you? He would never resort to such despicable means. For the sake of your health and future, it would be wise to abandon it. Ruan Su's words reverberated in Zhou Kunyuan's mind, prompting a self-deprecating smile. There was no denying it. In comparison to true prodigies like Zhao Yi and Ruan Su, he indeed paled in comparison. Yet, he possessed his own reasons to survive. The spirit cat was the first to sense something amiss and inquired with a puzzled expression. What are you laughing at? In the next moment, the aura surrounding Zhou Kunyuan surged, and his entire physique seemed to swell considerably. Boom! Zhou Kunyuan unleashed a punch, sending the spirit cat flying. Witnessing this, the spirit tiger charged forward with the ferocity of a tiger descending a mountain, only to be met by Zhou Kunyuan's robust back. What a sensation! Is he still human? His muscles are as unyielding as steel. Just after the spirit tiger voiced his thoughts, he felt a peculiar power emanating from Zhao Yi. This force, carrying a unique frequency, coursed rapidly through the spirit tiger's limbs and bones, rendering him motionless as if he were a statue. At that moment, the spirit tiger finally understood why the spirit cat had offered no resistance. It was simply impossible to resist. Only you remain. Zhao Yi's arms swelled with muscle, his visage resembling a fierce, wrathful deity. The spirit monkey, startled, instinctively grabbed his whistle baton and swung it. Crack! The baton shattered instantaneously, and in his panic, he also noticed the spirit tiger's odd state. Haha, you can't use that trick on me again for a while, can you? Humph, you are right, but a cornered turtle will bite. Zhao Yi executed a powerful shoulder charge, toppling the spirit monkey to the ground. As the fallen spirit monkey looked up, he noticed the enhancement ring on Zhao Yi's wrist. Suddenly, he recalled the mysterious figure who had met with their zodiac group before the second exam, who had also wielded a similar object. The mysterious figure had mentioned that if they successfully dealt with Zhao Yi, this would be their reward. Now, it appeared that this reward was no longer within their grasp. After confirming that the three had lost their fighting capability, Zhao Yi swiftly grabbed 3 backpacks and plunged into the dense forest without looking back. He ran frantically, only pausing after covering a distance of approximately 1 kilometer. It was not merely exhaustion. Rather, Zhao Yi felt as if his heart might burst. Hiss! Is this contraption truly meant for human use? Surely, even an elephant would struggle to endure it. Leaning against a grand tree, he managed to remove the amplification ring. The overwhelming strain on his heart gradually subsided, and his physique began to restore itself. 3 victory slips and 3 defeat slips? Today, I have truly struck gold. The very person who had approached him to form a team, when Shui, was his adversary. Now, he stood alone, clutching 2 victory slips, which filled him with a thrill. This excitement, however, rekindled the remnants of anxiety in his heart. Zhao Yi placed a hand over his chest and suddenly heard the gentle sound of flowing water. Water? There must be a river nearby. I must hasten down to soak and regain my composure. After confirming the source of the sound, Zhao Yi trudged heavily towards it. Chapter 93. The reunion of 3. As Zhao Yi parted the verdant foliage before him, he beheld a magnificent waterfall cascading down into a serene pool. Elated, he plunged into the water, sending forth a magnificent splash. Ah, how refreshing this is. The frigid water gradually tempered the warmth of Zhao Yi's body. Recently invigorated by the amplification of his martial aura, steam rose from his form as his heartbeat began to steady. Unbeknownst to him, 2 figures concealed within the waterfall were fixated upon him. There's movement outside. Tao Weiwei, clutching a stone, had been engaged in the specialized training devised by Zhao Yi. Suddenly, her eyes flew open. Did you hear that too? It seems my training while closed-eyed has borne fruit. Patience, let me observe. Zhao Yi's senses were heightened, far exceeding that of an ordinary person. Through the curtain of water, he could vaguely discern a massive figure akin to an ox. Regardless of who it is, we must act. Act. Certainly. In this examination, are we not accompanied by a 3rd companion? If we fail to seize the initiative, we risk having our precious scroll snatched away, thus jeopardizing our chances. Zhao Yi's words ignited a sense of urgency in Tao Weiwei, who gripped her stone tightly. 3, 2, 1, go. Zhao Yi lunged forward, parting the waterfall's veil, and almost simultaneously, Tao Weiwei launched a barrage of stones through the gaps in the cascading water. Swish, swish, swish. Just then, Zhao Yi, fatigued from his immersion, attempted to surface for respite, narrowly evading Tao Weiwei's assault. However, while submerged, he distinctly observed several stones skimming past him, sending up splashes. What the? This sensation is more intense than a bullet. Could there be someone outside? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Yi looked up to see a figure plunge into the water. With no time to react, he assumed a defensive stance, preparing to employ the sunflower pointing technique. After all, it suffices to endure the blows. It is quite effective. Zhao Yi mused as the approaching figure glided through the water like a dragon. Crack! Just as he felt his arm was about to be seized, he silently chanted, "Sunflower pointing technique." The proactive Zhao Yi sensed the familiar yet unique force behind this maneuver, murmuring to himself, "Is this not the method of the sunflower pointing technique? Could the person before me be Zhao Yi?" As Zhao Yi drew closer, he caught sight of Zhao Yi's face, puffed up in an effort to hold his breath. "How is it, you? I had no idea." The two, filled with excitement, spoke simultaneously, only to forget they were submerged, gulping down several mouthfuls of water. After a moment, Zhao Yi and Zhao Yi sat, drenched, upon a large rock. Their clothes had been taken by Tao Weiwei, and were now drying by the fire on another boulder not far away. Hee, what are you grinning about? Zhao Yi patted Zhou Cunyan on the shoulder, to which Zhou Cunyan replied with a broad smile. I truly had no inkling that anyone was here. Had I known, I would not have intruded upon your serene existence as a celestial couple. Cease your frivolous chatter. It was only through Tao Weiwei that I discovered this idyllic sanctuary, and I had yet to commence her specialized training when you arrived. It appears I have inadvertently thwarted your endeavors. Tread carefully with your banter, lest I be compelled to retaliate. Two grown men frolicking in the absence of attire have left the observers in the nearby thicket utterly dumbfounded. Is that Zhou Cunyan? Shouldn't he be under the watchful eyes of the spirit cat, spirit monkey, and spirit tiger? The leader of the group, possessing an elongated visage and malevolent gaze, bore slitted pupils that instilled an unsettling chill. It seems there has been an incident with the spirit tiger. What shall we do? The group turned their eyes toward the spirit snake, who, after much deliberation, spoke. Our primary objective is to eliminate Zhao Yi. This is the sole requirement agreed upon by Teacher Tan for us to employ the latest augmented combat rings. Given the troubles faced by the spirit tiger, I propose that we take charge of this matter. Upon hearing this, both the spirit ox and spirit rabbit displayed great enthusiasm. Splendid. If we succeed, might the rewards from Teacher Tan be even more substantial? That is indeed likely. However, I believe it prudent to notify the spirit goat for support in advance. The spirit ox has always been methodical and cautious, and the spirit snake nodded in agreement. We shall proceed as you suggest. Spirit rabbit, go and inform them. We shall prepare to seize the opportunity to strike. By the water's edge, Zhou Cunyan and Zhao Yi were entwined, yet Zhao Yi suddenly halted. What troubles you? Your injuries. In the enveloping darkness, they were not easily discernible, but now that Zhao Yi was close, the details became apparent. Ah, do not mention it. Did you not notice that I came alone? Only now did Zhao Yi realize that Zhou Cunyan was without the so-called childhood friend, Wen Shui. Is there something amiss with Wen Shui? Yes, your earlier warning allowed me to narrowly escape a perilous situation. Zhou Cunyan recalled the incident, and Zhao Yi nodded thoughtfully. What distinguishing features did those three possess? Visually, they bore no similarities, yet each had a metallic badge upon their chests, representing their respective talents. The ones I have encountered thus far are likely the cat, tiger, and monkey. Cat, tiger, monkey? Could they be connected to the 12 zodiac signs? Were there individuals like this in the first examination? Zhao Yi and Zhou Cunyan ruminated, but found no significant recollections. After all, the first round was primarily written, and some individuals left no lasting impressions unless they took action. It appears that this second examination is indeed teeming with hidden talents. We must remain vigilant in all our endeavors. You shall accompany me and Tao Weiwei. Zhou Cunyan hesitated momentarily, glancing at the distant flames. Will she agree? I am the captain of our duo. Why should I seek her approval? She must agree, whether she likes it or not. Zhao Yi slapped his thigh, just rising to deliver an impassioned speech when a blue pair of underwear fell from the heavens and landed atop his head. Ugh, Tao Weiwei, was that intentional? It landed right on my face. How dare you act all innocent after taking advantage of me? No one else must know about my role in drying your underwear. Whoosh. Another blue pair of underwear descended, this time landing on Zhou Cunyan, clearly a size larger than Zhao Yi's. The two, in unison, turned their backs to don the garments, leaving only a blushing Tao Weiwei, still occupied with drying their other clothes. 10 minutes later, Tao Weiwei approached them, cradling their garments and extending them forward. Here, put these on. Rest assured, my dear sister, should a fourth person learn of this incident today, I shall pursue them to the ends of the earth to ensure their silence. Chapter 94. The eradication operation as Zhao Yi donned her clothing. She made a gesture as if slitting her throat, while Zhou Cunyan, attempting to put on his pants with one foot, wobbled precariously. Hurry up, you two clowns. Get dressed. We must continue our journey. Before she could finish, Zhao Yi suddenly dashed over, wrapping her arms around Tao Weiwei and rolling to the side. In the very spot where they had just stood, two serpent-shaped flying daggers embedded themselves deep into the large stone. Kuan, are you dressed yet? We have enemies. I'm ready. I want to see which fool dares to ambush me. Zhou Cunyan appeared in front of Zhao Yi in haste, his short-sleeved shirt tied around his waist like a skirt, and his pants fashioned into a makeshift neck scarf. What are you doing? Oh dear, I was just in a rush to save someone. I got a bit mixed up with my clothes. Zhao Yi couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Zhou Cunyan's face, which was as red as a monkey's backside. Kuan, this is a critical moment. Don't make me laugh. Do you think I want to? Which bastard dares to sneak up on me? Show yourself. Zhou Cunyan shouted into the forest, and three figures emerged. One was a muscular man. Another was a surprisingly petite girl, and the last was a tall individual with unforgettable deep-set eyes. Zhao Yi, they bear the same insignia. It appears these rascals are indeed the 12 zodiac. Yes, with half of the zodiac almost gathered, I sense that this matter is far from simple. In a standard examination, who could assemble a group as large as 12? Zhou Qunyan was reminded by Zhao Yi's words. Indeed, such a number felt excessively large for the second round of the examination, making it seem out of place. Are you suggesting that they are specifically here to deal with us? Exactly, though more accurately, they are sent to target me. Zhao Yi remarked with a cold smile as she stepped forward, clearly recalling that she had injured Sun Zhongfeng and Gao Tianyi. The absence of the two in the current group could only imply two possibilities. Either they were severely injured and eliminated, or they had been abandoned by Tan Zhiqing, who orchestrated the attack through another team. Ah, a trio? Quite rare in this second examination. Rare indeed, but aren't you also 3 in number? Defeating you will grant us 3 victory scrolls. The spirit rabbit interjected, and to everyone's surprise, Zhao Yi pulled out 3 victory scrolls from her backpack, which were red and blue. Here are 3 victory scrolls for you. Can you leave now? This. The spirit rabbit glanced back at the spirit snake, momentarily at a loss. The slender spirit snake, with a calming gesture, reassured, "It's fine. He has already seen through our identities." Is that so? In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. The spirit bull, with a voice like thunder, charged first at Zhao Yi and her companions, only to be intercepted midway by the equally large Zhou Qunyan. Zhao Yi, leave this formidable opponent to me while you swiftly deal with the other 2. Fear not. I shall hasten to your aid. Zhou Qunyan understood the unspoken message, suddenly unleashing a surge of brute strength to forcibly drag the spiritual ox into a more open glade nearby. Zhao Yi fixed his gaze on the remaining 2 adversaries. Just as Tao Weiwei approached, one-on-one, let no one interfere. This is a perfect opportunity for me to assess the fruits of my cultivation. Can you handle this? Zhao Yi turned around, locking eyes with Tao Weiwei's resolute expression. Do you doubt my capabilities, so? If I cannot surmount this challenge, how can we speak of facing the battlefield together? Zhao Yi chuckled and nodded in agreement. Very well, I sense that the spiritual serpent shares a similar essence with you. Remember, do not overexert yourself. I shall come to your assistance post-haste. Zhao Yi then shifted his focus to the nearby spiritual rabbit, which displayed a timid demeanor. Why do you regard me with such a fierce expression? I am frightened. Whoosh. The spiritual serpent hurled 3 flying daggers. Tao Weiwei did not retaliate immediately, but rather withdrew gracefully, drawing him into the left side woods. Zhao Yi, unfazed by the spiritual rabbit's antics, began to limber up, then propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Swift indeed. However, I am not defenseless. The spiritual rabbit, startled by Zhao Yi's rapid approach, momentarily froze, then lifted her leg with a triumphant expression. Bang! The rabbit's legs possessed tremendous explosive power and agility. Upon contact, the force of their collision propelled them apart. Zhao Yi glanced at the crimson mark on his left arm, his expression growing more solemn. Is this the visage of your fear? I am indeed terrified. Terrified that you are so fragile that I might inadvertently crush you with a single step. The charming expression on the rabbit's face twisted into a menacing grimace. She crouched low, and in the blink of an eye, vanished from Zhao Yi's sight. Is it that her speed eludes the eye? Then I shall rely on my ears. Zhao Yi swiftly closed his eyes. Almost simultaneously, the spiritual rabbit reappeared before him, delivering a forceful kick to his chest. The impact left Zhao Yi breathless, causing him to roll on the ground until he regained his composure. Do not rush. You must entertain me a while longer. Do not perish so soon. The rabbit maintained her stiff smile, employing the same trick to disappear once more. Bang! Another kick landed. The rabbit's attacks continued to connect, seemingly leaving Zhao Yi without a remedy for her tactics. The rabbit relished the engagement, having never encountered someone as resilient as Zhao Yi. Yet, she overlooked a crucial detail. Most individuals, even those participating in the martial examination, would be either dead or severely injured after taking such a blow. Zhao Yi had endured a dozen strikes, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet he had not even coughed up blood. Another round of overwhelming victories left even the spiritual rabbit feeling fatigued. You, what are you made of, stone from a cesspit? Indeed, it is both foul and unyielding, specifically designed to repulse delicate souls such as yours. Who are you cursing? In a fit of rage, Ling Tu launched another attack, yet this time her feet halted before Zhao Yi, unable to advance an inch. For Zhao Yi's hand, like a vice, had firmly grasped Ling Tu's ankle. It is often said that an arm cannot outmuscle a thigh. Yet today this adage was utterly overturned in Ling Tu's case. Crack! With a sudden surge of force, Zhao Yi twisted, and with a faint sound, Ling Tu's leg contorted at an unnatural angle. Her anguished scream shattered the night's tranquility, compelling Ling Niu and Ling Shi to pause. Ling Tu. How infuriating. Who dares to lay a hand on Ling Tu? I shall never permit it. Ling Niu seethed with rage, but the formidable presence of Zhou Kunyan before him would undoubtedly impede his wrath. Chapter 95. Remain composed. You must maintain your composure. Do you still dare to look around? First, take care of yourself. Zhou Kunyan's attire was already poorly arranged, and amidst the scuffle, he ended up bare-chested. Meanwhile, Ling Niu, without hesitation, tore off his clothing, revealing his muscular physique as he engaged Zhou Kunyan in combat. Their struggle was devoid of sophistication, relying solely on brute strength. The two robust bodies collided repeatedly, a contest of physical endurance. Gradually, Zhou Kunyan began to feel the aches in his body, while Ling Niu remained expressionless. Ouch, my shoulder hurts terribly. I suppose you can no longer pretend. Your teeth must be on the verge of shattering, right? Zhou Kunyan distanced himself, rubbing his shoulder while lamenting. But Ling Niu exuded confidence. How dare you compare yourself to me? That was merely a fraction of my usual training intensity. I suggest you surrender gracefully. Ling Niu's words ignited Zhou Kunyan's competitive spirit, invigorating him instantly. Oh, so you're so arrogant, unaware of your own limitations. Let us continue. Bang, bang. The sound of their powerful bodies colliding reverberated through the forest once more. At that moment, Tao Weiwei was concealed behind a large tree. The fabric on her left shoulder had been sliced by a sharp weapon, and the tips of her hair on the right side had also been severed. Before she could ascertain the enemy's position, a peculiar voice, neither masculine nor feminine, echoed from behind her. Humph, stop hiding. Haven't you realized that in my presence, all attempts at concealment are futile? Concealment is futile? How did he discover my whereabouts then? As Tao Weiwei pondered, she suddenly heard the sound of blades scraping against the tree. Without a moment to spare, she evaded. And the large tree behind her was pierced by two snake-shaped flying daggers. Tao Weiwei swiftly distanced herself, circling around the waterfall and the pool. She dared not venture too far, wary of unforeseen circumstances, for she and Zhao Yi were unable to assist one another. The pressing concern was to uncover how that ominous long-haired figure had discerned her hiding place. Rustle, rustle. The serpent did not even feel the need to mask his footsteps, as if he were deliberately allowing Tao Weiwei to hear him. He approached the original large tree, lazily retrieving the daggers lodged within, and his serpent-like eyes instantly fixed upon another tree. Again hiding behind a tree? How dull. Is there truly no creativity? The serpent instinctively hurled the daggers he had just retrieved, eager to witness Tao Weiwei's panicked escape once more. Yet this time, he was taken aback when Tao Weiwei failed to evade. The two daggers pierced straight through the tree, leaving no refuge for whatever lay behind it. Is this what success feels like? How monotonous. A sense of irritation welled up within the serpent, prompting him to quicken his pace. However, upon reaching the tree's rear, he discovered that the daggers had merely penetrated a coat, within which lay a lifeless rabbit. Where has that girl vanished to? The spirit serpent stood momentarily stunned, immediately holding its breath and focusing intently, yet found no discernible trace around. Almost simultaneously, concealed behind the waterfall, Tao Weiwei peered through the parted curtain of water and witnessed the earlier scene unfold. It became clear that her position had been pinpointed through heat detection. No wonder she could not evade it. Evidently, that individual possessed the innate talent of a serpent. With this understanding, Tao Weiwei felt considerably more at ease. She glanced toward the cave behind her, home to a nest of field mice that would soon prove invaluable. Once again, Tao Weiwei removed her short-sleeved shirt, tearing it into strips, and proceeded to bind the field mice, securing them about her person. Subsequently, she stealthily slipped into the pool, following the current. While the spirit serpent continued its search for her whereabouts. Remain calm. You must remain composed. The spirit serpent could not locate Tao Weiwei, repeatedly reassuring itself in its mind. It also surmised that the heat detection method had been unraveled by her, with the rabbit in the tree serving as the most compelling evidence. However, if one believed that this was the extent of its capabilities, such naivety would be misplaced. Suddenly, the spirit serpent closed its eyes, inhaled deeply, and began to search the air for the scent of Tao Weiwei. The code it held became the foundation of its search. Found it. The spirit serpent abruptly opened its eyes, launching a throwing knife toward the right rear, only to hear a pitiful cry. It realized it had misidentified the target. But the familiar scent re-emerged from the left side, the right front, and the rear. Why are there so many scents? Which one is authentic? The spirit serpent leaped high, hurling serpent-shaped throwing knives indiscriminately, each strike hitting its mark, yet none were Tao Weiwei. Just as the spirit serpent teetered on the brink of despair, A sound of splashing water reached its ears. It truly is here. The spirit serpent turned to see Tao Weiwei burst forth from the water, an array of stones in her hand ready to unleash. Direct hit, scatter, bang. The spirit serpent's body was riddled with holes. Its left arm was rendered useless, and a stone had punctured its left lung, creating a gaping wound. Staggering backward, it caught sight of Tao Weiwei clad only in her undergarments, and the strips of cloth tied to the corpses of field mice on the ground, instantly comprehending everything. You, in such a brief span, you managed to devise all this? Are you still a high school student? The spirit serpent could hardly believe it, while Tao Weiwei coldly smirked, tapping her temple. Whenever I find myself at an impasse, I mentally prompt myself to consider what Zhao Yi would do in this situation. You may safely log off now. With 2 fingers pinching a stone, Tao Weiwei aimed for its heart. Almost simultaneously, a hearty laugh rang out. Big sister, I'm here. Zhao Yi came bounding over, capturing Tao Weiwei's attention. When she turned back, the spirit serpent had vanished without a trace. Big sister, I've come to assist. Where's the one you were fighting? What do you think? Tao Weiwei's chest heaved with indignation, prompting Zhao Yi to stare in astonishment. Daring to sneak a glance, Tao Weiwei raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap, while Zhao Yi, with a face full of grievance, remained resolute. I did not peep. I was openly watching, she exclaimed. Tao Weiwei, disinterested in engaging in a verbal spar, clutched her chest and began to search for her coat, swiftly donning a short-sleeved shirt. The garment had long lost its utility, but it would suffice for now. Tao Weiwei did not refuse, and after dressing, she turned to him and asked, "Where's Zhou Qunian?" "Ah, my Qunian." The two immediately dashed towards the last battlefield. In the woods at that moment, Zhou Qunian was breathing heavily, his body marred with bruises, every inch of him bearing the marks of conflict. The spirit bull across from him fared little better. Its only advantage lay in the stamina that had yet to be fully depleted. Chapter 96. The Battle Among Men. Damn it. What did you grow up eating? Pig feet. Zhou Cunyan's, half reclined on the ground, gazed wide-eyed as Ling Niu slowly approached. I have told you, to compare me with you is a grave insult. The rigorous training I have undergone is beyond your imagination, you inexperienced little brat. From this single utterance, Zhou Cunyan's discerned that the Ling Niu before him was no mere peer. They had likely transcended to become warriors, infiltrating this second examination arena. How arrogant. If only you could grant me another year, I would assuredly vanquish you. Upon hearing this, a smug smile graced Ling Niu's face. It is evident to me that, having matched my physical prowess up to this point, your talent must be akin to that of a turtle, correct? Yet, you are woefully naive. How could a turtle ever hope to compete with a bull? Perhaps in a year you could indeed defeat me, but alas, you shall not have that opportunity. I shall. Suddenly, Zhou Cunyan sprang to his feet, causing Ling Niu's eyes to widen in disbelief. You have a fractured left rib and broken tibias. And yet you can still stand? Are you mad? Observing Ling Niu's panicked expression, a smile finally broke across Zhou Cunyan's face. It seems your training is quite remarkable, not only granting you formidable strength, but also an astute awareness of your own injuries. Yet, regrettably, you have miscalculated from the very beginning. Zhou Cunyan's mind echoed with the memory of the first time he disclosed his talent to Zhao Yi. From that moment, he realized his resilience was extraordinary. As long as the intensity of his opponent's attack did not surpass a certain threshold, it would be nullified in subsequent encounters. His decision to confront Ling Niu head-on was a means of gauging his opponent's offensive strength. Now that this baseline had been fully established, Ling Niu was no longer a match for Zhou Cunyan's. Miscalculated? That is impossible. You are deceiving me. You must have taken some drugs or employed some special means, right? Regardless of your tactics, today you face certain doom. Ling Niu recalled the enhancement rings he had witnessed during his meeting with Tan Jiqing. However, given the nearly transparent exchange between Zhou Cunyan's and Ling Niu, any such enhancement should have been immediately recognizable. I see the one destined to perish is you. Why not come and test it? Zhou Cunyan's beckoned Ling Niu with a finger, and Ling Niu charged at him like an enraged bull. His attacks had been nearly unstoppable before, but this time, Zhou Cunyan's merely crossed his arms in front of him and effortlessly blocked the assault. How? Is this possible? How is it not possible? You wish to compete in physical talent? Today, I shall show you what true physical prowess is. Zhou Cunyan's hurled Ling Niu into the air, and the two powerful physiques clashed once more. Yet this time, Ling Niu was utterly defenseless. The tide of battle swiftly tilted in Zhou Cunyan's favor, as he unleashed the pent-up resentment he had long harbored. When Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei arrived, the scene was already quite distressing. What were the two of them doing? Tao Weiwei initially felt a twinge of concern, but upon glancing over, she quickly turned away. With two burly men so closely entangled, it was clear they were engaged in a brawl. Surely, it wasn't a display of affection, was it? Yet, why were they devoid of clothing? Zhao Yi opted not to elaborate further and strode directly over. Zhou Qunyan lay atop a celestial beast. Suddenly feeling a tap on his shoulder, he opened his eyes to see a familiar face. Lao Zhao, you've come. I won. Which is good. Now put on some clothes. Zhao Yi picked up the garments strewn on the ground, allowing Zhou Qunyan to cover himself modestly. You must listen to me. This fellow doesn't appear to be a candidate at all. I know. You suspect he was sent by Tan Zhiqing, right? The two exchanged a knowing glance and chuckled. It seemed that great minds think alike. Don't flatter yourself. I noticed they had their eyes on me even before we entered the second examination hall. When I pushed you out, it was not only to verify Wen Shui's authenticity, but also to keep you away from danger. Zhou Qunyan pointed at Zhao Yi, unable to suppress his laughter. That is not very brotherly of you. How could you think of shouldering the danger alone? Aren't I here as well? Zhao Yi smiled and nodded, helping him to his feet. Have you gathered all the calligraphy pieces? Of course, I have ample supplies. If you manage to collect yours too, I'm certain we can fetch a handsome price at the final rendezvous. Seeing Zhou Qunyan's greedy expression, Zhao Yi felt a touch of exasperation. Think what you will. Our immediate task is to leave this place and find a new spot to rest. This area has just witnessed a fierce battle and will undoubtedly attract more attention. Zhou Qunyan understood this as well, so he promptly followed Zhao Yi to the opposite hillside. Half an hour later, they arrived at a higher terrain. With trees providing cover behind them, the open ground below offered a clear view, ensuring that anyone approaching would be easily spotted under the moonlight. You rest here, Wei Wei, and I will keep watch. Then I shall not be polite. Zhou Qunyan had truly reached his limit, leaning against a tree and dozing off instantly. Meanwhile, at the far end of the death forest, two figures emerged from within the woods. One appeared youthful, yet exuded a commanding presence, while the other seemed refined, with keen eyes and both adorned with the symbols of the 12 zodiac signs. The time is nigh. Contact the others and ascertain the progress of the plan. Upon finishing his words, Ling Long, the leader, watched as Ling Yang promptly retrieved his phone. Ling, whose calls went unanswered. Then try Ling Shi. After a difficult connection. Before Ling Long could speak, he was met with Ling Shi's bitter voice. Ling Long, it seems the situation has gone awry. Gone awry? Aren't you the one leading? What on earth happened? After Ling Snake finished recounting the events, Ling Long fell into a brief silence. Ling Long, I am aware of your frequent interactions with that person named Tan. Surely, you possess a means to help me avenge my grievances, do you not? Do not be so hasty, Ling Snake. The paramount concern at this moment is not revenge, but rather your need to recuperate and rest properly. Ling Long, if I am unable to exact my vengeance, I fear I may never overcome this hurdle. He cast a glance at Ling Yang, and with a mere look, Ling Yang comprehended everything, quietly retrieving a delicate and compact briefcase from his backpack. Ling Snake, I will pose one final question. Are you truly willing to disregard everything else? Solely fixated on revenge? Indeed, my only desire is for retribution. Very well, you may take the others away. I shall send Ling Yang to join you. Chapter 97. Am I being followed? As time passed, Zhao Yi, noticing the absence of danger around him, began to feel drowsy. Why don't you take a nap? I'll keep watch. No way, big sis. It's better if I stay alert. It's not good for girls to stay up late. Dark circles under the eyes are quite unsightly. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, Tao Weiwei couldn't help but chuckle. You are quite charming in many ways, but your tongue is too loose. Hee. Isn't it said that girls adore boys with a sense of humor? What you possess is not humor, it's merely verbosity. The sudden voice made Zhao Yi tense up instantly, and he turned to look behind him. Who is there? Come out. Don't be alarmed. If I intended to take action, we wouldn't be in this situation. The newcomer slowly emerged from the left side of the woods, and Zhao Yi finally recognized him. Ruansu, what brings you here? Are you here to snatch the calligraphy book from me? Dressed in white, Ruansu seemed to be the center of attention wherever he went. It's just a mere calligraphy book. If I wanted it, acquiring it would be simple. But you, on the other hand, have been followed all this way without realizing it. Friends over there, why not step out for some fresh air? Ruansu glanced toward the right side of the woods, and two figures leaped down from the trees. Truly, Ruansu from the International High School is remarkable, effortlessly spotting us. Who are you? Zhao Yi feigned surprise while inwardly cursing. Damn it, Ruansu, you always ruin my plans. Can't you see I'm being followed? You have no idea how beneficial it would be for me if these two thugs laid a hand on me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Minglei, and this is our esteemed Lu He. Ah, so it is Lu Xiao. I have long heard of your reputation. Zhao Yi smiled broadly and extended his hand, But Lu He pretended not to see and walked away. Ruansu, I admit I lost to you at school. You are indeed formidable. But back then, you claimed you were not the strongest. Zhao Yi is the strongest. Did you say that to humiliate me? Zhao Yi was taken aback. He had never attended the international high school, so how could anything about him be relevant? Ruansu's expression remained unchanged as he stared intently at Zhao Yi. Lu He, you are quite impressive, but your flaw is your arrogance. You look down on everyone. If you continue to underestimate your opponents, you will meet your demise one day. Answer my question directly. Is he truly the one you claim to be stronger than you? Without a doubt. Then why did I follow him all this way without discovering any of his true abilities? Lu He yelled in frustration, only to receive Ruansu's calm reply. You followed him without witnessing his true strength. He simply did not grant you the opportunity. Is that not a testament to his prowess? Lu He was momentarily speechless, finally regaining his composure to look at Zhao Yi. I have no interest in playing games with you. If Ruansu himself stated he is not as capable as you, then today I challenge you. A challenge? Did you really initiate a challenge without considering my response? Your audacity is quite amusing. I refuse to comply. Zhao Yi's words took Lu He by surprise as he glanced at Ruansu, realizing he was surrounded by individuals who defied conventional behavior. You may refuse, but I shall seize your victory tablet and obliterate it, rendering your advancement impossible. Seize it. There is no need. Take it as you wish. You are simply giving it to me. Upon receiving the victory tablet tossed by Zhao Yi, Wu Minglei opened it to discover it indeed bore the victory inscription, while Lu He remained utterly perplexed. Of course, I fear not. There are numerous participants in the second examination, and I trust there are those weaker than I. At that time, I shall reclaim it. Ladies and gentlemen, please continue your conversation. I must escort my friend back to rest properly. Farewell. After Zhao Yi spoke, he approached the grand tree and hoisted the slumbering Zhou Qinyuan, who resembled a dead pig, intending to depart. After a prolonged silence, Ruansu finally spoke. Do not rush. You cannot leave yet. When did you join his side? How do you share such a tacit understanding? Are you conspiring? Zhao Yi could hardly contain his frustration, only to see Ruansu gazing sternly ahead. I said you cannot leave because the pursuers have arrived. Pursuers? Why such a formidable display? Ruansu, have you incurred debts with them? In response to Zhao Yi's foolish inquiry, Ruansu offered no explanation. On the open ground below the slope, a group of individuals gradually emerged, including some whom Zhao Yi had encountered and even defeated in the past. Is that not the spirit snake? After just a few hours, has it become restless again? Upon hearing Zhao Yi's remark, Spirit Snake's fury ignited, ready to charge forth, only to be restrained by several others. We have gathered our forces. There is no need to rush. The diminutive Spirit Rabbit perched upon Spirit Snake's shoulder, covering his eyes. Humph, Spirit Rabbit is correct. The previous matter is far from resolved. Zhao Yi regarded Spirit Snake with unwavering confidence. With merely the three of you defeated foes, what do you intend to accomplish this time? A farcical encore? Who said it was just the three of them? From the woods emerged 4 more figures, 3 men and 1 woman, each bearing the emblem of the 12 zodiac signs upon their chests. Zhao Yi's expression shifted to one of shock, his countenance darkening. Zhao Yi, what shall we do now? Tao Weiwei recognized their perilous predicament, with these pursuers ahead and Lu He and others challenging them from behind. With Zhou Qinyuan still in a deep slumber, escape seemed their only option. You may have numbers this time. We shall meet again another day. Before Zhao Yi could act, Spirit Rabbit and a horse-faced man had already circled behind them. Spirit Snake, accompanied by the remaining individuals, approached, setting eyes upon Ruansu and his companions. Who are these people? Are they your allies? Do not misunderstand. We are unacquainted and merely here to observe. Wu Minglei hastily waved his hands to dissociate himself, only to become the target of Spirit Snake's ridicule. If you lack strength, you should swiftly depart. Beware, for as you watch this spectacle, you may find your very life at stake. Zhao Yi, it seems you have nowhere left to flee. Should you comply and accompany us to meet Teacher Tan, we might consider sparing her. Ling Shi pointed a finger at Tao Weiwei, prompting Zhao Yi to ponder deeply. However, 2 figures suddenly rushed forth, forcefully propelling Ling Shi away. Zhao Yi, what are you even contemplating? These individuals have come seeking vengeance. Can you truly trust their words? To her surprise, it was Lu He and Wu Minglei who took the initiative. This raises questions. What is your motive for intervening? Let it be known, I shall not offer any payment. Enough of this chatter. We simply felt a compulsion to teach these foul-mouthed rascals a lesson. Chapter 98. The invisible guardian, the ethereal serpent that had been sent flying, was deftly caught by a robust spirit boar, sustaining minimal injury, yet unable to maintain its composure. What are you waiting for? With so many of you, charge together. This utterance ignited a tumultuous melee, and the remaining members of the 12 zodiac rushed forth, each swiftly identifying their adversaries. Is this the little girl who brought you down, Spirit Serpent? The kind-eyed Spirit Ram stood beside the serpent, his seemingly gentle gaze concealing a deadly intent. Be cautious, Spirit Ram. This girl is exceptionally clever. As for me, I shall certainly not falter in the same manner twice. Perhaps you should be more concerned about yourself, retorted the serpent, closing its eyes as the Spirit Ram summoned a surge of invisible energy, causing her hair to billow. Ouch! That hurts. Tao Weiwei suddenly felt a resonant buzz in her ears as two serpent-shaped flying daggers hurtled toward her face. Instinctively, she flung a stone, only to find it veering off course mid-flight. With a swift roll, Tao Weiwei narrowly avoided one of the daggers, which grazed her shoulder, leaving a trail of crimson. Damn it! She slipped away again. The serpent, infuriated by Tao Weiwei's escape, clenched the flying dagger tightly, while the Spirit Ram placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not fret, I have marked her. We shall not lose her this time. Together, the Spirit Ram and Spirit Serpent pursued her. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi surveyed the scene. Lu Ha and Wu Minglei were entangled with the Spirit Dog and Spirit Chicken, while the Spirit Boar and Spirit Rabbit had yet to engage. The duo appeared as a formidable combination. At the rear, the Spirit Ox also seemed disinclined to intervene, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Kunyan, who rested upon Zhao Yi's back. Big Ox, stop dawdling and join in. The Spirit Rabbit slapped the Spirit Ox, who didn't even blink. I have only one opponent tonight. Until he awakens, I shall not strike. Everyone is so obstinate, it's truly exasperating. The Spirit Rabbit sighed, while the Spirit Boar, carrying her, maintained a cheerful demeanor. Do not worry, none shall escape. Indeed, with our pig-rabbit duo, no one can flee. None can escape? I refuse to believe that. Zhao Yi, undeterred, held on to hope. Although Tao Weiwei's situation remained precarious, she at least retained her ability to act. If Zhou Kunyan were to be neglected, he would become utterly vulnerable. Ruansu remained hidden, biding his time. Zhao Yi. Suddenly, a voice from the depths of the forest captured his attention. It was Tao Weiwei. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yi repositioned Zhou Kunyan beneath a large tree and shouted into the thicket. Ruansu, I entrust Zhou Kunyan to you. Without looking back, Zhao Yi made his way into the forest, while Zhou Kunyan remained soundly asleep, with no sign of Ruansu. As soon as Zhao Yi departed, the previously immobile Spirit Ox sprang to life. The Spirit Rabbit, witnessing this, promptly urged the Spirit Boar to carry her closer. Big Ox, what are you planning? To cleanse the shame. You cannot proceed at this moment. The situation is in our favor. We must await the return of the Spirit Sheep to heed her command. However, before Spirit Rabbit could finish her words, Spirit Ox disregarded her completely and turned away. These individuals, can they not allow someone to finish speaking? Frustrated, Spirit Rabbit extended her small hand and incessantly slapped Spirit Pig, who bore her without a change in expression throughout. Thud! Spirit Ox's heavy steps resonated like a drum, as the slumbering Zhou Kunyan was now within the range of his assault. After a fleeting moment of hesitation, Spirit Ox assumed the stance of a bull and charged forward recklessly. Just as it seemed Zhou Kunyan would be thrust into the air, a pair of formidable dragon claws suddenly blocked his path. The immense force compelled Spirit Ox to alter his trajectory, veering towards another towering tree. Boom! Spirit Ox's head plunged straight in, abruptly silencing the chaos. Yuan Su glanced at Spirit Ox, then at Zhou Kunyan, and leapt back into the tree, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Tao Weiwei was in a frantic escape, overwhelmed by the combination of Spirit Snake and Spirit Sheep. Earlier, she had managed to counter Spirit Snake's skills, but the perceptive abilities of Spirit Sheep were evidently superior. What surprised Tao Weiwei even more was that with Spirit Sheep present, every stone she launched would change direction just before nearing the enemy. The scales of victory had tilted towards the adversary from the outset, leaving Tao Weiwei no choice but to seek help from Zhao Yi. Whoosh! Two serpent-shaped flying daggers approached from opposite directions, forcing Tao Weiwei to reposition herself. Yet, at that very moment, Spirit Sheep appeared like a specter, striking Tao Weiwei down the slope. She tumbled down, and by the time she came to a halt, she was disoriented and battered. In the distance, Spirit Snake and Spirit Sheep approached slowly, forming a pincer attack. Do not move. She is mine. I shall make her understand the meaning of suffering. Spirit Snake brandished two more flying daggers, positioning himself to intercept Spirit Sheep. Do not act rashly. Be cautious of deceit. Humph, she is in such a state. What deceit could there be? Before the words were fully uttered, the motionless Tao Weiwei threw a stone towards Spirit Snake. Scatter shot. Guaranteed hit. Control. Spirit Sheep waved a hand, and an unseen energy quietly intervened. once again altering the trajectory of the stones. Ah, my arm. This is bad. Yet Spirit Sheep was taken aback when Spirit Snake's arm was struck by the stones, causing blood to flow profusely. Do you harbor grievances against me? Enough with the noise. I told you not to act impulsively. Besides, it's merely a broken arm. Spirit Chicken will mend you. It's not that simple. Before Spirit Snake could finish, his body began to convulse uncontrollably, and soon his head lolled to the side, collapsing to the ground. Spirit Snake? Worthless wretch. Spirit Sheep pried open his eyes, discovering them entirely clouded. He could only curse as he removed a metallic armlet from his arm. Upon seeing the metallic armlet, a smile finally graced Tao Weiwei's lips. What are you smiling about? I chuckled at my accurate guess. Given his previous injuries, he could hardly stand, and indeed, he relied on that contraption. Ling Yang raised the damaged amplification ring in his hand, a gentle smile returning to his face. You are correct in your assumptions, but alas, I have never needed to depend on such things. Fear not, it shall not be painful. I will end your life in your own manner. With another wave of his hand, a stone that had fallen to the ground soared into the air, aiming directly for Tao Weiwei's head. Bang! A spark of metal flared before Tao Weiwei, and she soon beheld a familiar object descending before her. It was the coordinate necklace. Did you think to harm my sister without consulting me first? Zhao Yi arrived just in time, positioning herself protectively in front of Tao Weiwei. Chapter 99. Gratitude to the system. Zhao Yi, what will you do if you break it? Zhao Yi's entrance was initially impressive, but upon hearing Tao Weiwei's furious shout from behind, he quickly donned a sheepish smile and apologized. My deepest apologies, big sister, in my moment of urgency. I resorted to whatever was at hand. Tao Weiwei meticulously examined the relics left by her father and, upon discovering that nothing was amiss, let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, everything appears intact. This time, I shall forgive you. Very well, big sister, then I shall leave these two in your capable hands. Certainly. Ling Yang observed Zhao Yi bowing and scraping, and his veins bulged with irritation. Hey, stop stalling. With Ling Shi incapacitated, she was now at a distinct advantage in this one-on-one situation. I am eager to see what gives you the audacity to attempt a rescue. Ling Yang's vertical pupils fixated on Zhao Yi, causing him a moment of trepidation. Goodness, those eyes are quite terrifying, but alas, some are not easily deterred. Is that so? Then let us put it to the test. Ling Yang made no overt move, yet the scattered stones on the ground suddenly levitated and targeted Zhao Yi. Remarkably, Zhao Yi showed no signs of retreat, resolutely enduring the onslaught. Zhao Yi, Tao Weiwei felt a pang of concern. She was well aware that the stone's power was akin to her own projectiles. Given Zhao Yi's capabilities, he ought not to have withstood that. I'm fine, big sister. I can handle it. Zhao Yi thumped his chest with confidence, continuing to advance. Ling Yang, fixated on his bleeding arm, found herself perplexed. This boy, does he truly possess strength, or is he merely putting on a show? Disliking adversaries she could not decipher, she resolved to probe deeper. Swish, swish, swish. This time, it was the serpent-shaped throwing knives left by Ling Shi, possessing both speed and lethality far superior to the ordinary stones. Let us see if you dare not evade this. Ling Yang scoffed internally. However, the outcome was entirely unforeseen. Zhao Yi did not evade at all, and the 6 serpent-shaped knives mercilessly pierced his chest and abdomen. Zhao Yi, enough, take me back. We must devise a long-term strategy. Tao Weiwei wept like a sorrowful figure, unable to fathom the consequences of Ling Yang's potential third attack. I'm fine, big sister, trust me. Zhao Yi coughed up blood, yet he continued to inch closer to Ling Yang. Ling Yang's mind was nearing overload as she frantically analyzed Zhao Yi before her. Regardless of his speed, strength, or agility, he was lacking. Why not simply abduct the girl? What gave him the right to challenge me? To this point, the only certainty Ling Yang held was that Zhao Yi's physique was remarkably robust, evidently surpassing that of their teammate, Ling Miao, and was comparable to Ling Zhu. No matter what ruse you are attempting, this shall all come to an end. Ling Yang coldly sneered as she once again controlled the 8 flying knives with her mind, all unerringly aimed at Zhao Yi's vital points. Swish, swish, swish. As the serpentine flying dagger sliced through the vast expanse of the sky, it seemed as though an invisible quill was poised to inscribe a definitive end to Zhao Yi's fate. Yet, the seemingly faltering Zhao Yi, who had just been on the brink of collapse due to his injuries, suddenly erupted with unprecedented speed and agility. Where has he gone? Ling Yang could hardly believe her eyes as Zhao Yi vanished before her. Every individual she had harmed bore a mark of injury, and mere flight would not suffice to evade her. However, in this moment, there was no trace of Zhao Yi's mark. He had truly disappeared. Suddenly, A sound reached Ling Yang from behind her, and in the next instant, 8 serpentine flying daggers struck her body with precision. Thud! Ling Yang fell into a pool of blood, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, seemingly unfazed, slowly removed the daggers and stones embedded in his flesh. Why was I unable to move just now? Ling Yang could not help but inquire. To which Zhao Yi responded with a grin. Remember, there exists a martial technique in this world known as the sunflower pointing technique. Upon witnessing Zhao Yi's victory, Tao Weiwei, disregarding her own injuries and fatigue, struggled to reach him. Ouch, it hurts. Big sister Tao Weiwei landed a punch on Zhao Yi's wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Knowing it hurts, why would you take such risks? If it was a ploy of self-infliction, why not inform me beforehand? Hee, big sister, you see. This so-called self-infliction also includes your tears. Ouch, ouch, ouch. I want to say another word. A smile broke through Tao Weiwei's tears, and her anxieties were finally laid to rest, fatigue washing over her like a tide. As she leaned back, Zhao Yi quickly caught her in his arms. Hug, it really hurts. System, how much have you added this time? Your limbs and organs have sustained damage. Danger level 2, health points 211. Just over 200? Don't give me some auspicious number. If you have the ability, let me reach 985, not some 211. Zhao Yi saw through the system's intentions and thought to himself that if it had truly added over 900 health points, even with his high standards, he would have touched the threshold of a martial artist. System notification, your martial artist's 8-dimensional chart has been updated. Open the system panel. Host, Zhao Yi, strength. Pre-ascension to martial artist. Martial artist 8 dimensions. Martial 4, soul 7, blood 10, intelligence 9, strength 9, speed 9, chi 8, essence 8, total 64. Activated martial techniques. Sunflower pointing technique, 7 injuries fist. So, after all my bloodletting, the overall score only increased from 60 to 64? If you don't provide me with a reasonable explanation today, I want to leave. With no one around, Zhao Yi sat down on the ground, cradling Tao Weiwei, and began to sulk. Soon, darkness enveloped him, and a 3-dimensional martial artist's 8-dimensional chart appeared before him. Zhao Yi could clearly see that the threshold points of his 8 metrics had been elevated once more, igniting his frustration. System, do you not understand the fatigue of a beast of burden? Why not let me restart? This time, I will be the system, and you can become the host. I tell you, today, if I do not receive a satisfactory response, I shall impose upon myself the punishment of walking only in a handstand if I take even a single step further. System prompt. Your vitality has reached its maximum limit. Reward harmony breeds vitality acquired. Soon, an image of a martial art technique appeared in Zhao Yi's mind, depicting an unfurled Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, where the 2 points had transformed into the characters for vitality and blood. The yin-yang diagram spun incessantly, the characters for vitality and blood continuously replenishing one another, ultimately filling the entire universe. My goodness, is this harmony breeds vitality truly so formidable? I must give it a try. Zhao Yi promptly closed his eyes and chose to activate harmony breeds vitality. In no time, he sensed himself seated upon an immense Tai Chi diagram, where the vitality and blood within him seemed to be both interconnected and independently flourishing, generating new vitality and blood. When Zhao Yi opened his eyes again, astonishingly, his wounds had healed. Clap. Immediately, Zhao Yi brought his hands together in reverence and bowed deeply behind him. I express my heartfelt gratitude to the system, my savior, for rescuing my life. I acknowledge my earlier loudness and accept my penance. Chapter 100. Your death approaches, grateful for the system and my savior. I acknowledge my earlier outburst. Zhao Yi promptly moved to collect the spoils of battle, then executed a handstand, gripping the ground with his hands while his legs encircled Tao Weiwei as he advanced towards the previous battlefield. At that moment, on the front lines, the spirit pigs and spirit rabbits lingered at the periphery, seemingly in complete control of the situation. What transpired over there? The spirit horse and spirit dog were engaged in a 2-on-2 match, which posed no significant threat. As for the spirit sheep, they should be returning swiftly. Just as the spirit rabbit finished speaking, an object suddenly fell before her. To her astonishment, it was 2 round, glistening heads, those of the spirit sheep and spirit snake. Upon raising her gaze, she spotted Zhao Yi returning in a handstand, having placed Tao Weiwei near the vicinity of Zhou Kunyan. I leave this to you, Wan Su. I have others to contend with. Zhao Yi turned to depart, and a muffled curse resonated from the tree. Did you slay the spirit sheep and spirit snake? Is there another culprit? Zhao Yi approached, his foot resting atop the spirit snake's head, a row of serpent-shaped throwing knives adorning his waist. Such an act ignited the spirit rabbit's fury, her previously delicate visage now marred by prominent veins. So, this is what provokes your ire. Have you assumed superiority over others by refraining from the fray? Fear not. I shall soon grind your exquisite face into the ground, erasing your sense of superiority. Wait. Spirit Rabbit. Spirit Pig shouted, but the Spirit Rabbit disregarded him, launching herself towards Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi had anticipated this move, retreating to another direction well before the Spirit Rabbit made her advance. Alas, the Spirit Rabbit's impulsiveness left Spirit Pig struggling to keep pace with her, his rotund form moving slowly. What was that sound? Daring to lose focus while battling me? The Spirit Dog approached with a brazen demeanor, only to be easily evaded by Lu He. Lu Xiao, that was Zhao Yi's voice. Indeed, it is he. I must seek him out. Lu He, having joined the fray due to the taunts of the 12 zodiac figures, now yearned for a confrontation with Zhao Yi. However, the Spirit Horse and Spirit Dog would not allow them to escape so easily. Lu Xiao, if you go now, won't that mean defeat? Me? Defeated before even engaging? Lu Xiao, Zhao Yi's return indicates he has vanquished the Spirit Snake and Spirit Sheep while rescuing Tao Weiwei. As we remain entangled with these two, we risk ridicule if we do not bring back some spoils. Wu Minglei's words struck a chord deep within Lu He, his gaze fixated on the Spirit Dog's head. You make a valid point. We must at least secure some spoils. Sensing Lu He's newfound resolve, Wu Minglei confidently drew the Spirit Horse away. Oh, so you wish to create an opportunity for your esteemed Lu Xiao to engage in one-on-one combat? A commendable thought. Yet do you perhaps overestimate your capabilities? I fear that your esteemed Lu shall soon be torn to shreds by that madman, Ling Dog. Ling Ma's large, piercing eyes fixated on Wu Minglei, his grin both sinister and terrifying. You ought to concern yourself with your own predicament first. With a change in plans, Wu Minglei assumed the stance of the 8 trigrams palm and initiated an offensive against Ling Ma. A kilometer away from the battlefield, 2 figures engaged in a game of chase, darting through the terrain. Coward. If you have the guts, then stop running. Ling Tu initially believed that Zhao Yi merely aimed to divert her attention, yet as the pursuit continued, Zhao Yi showed no signs of halting. She began to suspect that Zhao Yi was simply intent on fleeing. Enough of your chatter. You could always return home now. You. Zhao Yi's words ignited Ling Tu's fury further. After pursuing for approximately 300 to 400 meters, she spotted Zhao Yi's figure perched atop a tree. Why have you stopped running? Have you exhausted your strength? Guess. Ling Tu, ever vigilant, scrutinized her surroundings. Zhao Yi's sudden halt was undoubtedly a ruse. However, after examining the area, she found no apparent issues. You truly aren't pursuing me anymore? Then farewell. Zhao Yi leapt down from the tree and accelerated once more, prompting Ling Tu to instinctively chase after her. The sound of her pursuit echoed through the air. Ling Tu, consumed by the chase, was taken aback when Zhao Yi once again came to a standstill, merely watching her without movement. What are you up to? Nothing much, just counting down to your demise. 3 seconds remaining, 2 seconds, 1 second. Your time has come. Ling Tu, intrigued, suddenly realized that her body was beginning to descend. Is this a swamp? So, you exerted all that effort just to set this trap? A clever thought, but alas, you have underestimated me. As Ling Tu sank to her waist, she summoned strength in her legs, propelling herself out of the mire. You possess some skill, yet your intellect is lacking. Did you truly think I would simply stand by and watch? Zhao Yi dove down, delivering a swift kick to send Ling Tu, freshly liberated from the swamp, back into its depths. Thud. Ling Tu reacted quickly, raising her arms to shield herself, but Zhao Yi had no intention of harming her. She merely sought to plunge her into the boundless swamp once more. This time, Ling Tu found herself headfirst, plunging into the mire. To ensure her defeat, Zhao Yi followed up with several more kicks, forcing Ling Tu to submerge like a wooden stake before she ascended back to the trees. This little girl is quite a handful, but fortunately, she seems rather dim-witted. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Zhao Yi made her way back to the front line. Meanwhile, Ling Long finally located Ling Ji, his expression gravely serious. Ling Ji, it appears we have encountered a formidable adversary. What is it? Take a look at this. Ling Long opened his watch, revealing that the 12 previously flickering red dots had dwindled by more than half, with many others appearing as frail as candles in the wind. When has our Zodiac squad ever faced such a dire crisis? Thus, I have come to seek your company. Shall you accompany me? Indeed. I must go to ascertain a certain matter, to determine whether that fellow still draws breath. Zhao Yi has finally returned to the forefront of battle, not far off. The clash involving Lu He and his 3 companions rages on, seemingly on the brink of resolution. As for the Spirit Pig, it has vanished. Bereft of the Spirit Rabbit's assistance, it is acutely aware of its peril and has likely sought refuge. It appears that the course of events is nearly set. Just as Zhao Yi concluded his statement, the elusive Yuan Su unexpectedly descended from the trees. Surely, you do not intend to strike at me now that the outcome seems to have been determined? I have been awaiting our confrontation, yet the time is not ripe. Those two fellows, I have returned to you. Chapter 101. The rescuer, the big sister Yuan Su left this remark and swiftly vanished from Zhao Yi's sight. Alas, is he leaving just like that? Not even granting me a chance to express my gratitude. One cannot say, I am impolite, Zhao Yi exclaimed, then hurried to the side of Tao Weiwei and Zhou Qingyan. He briefly assessed their conditions. Their injuries were not severe, merely a result of exhaustion leading to their unconsciousness. For now, they simply required a good rest. Zhao Yi scanned the surroundings. Among the 7 members of the Zodiac who had arrived, only 2 remained engaged in fierce combat. Zhao Yi, are you unharmed? Big sister, you're awake. Splendid. Upon hearing Tao Weiwei's voice, Zhao Yi rushed to her side. I feel rather hungry. That's easily remedied. Food is plentiful at the moment. Zhao Yi retrieved his backpack and rummaged through it, producing some compressed biscuits and water, which Tao Weiwei devoured voraciously. Why are there still people fighting over there? Tao Weiwei cast a glance, prompting Zhao Yi to explain. That must be Wu Minglei and Lu He. Then why not go assist them? Wait, let us try this first. Zhao Yi unfastened the 14 serpentine daggers from his waist and handed them to Tao Weiwei. After all, a blade is certainly more effective than a stone. Tao Weiwei accepted them, weighing them in her hand before rising to her feet. Then I shall strike at those 2 first. At this moment, on the remaining battlefield, Lu He and Wu Minglei stood back to back, their conditions less than ideal. Lu Xiao, I'll use Bahua Palm to hold them off. You escape first. Stop with the nonsense. If I flee, how shall I face them outside? Now is not the time to consider pride. Who could have anticipated these 2 would resurrect? 10 minutes prior, Lu He and Wu Minglei had ostensibly resolved their battle and were about to collect their spoils. Yet, the fallen spirit dog suddenly opened its eyes, biting into the spirit horse's arm while applying pressure to its own. An extraordinary surge of power emerged, enabling the spirit dog and spirit horse to rise once more. The resurrected spirit horse and spirit dog were formidable. At that moment, Lu He and Wu Minglei had not thought much of it, believing it merely a fleeting revival. Who could have imagined that this revival would persist for over 10 minutes without any signs of diminishing? However, enough with the buts, Lu Xiao. I am here merely to accompany you for the examination. If you do not return safely, I shall have no face to show the clan head. It's settled then. For the first time, Wu Minglei displayed a more assertive demeanor than Lu He, directly positioning himself in front of Lu He. Do you intend to take them on single-handedly? If you could manage that, we would have been down long ago. The spirit dog let out a cold laugh and lunged forward. Bahua Palm. Wu Minglei aimed for the spirit dog's lower body, but to his surprise, the spirit dog disregarded his initiative and instead ensnared his legs. This is bad. Lu Xiao? Wu Minglei realized the peril and shouted towards the retreating Lu He. Lu He turned back, only to see the spirit horse charging at him with the force of an army. Cursed fellow, I shall not retreat. 5 poisonous hands. Lu He raised his palm, aiming directly at Ling Ma's face, still executing a reckless assault. Ling Ma showed no intention of evading this strike. Meanwhile, Ling Ma's legs surged towards Lu He's head. Lu He had witnessed Ling Ma's formidable strength, and a moment's carelessness could result in his head being dispatched by that kick. At the critical moment, 2 flying daggers suddenly struck, deftly severing Ling Ma's calves. Ling Ma fell to the ground, unable to suppress a scream as blood gushed forth like a fountain. Lu He instinctively turned to see Zhao Yi standing not far away. Did you save me? Oh, do not misunderstand. It was not I who saved you this time, but our leader. Zhao Yi pointed towards the towering tree above, and only then did Lu He notice Tao Weiwei clutching a flying dagger in her hand. Whoosh! Wu Minglei was still entangled with the spirit dog when suddenly a lethal dagger severed the spirit dog's head, which rolled away. Wonderful, everyone. It appears our makeshift team surpasses their so-called 12 zodiac beasts. Zhao Yi approached and patted Lu He's shoulder, assisting him back to Wu Minglei's side. Where's Yuan Su? Lu He maintained a sour expression, clearly struggling to accept that a girl had rescued him, and thus diverted the topic. Indeed, where's Yuan Su? He seems to have left, probably waiting for us at the finish line. If we hurry, we might catch up with him. As Zhao Yi finished speaking, Lu He abruptly distanced himself from her, who had just put her arm around his shoulder. Now that everything has concluded, we must return to our original discussion. Come on. Lu He assumed a combative stance towards Zhao Yi, while Wu Minglei looked on with exasperation, and Zhao Yi felt somewhat awkward. What on earth do you have swirling in that head of yours? Today, I shall play the role of a prophet. You wish to spar with me, and I shall oblige, but only in the third examination. The third examination? What do you mean? Lu He questioned, skepticism etched upon his face. Do you already know the content of the third examination? Zhao Yi approached him again, re-establishing their shoulder-to-shoulder stance. Because I have seen this episode before. What nonsense is this? Use that clever brain of yours to think. The scale of the second examination is so vast, with so many participants, it must eliminate many candidates. The first round was a contest, the second a survival battle. So naturally, the third will be a genuine arena competition to determine the ultimate champion. Wouldn't you agree? Lu He turned to Wu Minglei, who feigned deep thought. Lu Xiao, I understand your feelings. To be honest, you have persevered longer than he has. You have already won. Consider granting Zhao Yi an opportunity to challenge you. Let us conserve our strength for the third examination. I share the same sentiment. Lu He and Wu Minglei seemed to be in sync, leaving Zhao Yi momentarily stunned. What do you mean, your endurance surpassing mine equates to victory? Enough. If we continue, that dim-witted fellow will argue with you until dawn. It is wise to know when to withdraw. Tao Weiwei whispered to Zhao Yi, who then decided to cease the discussion. Humph, the big sister was indeed correct. It is prudent to know when to stop. I wonder if Ruan Su has already passed the examination and is patiently awaiting us in the cabin within the woods. At that moment, the spirit dragon, moving swiftly, suddenly halted and seized the spirit chicken. What's wrong? There are enemies. The spirit chicken promptly stopped and looked up, spotting a figure standing atop a nearby tree. I recognize him. Teacher Tan had specifically mentioned him. His name is Ruan Su. He is formidable. A mere couple of sentences suffice to describe the imposing presence of Ruan Su before us. Brother, we are not here for an examination. Could you please just let us pass without any trouble? The spirit chicken wore a beaming smile, yet what awaited him was Ruan Su's sudden onslaught. This is bad. Chapter 102. The twin entity. The speed of the spirit dragon had already reached remarkable levels, yet it still paled in comparison to Ruan Su. He seized the spirit chicken's arm and swiftly maneuvered him parallel to his left. To his astonishment, Ruan Su anticipated this move, transforming his hand into a claw that pierced straight through the spirit chicken's chest. Spirit chicken. In a surge of fury, the spirit dragon unleashed a powerful kick, prompting Ruan Su to retreat. Blood stained his hands, resembling a pair of razor-sharp dragon claws. You have stirred up quite a predicament today. The spirit dragon laid the spirit chicken flat on the ground and removed his outer garment. He raised his arms, and to his astonishment, scales began to sprout from his exposed skin, coalescing into what resembled a natural armor. With a swift motion, the spirit dragon surged towards Ruan Su like a cannonball. However, Ruan Su's instantaneous speed exceeded his own. As he approached, his dragon claw once again aimed for the spirit dragon's chest. Yet this time, it met with the formidable dragon scales, producing a jarring sound of friction. Dragon claws? Don't presume you are the only one capable of such feats. With eyes ablaze, the spirit dragon sprouted antlers from his head and long whiskers from his mouth. The collision of their dragon claws unleashed a tremendous force, momentarily weakening Ruan Su. The tide of battle began to turn. Despite Ruan Su's superior agility, the spirit dragon leveraged sheer strength to gain the upper hand. Come on. Weren't you quite formidable just now? How did you slay the spirit chicken? Today, I shall ensure you meet a similar fate. Fueled by rage, the spirit dragon was consumed by fury, his resilient scales now covering nearly his entire body, transforming every part and joint into a lethal weapon. In stark contrast, Ruan Su bore numerous wounds from the dragon scales, left with only a pair of still razor-sharp claws. The spirit dragon charged once more, leaving Ruan Su with no choice but to adopt a defensive stance. Ruan Su, it brings us great joy to witness your impressive performance in the selection trials. We unanimously believe you have earned the right to inherit the Ruan family's dragon claw technique. In the midst of the onslaught, Ruan Su reminisced about his first encounter with the elders of the Ruan family after departing the selection trials. Prior to that moment, he had merely considered himself one among the many working-class families in the city. However, since his return to the true Ruan family, his strength had skyrocketed, rendering him invincible among his peers. The elders doted on him, viewing him as the family's hope for resurgence. Yet, only Ruan Su understood that he was indifferent to the family's future. His singular desire was to acquire the coveted dragon claw technique through familial inheritance, dedicating himself to mastering it and ultimately defeating Zhao Yi. I cannot falter here. I have yet to defeat Zhao Yi. Now awakened to the reality of his situation, Ruan Su found himself pinned to the ground by the spirit dragon. The two were in close proximity, and despite enduring blows, he discerned a weakness in the spirit dragon. His sturdy scales had yet to fully encase his neck. Come on. Today, I shall inflict a most fatal blow upon you and extract your heart." The spirit dragon roared, attempting to strike again, but was abruptly interrupted by the sound of flesh being gruesomely shredded. Ruansu suddenly released his grip, holding in his hand a still-beating heart. "I apologize, but you no longer possess that opportunity." The spirit dragon's eyes fixated hungrily on Ruansu's hand, struggling desperately to reclaim its heart. Given his current physical condition, regaining the heart was his only chance at survival. Unfortunately, Ruansu intended to deny him this chance. Before the spirit dragon, he casually tossed the heart aside. "Now, it is time to return and deal with the remaining remnants of the 12 zodiac." Ruansu turned to retrace his steps when, without warning, an ominous sense of danger surged from behind. Crack! Instinctively, he attempted to retaliate, but his entire body was lifted into the air by a robust arm adorned with feathers. Ruansu flailed his legs in disbelief at the towering figure before him, a giant cloaked in feathers. He recognized the face. It belonged to the spirit chicken, whom he had just ambushed and seemingly killed. Yet, to his astonishment, the spirit chicken was not dead. Upon revival, it had transformed into a giant exceeding 3 meters in height. What on earth went awry? Ah, the heart. Ruansu glanced down to see the heart pulsating within the spirit chicken's chest, faintly glimmering with dragon scales. "Have you uncovered the secret? You seem not entirely foolish, though a tad arrogant. Do you understand why, during every operation of the 12 zodiac, the spirit dragon and I always act as a pair? Because our lives are intertwined." At this moment, the spirit chicken, its limbs covered in feathers, gripped Ruansu as if he were merely a puppet. "I have retained your heart. It shall serve as a temporary substitute for the spirit dragon." The spirit chicken suddenly exerted its strength, preparing to crush Ruansu's skull. However, an earth-shattering tremor erupted, causing it to lose its balance and crash heavily to the ground. When the dust settled, the spirit chicken struggled to rise from the deep pit, only to find Ruansu had vanished without a trace. "Ruansu, if you dare to retreat, I will undoubtedly seek you out." The forest echoed with the spirit chicken's furious roar, while Ruansu seized the opportunity to flee to a distance of 500 meters. He could not afford to rest. He needed to hasten back, for the powerful tremor had clearly originated from behind. Although uncertain of what had transpired, Ruansu refused to accept the possibility that Zhao Yi could perish at the hands of another. "Hold on, Zhao Yi, I am coming." 1 minute prior, Zhao Yi, carrying Zhou Qinyan, was leading Tao Weiwei and the others deeper into the forest. The sudden, intense tremor caused everyone to instinctively crouch down in fear. "Move away from the trees. Seek open ground to take shelter," Zhao Yi shouted, and the entire team scattered, managing to survive the subsequent tremors. After a moment, as the vibrations subsided, Zhao Yi called out to those around him. "Is everyone all right? If you're alive, speak up. I am here. I am too." Zhao Yi gradually perceived the voices of Tao Weiwei and Wu Minglei, and he immediately felt a sense of relief. What was that earlier? An earthquake? How coincidental. Should we not return to investigate? Who would take a backward path without reason? It sounds ominously foreboding. Wu Minglei and his companion seemed oblivious to the gravity of the situation, yet only Tao Weiwei sensed that something was amiss with Zhao Yi. "Have you noticed something?" she inquired, drawing closer. Zhao Yi, upon hearing her words, offered an awkward smile. I can't quite articulate it. Perhaps it's merely an intuition, but I can't shake the feeling that proceeding further may lead to peril." They had all just endured a grueling ordeal, and at this moment, they resembled fragile boats upon a lake, ill-equipped to weather another storm. Chapter 103. The Clash of Two Tigers. He noticed that there seemed to be a lack of consensus among the group, so he cleared his throat. "I believe your argument holds merit. During critical moments, a person's sixth sense can be remarkably accurate. If necessary, we can alter our course and avoid the commotion behind us. Can't we?" Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement and changed direction. Unexpectedly, as they shifted their path, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed ahead. Was that Ruansu? Just a moment ago, I was wondering where that rascal had gone. Why the rush? Isn't it obvious? We're fleeing for our lives. Oh, what? Fleeing? Count me in. Zhao Yi and the others quickly grasped the situation and sprinted after Ruansu. By the way, I didn't have a chance to ask. What exactly is pursuing you? You can just turn around and see for yourself. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yi and the others turned back, only to behold a 3-meter-tall, humanoid creature resembling a giant chicken, its sparse feathers giving it an absurd appearance. Yet, no one could muster a laugh, for it felt as though they were being hunted by a feathered dinosaur, prompting them to quicken their pace. "I can't keep up. You all go ahead." Tao Wei was the first to falter. From the start, she had struggled to keep pace, and now it felt as though her lungs might burst. Upon hearing this, Ruansu exchanged a knowing glance with Zhao Yi, who expertly lifted the unconscious Zhou Qinyuan onto his back, while Zhao Yi hoisted Tao Wei onto his own. Zhao Yi, don't worry about me. Just run. What are you saying, leader? Not a single one of us can be left behind. System, wake up. Activate my vitality. Zhao Yi silently urged, channeling some of his energy to enhance blood circulation in his legs, allowing him to match the speed of the group. Up ahead, if my memory serves me correctly, there lies a dense forest. We can use it to shake off that monster behind us. Wu Minglei pointed towards the suddenly visible foliage, and everyone nodded in agreement. Continuing to run like this, it seemed they would tire and collapse along the way. However, just as those words left his lips, a formidable obstacle materialized ahead, a creature with crimson eyes fixed intently on Wu Minglei and the others as they charged forward. What in the world is that? Are we in some sort of monster zoo? The creature blocking their path appeared to be a hybrid of a pangolin and a snake, equipped with sharp claws and a long neck and tail. Fear not. There are many of us. We can charge right through. It surely cannot stop us. Just as Zhao Yi finished speaking, the pangolin snake raised its razor-sharp claws, effortlessly reducing a towering tree to a pile of splintered wood scattered across the ground. What do we do now? With wolves in front and tigers behind, are we truly unable to escape? Tao Wei was indeed frightened, feeling hopeless in such a dire situation. The others fell silent, while only Zhao Yi continued to beseech the system in his mind. Come on, system, you wouldn't want me to perish here, would you? So think of a solution quickly. Roar. The furious spirit chicken, pursuing from behind, interrupted Zhao Yi's thoughts, but also inspired him. Eureka! Fear not, my friends. We can employ a strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. What does that imply? According to the theory of survival of the fittest, these two creatures would not be astute enough to first join forces against us, and then deliberate on how to divide the spoils, would they? Upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, Ruansu grasped the meaning. I understand now. As the saying goes, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. We can certainly incite these two behemoths to clash first. While this is indeed true, it hinges on the condition that we remain undetected. At present, we may very well perish before these two behemoths even encounter one another. Wu Minglei was not blindly pessimistic. He merely spoke the truth. While the reasoning is sound, to survive, we must take a gamble. Who among us possesses confidence in their agility? After Zhao Yi spoke, only Ruansu and Wu Minglei looked toward themselves. Perfectly, with 6 individuals, 3 can take the lead. My friends, the path to survival lies beneath our very feet. I hope we can all meet again. I shall go ahead. With that, Zhao Yi hoisted Tao Wei onto his back and turned to charge towards the pursuing spirit chicken. Hey, Zhao Yi. Before Lu He could comprehend, Ruansu immediately glanced at Wu Minglei. Don't just stand there. We shall proceed this way. All right, Lu Shao, hop on. Wu Minglei swiftly lifted Lu He, transforming 4 individuals into 2, as they continued to rush towards the obstructing mountain snake. The 2 towering figures, each exceeding 3 meters in height, perceived this scene as a feast being presented, their excitement palpable. The spirit chicken let out an exhilarated cry, its beady eyes fixated on the approaching Zhao Yi and his companion. Meanwhile, the mountain snake extended its claws and neck, awaiting the prey to take the bait. Watch out. The creature is coming. Tao Wei, perched on Zhao Yi's back, regained her composure and began to assist him as his eyes. At the very moment the spirit chicken's sharp claws struck the ground, Zhao Yi unexpectedly executed a swift maneuver, evading in the opposite direction. Splendid. We have escaped. Wait. Zhao Yi. Tao Wei was taken aback that, in the instant of successful evasion, Zhao Yi had flung her off. Do not fret. I shall return safely. Once Tao Wei vanished from his line of sight, Zhao Yi reactivated the system. Blood awakening, 100%. Instantly, he felt nearly all his vitality surge into his legs, imbuing them with seemingly boundless strength. What are you staring at? Come at me. The spirit chicken, having failed its initial attack, lowered its head, locking onto Zhao Yi. As a result, Zhao Yi rewarded it with a swift kick. Bang! The spirit chicken, caught off guard, lost its balance and toppled over, its back feathers reducing friction, akin to a spinning roast chicken hurtling towards the mountain snake. Meanwhile, Ruansu and the others had already reached the vicinity of the mountain snake. Everyone, be cautious. The opportunity is fleeting. I shall go first. Ruansu exuded confidence in his own abilities, intent on captivating the attention of the mountain snake to create an opportunity for those behind him. Whoosh. As anticipated, the mountain snake focused on him as he boldly approached, its claws slicing through the air like steel blades aimed directly at his face. My friend, forgive me this slight, Ruansu said as he deftly propelled Zhou Qinyuan upward. seizing the moment to extend his hands and block the lethal strike with his dragon claw technique. Harnessing the tremendous force, he rebounded, propelling himself forward, while simultaneously retrieving Zhou Qinyan in a fluid motion. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, a true demonstration of perfection. Lu He, witnessing the display, could not help but marvel, yet failed to notice the impending danger that silently approached. Young Master Lu, be cautious. Wu Minglei, carrying him on his back, sensed the shift in the atmosphere and immediately raised his hand. Bagua Palm. Chapter 104. A desperate path of life and death. Upon hearing the sound, Lu He turned around, only to see the lethal claws of the mountain-penetrating snake swiftly approaching. The claws clashed with Wu Minglei's Bagua Palm, managing to momentarily halt the opponent, thus granting the two a precious moment to escape. Hold on to me, let's go. The duo swiftly evaded the grasp of the mountain-penetrating python, and by the time the creature realized its prey had vanished, there was no trace left. Infuriated, the python let out a series of hisses, when suddenly, an enormous creature slid into view. The chicken eye fixated on the snake's gaze, akin to a turtle regarding a mung bean, and without a word of warning, the two titans engaged in combat. Zhao Yi, witnessing the success of the plan, promptly returned to retrieve the waiting Tao Weiwei from the tree, taking a circuitous route to reunite with Wan Su and the others. Is everyone all right? That's splendid. But why do you all look so pale? What on earth happened? Initially, Zhao Yi was elated to see everyone safe, but as he approached, he noticed their expressions were anything but normal. It's all my fault, Xiao Wu. Ever since the exam, I've become so reliant on you. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in this state. Zhao Yi gently set down Tao Weiwei and approached the two weeping figures. Looking down, he saw Wu Minglei's right arm bore a deep gash, with the upper and lower sections barely connected by flesh. Don't worry, Lu Xiao. It's just a missing arm. I'm not dead, Wu Minglei replied with a forced smile, though his face was devoid of color. Quick, apply pressure to stop the bleeding. Seeing the urgency, Tao Weiwei dashed over with a first aid kit from her backpack, while Lu He wiped away his tears and began to assist. Zhao Yi moved closer to Wan Su and spoke. Zhou Qinyuan is unharmed. I know, Wan Su replied. It seems this fellow has been remarkably lucky, having slept through it all and still remaining alive. He glanced at Zhou Qinyuan, voicing his concerns. I worry his slumber is prolonged. If he doesn't awaken soon, it could spell danger. Though no one had abandoned Zhou Qinyuan throughout their ordeal, the tumult of their journey and the ensuing battles had a high likelihood of rousing even those who had fainted. Yet Zhou Qinyuan remained undisturbed, breathing evenly and maintaining a tranquil expression reminiscent of a meditative Buddha. He should be fine. After all, this fellow is a turtle. Don't turtles love to sleep? Zhao Yi said, though his heart was heavy with anxiety. Several times, he contemplated pressing the emergency button to extract Zhou Qinyuan, but ultimately refrained. Despite his deep slumber, Zhao Yi believed the choice should rest with Zhou Qinyuan himself, free from external interference. At that moment, Tao Weiwei approached, having discarded a bundle of blood-stained bandages. How is he? The bleeding has ceased, but due to excessive blood loss, his condition remains critical. He must be evacuated immediately. Zhao Yi looked towards Lu He, who nodded without hesitation, retrieving Wu Minglei's emergency button. With a decisive strike, Lu He shattered the glass cover above, activating the emergency signal. Strange. Why is there still a sound? Upon hearing a prolonged beep, Zhao Yi felt a twinge of curiosity. Perhaps this device serves as an emergency communication tool, enabling the rescue team to ascertain our location? Lu He inquired tentatively, prompting Zhao Yi to test the sound. Hello? Is anyone there? Can you hear me? The moment Zhao Yi grasped the device, Tao Weiwei was momentarily taken aback. Does this imply a lack of signal? Observing the small red light concealed behind Tao Weiwei's fingers, Lu He fell into silence. How could this be? Is it malfunctioning? Let me give it a try. As he spoke, Lu He retrieved his own distress signal device, noticing the same red light. He cast a pleading glance at the others, and soon it became evident that all the distress signal devices had lost connection. Big sister, we still have this. Zhao Yi shrugged, and upon realizing the situation, Tao Weiwei spoke up. I need to use the restroom. She turned and slipped into the thicket, but not long after. She emerged with a face of despair. Zhao Yi, it seems we are trapped in this signal-less place. We can't get out. As Zhao Yi noticed the amplification ring on Tao Weiwei's arm was also offline, the gravity of the situation dawned on her. At that moment, Wan Su, having discerned the predicament, stood up abruptly. Look over there. Following the direction of Wan Su's finger, they beheld towering trees crashing to the ground, signifying that the fierce contest they had orchestrated had yielded a victor. Alarmingly, not only had Zhao Yi and the others failed to devise an escape, But they also had an additional severely injured comrade who had succumbed to excessive blood loss. Zhao Yi, what shall we do now? What else can we do? Run. Whoever lags behind is in the front line. As per their usual protocol, the 6 of them combined into 3. But this time Lu He set aside his airs and voluntarily shouldered Wu Minglei. The group dashed backward in a frenzy, with Lu He clearly more determined than anyone to bring Wu Minglei back alive, even outpacing Zhao Yi and Ruan Su. Hey, this guy is quite spirited. Better to have enthusiasm than to be lifeless. We must catch up. Ruan Su chimed in, accelerating alongside Zhao Yi. When they finally caught up, they found Lu He, who had become despondent. I just praised you a moment ago. Why the sudden gloom? I'm asking you a question. Lu He, with a face of desolation, remained silent, merely pointing behind him without turning. Zhao Yi turned around, and, sitting on his back, Tao Weiwei saw the vast chasm behind them. How? How could there be a cliff here? With a width so great, the odds of jumping across were virtually non-existent. Ruan Su too gradually set down Zhou Qinyan, silently observing the enormous rift before them. The chasm appeared to span at least 30 meters. Attempting to leap across was utterly absurd. Zhao Yi approached the edge of the cliff, startling Tao Weiwei. Zhao Yi, what are you about to do? Don't do anything foolish. Humph. I do not believe my will to survive would compel me to act recklessly. Though the view from the cliff's edge is somewhat obscured, it indeed reveals a vast expanse of verdant greenery, signifying either a dense forest or a water body adorned with aquatic vegetation below. Regardless of which possibility one might wager upon, there exists a chance for survival. Come now, my friends, let us leap. To descend entails a perilous gamble, yet remaining upon this precipice guarantees certain demise. Upon Zhao Yi's utterance, all turned to the brink of the cliff, the biting wind slicing across their faces like a blade. Wait, we cannot jump yet. Ruan Su suddenly approached, halting Zhao Yi. If we leap, we can enhance our chances of survival through our reflexes. What about the 2 unconscious individuals? Ruan Su gestured towards the 2 fallen comrades, and Zhao Yi promptly recognized the grave oversight. Those who are awake, even if they are but ordinary individuals, will instinctively grasp at branches or stones when falling. Conversely, those who lie in unconsciousness, should they plunge from such a height, would merely become a mass of flesh upon impact, with little hope for survival. Chapter 105. To live facing death thus, Lu He and Ruan Su. You shall leap down first, subsequently assisting the 2 unconscious victims and Tao Weiwei. I shall remain to cover your retreat. Time is of the essence. Without further deliberation, Ruan Su and Lu He approached the precipice and leapt into the abyss. Their figures resembled 2 droplets of water plunging into a verdant ocean, and soon, their voices resonated back to them. Jump! The trees below will catch you, and we will provide support. Upon hearing this, Tao Weiwei's heart leapt with joy as she glanced at Zhao Yi. First, send Wu Minglei down, then you shall follow. I will carry Kuan down last. Tao Weiwei nodded, closed her eyes, and jumped. Zhao Yi then sent Wu Minglei down as well. The 2 below successfully caught them, and although the process was somewhat chaotic, thankfully, no one was injured. Zhao Yi, jump quickly! Tao Weiwei shouted upward, her gaze fixed on Zhao Yi's head peering over the cliff. No worries, let me find a rope. Zhao Yi retrieved a rope from his backpack, intending to secure himself and Zhou Qinyan together firmly. However, at that moment, heavy footsteps approached, and a violent tremor caused Zhao Yi to fall to the ground. The intense vibration felt even at the cliff's base. What is happening above? I don't know. Why hasn't Zhao Yi jumped yet? The people at the cliff's base grew anxious, while Zhao Yi caught sight of a colossal creature before him. From its appearance, it was unmistakably the mountain-piercing iron python that had been relentlessly pursuing them. Now, the iron python had grown to twice its original size, adorned with numerous feathers from the spirit fowl, and boasted 2 additional sharp claws. It appeared that the spirit fowl had indeed succumbed, becoming sustenance for this beast's second mutation. Zhao Yi's complexion turned ashen. Confronted with such a behemoth, he was utterly at a loss. Do not worry, Kuan, I will take you down. Just as Zhao Yi turned to flee, the advancing iron python had already spotted him, delivering a heavy blow to the ground. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, and Zhao Yi glanced back to see that a large segment of the cliff had been shattered by the iron python's strike. The crisp sound resonated like firecrackers, and Zhao Yi could distinctly feel the ground beginning to give way. If this continues, this large section of rock will break free from the cliff and plummet down. At that point, not only would Zhao Yi and Zhou Qinyan's safety be compromised, but those below would also find it impossible to escape. Zhao Yi, jump now. The voices urging him from below had yet to fade, yet Zhao Yi's face bore an expression of resolute determination. Run quickly. The farther away you are, the better. The cliff is about to collapse. And what about you? I will find a way. Just hurry and escape. Zhao Yi shouted down, then grasped Zhou Qinyan and began to retreat in the opposite direction. No, Zhao Yi, you promised you would come down. Tao Weiwei refused to give up, and Ruan Su and the others had already noticed the falling debris above. He made a decisive move, striking a knife-hand blow to Tao Weiwei's neck, hoisting her along with Lu He as they swiftly retreated with Wu Minglei. Crack! Zhao Yi once again heard the crisp sound of rock fracturing, yet he remained perched atop. Heaven, grant me the strength to endure just a little longer. At the very least, allow me to escape. At this moment, the entire fractured rock face had become perpendicular at a 90-degree angle, and Zhao Yi had no choice but to leap. Boom! The massive fragment plummeted, obliterating a significant portion of the forest below. Those hiding at the base of the cliff gasped in astonishment at the sight. The cliff had completely fractured. What was Zhao Yi to do? Ruan Su glanced at Lu He and proclaimed, I will go lend support. You stay behind to look after Tao Weiwei and the two injured. We cannot afford any more mishaps. After giving his instructions, Ruan Su began to circumnavigate the left side of the cliff, hoping fervently to arrive in time. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi, bearing Zhou Qinyan, had miraculously leaped out of a life-threatening situation at the last moment. However, before he could catch his breath, a vast shadow loomed overhead. Damn it! How did I end up right beneath this creature's feet? Zhao Yi lamented, resorting to rolling on the ground to evade the onslaught of the mountain-piercing iron python. Fortunately, the python's enormous size rendered it somewhat less nimble, allowing Zhao Yi to momentarily secure his safety beneath it. Yet, he knew this was not a sustainable solution. He kept pace with the python's movements while searching for his next foothold. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to conceal Zhou Qinyan first. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yi aimed for a nearby small hillock and propelled himself forward. The colossal python continued to search underneath him, and by the time it turned to spot Zhao Yi, he had already descended from the small mound. Look at your foolishness. You're no different from a creature with underdeveloped intellect. Angered? Then come chase me. Zhao Yi turned and sprinted away, with the python in hot pursuit. He fled into a clearing, acutely aware of the python's relentless chase. Behind him lay a valley, and Zhao Yi understood he had exhausted his chances of escape. Resolutely, he turned to face the approaching python. Don't slumber, system. There is no one around to witness my humiliation. If you wish to avoid perishing within my body, show some sincerity. Zhao Yi shouted, and despite the system's continued silence, he prepared himself to fight alongside it. As the python noticed Zhao Yi's halt, its massive paw descended like a fan. Since devouring the spirit chicken, the python's once sharp claws had transformed into hidden weapons, coiled and ready to be unleashed. Zhao Yi attempted to evade, yet a single claw grazed him. Your right arm has sustained injury and has entered a bleeding state, with a damage level of 3 and vitality at 44. Adding 44? That sounds rather ominous. Zhao Yi remarked, feeling his right arm becoming numb and swollen, as if it had lost all sensation. A mere scrape had nearly incapacitated his hand. Should a direct confrontation arise, it was likely that even 10 Zhao Yis would be no match for the beast before him. There was no time to ponder the origins of the creature. His only chance of survival lay within his own grasp, with no one to rely upon. After a few moments, Zhao Yi sensed a gradual return of feeling to his right arm, which now felt even stronger than before. Upon realizing this, a smile finally graced Zhao Yi's face. Splendid. Just as I had surmised, the rebellious system truly lives up to its name. Chapter 106. The strengthened Koan. Come on, you big lug. Hitting me is akin to a mere tickle. Have you not eaten? Zhao Yi was uncertain if his opponent could comprehend his taunts, yet he persisted in his provocations, while the incessant system notifications echoed in his mind. Your right leg is sustaining damage and has entered a bleeding state. Danger level 3, health value 48. Your internal organs are under assault. Now in a state of internal bleeding. Danger level 2, health value 68. Your vital points are suffering harm. Now in a dangerous state. Danger level 1. Health value 199. Despite the accumulating injuries, Zhao Yi remained unfazed, adhering to his habitual strategy of enduring blows before retaliating. This physique needed to acclimate to the intensity and frequency of the Chuan Mountain Iron Python's attacks. Otherwise, a slight misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. As he dodged and weaved, Zhao Yi scrutinized the colossal creature before him, contemplating 2 techniques he had yet to employ. Now was the moment for the sunflower pointing technique. Zhao Yi deftly evaded the Chuan Mountain Iron Python's massive hand and precisely struck the joint on the posterior segment of its palm. The beast recoiled in pain, and Zhao Yi distinctly sensed that its hand took at least 5 or 6 seconds to return to its original position. Was the efficacy of the sunflower pointing technique limited to merely 5 or 6 seconds? That sufficed. Let us engage in this turn-based duel to its conclusion. With a sudden glint of ferocity in his eyes, Zhao Yi nimbly evaded the next assault and swiftly ascended onto the creature's stout arm. Before long, the heart of the Chuan Mountain iron python lay exposed before him, and Zhao Yi began to gather his strength, aiming at the pulsating target. 7 Injuries fist, heart-rend. He unleashed a powerful punch that struck forcefully against the creature's heart, the impact momentarily halting the giant's movements. 1, 2, 3. Zhao Yi was not naive enough to believe he could vanquish this monster with a single blow. He was calculating the damage inflicted by the 7 Injuries fist, as per his usual practice. As he counted to the 7th second, a glimmer of cold light suddenly shot forth from beneath the massive form. Not good. This fiend is playing dirty. Zhao Yi hastily twisted his body and leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. However, being airborne rendered him a prime target for the Chuan Mountain iron python. Snap! With another sharp sound, Zhao Yi was struck and sent flying, landing with a distinct crack as his left arm broke. Your left arm is sustaining damage and has entered a fractured state. Danger level 2, health value 89, alas. A fracture? Could things go awry? Enduring the excruciating pain, Zhao Yi desperately activated the healing qi technique. In truth, he had begun utilizing the healing qi technique at the onset of the battle. Otherwise, his frail frame would have likely bled out by now. Amidst the relentless strain, he could distinctly feel the previous wounds slowly beginning to mend. Fractures are no trivial matter. Healing from such injuries can take 100 days. Zhao Yi did not believe that merely having learned the concept of harmony breeds vitality would suffice to mend her broken bone. Fortunately, it was her left arm that was injured. Had it been her right, the situation would have been far more dire. Zhao Yi shook her dominant hand, realizing that her preparations were nearly complete, yet the suddenness of her left arm's injury had thrown her entire plan into disarray. Now, in order to ensure absolute success, she would have to once again place herself in peril, testing her ability to confront the iron python of the mountains despite her compromised state. However, the iron python was not foolish. It would certainly be more vigilant when facing Zhao Yi at close quarters for the second time. With a fierce roar, the iron python raised its serpent head, clearly losing patience. Its colossal claws and powerful strikes came at her in relentless succession, leaving Zhao Yi gasping for breath. At this moment, even her self-preservation was becoming increasingly difficult, let alone finding a way to counterattack. Zhao Yi retreated swiftly, narrowly evading the iron python's lethal claws. Just as she exhaled in relief, she felt the ground beneath her begin to tremble ominously. In a critical moment, a figure suddenly rushed forward, pushing Zhao Yi aside and sacrificing himself for her safety. The iron python's claws, concealed beneath the earth, tore through the flesh of the man, sending Zhao Yi crashing to the ground, her head spinning. Struggling to open her eyes, she faintly recognized the figure and couldn't help but shout, "Cohen, run! You cannot match its might. Do not throw your life away." At that moment, Zhou Kunyan stood where Zhao Yi had just been, a grotesque wound marring his back. He turned to Zhao Yi and flashed a reassuring smile. "It's nothing. You know me well. As long as I don't die, I am invincible." Zhou Kunyan's body emanated a faint green glow, as if enveloped in a verdant radiance. Zhao Yi realized that this was a manifestation of his innate talent igniting in response to the life-threatening crisis, striving to create an opportunity for survival. She understood that this was not the time for tears. She needed to dry her eyes and calmly analyze the situation at hand. With Zhou Kunyan awakened from his slumber, his confident demeanor suggested that she could rely on him as a frontline ally. All she needed to do was find the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to the iron python. How frustrating. Why was her head spinning? Was it Cohen's doing? Did this imply he had grown stronger? Just before losing consciousness, Zhao Yi was still desperately analyzing the current predicament. Zhou Kunyan, on the other hand, had not pondered much. Upon awakening, he had immediately witnessed the fierce battle between the iron python and Zhao Yi. Concealed behind a small hill, he remained unnoticed, a clear testament to Zhao Yi's tactical prowess. Thus, he hastened to her aid. However, he had not anticipated that after his prolonged slumber, the awakening of his innate bloodline would be so potent, resulting in his strikes being somewhat reckless. He had assumed that Zhao Yi had succumbed to exhaustion before falling asleep, though unaware of the circumstances of others, nor the reason why the adversary had transformed from the 12 zodiac signs into such a monstrous being. Zhou Kunyuan's conviction remained unwavering in his mind. "Rest easy, old Zhao. I shall not allow this fiend to disturb you." Zhou Kunyuan began to flee in the opposite direction, while the mountain-penetrating iron python grew increasingly agitated, pursuing him relentlessly. Soon, both parties became ensnared in a fierce struggle, the battlefield marked by brutality. Zhou Kunyuan found himself in a position of utter defensiveness, barely evading the lethal strikes of the giant claws and massive palms. In a short span, his blood stained the ground beneath him, yet he continued to fight with unyielding determination. At the very least, he had to hold on until old Zhao awoke. Zhou Kunyuan murmured to himself, and then charged forward once more. Chapter 107. United Brotherhood. The mountain-penetrating iron python had utterly lost its patience. It withdrew its colossal claws and sharpened talons, raising its head in a clear display of its predatory instincts. Zhou Kunyuan dashed back and forth through the woods, attempting to disrupt the creature's lethal strike. Swish! The serpent's head shot forth like a retractable chain, aimed directly at Zhou Kunyuan's position. The trees he had used for cover were obliterated in an instant, leaving a vast clearing where only Zhou Kunyuan desperately sprinted. Boom! The serpent's head crashed down, stirring a cloud of dust that lingered ominously in the air. This strike was formidable enough to awaken even the slumbering Zhao Yi. Rising abruptly, he witnessed the mountain-penetrating iron python's assault and suddenly realized something. Unable to refrain from shouting, "Kunyuan, are you all right?" As the dust gradually settled, an enormous serpent's head was slowly raised by a diminutive figure. Whatever does not kill me will ultimately make me stronger. Is this truly your full strength? Then it is time for me to settle the score. Zhou Kunyuan, bloodied yet grinning wildly, had just withstood the serpent's deadly blow. His body now fully acclimated to the challenge. Standing before the mountain-penetrating iron python, he felt invincible. "Excellent, Kunyuan. I knew you could do it," Zhao Yi exclaimed. "Now, let us team up and take it down, shall we? We can make a delicious snake soup." "Absolutely. I've been craving its flesh for ages." The mountain-penetrating iron python, which should have been at the absolute pinnacle of the food chain, suddenly sensed a chill run down its spine. Zhou Kunyuan roared as he charged forward, launching what appeared to be a reckless assault, while Zhao Yi concealed himself, allowing the serpent to focus all its energy on Zhou Kunyuan alone. Boom! The familiar massive paw descended once more, but Zhou Kunyuan met it with a powerful punch. "Humph! Such tactics are futile against me." The serpent's claws joined the fray. Yet no matter how the mountain-penetrating iron python varied its attack patterns and angles, Zhou Kunyuan remained unfazed. He permitted the blows to rain upon him, moving as though he were impervious to harm. At this juncture, the mountain-penetrating iron python began to panic. Its intellect struggled to comprehend the turn of events. Yet an instinctual sense of danger arose within it, filling the creature with unease. "Come on, you big brute," Zhou Kunyuan taunted, advancing with unwavering confidence, while the serpent's attacks became mere child's play in his presence. Soon, he had closed the distance to the mountain-penetrating iron python and shouted back, "Zhao, now is our chance." Zhao Yi, who had been gathering his strength in hiding, glanced forward and replied, "Not yet, Kunyuan. That creature's hide is too tough. Can we find a way to breach its defenses?" Breaching defenses? Zhou Kunyuan attempted a punch against the serpent's thick, armored scales, but the effect was negligible. Damn, it's incredibly tough. He was capable of enduring the onslaught, yet lacked any powerful offensive maneuvers. Suddenly, a whistling sound descended from above. Zhou Kunyuan raised his head and was once again confronted by the frantic mountain-piercing iron python, which had unleashed its fearsome claws. Eureka! This contraption should prove useful. With a resounding clang, the glimmering claws failed to pierce Zhou Kunyuan's skin. He raised his hand to shield himself and then picked it up, as though wielding a grand sword. With a decisive motion, Zhou Kunyuan aimed for the heart and made a swift horizontal slash, causing blood to spurt forth, and a significant portion of the once impenetrable snake scales to peel away. At this moment, without Zhou Kunyuan's needing to utter a word, Zhao Yi, who had been waiting in the wings, charged in from behind. 7 injuries fist, heart-crushing technique. Heavy artillery fist. Zhao Yi had summoned nearly all his vitality into his arm, rendering it as robust as a thigh. With a thunderous boom, the mountain-piercing iron python was sent tumbling, its massive body sliding backward toward the precipice. "Old Zhao, you sent that creature flying. It's headed for the cliff. And no worries. This way, it will prevent me from delivering the finishing blow. Wait, quickly alert them." Zhao Yi suddenly recalled something and dashed to the edge of the cliff, shouting downwards, "Everyone below, run." A resounding crash echoed as the mountain-piercing iron python plummeted down the cliff, collapsing motionless on the ground. Zhao Yi was frantic, as no response came from below. "Is anyone there? Please respond. Stop shouting, we're right here." Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Yi turned to see Ruan Su and the others appearing to his right. "How did you all get up here?" "I came to support you. Lu Yi is on his way as well, so we had to bring the injured along. By the way, what about that creature?" At this moment, Zhou Kunyuan approached and pointed downward, where everyone beheld the enormous body. It appears to be utterly lifeless, does it not? Certainly, otherwise it would be us facing demise. Zhao Yi lay on the ground, his chest heaving like a bellows, while Zhou Kunyin's was drenched in blood. When Tao Weiwei, clutching bandages, saw the multitude of wounds, she was taken aback. Did the two of you truly defeat this? Lu He's eyes widened in disbelief, and Ruan Su stood by, clearly awaiting an answer. Impossible. Kunyins and I simply coordinated well enough to lure this clumsy beast to the edge of the cliff. It fell on its own. Zhao Yi concealed the truth, sparing Lu He and Ruan Su from immediate despair. Though it was a clever ruse, he inquired, given our monumental achievement, might we be granted an exception to pass the examination? I truly can hardly move. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's jest, Ruan Su and the others could not suppress their smiles. Fear not, old Zhao. Allow me to catch my breath, for soon it shall be my turn to carry you. So you've always known you were being carried? Of course. In truth, I am aware of most occurrences outside. However, I cannot seem to awaken, and it has distressed me greatly to be unable to assist you. Zhou Kunyins began to speak candidly, while Ruan Su glanced at the time. Let us take a collective 10-minute respite before we resume our journey towards the destination. No sooner had he spoken than 3 armed helicopters appeared in the sky, their armaments plainly visible from below. Are they here to escort us? Zhao Yi gazed at the helicopters overhead, one of which descended, hovering over a nearby clearing that had been flattened by the recent skirmish. Zhao Yi, are you all unharmed? Wang Wenzheng leapt from the helicopter and, upon seeing the blood-soaked Zhou Kunyin, quickly turned back. Hurry, medics, attend to him immediately. 3 or 4 medics rushed over, laying Zhou Kunyin down. While Wang Wenzheng approached Zhao Yi, Chairman Wang, did you arrive because of the commotion caused by that massive creature? Indeed. Then why did you not come sooner? Chapter 108. The true cause of the beast's demise. Zhao Yi's voice trembled, though no tears fell, yet the fear within him was palpable to all present. Silence enveloped the crowd, as everyone understood the perilous situation Zhao Yi had just endured. Should such a confrontation arise again, it was likely that neither Zhao Yi nor Zhou Kunyin could replicate the bravery displayed in that moment. Observing the distress, Wang Wenzheng approached and gently patted Zhao Yi on the shoulder. You have endured much. Consider this a misstep on our part at the Bureau of Martial Management. That creature, recently classified as a terrifying beast, would be deemed F-grade by international standards, the lowest tier of such entities. Nevertheless, it is beyond the capabilities of you untrained youths to confront. Upon hearing Wang Wenzheng's words, Zhao Yi found solace for his pent-up emotions. At that moment, Ruan Su inquired, Chairman Wang, what shall we do now? Should we proceed to the next examination venue? Wang Wenzheng shook his head, his gaze reflecting a tinge of compassion as he addressed the group. You all have been admitted under special circumstances, having passed the second examination. Why is that? Came the collective response of disbelief. Because, apart from you, fewer than 10 candidates survived the second examination. The rest have become prey to that beast, he replied, turning to regard the iron python lurking at the cliff's edge, causing a shiver of dread to cascade through Zhao Yi and his companions. Had they faltered even slightly, they too might have ended up as the creature's next meal. Enough of this. Shortly, staff will escort you back. Everyone should rest and await further instructions, Wang Wenzheng said, waving his hand as he watched Zhao Yi and the others board the helicopter, departing into the distance. Soon after, a voice echoed from below the cliff. Chairman Wang, are you there? Is there something you require of me? Wang Wenzheng called out as he leaned over the edge, spotting examiner Li Xiangwan below. Chairman Wang, they intend to perform an autopsy on the F-grade beast's carcass, and we hope you can be present. Certainly, I shall attend, he replied. Accompanying staff lowered a soft ladder, allowing Wang Wenzheng and the others to descend to the cliff's base. As Wang Wenzheng appeared, all eyes turned toward him with respect. 4. In addition to his role as chairman of the Bureau, he was also the city's chief forensic pathologist, possessing unique insights into the dissection of such beasts. Chairman Wang, let us dispense with pleasantries. What insights have you gathered? At present, it appears this beast is quite peculiar, almost a hybrid of 3 different animals. Indeed, Chairman Wang, during our examination of its remains, we discovered that the neural and vascular networks within are remarkably organized, devoid of any disarray. Observing the young forensic pathologists gathered before him, Wang Wenzheng calmly donned gloves and picked up the scalpel. Have we determined the cause of death? Currently, it is tentatively concluded that it fell from the cliff, succumbing to the effects of gravity and its own weight, with significant blunt force trauma to its head and neck. Wang Wenzheng nodded thoughtfully, casually slicing through a portion of flesh with the scalpel. It is entirely understandable that you have not encountered such a hybrid beast at the front lines. In truth, the emergence of these composite creatures is not uncommon in that arena. typically arising from fierce competition and consumption among beasts within the same territory. We categorize them meticulously as evolved beasts. For instance, the one before us ought to be designated as a third-tier beast. Wang Wenzhong, drawing upon his years of accumulated wisdom, imparted a thorough lesson to the young forensic specialists before him, their pens nearly smoking from the fervor of note-taking. Observing their diligent documentation, Wang did not falter, continuing his discourse as he approached the creature's heart. As he began to elucidate the cause of death for this beast, he was suddenly taken aback upon noticing a faint fist imprint within the wound of the heart. How could there be a fist imprint? Hadn't the beast perished from its own fall? Could it be that Zhao Yi had deceived me? A whirlwind of thoughts surged through Wang's mind as he scrutinized the wound further, noting that the muscle tissue around the heart, compressed by a tremendous force, was gradually returning to its original state. This was likely the reason for the shallowness of the imprint. The more intricately he examined, the more astonished he became. Just how powerful must that punch have been to fell a third-tier beast with a single blow, albeit one of F rank? Wang stroked his chin, the inquiries of his fellow forensic specialists ringing in his ears. Chairman Wang, why have you ceased discussing the cause of death? Oh, I merely wish to allow you some time to jot down your notes. Now, let us proceed. With intention, Wang bypassed the heart and moved towards the back of the beast's head and neck. 10 minutes later, this impromptu lesson drew to a close, and the forensic specialists expressed their gratitude to Wang. Chairman Wang, what shall we do with the carcass of this beast? As per usual protocol, it will be airlifted back to the Bureau of Arms Management for further dissection and study. Remember, no one is to touch it without my explicit command. Soon, he observed a massive steel net hoisting the carcass of the third-tier beast, slowly ascending into the sky under the guidance of 2 helicopters. Chairman Wang, how could a beast appear in our designated examination area? Li Xiangwan inquired, her face etched with confusion, clearly dissatisfied with such an unexpected occurrence in her examination venue. This matter is quite complex and is currently under investigation, but I assure you, it does not pertain to you. I will inform you promptly once we have results. Wang Wenzhong adeptly patted Li Xiangwan on the shoulder before turning to board the helicopter and depart. Upon returning to the temporary command center within the Grand Hotel, he was met by a group of exhausted subordinates who were struggling to maintain their composure. Chairman, Wang Wenzhong waved his hand, casting a sweeping glance over the assembly. The second examination has been prematurely terminated. The examination site has sustained damage amounting to 76%, with a survival rate of only 13% among the candidates. Now, let us hear your thoughts on this matter. Speak freely. Wang Wenzhong bore a faint smile on his face. Yet the unspoken implication was to provide them with one last opportunity for candor. Earlier, during his journey here, he had already received considerable information. Chairman Wang, I am responsible for overseeing 2 patrol teams in the examination hall. I failed to rescue more candidates in a timely manner during the disaster. This is my responsibility. However, I must assert that the severe consequences were undoubtedly linked to Old Yuan. Lu Qing, in charge of security, was the first to take responsibility, simultaneously pointing a finger at Yuan Zhengkai, who was responsible for the communication system. Upon hearing this, Old Yuan became agitated, quickly rising to his feet. This truly cannot be blamed on me. If you do not believe me, ask Chairman Wang. During the disaster, I was in the same room as him. Once the communication system collapsed, I promptly began repairs. I contributed as well. Chapter 109. Finding the mole. Moreover, I harbor no intention of seeking credit. However, had I not intervened promptly, you would likely have arrived at the scene nearly 3 hours later. Are you implying that I am to blame? Lu Qing's face was a mask of fury, to which Yuan Zhengkai merely waved his hand dismissively. I did not say that, but some individuals, unwilling to shoulder their own responsibilities, feel the need to drag others down with them. Hey, when did you start speaking in such a sarcastic manner, Lao Yuan? The room quickly descended into chaos, with Wang Wenzhong slamming his hand on the table. Enough. What is all this noise about? I asked you to self-reflect, not to engage in a dog-eat-dog scenario. Everyone fell silent, startled into stillness, afraid to utter another word. Wang Wenzhong paced slowly before each person, his gaze piercing like that of a venomous serpent. No one dared to meet his eyes. Why do you not fear me? He approached a young man, noticing that the latter's eyes displayed no sign of evasion. Report, Chairman, I fear nothing because I have nothing to hide. Wang Wenzhong glanced at the nameplate on the young man's chest and sneered. Having nothing to hide cannot be proven merely by shouting loudly. If I recall correctly, you are Lao Yuan's assistant, are you not? So what if I am? Since you are Lao Yuan's assistant, when he is absent, you should be the only one capable of accessing the surveillance communication system he established. Wang Wenjing summoned the surveillance footage, and faced with irrefutable evidence. The young assistant collapsed onto the ground, drenched in sweat. "Take him away," Wang Wenjing commanded with a wave of his hand, then turned to address the remaining individuals. "Do not revel in this misfortune. Have you not noticed that your assistants are absent? I have repeatedly emphasized the importance of this examination, insisting that there could be no errors, yet you still failed to maintain your vigilance." Wang Wenjing produced a series of pieces of evidence, causing the heads of various departments to flush with embarrassment. Ordinarily, you would face repercussions. However, given the urgency of the situation and the impending final assessment, the higher-ups have made an exception, allowing you to redeem yourselves. I hope you will perform admirably. Understood, Chairman Wang. Wang Wenjing's actions were intended to admonish the group before him, and seeing his objectives achieved, he turned and exited the command office. Zhao Yi fell into a deep slumber as she was escorted onto the plane, and Zhou Kunyin's condition was no better. Upon awakening, he found Wang Wenjing still vigilantly by his bedside. "Chairman Wang, why are you here? What is this? Is it not your young girlfriend keeping watch? Are you displeased?" Wang Wenjing teased while peeling an apple, and Zhao Yi attempted to turn but felt the ache throughout her body. "Do not move. The doctor has advised that, in your condition, you must rest for at least 3 days. Even with your remarkable recovery abilities, you need to endure today." Wang Wenjing handed the peeled apple to Zhao Yi and rose to partially draw open the curtains. "What about the others? Zhou Kunyin's injuries are even more severe than yours. In the special care ward, Ruan Shulu and Tao Weiwei have only sustained minor injuries and are now preparing for the 3rd examination. The most unfortunate among them is a certain Wu Minglei, whose limb was severed for too long, leaving no possibility of reattachment. Mr. Zhao, is there anything else you wish to know?" Zhao Yi couldn't help but chuckle, though a sharp pain shot through her abdomen. "Chairman Wang, please do not jest with me. Since there are no outsiders present, could you enlighten me on the cause of this calamity? Is it related to Tanjiqing? How did you know I was about to mention that? Here, take a look." Wang Wenjing produced a stack of reports, and upon perusing them, Zhao Yi felt a wave of disbelief wash over her. "Tanjiqing has died? Indeed, we discovered the DNA of Tanjiqing, Sun Zhengfeng, and Gao Tianyi within the remains of the 3rd-turned ferocious beast. As for the others, they were all consumed by this beast, having never qualified for evolution. According to the investigation report, it is evident that this 3rd-turned ferocious beast was something Tanjiqing had deliberately orchestrated from the beginning." Although Wang Wenjing had assembled a temporary command office primarily composed of veterans to prevent unforeseen incidents, it was no match for Tanjiqing's infiltration of their young assistants. A multitude of factors converged to precipitate this tragic event. Wasn't he that fellow's ambition to develop a power-enhancing martial ring that could gain universal recognition? How could he resign himself to death so easily? Moreover, now that he is gone, can we finally consider this matter resolved? It is likely so. Once the final investigation results are released, it will draw to a close. Wang Wenjing reached for the report, organizing it before placing it back into his briefcase. "I have answered your questions. Now it is your turn to address mine. What questions could Chairman Wang possibly have? Regarding that 3rd-turned ferocious beast, how did it meet its demise?" Wang Wenjing suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, and Zhao Yi discreetly glanced out the window. "It was that beast that sought to devour both Cohen and me. We lured it to the edge of a cliff where it fell by its own accord. Did you not notice that a significant portion of the cliff collapsed? There are no outsiders here. Tell me, was it your doing?" Wang Wenjing lowered his voice, fixing his gaze intently on Zhao Yi's eyes. Zhao Yi weighed her options, ultimately choosing to trust Wang Wenjing. "Very well, I confess. I instructed Cohen to use the creature's own claw to pierce its chest, and then I merely added a casual punch." "A casual punch? How powerful was that punch?" "Approximately. Powerful enough to send it tumbling down the cliff," Zhao Yi stated nonchalantly, and Wang Wenjing's eyes widened in astonishment. "A casual punch? They even dispatched 2 helicopters to transport the body. Do you comprehend the magnitude of that punch?" I must admit, it was not merely a casual punch. It was executed with intent." Wang Wenjing was not surprised by this revelation. Had Zhao Yi truly delivered a casual punch with such force, he would have immediately contacted the troops to deploy her to the front lines. "If the opportunity arises again, can you assure that you will deliver the same punch?" "Certainly. Although it was thanks to Cohen for buying me time last time, I remain confident." Upon hearing this, Wang Wenjing suddenly fell silent, standing up to pace back and forth in the confined space of the hospital room. After he came to a halt, he suddenly looked up, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze upon Zhao Yi. "You cannot participate in the 3rd examination." "Oh, wait, what did you just say?" Chairman Wang did not afford Zhao Yi the chance to inquire further, turning sharply to leave the hospital room. "Hey, Chairman Wang, Clarify what you mean. Ouch, that really hurts. Zhao Yi felt a surge of pain throughout his body and had no choice but to obediently lie back down on the hospital bed. No, I cannot simply lie here. Wake up, system, it's time to get to work. Chapter 110. A unique beauty. Zhao Yi awakened the system, which swiftly initiated the operation of Harmony Breeds Vitality, allowing him to feel the gradual recovery of his injuries. Soon, Zhao Yi entered the system interface, clearly observing towering data columns resembling majestic pillars. Wait a moment. Is the system up to its tricks again? Why do these columns appear thicker and longer than before? Zhao Yi scratched his head, only to be met with a system notification. System notification. The standards for martial artists will evolve in accordance with the host's increasing strength. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi was momentarily stunned, and after much contemplation, a familiar image of a blonde-haired individual surfaced in his mind. No way. I merely mentioned that I had seen this episode before in jest. Please do not intertwine my fate with that blonde-haired fellow. I do not wish to remain a mere lowly shinobi by the conclusion of this journey. Regardless of Zhao Yi's lamentations, the system offered no response, leaving him in a state of silent despair as he diligently memorized the numbers on each column. If one were to assess Zhao Yi according to the standards of the rebellious system, an ordinary person aspiring to become a martial artist would require their martial attributes to reach approximately 300 to 500. Among the prodigies, values could soar to between 800 and 1,000. Even someone as gifted as Wan Su barely reached around 2,200. Yet, the rebellious system immediately elevated Zhao Yi's upper threshold to a staggering 10,000. Moreover, even if Zhao Yi accumulated such values in combat, whether he could transcend into a higher level of martial artist depended on the whims of the system, essentially a manual transmission. It now seemed that as Zhao Yi grew stronger, this threshold would only continue to rise. Fortunately, he had not enrolled in any martial arts academy. Otherwise, he might have found himself forever unable to graduate. Currently, Zhao Yi's vitality rested at around 8,000, consistent with his consumption levels during battles. Other attributes generally hovered around 6,000. According to the system's standards, it would take Zhao Yi at least another 6 months to become a martial artist. However, if he were to compare these standards against the data charts from the Martial Management Bureau, he would undoubtedly demonstrate an overwhelming prowess. Continue to raise the difficulty, rebellious system. I shall treat this as raising a son entering his rebellious teenage years. Alas, a child grows independent, spreading his wings and seeking autonomy. Your emotional fluctuations are evident. Excessive anger may be detrimental to your health. Vitality reduced by 30. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi immediately covered his mouth, unwilling to engage in a verbal spar with a mere program. When he opened his eyes again, he realized it was already night, and the hospital was becoming increasingly desolate. I'm so hungry. This hospital doesn't even provide meals. Is there no justice in this world? Recognizing that this was the specialized hospital for martial artists he had visited previously, he pressed the nurse call button. Bed 33. What seems to be the problem? I'm hungry. Who told you to sleep all day? Where am I supposed to find food for you at this hour? Just hold on. Then I'll order takeout. Just as Zhao Yi was about to pull out his phone, the petite nurse snatched it from his hands. You are but an injured soul, unable to indulge in unsanitary fare. Yet I am famished. Truly, I feel as though I have been reborn as a starving ghost. This is my midnight snack. Do partake to ease your hunger. The nurse retrieved an apple from her pocket and placed it upon the table before turning to leave. Another apple. Have you been sent by Chairman Wang to vex me deliberately? Zhao Yi had consumed an apple prior to slumber, and now the mere sight of one made her stomach churn. Ah, indeed. When hunger strikes, I must seek out the gluttonous Koan. How could I have forgotten? Zhao Yi slapped her forehead, recalling Wang Wenjing's words about Zhou Kunyan being in a special care ward. She stealthily exited the room, following the overhead signs, until she discovered a darkened corridor at the end. Is the special care ward truly located here? Surely, there cannot be anything unsavory lurking within. Zhao Yi observed the flickering lights above and, with a determined grit, dashed to the innermost door, her hand finding the doorknob. Creak. Upon opening the door, she beheld Zhou Kunyan reclining in the ward, engrossed in lively conversation with a female nurse. Aren't you Shenhuqiu? Good gracious, my friend. While I am on the brink of starvation, you seem to be reveling in delight. As Zhao Yi entered, Zhou Kunyan immediately straightened his posture, and Shenhuqiu adjusted her attire. Nonsense. What are you babbling about? I am simply providing him with proper care to expedite his recovery. Is that so? I cannot comprehend your words, but I do know that if I do not find a way to satiate my hunger soon, the entire hospital will be aware of your escapades by morning. Zhou Kunyan swiftly covered Zhao Yi's mouth, whispering in her ear, this afternoon, the big sister came to visit us. She saw you sleeping soundly and chose not to disturb you. All of it is reserved for you. Shen Huqiu opened a cabinet, retrieving a large bag that instantly dazzled Zhao Yi's eyes. Wow, old jar pickled vegetable noodles, instant noodles paired with grilled sausages, and braised eggs? This is truly the pinnacle of midnight snacks. Zhao Yi, driven by hunger, tore open the packaging, eager to devour the contents. But Shen Huqiu firmly restrained her. What manner of eating is this? Such waste. I shall fetch you some water. You may enjoy these for now. Shen Huqiu tossed other snacks to Zhao Yi before turning to leave with the noodles. What are you staring at? Of course, I am gazing at the delightful scene. If you wish to see more, let the big sister adorn you. I am here to discuss serious matters. Zhou Kunyan covered Zhao Yi's eyes, speaking softly. Did Chairman Wang come to see you today? Naturally. With that look in your eyes, he must have inquired about us, correct? My apologies, Zhao. Chairman Wang is exceedingly shrewd in matters of interrogation. I could not withstand the pressure and spoke the truth. What? Zhao Yi stood in astonishment, her chips scattering to the floor, her expression one of exaggerated disbelief. I anticipated Chairman Wang's cunning, but I did not foresee your swift capitulation. What precisely did he divulge to you? He said that if I did not speak the truth, he would reassign Shen Huqiu to another location. Crack. Zhao Yi slapped Zhou Kunyan on the head, causing him to grimace in pain. I knew that you were captivated by Shen Huqiu, even before crossing the threshold. You're already so infatuated. I can only imagine that after the wedding, you might end up sleeping on the couch every day. Who's going to sleep on the couch? Shen Huqiu entered, exuding the same commanding presence as before, akin to a fierce tigress. You don't understand. That is a unique kind of beauty. Zhou Kunyan looked at her with the adoration of a lover, murmuring softly. It's nothing. I'm nearly starving. As Zhao Yi ate, Zhou Kunyan inquired. Chairman Wang mentioned that Ruan Su and the big sister are all preparing for the third exam. What shall we do? Zhou Kunyan finished his meal in a few bites, savoring every drop of soup before reluctantly setting it down. What else can we do? We'll start extra practice tomorrow morning. Chapter 111. The commotion in the hospital. Zhou Kunyuan scrutinized Zhao Yi from head to toe and remarked, your injury. Of course it's healed. But please don't tell me you're still suffering a bit. In terms of recovery, Zhou Kunyuan could not rival Zhao Yi, yet when it came to enduring pain, he far surpassed her. Ouch. My back still aches a bit. I reckon I'll need to stay here for another couple of days. Stop pretending. You can't bear to be away from her, can you? Zhao Yi playfully smacked Zhou Kunyuan on the back, and seeing he had been caught, he could only muster a sheepish grin, while Shen Huqiu's face flushed crimson. You two carry on with your conversation. Don't involve me. Oh. That remark has just given me an idea. Perhaps we do have a legitimate reason to involve you in our training. What? Is it another sneaky plan? Is sneaking away considered legitimate? Tomorrow morning, you two. Zhao Yi whispered a few words to Zhou Kunyuan, who then grasped the situation. Will this actually work? Why wouldn't he? Just trust me. And what about you? I heard Chairman Wang express his desire for you not to participate in the third round of exams. As Zhao Yi reached the doorway, she turned back with a light laugh. Do not worry. When it comes to what I wish to accomplish, no one can hinder me. Zhao Yi returned to the hospital room, retrieved her phone, and opened a food delivery app, ordering everything she could find, even setting it to arrive every half hour. Following that, she arranged for various home services, such as ear cleaning and massages, ensuring payment would be collected upon arrival, leaving behind Wang Wenjing's phone number discreetly. Do you think you can prevent me from participating in the third round of exams? This matter is not solely in your hands. Now, let us see how this unfolds. The Martial Management Bureau was eerily quiet in the deep of night, yet every office was ablaze with light. This was all due to the unfortunate incident during the second round of the martial arts examination. The higher-ups were exerting continuous pressure, repeatedly stressing that the third round must not encounter any further mishaps. The entire bureau began operating around the clock, and Wang Wenjing was no exception, tirelessly verifying documents in his office. As Zhao Yi had surmised, the third round of exams would take place in a high-profile stadium, attended not only by senior officials and societal elites, but also by the general public. Wang Wenjing felt immense pressure when he suddenly received a phone call. May I ask if you are Mr. Zhao? Your scheduled ear cleaning service totals 833 yuan. How would you like to proceed with the payment? Without uttering a word, Wang Wenjing abruptly hung up, lacking the time for idle chatter with the telemarketer. However, merely half an hour later, another call came through with the same script, but this time regarding a massage. As he hung up again, his phone was bombarded with incessant calls and messages. He was left with no choice but to remove the SIM card, only for the landline on his desk to ring. These nuisance calls are utterly outrageous, daring to disturb even our internal lines at the Martial Management Bureau. Chairman Wang, this is not a telemarketer. We are the nurses stationed at the hospital. Upon hearing this, Wang Wenjing realized he had misdirected his ire and promptly offered his apologies. I apologize for the disturbance. I just received several harassing calls. Is there something urgent at this late hour? Chairman Wang. Zhao Yi has ordered an abundance of takeout and home massage services at the hospital, and it seems that Zhou Qunyan is among them. In any case, he has yet to settle the bill, leaving your number as the contact. Our nursing station is nearly overwhelmed by these individuals. Wang Wenjing suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and took a deep breath. All right, I understand. I will arrive shortly. When Wang Wenjing drove to the hospital, he was taken aback by the scene before him. Zhao Yi, what on earth are you doing? This is outrageous. Zhao Yi was reclining on the hospital bed, indulging in massages from several technicians. Alarmingly, these technicians were not only attractive but also donned nurse uniforms. Ah, the main character has arrived. Let me tell you, the phone number ending in 8106 belongs to him. He is the benefactor for tonight, so don't mistake him. As soon as this was said, the delivery personnel and massage technicians surged toward him. Fortunately, Wang Wenjing always brought 2 bodyguards, or he would have been engulfed by the crowd. He produced his wallet, handing it over, while he maneuvered through the chaos to reach Zhao Yi. What on earth do you want? Huh, I'm not doing anything. Since I can't participate in the martial arts examination, I thought there's no hope left in life, so I decided to relax properly. The Dr. 1T let me discharge, so I had to set the location here. Wang Wenjing slapped Zhao Yi on the head, staring him down intently. What exactly are you up to? Be truthful. Seeing this, Zhao Yi wiped the smile off his face, adopting a serious demeanor. What do I want? You know better than anyone else. Do I need to repeat myself? Just because I prevented you from attending the 3rd examination, you decided to throw a tantrum and create chaos here? Hey, don't put words in my mouth. I'm merely enjoying life and unwinding a bit. Zhao Yi crossed his arms behind his head, closed his eyes, and hummed a little tune. Chairman, what exactly did you order? $1,000 ISNT nearly enough. Our wallets are being drained. The 2 bodyguards poked their heads through the door of the ward, their clothes nearly stripped bare. There are cards inside. The last 6 digits of the password are on them. Take these people to withdraw money, and make sure not to overlook a single one. Understood. With this directive from Wang Wenjing, the farce in the hospital gradually subsided. Only Zhao Yi and Wang Wenjing remained in the ward. Zhao Yi, do you understand why I did not permit you to continue with the 3rd examination? As the esteemed chairman of the Martial Arts Administration, your decisions must be well considered. At merely 18 years of age, how could I fathom your reasoning? Zhao Yi responded with a hint of sarcasm, keeping his eyes closed. Wang Wenjing, with a sigh of resignation, took out his phone, displaying an image. Take a look at this. Once you do, you will understand. Upon viewing the image, Zhao Yi discovered it contained data on all participants of the martial arts examination over the past 50 years, highlighting only the top 3. Having perused this, what next? You should continue to read on. Zhao Yi reached out and scrolled to the next image. It displayed the dissected carcass of a mountain python, accompanied by a detailed autopsy report. Based on my experience in dissection, this formidable F-grade beast had been rendered nearly lifeless by a single punch. The subsequent fall from the cliff merely served as the final straw that crushed it. The individual responsible for that punch surpassed all who had participated in martial examinations over the past 50 years. At this juncture, Wang Wenjing turned his gaze towards Zhao Yi. Prior to the 3rd examination, a new regulation was instituted. Every candidate must undergo comprehensive scrutiny and testing. The intent is to prevent the emergence of individuals akin to those from the Zodiac incident. Chapter 112. The agreement between 2 individuals. Do you comprehend the significance of this? Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yi grasped the earnest intentions of Wang Wenjing. He instinctively felt that Wang Wenjing had somehow surmised the existence of his rebellious system. Should Zhao Yi proceed with the conventional protocol for the 3rd examination, his anomalous power index would undoubtedly be detected. At that point, he would be deemed a prodigy, potentially attracting national attention for special cultivation. This would be in direct opposition to the very essence of the rebellious system. Furthermore, one must consider whether deviating from the rebellious system might lead to its sudden disappearance within him, possibly resulting in the host's demise. Merely the cessation of the system's function would strip Zhao Yi of all his current powers. The accusation of deceiving the state was a burden he could not bear. Zhao Yi appeared hesitant, and Wang Wenjing, meeting his gaze, finally spoke. Does your power truly belong to you? Can you completely govern it until your final breath? These words struck Zhao Yi like a heavy blow, reverberating deeply within his heart. He returned Wang Wenjing's gaze, discerning from his eyes that Wang was indeed unaware of Zhao Yi's rebellious system. However, upon reflection, one might consider that the rebellious system was merely a grand augmentation mechanism. And given Wang Wenjing's extensive experience, He could very well comprehend Zhao Yi's current predicament, which is why he was contemplating Zhao Yi's interests and even sought to prevent him from participating in the third examination. You have heard of the rebellious system, have you not? If I am to partake in the third examination, do you possess the confidence to ensure my success in the preliminary tests? Zhao Yi silently pondered. And this time, the response from the rebellious system arrived swiftly. The host may attempt to induce a dormant state in the system. The system indicates that the rebellious system is not a parasitic entity and will only provide positive feedback to the host. When did you become so agreeable? Hello? Why the silence? Still the same proud entity. Zhao Yi chuckled inwardly, then raised his gaze towards Wang Wenzheng. I appreciate Chairman Wang for considering my situation. Truly, aside from my long-lost parents and my godmother, you are my fourth benefactor. However, I still wish to participate in the third examination. Wang Wenzheng's lips quivered slightly, as if he had swallowed back the words he intended to voice. And how confident are you? Not too much, perhaps 90%. At this moment, Zhao Yi's demeanor was tranquil, resembling a seasoned elder, devoid of any hint of bravado or deception. Very well, let us each take a step back. The third examination is set for 1 week from now. During this period, I will arrange for you to undergo a preliminary test, and it will be just the two of us. A promise is a promise. A promise is a promise. Zhao Yi and Wang Wenzheng's fists met in agreement, exchanging a smile. Before departing, Wang Wenzheng was requested by Zhao Yi to provide a relatively concealed training venue. A happy farm? Are you certain this is not a jest? You'll find out when you go. Tao Weiwei will be there as well. Wang Wenzheng closed the door behind him and departed, while Zhao Yi, having laid her worries to rest, drifted into a deep slumber. The following morning, a nurse entered the room. Bed 33, it's time for your temperature check. Where is everyone? The young nurse stood bewildered, finding the expansive ward devoid of any occupants. Head nurse, what on earth is happening? The patient in bed 89 has vanished as well. Shun Huaqiu surveyed the equally empty room, his brow furrowed in concern. It's nothing. Just proceed with their discharge procedures. Once the others were sent away, Shun Huaqiu slammed his fist against the adjacent wall in frustration. Damn Zhou Qunyan, how dare you deceive me? If you have the gall, don't let me find you. Achoo. Zhao Yi turned to glance at Zhou Qunyan, who was pulling a tissue from his pocket to wipe his nose. What is going on? Aren't you still recovering? Not at all. It's likely that Tiger Sister is pondering my absence now. It's your fault for not allowing me to leave a note. Seeing Zhou Qunyan's demeanor akin to that of a forlorn bride, Zhao Yi couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. Don't look so melancholic. Your primary concern now is preparing for the third examination. Look, it's already here. Wang Wenzheng had anticipated their early escape, and as they slipped out of the hospital, a black Audi awaited them on the road. The two stepped out of the vehicle and ventured inside. Is this our training location? The environment seems quite pleasant. Zhou Qunyan walked alongside Zhao Yi on the narrow path, surrounded by orchards and distant fields, truly evoking a sense of paradise. I hardly believe Chairman Wang would send us here for a vacation. It's prudent to remain cautious. How could that be? You're imagining Chairman Wang in a rather negative light. Before he could finish, Zhou Qunyan was abruptly launched upwards, hanging from a tree and swaying back and forth. See, I told you so. Hey, Zhao, don't just stand there. Hurry and rescue me. Zhou Qunyan dangled from the tree, his face a portrait of regret. Qunyan, I wager that if I attempt to save you now, I'll surely fall victim as well. Do you believe me? Impossible. This could be a trap set for thieves by the owner. Come quickly and save me. Just be careful. There's no way to fall for the same trick again. Observing Zhou Qunyan's anxious expression, Zhao Yi sighed in resignation. All right, I'm coming. Zhao Yi meticulously picked up a branch, thoroughly inspecting the grass beneath the large tree. See, I told you coming back would be fine. Just as Zhou Qunyan finished speaking, Zhao Yi's hand brushed against the tree, and she was once again hoisted into the air. Now do you believe me? Aye. The two swung back and forth from the tree, a crow flying gracefully overhead. Hey, why doesn't that crow say fool? Perhaps you've watched too many cartoons. Zhao Yi freed her other hand and playfully smacked Zhou Qunyan on the head. Zhao, stop hitting me and quickly find someone to rescue us. Why is this rope so difficult to untie? Zhou Qunyan squirmed in midair like a robust worm. For Zhao Yi, extricating himself from his predicament seemed rather straightforward. However, he was curious to see what would unfold after falling into the trap twice. Isn't it just a hospital stay? When did you become so inept? Upon hearing that familiar voice, the two turned to behold Tao Weiwei. Big sister, come and rescue us. Quiet, I'm on my way, she replied. And in the midst of her words, two flashes of cold light sliced through the air, severing the ropes binding them. Zhao Yi executed a graceful somersault, landing elegantly, while Zhou Qunyan predictably tumbled to the ground. Impressive, big sister. I didn't even catch a glimpse of your movements. Has it only been a day? And you've already grown so powerful? Zhao Yi surveyed his surroundings, struggling to fathom how the training environment could be so formidable and effective. Chapter 113. Happy Farm, do not be misled. The specialized training here has seamlessly integrated with daily life. It took me nearly half a day to explore less than 1/10 of the area. Follow me. Tao Weiwei walked ahead, occasionally skipping over small sections or hastening her pace for a few steps before returning to a normal gait. Zhao Yi observed all of this closely, choosing to imitate her completely, daring not to lag behind. Meanwhile, Zhou Kuan-Yuan found himself in a rather unfortunate position, being recently suspended from a tree. He was quite disgruntled and walked with an air of impatience. Old Zhao, hurry up. Why are you dawdling? Ouch. Who set this trap? Old Zhao, how did you get in front of me again? Wait for me. Ouch. Who dug this pit? Amidst Zhou Kuan-Yuan's cries of distress, Zhao Yi finally followed Tao Weiwei to a quaint little cabin in the fields. The house was modest yet brimming with a homely aura, almost merging with its surroundings. Are you all right? Tao Weiwei glanced back at the grimacing Zhou Kuan-Yuan, who immediately shook his head. Report, big sister. I am perfectly fine, Zhao Yi remarked. You truly do embody the innate qualities of a tortoise, as aptly described. Indeed, I must say, this fellow's shell is becoming increasingly resilient. Breaching his defenses is quite a challenge. As the trio entered the cabin, they were taken aback. Wait, it appears spacious from the outside. Yet how can it be so confined within? Am I seeing things? Not just Zhou Kuan-Yuan, but Zhao Yi too was puzzled. Tao Weiwei approached and tapped on the walls. This is, after all, a farm. The primary purpose of this cabin is for cultivation and harvesting, with living space being secondary. I'll take the bed tonight. You two can make do with the floor. Tao Weiwei adeptly set down a ladder and climbed to the loft, tossing down 2 pillows. Just 2 pillows? Big sister, you're being rather harsh. Not even a blanket? Zhou Kuan-Yuan cradled the pillows, nearly in tears, while Tao Weiwei remained unfazed. Nope. Or would you prefer I come down and cushion you? Heh, that might not be out of the question. A sharp flying knife whizzed past Zhou Kuan-Yuan's ear, severing a small tuft of hair. Big sister, I was wrong. I shall never jest with you again. Enough of the jokes. I've wasted considerable training time attending to your arrival. See you in the evening. Tao Weiwei turned and departed, her pace markedly quicker than before and notably silent. This piqued Zhao Yi's interest in Happy Farm. A place capable of facilitating such rapid advancement for Tao Weiwei must be extraordinary. By the way, old Zhao, big sister just left us without a word. What exactly are we training for here? Is there no instructor? A coach would suffice. This question steadied Zhao Yi, as he scratched his head and began exploring the cabin. I don't know. Perhaps there are no instructors, and we are meant to train independently. Old Zhao, there is a human head beneath your feet. A human head? Zhou Kuan-Yuan trembled with fear as he spoke, and Zhao Yi, hearing his voice, lowered his gaze to discover indeed a human head at his feet. He was immediately filled with terror, his hair standing on end. And instinctively he kicked out with his leg. Though unintentional, the force behind such instinctive reactions is often formidable. For instance, one could easily be knocked unconscious by colliding with a lamppost while walking absent-mindedly. Yet, to drive oneself against a wall in despair requires an immense conviction. Before succumbing to death, one would surely recoil in pain and reconsider. With a resounding crack, Zhao Yi saw a yellow-black arm extending from beneath the head, slender yet powerful, which effortlessly blocked his leg. Who says there are no mentors? You two young ones truly do not regard me highly, do you? To present me with such a greeting upon our first encounter? Quite improper. Suddenly, a section of the floor was lifted, and a shadow sprang forth. Zhao Yi felt an overwhelming force that flipped him over entirely. Old Zhao. As Zhao Yi tumbled through the air, Zhou Kuan-Yuan, alarmed, rushed to assist, only to be thwarted once again by the shadowy figure. However, this time the shadow did not succeed. Zhou Kuan-Yuan planted his legs firmly into the ground, remaining immovable. Oh, you are quite sturdy, young lad. But do you comprehend the principle of yielding to overcome strength? The shadow shifted its angle, directly targeting Zhou Kuan-Yuan's lower body. This put Zhou Kuan-Yuan on high alert, and even before being struck, he faltered in his stance. With a thud, both fell to the ground. Zhao Yi quickly sprang up, adopting a defensive posture, only to find the shadow completely disregarding their presence. Teacher, what are you doing? Zhao Yi inquired. But the shadow continued to lift more of the floorboards without so much as a glance. What does it seem like I am doing? The humidity beneath this cellar is excessive. If I do not air it out, my crops will rot. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi leaned in to catch a glimpse of the bountiful stash of potatoes and other crops piled below. So, teacher, you are not targeting us after all? Who is targeting you? I am merely concerned for my crops. Once the task at hand was concluded, the shadow moved into the sunlight, grinning broadly to reveal a mouthful of yellowed teeth. You see, I nearly forgot the matter entrusted to me by Chairman Wang. You too, like that girl, have come to assist me, have you not? Teacher, you misunderstand. We are here for training, not to work. Work is training, and training is work. Follow me. Zhao Yi barely registered the teacher's movement before a pair of coarse gloves flew towards him and Zhou Qinyan. The teacher then seized a hoe, turned, and strode out the door. Old Zhao, what should we do? What a question. Naturally, we must follow and see what that fellow is up to. Zhao Yi had not anticipated the other's speed. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished from sight. Old Zhao, please slow down. This time, I truly cannot keep up with you. If you don't ease your pace, we might as well roll up our mats and leave. With a sense of resignation, Zhao Yi hoisted Zhou Qinyan onto his shoulder, channeling his vitality to sustain his efforts, and finally spotted that familiar little black figure ahead. Upon reaching closer, he realized he had not been mistaken. It was not the room that was dark. It was you who were shadowy, under the sunlight. The teacher appeared to be a curious shade of yellow and black, nearly blending into the earth beneath his feet. You, with your tough skin and hearty flesh, go help me move the pumpkins from the field. One of them has been damaged, and you are the only one I can rely on. And you, go assist me in picking strawberries. Remember, not a single one must be harmed. After issuing his instructions, the dark-skinned teacher grasped his hoe and continued on his way, leaving only Zhao Yi and Zhou Qinyan behind. Chapter 114. Reunion of Old Comrades. Old Zhao. Is this truly the specialized training before the third examination? I feel more like a laborer being sold off. Zhou Qinyan couldn't help but express his frustration, while Zhao Yi sighed in resignation. Since they had come this far, they might as well make the best of it. After all, returning was no longer an option. Zhou Qinyan nodded and wandered over to the nearby melon field, while Zhao Yi made his way to a patch of strawberries. The strawberries here were not cultivated in greenhouses, but rather grown freely in the open. Nevertheless, as far as the eye could see, the fruits were plump and vibrantly colored, resembling something that had stepped out of a painting. It's just strawberry picking. There shouldn't be any tricks involved, Zhao Yi mused, picking up a nearby basket and crouching down to pluck one. What is this strawberry made of? Why won't it budge? To his surprise, the little strawberry seemed as if it had been welded to the stem, and his initial attempt to pick it yielded no results. Come on, wait. Zhao Yi exerted more force, yet the strawberry remained immovable. He used his other hand in an attempt to snap the slender stem, only to discover that it was as tough as steel. Is this a happy farm or Dave's secret garden? Have these plants mutated? Zhao Yi couldn't help but grumble. However, despite his reservations, he was determined to complete the task. Retreating was not in his nature. I refuse to believe that a mere strawberry can thwart me. With a surge of determination, Zhao Yi's arms suddenly grew robust. With a sharp crack, he successfully plucked the strawberry from its perch. That was quite easy. He tossed the strawberry into the basket, but the next moment, it shattered before him. What? It was so hard just now. How did it suddenly? Zhao Yi's words trailed off as he recalled the farmer's warning. Remember, no damage must occur. But if damage did happen, what would the consequences be? Suddenly, two shadows darted through the air, launching a fierce assault upon Zhao Yi's head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Two crows chased him as he sprinted about, only relenting when he begged for mercy, retreating to a nearby branch where they glared at him intently. This is odd. I had to summon my inner strength just to withstand their force. Your vital points are under attack. Danger level 1, health points 131. Goodness, are these crows classified as a level 1 threat? What are they, beasts of prey? Zhao Yi had never felt so beleaguered even when facing the iron python. He glanced at his fruit basket, contemplating a hasty retreat. Flapping their wings, the two crows immediately swooped in front of him, their eyes fixed menacingly upon him. I can't fight them, nor can I flee. Heaven, please save me. Zhao Yi couldn't help but shout in desperation. Meanwhile, in the melon field, Zhou Qinyan was engaged in a tussle with a watermelon. Initially, Zhou Qinyan felt that his endeavor commenced with remarkable ease. The small cart beside him was already laden with more than a dozen watermelons he had deftly plucked and transported. However, to his dismay, from the moment he attempted to lift the 10th watermelon, the task grew increasingly arduous, as if the remaining fruits were imbued with leaden weight. Before him lay a watermelon, scarcely larger than a basketball, which he struggled to lift for what felt like an eternity, yet it remained obstinately rooted to the ground. Hey, with my fiery temper, it cannot be that I am incapable of lifting a mere watermelon, he exclaimed. With determination, Zhou Qinyan assumed a stable stance, his hands delving beneath the watermelon as he summoned his strength. Success! He managed to elevate the watermelon. Yet, He had underestimated his own force, unbalanced. He fell backward onto the ground. Thud! The verdant watermelon shattered, its succulent juice and ruby-red flesh spilling forth. Zhao Qunyan's heart sank as he hastily shielded his head, fearing that a farmer would soon rush over to reprimand him. Yet, the anticipated commotion never came. What was that sound? Peering through his fingers, he opened his eyes to discover a hole in the earth, from which emerged a creature cloaked in dark, shaggy fur, voraciously consuming the remnants of the fallen watermelon. Wait, that watermelon was my doing. If you wish to feast, seek your own, he retorted, raising his leg as if to send the intruder skyward. However, the audacious creature suddenly turned, charging toward him with astonishing speed, delivering a sweeping kick that sent Zhao Qunyan crashing to the ground once more. This was not the end. The creature, akin to a seasoned boxer, unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Zhao Qunyan. Cease your assault. I concede. I was in the wrong, he cried out. And only then did the creature, assuming the posture of a proud victor, leap onto a nearby stone, fixing its gaze upon him. My goodness, is there no law in this land? Zhao Qunyan lamented, yet he steeled himself to lift the next watermelon. As the two engaged in their respective labors, a sleek black car gradually approached the orchard's periphery. Oh, Chairman Wang has arrived. How remiss of me not to greet him. You're too kind, Teacher Zhang. I am immensely grateful for your assistance in bringing these 3 children here for training, Wang Wenzheng replied. Such courtesy is unwarranted. I owe my survival on the battlefield to your care back then. Wang Wenzheng alighted from the vehicle, exchanging pleasantries with the farmer as they strolled toward a small mound of earth, reminiscent of long-lost friends reunited. From this vantage point, they could survey the entire orchard, while Teacher Zhang pointed toward the trio engrossed in their tasks. How are they faring thus far? Surprisingly, the most adept among them was the young girl. Though the 2 boys were not far behind, it was merely a matter of time before they caught up, as they had yet to grasp the essentials. Wang Wenzheng nodded, evidently having anticipated this assessment. Much like our own school days, boys tend to awaken to their potential later. Indeed, I have heard that during your second examination, Professor Zhang refrained from probing further, clearly indicating that the unforeseen circumstances of that event had already circulated. It is true that issues did arise. So, do you require my assistance? Should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Wang Wen, with a gentle smile, shook his head slightly. Fortunately, those in authority acted swiftly to contain the information. Otherwise, if word of the monstrous beasts being cultivated were to leak, our seemingly tranquil rear would descend into chaos. At this moment, the utmost priority is to ensure the success of the 3rd examination. Rest assured, I am well prepared this time. Observing Wang Wen maintain his characteristic confidence and composure, Professor Zhang felt a sense of relief. Only he, having fought side by side with him, understood the formidable strength and spirited vigor Wang Wen possessed on the battlefield years ago. He did not wish to witness his old comrade falter due to any other concerns. Chapter 115. The biased teacher, leave these 3 children to me. I assure you, within a week, they shall become outstanding individuals. Mr. Zhang expressed his confidence. Yet Wang Wenzheng shook his head. There isn't that much time. We have at most 5 days. 5 days. Including on-site testing and familiarization. Even 5 days is quite lenient. Mr. Zhang pondered for a moment, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. If we only have 5 days, then I must intensify their training. Take it easy, old Zhang. Today as children are not as resilient as we were back in our day. Leave it to me. You need not worry. Mr. Zhang waved dismissively at Wang Wenzheng and descended the mountain without a glance back. As time progressed, Zhao Yi gradually discerned the primary aim of the training, to cultivate his ability to harness and release great power with ease. Fortunately, Zhao Yi was improving swiftly. Although his strawberry picking speed was slow, it was stable, and he hadn't been pecked by a crow for half an hour. On Zhao Cunyan's side, things were also looking up. The weasel on the stone was nearly falling asleep. This is splendid. At this rate, I should be able to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. What are you dawdling around for? You look like a little girl. Mr. Zhang suddenly appeared, startling Zhao Yi and causing the strawberries he had gathered to fall to the ground, prompting the crows to take flight. Oh dear, I must say, instructor, isn't this a disruption to my training? Call me Mr. Zhang. And what do you mean by disruption? In the battlefield, if you're shot and lying on the ground, will anyone spare you the chance to reason? Mr. Zhang placed a large stack of fruit baskets in front of Zhao Yi. Mr. Zhang, what is the purpose of this? Need I spell it out? You will eat only when these baskets are filled. Zhao Yi stared at the towering stack of baskets before him, and Mr. Zhang vanished without granting him a moment's mercy. Ah, this training seems rather easy, though I am a bit hungry. I wonder if I could sneak a bite of watermelon? Zhao Cunyan hummed a tune while transporting watermelons, having adapted well to the rhythm of the place. thinking of sneaking a bite. Prepare to be punished. Mr. Zhang clapped his hands, and suddenly, 4 or 5 weasels emerged from the melon field, charging toward Zhou Kunyan for a thorough beating. Ah, instructor, please stop. I was merely jesting. I truly haven't stolen any watermelon. Merely jesting is not acceptable, nor is merely thinking about it. Mr. Zhang waved his hand, pointing at the melon field. You are still too lackadaisical. You shall eat only when the entire field is cleared. What? No meals during training? You might as well end me. Help. Time swiftly passed, and by evening, Zhao Yi cautiously placed the last strawberry down, catching a glimmer of disappointment in the crow's eyes. What are you staring at? Do you wish to peck me? Not a chance. Just as Zhao Yi was feeling pleased, the last strawberry slipped from his grasp, sending the 2 crows soaring into the air. He skillfully squatted down with his head cradled in his arms, a smile adorning his face, for he had long since completed his targets. Zhao Yi, finding himself rather bored, was merely engaging in extra practice. Well done, you've quite the talent. As he spoke, Zhao Yi caught sight of Teacher Zhang tossing him a lunchbox, which contained steaming pig's trotter rice, causing his mouth to water profusely. Why aren't you eating? Teacher Zhang, may I inquire about the situation with Zhou Kunyan? I happen to need to deliver him some food as well. Shall we go together? Teacher Zhang, operating an electric tricycle, took Zhao Yi to the watermelon field. There, Zhou Kunyan lay sprawled on the ridge, soundly asleep, while the watermelons in the field had been entirely harvested. Hey, wake up and eat. Zhao Yi dismounted and gently patted Zhou Kunyan's face, but received no response. He then took the lunchbox from Teacher Zhang. What is that delightful aroma? Upon catching the scent of the pig's trotter rice, Zhou Kunyan abruptly opened his eyes. Look at you, so lackadaisical. Hurry up and eat before it cools down. The 2 sat on the ridge, devouring their meal with gusto. The food was nothing short of exquisite, while Teacher Zhang contentedly puffed on his pipe, watching them with a smile. Teacher Zhang, may I ask if the big sister has had her meal yet? The big sister? You mean that girl, right? It's the perfect time for loading the truck. Let's head over. Once again, Teacher Zhang drove the tricycle through the fields, soon arriving at a vast cornfield. The golden corn before them was evidently ripe for harvest. Wait a moment. Strawberries, watermelons, corn, potatoes? Are these all in season at the same time? It seems Teacher Zhang is quite remarkable, Zhao Yi murmured, while Zhou Kunyan remained preoccupied with his bowl of pig's trotter rice, oblivious to his words. Teacher Zhang, where is Tao Weiwei? Why isn't she working? Oh, her? She doesn't need to be present. Look over there. Teacher Zhang casually pointed, and Zhao Yi and Zhou Kunyan witnessed 2 flying knives hurtling towards them. An ambush. Zhou Kunyan reacted swiftly, flipping off the tricycle and using it as cover, while also protecting the bowl of pig's trotter rice. Don't panic. That's your big sister at work. My goodness, this is rather extraordinary. Zhao Yi was left utterly astonished. The flying knives precisely severed the ripe corn from the stalks, only to return along their original path, delivering the harvested corn directly into a nearby bamboo basket. Soon, the number of flying knives multiplied, leaving Zhao Yi and Zhou Kunyan dizzy with amazement. With a thud, a corn cob fell to the ground, and Zhao Yi's gaze remained fixated upon the cornfield. Even Zhou Kunyan lost interest in his pig's trotter rice. They had endured a long day, and now they finally had the chance to witness Tao Weiwei's predicament. Here it comes, Zhou Kunyan exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the commotion in the cornfield, and Zhao Yi soon spotted a wild boar charging forth with great ferocity. My heavens, a wild boar? This could be perilous. Zhao Yi glanced at Teacher Zhang, who merely crossed his arms and smiled, remaining silent. As the wild boar charged recklessly forward, Zhao Yi, with a tense expression, braced for action. It seemed that the 18 flying daggers had pushed me to my limits. From her perch in the trees, Tao Weiwei leaped down, and the moment the boar caught sight of her, it came to an abrupt halt. This is mine. What do you think we should do? She exclaimed. The boar, without hesitation, picked up the fallen ear of corn and willingly placed it into Tao Weiwei's bamboo basket. This scene left Zhao Yi and Zhou Kunyan utterly exhilarated. How is this fair? They protested. Teacher Zhang, is it because she is a girl that you show her favoritism? In response to their inquiries, Teacher Zhang calmly explained. What does this have to do with me? If you possess the skill, you too can befriend your examiner. Chapter 116, Preparedness and Bias. Zhao Yi and Zhou Kunyan spoke simultaneously, then turned and strode away. Tao Weiwei sat at the edge of the field with her lunchbox, perhaps even feeding a wild boar a morsel. The scene was nothing short of heartwarming. As evening descended, Teacher Zhang announced his intention to keep watch and ventured alone to the farm. After finishing her evening routine, Tao Weiwei ascended to the loft, while Zhou Kunyan and Zhao Yi spread out their bedding on the floor, preparing to sleep. Ugh, this training truly disregards us as human beings. After enduring such exhaustion and punishment during the day, We must now sleep on such a hard floor even Zhou Kunyan, blessed with an exceptional physique, could hardly tolerate it. While nearby, Zhao Yi grimaced in pain. Damn it, is my body really so fragile? I refuse to believe it. Zhao Yi resolutely tossed aside the thin blanket beneath him and lay directly on the floor. As he settled down, he felt as though he had been run over by a vehicle. Yet soon, the coolness of the floor began to ease his aches. No wonder Tao Weiwei insisted we sleep on the floor, could it be? Seemingly struck by a thought, Zhao Yi sought confirmation. Glancing over, he noticed Zhou Kunyan was already dozing off, prompting him to quietly ascend the ladder. In the loft, Tao Weiwei slept soundly, and Zhao Yi gazed at her blanket, extending a mischievous hand. Smack! To his surprise, Tao Weiwei swung her hand, sending Zhao Yi tumbling down with a cry that startled Zhou Kunyan awake. What is happening? An earthquake? What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Upon seeing Zhao Yi below, Tao Weiwei's cheeks flushed slightly. I merely wanted to check if you had a blanket beneath you. Why so angry? Rubbing his waist, Zhao Yi responded. I didn't expect you to uncover my secret so quickly. This room is quite extraordinary, and Teacher Zhang is even more so. With only 3 blankets among the 3 of us, we should sleep promptly. We need to rise early for work tomorrow. With that, Tao Weiwei settled back down, and Zhao Yi suddenly had an epiphany, swiftly yanking the blanket from under Zhou Kunyan. Old Zhao, why are you stealing my blanket when you can't even sleep soundly? I'm not stealing your blanket. Just try it. Hold on. Zhou Kunyan, pinned to the ground by Zhao Yi, soon experienced the remarkable effects of the floor after enduring the painful sensation akin to being run over. Is this the reason you just received a slap? How does it feel? Marvelous. Isn't it? Marvelous. Truly marvelous. I declare, Teacher Zhang is a genius. The two gradually succumbed to slumber amidst their playful banter. While in a garden villa, the atmosphere was starkly different. Mr. Chiu surveyed the gathered individuals, who dared not breathe, his frustration palpable as he flicked the cigar in his hand onto one person's face. Speak up. Now that Tan Jiqing is dead, what shall we do for the next exam? The group exchanged glances, evidently at a loss for an effective solution. Originally, Tan Jiqing had been their greatest hope, yet his demise had come far too easily. Moreover, the F-grade, 3rd transformation ferocious beasts, deemed as the trump card, have met an untimely demise. Such an outcome is utterly unacceptable to all. When questioned, you feign ignorance, and when the moment of truth arrives, none of you prove to be of any use. What purpose do you serve if I must bear the burden alone? You might as well leave. As Mr. Chiu's fury reached its zenith, it seemed that none could escape the impending consequences. At that moment, one man stepped forward and knelt before him. Mr. Chiu, we indeed bear undeniable responsibility for the failure in the 2nd examination. However, we are fundamentally ill-suited for frontline duties. Perhaps we should seek out a few more capable individuals to ensure a successful participation in the 3rd examination, so as not to jeopardize our ultimate plan. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Mr. Chiu pondered deeply when another voice arose. Indeed, Mr. Chiu, the fault primarily lies with Tan Jiqing, who was overly presumptuous. He prematurely nurtured and unleashed the F-grade, 3rd transformation ferocious beasts, completely derailing our plans. Rest assured, for the 3rd examination, a different execution leader will be appointed to prevent such occurrences from happening again. Mr. Chiu sighed heavily, gazing at the ceiling while focusing on the 2 speakers. Li Hanshun, Ding Wuyong, since you dare to step forward, the matter of the 3rd examination shall rest in your hands. In my absence, you shall wield supreme authority. Remember, do not let me down. With that, Mr. Chiu turned and departed the villa, driving away in a silver-gray Maybach. Li Wuyong and Li Hanshun exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting not fear, but an unmistakable excitement at having seized power. Well, that concludes today's meeting. Everyone is dismissed, Li Hanshun announced, dispersing the group before ascending the stairs with Ding Wuyong. Old Ding, your strategy is brilliant. By feigning a proactive admission of fault and shifting the blame onto Tan Jiqing, we can reap the benefits. Li Hanshun whispered eagerly as they climbed the stairs, while Ding Wuyong smiled silently at his enthusiastic demeanor. Indeed, as I mentioned before, despite Mr. Chiu's anger over the 2nd examination's failure, should he eliminate us, he would find himself devoid of any capable personnel. Given the circumstances, this outcome was anticipated. Noticing Ding Wuyong's air of strategic foresight, Li Hanshun couldn't help but inquire, but we've accepted the task for the 3rd examination. Are you truly confident? Of course, follow me. Ding Wuyong replied, leading Li Hanshun to the top floor and pushing open a door. Inside, 3 cryogenic chambers were arranged, with staff monitoring the vital signs of those within. The 3 individuals inside remained in a deep slumber. I selected 3 from the ranks of veterans on the battlefield, just in case we needed them. I never anticipated we would require them today. Old Ding. I have heard that the 3rd examination has stringent checks to prevent any unauthorized intrusion. Will this truly suffice? Upon hearing Li Hongquan's concerns, Ding Wuyong's face broke into a confident smile. Rest assured, do you not realize why I placed them in the cryogenic chamber? They have all been administered with age-reversing injections, resulting in a fabricated physical and skeletal age, rendering them indistinguishable from ordinary 18-year-old high school students. Soon, you shall witness the unfolding drama. Upon hearing this, Li Hongquan could not help but give a thumbs up. Ding Wuyong then continued, stating that the effects of the medicine would take approximately 72 hours to manifest, and all that was needed was to wait patiently. As for the rigorous inspection you mentioned, I have received intelligence suggesting that someone may attempt to sabotage it. At the mention of this, Li Hongquan's mind conjured the image of that face. I have an inkling of who it might be. Do we have any countermeasures in place? Certainly, I shall thwart that individual's plans entirely. Chapter 117. The decapitated feast. 5 days swiftly passed. Wang Wenzheng was engaged in a telephone conversation within his office, his tone remarkably calm and courteous. Director Qian, I understand that this matter may seem somewhat irregular, but exceptions do exist. He continued, I have heard that you have acquired several new pieces of equipment. Consider this as me utilizing my personnel to conduct a complementary test for you. Surely, this does not contravene any regulations? After a moment of contemplation, Director Qian's deep voice resonated from the other end. Old Wang, you certainly know how to present me with a dilemma. I can agree, but you must assure me that this matter will remain confidential. Wang Wenzheng smiled and nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, for both our sakes, I will remain tight-lipped. Very well. After I finish work this evening, bring your team over, and I shall await your arrival. Upon hanging up, Wang Wenzheng initially contemplated making another call, but reconsidered and stood up to don his coat. Chairman Wang, where are we headed? Inquired someone. To the Happy Farm, he replied. Life at the farm remained unchanged, yet the individuals participating in the special training had evolved. Zhao Yi, in the strawberry fields, now handled the pink beauties with remarkable ease, both deftly and efficiently. Likewise, Zhou Qinyan in the melon fields demonstrated significant improvement, even managing to greet his supervisor during transport, with his efficiency multiplied several times over. Beep. The familiar sound of a horn echoed as Teacher Zhang approached on an electric tricycle, accompanied by Zhao Yi and strawberries, arriving at the edge of the fields. Zhou Qinyan grinned widely. How about it, Teacher Zhang? Is my efficiency satisfactory? Teacher Zhang glanced at his pocket watch, nodding with satisfaction. Indeed, today's melon harvest has increased by 1/3 in speed, and there has been virtually no damage. I am quite pleased. You have finally honed your skills. Zhou Qinyan rejoiced, only to spot a familiar figure approaching in the distance. Chairman Wang. At the mention, Zhao Yi turned around and, as expected, saw Wang Wenzheng accompanied by Tao Weiwei strolling towards them. Chairman Wang, what brings you here? Zhao Yi inquired. What is this? I've taken the time to oversee operations. Is that not permissible? Wang Wenzheng replied with a smile. Your intelligence shines through, but I had no intention of keeping you in the dark from the outset. Gather your things. I shall treat you all to a splendid feast as a reward. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qinyan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chairman Wang, you are truly generous. I shall not hold back. Let us feast to our heart's content today. The trio returned to change their clothing and then departed Happy Farm in Wang Wenzheng's vehicle. As dusk fell, they arrived at an upscale buffet restaurant. Gazing at the exquisite array of seafood and listening to the gentle strains of piano music filling the air, Tao Weiwei could not help but be entranced. Chairman Wang, this meal must cost quite a fortune, I presume? She remarked. No worries. Chairman Wang is affluent, he replied. Moreover, should my wallet fall short, we can always charge it to the company. Your mouth certainly cannot be restrained even during a meal, Wang Wenzheng teased, as he nearly delivered a lobster to Zhao Yi's lips, then added an explanation. Enjoy your meal. Soon, I must take you somewhere. Where to? Chairman Wang, what expression is that? Please don't frighten me. This wouldn't be our last supper, would it? Zhou Qinyan felt a twinge of panic, while Wang Wenzheng maintained a calm smile, offering no explanation. Enough guessing, eat quickly. You may not have this opportunity again. Upon hearing this, Tao Weiwei lost her appetite, while Zhao Yi pondered Wang Wenzheng's intentions. Only Zhou Qinyan, after a brief pause, seemed to eat with even greater enthusiasm. Weren't you just saying you had no appetite? Who said that? Since it's the last meal, why not indulge a little? I refuse to become a starving ghost. Amidst tears, Zhou Qinyan devoured the food. And soon the table was cleared. Half an hour later, Wang Wenzheng looked at the three of them and asked, Looks like you finished eating? Zhao Yi and the others nodded in silence. Wang Wenjun glanced at his watch and stood up. Time's about right. Follow me. Wait, I haven't finished yet. Zhao Yi slapped the ungracious Zhou Qunyan and forcibly led him out of the restaurant. Once in the car, a heavy silence enveloped them as they traveled from a bustling area to a desolate landscape. Chairman Wang, where exactly are you taking us? Patience. You will find out when we arrive. Wang Wenjun, seated in front, did not turn back, having been asked this for the third time during the journey. Tao Weiwei placed her hand in Zhao Yi's, their fingers intertwined, while Zhou Qunyan's mind lingered on the uneaten lobster. After 2 more minutes, the car began to climb a mountain and eventually stopped halfway up. Let us go. Yi arrived. Arrived? But there's nothing here. Once outside, Zhao Yi looked around, seeing only darkness on the mountain. Wang Wenjun approached a narrow passageway. Open the door. As soon as he spoke, a translucent protective shield appeared before them, vanishing in an instant to reveal a hidden 6-story white building. What is this place? A concealed data center focused on martial artist training. Wang Wenjun succinctly revealed the purpose of their visit. So our earlier meal wasn't the Last Supper? Since when did I say that? I brought you here merely for a preliminary test before the 3rd martial examination. Zhou Qunyan finally relaxed, patting his stomach, as if comforting the seafood he had just consumed. Wang Wenjun cast a glance and suddenly wore a peculiar smile. You ate the most, didn't you? Yes. Chairman Wang. Wasn't it agreed that you would treat us? Rest assured, I won't ask for money. I merely want to remind you to be cautious later. Let us enter. Wang Wenjun led the 3 to the entrance, where a figure emerged from the darkened hall. Director Qian, I apologize for the wait. No worries. Now that everyone is here, I will turn on the lights. Director Qian entered the operation room, and soon the entire venue was illuminated. Gazing upon this vast arena, Zhao Yi and the others could not help but exclaim in awe. My goodness, I have never seen such an expansive venue before. Just wait. The venue for the 3rd examination will be even grander than this one. So, who will step forward first? Upon Director Qian's words, everyone turned their attention to Zhou Qunyan, who, recognizing the moment, stepped forward without hesitation. Very well, I shall go first. Old Zhao, watch closely as I set a commendable example for you. Just ensure you don't embarrass yourself. What kind of talk is that? Director Qian then led Zhou Qunyan to a colossal spherical structure, nearly 3 meters in height, currently secured in place. Chapter 118. Allow me to demonstrate, Director Qian. What is this contraption? This is a space ball, as the name implies. Once you enter, it simulates a space environment with an astonishing degree of realism. Your sole task is to escape by any means necessary. Director Qian placed a pair of headphones on Zhou Qunyan's ears, causing him to scream in pain. Ouch, I'm bleeding. If you don't wear it this way, it will fall off. Are you ready? Then let us begin. Upon seeing Zhou Qunyan nod, Director Qian gave him a gentle push. As Zhou entered the space ball, Qian pressed a button on the control panel. The entrance of the space ball sealed shut instantly, and the floor beneath began to tilt, severing the ropes that secured it. With the initial momentum, the space ball began to tilt and roll. Zhou Qunyan found it quite amusing, unable to contain his excitement as he shouted, Lao Zhao, this is so much fun. It's way more thrilling than any amusement park ride. Really? Now I'm a bit excited too, replied Tao Weiwei, her eyes sparkling at Zhou's laughter, while Zhou wore a solemn expression. He understood that this test would not conclude so easily. Is it easy to get out now? Should I run? Zhou Qunyan asked as he easily touched the inner wall of the ball. You have 2 choices, escape immediately or remain inside. Either choice will set a record. Of course I'll stay. Lao Zhao, you better treat me to a meal later if you can't break my record. Zhou Qunyan declared, releasing his grip, completely unaware that this would become the most regrettable decision of his life. Not coming out. Very well. We shall begin to increase the pressure. Increasing pressure? What does that mean? Zhou Qunyan, still trying to grasp the situation, soon felt the ball starting to fill with pressure. He sensed himself gradually floating, able to leap several meters high with a light jump. The current simulation of the weightlessness in space is at 30%. How does it feel? Can you still endure it? Of course. Zhou Qunyan's words trailed off as the elasticity of the space ball surged, causing it to bounce uncontrollably in the vast arena. Even the onlookers, including Zhao Yi, were taken aback by the ball's vigorous movements. Is this truly a testing project? Zhao Yi inquired, glancing at Wang Wenjun, who wore a sly expression. Indeed, it is a standard testing venue. However, the typical intensity for ordinary martial artists is usually between 10 to 25%. Zhao Yi glanced at the screen. As time passed, the testing intensity had escalated to 50%. Wait, Chairman Wang, if this continues, it might endanger lives. That's certainly won't happen. but it will make him understand that the seafood feast this afternoon was not without its costs. Watching Wang Wenjing's exhilaration, Zhao Yi could only silently pray for Zhou Qinyan. Within the confines of the space ball, Zhou Qinyan found himself in a dire predicament. The violent spinning rendered him utterly disoriented. He recalled his experiences in the melon fields, where he had similarly felt unsteady, as if every action he took was a misstep. Yet, it was not long before he regained that familiar sensation. Damn it, he couldn't stop. Well then, he thought, let me not hold back. Zhou Qinyan began to gather his strength, propelling himself within the space ball like a cannonball, ricocheting chaotically off its interior. With the aid of the powerful elasticity, he found himself unable to halt, yet he was equally unable to locate an exit. What was he doing? Would this be of any use? Tao Weiwei watched with a face full of concern, while Zhao Yi sighed. It's fine, trust Qinyan. He may seem foolish, but he is quite clever. Indeed, no sooner had Zhao Yi spoken than Zhou Qinyan collided headfirst with the exit valve of the space ball, finally emerging. With a hiss, the space ball deflated, clearly rendered inoperable. Director Qian immediately cast a resentful glance at Wang Wenjing. Don't look at me, old Qian. Find a way to get reimbursed. If not, I will assist you. Qinyan, are you all right? Zhao Yi jumped down to help Zhou Qinyan up, who, pale-faced, approached Wang Wenjing. So, how was the seafood this afternoon? Quite delightful, wasn't it? Upon hearing this, Zhou Qinyan instantly felt nauseous, retching violently into the nearby trash bin. He continued to vomit for 3 minutes. Was he truly all right? It's normal. Many would vomit for half an hour under such stress. Zhao Yi could only gently pat Zhou Qinyan's back and glanced at Tao Weiwei. You go ahead, big sister. This fellow will need a moment to recover. Tao Weiwei nodded, and after a series of operations by Director Qian, a brand new space ball descended from above. Chairman Wang, you should be a bit gentler with the girls. Don't you think? Humph. There is no distinction of gender on the battlefield, only victors and vanquished. Wang Wenjing shook his head, and after sending Tao Weiwei inside, Director Qian pressed the start button. The space ball began to bounce once more within the venue, yet Tao Weiwei managed to maintain her balance throughout. How is she managing that? It seems you still do not know her well enough. She possesses a natural talent for manipulating objects, belonging to the supernatural category. Right now, she is utilizing her gift to maintain balance, unaffected by external forces. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Old Qian, turn up the intensity. Increase it. It's already at 60%. Director Qian's intent was clear. The current level of intensity had surpassed that which Zhou Qinyan had faced. Increase it by 10%. I wish to see where Tao Weiwei's limits lie. Director Qian, upon hearing this, silently raised the difficulty to 70%. In no time, the rotation speed of the space ball accelerated several-fold, the massive sphere generating a vacuum effect in its spinning motion. Big sister, if you don't come out now, there may not be another chance. Tao Weiwei, within the space ball, heard everything clearly. Her eyes were tightly shut, seemingly waiting for something. Now, Tao Weiwei had been striving to maintain her bodily equilibrium, patiently anticipating this very opportunity. She envisioned herself as a flying dagger, aiming directly for the exit and casting herself forth. With a resounding thud, the once spiraling space ball was punctured, and Tao Weiwei emerged gracefully, landing with poise. Splendid. Truly deserving of her reputation as the leader. This is the essence of a perfect demonstration, unlike someone. Zhao Yi's words trailed off, and the previously composed Zhou Qinyan, feeling embarrassed, buried his head once more into the trash bin. Enough, my boy. No need for further banter. It's your turn now. Wang Wenjing interrupted Zhao Yi, appearing somewhat impatient. Indeed, the sooner we conclude your test, the sooner I can finish for the day. Director Qian also assisted in ushering Zhao Yi into position, leaving her with an unsettling sense of urgency. Why does this feel akin to herding ducks onto a perch? At that moment, Wang Wenjing had already approached the control panel, pushing the lever to its maximum. Testing intensity, 90%. Chapter 119. The longing of children approaching the door suddenly. The floor beneath the space ball caved in, and a spring-loaded rod shot forth, propelling the space ball high into the air. Goodness, this is hellishly difficult right from the start. Zhao Yi couldn't help but curse inwardly, suspecting that Wang Wenjing's insistence on his ascent was not for any benign purpose. The moment he entered the space ball, the pressure boost had already been completed, and Zhao Yi found himself following the erratic motion of the ball, utterly disoriented. Chairman Wang, isn't this a bit excessive? Zhou Qinyan gazed at the speed of the space ball, momentarily forgetting to feign nausea. Is it really that outrageous? I think it's quite manageable. Judging by your expressions, it seems you are quite concerned for him, aren't you? I do feel a twinge of sympathy for him. But this lad doesn't harbor any consideration for us. Let me pose a serious question. Have you witnessed all of this young man's capabilities thus far? At this, Zhou Qinyan and Tao Weiwei instantly grasped his implication. Zhou Qinyan stepped forward, pushing the control lever to its maximum. Current test difficulty, 100%. Tao Weiwei clasped her hands together, silently wishing Zhao Yi good fortune from the side. Chairman Wang, isn't this sheer folly? What if something goes awry? Rest assured, you simply do not understand this, lad. By the way, I've heard that your equipment has recently undergone some enhancements. What is the story behind that? Director Qian produced the latest operational manual, which contained not only precautions and operating procedures, but also a comparative data chart. Generally speaking, when the difficulty of the Spaceball equipment reaches 30%, it is akin to being trapped in a vehicle traveling at 80 kilometers per hour while attempting to escape amidst tumbling. At 50%, the vehicle's speed escalates to 160 kilometers per hour. At 70%, it transforms into a smoothly operating high-speed train. And what about 90%? At 90% difficulty, the Spaceball is equivalent to a fully functioning Boeing passenger aircraft. Director Qian observed the nearly frenzied movements of the Spaceball, his hand poised over the stop button. Tao Weiwei and the others felt a wave of anxiety for Zhao Yi. Meanwhile, within the Spaceball, Zhao Yi was engaged in a game. This Wang Wenjing seems intent on probing my limits under the guise of testing. Yet, I must credit him for sending me to the Happy Farm for specialized training. Otherwise, I might truly falter at this juncture. At this moment, despite the violent jolting of the Spaceball, causing him to fly upon each collision, Zhao Yi was not in a passive state like Zhou Qinyan. He was actively engaged. This was a result of the training at the Happy Farm. What appeared to be mere labor was, in fact, a means of honing Zhao Yi's ability to harness his strength. Only by mastering the art of effortless exertion and embracing simplicity can one attain a higher realm. Zhao Yi eventually comprehended Wang Wenjing's benevolent intentions, but once he grasped this principle, the testing apparatus of the Spaceball held little sway over him. Beep, beep, beep. Equipment overload. Equipment overload. Suddenly, an alarm blared overhead, and Director Qian rushed to the screen, his demeanor instantly fraught with panic. I must halt immediately. After all, the Spaceball apparatus has just undergone an update and has never before been operated at such high power for this extended duration. There is no need for haste. Let us wait a moment longer. Did I not convey over the phone that we are here to assist you with complementary equipment testing? Wang Wenjing's gaze was fixed intently on the Spaceball, hoping to hear Zhao Yi concede. Yet, throughout the ordeal, there was not a hint of surrender. Even the rhythm of Zhao Yi's breathing remained unchanged. Crack! Sparks erupted from the ceiling, prompting Director Qian to abandon all reservations and promptly press the stop button. The Spaceball came to a halt, emitting a plume of white smoke, with the fire safety equipment swiftly following suit. Zhao Yi emerged from the Spaceball, appearing somewhat exhilarated. Zhao Yi, are you all right? Of course, I am perfectly fine. What could possibly be wrong? And, awakens. This device is undeniably far more thrilling than anything found at an amusement park. Witnessing Zhao Yi's exuberance, Wang Wenjing let out a deep sigh. This young man, could it be that even this experience does not reveal his full potential? Just how formidable is he? Chairman Wang, I am grateful for your presence today at the test. Otherwise, I would have been oblivious to my own capabilities. Wang Wenjing, suppressing his inner excitement, inquired. So, how do you find it? Mediocre at best. But at least I have set an unbreakable record. Zhao Yi replied nonchalantly, though internally, he was brimming with excitement, which alerted the system. You are secreting a significant amount of dopamine. Emotional levels are high. Mental value, at 100. Hey, you mischievous system. Have you grown restless since I refrained from scolding you during training these past few days? The host is attacking the system. Mental value, at 100. Observing this, Zhao Yi quickly covered his mouth, choosing not to engage with this rebellious system. You appear somewhat fatigued, are you? Indeed. I am a bit worn out. Zhao Yi was taken aback. The rapid decrease of 200 mental points manifested so swiftly on his face. Chairman Wang, how am I to report back now? No need to worry. Let the driver take you back. I will remain here to accompany you. With these words, Director Qian felt a sense of relief. Chairman Wang, we shall take our leave then. Zhao Yi waved goodbye as he turned to board the vehicle. Old Zhao, speak to me honestly. Are you truly all right? Asked Zhou Qinyan, his face etched with concern. Of course, I am fine. What could be wrong? Besides, do I need to feign strength in front of you all? Zhou Qinyan scrutinized him for a long moment, ultimately convinced. Old Zhao, I must concede, you are truly a marvel. Is there any other individual as formidable as you? Tao Weiwei smiled knowingly. Only she understood that the more pronounced Zhao Yi's talents appeared now, the greater assurance they would have when the time for battle arrived. Excuse me, driver, have you perhaps taken a wrong turn? Half an hour later, glancing out at the cheerful farm scene, the three exchanged bewildered looks. Without misidentification, Chairman Wang had previously instructed me to bring you back here. Please alight from the vehicle. I thought this hellish ordeal would finally come to an end today. Zhou Yi was on the verge of tears as Zhao Yi escorted the three individuals out of the car, taking advantage of the situation while feigning innocence. Consider this a half-day reprieve. With examinations just 2 days away, do you intend to return and indulge in frivolity with the nurse? Upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, Zhou Yi hastily waved his hands. Old Zhao, what do you take me for? I, Zhou Yi, aspire to achieve great things in the future. How could I allow myself to be burdened by matters of romantic entanglements? You're back? Come with me. There is someone looking for you. Teacher Zhang suddenly appeared before Zhou Yi. Upon hearing this, he looked up to see a statuesque beauty with a frosty expression fixated upon him. Zhou Yi, what were you just saying? Chapter 120. A comedic blunder upon encountering Shun Huqiu standing before him. Zhou Yi was instantly struck with fear, his hair standing on end. Sister Tiger, what brings you here? Humph. Were it not for your escapade from the hospital, would I have had to chase you all the way here? You have proven quite elusive these past few days. It's not my fault. It was all old Zhao's idea. Come here. Shun Huqiu seized Zhou Yi by the ear and executed a flawless shoulder throw, sending him crashing to the ground, where she firmly pinned him down, rendering him immobile. What a perfect maneuver! Zhao Yi exclaimed, giving a thumbs up, while Tao Wei, unable to bear the sight of Zhou Yi being manhandled, covered her eyes and cautioned, don't gloat too much. Be wary of inviting trouble upon yourself. Invite trouble? How could that be? Besides, don't fret for that pervert. Perhaps he is enjoying this. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's remark, Tao Wei cautiously peeked between her fingers and, to her surprise, saw Zhou Yi not in distress, but rather wearing an expression of utter enjoyment. Truly a group of oddballs. I cannot emulate this. I shall return to sleep, she said, waving her hand as she turned towards the small cabin, leaving only Zhao Yi and the others behind. As Teacher Zhang had already departed for the night watch. Speak. Will you dare to sneak away without notice again? Ouch. This is quite comfortable. No. I only left because I had recovered, Sister Tiger. I was wrong. I assure you I shall never do so again. Still hoping for another chance? Zhao Yi stifled a laugh from the sidelines, but Shun Huqiu suddenly turned her fierce gaze upon her. Not my fault, Sister Tiger. This has nothing to do with me. Please don't act impulsively. Nothing to do with you? Were it not for your scheming mind, would our dear Zhou concoct such absurd plans? Don't run. Zhao Yi bolted, but Shun Huqiu anticipated her move, swiftly intercepting her with another shoulder throw that sent her crashing to the ground. Ouch. It's breaking me, Sister Tiger. Do you comprehend your mistake now? I do. I promise I won't take old Zhou along on my escapades next time. Still being cheeky. After enduring the rough treatment, Zhao Yi rose from the ground, suddenly feeling an overwhelming fatigue dissipate, replaced by a warm sensation flooding her heart. Now, old Zhao, do you understand why I refuse to marry anyone but Sister Tiger? Zhou Yi leaned closer, wearing a smug expression as he exchanged knowing glances with Zhao Yi, who finally grasped the implication. Is this the essence of Sister Tiger's talent? Kind of. Chairman Wang mentioned that my abilities belong to the realm of supernatural healing. Does that mean this wrestling skill is part of the innate talent as well? Upon hearing this, Shun Huqiu displayed an uncharacteristically bashful demeanor. This is not the case. In fact, what you may not know is that I was the smallest in my class during my childhood, concerned about me being bullied. My father encouraged me to practice martial arts and wrestling from a young age. Little did I know that many years later, that small child would transform into a formidable figure. Just as Zhao Yi began to smile, Shun Huqiu swiftly delivered a slap. I understand now, as the head nurse, sister who does not typically engage in combat, which inhibits her ability to unleash her potential. It seems that only in the act of striking can she activate her gifts to heal others, correct? Does this imply that every time one treats a patient, they must administer a beating? That would certainly be quite a shock for the injured. Zhao Yi exchanged glances with Zhou Yi as Shun Huqiu continued speaking. Chairman Wang has also considered this aspect. He suggested that I learn massage techniques, which can similarly help to harness one's abilities. So, does this mean we have become your training dummies? Zhao Yi expressed her exasperation as she led the other two back to the small cabin. Upon entering, Zhao Yi realized that Tao Weiwei had not gone to bed early, but was instead sitting in the loft, playing with a bow in her hands. What is this? I am not sure. It should have been sent by Chairman Wang. Their essay note, and you all have a share, Tao Weiwei replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi and Zhou Qinyan excitedly began rummaging through the room. Wait, where's my share? Oh, found it. This is so cool, Zhou Qinyan exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he spotted a metallic arm guard in the corner of the room, causing even Sister Hu to feel a twinge of envy. What about mine? Zhao Yi searched the room thoroughly, but to no avail, while Tao Weiwei and Zhou Qinyan were having a splendid time with their new toys. Ugh, I'm exhausted. I feel so unloved. What is this thing? Zhao Yi initially intended to roll out her bedding and retire alone, but unexpectedly, she stepped on something that felt like a nail. Removing the object immediately captured everyone's attention. Is this what Chairman Wang left for you? It's quite exquisite and perfectly suited to your temperament. You dare to question my temperament? I'll show you just what I'm made of. Tao Weiwei, overhearing from upstairs, playfully teased, but then quickly fell silent upon sensing the shift in atmosphere. Zhou Qinyan took Sister Hu aside to the adjacent room. What a bothersome bunch. Zhao Yi slammed the door behind her, her previously stern expression twisting in frustration. She limped hurriedly into the orchard, seeking a secluded spot to bury herself among the trees. Ouch, that hurts. What on earth is this? Cradling her foot, Zhao Yi used her phone's flashlight to reveal a tiny red the size of a needle on her sole. The object she had picked up earlier, which had drawn everyone's attention, was merely a shell. The true essence had already embedded itself within her. Why isn't there a manual? How am I supposed to use this? Zhao Yi sighed in resignation, only to suddenly hear a voice from the system echoing in her mind. System prompt. An anomaly has appeared within the host, attempting to manipulate the host. Please exercise caution. Do stop with your theatrics. Are you trying to frighten me? Allow me to make a call. Zhao Yi dialed Wang Wenjing's number, which was promptly answered. Such a swift response. Were you perhaps anticipating my call? Huh, you guessed correctly. But what of it? You still need to inquire of me, don't you? My benevolent Chairman Wang, spare me the suspense. What exactly is this thing lurking beneath my feet? Wang Wenjing perused the manual on the table, becoming increasingly perplexed. It appears this is a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Do not rush. Allow me to elucidate. Wang Wenjing explained to Zhao Yi that this device was personally placed by him when he was leading Zhao away from the small cabin. The compound bow of Tao Weiwei, the bracer of Zhou Qinyan, and this limiter were all custom-made by Wang Wenjing for the three of them. Custom-made? Yet their weapons are so formidable. And why is mine so utterly ineffective? Chapter 121. The system's compromised. Chairman Wang, you are clearly biased. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's lamentations over the phone, Wang Wenjing could hardly contain his amusement. Don't try to fool me. I know exactly what you're thinking. However, to be fair, your self-control displayed during today's test indeed surpassed my expectations. That's why I mentioned that the limiter was a misunderstanding. Wang Wenjing implied that after witnessing Zhao Yi's ability to defeat an F-class third-tier beast with his full strength, he had already contemplated custom-making a limiter for him. To his surprise, Zhao Yi possessed such formidable control that he did not require external assistance. So, now this thing is lodged in my foot. How do I get it out? Just a friendly reminder. The limiter cannot be removed. What should I do from now on? Consider it a double insurance for you. Now, I still have to eat, so I'm hanging up. Wang Wenjing tossed aside his phone and clinked glasses with Qian Mu, who sat across from him. Old Wang, you've really put me in a bind this time. Don't start. I wouldn't even treat my wife here, and you got the first round. Aren't you satisfied? Qian Mu swirled the red wine in his glass, took a sip, and smacked his lips. I'm more than satisfied. I've even planned how to write my report upon returning. All you think about is food. I might as well drink you to death. Zhao Yi, cursing under his breath, set down his phone and shifted his focus to settling accounts with the rebellious system. You heard that, right? Just a mere limiter. And you're making it sound like an alien invasion. What an exaggeration. Warning. The system has been threatened. Please find a solution promptly. Host. Oh dear. I can feel it too. This limiter is trying to escape on its own, nearly reaching my brain. Let me think. This must be a case of two tigers cannot coexist. Zhao Yi did not believe that Wang Wenjing intended to harm him. Instead, he watched with amusement as the limiter clashed with the rebellious system within him. Warning, warning, warning. The system's notifications grew fainter until they ultimately ceased. Is it playing dead? That trick won't work on me. Zhao Yi was not easily deceived, and seeing that the rebellious system had no way out, it ultimately chose to compromise with him. With a sudden thud, Zhao Yi heard a sound in his mind, and his consciousness entered the internal space of the system. He felt as though he were floating in water, surrounded by countless luminous points in motion. Among them, the white and blue points were most abundant, followed by purple, with the rarest being pink and gold. Where am I? A fish pond? He casually reached for a white point, only to discover it was an ancient tome, inscribed with the words 72 Paths of Tan Legs. Oh, So the system can no longer contain its urge to unleash gold coins and has sent me to the treasure trove? I must choose wisely. Zhao Yi couldn't help but rub his hands together, seizing the opportunity to grasp a pink luminous point. Wow, the 9 mysteries of Xingong. Isn't this the legendary practice of Erling Shin? While others train in martial arts, I pursue immortality. Shouldn't I just take off right here? Before Zhao Yi could soar into the sky, a line of text manifested before him. Warning, the martial skill level is excessively high, and the host level is too low. They are incompatible and will reset automatically. Buzz. That 8-9 profound skill actually broke free from Zhao Yi's grasp, transforming once again into fluttering pink light dots. Well, if it deems my level too low, then the golden legend is certainly out of reach for me. I might as well choose a purple one instead. Zhao Yi scanned his surroundings and suddenly noticed a flash of light, catching his eye from a distance. What is that? A golden legend? There were at least a few hundred moving light dots in the distance, and among them, the number of golden light dots that actively revealed themselves was exceedingly rare. Zhao Yi was aware of his low level, but curiosity lingered. Who wouldn't wonder what lay within? However, upon approaching, he discovered that the area was filled with blue skies and white clouds, with scarcely any purple light dots. Could it be that I am seeing things? Impossible. Just as Zhao Yi was mumbling to himself, that peculiar light appeared again, instantly capturing his attention. This time, I shall see where you attempt to flee. Zhao Yi dove forward and finally spotted a flickering, enigmatic light. Without hesitation, he seized it in his hand, and upon closer inspection, he nearly leaped with excitement. A complete martial arts compendium? My goodness, this is truly a takeoff moment. Zhao Yi opened the complete martial arts compendium, and to his astonishment, the skills he had already mastered, such as sunflower pointing technique and 7 injuries fist, even harmonious chi-generating blood, were all included. Let me see what else is inside. Zhao Yi fervently flipped through the menu before him, and countless martial skills danced in icon form. Soon, he spotted a familiar name. The 8-9 profound skill lay quietly in the pink section, currently shrouded in darkness, clearly in an unactivated state. With this in my possession, how could I fear not acquiring superior martial skills in the future? Zhao Yi felt a sense of satisfaction as the system's countdown emerged in his mind. 10, 9, 8. Enough with the countdown. I will exit voluntarily. That other entity is merely a limiter. It won't occupy the nest of the magpie. Rest assured. After Zhao Yi's soothing words, the rebellious system finally calmed down. Upon opening his eyes, Zhao Yi noticed an anomaly in the distance. Who? Is it really you? You can't be genuinely angry, right? Tao Weiwei stepped out from the shadows, and upon seeing her, Zhao Yi shook his head. How could I be upset over such trivial matters? Then why did I hear you talking to yourself? Are you sure your mental state is sound? Zhao Yi felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing that Tao Weiwei had witnessed his earlier immersion in the system space. Truly, there's nothing wrong. It's all Wang Chairman's fault. If he hadn't imposed that limiter on me, would I have all these troubles? Zhao Yi hastily shifted the blame onto Wang Chairman, which finally eased Tao Weiwei's concerns. So it is, but do not overthink it. Chairman Wang will not harm you. It is getting late, so hurry back and rest. The next day, Zhao Yi and the others busied themselves in the orchard, attempting to amalgamate their martial arts with their innate abilities and newfound weaponry. They were engrossed in their training, except for Zhao Yi, who clumsily moved about the farm like a manual laborer. After all, his so-called new weapon was merely a restraining device. Early the following morning, Zhao Yi received a call from Wang Wenjing. Chairman Wang, calling me so early. Is there something you need? Indeed, to be succinct. Tomorrow marks the final examination of the martial arts assessment, yet I am still unable to reach Wan Su and Lu He. I am concerned there may be an issue. Chapter 122. Welcoming Master Zhao. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yi instantly perked up. Are you concerned about any issues? Could they encounter trouble? It's hard to say. In any case, let us choose one each. You go to one place, and I to another. Even if they ultimately decide not to participate in the examination, we must locate them first. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Yi blurted out, please tell me Wan Su's address. I knew you would choose him. I will send it to you via text shortly. After hanging up, Zhao Yi received a text message. He rose to pick the last batch of strawberries just as Teacher Zhang arrived on his electric tricycle. You're getting faster at this task. I truly appreciate your efforts. Have you had lunch? Shall we continue afterward? No. Teacher Zhang, Chairman Wang has summoned me. You can manage on your own this afternoon. Zhao Yi waved goodbye to Teacher Zhang and turned away from the happy farm. He had no intention of summoning anyone else. Every moment was crucial for Zhou Qunyan and Tao Weiwei compared to himself. The more familiar one became with their weapons before the examination, the greater their assurance during it. There was no escaping the fact that he owed someone a favor. Zhao Yi hailed a taxi, his mind replaying the details of the second examination. He had repeatedly implored Ruan Su to safeguard the slumbering Zhou Qunyan. Ruan Su could have easily declined, yet he ultimately agreed and stood alongside Zhao Yi in solidarity. Young man, where to? Huailan Forest. The driver was momentarily taken aback, abruptly slamming the brakes. What business does a young person have at a graveyard? Is Huailan Forest a graveyard? Zhao Yi was equally astonished, yet he replied impatiently, I'm merely going to burn incense. Is that acceptable? What are you afraid of during the day? Is that all right with you? Zhao Yi pulled out the only 200 yuan he had, and the driver, swayed by the money, quickly silenced himself. As the vehicle began to move again, Zhao Yi pondered the earlier question. Could Ruan Su truly reside near a graveyard? That seemed implausible. On the hillside of Qing Mountain, within an ancient courtyard, a man dressed in a long gown knelt in the yard. Ruan Su, kneeling won't change anything. I have already explained the reasoning to you. This mere martial examination cannot possibly hold more significance than the continuation of our Ruan family. Opposite him sat an elderly patriarch, his face a tapestry of wrinkles. Yet, when he opened his eyes, a glimmer of vitality shone through. Elder patriarch, you are well aware of the importance of this examination to me. Please allow me to go. Furthermore, did you not mention that our family's sole enemy is hiding on the front lines, refusing to return? Perhaps if I passed the martial examination and reached the front lines, I could capture him? Upon hearing this, Ruan Tianqi chuckled so heartily that his dentures nearly dislodged. I admit, you are the genius of our Ruan family in the past 2 decades. However, to think you can retrieve Ruan Liang with your current abilities is somewhat fanciful. Elder Patriarch, I have heard that the master is on his way. A middle-aged man, equally clad in robes, hurried over to deliver a report. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tianqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Then why not hasten to prepare for the master's grand reception? Ruan Su, however, was urged to abandon his hopes. Ruan Tianqi cast this remark behind him before turning to follow the middle-aged man. Ruan Su remained kneeling in the courtyard, gazing up at the ancestral spirits of the Ruan clan enshrined within the hall. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a halt. Zhao Yi murmured to herself as she surveyed her surroundings. Have we arrived? Indeed, this is the Locust Grove. Surely, you haven't abandoned me here out of fear? The driver could not suppress a scoff at her words. What is there to fear in broad daylight? I merely find this place ominous. I would never leave you here. I wager you will need to return in my vehicle. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi nodded and, at the moment of disembarking, withdrew 100 as a token. Hey, young man, with such sincerity, are you trying to outwit me? Not at all. The 100 I offered is merely a deposit. Rest assured, I shall return. Zhao Yi waved her hand and ascended the mountain, only to realize the driver had vanished in the blink of an eye. What manner of being is he? Zhao Yi hurried up the mountain and indeed discovered a grove of locust trees. The ground was dotted with mounds of earth, and several coffins lay exposed, which would surely terrify anyone who ventured here at night. Isn't Ruan Su from a prominent family? I recall them being rather affluent. She searched the area but found no sign of anyone, so she continued her ascent. Before long, she heard an enthusiastic greeting. Excuse me, are you Master Zhao? Looking up, Zhao Yi beheld a middle-aged man sporting a goatee. I am surnamed Zhao. May I ask who you are? I am Ruan Yunlu, the head of the Yun generation. Our elder is unable to come due to his mobility issues and awaits you at home. Please, follow me. Taken aback by Ruan Yunlu's courteousness, Zhao Yi felt a sense of honor. Ah, so Ruan Su is indeed of notable lineage and anticipated my arrival. However, this reception seems rather extravagant. Soon, she was brought to the entrance of an ancient courtyard, adorned with a plaque bearing the Ruan family name, exuding a profound sense of history. There, gathered were 50 or so individuals, all smiling warmly at Zhao Yi. Welcome, Master Zhao. Welcome, Master Zhao. Zhao Yi perceived something amiss in this spectacle, yet it was too late to retreat. She could only muster her courage and enter. Elder, this is Master Zhao, who has come from afar. Greetings, Master Zhao. I am Ruan Tianqi. You appear to be younger than I had anticipated. Ruan Tianqi maintained his smile, unable to suppress his curiosity. Oh, it is quite normal for practitioners like us to retain our youth. Indeed, that is true. By the way, where is that rebellious child? Ruan Tianqi's brows furrowed in irritation as he noticed not all had gathered in the courtyard. Please remain calm, my esteemed elder. I shall promptly fetch that wayward son from the ancestral hall. Ruan Yunla arrived at the ancestral hall, where he found Ruan Shu still kneeling on the ground. Heed my advice and first seek an audience with Master Zhao. Perhaps this situation holds a glimmer of hope. A glimmer of hope? Indeed. Master Zhao's arrival brought great joy to the elder. Is this not a sign of potential change? Originally resolute in his prolonged kneeling, Ruan Shu now perceived this as an opportunity. Very well, I shall accompany father. Now that is the spirit. Quickly dust yourself off. Before long, Ruan Yunlu returned with Ruanshu, bowing respectfully as he spoke. Master Zhao, this is my son, who arrives late. I kindly ask for your understanding. Zhao Yi turned, locking eyes with Ruanshu, and the atmosphere grew palpably awkward in that moment. Chapter 123. The incomplete family legacy he is. This is Master Zhao, who has traveled from afar. You should quickly bow and pay your respects. Are you trying to drive me to madness? The elder master Ruan pressed down on Ruansu's shoulder, but Ruansu remained obstinately unyielding. Zhao Yi continued to wink at him, yet it was evident that her efforts bore no fruit. He is not Master Zhao, he is Zhao Yi, a recent graduate participating in this year's martial arts examination. Upon hearing Ruansu's words, Ruan Tianqi exchanged glances with Ruan Yunlu. Yunlu, wasn't he at your duty to personally welcome him? What on earth is happening? I truly do not know. I distinctly asked him just now. Ruan Yunlu turned towards Zhao Yi, his eyes brimming with evident anger. Young man, what is your name? Zhao Yi. And why do you impersonate Master Zhao Hualong? Who is impersonating whom? When I arrived on the mountain, you only inquired if my surname was Zhao. Naturally, I responded in the affirmative. Realizing his ruse had been exposed, Zhao Yi saw no reason to maintain the faade any longer. Initially, he had played along out of fear of not meeting Ruansu in person, but now the pretense was unnecessary. Is this your friend? Ruan Yunlu glanced at Ruansu, who nodded slightly. Truly, birds of a feather flock together. You both infuriate me. Do you even comprehend who Master Zhao is to dare impersonate him? Ruan Tianqi's beard bristled with anger, but internally he felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, he had restrained himself and refrained from hastily handing over the Ruan family's secret arts to Zhao Yi. Otherwise, such a leak would surely spell catastrophic ruin for the Ruan family. Young man, I do not care who you are, nonetheless. I will pursue this matter of your impersonation of Master Zhao to the end. Speak, are you sent by those people to deceive my Ruan family's secret arts? Ruan Tianqi fixed a piercing gaze upon Zhao Yi, who was momentarily taken aback before responding. Old man, must you hurl accusations without basis? Clearly, it is you who cannot identify people. Is there a Master Zhao of my age? Furthermore, I have never even heard of your Ruan family's secret arts. How can you question me without understanding my intentions? Zhao Yi's words ignited the powder keg within Ruan Tianqi, who seized his cane and charged forward angrily. Ah, you claim ignorance of my Ruan family's secret arts? Then allow me to enlighten you. Just as a confrontation seemed imminent, someone rushed in from outside. Elder Master, there is someone outside requesting an audience, claiming to be Master Zhao Hualong. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yunlu immediately intervened to stop Ruan Tianqi. Elder Master, do not be angry. The real master has arrived. And what shall we do with these two? Bring them. Have them confined to the ancestral hall for reflection. We shall address them later. Shall we go, Elder Master? Ruan Tianqi snorted softly, finally setting down his cane and following Ruan Yunlu and the others out to greet the visitor. Third young master, my apologies. Several servants approached, grasping Ruansu and Zhao Yi by the shoulders. Where are you taking me? Needless to say, of course, it's the Ruan family ancestral hall. Be honest. Soon, Zhao Yi and Ruansu were escorted to the ancestral hall. After Ruansu knelt down, the servant shouted at Zhao Yi, "Hurry up, kneel. I don't share your surname. So why should I kneel? I command you to kneel." The servant raised his baton and struck Zhao Yi's calf with great force. However, to his surprise, Zhao Yi suddenly broke free and kicked the baton, snapping it in two. I refrained from using violence in front of my elders, but I see no need to pretend to be gentle with you. Get lost. The servants, sensing Zhao Yi's hostility, fled in panic, leaving only Ruansu and Zhao Yi in the vast ancestral hall. Wow, your Ruan family is quite flourishing, Zhao Yi remarked, noticing Ruansu's prolonged silence. And he attempted to make conversation by glancing at the numerous ancestral tablets. On the contrary, this signifies a long-standing lineage. The Ruan family has had 13 generations of direct descent before me. Ruansu, kneeling on the ground, solemnly gazed at the tablets before him. Do you know why I am here? Of course, Chairman Wang called me several times, but I did not answer. Why not? Answering would be futile. Did you not witness the situation earlier? I could not possibly leave. Zhao Yi was perplexed, scratching his head. Leave? This is your home. Are they truly restricting your freedom? Previously, no, but ever since I made contact with this so-called Master Zhao, my family's demands have become increasingly stringent. As of now, my freedom has been entirely curtailed. Zhao Yi pondered, then suddenly slapped his forehead. This is simple. Why don't we just climb over the wall and escape for now? We can return after the examination. No. The elder head has decreed that as long as this so-called Master Zhao is present, I cannot leave the Ruan family, even a step. Zhao Yi grew somewhat impatient, pacing back and forth while scratching his head. This won't do, and that won't do. How am I supposed to report back to Chairman Wang? As Zhao Yi turned around, he happened to find himself behind Ruan Su. Gazing at the unmoving figure still kneeling on the ground, a sudden idea struck him. If I were to knock him unconscious and take him back, would that not fulfill my task? With this thought in mind, Zhao Yi seized the opportunity and struck swiftly, aiming for the back of Ruan Su's neck. Just as he was about to succeed, Ruan Su sprang to his feet, bracing himself against Zhao Yi's arm with one hand, while the other transformed into a claw-like strike. Bang! The claw collided with Zhao Yi's hand, creating distance between them. At that moment, a series of thoughts surged in Zhao Yi's mind. Dragon Claw Technique, Purple Martial Arts, one of the 72 supreme skills of Shaolin, is this. The Shaolin Dragon Claw Technique? Why does it appear in your Ruan family, and has it become your family's secret skill? Zhao Yi murmured, but Ruan Su heard him clearly. Wait, what did you just say? One of the 72 supreme skills of Shaolin? How come I have never heard of this before? Zhao Yi suddenly comprehended that ever since she mastered the sunflower finger technique, she had become acutely aware of the relentless rampage of ferocious beasts. In this contemporary world, although martial artists are revered, the transmission of various martial arts has suffered gravely. Perhaps in the eyes of the inhabitants of this realm, esteemed sects like Shaolin and Wudong have long since transformed into mere protagonists of legendary tales, or perhaps even those legends have faded into oblivion. System notification: this Dragon Claw technique is not the complete version. Current completeness, 49%. 49%? This indicates that only half of the inheritance remains? What of the complete transmission? Before Zhao Yi, the interface of the comprehensive martial arts compendium materialized, revealing the emblem of the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique within the purple martial arts section. At that moment, the emblem was indeed illuminated, yet its luster appeared rather dim. Chapter 124. A single move to conquer the enemy. I understand now. It seems that the remaining half of the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique will only reveal itself once I have mastered the first half from the Ruan family. As Zhao Yi contemplated this, a heavy hand landed on his shoulder. Zhao Yi, what are you daydreaming about? What did you mean by what you just said? Noticing Ruan Su's agitation, an idea struck Zhao Yi. Do not fret. I once accompanied Chairman Wang to the Martial Arts Administration, and it seems they have information on the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique in their archives. However, I merely skimmed through it at the time. So you will need to inquire with Chairman Wang for the specifics. Upon hearing this, Ruan Su fell into deep thought and then asked, in Chairman Wang's eyes, both you and I are his last hopes for cultivation. If this is indeed the case, why is it that only you are aware of it? Zhao Yi nearly slipped up but quickly devised a strategy. It's because you neglected your studies and missed the pre-exam assessment. And now you're absent from the third examination as well. Have you forgotten? Every year, the top scorer of the martial arts examination has the privilege to make a wish. Isn't this your opportunity to uncover the truth? Zhao Yi adeptly stirred Ruan Su's desire to participate in the examination. From what you've said, it does seem reasonable. You helped me during the second exam, so I took the initiative to approach Chairman Wang, hoping to discover what has transpired on your end. But now, the Patriarch has imposed a house arrest order on me, and I. Observing Ruan Su's hesitation, Zhao Yi thought to himself that he was truly difficult to persuade. Tell me, what exactly is Master Zhao here for? Why do you harbor such disdain for him? It is said that he is a reclusive master. Although he does not possess the complete version of the Dragon Claw technique, he has witnessed a true master perform the entire set. That is why the Ruan family invited him, hoping to acquire the complete technique to pass on to our younger generation. Then, do you choose to believe in the Martial Arts Administration or this so-called reclusive master who appeared out of nowhere? Ruan Su fell silent, yet his gaze clearly indicated his inclination toward the latter. Isn't that settled then? Let us go. If we delay any longer, we will miss our chance. After persistent urging from Zhao Yi, Ruan Su finally bowed 3 times before the ancestral tablet and stood up. Enough. If you wish to honor your ancestors, you can do so upon your return. We must hurry. Zhao Yi urged at the entrance of the ancestral hall when suddenly a commanding figure approached. Going somewhere? Where do you think you two are headed? Ruan Yunlu strode into the hall, blocking their path. Father. Zhao Yi mentioned that the Martial Arts Administration might have records regarding the Ruan family's Dragon Claw technique. I wish to take a look. You wish to take a look? I perceive that you are eager to participate in the examination instead. Master Zhao has arrived and will be conducting a live demonstration shortly. What shall we do if you leave? Faced with Ruan Yunlu's imposing demeanor, Ruan Su suddenly made up his mind and bowed deeply to him. I apologize. But rather than placing my faith in this unverifiable master, I would much rather trust the Martial Management Bureau. I must leave. Then you shall have to step over my corpse. With a swift dragon-like stride, Ruan-Su moved, while Ruan Yunlu adeptly evaded and seized the opportunity, seemingly on the verge of grasping Ruan-Su's arm. However, this time, Ruan-Su merely executed a feigned attack. The true lethal maneuver lay within his right hand. Crack! Ruan-Su's concealed right hand was effortlessly blocked by Ruan Yunlu, and thus they distanced themselves from one another. Unfilial son, I taught you the dragon claw technique, and now you dare to lay hands on me. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Ruan-Su lifted his gaze to Ruan Yunlu, his eyes brimming with resentment. Beside them, Zhao Yi observed with the intensity of a high-speed camera, capturing every movement exchanged between the two. System notification. The completeness of the dragon claw technique has increased to 50%. An increase of 1%? What could that possibly mean? Eagerly, Zhao Yi delved into his thoughts, soon uncovering the technique known as the pearl snatching style. So that is how it is. It seems I could devise a way to pilfer some knowledge. Zhao Yi felt a surge of excitement. He opened his eyes to find the father and son had been locked in a standoff for quite some time, poised to strike once more. A figure interposed itself before Ruan-Su, advancing with even greater swiftness and agility. Ruan Yunlu noticed the change in opponent midway, but had no intention of halting. He saw this as an opportune moment to thoroughly discipline the audacious junior who dared impersonate Master Zhao. Crack! To everyone's astonishment. Just as Zhao Yi was about to be struck, he suddenly altered his movement, not only dodging the attack, but also placing his hand near Ruan Yunlu's temple. The posture of his outstretched hand was unmistakably reminiscent of the dragon claw technique. When did you secretly learn my dragon claw technique? Secretly learn? What a jest. Gather all those from the Ruan family who know the dragon claw technique, and see if any of them can replicate that pearl snatching style from moments ago. Zhao Yi wore a triumphant expression, while Ruan Yunlu found himself at a loss for words. Where on earth did you learn this? It wouldn't quite be learning. I merely caught a glimpse while accompanying Chairman Wang at the Martial Management Bureau. Compared to true experts like you, my understanding is still fraught with imperfections. Zhao Yi wisely lowered his tone, prompting Ruan Yunlu's emotions to soften as well. Father, you have seen it for yourself. Zhao Yi was merely able to imitate to this extent after a fleeting glance at the Martial Management Bureau. Surely, if I were to study earnestly, I would not lag behind him, would I? But that Master Zhao. Ruan Yunlu did not finish his thought before Ruan-Su decisively exposed the masked figure. We both can surmise that this so-called Master Zhao was certainly summoned by our uncles specifically to undermine me. They do not wish for me to master the entirety of the dragon claw technique, hence orchestrating this ruse to draw our grandfather's attention. It is well known that the elder patriarch's lifelong ambition is to amass the complete dragon claw technique to pass down to future generations. I understand this principle. Do you not comprehend it as well? This heartfelt expression compelled Ruan Yunlu to let out a sigh, pointing towards the door. Leave. I shall pretend I have not seen you. Upon witnessing this, Ruan-Su once again bowed deeply and promptly turned to flee the Ruan family estate with Zhao Yi. In the reception hall, the Ruan family members were all present, while Ruan Tianqi continued his idle conversation with Zhao Hualong, occasionally glancing towards the entrance. Yunlu, you have returned. Where's Ruan-Su? He inquired. He had already fled by the time I arrived, came the reply. Patriarch, I beg your forgiveness for my son's lack of discipline. Please, impose any punishment upon me. Ruan Yunlu then knelt with a thud in the reception hall, nearly provoking a fit of rage in Ruan Tianqi. Quickly, escort the old master to rest. A middle-aged man, resembling Ruan Yunlu yet exuding an air of superiority, rose and turned to Zhao Hualong. Master Zhao, it seems we shall be unable to fulfill the matter of the sermon today. Might I request that you remain at our residence for a few more days, so we may discuss it further at a later date? No matter. The guests shall follow the host's arrangements. I am at your disposal. Chapter 125. The traditional drama of a grand family, however. I must remind you all that my stay at the Ruan household is limited, no more than 3 days. Subsequently, Zhao Hualong was escorted by the members of the Ruan family to rest, leaving only the 3 brothers of the Ruan family in the spacious reception room. Get up, Yunlu. The floor is cold, and you are no longer a child. One of them, who bore a striking resemblance yet wore a cunning expression, remarked sarcastically. Second brother. Such words are inappropriate. After all, the fault lies with us fathers. With Ruan-Su absent, it is my duty as his father to bear the consequences. Ruan Yunlu remained resolute, showing no intention of rising. Upon hearing this, Ruan Yunshao couldn't help but scoff. If you had possessed such awareness earlier, this farce would not have unfolded today. Stand up. There is no need for further insincere apologies. Second brother, refrain from speaking too much. Everyone else has departed. You should return as well. The eldest, Ruan Yunting, waved his hand, dismissing Wang Yunxiao, then turned his gaze to Wang Yunlu. Yunlu, if you wish to remain kneeling, I shall not stop you. However, you truly need to reflect upon this matter. If Ruan Su is not found within 3 days, our family will face dire straits, especially since others are waiting to take over. With that, Ruan Yunting flicked his sleeve and turned to leave. Soon, a beautiful woman entered, her face adorned with concern as she helped him rise. Yunlu, please get up. There is no one else here. Why are you still kneeling? With her assistance, Ruan Yunlu returned to their chamber. Sigh, this child Ruan Su, his temper mirrors your youthful self. How could he sneak away on such an important day? I wonder if he is safe. The woman's words trailed off as Ruan Yunlu turned to her. In truth, I deliberately allowed Ruan Su to escape. What? You, how could you? My dear, I shall only say this once. While our family appears harmonious, we have long been beset by internal and external troubles. Whether we can break this deadlock and rebuild hinges entirely on Ruan Su. Do you understand? Seeing the gravity in Ruan Yunlu's demeanor, the woman nodded earnestly. I understand. What must I do? Do nothing, say nothing. Everything awaits Ruan Su's return. At that moment, Ruan Su had descended the mountain with Zhao Yi and suddenly recalled something. At this time, there should be no vehicles, right? There is, and it's a dedicated one. As they reached the foot of the mountain, they indeed spotted a taxi parked by the roadside, the driver dozing off in his seat. Wake up, it's time to work. The driver opened his eyes and, upon recognizing Zhao Yi, flared with irritation. You brat, I finally caught up with you. How dare you play tricks on me? I tell you, no matter the fare, I refuse to take you this time. I must teach you a lesson. Before he could finish, Ruan Su pulled out 500 yuan from his pocket. Take us to the city. This is all yours. Not enough? How about this additional amount? The driver's expression changed faster than flipping a page. He eagerly accepted the 1,000 yuan, counting it with a grin as he started the car. Ah, everyone, please fasten your seatbelts. We shall commence our journey. In the back seat, Zhao Yi observed this scene and couldn't help but give Ruan Su a thumbs up. Truly, as a scion of a prestigious family, his gestures were extravagant. It pained me to part with 200 on the way here. In response to Zhao Yi's teasing, Ruan Su merely managed a strained smile, his brow still shadowed by worry. By the way, there's something I've yet to comprehend. From what I saw earlier, both you and your father could discern that Master Zhao's intentions were dubious. Why did you not devise a means to expose him? This inquiry evidently struck a nerve with Ruan Su, yet he patiently explained the rationale. The Ruan family was not solely under his dominion. Ruan Yunlu ranked third among the Yun generation, while his two elders, Ruan Yunting and Ruan Yunxiao, were his uncles. Were it not for Ruan Yunlu being the legitimate heir, possessing a purer bloodline, he would not even have the right to speak. For an extended period, his uncles had been collaborating, each playing their respective roles, one the villain, the other the hero, with the singular aim of usurping Ruan Su and elevating their own sons. I see, the traditional theatrics of a grand family. But in your relentless bickering, the dragon claw technique remains fundamentally incomplete. What significance does that hold? Zhao Yi's candid remarks resonated with Ruan Su, eliciting a rare smile from him. You see, this is the distinction between us and those individuals. I have posed the same question to my father. He once remarked that some individuals are solely concerned with their own power, completely disregarding the integrity of the family legacy. Conversely, once they gain authority, the current dragon claw technique is deemed the absolute orthodoxy. Zhao Yi then grasped the implication, offering a wry smile in response. Oh, it seems that the complexities of your grand family are quite burdensome. With my intellect, I would likely be assassinated within 3 days. Let us not dwell on such grave matters. Upon my return, where did Chairman Wang take you? You have indeed asked the right person. Zhao Yi sat upright, regaling Ruan Su with tales of their recent rigorous training and assessments. By the time he concluded his narrative, the vehicle had already halted at the entrance of the Martial Administration Bureau. Please, enter. Chairman Wang is awaiting you inside. Zhao Yi announced his name, and they were swiftly granted access. Upon reaching Wang Wenjing's office, Zhao Yi glimpsed a figure diligently engrossed in work. Knock, knock. Come in. Just place the documents on the table. Wang Wenjing called out, noticing the absence of a response. He looked up, only to find the smiling face of Zhao Yi. Oh, it's you. And Ruan Su has returned as well? Wang Wenjing chuckled, setting aside his tasks. Indeed, Chairman Wang seems quite busy. Of course. Tomorrow marks the final examination of the martial arts assessments. How could I not be busy? Report, Chairman. I have indeed completed my task. Zhao Yi saluted, standing at attention. Wang Wenjing, amused, waved his hand dismissively. I know. Now, take Ruan Su to the pre-examination assessment. Every candidate must participate. Once that is concluded, I will arrange for your rest. Ruan Su hesitated, ultimately unable to restrain himself from speaking. Chairman Wang, there is a matter I wish to inquire about. What is it? Please, go ahead. Wang Wenzheng maintained an expression of calm, while Zhao Yi, beside him, was drenched in sweat from anxiety. He hadn't had a chance to confer with Wang Wenzheng yet. Why is this Ruan Su deviating from the expected course of action? Just then, a knock resounded at the door, and someone entered, carrying a stack of documents. Very well, let us defer any discussions until he is free. We ought not to disturb Chairman Wang at this moment. Zhao Yi nudged Ruan Su aside and cast a knowing glance at Wang Wenzheng. What scheme is this fellow concocting now? The two exited, and after a brief inquiry, they were directed to a waiting bus. Step aboard. The candidates are already awaiting you. Chapter 126, A Call of Brother, A Lifetime of Brotherhood. Zhao Yi led the way, with Ruan Su following closely behind. Upon their arrival, they observed that the bus was already filling with passengers. Let us find a seat together, Zhao Yi suggested, pointing to a spot. Just as he was about to sit down, a burly man barreled in from behind. What are you staring at? There are plenty of empty seats over there. The man's face resembled that of a gorilla, showing no intention of yielding to Zhao Yi. Hey, I was here first. Zhao Yi began to protest. But Ruan Su quickly intervened. Forget it, the journey isn't too long. We can sit anywhere. Humph, consider yourself lucky today, my mood is good. But don't let me run into you again. Zhao Yi rolled up his sleeves and turned, walking to the back of the bus with Ruan Su. Their commotion attracted the attention of everyone on board, and upon seeing them approach, some passengers willingly stood up to share seats with strangers. Shortly after settling in, the bus departed for the outskirts. Familiar with the route, Zhao Yi was soon met with Ruan Su's inquiry. When did I become your elder brother? Oh well, that was just a spur-of-the-moment remark, Zhao Yi stammered. Besides, with your abilities, I wouldn't refuse to acknowledge you as my elder brother. Seeing the cheerful grin on Zhao Yi's face, Ruan Su felt as though he had been outmaneuvered, though he couldn't quite pinpoint how. Never mind. Call me whatever you like. Now, tell me about the pre-test content. No problem. Let me explain. There will be a large spherical object. Zhao Yi vividly described the scenario, his revelations piquing the curiosity of those nearby who leaned in to listen. In the last row of the bus, 3 candidates wearing sunglasses couldn't help but direct their attention towards him. Don't look. Be cautious. We mustn't alert them. Remember Mr. Chio's instructions? Of course. I haven't forgotten. We mustn't draw attention before the exam. I'm just curious, Zhao Yi replied. I want to see what kind of character warrants our trio sneaking into the exam room to target. The bus soon arrived at the testing center, where Zhao Yi led Ruan Su inside, spotting Director Qian from that evening. All candidates were instructed to take numbers and queue up, entering the testing phase in an orderly manner. Please maintain silence. Director Qian feigned ignorance of Zhao Yi, which he understood. Ruan Su immediately spotted the enormous sphere, identical to Zhao Yi's description. Don't be nervous. Just go in and do your best, Zhao Yi encouraged. Ruan Su nodded, and soon his number was called, prompting him to enter the space ball. Once activated, the space ball left all candidates in awe. Maintaining balance and exiting such a rapidly spinning sphere tested the candidates' overall abilities. Initially, Ruan Su struggled to find his footing, but he quickly recalled the little trick Zhao Yi had shared. Don't panic. Just imagine you're lying on a waterbed getting a massage. Strive to maintain equilibrium. The moment you genuinely feel you have returned to a state of relaxation marks the optimal time to depart from the space sphere. That moment is now. With a sudden jolt, Ruan Su opened his eyes and struck the wall of the sphere with a single hand. The powerful force halted the sphere's rotation momentarily. And seizing this chance, Ruan Su successfully broke free. Ruan Su, 3 minutes and 7 seconds, a commendable achievement. How does that sound, as I mentioned? Zhao Yi leaned closer, just in time to witness a group of female candidates gazing at Ruan Su with starry-eyed admiration. Indeed, it posed some difficulty. Yet it was not as exaggerated as one might have imagined. What exactly is this intended to test? Just as Ruan Su finished speaking, Zhao Yi suddenly lowered her voice. You have guessed correctly. The assessment of candidates' physical prowess here is merely a facade. The true evaluation lies there. The moment you enter the space sphere, a comprehensive scan will automatically commence, and soon all your information will appear on the screens before the staff. Upon hearing this, Ruan Su comprehended, recalling his encounter with the 12 zodiac signs. It was evidently a precautionary measure. One must commend Chairman Wang for his diligence. Naturally, let us go. You have completed your part. Now we shall find a place to observe the spectacle. Observe the spectacle? Initially, Ruan Su was perplexed. But as he sat beside Zhao Yi on the bench, the reality dawned upon him. Not all candidates could smoothly navigate what she referred to as a simple test. Many were already trembling with trepidation before even entering. Those who did were swiftly tossed about, akin to a harrowing roller coaster experience, pleading for mercy. Zhao Yi laughed uncontrollably as she watched those poor souls nearly retch from the tumult, and a smile crept onto Ruansu's face, though it quickly faded. The individual who had taken their seats earlier, wearing sunglasses and exuding nonchalance, strolled inside. Let me tell you, do not be deceived by that individual's attempt to appear suave in his sunglasses. He will surely regret it once he enters, Zhao Yi declared indignantly. Yet the outcome defied everyone's expectations. Not only did he endure longer than Ruansu, but his final maneuver to halt the sphere bore an uncanny resemblance to Ruansu's powerful tail swipe. Ruansu exchanged glances with Zhao Yi, both acutely aware that this person was deliberate in his actions. It is highly probable that he is targeting me. Where does he hail from? Has your uncle dispatched him? Ruansu scrutinized the visage resembling that of an orangutan for some time before ultimately shaking his head. No, within my generation, there are 23 descendants of the Ruan family. And I have not encountered this face before. Is that so? That presents a complication. Never mind, let us return for now. I shall request Chairman Wang's assistance in investigating. Perhaps a clue will emerge. Zhao Yi patted Ruansu on the shoulder and turned to proceed towards the exit. Has he not arrived? Could he have gone to the restroom? It is the perfect time to contact Chairman Wang. Noticing Ruansu lagging behind, Zhao Yi swiftly found a corner and dialed Wang Wenjing's number. So, you do remember to call me, do you? What exactly is going on with today's meeting? Chairman Wang, I must speak frankly, so please do not take offense. Zhao Yi recounted everything that transpired today, leaving Wang Wenjing on the other end of the line in silence. Hello, Chairman Wang? Whether you choose to scold or chastise me, you cannot remain silent. Zhao Yi was startled, fearing that invoking the name of the Martial Arts Administration might have led her to commit some grievous transgression. After a prolonged pause, a voice finally emerged from the other end. Zhao Yi, regarding the inheritance of the Ruan family's dragon claw technique, I have been aware of it for some time. Aware of it? Yes, it also involves the Li and Qin families, both claiming to be the true heirs of the dragon claw technique, which caused quite a stir at the Martial Arts Administration back in the day. This was the first Zhao Yi had heard of it, and she could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. Chapter 127. A direct provocation. What happened afterward? Subsequently, the higher-ups at the Martial Management Bureau intervened and, upon comparison, discovered that the Ruan family's inherited dragon claw technique was remarkably intact, thus bestowing upon them the title of the authentic heirs. This matter eventually dissipated without further consequence. However, how did you come to know there was a second half? Zhao Yi found himself momentarily speechless, struggling to concoct a plausible explanation, while Wang Wenjing appeared to have already surmised the truth. You truly harbor a plethora of secrets. My dear lad, Chairman Wang, please do not misconstrue my intentions. I am not intent on secrecy, but the current circumstances render it inconvenient to divulge. Please refrain from alerting the relevant authorities to whisk me away for dissection and experimentation. Zhao Yi. Wang Wenjing's tone suddenly turned solemn, causing Zhao Yi to instantly fall silent. You should comprehend the adage that an innocent man may suffer for possessing a jewel. Rather than fret over the prospect of being subjected to experimentation, it would be wiser to contemplate how to safeguard yourself. Zhao Yi felt a warmth in his heart and replied earnestly, Rest assured, Chairman Wang. I am currently surrounded by my older brothers and sisters who are looking out for me. You cunning rascal. Forget it. I can cover for you regarding the Ruan family, but you must devise a solution for the aftermath. Is Ruansu available? Let me speak with him. He is. I must go? He is causing quite the ruckus. Zhao Yi abruptly ended the call and dashed over. Just a minute prior, Ruansu had emerged from the restroom, searching for Zhao Yi, when he suddenly sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him. Upon lifting his gaze, he beheld a simian visage high above in the expansive testing arena, making a rather peculiar gesture. This is the dragon raising its head? How could he possibly know that? In an instant, Ruansu was consumed by rage, all the pent-up frustration he had harbored igniting at that very moment. The gesture of the dragon raising its head could only be comprehended by those who have genuinely inherited the dragon claw technique, serving as a fundamental stance. Though ordinary individuals might mimic it after witnessing it, they could never replicate it with such exquisite precision. With a few swift strides, Ruansu propelled himself up to the second floor, the dragon claw in his hand whistling through the air. The simian face, evidently prepared, awaited him with the very same dragon claw technique. The commotion from their clash quickly captured the attention of the undecided candidates, who eagerly gathered to witness the spectacle, some even wagering on the outcome. Director Qian, trouble brews. Candidates are brawling below. Director Qian, engrossed in organizing data in his office. immediately glanced at the surveillance footage and slammed his hand on the desk. How dare they engage in combat here? Such a lack of decorum. Security team. As he dispatched the security team downstairs, he discovered Ruan Su being restrained by Zhao Yi, while the assailant bearing the simian face had vanished without a trace. Director Qian, the test has concluded, and you are still not off duty? Humph. Thanks to your companion here, I am compelled to stay late. It was all a misunderstanding. They merely engaged in a friendly sparring session upon their first meeting. It was merely a misunderstanding. Director Qian glanced at Ruan Su before finally speaking. Very well, I shall grant you this favor for Chairman Wang's sake. Now, everyone disperse. Gradually, the crowd began to disperse, and Ruan Su was led outside by Zhao Yi. What are you doing blocking my way? I was so close to succeeding. Indeed, you were almost there. But the end result was you being subdued and taken away by those security guards. You might even have to trouble Chairman Wang to come and fetch you. This is a state-authorized control center, filled with national property. Are you out of your mind to cause a ruckus here? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ruan Su composed himself as Zhao Yi deftly shifted the topic. What is the matter? Are you harboring a grudge against that simian-faced fellow? I wish he would die early and be reincarnated. All right then, with you being the big brother, I shall inform Chairman Wang and have him make appropriate arrangements for you. Ruan Su nodded in satisfaction, only to realize something moments later. Wait a minute, when did I ascend from big brother to big brother boss? Did you consult me on this? The two took a bus back to the Bureau of Martial Management, where Wang Wenzheng had been waiting for some time. Chairman Wang, I sincerely apologize for the incident at the control center. It's of no consequence. I can understand your feelings. I have also verified that fellow's identity information. Wang Wenzheng handed over a summary of the identity analysis. After reading it, Ruan Su slammed his palm on the table. Chairman Wang, this information must be false. How could he possibly be only 17? Moreover, the level of proficiency he exhibited while using the Dragon Claw technique. Wang Wenzheng interrupted Ruan Su, a smile spreading across his face. Do you not see that the dubiousness of this fellow's identity is, in fact, advantageous for you? Isn't it obvious? The third round of the exam will be a battle of life and death. Zhao Yi patted Ruan Su on the shoulder, prompting him to come to a realization. I understand now. The following morning at 9 o'clock, the third round of the exam would commence. I have only two requirements of you. First, follow orders in all actions. Second, survive the exam. After stating his demands, Wang Wenzheng placed a room card on the table and turned to leave. I comprehend the second request, but what does the first one entail? Will there be someone directing us on what to do during tomorrow's examination? Zhao Yi murmured to herself, while Ruan Su was preoccupied with thoughts of that simian-faced adversary, leaving no room for him to respond to her query. Forget it, if it's beyond comprehension. Let it be. The exam tomorrow is of utmost importance. Let us return and rest properly. Taking the room card, Zhao Yi and Ruan Su soon arrived at the Orange Hotel near the Bureau of Martial Management. As they entered the hotel lobby, the simian-faced figure appeared once more on the upper floor across from them. The simian-faced individual took out his phone and dialed a mysterious number. I just had contact with the target today. How did it go? It basically meets your standards. That is good. Proceed according to the original plan. Zhao Hualong stood by the window, pocketing his phone, his gaze drifting towards the illuminated landscape below. What is rightfully mine will ultimately remain mine. You cannot escape. Early the next morning, Zhao Yi was awakened by the incessant ringing of her phone. Upon opening her eyes, she saw it was a call from Zhou Qunyan. Hey, why are you still so dazed? There's just over an hour until the exam begins. Kuan, your overly enthusiastic demeanor is rather unusual. I'll wash my face and have breakfast before coming. Zhao Yi and Ruan Su descended the stairs, where the special vehicle arranged by Chairman Wang had been waiting for quite some time. Come on, both of you, at Chairman Wang's command. I shall escort you to the examination venue. Thank you very much. Once they boarded the car, Zhao Yi noticed something amiss. The scenery outside appeared increasingly unfamiliar. Where exactly are we being taken? Rest assured, they wouldn't dare to sell you off. The venue for this year's third examination is at the International Exhibition Center. Are you not aware of that? Zhao Yi searched on her phone for quite a while before finally uncovering the relevant information. Chapter 128. The Honor Elimination Tournament Without Rules. The International Convention and Exhibition Center, a grand complex capable of accommodating thousands, was just completed last month. What a magnificent spectacle. Brother, this time you truly have the spotlight. Zhao Yi winked at Ruan Su, who, somewhat helpless, realized that despite his efforts to correct this title last night, he could only let Zhao Yi address him this way. Zhao Yi, your sudden change in address surely signifies that you are concealing something from me, doesn't it? Ruan Su scrutinized Zhao Yi, causing him a moment of trepidation. Oh no. Has my secret been exposed? Impossible. Surely, this is just a ruse. With this thought, Zhao Yi naturally wore a smile. Look at you, so suspicious. It's merely a change of title. What could possibly be the matter? Is it really nothing? Of course, it's just for fun, merely a title. You see, even Kuan and I refer to Tao Weiwei as Big Sister, don't we? Upon hearing this, Ruansu ceased his inquiries and turned his head to gaze out the window. 40 minutes later, upon arriving at the examination venue and witnessing the colossal structure before them, Zhao Yi couldn't help but express his astonishment. Is it really necessary for the third examination to be staged on such a grand scale? There's more. It's said that the venue is nearly filled to capacity with thousands of attendees, and there's even a live broadcast. Not to mention the presence of several high-ranking officials. The driver who brought them chuckled mysteriously, and Zhao Yi's head buzzed in response. Oh no, this. Isn't this the very episode one watched? It seems the week-long gap has only added to the suspense. Zhao Yi murmured to himself before asking. Do you know how the security measures are being handled today? I'm not entirely certain, but given the attendance of high-ranking officials, the security measures are undoubtedly of the highest caliber, rest assured. Zhao Yi nodded at this, as a familiar figure approached. Old Zhao, I've been waiting for you for ages. How come? And who is this? Be polite. Without him, you would have perished in the second examination. Zhao Yi playfully slapped Zhou Kunyan on the head, who immediately nodded and extended his hand. Zhou Kunyan, Ruansu. After the handshake, the three of them traversed the narrow corridor into the venue. Upon witnessing the scene of thousands seated without a single empty spot, even Zhao Yi was left in awe. This is truly a monumental gathering. Come on, someone is waiting for you. Zhou Kunyan led Zhao Yi to a section of the audience, where he spotted a familiar figure. Godmother, you're here too? Hearing this, Wang Zhini turned around, her eyes brimming with tears upon seeing Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi, I'm here to cheer for you. Qing Lian hasn't fully recovered yet. She is still undergoing rehabilitation treatment today, so she couldn't make it. Zhao Yi nodded, embracing Wang Zhini. This silly child. Why is she crying? You're going to be on stage soon. You must perform well and win back that share for Qing Lian. Wang Zhini gently patted Zhao Yi's back, to which the latter nodded in affirmation. Rest assured, I shall achieve commendable results. Subsequently, Zhao Yi bid farewell to Wang Zhini and made her way to the candidate assembly area. Here, familiar faces began to emerge. Tao Weiwei was seen carrying a substantial fabric bag, which Zhao Yi recognized as the composite bao gifted by Chairman Wang. Shortly thereafter, Lu He and Wu Minglei approached, extending their greetings. I have been assigned to Group C. How about you all? I am in Group B. I seem to be in Group B as well. We have yet to be assigned. Zhao Yi felt a twinge of anxiety, believing that the traditional lottery system was still in play. However, Zhou Kunyan chuckled and pointed towards the distant large screen. Ruansu, Group D, Zhao Yi, Group A? No way. I can't escape this fate. The convoluted system had been a challenge, and perhaps this was simply her lot in life. To avoid becoming the center of attention in such a grand event, and thus face the repercussions of the rebellious system, Zhao Yi was determined to divert the spotlight onto Ruansu, yearning for a few words to push him forward as the manufactured protagonist. Yet Ruansu was not oblivious. He sensed something amiss, but chose not to dwell on it. Who would have thought he would ultimately be placed in Group A? What is wrong, old Zhao? You seem dissatisfied with your grouping. Shall we swap? Zhou Kunyan inquired, moving closer. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Yi realized her grouping bore little pressure. Aside from Group A, the other three groups were filled with familiar faces, promising thrilling encounters once they became adversaries. Kunyan, what is that large dome in the center? Zhao Yi pointed towards the arena's heart, where a massive circular dome loomed above, shrouded in black, leaving no one privy to its contents. I've inquired about it. It is said to be this year's specially crafted circular arena, seemingly quite entertaining. Entertaining? I fear it may be fraught with peril. After careful consideration, Zhao Yi concluded that the dome arena posed greater dangers than a conventional flat stage. Occupying the highest point would grant a significant advantage, and once cornered, there would be no chance for a miraculous turnaround, as opponents could exploit the terrain to crush you until elimination. Following Zhao Yi's remarks, the others fell into silence. What is there to fear? We've endured the life-and-death scenarios of the second examination. Why should we concern ourselves with such minor affairs? Wu Minglei's words jolted the group back to reality. Observing his eager demeanor, one could surmise that had he not injured his hand, he would not have withdrawn from the third examination. Allow me to forewarn you. This past week I have undergone specialized training at home. You all might want to pray that you do not cross paths with me. After Lu He spoke, he and Wu Minglei turned to leave, while Zhao Yi and the others entered their respective groups. As she stepped into her position in Group A, she spotted a figure adorned with sunglasses. Goodness, is that not the gorilla from yesterday, who adored his shades? This is incorrect. This individual bears little resemblance to an orangutan, save for the sunglasses, which are somewhat similar. Zhao Yi etched the visage of that individual into memory, when suddenly, several armed helicopters materialized in the sky. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the venue of the third examination of the military evaluation. I am your chief examiner, Long Zhun. I shall now unveil the rules of the examination. So please direct your attention to the large screen. A burly man clad in military attire grasped the microphone, patiently elucidating the examination regulations. The rules of this examination stipulate a no-rules honor elimination tournament. What does no rules even mean? If there are no rules, then why delineate groups? Zhao Yi was somewhat bewildered, and upon reading the subsequent textual description, her heart sank further in alarm. No wonder a mysterious circular domed arena was constructed. It appears there are mechanisms lying in wait for us here. The examination regulations were explicitly stated, a no-rules honor elimination tournament, where each participant must strive for the honor of their respective group. The domed arena beneath one's feet would randomly manifest pitfalls, should one fall victim to them. They would be eliminated from the competition. Chapter 129. Look. The big fool Zhao Yi pondered deeply and swiftly discerned the subtle intricacies embedded within the competition rules. On the surface, the regulations appeared quite clear, emphasizing the need for each temporary team to safeguard their collective honor. However, Zhao Yi was acutely aware of the impracticality of such expectations. For instance, the so-called gorilla assigned to his team, and the individual with a presumed heritage of dragon claw hands grouped with Ruan Su, ensured that their respective teams were destined for turmoil, while the remaining two teams were undoubtedly populated by equally formidable opponents. To put it simply, the competition's rules were straightforward. Would one strive for the ultimate personal glory, or the more elusive collective honor? As the countdown began to flash on the large screen, Zhao Yi glanced back to see that, on average, each team comprised 6 members. Yet his own group was lethargically silent, with not a soul daring to speak. Ahem, everyone, if I may have your attention, he began, attempting to rally the group. Since the rules are laid out so plainly, let us refrain from internal discord. Our first course of action should be to seize the shoulder insignias from members of the other teams. As for personal accolades, we can settle those matters in a fair one-on-one later. Zhao Yi endeavored to play the role of the affable mediator, yet predictably, his words fell on deaf ears. What is old Zhao babbling about now? Someone murmured, seemingly mocking his call for unity. Is that so? Only he would dare speak such nonsense. It makes me blush. Another chimed in. Instinctively, Zhao Yi's gaze shifted toward the other teams, where he noticed Zhou Kunyan and others shaking their heads, deliberately avoiding his gaze, as if they were strangers to him. Oh, so you choose to feign superiority at this moment? Very well, do not blame me when I sever our ties. Ruan Su, your father has arrived. In an instant, Zhao Yi lunged toward Ruan Su with the ferocity of a tiger, and Ruan Su was no pushover, swiftly revealing his dragon claw hands as the two engaged in a fierce struggle. Hey, are you serious? You turned on me faster than one can flip a page, Zhao Yi exclaimed. Are we still brothers? Spare me. Do not mention any brotherly bonds in the face of the title of martial arts examination champion. Ruan Su retorted. Not only do I intend to sever ties with you, but I shall also disregard the others. This is mine for safekeeping. As Zhao Yi's words echoed throughout the examination hall, they ignited a fervor among the remaining candidates, who began to select their adversaries. Lu He instinctively began to survey the terrain, soon spotting Tao Weiwei, who was retreating in an attempt to diminish her visibility, only to be targeted by a woman wielding a long whip. Where do you think you're running? As the whip loomed perilously close to Tao Weiwei, it was suddenly grasped and flung aside with a flourish. Unwise challenger, this beauty's opponent is clearly meant to be me. Oh, so you too intend to turn against me? Lu He countered. Enough chatter. That shoulder insignia looks dreadful on you. Hand it over for safekeeping. With that, Lu He revealed his 5 poison hands and swiftly maneuvered behind Tao Weiwei, who, in response, deftly withdrew 2 throwing knives from her sleeve as she continued to retreat. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Lu He refrained from glancing back, raising his hand to deftly intercept the 2 flying daggers. Have you forgotten what I previously stated? He scoffed. Of course not. It appears you have surreptitiously appropriated Wu Minglei's 8 trigrams palm technique this week. What nonsense is this? I practiced it openly. Though Lu He and Tao Weiwei appeared to be engaged in a serious duel, their eyes exchanged unspoken communication. Only Zhou Kunyuan, also from Group B, found himself increasingly perplexed. Oh no, How could our earlier amiable conversation devolve into such hostility the moment the fight commenced? With whom am I to team up? Zhou Qianyuan observed the intensifying clash, his anxiety mounting. Given his current abilities, it was evidently implausible for him to intervene in the skirmish. This is infuriating. Since you all seem so eager for these insignias, I shall seize them all and distribute them to you. Would that suffice? He glanced at his own insignia just as a small, slender individual approached him. Hey, we're both in Group B. Make sure to follow my lead later. All right, I've got your back. Yet, as the slender individual turned, a fist the size of a cauldron came crashing down, rendering him unconscious on the ground. Zhou Qianyuan removed his insignia, and the corresponding elimination information appeared on the large screen. At that moment, Wang Wenzheng sat at the podium, observing the situation on the field with clarity through the large display. It seems Zhao Yi is indeed astute. He not only comprehended the rules instantaneously, but also alerted others to avoid collateral damage. Their quintet has a high probability of successfully passing the martial examination. Chairman Wang, I beg to differ. Just look at that clumsy oaf, remarked his assistant, pointing to Zhou Qianyuan on the screen, who was recklessly attacking his fellow group members. Wang Wenzheng couldn't help but sigh, rubbing his forehead. Very well, let Zhou Qianyuan be the muddy catfish in this turbulent water. His presence may indeed render the spectacle more engaging. Meanwhile, at the highest tier of the stands, Mr. Chiu occupied an isolated viewing seat. Mr. Chiu, why has your secret weapon yet to make an appearance? An elderly man, his hair graying and spectacles perched on his nose, seemed even more animated than the younger spectators. Haha, Wang Lao, you are rather impatient. Since you are aware that the Zhan brothers are my secret weapon, they can only be deployed at a critical juncture. Mr. Chiu appeared more concerned with the security surrounding the event than the unfolding competition. Today's security measures were indeed formidable. Armed soldiers guarded every entrance. Plainclothes officers blended with the audience, and helicopters occasionally hovered overhead. Adjusting his glasses, Mr. Chiu absorbed the entirety of the scene before him. Outside the competition venue, a large building displayed these images prominently. Quickly, commence data analysis. We must identify the vulnerabilities in the security perimeter. Several hackers sat at their computers, some mapping the site and plotting routes, while others launched aggressive attacks on the network circuits of the competition venue. Boom. Suddenly, a dark cloud drifted across the sky, swiftly accompanied by flashes of lightning and a rumble of thunder. Wang Wenzheng glanced upward and murmured to himself, "It appears to be a day ripe for tempest. You stay here and keep an eye on the scene. I shall return shortly." His assistant nodded in agreement, and Wang Wenzheng promptly ascended to the esteemed viewing platform. Oh, if it isn't Chairman Wang, I thought you would be preoccupied with your too treasured prodigies. The platform was teeming with distinguished guests, and several high-ranking officials in suits rose to their feet upon his arrival, playfully teasing him, which rendered the accompanying organizers and local business representatives rather overshadowed. Commander Yun, your words are truly humbling. I have always made it a point to attend whenever I am available. Is this not disheartening for us younger ones? Chapter 130. Indiscriminate assault. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Commander Yun and Wang Wenzheng took their seats, redirecting their attention to the competition stage. Commander Yun, I sense a storm is brewing. Are you prepared? Of course, these money-hungry fools on the front lines have caused me considerable trouble. My return from the front is solely to eradicate the roots of this issue. Wang Wenzheng nodded in agreement, then discreetly glanced at the individuals flanking them. Are there really so many business representatives today? And those few, why do they not dare to speak? Humph, with me here, who would dare to act recklessly? By the way, are your subordinates holding up well? They are the very foundation upon which we shall sound the trumpet for our counteroffensive. Wang Wenzheng appeared pleased upon hearing this. It seemed Commander Yun had acknowledged this group of youngsters. Well, even if they are inexperienced, once they pass the examination and step onto the battlefield, they will mature rapidly. I quite like that sentiment. Let us temporarily hand the stage over to the youngsters. On the highly anticipated competition stage, the duel between Zhao Yi and Ruan Su continued, with neither gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, the long-range expert Tao Weiwei had been overwhelmed by the advancing Lu He, gradually fading from the spectators' view. Aside from the four of them, approximately 10 individuals remained on the field, along with the increasingly frenzied Zhou Qianyuan. What is he doing? Indiscriminate attack? Zhao Yi stole a glance and discovered Zhou Qianyuan, like a war god, rampaging through the crowd. In less than half an hour, Zhou Qianyuan had already claimed 7 or 8 insignias. Come on, we agreed to consider collective honor, yet you are all playing tricks? Then none of you shall eat. Zhou Qianyuan displayed a fierce demeanor, reminiscent of a crow flipping a table. At this moment, few dared to challenge him. Everyone retreated, eager to preserve their insignias. Just then, the individual with the gorilla face began to advance, slowly approaching Ruansu. 3 others appeared to be positioned far apart, yet their placements were meticulously calculated, ready to form a pincer movement at any moment. After a prolonged struggle with Ruansu, Zhao Yi was suddenly confronted by a shadow. 3 dragon claws. Has this fellow grown 3 heads and 6 arms? As Zhao Yi beheld the 3 dragon claws before him, he immediately raised his arms in defense, simultaneously pushing himself backward. Once he landed, he saw that Ruansu was already engaged in combat with that shadow. This individual is the gorilla face. Zhao Yi recognized the dragon claws and recalled the events at the control center the previous night. Leave this one to me. It's time to wake Kunyan up. As Zhao Yi prepared to approach, he heard Ruansu's voice. Stay focused. It is unnecessary to clash with this fellow at this stage. Do not worry. I know my limits. Meanwhile, Zhou Kunyan continued his relentless assault, targeting the 2 remaining survivors in the corner. The terror he instilled had prompted the cornered enemies from the Bingtian group to huddle together for warmth. Brothers, why don't we join forces? After all, that fellow won't let us off easily. Indeed, while we may not be on the same team, we cannot allow him to bully us. Charge. Having reached a consensus, the 2 dashed towards Zhou Kunyan, one from the left and one from the right. The dual forms of the tiger and crane. The first to act revealed his stance. Yet Zhou Kunyan showed no inclination to evade. I specialize in taking down careless opponents like you. The tiger claws and crane wings aimed straight for Zhou Kunyan's throat and lower regions, each strike targeting vital points. However, at the moment of contact, an odd force surged towards his acupoints. The sunflower pointing technique. Zhou Kunyan passively triggered it, leaving the initial attacker momentarily frozen in place. And I am here as well. The second assailant crept around to Zhou Kunyan's flank, delivering a thunderous elbow aimed at the back of his head. Clang. He had expected Zhou Kunyan to be caught off guard, but to his astonishment, his elbow met an immovable force, as if colliding with iron, and was instantly broken. Zhou Kunyan turned, his expression one of indifference as he fixed his gaze on the opponent. This was the opening I intentionally left for you, fool. Easily dispatching the 2, Zhou Kunyan had already stacked the insignias on his shoulder. The spectators outside began to cheer his name, and Zhao Yi, arriving from a distance, couldn't he help but click his tongue. Oh no, I hope I haven't misidentified my big brother. After Zhou Kunyan tore off the insignias from the 2, he looked up to find himself surrounded by 3 more adversaries. 3 against 1, but you are not even on the same team. Zhou Kunyan felt puzzled as the leader. Zhang Xuan wore a disingenuous smile. Can't you see, kid? I acknowledge your strength. At least compared to your peers, you are formidable, but your intellect is truly lacking. Your friends have been acting for so long to protect their insignias, and almost ruined everything because of your recklessness. Zhang Xingguan, the second of the Zhang brothers, couldn't he help but mock, causing Zhou Kunyan to recollect the details. Right. I was wondering how Lao Zhao and Ruansu could fight for so long without a victor. While the big sister and Lu He were almost out of the arena. They were acting for my benefit. How foolish of me to work so hard, thinking I could reclaim all the insignias and reorganize the teams. Zhou Kunyan's thoughts were straightforward. Since everyone was fighting for themselves, he would seize all the insignias. Then, he could regroup Zhao Yi and the others, ensuring their victory. Brother, stop wasting time with him. This child's game should come to an end. The youngest, Zhang Yunting, pointed at the big screen, where the countdown showed only 3 minutes remaining. In 3 minutes, only those still standing would qualify for the next round of elimination. Indeed. Let us deal with him. The eldest, Zhang Xuan, spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if eliminating Zhou Kunyan were as simple as squashing an ant. All right then, you all take a break. Zhang Yunting flexed his wrist and charged forward. Zhou Kunyan watched coldly, raising his arms to defend while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. He exuded confidence in his own resilience. Yet, he could never have anticipated that the seemingly ordinary punch from Zhang Yunting would feel akin to a cannonball strike for Zhou Kunyan. Zhou stumbled back several steps, only to find himself teetering at the edge of a circular pit that had suddenly opened beneath him. Oh no! How could this random trap appear at such a critical moment? Just as Zhou was about to plunge into the abyss, a hand pushed him away, averting the impending disaster. Lao Zhao, thank you. Ugh, you lot could have at least given me a heads up about your little performance. Upon realizing it was Zhao Yi who had come to his aid, Zhou Kunyan's words of gratitude were abruptly stifled, and he couldn't help but voice his frustration. Kuan, there's no time for explanations now. We must focus on the immediate threat. The 3 of them are formidable. Chapter 131. Concern leads to disorder. This was the first time that Zhou Kunyan had heard Zhao Yi speak so candidly about another individual after their long acquaintance. He sensed his body recovering, and the cool-down for the sunflower-pointing fingers technique had finally concluded. Rest assured, old Zhao, I can certainly take care of myself. Zhao Yi did not intend to exert any pressure. His words stemmed from the moment when Zhang Yunting made his move, triggering the operation of the martial arts compendium within his mind. After a prolonged contemplation, the outcome that materialized was, surprisingly, the most rudimentary form of Chongquan. Are you certain it's Chongquan? That same style a university student could easily muddle through in a level 4 examination. Intuition informed Zhao Yi that the current situation could only be explained by two possibilities. Either this individual possessed exceptional strength, capable of deceiving Zhao Yi's perception, or he wielded formidable prowess, transforming the seemingly benign Chongquan practiced by the elderly into something profoundly powerful. Regardless of the truth, neither scenario boded well for them. Oh, another one has arrived? No matter how many of you come, it will all be in vain. Let us engage together. Zhang Yunting appeared quite arrogant, but his bravado was abruptly curtailed by a reprimand from Zhang Xuan. Third brother, maintain discipline. You and your second brother will handle these two. Understood. Zhang Yunting reluctantly acquiesced, while Zhao Yi observed the exchange. This lad seems quite cunning. I shall deal with him. You swiftly take care of Zhou Kunyan and return to assist me. As soon as Zhang Chengwen concluded his words, Zhao Yi sprang forward with vigor. Do you think this is a market where you can pick and choose? It was you who was so audacious just now. I am here to confront you. Zhao Yi's assault took Zhang Yunting by surprise, who had been engaged in conversation with his elder brother. Despite adopting a defensive posture, Zhao Yi's finger strike was already upon him. Bang! Zhang Yunting intentionally kicked out, compelling Zhao Yi to create distance. He cast a glance at Zhao Yi's raised fingers and sneered, pointing fingers? Your speed is commendable, yet it seems your strength falls short. Does it truly fall short? Zhao Yi mirrored his cold laughter, and in the next instant, Zhang Yunting felt his entire left forearm grow numb. Third brother, what is wrong with you? It's nothing. This fellow is indeed quite treacherous. Second brother, hurry and assist me. All right. Zhang Chengwen sensed the gravity of the situation and intensified his assault against Zhou Kunyan. Meanwhile, Zhou Kunyan's singular strategy was to endure the blows passively. After all, with his innate turtle shell body, a few hits were inconsequential, akin to a massage. Damn it. Are you clad in a tortoise shell? After a fruitless round of attacks, Zhang Chengwen's frustration began to boil over. Hearing this, Zhou Kunyan rolled his eyes and feigned a disdainful snort. With your weak, delicate strikes, it's more soothing than a massage. Your ancestors must have been foot massage practitioners. It is you who is a foot massage practitioner. Your entire lineage is. Zhang Chengwen lunged forward, recognizing that Zhou Kunyan was merely a facade of strength. One must seize this breakthrough, otherwise, the third party will be in jeopardy. However, when Zhang Chengwen delivered a powerful strike to Zhou Kunyan, an inexplicable sense of trepidation washed over him. I am unable to move. Zhou Kunyan was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground from the tremendous force of the blow. Kunyan, are you all right? I'm fine, I can endure. Zhou Kunyan wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and approached with the demeanor of a triumphant victor. Now it's 2 against 1. Let's see how arrogant you can still be. Zhang Yunting, in disbelief, could hardly comprehend how easily his elder brother had been subdued. Instinctively, he looked up, seeking Zhang Xuan's assistance, only to find that his brother's presence had vanished. Eldest brother is gone. Marvelous. Have you been frightened into silence? He must have abandoned you. Before Zhou Kunyan could finish his words, a figure appeared beside him as if by teleportation, swiftly delivering a kick that knocked him to the ground, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Zhang Yunting, drenched in sweat, recognized that whenever his elder brother intervened, someone would inevitably be taken down. At this moment, he was drained from the exertion against Zhao Yi and seized the opportunity to recuperate. Eldest brother, it's all right. You rest for now. I shall handle this. The scene rapidly evolved into a one-on-one confrontation. In the distance, Ruan Su could only anxiously observe, as the formidable adversary employing the dragon claw technique would not let him pass. Witnessing this, Tao Weiwei could no longer contain herself. Wait, from the very beginning, Zhao Yi's plan was for me to protect you. I believe you know this better than anyone, right? But they are in grave danger, that's his concern. Moreover, you should understand Zhao Yi better than I do, correct? Gazing at the concealed smile in Lu He's eyes, Tao Weiwei realized she was becoming overly anxious. Indeed, I am somewhat restless. I should consider what Zhao Yi would do in this situation. She resumed her seat, murmuring to herself as she fell into contemplation. While Lu He remained fixated on Zhao Yi and Zhang Xuan, he could sense that a monumental clash was imminent between these two individuals. Come on, lad. Weren't you full of vigor just moments ago? Zhang Xuan, hands clasped behind his back, resembled an elderly gentleman strolling leisurely. Zhao Yi scoffed dismissively at the remark. Is that a tactic to provoke me? That line of yours is so outdated, old man. I merely appear older. I'm only a few months your senior. Stop pretending. With that weathered visage of yours, while I'm unsure how you deceive the control center, I can still tell you're an old hand at this. This statement ignited a wave of murmurs among the spectators. What is happening? Is this person not a contestant this year? Certainly not. Look at that fellow's aged appearance. He must be at least in his 30s or 40s. Unfair. We demand a rematch. Soon, the venue was abuzz with chatter. And Wang Wenzhong cast a glance at the perspiring old Qian, who had already left the VIP viewing area in a flurry. Hello, is this Director Qian? It's me. Aren't you on duty? Why are you calling? Director Qian, we discovered during today's database cleanup that the physical bone age data of 5 individuals has been altered. I was already aware of that. It's rather late to call and remind me after the damage is done. Wait, what did you just say? 5. Suddenly, Director Qian realized something and rushed into the VIP viewing area. Lao Wang, come out for a moment. What is the matter? Now that we got ourselves in trouble, you come looking for me? Wang Wenzhong wore an expression of confidence, but Director Qian hurriedly interjected. Lao Wang, the situation is quite urgent. The person on duty just called to inform me that someone has tampered with the bone age data and infiltrated the system. I know. I'm watching it right now. Wang Wenzhong's smile was immediately replaced by a look of shock. But do you realize that 5 individuals have mixed in with altered bone age data? Chapter 132. The second phase of the martial arts examination commences 5 individuals. Why is there an extra person appearing? The number of participants is already insufficient. Wang Wenzhong felt a twinge of panic. In truth, after Zhao Yi's reminder, he had surmised that the miscreants from the second examination would undoubtedly resurface. Thus, Wang Wenzhong chose to prioritize the safety of Zhao Yi and the others, while adopting a faade of both strictness and leniency in the selection process. He had been aware from the outset of the situation involving the 3 Zhan brothers and the one with the simian visage infiltrating the ranks. The most pressing concern now was the identity of the 5th individual who had managed to blend in. At this moment, only 9 participants remained on the stage, and Wang Wenzhong was unable to deduce the identity of the mysterious figure, even with his fingers counting. Old Qian, organize your team immediately and reanalyze the database. We must leave no stone unturned. Director Qian nodded, but just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Hello? This is Qian Song. Director, our measurement and control center's database has been hacked. Wang Wenzhong heard this loud and clear, and he finally realized the gravity of the situation. Old Wang, should we call for a pause? No. We only have one chance to pause. Even disregarding the need to apprehend the mastermind behind this sabotage, we must consider Commander Yun and his team. And what about Zhao Yi and the others? We can't afford to lose all the exceptional students this time. Director Qian suddenly became even more agitated than Wang Wenzhong. The latter fell silent for a moment, clenching his fists. The path was chosen by me, but it is also one they must tread on their own. What transpires next is entirely up to them. Should any misfortune arise, the responsibility lies with me. On the stage, Zhao Yi was still in a standoff with Zhang Xuan. Both parties seemingly hesitant to make a move. Zhao Yi primarily aimed to buy time, while Zhang Xuan's hesitation stemmed from the knife embedded in the ground. Just moments ago, he had merely entertained a thought when a flying knife had grazed his ear. This indicated that although Zhao Yi appeared to be alone, he secretly had an ally supporting him. Impressive. What a clever tactic. No wonder they refer to you as the big sister. Lu He couldn't help but applaud upon witnessing Tao Weiwei's skill. Though Tao Weiwei needed to remain hidden from Zhang Xuan's view, she was the only long-range sniper on the field. Indeed, now that they call me big sister, I cannot stand idly by when my little brother is in trouble. As time ticked away, the countdown reached its final 10 seconds. Time's up. Let us congratulate the 9 individuals on stage. They have successfully passed the 3rd examination and earned their martial artist credentials. The announcement echoed, and the crowd erupted into exuberant cheers. Wang Zhini, upon hearing this, leaped up in excitement, yet she glanced around, uncertain of whom to share her joy with. Mom, I heard it. He succeeded, right? Li Qinglian, leaning on a crutch, appeared before Wang Zhini. The two exchanged knowing smiles and embraced tightly. According to the regulations of the assembly, this examination will also determine the top 3 contenders, namely the 3rd place, the 2nd place, and the esteemed 1st place. The assembly announced that the examination would proceed. As the words echoed, suddenly, circular traps appeared beneath everyone's feet. Old Zhao, Zhou Qunyan exclaimed, realizing that Zhao Yi had also fallen. Damn, what is this nonsense? Zhao Yi continued to plummet. Eventually spotting a forest below, and seized a branch to land upon it. The others swiftly adjusted, and miraculously, none were injured. The battle royale in the dense forest begins now. The announcement resounded again as towering walls arose around the circular arena, signaling to the candidates that the only way out was to fight until the end, with no shortcuts available. Numerous high-definition cameras emerged atop the walls, and drones hovered, poised for action. Observing the natural barrier of the forest, the audience could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Goodness, it seems things are getting serious. Indeed. This is thrilling. Wang Wenjing and others watched intently from the platform, remaining still. Meanwhile, after landing in the forest, the three brothers of the Zhao family rapidly regrouped. Second brother, third brother, can you still hold on? Don't worry, the amplification ring can still be used once more. It should last about 10 minutes. Excellent. I sense the signal has been tapped in. It appears Mr. Chiu and the others have succeeded. Zhang Xuan touched his ear, where the artificial cochlea implanted earlier began transmitting sounds. Target Zhao Yi detected, 30 meters to your left front. Got it. The Zhang brothers immediately commenced their actions based on the guidance from their earpieces. At this moment, Zhao Yi was reaching out to catch the descending Zhou Qinyan. Qinyan, you've been eating well lately, haven't you? You've gained some weight. Enough of the small talk, old Zhao. With daily high-intensity training, I have to indulge a bit. Zhao Yi finally pulled Zhou Qinyan up, and they leaned against a large tree, gasping for breath. Buzz. The cameras on the high walls slightly adjusted, precisely focusing on Zhao Yi and Zhou Qinyan. Zhao Yi sensed something was amiss and looked up, puzzled, locking eyes with the camera. Hey, don't stare, old Zhao. That thing is just broadcasting live for the audience. Look, we're appearing on the big screen. Zhou Qinyan pointed at the screen above when suddenly, a wooden spike shot out of the darkness, piercing his raised left arm. Qinyan, quickly, take cover. Zhao Yi had sensed the danger earlier and immediately kicked him. As the two retreated, they concealed themselves once again within the dense forest. At this moment, Zhou Qinyan had removed the wooden spike, but his left arm was temporarily incapacitated. He tore his shirt with his teeth, desperately attempting to bandage the wound. What is happening? Was it those three guys from earlier? How did they find me so quickly? After Zhao Yi and Zhou Qinyan met, he sought to find others, but his gaze was entirely obscured by the dense forest. Had it not been for this, Zhou Qinyan would not have been so easily ambushed. Buzz. Suddenly, Zhou Qinyan felt his phone vibrate. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Zhao Yi. There's a problem with the camera. Is that so? But isn't the camera official? Are you implying that the camera is monitoring us? Zhou Qinyan replied, echoing the thoughts of others, as Zhao Yi, having hidden again, had disseminated the earlier information to everyone. Ruansu glanced at his phone and quietly concealed himself in a blind spot, away from the camera's view. Yet, his situation was not without its challenges. The visage of that gorilla-like figure was as relentless as a parasite, relentlessly seeking an opportunity to strike, even during its descent. Chapter 133, Divided Actions at Present. Ruansu has become somewhat paranoid. Are there issues with the cameras? Tao Weiwei took out her phone, and Lu He nodded in agreement, evidently having received a message from Zhao Yi as well. Should I just take down all these cameras? Tao Weiwei replied to the message, and soon she found herself pulled into a voice group chat. Hello? Can everyone hear me? Yes, but where is Ruansu? Lu He glanced at the voice chat, noticing only the four of them, and curiosity crept in. Initially refusing to engage, he now found himself unable to contact him and had to temporarily concede defeat. Did you receive the message I sent earlier? I saw it. The cameras are positioned too high. Bringing them down would be exceedingly difficult, even if you succeed. If there's an issue with the live broadcast, the examination will likely be terminated. Zhao Yi analyzed the situation carefully, then continued. I believe those three brothers have someone backing them. Perhaps someone is utilizing the cameras to monitor our every move and inform them. Therefore, we might as well turn the tables on them. Zhao Yi's plan was quite straightforward. From their previous encounters, it was evident that the Zhang brothers had not displayed any martial skills. While it was possible they were concealing their abilities, Zhao Yi believed the more significant likelihood was that these three lacked any skills altogether. If they were sent here with a specific mission, regardless of who their target was among us, their expertise would likely lie in a 3-against-1 scenario. After all, they had previously tested the waters, and aside from Zhang Xuan, the other two could not gain an advantage in one-on-one confrontations with Zhao Yi and the others. Thus, the situation had become quite clear. I suspect Ruansu is entangled in a fierce confrontation with his rival, leaving the four of us to face off against three. That one named Zhang Xuan wants me to hold him off. You two should resolve the other two as swiftly as possible. Remember, try to maintain one-on-one confrontations. Excellent. If it's one-on-one, I'm not afraid of them at all. Zhou Qinyan's heart leapt with excitement. only to be subdued by Zhao Yi's words. "You're injured. Take a moment to rest." "What? But there's no room for buts. Based on our experience from the second exam, these fellows are undoubtedly true desperados. So, let us keep the line open." With that, Zhao Yi turned off his phone screen and slipped it into his pocket. After being forced apart earlier, Zhao Yi, having analyzed the camera's potential threat, had begun to contemplate surrender. It was akin to the enemy possessing an omniscient eye, with them in the dark and their adversaries in the light, creating a decidedly unfavorable situation. Luckily, a spam message popped up on his phone, instantly bringing him back to attention. In this area with mobile signal, they could still unite in their own way. During the ensuing moments, Zhao Yi retreated while deliberately creating noise, knowing that Zhang Xuan would surely come after him. Meanwhile, Zhou Qingyan, feeling indignant, hid behind a large tree where he remained unseen. "Rest assured, I'm fine on my own." Tao Weiwei nodded at Lu He, and the two turned to retreat in opposite directions. She never anticipated that the first opponent she would encounter would be herself. "Little sister, the scenery here is quite delightful. I think it would be best if you stayed." Suddenly, Zhang Chengwen appeared before Tao Weiwei, blocking her path. Tao Weiwei halted, her hand discreetly reaching for the weapon concealed at her back. "Oh, that stance of yours makes me ponder. You must be the one who wields flying knives, right? And that weapon behind you seems rather perilous." Tao Weiwei was taken aback. She had not expected him to possess such profound knowledge of her abilities. Nevertheless, she swiftly launched 2 flying knives. Whoosh! The blades arced through the air, and Zhang Chengwen merely stepped back slightly, allowing the knives to embed themselves into the tree trunk, immovable. Unfortunately, it seems that in such a densely wooded area, the odds are not in your favor. Zhang Chengwen continued to provoke her, while Tao Weiwei persistently adjusted her position, firing off more flying knives. The agile movements of the two within the thicket captivated the onlookers, who watched with bated breath. Is this the innate talent of a martial artist? How impressive! Even as a girl, she is exceptionally formidable. Oh, if only we possessed the talent to become martial artists ourselves. As Tao Weiwei's relentless attacks failed, Zhang Chengwen weaved through the trees like an eel, evading her strikes. Eventually, he positioned himself directly in front of her, and upon seeing her still reaching for her waist, he could not help but mock. "Stop pretending. The records indicate you possess a total of 18 serpent-shaped flying knives, and you've just used 17. You are out of ammunition." He continued, "However, if you are willing, you could draw the composite bow from your back and use it as a weapon. I would be more than happy to engage you." Tao Weiwei maintained her stoic expression, but inwardly, anxiety began to swell. She realized that he had accurately deduced her situation. Who were these individuals? They seemed to know her every move. Just as Tao Weiwei momentarily lost focus, Zhang Chengwen lunged at her. His fists and feet struck with formidable force, compelling her to draw the composite bow from her back to block his assault. Is this what they call a close combat archer? It appears she is in a precarious situation. After all, what kind of archer enters battle armed with only a bow and no arrows? The audience below could not help but feel a sense of dread for Tao Weiwei. While Lu He confronted his long-awaited adversary. "Stop running, little mouse. I have come to play with you." Lu He halted, recognizing the nonchalant figure before him as the undisciplined third brother, Zhang Yunting. He intentionally berated, "You shameless fool. I've been changing positions in the thicket to evade you and have never shown my face. Yet, here you are, waiting for me ahead of time. Have you cheated?" Lu He's voice boomed, his words reaching every ear in the vicinity through the cameras. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is the martial arts examination. Do you think you're playing a game and can cheat? It's simply that you lack skill. You made too much noise while changing positions. Do you not realize that? Am I not endowed with the natural gift of keen hearing?" Zhang Yunting evidently lacked experience and bravely took on the question. "Oh, is that so? Then let the audience bear witness. If you dare, let us try again." Lu He then vanished into the dense forest, transforming into a shadow as he began to dart back and forth among the trees. If one were to close their eyes, they would indeed hear no sound from Lu He's movements. However, the moment Lu He landed and remained still, Zhang Yunting accurately appeared beside him. "Haha, caught you, didn't I?" Zhang Yunting exclaimed as he reached out to brush aside the branches before him, only to be taken aback by the sight of nothing but a piece of clothing. As he picked it up, he discovered that beneath it were several panicked squirrels. How could there be squirrels in this place? Chapter 134. Confronting the enemy, do you still refuse to admit it? If you had not resorted to foul play, there is no way you could have located this place solely by hearing, let alone preemptively intercepting. You despicable scoundrel. Lu He appeared brazenly from the opposite side, having not moved an inch from the beginning. Meanwhile, The distant cameras were almost uniformly directed at the position occupied by Zhao Yunting. The audience, initially tense, had not heard any sounds captured by the cameras. Observing the bizarre atmosphere, they naturally began to comprehend the situation. Unfair. Refund tickets. That guy is clearly cheating. He should be disqualified. We want to continue. We're not watching anymore. The spectators united, voicing their indignation on behalf of Liu He and others, with some even covering their eyes in protest. Did you do this on purpose? Zhao Yunting realized he had once again made a blunder, his face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, you still know how to blush? That's something, indicating you retain a sense of shame after cheating. Go on, confess to the organizers. Liu He pointed towards the podium at the highest point. And Zhao Yunting could no longer contain himself. I'll confess to your grandmother. Today it's either you die or I perish. Zhao Yunting charged forward, catching Liu He off guard and toppling him, the two tumbling into the dense forest. I wondered why you kept engaging in idle chatter with the audience. Only to reveal that you are but a paper tiger. Zhao Yunting, having rushed in, could not help but mock Liu He, who lay on the ground. Oh, it seems history truly is full of astonishing coincidences. Every team has its designated intellectual underperformer, and ours is undoubtedly Zhou Qunian. As for yours among the three brothers, I trust one need not elaborate. You smooth-talking brat, the surveillance here cannot capture us. I must eliminate you. Zhao Yunting gritted his teeth and charged again. But Liu He suddenly raised his hand. What a coincidence. This suits my intentions perfectly. Liu He did not retreat, but instead moved forward. The loudspeakers overhead continued to broadcast the regulations for today's examination, evidently aimed at calming the commotion caused by Liu He's earlier actions. Zhao Yi, still needing to forge ahead, had yet to encounter anyone else in this vast expanse, prompting a sigh of wonder. This place is truly enormous. Of course, do not assume it is merely a small venue. The area we occupy is equivalent to 3 football fields. Keep running, at your current pace. I assure you that you will not meet a third person in 10 minutes. Zhang Xuan's voice came from behind, prompting Zhao Yi to halt. You truly do not conceal anything at all. Of course not. The third brother has a terrible temper and has nearly revealed our secret mission to everyone. I have no need to pretend anymore. Zhang Xuan raised his gaze to Zhao Yi, a slight smirk forming at the corners of his mouth. Zhao Yi, someone is willing to pay 3 million to have me escort you back. Oh, so it's not 3 million for my life. It seems I possess considerable research value. Since you are intent on revealing the truth, could you enlighten me as to who is engaging in trade with you? Zhang Xuan shook his head, appearing resolute in his intent to withhold the truth. Frankly, I have no knowledge of that individual. Our communications have always been conducted through anonymous emails. For me, as long as the funds are received, their identity is of no concern. Zhao Yi, realizing that she could extract no further useful details, resigned herself to the situation. If you wish to take me back, then let us proceed. Here I am. Zhang Xuan's figure flickered, and in the next moment, he materialized directly before Zhao Yi. How swift. Was that the same move as before, teleportation? Zhao Yi's instincts instinctively saved him. Before his brain could issue a command, his arms were already raised high. At this juncture, he could no longer suppress his conjectures. Perhaps Zhang Xuan's talent was indeed linked to his extraordinary speed. Zhang Xuan's assaults were as fierce as a tiger, and while Zhao Yi managed to evade the worst of the blows, enduring prolonged defensive maneuvers with his legs was beyond the capacity of an average person. After a prolonged entanglement, Zhao Yi was compelled to retreat, unable to resist shaking his painfully sore arms and legs. Phew, truly relentless system. What have I gained from this exchange? You have sustained multiple strikes, severity level 1, health points 10086. What? That amounted to 1,000. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Zhao Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he charged towards Zhang Xuan. Witnessing this, Zhang Xuan thought perhaps he was imagining things. No, didn't Mr. Chiu mention that the latest amplification weapon ring I received could inject chaotic currents into the enemy during battle? Why does this fellow seem to grow stronger with each encounter? Unable to comprehend the situation, Zhang Xuan had no choice but to engage. In mere moments of combat, Zhao Yi found himself once again pressed back, appearing to be in an even worse predicament than before. In the audience, Wang Zhenyi's heart was in her throat, while Li Qinglian covered her eyes in distress. Trust in your godson. One cannot aspire to be a warrior without enduring some blows. On the platform, Wang Wenzheng observed intently, while Director Qian whispered a reminder. Old Wang, should we intervene? At this rate, Zhao Yi may not last much longer. After much hesitation, Wang Wenzheng finally conceived a plan. We must act, but without alarming the adversary. You, carry my orders, and urgently seek out Zhuo Meng from the technology department. Ensure he follows my instructions post-haste. Wang Wanzheng whispered a few sentences to Director Qian, who suddenly brightened with understanding. Truly, old Wang, you have a solution. I shall leave at once. In the conference's operational area, Zhuo Meng from the technology department was discreetly monitoring the status of every camera and drone. Director Qian, what brings you here? You seem quite at ease, yet your surveillance system has been compromised by hackers. Are you not aware? At this, Zhuo Meng's fingers flew over the keyboard, and he soon discovered a vulnerability. Do not rush to mend it. Is it not too late to realize this now? What should I do? Chairman Wang has granted you an opportunity for remediation. He has instructed you to switch the source code of the live broadcast, seamlessly connecting to the internal network while simultaneously shielding all signals from the site. Upon hearing this, Luo Ming immediately understood, and the large screen on site suddenly froze. Before anyone could voice their complaints, the stuttering image resumed, capturing everyone's attention, while none noticed that their phones had transformed into a state of no signal. Zhang Xuan was persistently suppressing Zhao Yi, fully aware that this was a particularly tough nut to crack. Suddenly, a deafening buzz resonated in his ears, compelling Zhang Xuan to cover his ears and swiftly distance himself. Chapter 135. This punch is called Goodnight. Blood trickled from Zhang Xuan's ear as he reached in and extracted a black earpiece the size of a soybean. Wow, what a massive earwax. Zhao Yi couldn't help but chuckle, prompting Zhang Xuan to glance around anxiously. The earpiece provided by Mr. Chiu had malfunctioned, indicating that they had lost communication with their support team. Now devoid of their means to cheat, how long can you maintain your arrogance? Hearing this, Zhang Xuan flexed his muscles and discreetly tapped his armpit. You, who have always been suppressed by me, truly believe you can turn the tide now? What a foolish dream. He charged forward once more, his assault more ferocious than before. As Zhao Yi defended himself, the system notification echoed in his mind. You are receiving continuous damage. Hazard level 1, health value 3184. Over 3,000? This suggests that his opponent's strength has nearly tripled. Achieving such a feat in a short time must be due to an enhancement combat ring. Although Zhao Yi couldn't see where Zhang Xuan's enhancement ring was worn, his instincts were unwavering. The offensive style displayed by Zhang Xuan bore an uncanny resemblance to those who relied on enhancement rings in the past. System, prepare to mobilize health points. I can withstand one more round. Let's aim for a round number. To his surprise, Zhao Yi took the initiative and began to counterattack. Fantastic. Zhao Yi is launching a counterattack. Li Qinglian in the stands was exhilarated, and Wang Zhini, upon hearing this, brushed aside her hand. Well done, Zhao Yi. However, just as their excitement began to swell, Zhao Yi, after several fruitless attempts, unwittingly exposed a flaw. With a decisive elbow strike, Zhang Xuan sent Zhao Yi hurtling backward, crashing heavily against a large tree before finally coming to a stop. Your heart has sustained damage. Hazard level 1, health value 1739. That should be close to 5,000, right? Mobilize health points. The counterattack starts now. System notification. Current accumulated health points are excessive. The system will experience a delay. What? Not now. This troublesome system. Are you disrupting me at a critical moment? Don't freeze now. Zhao Yi felt a surge of anxiety as he watched the progress bar for mobilizing health points freeze at 99%, refusing to budge. At that moment, Zhang Xuan approached him, and seeing Zhao Yi with his eyes closed and motionless, he finally felt relieved. The mission was accomplished, but regrettably, he could not immediately contact Mr. Chiu. Thus, he resorted to signaling for help. Zhang Xuan removed his shoe, retrieved a small firework and lighter from beneath the insole, ignited it, and sent it skyward. What? How did it turn into fireworks while fighting? The audience outside was bewildered, and at the highest point of the stands, Mr. Chiu had already noticed. He quickly took out his phone. What is going on? Why is there no signal? His aide, checking his own phone, also found no signal and hurriedly pulled out a walkie-talkie. Everyone, the objective has been secured, communication has failed, and the contingency plan is now in effect. Hey, the assistant, taken aback, realized that even the radio had been jammed. Mr. Chiu, what should we do? The assistant looked up at Mr. Chiu, who wore an expression of calm indifference. It seems our operation was anticipated. They were merely waiting for us to make a move. There is no need to panic. The final step requires you to return and notify them in person while I remain here. But, enough with the chatter, hurry. The assistant nodded, relieved that the passage was still open, and swiftly made his way back to the hideout. Everyone listen, the signals inside have been completely severed. We must depart immediately. Those outside are restless, and those inside are not idle either. Increasingly, individuals began to notice their phones had lost signal, and the atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. Are you the audience who bought tickets? Please follow me. A secret evacuation is currently being arranged. Upon seeing the uniformed personnel, everyone realized danger was imminent and hurriedly followed the staff to evacuate. The crowd in the stands began to surge, and a figure appeared before Li Qinglian and Wang Zhini. You too, please come with me. Chairman Wang has already arranged your evacuation. But what about Zhao Yi? Let us go. Leaving will only burden Zhao Yi further. Hearing Li Qinglian's words, Wang Zhini nodded in agreement. All right, I understand. In the dense woods beneath the arena, Zhang Xuan was preparing to lift Zhao Yi in order to regroup with others. Yet, the moment he approached, Zhao Yi, who lay on the ground, suddenly sprang into action. 7 injuries fist. Zhao Yi moved with remarkable speed, prompting Zhang Xuan to lean back and raise his leg, the punch merely grazing his thigh. You brat. Are you all right? Zhang Xuan exclaimed in shock, unaware that Zhao Yi had intentionally taken the hit and was now gradually recovering. Of course, now that I have no concerns, it is time to settle the score. Zhao Yi caught sight of Wang Zhini and Li Qinglian evacuating from the stands, his gaze transforming into one of fierce determination. Playing the fool? I will make you regret your actions. Zhang Xuan lightly tapped his right chest and charged forward with a roar. His speed remained formidable, and in the blink of an eye, he was behind Zhao Yi. Double peak strike. Just as Zhang Xuan leaped high, his hands poised to strike Zhao Yi's temples. An inexplicable force repelled him upon contact, causing him to malfunction and plummet to the ground. What? What have you done to me? Zhao Yi looked at Zhang Xuan and shook his head with a wry smile. A man reliant on amplification rings truly believes he can compare himself to us genuine martial artists? Out of pity for your impending demise, I shall enlighten you. This technique is called sunflower acupoint strike. As Zhao Yi charged forward once more, the 7 injuries fist was aimed at his heart. This punch is called good night. The 7 injuries fist, heartbreak decision. With a powerful blow, Zhang Xuan could even hear the sound of his own sternum collapsing. His heart shattered in an instant, and a torrent of blood spewed from his mouth as his head tilted and fell to the ground. At this moment, Zhao Yi looked around and, without hesitation, hurried to rejoin the others. In the southwestern corner of the dense forest, the battle between Zhang Qingwen and Tao Weiwei raged on. However, it was evident that Tao Weiwei was at a disadvantage. She could only rely on the surrounding trees to maneuver against her opponent, afraid to expose herself. Buzz. A resonating sound filled Zhang Qingwen's head as he pulled the bloodied device from his ear and disdainfully tossed it to the ground. They speak of high technology, yet it is utterly unreliable. Young lady, I have no time to continue playing hide and seek with you. Farewell. Chapter 136. A resounding victory. Zhang Qingwen charged towards Tao Weiwei, his extraordinary strength focused in his wrists, enabling him to uproot a tree as thick as a utility pole with a single hand, which he subsequently hurled as a projectile. Tao Weiwei could only evade with agile movements, relieved that she had not slacked off during her training at the Happy Farm. While dodging, she glanced elsewhere, prompting a sneer from Zhang Qingwen. Don't look away. Your throwing knives are exhausted, and that compound bow in your hand is merely for show. Do you still expect assistance from your teammates? Surrender quietly, and I promise to leave your body intact when I take you back. Ignoring him, Tao Weiwei raised her hand just as a massive tree was about to crush her. Trying to deceive me? Where did you get? Zhang Qingwen's words were cut short by a sudden sense of danger from behind. He hurriedly shifted his body to the side, but was still met with a flying knife that severed his left arm. As he watched his left arm tumble onto the ground before him, a surge of uncontainable rage ignited within him. You will pay for this. Though Zhang Qingwen was unaware of how Tao Weiwei had acquired the flying knives, his fury overshadowed any curiosity. In his wrath, he transformed into a bulldozer, effortlessly demolishing the surrounding forest. The flying knives, insignificant compared to the tree trunks, rendered Tao Weiwei unable to approach him. Yet, she devised her own strategy. As Zhang Qingwen hurled a tree trunk with his right hand and kicked another away, Tao Weiwei found herself cornered. Nevertheless, she was unwilling to relinquish this opportune moment and closed her eyes. Closing your eyes? Is this a waiting game for death? Zhang Qingwen mused inwardly, when in the next instant, a flying knife pierced his heart. Simultaneously, the 2 tree trunks came hurtling toward her. Tao Weiwei observed the shattered remnants of the small grove beneath her, realizing that the knives she had embedded in the trees were now free. With a decisive gesture, she unleashed a barrage of 18 serpentine knives, reducing the 2 tree trunks to mere kindling. At last, it was over. Surely, the others would be concluding their battles as well. She glanced toward the distance, faintly hearing the shouts exchanged between Lu He and Zhang Yunting. Lu He, having thoroughly absorbed Zhao Yi's teachings, devised a strategy upon recognizing Zhang Yunting's poor psychological resilience. Although Zhang Yunting appeared formidable at first glance, a closer examination revealed him to be akin to an enraged gorilla each attack futilely deflected with ease by Lu He. Where was I? Ah yes. Someone like you should never have been born. Lu He continued his tirade as Zhao Yunting charged once more. This time, however, Lu He instinctively retreated, only to find himself colliding with a concrete wall. Turning back, he realized he had become cornered while engrossed in his verbal onslaught. Humph, did you enjoy those insults? Go ahead and continue. Zhao Yunting charged forward with a roar, prompting Lu He to reluctantly adopt a completely different stance. There's nothing I can do for you. If you seek your demise, I shall oblige. 5 poison hands. 8 trigrams body movement. Lu He was not without the means to contend with Zhao Yunting. He had merely been employing psychological tactics to deplete his opponent. Although Zhao Yunting advanced with fervor, he had long since been pushed to his limits. His steps were unsteady, and upon their encounter, he was effortlessly sent soaring into the air by Lu He's 8 trigrams body movement, subsequently enduring a full barrage of 5 poison hands. Crash! Zhao Yunting collapsed onto the ground, and only after landing did Lu He slowly retract his hands. With all 5 internal organs afflicted by the 5 poison hands, you are beyond salvation now. I wonder how things are faring on their end. As Lu He gazed into the distance, he fortuitously spotted Zhao Yi accompanied by Tao Weiwei emerging not far away. Have you all resolved your matters? Indeed, it appears our actions are in harmonious alignment. Zhao Yi, why has your phone suddenly lost signal? Tao Weiwei had intended to call Zhao Yi earlier, but upon the battle's conclusion, she discovered her phone had turned into a mere brick. Let us set aside that for now. I suspect Chairman Wang and the others are about to make significant moves. Gather the remaining individuals. We must hasten our retreat. Presently, all outcomes were in striking accord with Zhao Yi's plan. He merely needed to locate Zhou Qunyan, while ensuring Tao Weiwei and the others safely found Wan Su for a successful exit. However, despite scouring much of the venue, Zhao Yi could not discern Zhou Qunyan's whereabouts. Qunyan, where are you? Even when granted an easy victory, you still failed to seize it. Zhao Yi sighed in exasperation, when suddenly, he heard a sound akin to a forceful prying. Instinctively turning around, he found himself surrounded by emptiness. Strange, did I mishear? Zhao Yi shook his head in resignation and continued his search elsewhere. Not long after his departure, a hand emerged from the ground, belonging to none other than Zhou Qunyan. Someone, old Zhao, don't leave, save me. Zhou Qunyan was entirely buried underground, having exerted immense effort merely to raise his hand. Unfortunately, he could not maintain this for long, as countless threads soon erupted from below, dragging his hand back into the depths. Tao Weiwei and Lu He discovered Wan Su leaning against a tree with his eyes closed in a secluded corner obscured by dense foliage. Nearby lay a figure with a simian visage. Lu He felt for a pulse. There was neither heartbeat nor breath. Wake up! Tao Weiwei gently tapped Wan Su's shoulder, causing him to jump up, startled, landing against the tree. Do not be alarmed. It is all over. It is over, so it truly is over. How splendid! Once Wan Su recognized his visitors, his tense demeanor gradually relaxed. Let us go. We should regroup with Zhao Yi and the others. Tao Weiwei nodded, casting a final glance at the lifeless body on the ground while observing Wan Su's retreating figure. It seemed he must have emerged victorious. Yet his earlier countenance hardly resembled that of a triumphant individual. Soon, Tao Weiwei and the others encountered Zhao Yi, who was still relentlessly searching for Zhou Qunyan. Haven't found him yet? No. I've nearly trampled through this entire forest, and still no sign of him. At that moment, Wan Su's phone unexpectedly rang. The crowd has been fully evacuated. What are you still doing down there? Chairman Wang? I suddenly can't locate Zhou Qunyan. Upon hearing this, Chairman Wang paused for a moment before issuing instructions. You first guide the remaining individuals to the secure area. As for Zhou Qunyan, I will arrange for a search party. Once he is found, I will bring him to meet you immediately. Hurry, or it will be too late. Zhao Yi nodded, reluctantly leading everyone towards the safe zone. This secure area was essentially another hall within the conference center, concealed within the structure and relatively safer. Chapter 137. The Inferno Rescue. Zhao Yi, over here. Li Qinglian waved her hand vigorously as she spotted Zhao Yi at the entrance. Godmother, are you all right? Wang Zhini shook her head, her expression filled with concern as she turned to Zhao Yi. And you? How did your injuries vanish? Zhao Yi awkwardly smiled and scratched his head. Well, it's nothing serious, just a few minor wounds. Look, they're nearly healed. A voice echoed through the venue, announcing, this facility will close in 3 minutes. Please evacuate promptly. The vast hall began to seal off its unoccupied passages one by one. Godmother, I know you are waiting for me, but you should leave with everyone else now. What about you? Zhao Yi glanced toward the entrance, his thoughts lingering on the unaccounted Zhou Qinyuan. Tao Weiwei perceived his concerns and gently patted Zhao Yi's shoulder. If you wish to go, then go. Just be careful. I will ensure that Auntie and the others get out safely. Really? Of course. When have I ever gone back on my word? Zhao Yi smiled in relief, entrusting Wang Zhini and Li Qinglian to Tao Weiwei before dashing away. Hey, what are you doing? The place is about to close. The security guard stationed at the door rushed forward, anxious to intercept Zhao Yi. Don't worry. I'm a candidate for this round. I'm going back in to help. Zhao Yi swiftly sidestepped, slipping through just as the heavy iron door was about to descend. Upon his return, he noticed a cannon had been set up on the adjacent stand, while all other exits had been sealed. More alarmingly, the cannon appeared to be aimed at the combat arena below. Lieutenant Liu, what is your intention? Wang Wanzheng regarded the bespectacled middle-aged man beside him with a serious expression. Did you not say that there are suspected enemies plotting against Commander Yun below? I might as well blow the place up. Wouldn't that resolve everything? Lieutenant Liu's finger hovered over the launch button when a figure rushed in. What are you doing? Zhao Yi charged in, not only kicking Lieutenant Liu aside, but also managing to tilt the cannon's barrel nearly 60 degrees. Who is this guy? How dare he intrude? Do you not know who I am? Execute him at once. Lieutenant Liu barked at the nearby guards, but Wang Wanzheng immediately stepped in front of Zhao Yi. Execute him? Then you must kill me first. You are being utterly foolish. Zhao Yi stood up, his gaze sweeping over the peculiar situation. Several individuals on the podium had been bound tightly, evidently revealed as traitors. Meanwhile, a tall man in military attire adorned with numerous medals remained fixated on the opposite side of the podium. The onlookers outside had long since dispersed, leaving only a bald man with gold-rimmed glasses seated alone. Chairman Wang, are you suggesting that this individual is clandestinely expanding the illegal amplification of martial arts and intends to eliminate my chief adversary here? Commander Yun, my investigations indicate that it is indeed him. It seems this fellow has his reasons for lingering here, Commander Yun remarked, rising to point at the bald man before them. Regardless of his backing, ensure that he is dealt with immediately. Commander Yun, individual strength is inherently limited. Even if that man is a concealed warrior, our artillery can still obliterate him. Lieutenant Liu, with a fervor for battle, seemed to believe that cannon fire could resolve all issues. Lieutenant Liu, Chairman Wang, you are my trusted allies here. Provide me with a resolution. My plan is straightforward. This area is completely sealed off. If we eliminate the hidden threat below with our artillery, the mastermind will have nowhere to escape. Commander Yun nodded, then turned to Wang Wanzheng. Chairman Wang, do you have any objections? I advise against firing. Based on my research, the opponent's amplification of martial arts has progressed significantly. They may have achieved unforeseen breakthroughs. To fire recklessly now could lead to uncontrollable circumstances. Wang Wanzheng's words were disregarded by Lieutenant Liu, who held him in little esteem. Commander Yun, torn, recognized that while Lieutenant Liu was impulsive, both he and Wang Wanzheng were his most trusted confidants. Suddenly, a helicopter appeared overhead, hovering above the bald man, lowering a rope ladder. Commander Yun, make a decision quickly, or that man will truly escape. Realizing he had no choice but to trust Lieutenant Liu, Commander Yun resolved. Under no circumstances can we allow him to flee. Fire. Following the command, Lieutenant Liu promptly took control. Adjusting the artillery's aim, one shell targeted the helicopter while another was aimed at the bald man. Boom. The helicopter, too close to evade, was shot down. The bald man, struck by a shell, collapsed amid the flaming wreckage, facing certain doom. Boom, boom, boom. Seeing his success, Lieutenant Liu, exhilarated, shifted his aim to the dense forest below and commenced bombardment. What are you doing? Commander Yun bellowed. And it was only after Lieutenant Liu had fired 6 shells that he ceased. Commander, did you not order me to fire? Dare you retort? Chairman Wang, what exactly lies beneath? At that moment, Wang Wenjing's face turned ashen as he gazed at the inferno consuming the forest below and shook his head. We still have one candidate unaccounted for. It seems we need not search any longer. Is there still someone down there? Why did you not mention this sooner? Lieutenant Liu had barely finished speaking when Commander Yun delivered him a sharp slap. Liu Chongtian, your foul temper. I should never have brought you out today. Captain Liu dared not utter a word, while Zhao Yi found it intolerable to accept such an outcome. He immediately dashed off the podium. Kuan, can you hear me? Kuan. Zhao Yi called out incessantly, aware that although the artillery had struck with ferocity, Zhou Kunyan was no pushover. His innate talent had once enabled him to withstand the assault of a third-tier F-class beast, and he surely would not perish so swiftly now. Yet, despite Zhao Yi's desperate cries, there was no response from below. Damn it, it seems I must venture down to search for him. He addressed the system. If you wish to avoid perishing alongside me, then devise a plan. With that, Zhao Yi leaped into the inferno. Zhao Yi, Wang Wenjing, witnessing Zhao Yi plunge into the flames, could not hold back his tears. He turned and rushed back to the podium, snatching a fire extinguisher from the wall before hastily departing. Chapter 138. To live is to meet the living. To die is to meet the corpse weight. Chairman Wang, what are you planning to do? Wang Wenjing, did you not hear Commander Yun's orders? At this moment, Wang Wenjing turned around, his gaze sharp and terrifying. To save lives. Chairman Wang, I understand your sentiments, but under these circumstances, it is utterly impossible to rescue anyone. The assailant has already been neutralized. Come back with me. Wang Wenjing remained silent, while Lieutenant Lu continued to shout in desperation. Wang Wenjing, you two once retreated from the front lines. Do you truly wish to defy military orders? Those words ignited a long-suppressed fury within Wang Wenjing. He removed his insignia and forcefully threw it at Lieutenant Lu's face. Someone like you, who only knows how to flatter superiors from the rear and issue orders to subordinates, is unworthy of calling yourself a soldier. You, without a glance back, Wang Wenjing grasped the fire extinguisher and dashed down the stairs. Commander Yun, what should we do? Save them. Not only have 2 candidates perished, but now Wang Wenjing might also be lost. If he dies, given his background, prepare for a military tribunal. Just as Commander Yun finished speaking, a voice crackled through the intercom above. Ahem, hello? Is Commander Yun there? I am Qiu Dongsheng, the mastermind you were searching for. Upon hearing that voice, Commander Yun immediately turned to the wreckage of the helicopter, where the charred body that should have been there had mysteriously vanished. No need to look. What appeared there was merely a decoy I arranged. Commander Yun, none of you will escape today. This is my gift to you, as well as my latest research achievement. Open your eyes and observe carefully. Qiu Dongxing's laughter grew increasingly maniacal, and then the broadcast abruptly ceased. Commander Yun and Lieutenant Lu felt the ground tremble violently. What is happening? Is it an earthquake? Lieutenant Lu looked ahead, his previously arrogant expression now pale with fear. No, this is not an earthquake. It is a beast. From the sunken circular arena ahead, a colossal spider emerged from the earth. Its back was adorned with grotesque patterns. Standing 6 meters tall and measuring 12 meters in length, single-handedly extinguishing the raging forest fire below. The presence it commanded was terrifying. It must be an E-class beast, at the very least. Enough, Commander Yun. We must retreat at once. Retreat? Do you believe we can still escape now? Commander Yun's face wore a bitter smile as thick, white spider silk began to shoot up from below, forming a massive web that enveloped the entire venue. All those who had not yet departed were now prey caught in this web. What should we do now, Commander? Lieutenant Lu's legs trembled in fear. His inexperience on the front lines laid bare. The exits have been sealed. We are trapped on this platform with no way out. The only thing we can do is pray that the rescue team arrives swiftly. Otherwise, there will be no survivors left here. Yun Xiling gazed down at the terrifying scene below, clearly believing that the imminent crisis was beyond the capabilities of Wang Wenjing and Zhao Yi. It would not be long before these two would meet their demise within the belly of a ferocious beast. Wang Wenjing, brandishing a fire extinguisher, rushed towards the entrance. And it was at that moment that the ghost-faced spider emperor emerged from the depths of the earth. Such a colossal creature indicated that Qiu Dongsheng had indeed come prepared. However, it was fortunate that the recent blaze had not raged for long. Perhaps Zhao Yi and the others still had a glimmer of hope. With this thought, Wang Wenjing felt a slight easing of his anxiety. Yet, soon, spiders the size of benches appeared on the ground, significantly smaller than the ghost-faced spider emperor. Their ghostly patterns less distinct. Damnable beasts, if I cannot contend with the larger one, can I not handle you? Wang Wenjing shouted as he swung the fire extinguisher, retreating while drawing the attention of numerous ghost-faced spiders. At that moment, Zhao Yi had already plunged into the underground forest, where the ground had been completely upheaved. He then spotted the previously fallen Zhang brothers and others who had been eliminated earlier, now ensnared in webs, their bodies drained of life. System. It seems my adversary has transformed from the raging fire to this creature. Do you possess any assurance? Ghost-faced Spider Emperor, E-Class Ferocious Beast. Currently at a mutation level of 5. The threat level of this beast to the host is 300%. The system is quite exhilarated and has activated scanning mode. Oh, the system thrives on my peril, does it? Zhao Yi mused. Very well. If this is the game you wish to play, then I shall see it through to the end. Upon activating scanning mode, Zhao Yi felt as if his eyes had morphed into cameras. He could accurately gauge the distance between himself and the ghost-faced Spider Emperor, as well as any other threats in proximity. The rebellious system aimed to render the host's situation perilous and arduous. Yet for Zhao Yi, this was akin to an unconventional advantage. Empowered by the enhancements bestowed by the rebellious system, Zhao Yi boldly approached the ghost-faced Spider Emperor. He needed to locate Zhou Kuan Yuan in the shortest time possible, alive I must find him. Dead. I must see his corpse. Meanwhile, Qiu Dongsheng was comfortably seated in a high-rise building outside the venue, observing the chaos wrought by the ghost-faced spider emperor within through satellite imagery, while a nearby computer incessantly collected data. Good heavens, Mr. Qiu, your research findings are astonishing. One of the onlookers exclaimed. Indeed, should your research succeed in vanquishing that Yun Xiling, we shall immediately allocate an additional $300 million to your project. The two large-nosed foreigners beside him appeared even more thrilled. A researcher, instinctively speaking up, cautioned, once an E-class ferocious beast is awakened, its behavior becomes entirely autonomous. And we cannot control it. Qiu Dongsheng turned, his fierce gaze silencing the researcher. Mr. Bryan, Mr. Mingda, while what you just stated is factual, the entire venue is now in a lockdown state, and external support is hindered due to signal interference. After half an hour spent in the company of the E-level ferocious beasts, what results do you think we shall witness? Bryan and Mingda exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. Mr. Qiu, to demonstrate our sincerity, we have decided to remit $30 million to your account as a deposit. No problem. I shall ensure that this commander, renowned for his accomplishments on the front lines, meets his demise today. By the way, if I recall correctly, you are affiliated with the United Front, are you not? Remember to lower the flag in mourning upon your return. The atmosphere at the monitoring site was filled with a cheerful ambience. While the ghost-faced spider emperor had already begun to seek its next target, the recently deceased Zhao brothers and the candidates eliminated earlier could only serve as mere snacks. As an E-level 5 transformation ferocious beast, the ghost-faced spider emperor required a more substantial intake of energy. Chapter 139. True and false companions regarding this matter. Qiu Dongsheng had long anticipated it, yet he refrained from preventing Wang Wenzheng from arranging for the audience to evacuate prematurely. Research indicated that once the ghost-faced spider emperor had feasted, it would burrow underground to lay its eggs and enter a state of hibernation, a result he wished to avoid. He intended for the famished ghost-faced spider emperor to extract every thorn trapped within the venue. At this moment, Zhao Yi was still active at the ruins of the underground forest, maneuvering within the blind spot of the ghost-faced spider emperor, relying on his experience. Kuan, where on earth are you? As Zhao Yi busily searched for Zhou Qunyan's whereabouts, the ghost-faced spider emperor noticed Wang Wenzheng entangled with the smaller spiders. Quick! Fire the cannon. What? Commander, have you lost your mind? Firing now will attract that behemoth. Lu Chongtian thought he had misheard and instinctively rubbed his ears. But Commander Yun's expression was resolute. I said to fire the cannon. Wang Wenzheng is not dead yet. I command you to provide immediate support. But what? A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Haven't you made enough mistakes today? Commander Yun's words left Lu Chongtian speechless. He could only hastily toss aside the sofa, retrieving several firearms from within. Commander, take care. Lu Chongtian ultimately chose not to fire the cannon, fully aware of its destructive power. He did not wish to draw the ghost-faced spider emperor towards Commander Yun. He hefted 2 guns and several grenades, heading down the passageway without a backward glance. Within the underground passage, Wang Wenzheng was still valiantly resisting. Each attacking ghost-faced spider was met with a burst from his fire extinguisher, obscuring its vision, before he swiftly dispatched it with his dagger. Although he had retired from the front lines for many years, he had never relinquished his resolve. He often fantasized about returning to the battlefield, eager to slay more ferocious beasts for his country. Alas, reality proved unkind. Wang Wenzheng suddenly discovered that his fire extinguisher could no longer emit its white mist. It was utterly depleted. With a thud, Wang Wenzheng had no choice but to wield the empty fire extinguisher as a melee weapon, desperately engaging with the swarm of ghost-faced spiders. Yet, their numbers swelled, and he found himself cornered. It seems I have truly aged. At this level, I'm fortunate I didn't disgrace my former unit on the front lines. Wang Wenzheng sighed, slumping against the wall, the spent fire extinguisher resting on the ground. Facing the approaching swarm, he calmly lit a cigarette. Squad leader, brothers. It appears I must join you soon. The carousel of his thoughts was abruptly shattered by the sudden sound of gunfire. He looked up to see Lu Chongtian emerging from the underground passage, wielding a submachine gun. Not dead yet. Then let us continue. Wang Wenzheng reached out to catch the gun tossed his way, and the two stood back to back, commencing the extermination of the ghost-faced spider horde before them. Meanwhile, a solitary ghost-faced spider stealthily ascended to the podium, its myriad eyes locking onto Commander Yun's. Kuan, where on earth have you been? Zhao Yi was still searching, when suddenly he noticed something writhing on the ground not far away. Overcome with joy, he rushed towards it at the fastest pace. Kuan, is that not you? Who on earth are you? As Zhao Yi drew near, He was horrified to discover that the skin on the creature's face had mysteriously vanished, resembling a flesh and blood skeleton. Zhao Yi, it's me. This voice, you are Ruansu? No, that can't be. Who then was the Ruansu that was rescued earlier? Zhao Yi's mind was in turmoil. Despite his reluctance to accept it, the voice before him was undeniably identical to that of Ruansu. This matter is rather complicated. I will explain once we are outside. For now, we must find Zhou Kunyan quickly, or he will be in peril, Ruansu declared, seizing a strand of spider's silk from the ground, gritting his teeth as he yanked it out completely. It was then that Zhao Yi noticed the delicate strands of silk, akin to blood vessels, had already entwined with Ruansu's body. This pulled dislodged flesh and blood, yet Ruansu displayed no hesitation. I see now. This thing feeds on humans through its silk? You should step aside and let me see. Kun should be here. Inspired by Ruansu's actions, Zhao Yi hastily grasped the spider's silk on the ground, following it to uncover a large mass where it had gathered. When Zhao Yi uprooted this considerable clump of silk, he discovered that all the strands were embedded in Zhou Kunyan, as if pulsating veins were incessantly sucking from him. Zhou Kunyan lay with his eyes tightly closed, his breath faint, appearing to be on the brink of death. Kun, Zhao Yi and Ruansu frantically began to sever the spider's silk, barely managing to extricate Zhou Kunyan from his perilous situation. This won't do. He appears far too weak. Is there any way to help him recover? Or he truly will perish. Ruansu felt Zhou Kunyan's pulse, which was nearly imperceptible. System, mobilize and share vitality. System prompt. This function is unavailable. I am the host. What I say goes. Besides, do you not wish to see me suffer? If I willingly transfer my vitality to another, would you not be pleased? The rebellious system finally reacted, swiftly granting Zhao Yi higher permissions. With a thought, the nearly 10,000 points of vitality he had accumulated surged forth, gathering at his fingertips. Zhao Yi placed his fingers near Zhou Kunyan's lips, and the latter began to suck desperately like a newborn. What is he doing? Do not concern yourself. I am saving him. Understood. Let me deal with these bothersome creatures. Ruansu suddenly stood, revealing his dragon claw hand, systematically exterminating the approaching ghost-faced spiders. However, the number of ghost-faced spiders on the ground continued to multiply, and Ruansu was evidently weak. He was merely in a slightly better condition than the unconscious Zhou Kunyan. Ruansu, retreat quickly. It's fine, I can still hold on. Ruansu, seeing that the battle was becoming unstable, leaned against a rock for support, resolutely shielding Zhao Yi and Zhou Kunyan. Are you trying to throw your life away? Come back quickly, Zhao Yi exclaimed. If I truly cannot escape, I implore you to visit the Ruan family after you get out, and uncover the true identity of that imposter with the gorilla face who has been posing as me. Please. Hearing Ruansu's grave tone, reminiscent of a final wish, Zhao Yi could no longer remain composed. What are you planning to do? Come back. Ruansu, however, paid no heed to her pleas, resolutely determined to perish alongside the ghost-faced spider swarm. With a swift motion, he charged forward, but alas, he underestimated his current physical condition. The excessive speed proved too burdensome for his body, and he collapsed to the ground midway. Chapter 140. Iron Fist Commander Ruansu. Zhao Yi rose, intent on rescuing him, yet Zhou Kunyan clung to him like an octopus, refusing to let go. The opportunity to save him slipped away in an instant. With this delay, it was already too late. Meanwhile, Ruansu, sprawled on the ground, was consumed by memories of his previous battle with the gorilla-faced adversary. At that moment, they had been so close. Boom. Suddenly, a cannonball struck, sending the encroaching horde of ghost-faced spiders tumbling to the ground. Zhao Yi glanced back, noticing smoke still billowing from the cannon on the highest platform. Come on, little ones, I shall safeguard your path. Commander Yun, cloaked in a greatcoat and smoking, gripped the cannon's controls with a fierce demeanor. Below, Lu Chongtian, witnessing the scene, sighed in resignation. It seemed his efforts were in vain. But you saved me, he remarked. To which Wang Wenjing shook his head, understanding that Lu Chongtian was evidently oblivious to his own words. This time, Zhao Yi did not hesitate. He hoisted Zhou Kunyan and charged forward, yanking Ruansu by the collar to bring him back. You think you can sacrifice yourself so easily? Not a chance. I have no interest in cleaning up the mess of the Ruan family. Zhao Yi bellowed. Hearing this, Ruansu couldn't help but smile knowingly. He understood Zhao Yi's intent was to dissuade him from his suicidal resolve. Enough said. Consider it as if I have already died once. You are correct. One must handle their own affairs. Relying on others is not an option. Seeing the fire of determination rekindle in Ruansu's eyes, Zhao Yi finally felt at ease. Quan, you've had enough, haven't you? Are you still not sated? Zhou Kunyan continued to suck on Zhao Yi's thumb, resembling a toddler of over 200 months. Very well, if it comes to it, I'll take you along. On the podium, Commander Yun witnessed Zhao Yi and Ruan Su charging forth and promptly began to provide cover for them. Although it seemed absurd to send newly qualified warriors to confront an E-rank beast, it was the best course of action under the circumstances. Nearly half an hour had elapsed, and there was still no sign of external rescue. With his vast experience, Commander Yun realized that the entire venue had likely turned into a solitary fortress. To survive, they must rely on themselves. As Ruan Su and Zhao Yi coordinated their efforts, the closer they approached the ghost-faced Spider King, the more ghost-faced spiders obstructed their path. Damn! Is this creature in heat? Why are there so many of them? The colossal ghost-faced Spider King loomed like a dome above Zhao Yi and the others. Beneath its massive form was a gaping maw, and whenever it opened, countless ordinary ghost-faced spiders poured forth. Once they hit the ground, they awoke, ready for battle. Each spider that lunged towards them had but one intention: to ensnare their prey and begin siphoning off their vitality. Thus, Ruan Su and Zhao Yi could afford no mistakes. Zhao Yi retreat. After a prolonged struggle, the two individuals found themselves once again besieged by the relentless tide of the phantom spider, forcing them to retreat. However, Commander Yun atop the platform was not idle. He directed the heated cannon toward the very essence of the phantom spider monarch. Damn it! He exclaimed as he pulled the trigger, unleashing a shell that struck the monarch directly. A piercing shriek echoed throughout the venue, prompting Ruan Su to immediately point upwards. Zhao Yi, look, that creature is bleeding. Initially taken aback, Zhao Yi soon slapped his thigh in realization. It seems this beast lacks the terrifying defenses of the iron python. We just need to get close to its core. Let us try again. This time, you throw me. Ruan Su suddenly sprang to his feet, leaving Zhao Yi nearly questioning his own ears. What? Throw you out? You heard me correctly. Hurry, or it will be too late. At that moment, the phantom spider monarch was entirely captivated by the artillery on the platform, turning its massive form as if to present its rear to the cannon. This is bad. Commander Yun swiftly rolled to the side of the sofa, retrieving his last submachine gun. Concurrently, a barrage of ordinary phantom spiders was launched like cannonballs. In an instant, the entire podium was overwhelmed by these lesser creatures, turning the artillery into mere playthings, reduced to nothing in mere moments. Meanwhile, Commander Yun made his descent with the submachine gun, intending to regroup with Wang Wenzheng and the others. The sporadic gunfire echoed in the underground passage, as Wang Wenzheng and Lu Chongtian began to conserve their ammunition. I have 21 rounds left. How about you? Wang Wenzheng detached the magazine, glanced at it, then reattached it. I have 16 rounds. 16? It seems we are doomed. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongtian deflated like a punctured balloon. Once more, they faced an onslaught from the swarm of phantom spiders. Despite their best efforts to ensure one bullet per enemy, they ultimately found themselves in a dire situation. Their ammunition nearly depleted, while a new wave of phantom spiders advanced toward the entrance of the passage. Depleted? Not necessarily. Wang Wenzheng discarded his firearm, gripping a dagger tightly. Lu Chongtian sighed in resignation. What use is that little nail clipper? It seems Lieutenant Lu has never seen the front lines, has he? Out there, not only daggers, but even the bones of comrades can become weapons when truly cornered. This little challenge is nothing. With the dagger in hand, Wang Wenzheng transformed, his movements becoming swift and lethal. Yet, even his prowess had its limits. For every phantom spider he felled, more emerged in droves. Just as he was on the verge of being overwhelmed, a figure charged in from the front, delivering a sharp slap to Lu Chongtian's head. What are you dawdling for? Is that a firewood stick in your hand? Lu Chongtian was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that the person rushing in was none other than Commander Yun. At that moment, Commander Yun was also loading his weapon as he descended, taking a deep breath and discarding his coat. It had been a long time since he had engaged in combat. It was time for these brutes to experience the might of my iron fist. Without hesitation, Commander Yun charged forward, forming a defensive line back-to-back with Wang Wenzheng. Witnessing Commander Yun personally joining the fray, Lu Chongtian finally understood why outsiders referred to him as the Iron Fist Commander. I shall join as well. Lu Chongtian gripped his submachine gun with renewed determination, transforming the gun stock into a formidable blunt instrument. As the three battled fiercely in the underground passage, Zhao Yi hurled Ruan Su into the fray. Ruan Su pressed his arms tightly against his body, revealing his dragon claw hand just as he was about to confront the ghost-faced Spider Emperor. With a powerful thrust, Ruan Su penetrated its body to secure his grip, using the momentum of his long arm to tear a gaping wound in the ghost-faced Spider Emperor. Chapter 141. The great weapon now is the moment. Ruan Su withdrew his hands, hanging upside down on the body of the ghost-faced spider monarch, and then unleashed a flurry of strikes with his dragon-like claws, descending upon the fresh wound like a torrential downpour. The intense pain caused the ghost-faced spider monarch to emit a series of anguished shrieks, its massive body shifting as its 6 steel-like legs began to move. Bang! Wansu was caught off guard, struck directly in the front, and sent flying to the ground, unconscious. Wansu. Zhao Yi's heart tightened. He was uncertain about the severity of Wansu's injuries. However, as long as this fellow could endure, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. Being struck by a whip-like leg was certainly preferable to being ensnared by the man-eating silk. Zhao Yi swiftly advanced, evading the numerous ghost-faced spiders that attempted to intercept him, and hoisted Wansu up. At least he was alive. Return and rest now. With both hands gripping the two of them, Zhao Yi hastened back to a relatively safe area. He looked up and couldn't help but shout, "Someone, catch him." At that moment, Commander Yun, leading a trio, had just emerged from the underground passage and heard Zhao Yi's voice. "Let us check it out." The trio approached, and Wang Wenjing spotted Zhao Yi waiting below. "Throw him up here, then you climb up the water pipe." Lu Chongtian wielded a fire axe. Having shattered the fire suppression system in the underground passage earlier, unexpectedly, the detached fire hose now proved to be advantageous. Zhao Yi exerted force and tossed Wansu upwards. The trio caught him and awaited Zhao Yi's next throw. "Kuan, don't be eaten. Hurry up, or it will be too late." Zhao Yi patted Zhou Kunyin's cheek, only to find this fellow still suckling his thumb like a baby. "What a nuisance. Once we're up there, you better express your gratitude." With a sigh of resignation, Zhao Yi secured the fire hose to his belt and shouted to Wang Wenjing and the others, "Pull me up." The trio immediately exerted their strength, and Zhao Yi along with Zhou Kunyin's began to ascend gradually. The distant ghost-faced spider monarch observed this scene, clearly unwilling to let Zhao Yi and the others escape. Whoosh! A white silk thread materialized in an instant, shooting towards them like a lethal arrow. "Not good." Wang Wenjing gasped, startled by the sight, and hastened his movements, hoping to pull Zhao Yi and the others up just in time. However, Zhao Yi, upon witnessing this, decisively grasped the fire hose and severed it. "Zhao Yi, what are you doing? Don't mind me. You all get out of the way." Commander Yin pulled Wang Wenjing and Lu Chongtian back, just as the arrow-like white silk thread whizzed past their previous position, embedding itself in the concrete steps behind them. "Quick, one more time, there is still a chance." Wang Wenjing scrambled to his feet, retrieving the severed fire hose, bracing himself at the edge and shouting downwards. Zhao Yi, however, could only shake his head in resignation, a hint of a relieved smile gracing his face. "To survive is a blessing. This fellow will not let me off easily." Indeed, no sooner had Zhao Yi's words fallen than a deluge of white silk threads descended from above. In the brief period that had just elapsed, the ghost-faced Spider King had been expelling white silk strands, encasing the entire perimeter of the venue, transforming it into an impenetrable space. Now, after sustaining injuries, the ghost-faced Spider King altered its strategy yet again, aiming to completely cover the sunken circular arena with its white threads. "No." Wang Wenjing attempted to reach out, but Commander Yun, quick as lightning, kicked his arm. The dagger he bore clattered to the ground, and upon touching the plane formed by the white silk, it visibly began to dissolve. "Do you see? If you go, you will meet the same fate." Commander Yin, too, had not anticipated that the seemingly ordinary white silk possessed such potent corrosive properties. His actions were purely instinctual. Countless soldiers had perished on the front lines due to a lack of attention to detail, falling victim to ferocious beasts. If I do not rescue him, what meaning is there in my own survival? Wang Wenjing could no longer contain himself, and the emotions he had long suppressed surged forth at that moment. Observing this, Commander Yin finally set aside his demeanor, delivering a sharp slap to Wang Wenjing. The sound echoed crisply, and Commander Yin glared at him. A look of disappointment etched on his face. "You, too, have seen the front lines. How can you still be so indecisive? I once believed that after enduring hardships, a period of recuperation would restore you for a return to battle. Who could have imagined that this rest would extend for over 20 years? Wang Wenjing, you have hesitated for half a lifetime. Why must you now seek to stand out?" Wang Wenjing, reflecting on Commander Yun's words, found clarity and smiled in response. "Instructor, you finally dare to speak of those days," he said. "Since you inquire, allow me to tell you, I was rescued from that hell with the same spirit you possessed when you saved me. Do you understand?" This statement whisked Commander Yun's thoughts back 2 decades, to a time when he had yet to ascend to the rank of commander, and Wang Wenjing, alongside his comrades, was still under his command. A sudden ambush had shattered their unit. In that moment, Wang Wenzheng had witnessed his fellow soldiers being slaughtered by ferocious beasts, driven to madness as he desperately sought to save them. Only Commander Yun had maintained his composure, managing to rescue him, the sole survivor. Now, Commander Yun looked down at Wang Wenzheng, whose eyes were calm and resolute, akin to an untroubled lake. "I understand your sentiment," he said, reaching into his pocket. Commander Yun retrieved a satellite phone and dialed a mysterious number. Upon receiving the call, the headquarters of a station troop immediately summoned the highest-ranking officer. "This is Commander Yun. Immediately order your men to the International Exhibition Center at the fastest possible speed. An E-Class Level 5 ferocious beast is present here. It must be completely eradicated. And the quicker, the better. Remember, I give you no more than 10 minutes. The commander paused momentarily upon hearing the report, then promptly began issuing orders. "Heed my command. The airstrike unit stationed here shall depart immediately, targeting the International Convention Center, an E-Class 5th transition beast." As the aircraft took to the skies, the commander relayed this critical information to the higher-ups. After all, the threat posed by an E-Class 5th transition beast cannot be underestimated. While it may seem ordinary on the front lines, should such a creature appear in the rear, it would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon. The news swiftly reached the upper echelons, where a general adorned with resplendent insignia strode purposefully to the map. "General, this is the International Convention Center in Jiangyan City. Has it already reached the 5th transition? If this creature is allowed to wreak havoc unchecked, and it transitions to D-Class upon surpassing the 9th transition, the consequences would be unimaginable." Chapter 142. The worst-case scenario. Upon hearing this news, others could not help but become vigilant, engaging in discussions while casting glances towards General Ma. Without further contemplation, General Ma promptly inquired, "First, mobilize the bombing squad immediately, preparing to obliterate the entire International Exhibition Center at a moment's notice." "But Commander Yun is still inside. That is a given. Do you think I am unaware of that? We must brace ourselves for the worst." If he were privy to all this, he would concur. Although General Ma wore a grave expression, his subordinate's words had awakened him to the urgency of the situation. Currently, the city of Jiangyan lacked any formidable individuals to summon. At the very least, someone of Soul Master caliber. There is one, Chu Yuanxing, a Soul Master expert. He has just received approval to return from the front lines to his hometown of Jiangyan for rest. He is also one of Commander Yun's third batch of students. After reviewing Chu Yuanxing's profile, General Ma nodded decisively. "He is the one. Instruct him to proceed to the scene with utmost haste. If he cannot resolve this matter, then we shall have no choice but to resort to the final measures." At the entrance of an old residential complex in Jiangyan City stood a slender, bespectacled middle-aged man. He was carrying an assortment of bags, having just descended the stairs to greet his parents. "Ah, son, it's wonderful that you're back. Come upstairs and rest. Your mother has prepared a meal. Come, let me take your luggage." Seeing his parents' warm demeanor, Chu Yuanxing smiled and scratched his head. "I'm merely home for a short break. I must return in 3 days. "Only 3 days? Well, 3 days is sufficient. As long as you are here to see us, even 1 day is worth it." As the three made their way downstairs, Chu Yuanxing's phone suddenly rang. "Hello? Yes, this is he. What? All right, I understand." Chu Yuanxing hung up, his expression turning serious as he looked at his parents. "I want to be having dinner for now. You take the luggage upstairs. What is the urgency? Didn't you come back for a break?" Chu Yuanxing had no time to explain as he dashed out of the complex. Upon reaching the street, a police car with flashing lights appeared before him. "Get in." The police vehicle blared its siren, clearing the way through all vehicles and pedestrians as it sped towards the scene. Chu Yuanxing suddenly heard a whistling sound, peering outside. He noticed 2 fighter jets soaring towards their destination. "Do I need to go as well after the deployment of the jets? Is this beast truly that formidable?" Outside the International Exhibition Center, the jets had arrived, and even from the air, they could see the massive white orb. Eagle 2. The target is enveloped by an unknown entity. The beast is obscured. Eagle 1. I will breach the outer web with the machine gun while you prepare to deploy the bombs. Understood. The 2 fighter jets executed their roles with precision. As Jet 1 shattered the outer web, Jet 2 pressed the launch button. However, at that very moment, they unexpectedly discovered yet another layer of webbing within. This is bad. Regret was futile now, as 2 shells hurtled straight towards the target. "Quick, take cover." Commander Yun, accompanied by his team, returned to the underground passage. He witnessed the 2 artillery shells strike the inner layer of the spider's web, followed by a thunderous explosion. The mission of the Eagle 2 has failed. Retreat and report immediately. The pilots aboard the aircraft had a clear view of a colossal phantom spider monarch, its first still ablaze, yet its injuries were limited to that. Although they still carried munitions, without orders from their superiors, they had no choice but to withdraw. As the two aircraft retreated, a police car screeched to a halt at the scene. Commander Yin. The voice was familiar to him. Turning around, he saw the hurried arrival of Chu Yuanxing. What brings you here? I just returned from leave today and was promptly assigned to this location. Be cautious. This formidable creature appears quite challenging to confront. At that moment, the outer spider web had been torn open, allowing Chu Yuanxing to enter. He spotted the injured Wan Su, who bore a smile on his face. Commander Yun, you and the injured should evacuate first. I will hold the fort here. All right, let us go. The battle here exceeds our capabilities. Although Wang Wanzheng felt a sense of reluctance, a glance at Wan Su led him to nod in agreement. There are still 2 individuals inside. If possible, even their remains must be retrieved. Chu Yuanxing paused, momentarily taken aback, before comprehending the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, I will take care of it. They immediately commenced their withdrawal, while the recovering phantom spider monarch began to spew silk incessantly, attempting to seal the gap created by the shell explosion. Wang Wanzheng and his companions fled at the utmost speed, yet they were still a step behind. Damn it, does this creature possess eyes on its back as well? Lu Chongtian exclaimed, glaring at the recently healed gap. Get out of the way. A sudden voice emerged from below. Chu Yuanxing drew his belt, transforming the buckle into a sword guard, while the limp belt morphed into a long sword. Break. With a surge of power, Chu Yuanxing swung his weapon, unleashing a sword energy nearly 2 meters wide that cleaved through the freshly mended gap. Hurry. After uttering these words and watching the 3 escape, he turned to face the phantom spider monarch. Let me see what abilities you possess. Chu Yuanxing charged forward with his sword, as the phantom spider monarch relentlessly spat silk, summoning more ordinary phantom spiders. Meanwhile, in the circular arena, Zhao Yi collapsed to the ground, even forgetting to continue sucking from Zhou Qunian. His eyes glazed over. Suddenly, Zhao Yi felt an electric jolt in his head, awakening him from his stupor. Goodness, what was that just now? A missile? At that moment, Zhao Yi was desperately dodging the phantom spider monarch's attacks alongside Zhou Qunian when 2 artillery shells pierced through the spider web above, exploding directly overhead. The shockwave from the explosion surged chaotically within the circular arena, causing Zhao Yi to faint on the spot. Kuan, wake up. It seems you can't eat now, can you? You gluttonous creature. Zhao Yi delivered a forceful kick to Zhou Qianyuan's rear, rousing him from his slumber. Old Zhao, what was that for? He inquired, his eyes slowly opening. What's the matter? Do you wish to continue sleeping here? If so, you might as well find someone else to keep you company, for I shall not oblige. Zhao Yi turned away in indignation, while Zhou Qianyuan, upon catching sight of the still howling ghostly-faced spider queen, was suddenly flooded with memories. Oh my, I remember everything now. That beast has not been vanquished yet. Zhou Qianyuan's extraordinary talent allowed him to enter a state of simulated slumber when faced with near-fatal peril. In this state, his bodily functions would conserve energy to the utmost, rendering him unable to act autonomously, yet he could still retain awareness of his surroundings. Upon awakening, the events would replay in his mind like a film. Let me tell you, those 2 shells hardly affected it. They nearly obliterated us instead. Chapter 143. Concealed abilities. It appears that the 2 of us must join forces to obliterate this creature. Zhao Yi sighed, and Zhou Qianyuan immediately expressed his reluctance. The 2 of us? Old Zhao, has your mind been scrambled? Enough with the nonsense. You are not the type to back down. Have you forgotten the iron python from the 2nd exam? That encounter was entirely different. Zhou Qianyuan continued to hesitate, but Zhao Yi paid no heed and strode forward. Hey, don't walk away, old Zhao. I've had enough of you. Let this one be on me, all right? The 2 moved forward, only to discover upon nearing that the ghost-faced spider emperor was currently supported by only its 2 hind legs, its body nearly protruding beyond the web. What is this creature doing? Building a nest? No, it's engaged in battle. Our reinforcements must have arrived. At that moment, Zhao Yi's eyes transformed into a scanning interface, effortlessly detecting the commotion outside. Consequently, he re-evaluated the ghost-faced spider emperor before him, and the system provided comprehensive information. However, this revelation completely shattered his initial confidence. Ghost-faced spider emperor, E-class 8-turn ferocious beast, ability 1, silken cocoon, capable of ensnaring enemies with toxic and corrosive threads. Ability 2, spider emperor clone, can rapidly reproduce ordinary ghost-faced spiders to share damage and absorb excess harm for self-evolution. Ability 3, not yet ascertained. What is going on? When we first encountered it, it was only 5-turn. How did it escalate to 8 turns so swiftly? Zhao Yi felt bewildered, and the system detected his emotions, causing the interface before him to shift once more. This time, he observed 3 elongated bars atop the ghost-faced Spider Emperor's head. The red bar undoubtedly represented its health, currently diminished by less than 1/5. The blue bar appeared to be its energy gauge, which seemed unstable at present. The white bar at the bottom was initially unfamiliar to Zhao Yi, but as the shadowy figures outside engaged with the ghost-faced Spider Emperor, the white bar began to incrementally increase. This is bad. This creature grows stronger in the face of adversity. No wonder it initially chose to ensnare the venue with webs instead of immediately attacking us. It was merely using us to hone its skills and level up. Zhao Yi finally comprehended that the artillery fire from Commander Yun, alongside his and Ruan Su's assaults, even the 2 aerial support shells, had all inadvertently nourished its growth without extinguishing its life. If this continues, the outcome of this battle was predetermined from the start. Old Zhao, why are you dazed? Let me sever its spider leg first. At this moment, Zhou Qianyuan had approached the 2 robust spider legs and gestured, noting that one leg was nearly as thick as he was. Wait, are you that confident? Of course. For some reason, I feel an unending reservoir of strength coursing through me. Do not be deceived by its coarse appearance. I can shatter it in no time. Upon hearing such a confident declaration from Zhou Qianyuan, Zhao Yi chose to trust him just this once. Hold on, let me step outside and assess the situation. Await my command. Very well, I shall remain here and wait. Zhao Yi hastily climbed out of the circular arena, only to spot Chu Yuanqing engaged in a fierce struggle against the ghost-faced spider monarch. Ah, they all thought you had perished. Who would have guessed there was still a survivor? Fear not. Allow me to first deal with these bothersome little creatures, and then I shall sever the head of this formidable beast and escort you back. Chu Yuanqing cast a glance towards Zhao Yi, who was currently fending off a horde of ordinary ghost-faced spiders. Golden sword. Chu Yuanqing took a deep breath, focused his energy, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, unleashed a wave of golden sword energy that instantly obliterated a substantial number of ordinary ghost-faced spiders. Meanwhile, Zhao Yi observed the white growth bar of the ghost-faced spider monarch had once again increased. Neither Kuan nor I have met our demise. But that is not the crux of the matter. This creature is unlike the other ferocious beasts. While they all devour humans without leaving a trace, what sets it apart? It possesses the ability to grow. Zhao Yi succinctly relayed his observations to Chu Yuanqing, who fell into contemplation. Is that so? No wonder I sensed that this creature seemed to thrive the more we battled it. Chu Yuanqing also felt that something was amiss. Although the initial 2 projectiles had not completely vanquished the beast, they should have inflicted some wounds. Yet, as the fight progressed, he noticed the creature's condition began to improve. Unable to discern the reason, he assumed the ghost-faced spider monarch possessed self-healing abilities, never considering this underlying aspect. So, are you suggesting that we cannot kill it? Killing it is secondary. My orders are to rescue. As long as I can escort all of you to safety, the rest can be left to those above. Chu Yuanqing pointed upward, simultaneously retracting his sword as he conveyed the higher-ups' directives. No way, Zhao Yi asserted firmly, prompting Chu Yuanqing to glance at him before responding with a smile. I understand your concern. You fear that the firepower from the higher-ups may not be sufficient. And instead of eliminating the ghost-faced spider monarch, it might allow it to grow even more terrifying, correct? You underestimate the might they provide. When I say no, I mean no. Zhao Yi's resolve remained unwavering, for he had finally unraveled the 3rd hidden ability of the ghost-faced spider monarch. Ability 3, excessive growth. As the ghost-faced spider monarch absorbs energy to grow, it also gains corresponding damage mitigation, the extent of which depends on the number of ordinary ghost-faced spiders present on the ground. Curse system, why did you not disclose this earlier? Must you toy with me until I am on the brink of demise to find satisfaction? Zhao Yi inwardly cursed, yet he still needed to rely on the system, opting to heed its advice for the time being. After Zhao Yi finished articulating his thoughts, Chu Yuanqing's expression grew increasingly serious. Young man, from where have you acquired this information? Are you doubting me? Though it is rather normal to be suspicious. If you do not believe me, then hurry and take your family and friends away from Jiangyan City before the headquarters artillery fire descends. Zhao Yi's tone suddenly turned cold and flat, and Chu Yuanqing realized that in the end, he had failed to persuade the other party. Instead, Zhao Yi's words conjured images in his mind. His parents must have returned home with their luggage by now, patiently waiting for him to return for dinner. Wait. Hearing the voice, Zhao Yi came to a halt, and Chu Yuanqing could not help but exclaim, I will trust you this once. At that moment, Zhao Yi turned back with a smile and shouted to Zhou Qianyuan below, Kuan, act now. Great. I have been impatiently waiting for this. Zhou Qianyuan activated the armor on his arm and, gathering his strength, struck fiercely at the spider leg before him. Chapter 144. A tenacious adversary. This powerful strike instantly shattered the spider leg, which was as thick as a utility pole. With one of its legs severed, the ghost-faced Spider King began to sway unsteadily. Zhao Yi, seeing this, intended to pursue the advantage, but his actions had already drawn the attention of the formidable foe. Qinyan, retreat. The ghost-faced Spider King temporarily abandoned its struggle with Chu Yuanxing, allowing its remaining 5 legs to return to the ground as it began to search for Zhao Yi. The intruder. Fortunately, Zhao Yi was astute. The moment he noticed the increase in spider legs, he began to withdraw. He quickly took refuge beside some debris, a location obscured from the ghost-faced Spider King's sight. I'm fine, but you all need to be cautious. Zhao Yi shouted towards Zhao Yi, yet he was oblivious to the fact that a common ghost-faced spider had appeared behind him. Whoosh! A robust spider leg swept horizontally, striking Zhao Yi midsection, leaving him suspended and causing him to spit blood. Qinyan, Zhao Yi, unable to contain herself, leapt down, leaving Chu Yuanxing alone above. Hey, why did everyone jump down? What should we do now? Of course, we should attack recklessly. The best course of action would be to divert that creature's attention. Zhao Yi's prior analysis was indeed astute, but the reality was ever-changing, far from any preconceived plan. Chu Yuanxing, wielding a longsword, was eager to attack but feared that a single blow might not suffice to vanquish the ghost-faced Spider King, inadvertently empowering it further. Thus, he adjusted his position, finally aiming for the 6 eyes of the beast. Golden Light Sword. A broad beam of golden sword energy shot forth, piercing directly towards the ghost-faced Spider King's eyes. The creature emitted a piercing cry of anguish as its 6 eyes were rendered useless. Unable to contain his excitement, Chu Yuanxing shouted down, "Hurry and save him. I've incapacitated its eyes." At that moment, Chu Yi had reached Zhao Qinyan's side, concern etched on her face. "Qinyan, are you all right? I'm managing. Just holding on, forgetting my own identity." Zhao Qinyan's ability to jest indicated that his injuries were not severe. Informed the one outside that the common ghost-faced spiders on the ground share the same line of sight as this giant. Share the line of sight? This is bad. Chu Yi intended to warn him, but Chu Yuanxing at the periphery had already found himself in peril. Convinced that he had gained a significant advantage by damaging the ghost-faced Spider King's eyes, he advanced with his sword, aiming to sever the creature's head. However, halfway through, he suddenly realized that several common ghost-faced spiders were now perched atop the ghost-faced Spider King's head, replacing its lost eyes. Is that how it can still see? Chu Yuanxing had no time to lament, as 2 spider legs came crashing towards him. He raised the golden light sword to defend, but the immense force sent him flying, crashing heavily into the audience area. At that moment, Chu Yi had just rescued Zhao Yi, and, witnessing this scene, her resolve only grew stronger. It appears that collaboration between the 2 of us is essential. Regardless of the monstrous entity we face, its head and heart are its most vulnerable points. Do you comprehend my meaning? Zhao Yi paused momentarily before rising to his feet. I understand. Leave this creature to me, and you shall deliver the decisive blow. He stepped forward, positioning himself beneath the ghost-faced spider monarch, and extended his hands to grasp one of its formidable legs. He exclaimed, "Heave, lift for me." With all his might, Zhao Yi managed to shift one of the spider's legs, causing the ghost-faced spider monarch to lose its balance once more. Meanwhile, Chu Yuanxing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, realizing the recklessness of his earlier actions. Upon witnessing Zhao Qinyan's determination, he quickly rose from the rubble and circled around to the opposite side. "Once we sever all your legs, we shall see what you can wield in their stead." The familiar golden sword light re-emerged, cleaving through another opposing leg with a single strike. In their coordinated effort, the ghost-faced spider monarch could no longer maintain its balance and crashed to the ground. A cloud of dust erupted from the impact, and Zhao Yi seized the opportunity to advance swiftly, his fists charged with latent power. System, activate blood vitality. 7 injuries fist, heartbreak technique. Utilizing the cover of the dust, Zhao Yi darted towards the ghost-faced spider monarch. He was uncertain of the precise location of its heart within its massive form, so he aimed his heartbreak technique at the colossal head instead. With a thunderous punch, he struck down with tremendous force, nearly toppling the gigantic creature. As Zhao Yi landed, panting heavily, he observed the ghost-faced spider monarch struggle to rise once more. It seemed this behemoth was indeed not easily vanquished. The sensation from the previous strike felt off. Zhao Yi speculated it might be linked to his recent surge in strength. Although the system's health bar visibility proved convenient, it did not assist him in locating the more vulnerable heart. Once the ghost-faced spider monarch regained its footing, Zhao Yi noticed 3 ordinary ghost-faced spiders, crushed by his fist, lying on the ground. New, ordinary ghost-faced spiders returned to its head, restoring the creature's vision. "Old Zhao, what do you think?" Zhao Yi asked seriously, shaking his head as he pointed towards the creature's head. "Just as I suspected, the ordinary ghost-faced spiders act like mobile armor, providing damage mitigation for the monarch. Truly a formidable adversary." At this juncture, Chu Yuanqing stood up and retrieved his phone from his pocket. "If the situation becomes dire, we must contact headquarters. We have already invested considerable time here, and should there be no further developments, they may automatically assume our combat has failed and take drastic measures." Chu Yuanqing's words sparked a realization in Zhao Yi, prompting him to rush over. "Hurry and make the call. If they act recklessly, it may be too late." As Zhao Yi urged him, Chu Yuanqing hastily fished out his mobile device, only to discover that the signal here was sporadic at best. This isn't exactly the outskirts. Why would there be no signal? Chu Yuanqing muttered to himself, and Zhao Yi, upon witnessing this, smacked his forehead in frustration. "It has come to my mind that it was Chairman Wang and his associates who previously employed such tactics to apprehend individuals. Now, I urge you to exert yourselves and refrain from lingering in battle. I must ascend to a higher elevation in search of a signal." Chu Yuanqing hastened onwards, climbing ever higher, while Zhao Yi and Zhou Qunyan, the seasoned duo, once more confronted the ghost-faced spider monarch. At this moment, the monarch had regained its composure, and from the system's perspective, the white progression bar had increased once more. Zhao Yi was acutely aware that this increment was a result of his own previous strike. Thus he approached each subsequent assault with utmost caution. "System, is there truly no means to vanquish this colossal creature? Are you genuinely intent on witnessing my demise here, merely to facilitate the transition to a new host?" Chapter 145. The Sole Solution. Zhao Yi could not suppress her inner curses, and to her surprise, the rebellious system responded. This system informs that, at the host's request, a solution has been proposed, with a feasibility of 100% and a danger level of 90%. Upon reviewing the plan provided by the system, Zhao Yi instantly comprehended its implications. This insidious system was still relishing the chaos, seemingly intent on pushing her to the brink of despair. Without hesitation, she chose to execute the plan. "I suspect you believe I would shy away from this course of action, hoping to see me relent, do you not? Alas, the notion of yielding has never graced the pages of my dictionary." The system's proposal, bordering on madness from the perspective of an ordinary individual, was Zhao Yi's only avenue forward. While the ferocious beasts would undoubtedly grow stronger upon advancing from the 8th to the 9th transformation, each transition was accompanied by a 30-second period of vulnerability. Moreover, the greater the advancement, the more weakened the beast's essence became. If Zhao Yi deliberately allowed the Phantom Spider King before her to ascend to the 9th transformation and commence a breakthrough to even higher realms, it could very well present an opportunity. However, the cost of failure would be dire. The 3 individuals present would undoubtedly perish, and the remote headquarters would likely suffer from a lack of accurate data during artillery support. Should the Phantom Spider King successfully ascend from E level to D level, the entire Jiangyan city could be obliterated. Yet, Zhao Yi found herself with no alternative. The distant Chu Yuansheng was still laboriously climbing to establish a signal, while the situation on site was fraught with peril and unpredictability. In the face of such a formidable adversary, Zhao Yi possessed little agency. Her only choice was to wager everything she had. Furthermore, to execute this plan successfully, she could not disclose her intentions to anyone, particularly to Chu Yuansheng. At this moment, at headquarters, General Ma paced anxiously in the operations command room. "Why has it taken so long to mobilize a satellite?" "General, it is ready." His subordinates were drenched in cold sweat. Jiangyan City had enjoyed decades of peace, and such a cataclysm was beyond the capacity of the usually lethargic units to endure. General Ma gazed at the satellite imagery, where a vast expanse of red dots continued to shift. "General, utilizing satellite remote sensing technology, we have detected the presence of the Phantom Spider King through infrared. Its health appears stable, and according to satellite analysis, it has reached E level in the 8th transformation, mere moments away from the 9th. At this revelation, the command room erupted in uproar. "What is happening? Did we not authorize an aerial strike earlier? Is it possible that the crowd on site failed to evacuate in time, becoming fodder for the beast's ascension? Impossible." Commander Yun was present during the final examination. He would never overlook such a detail. "Enough. Silence." General Ma slammed his palm on the table, turning to his aide. "Are there any survivors left in the venue?" 3 survivors remained on the scene: Chu Yuanqing, who had just been dispatched, and 2 candidates, Zhao Yi and Zhou Qunyan, who had been engaged in battle with the ghost-faced Spider Emperor. Upon discovering that Commander Yun's name was absent from the list, General Ma finally let out a sigh of relief. His gaze fixated on the large screen, he ultimately raised his hand decisively. Transmit my orders. Execute the ultimatum and launch a saturation strike on the ghost-faced spider emperor within the venue. If necessary, the entire exhibition center may be destroyed. Understood. The headquarters sprang into action, and the command swiftly reached Jiangyan City. Residents near the International Exhibition Center had only 5 minutes left to evacuate. Meanwhile, 300 kilometers away, a missile base had already locked onto the entire exhibition center, with a red countdown timer steadily ticking down on the screen. Hello? Is this? I am Chu Yuanqing. You issued this order to me via this call, correct? I wish to speak with the highest commander. A deputy in the operations room stood up and handed the phone to General Ma. General Ma, Chu Yuanqing wishes to speak with you. Hello? This is Ma Rulong. Speak. General, we have discovered the ghost-faced spider emperor's unique abilities. Chu Yuanqing succinctly relayed Zhao Yi's analysis, and Ma Rulong's eyes instantly lit up. No wonder this creature could evolve from a 5th to an 8th rank in such a short time. It was due to this reason. However, you need not worry. You are experienced. Take the other 2 young ones and evacuate swiftly. I have issued the ultimatum, and soon the entire exhibition center will be obliterated. Hello. Do you hear me clearly? Suddenly, the call was interrupted. Ma Rulong stepped directly in front of the screen as satellite detection indicated a strong biological interference signal emanating from within the exhibition center. Hello, General? Should we withdraw? Chu Yuanqing glanced at the screen, where the signal had turned to an X, while the ghost-faced spider emperor in the center began emitting high-frequency sound waves, causing a tingling sensation on their scalps. Gentlemen, there is no need for further efforts. General Ma has instructed us to evacuate promptly and has assured us that this behemoth will be handled by the military. Handed over to the military? Did you fail to convey my message to them? Of course I did, but General Ma stated they have their own considerations. Young ones, it has been no small feat to endure thus far. For us warriors, avoiding a scene of carnage and rivers of blood is already a significant achievement, is it not? Zhou Qunyan, upon hearing this, found some merit in the reasoning. Yet Zhao Yi, glancing at the nearly frenzied ghost-faced spider emperor, shook his head in rare dissent. Old Zhao, why are you shaking your head? Don't you want to leave? One must first survive to achieve merit. It's not that I don't wish to leave, but rather that this creature doesn't intend to let us go. At that moment, the ghost-faced spider emperor suddenly opened its abdomen and mouth, spewing forth a considerable quantity of yellowish-white silk. These threads, under the control of countless ordinary ghost-faced spiders, successfully reinforced the white cocoon enveloping the exhibition center. Moments ago, the ever-smiling Chu Yuanqing suddenly sensed something amiss. Without hesitation, he grasped the golden light sword and approached the expanse, aiming at the vast white membrane. The golden light sword. A beam of golden radiance shot skyward, effortlessly carving a breach in the membrane as Commander Yun and the others fled. However, it was now completely absorbed by the yellowish-white membrane, as though a powerful punch had been delivered against a mound of cotton. This is dire. It seems we truly cannot escape. What should we do? We are destined to perish alongside this colossal entity. Chu Yuanqing's face was a portrait of panic as he fumbled for his phone, only to find it devoid of signal. Damn it, why is there still no signal? In frustration, he hurled the phone to the ground, and at that moment, Zhao Yi's voice echoed in his ears. Do you not yet understand? From this moment forth, we can rely only on ourselves. Chapter 146. The Challenge of Phase 2. Chu Yuanqing gazed at Zhao Yi, finding it hard to fathom how an 18-year-old martial arts examinee could remain so composed in such dire circumstances. How could one rely on oneself? Even if the 3 of us were somehow blessed with divine intervention and managed to slay this formidable beast, we would ultimately be obliterated under the relentless barrage of firepower. Zhao Yi approached Chu Yuanqing, who was weeping with his head in his hands, and picked up the damaged phone, handing it back to him. Although it seemed challenging, there existed a glimmer of possibility. We could eliminate that colossal creature before the bombardment commenced, thereby securing our escape. This is a scenario I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Indeed, but this is reality, not a dream. It is a choice between fighting alongside me or remaining here, awaiting death. The decision is yours. Zhao Yi turned to leave, and upon witnessing his resolute demeanor, Chu Yuanqing ultimately decided to follow. Speak, what more can I do? I ask you, based on your experience, how much time do you believe the headquarters has afforded us? Chu Yuanqing stared at the behemoth before him, quickly recalling pertinent knowledge. To eradicate an E-Class A transformation beast in one fell swoop, we would need to deploy missiles. And the nearest missile base to Jiangyan City lies 300 kilometers away. Calculating the time, we have at most 3 minutes left. Do not harbor any illusions. Let us estimate it at 2 minutes. What I am about to say requires only 10 seconds for you to absorb. Listen closely. At this juncture, Zhao Yi bared his soul, presenting the system's solution. Though Chu Yuanxing yearned to counter, time was of the essence, and Zhou Qinyan offered Zhao Yi a knowing smile. All right, I will heed your words. Then let us commence. The task of facilitating this creature's transition to the 9th transformation is entrusted to you. Qinyan, cover me from the front. Certainly. But, how can you ascertain the location of its heart? I have my methods. Zhao Yi's gaze was unwavering, and for the first time, the three shared a palpable sense of camaraderie against a common foe. Zhou Qinyan surged ahead, with Chu Yuanxing closely behind, the golden sword in his hand emanating a resonant hum. Golden light, shatter the heavens. A golden sword aura, larger than any previously unleashed, surged forth, embedding itself firmly within the body of the ghost-faced Spider King. The creature emitted another piercing shriek, and to everyone's astonishment, it collapsed. What is happening? Could it be that I have vanquished this beast? Chu Yuanxing stood frozen in disbelief, while Zhao Yi urged him sharply from behind. Do not indulge in illusions. It is not dead yet. Exercise caution. Through the system's perspective, Zhao Yi could indeed see that the ghost-faced Spider King's health bar had diminished by half, yet a substantial portion remained. In the face of life and death, Zhao Yi would never entertain any sense of false hope. As anticipated, the fallen creature's exoskeleton began to shatter, resembling a statue being destroyed. Once the outer shell was entirely fragmented, countless webs erupted outward. Be careful. Zhao Yi, quick on his feet, immediately began to evade. The white silk spun forth like a hunter's snare, ensnaring its prey in an instant, rendering them utterly immobile. Zhou Qinyan employed his usual tactic, swiftly taking refuge beneath a discarded slab of concrete, biding his time. Chu Yuanzhong, too, maneuvered deftly, cleaving any that came too close with his radiant golden sword. Following a tumultuous flurry of attacks, Zhao Yi was astonished to witness the exhibition center transform into a veritable spider's lair, its once spacious interior now ensconced in a dense web of silk. What on earth does this creature intend? Zhao Yi murmured to himself as the phantom spider monarch ascended into the air, utilizing the silk to propel itself upward. At that moment, the phantom spider monarch appeared significantly diminished, reduced to the size of a car. Yet, Zhao Yi could distinctly sense that this creature's agility and lethality had markedly increased compared to its previous bulk. Let us not underestimate it. There is something peculiar about this foe, he warned. Fear not. Whatever its oddities, I shall stand firm against it, Zhou Qinyan declared, thumping his chest. The phantom spider monarch, now suspended in the air, commenced its assault. So swift. It is no wonder it laid so many webs. It seems we have become its quarry. Once the phantom spider monarch began to move, even Zhao Yi could not perceive its form. Zhou Qinyan remained vigilant, catching a fleeting shadow dart past him. I've got you. However, in the next moment, the specter of the phantom spider monarch materialized behind him, its 6 spider legs piercing through Zhou Qinyan's back like sharp spears. Despite Zhou Qinyan's defensive prowess, being struck so severely upon first encounter indicated that the phantom spider monarch had seemingly entered a more formidable second phase. Chu Yuanzhong, quick-witted, seized this opportunity to advance. He raised his golden sword, only for the phantom spider monarch to reappear beside him in an instant. Clang! The golden sword clattered to the ground as Chu Yuanzhong clutched his right arm, blood instantly staining his sleeve. Had he not managed to kick the creature away as it approached, utilizing the recoil to create distance, he would surely have faced a dire fate. In just 2 encounters, Zhou Qinyan lay grievously wounded on the ground, while Chu Yuanxing's injured arm rendered him incapable of launching further effective attacks. All the pressure now rested squarely upon Zhao Yi's shoulders. It was then that Zhao Yi discerned the phantom spider monarch's every movement, gritting his teeth in frustration. No wonder it has maintained its first phase while enduring blows. It allows for continuous advancement while accumulating more silk, thus weaving a colossal web of murder. Though it is deemed a ferocious beast, its cunning is not necessarily inferior to that of humankind. Zhao Yi's words seemed to pierce the heart of the phantom spider monarch. It launched another offensive, and in that moment, Zhao Yi closed his eyes. Has this fool lost his mind? Chu Yuanzhong, hiding at a distance, was hindered by his dominant right arm's injury. His left hand trembled, unable to steady the golden sword due to overwhelming fear. Upon witnessing Zhao Yi with her eyes closed, Chu Yuanxing instinctively assumed that she had surrendered in her struggle. However, he was taken aback to find that Zhao Yi, with her eyes shut, adeptly evaded the cunning assaults of the phantom spider monarch. The exchanges between them ensued, yet neither party gained the upper hand. I was right, weren't I? Opening one's eyes renders one susceptible to the afterimages you leave behind. It is only by closing them and sensing the surroundings that one can truly unravel the enigma. As a wave of attacks faltered, the phantom spider monarch launched yet another tactic, overwhelming Zhao Yi with a multitude of white phantom spiders surging forth like a relentless tide. Oh no! I forgot how remarkably fertile this creature is. It seeks to cut off my retreat. Zhao Yi's expression turned troubled as she was compelled to withdraw prematurely. Yet this decision only plunged her further into a state of passivity. Chapter 147. The Unyielding Strike. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and retreat. Chu Yuanxing shouted at Zhao Yi, who had closed her eyes, reflecting on the recent events. No, it cannot be. The system would never allow my demise. Otherwise, it too would face extinction. This implies that the plan, though seemingly perilous, is indeed feasible. Yet, where does the problem lie? While Zhao Yi pondered this, the ghost-faced Spider King, having entered the second phase, lunged at her once more, employing its silk as a lethal weapon. Damn it! Chu Yuanxing was uncertain whether he could save Zhao Yi, but he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Gripping the golden light sword tightly in his left hand, he roared. The golden light sword unexpectedly began to extend infinitely, transforming into a spear-like weapon several meters long. Wait. Why is it slipping out of control? Although Chu Yuanxing had conquered his inner demons and chosen to wield the sword with his left hand for the first time, he was unprepared for the sensation that the golden light sword was attempting to break free from his grasp. Thus, he clung to it desperately, leaving him unable to focus on where the sword's tip was aimed. With a piercing sound, the golden light sword pierced through Zhao Yi's abdomen. Witnessing this, Zhou Qinyan shouted in anguish, "Old Zhao." A green radiance enveloped Zhou Qinyan, rapidly healing his injuries as he dashed forward. Wait, don't be hasty, Cohen. This may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. Zhao Yi managed to utter, though her words were fragmented. Old Zhao, don't say anything. I'll sever this thing to rescue you. Before he could finish, a faint hissing sound caught their attention. Zhou Qinyan, on high alert, threw a punch towards the source of the sound, striking the ghost-faced Spider King, which had also been impaled. What is happening? It seems that Chu Yuanxing's golden light sword possesses a targeting ability, thus piercing through me as well. Cohen, step aside. This is a rare opportunity. Unfortunately, their momentary delay allowed a large swarm of white ghost-faced spiders to close in. You beasts, get away from me. Zhou Qinyan seized a nearby thick steel bar, standing like a steadfast monk to shield Zhao Yi. Simultaneously, Zhao Yi was astonished to observe that the ghost-faced Spider King was showing signs of molting once more. What is going on? As long as it isn't killed, this creature will evolve. Zhao Yi understood clearly that this sword strike had enabled the ghost-faced Spider King to break through to the 9th transformation, as evidenced by the shedding of its outer shell. 30 seconds. I have at most 30 seconds. Come back. Chu Yuanxing desperately sought to regain control of the golden light sword, and only when he spat out a mouthful of blood did the sword revert to its original size. This action effectively freed both Zhao Yi and the ghost-faced Spider King from their restraints. Without hesitation, the ghost-faced Spider King drove its sharp spider spear into Chu Yuanxing's left arm. Zhao Yi could not suppress a muffled groan, and upon noticing, Zhou Qinyan attempted to assist her, only to find himself surrounded by the swarm of white ghost-faced spiders. As the Phantom Spider Emperor was about to make its next move, its body suddenly froze in place, rendering it utterly immobile. What? Has it finally reacted? Too late. Zhao Yi discerned a hint of astonishment in the Emperor's eyes as he slowly spoke. I have awaited your approach for quite some time. Only in this manner can the sunflower acupoint technique elicit its unexpected effects. Speaking of which, I must express my gratitude to him. Zhao Yi glanced back at Zhou Qinyan, who was still embroiled in combat, realizing that he had conceived of this strategy even before the sword had struck. He believed that the plan's peril was a staggering 90%, indicating that the executor must disregard their own safety to seize a slender chance of survival. The more one clings to life, the greater the likelihood of a dire outcome. Remember, in your next life, strive to be a noble beast, understood? System. Mobilize my vital energy. The heartbreak strike of the Seven Moons Fist, 100% force. In front of the Phantom Spider Emperor, Zhao Yi finished gathering his strength and delivered a punch to the wound inflicted by the sword. Bang! The sound reverberated like thunder, propelling the Emperor's body high into the air, nearly level with the translucent membrane above, before it came crashing down to the ground. Old Zhao, you have succeeded. Zhou Qinyan exclaimed joyfully, while the surrounding white phantom spiders turned their attention towards the Emperor. Cohen, don't lose focus. Be wary of that creature attempting to resurrect. Understood. Zhou Qinyan immediately began to intercept the white phantom spiders, with Chu Yuanxing joining the fray. The phantom spider emperor, having tumbled into the pit, was barely able to move, struggling to crawl out. Old Zhao, how come that creature is not dead? Zhao Yi turned back, his expression grave as he regarded the emperor that had just emerged. Impossible. If that punch did not slay it, we ought to be the ones perishing. No sooner had he spoken than a ferocious force erupted within the emperor's body, obliterating all of its internal organs. Thud. The phantom spider emperor finally collapsed, and upon seeing its health bar reach 0, Zhao Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. We have won. Old Zhao, we have triumphed. Zhou Qunyan joyfully rushed towards Zhao Yi, while Qiu Yuanqing nearby promptly cautioned. Do not rejoice too soon. We must hasten our escape. Escape, indeed. We must flee quickly, otherwise we shall meet our demise alongside that behemoth. Zhou Qunyan swiftly hoisted Zhao Yi onto his shoulders, but unexpectedly, the enormous white membrane above them suddenly fell, bringing down the surrounding membranes as well. What on earth? This substance is highly toxic. Zhou Qunyan had no time to dodge and had to set Zhao Yi down, using his own body to shield them from the cascading membranes. Huh, why am I unharmed? Zhao Yi glanced at the bewildered Zhou Qunyan, inhaling deeply. Perhaps the entire web was under the phantom spider emperor's control. Now that it is dead, the spider swarm has dispersed and the web has fallen, allowing the toxins to dissipate freely. If that is the case, why is this object still so remarkably resilient? Zhou Qunyan extended his hands, and after considerable effort, nearly crushed his molars, yet he was still unable to tear the membrane apart. Soon, they heard a commotion. As it turned out that Qiu Yuanqing had also squeezed through the crevice beneath the membrane. This is dire. The net is too vast and too sturdy. Not even my golden light sword can cleave it apart. We cannot escape. What should we do? In the end, we have eradicated the menace for the people. Yet we cannot evade our own demise. Sister Hu, it is not that I, Zhou Qunyan, am unwilling to marry you. The circumstances simply do not permit it. If there is a next life, wait for me, and I shall surely bring you home. Zhou Qunyan took out his phone to relay his last words, only to receive a sharp slap on the back of his head from Zhao Yi. Chapter 148. Rest in peace for the departed. Mourning for the living, how could it have come to this? Is he already contemplating his final words and giving up? Zhou Qunyan, coming to his senses, gazed despondently at Zhao Yi. Was there still a glimmer of hope? One must seek their own path to survival. Yielding at the first sign of adversity is not an option. If we wish to cling to life, it seems we must indeed rely on that burly figure from earlier. Zhao Yi informed the group that they needed to stretch the thin membrane overhead to create a protective layer over the circular arena. The exoskeleton shed by the ghost-faced Spider King during its first stage of metamorphosis would serve as a second layer of defense. Was there a third layer? Of course. Have you forgotten that the ground beneath the arena is soil? The deeper we dig, the greater our chances of survival. Ladies and gentlemen, our fate rests solely in our own hands. Qiu Yuanqing glanced at his phone. Just moments ago, he had set a countdown which now had 3 minutes remaining. The trio immediately sprang into action. Zhao Yi and Zhou Qunyan desperately tugged at the falling white membrane, which, though light like plastic, was remarkably resilient. With one arm incapacitated, Qiu Yuanqing could not assist with this task. He bravely leaped into the circular arena, employing his golden sword to excavate the pit deeper and deeper. As time slipped away, Zhao Yi and Zhou Qunyan dared not pause for a moment. Suddenly, Zhao Yi received a phone call. Was it Chairman Wang? Had a signal been established? Upon answering, Wang Wenjing's anxious voice came through. Zhao Yi, where are you? We're still at the International Exhibition Center. What are you still doing there? Satellite monitoring indicates that the beast is dead. Yes, but we are trapped here and cannot escape. Zhao Yi succinctly explained the situation. A sudden silence fell on the other end of the line. Zhao Yi, do you have any final instructions? At his words, Zhao Yi smiled with a sense of relief, pondering for a moment before replying. If we cannot get out, I hope Chairman Wang will assist my godmother and Li Qinglian during their times of difficulty. Absolutely. Just then, they heard Qiu Yuanqing yelling at the top of his lungs. Come back. There are only 15 seconds left on the countdown. Zhao Yi swiftly ended the call, grabbing Zhou Qunyan as they leapt into the circular arena without hesitation. My heavens, how deep have we dug? Stop talking nonsense. I don't want to die here. Get your head down. Zhao Yi and Zhou Qunyan felt as though they had been falling for at least 10 seconds. The moment they landed, the three of them buried their heads like ostriches. In the next instant, a missile, having traveled a great distance, struck the International Exhibition Center with devastating precision. A powerful shockwave obliterated the entire structure, and even residents several kilometers away felt the tremors, mistaking it for an earthquake. At that moment, Wang Wenjing and Commander Yun had arrived at headquarters, where they observed the missile's descent through satellite imagery. Report, General. The missile strike mission has been successfully completed. General Ma slightly nodded, having issued the same command countless times before, yet this time his heart felt unusually heavy. Wang Wenjing, where are you going? Wang Wenjing silently walked towards the door when Commander Yin abruptly blocked his path. People have died. I must take someone to send them off, to burn some paper money. Right? I am not as cold-blooded as you. With that, Wang Wenjing turned and left the headquarters. He entered the car, and the driver, without uttering a word, drove towards the ruins of the exhibition center. On the way, Wang Wenjing hesitated for a moment before dialing a number. Hello, is this Chairman Wang? It's me. Is Li Qinglian there? Please have her take the call. After Li Qinglian answered, Wang Wenjing laid everything bare. Don't tell your mother the truth yet. Just bring her to the scene. After hanging up, Wang Wenjing drafted a text message and sent it to Tao Weiwei and others. Upon his arrival at the site, he discovered that not only Tao Weiwei and the others were there, but also the residents who had been ordered to evacuate, all of whom had received the news and came bearing wreaths to bid farewell to the hero who protected them. Chairman Wang, this is... At that moment, a taxi pulled up, and Wang Zhini, accompanied by Li Qinglian, also arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the wreaths and mourning banners, she instantly grasped the situation. Please accept my condolences. Zhao Yi could not escape while saving others. When the truth was confirmed by Wang Wenjing, Wang Zhini had no choice but to accept this heart-wrenching reality. Rarely did she refrain from crying out loud, although tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. So, this is how it is. It's all right. Do not worry about me. Zhao Yi, that child, he always considered others first, but when did he ever think of himself for once? Ultimately, Wang Zhini could no longer hold it together, collapsing to the ground in tears, while Li Qinglian held her tightly. The sky gradually darkened, and a light rain began to fall, as if the heavens were mourning the loss of a hero. Tao Weiwei, her eyes red, clutched a bouquet of chrysanthemums, standing amidst the vast ruins, at a loss for words regarding Zhao Yi's death. May the departed rest in peace, and the living grieve. It's beyond our control, so don't be too sad. Lu He stood by, patting Tao Weiwei on the shoulder, but his words seemed to pierce through her inner defenses, prompting her to weep uncontrollably. Zhao Yi, you are so foolish, regardless of your thoughts at that moment. Your death means everything is gone. Lu He continuously comforted Tao Weiwei, while official personnel arrived at the scene, erecting a cordon. Please maintain your distance and cooperate with our work. Cooperate? What have you been doing? Where were you when this all happened? Yes. How could you let two children become heroes while you stayed back? Are you bears? The crowd was unwilling to cooperate, and tensions escalated as they began to clash with the team managing the scene. As the situation became increasingly uncontrollable, a minibus arrived at the scene. The mayor had arrived. A gasp rippled through the crowd as everyone turned to witness the hurried approach of the mayor of Jiangyan City. Ladies and gentlemen, I empathize with your feelings, but you cannot lay the blame on them. If there is blame to be assigned, let it rest upon me, your public servant. The mayor of Jiangyan City knelt before the ruins of the exhibition center, and in doing so, he inadvertently cleared a path for the rescue teams working on the site. Captain, I believe the life detector is registering a response, remarked a team member who had just arrived at the debris. The captain paused, taken aback by the revelation. Could it be that the ferocious beast was not yet fully vanquished? He promptly ordered everyone to retreat to a safe distance. The crowd began to withdraw, and a team member murmured softly, could it truly be that the beast still lives? Perhaps those three heroes are not yet fated to perish. Chapter 149. Are you telling everyone that I am dead? Upon hearing these words, the captain could not restrain himself from turning around and bellowing in anger. Have you lost your mind? Even if those three heroes survived the ferocious beast, they could not escape the subsequent missile bombardment. Do you comprehend? They are already deceased. The captain roared, and suddenly, a slab of concrete nearby flew up, revealing a head peeking out from the crevice. Is it you who has been spreading rumors of my demise? I. The captain was momentarily dumbfounded, while the other team members, recovering from their shock, rushed forward with excitement. Quick, where are the medics? The three heroes are alive. The news swiftly spread, bringing smiles back to the faces of the grieving crowd outside. Zhao Yi and the others are not dead? What? Do you wish for my death so desperately? As Zhao Yi was carried on a stretcher, Tao Weiwei and the others momentarily froze, then eagerly reached out. Alas, they are gravely injured and must receive immediate medical attention. Thanks to the intervention of the medical staff, Zhao Yi and his companions were swiftly transported to the hospital. Before long, news of Zhao Yi's survival reached headquarters, leaving General Ma momentarily stunned. Not dead. That is splendid news. Order everyone to seal off the scene. The corpses of the fallen beasts must be preserved properly. Once Zhao Yi and Zhou Qunyan arrived at the familiar hospital, they were promptly treated. Zhao Yi's injuries healed the quickest, Zhou Qinyan also made good progress. But only Chu Yuanqing became the focus of special attention. Sister Hu, please let me out. Look, my wounds have already healed. Zhao Yi smiled broadly at Shen Huqiu, who had come for rounds, but his charm fell flat. No, there are orders from above. The three of you must remain hospitalized for at least a week before discharge. A week? Did I hear you correctly? I've never stayed this long before. Zhao Yi exclaimed, somewhat agitated, prompting Shen Huqiu to tap his head lightly. Are you truly foolish or merely pretending? There are news reports about the three of you everywhere. Remaining here will afford you some peace. Do you understand? With that, Shen Huqiu turned and left the ward, leaving Zhao Yi alone to gaze at the ceiling. Perhaps it's best to take a nap for now. When Zhao Yi awoke and slowly sat up, the ward remained eerily empty, which felt rather unsettling. How strange, they usually visit much sooner. As Zhao Yi pondered this, someone suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Big sister, you've finally arrived. I thought you had forgotten about me. Tao Weiwei rushed over and playfully punched Zhao Yi in the chest, nearly knocking the breath out of him. Cough, cough. Big sister, surely you do not intend to greet me in such a manner. Zhao Yi, do not feign levity with me. Were you out of your mind at that moment? Do you even care for us? Upon hearing these words, Zhao Yi finally understood that Tao Weiwei had come to confront him. He hurriedly smiled and pulled Tao Weiwei to sit on the edge of the bed. Chuckling as he explained, you have wronged me. You know how timid I am. If there had been even the slightest chance to escape, I would have slipped away long ago. Alas, it's truly hard to articulate. Zhao Yi briefly recounted the struggle against the ghost-faced Spider Emperor, of course embellishing the tale to portray it as an act of desperation. This finally appeased Tao Weiwei. Is everything you said true? She inquired. Of course. If you don't believe me, ask Cohen. To be honest, if it weren't for the need to rescue him, I would have left much sooner. Come on. Who doesn't know you two are inseparable? Asking him would be pointless. Tao Weiwei then opened her bag, and Zhao Yi's expectant expression instantly froze. Bananas, oranges, apples. Why is it all fruit? Where's my spicy hot pot? The fried rice noodles? At the very least, there must be a cup of milk tea. You look like a cup of milk tea. Tao Weiwei teased as she peeled a banana and handed it to him, pointing at the 4 drip in his hand. Do you not realize you are currently hospitalized? For the next few days, you must adhere to a bland diet. I want to concern myself with your eating habits once you're out. Zhao Yi recognized that Tao Weiwei's words were contrary to her true feelings. He chose not to confront her and savored the banana with unexpected delight. By the way, why hasn't Chairman Wang come? Usually, he arrives even before you do after I get hurt. Tao Weiwei's gaze faltered slightly, the apple peeler leaving a small cut on her finger. Has something happened to Chairman Wang? Zhao Yi observed her closely. She was adept with a knife, and it was unlikely she would injure herself without intention. When I arrived, I happened to see Chairman Wang taken away by a car. While it may not seem like a bad thing, I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Though I can't quite articulate what. Tao Weiwei shared the details with Zhao Yi, who nodded thoughtfully upon hearing them. Perhaps it relates to Chairman Wang's operation to apprehend the individual behind Tan Jiqing. If I'm not mistaken, this operation has failed. And now we can only hope that Chairman Wang remains unharmed. The two exchanged glances, the atmosphere between them growing awkward, prompting Zhao Yi to swiftly change the topic. Enough about him. What about Ruansu? Zhao Yi distinctly remembered discovering that fellow during the search for Zhou Kunyan. His injuries were considerable. Ruansu, after we parted ways, he went home and has yet to contact us. He was injured too? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi realized that Tao Weiwei and the others were entirely unaware of the imposter posing as Ruansu. We were all deceived. The Ruansu who returned with you was an imposter. An imposter? How could that be? That fake was far too convincing. Even with Zhao Yi's clear explanation, Tao Weiwei still seemed skeptical, scrutinizing him with a doubtful expression. Rest assured, my dear leader, I am the genuine article. No one would dare impersonate me. At that moment, Ruansu's entire visage appeared as though it had been flayed, and if I am not mistaken, he certainly resided within this hospital. Otherwise, Tao Weiwei, lowering her gaze, noticed Zhao Yi regarding her with a peculiar expression and retorted with irritation, "What is it? Do you still wish for my assistance in gathering information? Alas, my dear sister, should I depart from this ward, sister who would undoubtedly mobilize the nurses to search for me." With a smile, Tao Weiwei sheathed the fruit knife and turned towards the door. "Nurse, may I inquire which ward Ruansu is in?" "He is in the burn unit. Bed 41 on the 4th floor." "Thank you." At this moment, Ruansu lay upon the hospital bed, his head wrapped like a mummy, staring blankly at the ceiling. "Ruansu, is that you?" Tao Weiwei entered, and Ruansu glanced over, inquiring, "I don't recall inviting you to visit me, did I?" Chapter 150. She wants to kill me, how can you say that? I came to see Zhao Yi. How could I not take the opportunity to see you as well? Here, have some of the food I brought. Surely, you cannot be enjoying the bland fare they serve in the hospital. The sight of a large bowl of spicy hot pot that Tao Weiwei retrieved from her bag indeed stirred one's appetite. Why don't you join me? No need. Besides, you are the patient, so I must prioritize you. Be careful, it's very hot right out of the pot. All right. Is it inconvenient for you to eat like this? Should I feed you? Tao Weiwei lowered her head to pick up her chopsticks and open the takeout box. However, when she raised her gaze, she found Ruan Su's claw-like hand poised threateningly against her throat. How did you discover my secret? Though Tao Weiwei maintained a smile, it was evident she was masking a fierce intent. You revealed yourself the moment you entered. I was ambushed by a person who also possesses a claw-like hand during an exam. He stole my face. And it was Zhao Yi who inadvertently rescued me while returning to save Zhou Kunyan. You cannot possibly know about this. At his words, Tao Weiwei chuckled and nodded. But I already mentioned that I came to see Zhao Yi, didn't I? Couldn't he have informed me of all this earlier? Of course he could. But that very fact led to your more complete exposure. My most severe injury is to my face, not my hand. In an instant, the bandages wrapped around Ruan Su's hand tore apart, and as he made his move, Tao Weiwei instinctively assumed a claw-like stance as well. The two claws clashed, and after a few exchanges, Ruan Su faltered due to his incomplete recovery. Lying flat on the ground, his face was a canvas of reluctance, while Tao Weiwei gazed down at him with a triumphant expression. Your powers of observation are indeed sharp, but alas, that will not alter your fate. Die. Tao Weiwei's hand morphed once more into a claw, aiming directly for Ruan Su's heart. In a moment of peril, Ruan Su spotted the takeout container resting on a chair. He swiftly kicked it, sending the steaming bowl of spicy hot pot crashing onto Tao Weiwei's head. Seizing the opportunity amidst her confusion, Ruan Su did not hesitate to dash out of the hospital room, racing downstairs. Emerging from the restroom, Tao Weiwei recognized his frantic figure. Ruan Su. Hey, where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Seeing this, Tao Weiwei immediately followed suit, as Ruan Su reached the nurse's station with remarkable speed. Nurse, could you please tell me where Zhao Yi is? He is looking for me. I heard your voice from afar. From a nearby room, Zhao Yi's voice emerged as he greeted Ruan Su with a beaming smile. Didn't I ask the big sister to check on you? How come she arrived later than you? Zhao Yi appeared puzzled, and in that moment, Ruan Su brandished his claw and charged towards Tao Weiwei. Instinctively, Tao Weiwei kicked out, and the two distanced themselves from one another. Hey, what is going on? Why are you two fighting again? Zhao Yi hurriedly positioned herself between the two, as Tao Weiwei's face was etched with confusion while Ruan Su's countenance radiated fury. She is an imposter. Just moments ago in the hospital room, she nearly took my life. I killed you. I merely emerged from the restroom to witness you frantically racing downstairs, which prompted my pursuit. What are you talking about? Upon hearing this, Ruan Su suddenly grasped the situation and dashed out the door, ascending the stairs without a moment's hesitation. What on earth is happening? Tao Weiwei still struggled to comprehend, while Zhao Yi's expression grew increasingly grave. I don't know, but something is definitely amiss. Let us follow him. The two swiftly made their way upstairs, only to find Ruan Su standing bewildered in his own hospital room. The floor was strewn with the remnants of a toppled bowl of spicy hot pot. The window was ajar, and a footprint stained with chili oil marred the windowsill. That scoundrel has escaped. Who has escaped? Ruan Su, can you clarify the situation? Tao Weiwei, visibly agitated, was acutely aware that the matter pertained to her innocence. Ruan Su regained his composure, first bowing an apology to Tao Weiwei before rubbing his forehead and recounting the recent events in the hospital room to the pair. Are you suggesting that someone who bears an uncanny resemblance to your sister masqueraded as a visitor with the intent to eliminate you? Indeed. How can this be possible? Setting aside everything else, how could that individual replicate my appearance so perfectly? Tao Weiwei expressed her disbelief, yet to her astonishment, both Zhao Yi and Ruan Su nodded in unison. You may be unaware, but during my time at the Ruan family estate, I overheard the elders speak of the existence of facial disguise techniques. Such techniques, like other martial arts, vary in proficiency. The imposter we encountered today likely possesses only rudimentary skills. Where are the more advanced techniques typically employed? Zhao Yi inquired casually, yet it sparked an immediate realization in Ruan Su. He excitedly pointed to his own head, speaking in disjointed phrases. They have stolen my face. The Ruan family is in danger. I must return. Just as Ruan Su turned to flee, a tall, robust figure entered the room. What is going on here? Have you been robbed? Upon seeing Shen Huqiu arrive with a nurse, Zhao Yi quickly restrained the agitated Ruan Su. It's nothing, Sister Hu. Old Ruan is merely feeling discomfort from the effects of the anesthetic. Perhaps we should administer another dose? Shen Huqiu, fully aware of the severity of Ruan Su's injuries, gradually softened her stern expression. Do you think anesthetics can be administered carelessly? I will arrange for a doctor to prescribe you a box of painkillers. If the pain becomes unbearable, you may take one. After Shen Huqiu departed with her team, Zhao Yi signaled to Tao Weiwei to close the door and whispered, "Did you see that? With Sister Hu around, do you think she would allow you to escape so easily?" Zhao Yi, you are a perceptive individual and have been to our Ruan residence. You should comprehend the heinous actions those fiends would undertake upon stealing my face. I must return swiftly. As Ruan Su resolutely prepared to leave, Tao Weiwei instinctively attempted to stop him, only to be grasped by Zhao Yi. Is that so? Given that I have reached this point in my discourse, if you remain determined to depart, I shall not impede your path. However, once you return to the mountain and witness the rogue who has usurped your visage, successfully deceiving your ancestors and claiming the Ruan family's dragon claw inheritance, do not entertain the notion of seeking our assistance again. Upon hearing this, Ruan Su paused at the doorway, heaving a resigned sigh before re-entering the hospital room. Zhao Yi, what do you propose we do now? I am nearly beside myself with anxiety. Observing that Ruan Su still retained a sliver of composure, Zhao Yi calmly replied, I understand this is exceedingly challenging, but you must first maintain your equanimity. Only then can you devise a solution. Chapter 151. The Downfall of the Ruan Family Upon Reflection. It is striking how coincidental everything has unfolded, from the appearance of Master Zhao, to your encounter with that simian-faced individual wielding the dragon claw technique during the examination, and culminating in the theft of your visage. Do not dismiss my previous words as mere hyperbole. My reasoning is grounded in logic and entirely plausible. Ruan Su showed no signs of dissent. He remained fervently anxious. We must act swiftly. Act. On what grounds? Solely based on your current facelessness? Or perhaps the half-complete inheritance of the dragon claw technique you possess? I have ample reason to believe that, with Master Zhao's collaboration alongside your uncles, the patriarch of the Ruan family has long been rendered powerless. To return unprepared would surely be tantamount to courting disaster. Ruan Su sat motionless on the bed, his gaze dulled and devoid of luster. Is there truly no glimmer of hope? Of course there is, and that hope resides entirely within you. Me? Ruan Su's expression was one of bewilderment as Zhao Yi approached, arms crossed. Do you recall our duel before the ancestral hall? Ruan Su reminisced about that moment, intrigued at how Zhao Yi had mastered the dragon claw technique, yet she had kept the secret to herself. I mentioned having seen a complete impression of the dragon claw technique at the Martial Administration Bureau. If you wish to return and save others, you must first master its entirety to confront the imposters. Do you not grasp this principle? Zhao Yi's words finally brought Ruan Su a measure of calm, and he nodded in agreement. Then let us contact Chairman Wang. I shall plead with him to procure the complete impression, while I fear that strategy may not suffice indeed. I encountered Chairman Wang on my way here. He is preoccupied with urgent duties and has entrusted me with the care of you injured individuals. It appears fate is intent on leading to the demise of the Ruan family. Seeing his dismay, Zhao Yi cleared her throat lightly and spoke with a smile. In truth, the situation is not as dire as you perceive. Even in Chairman Wang's absence, we can seek someone with greater authority. In Jiangyan City, who possesses a higher authority than Chairman Wang? Surely you recall Commander Yun from that day? His authority surpasses Chairman Wang's, and he is reputed to be his mentor. You rest here. I shall return and procure Commander Yun's contact information from Chairman Wang. Big sister, please take good care of Ruan Su. Especially be wary of encountering assassins skilled in disguise. Tao Weiwei nodded solemnly, and Zhao Yi turned to close the door, finally exhaling in relief. Who could have anticipated that Master Zhao, who appeared so amiable, harbored such nefarious schemes? Zhao Yi reflected on the past events. While everyone was preoccupied with preparations for the martial examination, the Ruan family's vulnerabilities were cast aside. Who could have foreseen that Master Zhao would use the martial examination as a fade to execute his plans in plain sight? Regardless, Ruan Su was summoned down the mountain by Zhao Yi, so he naturally believed he bore a measure of responsibility for the situation. He was determined to offer his assistance. However, as soon as Ruan Su descended the stairs, he encountered Shen Huqiu, patrolling the hospital like a fierce guardian. Oh, it appears that the greatest challenge lies not in locating Commander Yun, but in overcoming Sister Hu's scrutiny. In his hospital room, Zhao Yi pondered deeply for quite some time, ultimately realizing there was but one path forward. He rose and made his way to Zhou Kunyin's room, pushing the door open to find Zhou Kunyin staring vacantly at the ceiling. Old Zhao, you've come. Please, keep me company. I'm nearly bored to death. Your complexion seems off. What's wrong? Did our recent confrontation with the ghost spider queen cause any injuries here? Zhou Kunyin's attempted to poke Zhao Yi's thigh, only to find that his counterpart showed no inclination to evade, leaving his hand awkwardly suspended in midair. What's going on? Say something. Cohen. There's a matter concerning Ruan Su that I hope you can assist me with. Please allow me to explain fully. Zhao Yi laid out the entire sequence of events, and Zhou Cunyan's expression turned grave upon hearing them. Is it true that our entire Ruan family is threatened? This is far too serious. Have you not contacted Chairman Wang? I am certain he would have a solution. To be honest, Chairman Wang has gone missing. I suspect it is related to their failed capture operation. At this moment, you are my only hope. Zhou Cunyan contemplated for a brief moment before tossing aside his blanket and rising from the bed. All right, I'll confront this fierce tiger. Old Zhao, you should quietly slip away under the cover of night. Just as he finished speaking, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Shen Huqiu entered with a stern expression. Sister Hu, you've misunderstood. I never referred to you as a fierce tiger. Zhou Cunyan frantically covered his mouth, while Shen Huqiu remained silent, casting a glance at Zhao Yi before finally speaking. There's no need for theatrics. I overheard everything you said at the door. This is the only time I will let it slide. Let it slide? What does that mean? Zhou Cunyan had yet to process her words when Shen Huqiu, clearly incensed, placed her hands on her hips and closed her eyes, gesturing for him to step aside. Thank you, Sister Hu. Zhao Yi immediately stood and bowed deeply to Shen Huqiu before swiftly exiting the hospital room. Damn it! How could I forget to change back into my own clothes? Wandering around in a patient gown, what if others suspect I've escaped from a mental institution? Zhao Yi muttered to himself, noticing that the number of patrolling personnel had noticeably increased that evening, compelling him to take a detour towards the back wall of the hospital. Never mind, I'll just scale the wall from here. Zhao Yi leaped up, climbing the hospital wall, just as a car pulled into the parking space behind it and turned off its engine. How fortuitous, a stepping stone, just what I need. Inside the vehicle, Commander Yun turned to Shaolin. Wait for me here for a moment. I'm going to visit a few injured patients. Understood. As soon as the words were exchanged, a thud resonated from the roof of the car, followed by the sound of someone jumping down. Commander Yun swung open the car door and barked at the individual. Who goes there? Hey, Commander Yun, it's me. Long time no see. Upon recognizing Zhao Yi, Commander Yun scrutinized his hospital garb with a disdainful huff. Not a single one of you young folks is dependable. Have you sneaked out of the hospital again? Commander Yun, what do you mean by again? Don't think I haven't heard about your illustrious exploits in the hospital. You're nearly on their blacklist. You are not going anywhere tonight. Come back with me. Like a good lad. As the prospect of being forcibly returned loomed, Zhao Yi hastily gripped the car door. What's this? You're starting to play tricks now? Release your grip. Chapter 152. You are under house arrest. Commander Yun raised his hand as if to strike, but Zhao Yi pouted defiantly. Commander Yun, even if you beat me to death today, I absolutely refuse to go back. I have compelling reasons to leave. Upon hearing this, Commander Yun found it amusing and lowered his hand. Oh, then do enlighten me. He added sternly, I must forewarn you. Should you deceive me and I see through your lies, I will confine you to the hospital for half a year. Zhao Yi nodded and concisely recounted the circumstances surrounding the Ruan family. Commander Yun listened intently, his expression turning grave. Though I have been on the front lines for years, I am aware of the Ruan family's current predicament. Commander Yun, initially, I intended to escape and seek assistance from Chairman Wang. Given his position in the Jiangyan City Bureau of Military Management, the Ruan family would certainly honor his request. Chairman Wang is currently unreachable. Yes. I understand it may be due to his investigation following a failed capture mission. He is temporarily detained by higher authorities, and it is not solely because of that. Zhao Yi paused, taken aback, and inquired, what else could it be for? Do you truly not know? It is because of you. Me? Zhao Yi's mind raced, and in that moment, he transformed into a master of improvisation, an instinct born from his rebellious spirit. What have I done? Even if I were to be investigated, why apprehend Chairman Wang? Never mind. This matter is too convoluted to explain quickly. Unless there is progress in Chairman Wang's investigation, I did not come to the hospital merely to visit you. I am here to inform you that you are under house arrest. The moment those words left his lips, Zhao Yi felt as though a thunderclap had struck in his mind. What? I am under house arrest. Why? I do not understand. I am just an ordinary examinee participating in the martial arts examination. I survived an encounter with an E-level beast by sheer luck, and I did not seek compensation from you so-called higher-ups. Why must I be confined? Did I release that monster? Seeing Zhao Yi so agitated, Commander Yin could not help but smile. Commander Yin, why are you smiling? Was what you just said a jest? You brat, do you think I would jest about such matters? However, given your actions today, I personally have reason to believe the suspicions against you are unfounded. Therefore, I will grant you the opportunity to visit the Ruan family, but I must assign 2 individuals to accompany you. This is a necessary procedure, and I trust you understand." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He quickly responded, "Commander Yin, please assist me fully. I also need you to issue a statement from the Bureau of Military Management and ensure Ruan Su is released." "Very well, but remember, I will only give you a maximum of 3 days. You must report back to me in person after 3 days." "Understood." Commander Yin instructed Zhao Yi to wait, and then turned to head towards the hospital. 10 minutes later, Ruan Su hurriedly arrived, and driver Xiao Lin received a phone call. As they boarded the vehicle, Commander Yin instructed me to take them to their destination. "Wait a moment. We can find our way to the Ruan family on our own. Could you kindly escort us to the Wu family alley in the northern part of the city first?" "Of course." Little Lin drove swiftly, and under Ruan Su's guidance, they arrived at Wu family alley after an hour. "I must say, this place is quite remote. What brings you here?" Zhao Yi remarked while gazing out the window. Realizing they had ventured far from the city center into what seemed like a small village on the outskirts. "Shoo, just follow me," Ruan Su replied, taking Zhao Yi by the hand as they exited the vehicle. Upon entering the village, they discovered a narrow alley that appeared particularly eerie in the moonlight. "If you don't tell me where we are headed, I'm turning back," Zhao Yi exclaimed, sensing Ruan Su's reluctance to divulge their destination. Ruan Su pointed to his own face and said, "I came to pay a visit to the master of disguise that my family elders mentioned. Given my appearance, how could I return home?" Only then did Zhao Yi realize, chuckling, "Oh, how could I have forgotten? Lead the way." As they traversed the alley, Zhao Yi noted that the houses became increasingly dilapidated. When they reached number 44, she gasped, "Is this a temple?" Indeed, the number was affixed to the gate of a crumbling shrine. "Did you misremember?" Zhao Yi questioned. "Impossible. I visited this place in my childhood. I can't believe how much it has changed over the years." As they pondered this, a sudden commotion erupted from a nearby courtyard, accompanied by cries of distress. Ruan Su and Zhao Yi exchanged glances before swiftly vaulting over the wall, only to witness a group assaulting an elderly man. "Old fool, you dare to use counterfeit money to deceive us? No. Please stop. Although this is fake currency, if I win this round, I can repay you." Still trying to argue? "You owe us $3,000 for years now. Today, brother who has ordered us to break your hands, and we no longer expect repayment." The elderly man's desperation became palpable as he pleaded, "Please, spare my hands. I need them to make a living." "You? Hiding in a decrepit temple, crafting those unsellable clay dolls, relying on that junk for money. You'll never pay up in your next life. Attack." The thugs brandished their axes, and the others pinned the old man down. Just as the axe was about to fall, a stone suddenly flew through the air, wedging itself between the axe and the old man's hands. "Who dares disrupt us? Do you not know this is brother whose territory?" The assailants looked up to find only Zhao Yi and Ruan Su on the wall, their arrogance quickly fading. Just 2 of them. They leaped down, dispatching the 10 or so assailants with ease, while also dragging along the one who had threatened to sever the old man's hands. "Go, summon your brother who." The casino within the confines of the building was bustling with activity when suddenly, someone shattered a window and soared inside. At a table, a burly man with a shaved head and a tattoo of a descending tiger fixed his gaze intently. "Who has dared to do this?" he exclaimed. The man, known as Big Eye, was already gasping for breath, barely managing to point outside. It was then that Tiger Brother noticed 2 individuals standing outside. "How audacious to challenge me. Tiger Brother," he roared. "Do you think that just because I remain silent, I am akin to a frail cat?" With that, Tiger Brother overturned the table, seizing 2 cleavers from beneath it, while the other minions quickly armed themselves. The patrons, terrified, fled in disarray. Within a minute, aside from Tiger Brother, who remained composed, everyone else lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious. "So you call yourself Tiger Brother, do you?" Chapter 153. The rescue of Master Wu. The ghost hand Zhao Yi's foot pressed forcefully against Tiger Brother's face, rendering him too frightened to utter a sound. "Spare me. You are Tiger Brother." "No, you are Tiger Lord." "I was wrong, Tiger Lord." "Why strike him, and why sever his hand?" "Because he often defaults on his gambling debts with us." Tiger Brother trembled in fear, and Zhao Yi lifted her leg for another kick. "You beast. Do you have no elders at home? For 3,000 yuan, you demand a man's hands? Then I shall offer you 10,000 yuan for your entire body." "Zhao Yi, cease your games. The rescue is paramount." The voice of Ruan Su reached her ears, prompting Zhao Yi to deliver one final kick, knocking the man unconscious. "Is this the master of disguise you sought?" Indeed, although many years have passed, the old man's visage remains unchanged. Ruan Su supported the elder, who was still in a state of shock. "Young man, you are Master Wu." My elders brought me to visit you in my childhood. I never imagined that 20 years would alter everything. As Ruan Su extended a hand, forming a claw-like gesture, Master Wu immediately recognized him. You are the little ghost of the Ruan family? I can't believe you've grown so much over these 2 decades. But what has happened to your face? Master Wu, I have come precisely for that reason. Follow me. This is not a fitting place for conversation. Master Wu led the two away from the small courtyard and back to the dilapidated temple. Master Wu, when I visited you years ago, you resided in an old house. Correct? How did you end up here? Did you renounce the world? Ruan Su and Zhao Yi surveyed their surroundings, noting that the place was hardly fit for habitation, merely a long-abandoned ruin. Let's not speak of it. Family shame should remain private. However, I have grown accustomed to the solitude. Living here without disturbance has its merits. Now, allow me to examine your face. Master Wu washed his hands and gently removed the bandages from Ruan Su's head. Upon seeing the wounds on Ruan Su's face, his typically steady hands began to tremble. Hiss, that hurts. Master Wu, why are you crying? Ruan Su winced as the bandage brushed against his wounds, turning to see Master Wu with his head bowed, tears streaming down his face. Do not call me Master Wu anymore. Only you may refer to me as Ghost Hand Wu. I know who inflicted this injury upon you. Who? Ruan Su sprang to his feet, and Ghost Hand Wu approached the clay statue, reaching out to caress its face. He snapped his fingers, and a flame suddenly appeared in his palm. With a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, Ghost Hand Wu touched the clay figure's face. Zhao Yi focused intently, noticing that a layer of soil had indeed been removed from the statue's face, resembling that of a person whose skin had been peeled away. Goodness, truly worthy of the title Ghost Hand Wu. Zhao Yi could not help but applaud, while Ruan Su, having witnessed the entire process, trembled uncontrollably. Old Ruan, what has befallen you this time? He has discerned how that individual snatched away his visage, has he not? Ghost Hand Wu approached Ruan Su, revealing the flint concealed beneath his fingernail. Ruan Su seemed to be transported back to the day of the competition, when Zhao Yi and others were fiercely engaged in one-on-one duels, while that simian-faced adversary relentlessly pursued him. Unable to reunite with Zhao Yi and the others, Ruan Su's mindset shifted. He anxiously sought to eliminate the simian-faced foe before him. Consequently, he exposed a vulnerability, which the simian face seized upon. Just as he believed his demise was imminent, a flash of fire erupted upon his face, and he promptly lost consciousness. Before succumbing to darkness, Ruan Su distinctly recalled hearing the sound of fingers snapping. Who was that person? Ghost Hand Wu gazed upon the figurine before him, his eyes reflecting an indescribable complexity. His name is Wu Qingyuan, a young man from our village, and my sole disciple. Ghost Hand Wu entered the room and placed a thin membrane over Ruan Su's face. Do not move. This requires some time to settle. Allow me to share the tale of Wu Qingyuan with you. After Ghost Hand Wu retreated to his hometown to live in seclusion, the villagers remained unaware of his mastery in the art of disguise. Merely perceiving him as an elderly man knowledgeable in clay sculpture, returned to enjoy his twilight years. The village children welcomed him with open arms, as they could acquire clay dolls to play with each day at no cost. Among these children, Wu Qingyuan exhibited an extraordinary talent. Unlike the others, he would endeavor to replicate each new doll he received. Though his initial attempts at sculpting were dreadful, he progressed rapidly, soon achieving lifelike imitations and even demonstrating the ability to extrapolate from them. The talent Wu Qingyuan displayed rekindled the long-dormant heart of Ghost Hand Wu, who had intended to retire in solitude. Reluctant to see his craft fade into obscurity, he took note of Wu Qingyuan's orphan status, left with only a distant aunt who showed him little affection. Thus began their journey together, and Wu Qingyuan seamlessly became Ghost Hand Wu's apprentice, living and working side by side for an entire 13 years. In the 14th year, upon Wu Qingyuan reaching the age of 20, I believed it was time for him to venture into the world. Coincidentally, an old friend, with whom I had lost contact for many years, reached out to me regarding a job opportunity. Citing my advanced age and frailty, I sent Wu Qingyuan in my stead. From that moment onward, I did not see Wu Qingyuan for 3 consecutive years, yet I knew that the name of Ghost Hand Wu had regained its former prominence. Even now, the pride in Ghost Hand Wu's gaze remained unabated. However, Zhao Yi understood that at this juncture, the narrative was bound to take a turn. I awaited his exuberant return, eager to hear of his adventures over the past 3 years, only to be met with the arrival of vengeful adversaries. As the 4th year commenced, the number of those seeking vengeance against Ghost Hand Wu in Wu's village steadily increased. Initially, Ghost Hand Wu managed to fend them off, but eventually found himself wearied by the onslaught. Did none of your friends from that time offer assistance? Or those who had benefited from Ghost Hand Wu's kindness? Upon hearing Ruan Su's inquiry, Ghost Hand Wu could only manage a self-deprecating smile. The youth of the Ruan family, you are still too inexperienced. Friends acquired during times of prosperity are seldom enduring. As for those who claim to have received my benevolence, our relationship is merely a transaction of money for alleviation of calamity. What claim to gratitude can there be? Furthermore, it is not only myself who suffers. Even the villagers of Wu family village are vexed and clamoring for my expulsion. The reason I have managed to survive is, in fact, due to a fire. The ghostly hand of Wu lamented, recalling how resentful villagers had, in the dead of night, set ablaze the ancestral home. Though he was roused and managed to flee, he could only watch helplessly as the old residence was consumed by flames. From that moment on, the news of the ghostly hand of Wu's demise spread like wildfire, and he himself vanished for several years, ultimately returning to Wu family village in the guise of a vagrant, finding refuge in this dilapidated temple. Chapter 154. Equivalent exchange. After listening to all this, Zhao Yi was deeply moved, and even the previously furious Ruan Su had calmed considerably. All right, the time is nearly upon us. It may hurt a little. Despite the ominous greeting from the renowned Ghost Hand Wu, Ruan Su felt no pain from the extraordinary skill displayed by the artisan. The thin film that had been removed suddenly transformed into a hard shell, perfectly replicating Ruan Su's entire visage. Ghost Hand Wu entered the room with the hard shell, and within 10 minutes, he returned holding a delicate mask made of thin skin. Come, open your eyes and take a look. Ghost Hand Wu personally placed the human skin mask upon Ruan Su's face and subsequently brought forth a mirror. Ruan Su opened his eyes and gazed at his reflection, pursing his lips and squinting, yet no matter how he tried, the mask would not deform or fall away. Save your effort. If my craft were to fail here, I would indeed be unworthy of the title Ghost Hand Wu. With a chuckle, Ghost Hand Wu stroked his beard, prompting Ruan Su to speak in a low voice. You have returned my face to me, for which I am profoundly grateful. Now what is the cost? Ghost Hand Wu was momentarily taken aback by the inquiry, but his smile grew even brighter. Why, what a thing to say. You and that young gentleman saved my life. This shall cost you nothing. Still, it must have a price. You know well that there are certain debts I must settle. Ruan Su's demeanor was resolute. Ghost Hand Wu scratched his head, evidently at a loss for a moment. He then boldly stepped into the room and inserted 3 sticks of incense before the altar dedicated to his master. Master, Wu Qingyuan, who exploits my name as Ghost Hand Wu for deceitful gain, deserves the direst of fates, yet he remains my sole disciple. In matters of life and death, I leave it to your judgment. Thus, Ghost Hand Wu knelt before the altar, closing his eyes to silently count. When he opened them again, he noted that the 3 sticks of incense had become 2 short and 1 long. Humans dread 3 long and 2 short, while incense fears 2 short and 1 long. A family displaying this incense must face a loss. Master, I understand. Ruan Su remained calm outside the door as Ghost Hand Wu reappeared before him, his expression one of tranquility. Master Wu, have you decided on the price for the human skin mask? I have. Ghost Hand Wu extended a finger, prompting Ruan Su to instinctively interject. Are you asking for 1 million? Ghost Hand Wu shook his head. Ruan Su guessed again. 10 million? Surely, that price is excessive? Observing his finger, Ghost Hand Wu replied, I require but 1 human head to be returned as an offering to my ancestors. This is the decree of our forebear. Ruan Su nodded, his tension dissipating instantaneously. Understood. We shall ensure this matter is accomplished. Old Zhao, shall we depart? Huh, we're leaving just like that? Wouldn't it be better to stay a few more days? Zhao Yi appeared to be in a daze throughout, suddenly interrupted by Ruan Su's words, momentarily at a loss. You've been lost in thought since earlier. Do not assume I haven't noticed. Frog fun. Old Ruan, your new face is truly more exquisite than your previous one. Why not keep it on all the time? Old Zhao, are you feigning ignorance or simply acting dull? We must take our leave. As Ruan Su appeared increasingly anxious, Zhao Yi stood up, but suddenly clasped her abdomen. I can walk, but oh dear, why is my stomach acting up at this moment? Master Wu, is there a restroom nearby? In this rural area, it matters little. Just find a spot behind this dilapidated temple. All right. Without a backward glance, Zhao Yi dashed to the rear of the crumbling temple. Noticing Ruan Su hadn't followed, she finally exhaled in relief. Goodness, they were watching me so closely. I scarcely dared to breathe. Grotesque system, just now I was interrupted. Do you dare to repeat the insolent conditions you proposed? Zhao Yi seated herself, closed her eyes, and reconnected with the confrontation she had just had with the rebellious system. Ruan Su's earlier words had only grazed the surface. Her mind had wandered, but not from the very beginning. Once Zhao Yi witnessed Ruan Su's successful transformation, she recognized that it was imperative to unveil the complete dragon claw technique at that moment. Otherwise, Ruansu would undoubtedly disregard her counsel, wholly intent on taking back half the Dragon Claw technique for revenge. Thus, Zhao Yi pretended to gaze into the distance. Yet she had already emptied her mind, commencing negotiations with the rebellious system. She had prepared for this, but she hadn't anticipated the system's demands would be so utterly unreasonable. Look, system, everything is ready. We merely await the east wind. Can you not grant me the complete version of the Dragon Claw technique? In response to Zhao Yi's inquiry, the rebellious system remained silent and unresponsive. Do not be mute. Can you provide a definitive answer? People are waiting outside. The system continued to show no reaction, infuriating Zhao Yi to the point of scratching her head. Grotesque system. I warn you. Do not compel me to strike you in my moment of joy. Just state plainly what you desire. I will agree to anything you offer. Buzz. As soon as these words left her lips, Zhao Yi felt as if something within her mind had awakened. System prompt. The host can engage in an equivalent exchange for anything they wish. Equivalent exchange? What do you suppose a complete inheritance of the Dragon Claw technique is worth? According to system calculations, the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique is classified as a purple martial art, roughly equivalent to the assault of 10 martial artists or the ravaging by a martial master. Upon seeing the line of text displayed before her, Zhao Yi clenched her fists tightly. Grotesque system, you truly are rebellious. Do you wish to see me besieged by 10 martial artists? You even wish for me to be ravaged by a martial master. System prompt. Equivalent exchange has been initiated. Countdown 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7. Stop. I concede, you have guts. However, the conditions you propose are somewhat challenging to fulfill. We must first board before purchasing a ticket, or this matter is off the table. As soon as she finished speaking, the original complete martial arts material manifested in Zhao Yi's mind. And amidst the row of purple martial art icons, the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique was fully illuminated. System notification. The minimum time limit for redeeming equivalent exchanges is 72 hours. Failure to comply will result in the forfeiture of the purple martial arts technique, along with accrued interest. Interest, you say? Why didn't you mention this sooner? No matter how fervently Zhao Yi called out, the rebellious system once again succumbed to a state of malfunction. Alas, it seems that even in this era, becoming the protagonist with a system does not guarantee an easy life. To think I am to be besieged by 10 martial artists or trampled by a master-level expert. And there's a time constraint. Zhao Yi raised his hand, and an ancient martial arts manual materialized in his grasp. Initially, Zhao Yi intended to exploit a bug. Had the system not imposed a time limit, he would only need to consecutively challenge 10 martial artists to attain a satisfactory integer. Chapter 155. The seed of the ancient martial alliance. Unfortunately, human calculations cannot rival those of fate, and in the end, Zhao Yi found himself outmaneuvered. Never mind. I shall first deliver this artifact to old Ruan. As for the matter of equivalent exchange, I trust that the boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge. Zhao Yi returned to the dilapidated temple, where Ruansu awaited him. After squatting in the wilderness for half an hour, he still moved with remarkable agility, quite an impressive feat. Ruansu looked at Zhao Yi with a deliberately sarcastic expression, clearly aware that Zhao Yi was also stalling for time. Old Ruan, regardless of the circumstances, from this day forth, you must alter your attitude towards me. What do you mean? Is my current demeanor towards you unsatisfactory? Indeed, but it is insufficient. Behold this. Zhao Yi retrieved the ancient tome from behind him, and Ruansu's eyes widened in astonishment upon catching a glimpse of it. The Shaolin Dragon Claw technique? Is this truly authentic? Of course. I specifically requested Commander Yun to procure it from the Martial Administration Bureau. It even bears their seal. As for its authenticity, you are quite the expert. Why not try it for yourself? As soon as Ruansu laid eyes on the manual for the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique, his attention became utterly captivated. The desire for revenge faded from his mind, replaced by an intense obsession with the text. Seeing this, Ghost Hanwu approached and remarked with a smile, "Not leaving anymore?" "Not at all. Your courtyard is spacious and tranquil, an absolutely ideal place for cultivation. Until I master the complete Shaolin Dragon Claw technique, how can I return and confront those Liguis?" For the next 2 days, Ruansu immersed himself in the practice of the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique. Meanwhile, the Ruan family was united in a harmonious atmosphere. The elder patriarch, Ruan, wore a beaming smile as he sat in the main hall, with Master Zhao Hualong, clad in a blue robe, seated to his right. Outside the main hall, Ruansu engaged in combat with over 10 martial artists from the family, demonstrating remarkable prowess without yielding an inch. The flurry of attacks from his adversaries was indeed dazzling. Yet Ruansu's strength had evidently surged, enabling him to identify openings amidst the relentless onslaught. After several exchanges, Yuan Su, who had been on the defensive, suddenly unleashed a fierce counterattack, resembling a soaring dragon as he felled 10 martial artists in quick succession. Did you see that, old man? This is the might of the perfected Shaolin Dragon Claw technique. Excellent, excellent. It appears that Yuan Su's earlier shortcomings were not due to his lack of talent, but rather our family's failure to nurture his gifts. I am truly grateful to Master Zhao. With a clap of his hands, Yuan called forth Yuan Yunxiao, who approached carrying a briefcase. Earlier, when Master Zhao requested 3 million, here lies 5 million, neither more nor less, as a token of our family's goodwill. With a snap, the briefcase was opened, revealing a bounty of crimson $100 bills. Zhao Hualong glanced at the contents, but did not hastily reach out. Instead, he chuckled and shook his head. What? Is Master Zhao dissatisfied with this offer? Not at all. I can certainly add more. Zhao Hualong interrupted the elder's words, saying, when I first arrived, I merely mentioned a 3-day stay. I trust the Yuan family remembers this. The reason I broke this rule is due to the remarkable talent I observed in Yuan Su. Such qualities cannot be measured by monetary value. Surely, the old master understands this. As the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Tianqi immediately grasped the implications. Master Zhao, if you have something to say, please speak candidly without beating around the bush. Then I shall honor your request. I merely wish to advise the old master that it has long been said that among the prominent families, the Yuan family has experienced the swiftest decline in talent. However, that was in the past. With a prodigious talent like Yuan Su now in our midst, does the old master not wish to strive for the Yuan family's resurgence? Perhaps reclaiming its former position in the ancient martial alliance? Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianqi's once dimmed eyes suddenly sparkled with vitality. The ancient martial alliance. Indeed, there was a time when our Yuan family stood as a pillar among the great families within the alliance. Yuan Tianqi sighed, appearing to age considerably in that moment. My apologies, old master, for my insensitivity in mentioning your sorrowful past. It is of no consequence. However, your suggestion warrants consideration. As it happens, Yuan Su's martial examination results are forthcoming, and his elder aunt is on her way back. Once the Yuan family gathers, I shall publicly propose that we deliberate on this matter thoroughly. Yuan Tianqi sighed once more and returned to the inner courtyard. After the old master departed, Zhao Hualong exchanged glances with Yuan Yunxiao and Yuan Su, and the main hall quickly became deserted. What just happened? Did I inadvertently reveal something? Yuan Su approached Zhao Hualong's room, a look of confusion on his face. Shoo, be cautious, there may be ears on the other side of the wall. Zhao Hualong secured the doors and windows before lowering his voice. I doubt it. The old master was genuinely thrilled when he saw you defeat 10 opponents single-handedly. Perhaps I was too abrupt in mentioning the ancient martial alliance's position. It might have been too great a shock for the old master. Yuan Su nodded in response, pacing the room with his arms crossed. In my view, it was not abrupt at all, even without considering our stay here today. We have already been at the Yuan residence for over a week. If we do not address it now, it will surely lead to complications later. Zhao Hualong concurred, exhaling deeply. All right, you may leave now. Attend to your matters in front of the Yuan family, and remember not to let anything slip. After sending Yuan Su off, another unexpected guest arrived shortly thereafter. Come in, it's warm inside, Yuan Yunxiao said with a flattering smile, followed closely by his elder brother Yuan Yunting. Master Zhao, according to our original plan, my brother and I should each receive at least 1 million, correct? You are aware that this was based on the original plan. Yet you failed to inform me of the old master's strong reaction to the ancient martial alliance's position. Had I not seen the old master in such good spirits today, I would not have brought it up at all. It was something you should have addressed after Yuan Su returned and completed the transmission of teachings. Zhao Hualong grew increasingly agitated. He had initially believed that his alliance with the elder and younger brothers of the Yuan family would solidify the matter. Little did he know that at a crucial moment, these two brothers had turned into timid turtles. Reluctantly, Zhao Hualong had no choice but to bravely take matters into his own hands. Indeed, Master Zhao's admonishments are well-founded. We too became so engrossed in our excitement that we overlooked this aspect. Let us broaden our perspective. Once Yuan Su ascends to the position of head of the Yuan family and regains the seat in the ancient martial alliance, the rewards you reap will far exceed a mere 1 million. On the morning of the 3rd day, within the dilapidated temple, Yuan Su stood in the clearing, hands clasped behind his back. With his eyes closed, he suddenly sensed a shadow darting towards him. In a swift response, he executed the dragon's tail maneuver, revealing his dragon claw technique to neutralize the shadow's assault while seizing the opportunity to counterattack. However, the shadow proved to be quite elusive, skillfully creating distance between them. Chapter 156, A surprised the shadow returned to the clearing, turning to flash a grin at Ruan Su. Well done, old Ruan, you've mastered it in just 2 days. Ruan Su gazed at his hands, a smile gracing his face, though not as radiant as Zhao Yi's. If only I had a few more days. Don't dwell on it too much, old Ruan. Time is of the essence. By the time you refine your skills to perfection after a decade, the world will have changed beyond recognition, won't it? Zhao Yi patted Ruan Su on the shoulder in a gesture of comfort, and the two turned their attention to the dilapidated temple's main hall. Master Wu, it's time to depart, Zhao Yi called out. Ah, coming. Ghost Hand Wu emerged, clad in a black long robe, a gourd hanging from his waist. Master Wu, what kind of potion does your gourd contain? Hee. It's not a potion, it's just that I sometimes crave a sip, Ghost Hand Wu replied, twisting open the gourd, releasing a potent aroma of medicinal liquor. Still medicinal liquor? That's enough, Master Wu. You can keep it. I'm not interested. As the trio reached the village entrance, Zhao Yi couldn't help but scratch his head. Isn't it a bit far to Ruan's home? Are we really going to walk? Leave that to me. Just wait, Ghost Hand Wu said, striding into a nearby house. Shortly after, the courtyard gate swung open, revealing a tractor belching black smoke. This is, well, it's good enough to sit. Let's get on. Zhao Yi nodded to Ruan Su, and the group climbed aboard the tractor, departing with a cloud of dust. At Ruan's residence halfway up the mountain, Zhao Hualong strolled back and forth in the courtyard, appearing to be leisurely wandering but, in truth, searching for Ruan Tianqi. Since their last parting, he had not seen the old gentleman again. Master Zhao, are you here to tour our Ruan family, or are you searching for something? Ruan Yunlu approached with a cheerful demeanor, prompting a slight smile from Zhao Hualong. Oh, nothing much, just taking a stroll after a meal. Speaking of which, I haven't seen the old gentleman in 2 days. How is he? He is quite well. I hear Ruan Su's aunt is returning today. You can't imagine how happy he is. Zhao Hualong's expression remained unchanged, but his mind churned with thoughts. Ruan Su's aunt. How come I didn't hear about this character during my investigation? Master Zhao, Ruan Su should still be training with you, correct? Please let him know that his aunt is returning soon. She was always so fond of him in his childhood. Of course, such a small matter is no trouble at all. Zhao Hualong feigned a casual stroll out of the courtyard and turned back towards his own small dwelling. Master, you're back. How do you think my training is going? Ruan Su beamed upon seeing Zhao Hualong return, but was taken aback when the latter entered with a stern expression. Come inside. I have something important to discuss. Seeing the urgency, Ruan Su closed the door behind him. Zhao Hualong promptly spoke. Ruan Su, your most beloved aunt is coming back soon. Aunt, where did she come from all of a sudden? Do not concern yourself with those matters. Ultimately, the success of this endeavor relies solely on your performance. If any mishap should occur on your part, you are well aware of the consequences. Observing Zhao Hualong's serious demeanor, Ruan Su nodded earnestly. Rest assured, my years of navigating the world have taught me the art of being adaptable. Just wait and see how I will shine. Not long after, a striking woman with a chic bob cut approached the entrance of the Ruan family estate, startling the guards stationed there. Excuse me, are you? One guard stammered. If you're already calling me beautiful, might you not clear the way for me? Must I report my return to my own home? Upon hearing this, the guard stared at her for a moment before finally responding. You are Ruan and Ayun? My sincerest apologies for the oversight. I shall notify inside immediately. Before the guard could finish his sentence, Ruan and Ayun waved her hand dismissively. I've already informed the elders. There is no need for you to announce my arrival. It has been nearly a decade since I last saw my dear nephew, and I intend to surprise him. With that, Ruan and Ayun strode confidently into the Ruan family courtyard, her high heels clicking against the ground. Meanwhile, Ruan Su was diligently practicing the fundamental techniques of the dragon claw hand, displaying great dedication. He suddenly sensed someone watching him and turned to see a stunning woman standing at the courtyard entrance. The newcomer wore a beige trench coat, complemented by sky-high heels and sheer stockings, which accentuated her long legs beautifully, coupled with her short hair and sunglasses. She was a captivating sight that turned heads wherever she went. Is this person my aunt? But wasn't she from a family of martial artists? Why this attire? Ruan Su pondered, recalling Zhao Hualong's instructions. At that moment, Ruan and Ayun removed her sunglasses and beamed at him. Ruan Su, do you not recognize me? Of course. I recognize you. You are my beloved aunt, the one who spoiled me the most in my childhood. I could never forget you. Ruan Su exclaimed, rushing over to embrace Ruan and Ayun, his face radiant with a warm smile. This took Ruan and Ayun by surprise, and the sight of their reunion astonished Ruan Yunlu and the elder Ruan Tianqi, who watched from a distance. Well, young man, after 10 years, your charm remains as sweet as honey, Ruan and Ayun said, presenting him with a gift. This is a surprise for you. See if you like it. Upon seeing the PS5 she retrieved from her bag, Ruan Su's face lit up with uncontainable joy. A gaming console? I love it. Aunt, you are wonderful. Enough now. Your aunt has returned. Hurry and freshen up. Dinner awaits us shortly. Ruan Su nodded and made his way inside, while Ruan Yunlu approached Ruan and Aiyun. And Aiyun, you have been away for 10 years. The elder has been eagerly awaiting your return. Third brother, please take me to him. I am keen to see the elder as well. The two quickly made their way to the rear courtyard, where they found Ruan Tianqi seated in the main hall. Ruan and Aiyun pays her respects to the elder. Ruan Tianqi raised his hand to halt her, causing Ruan and Aiyun to kneel on one knee. In those years, my bias towards males and reluctance to allow you to remain in the Ruan family to learn the dragon claw technique was indeed my folly. Now, as you kneel before me, we are even. Upon hearing these words, Ruan Niyun's once exquisite makeup gradually became marred by tears. Elder, I was too young and reckless back then, and it was only after leaving in a fit of anger and venturing into the world that I came to understand your sincere intentions. I have long resolved that even if you do not acknowledge me, I shall regard myself as a member of the Ruan family until my last breath. Once Ruan Niyun finished speaking, she was promptly pulled aside by Ruan Yunlu to sit down. Enough, Niyun. There is no need to speak so gravely upon our first meeting. We are all family. Ruan Tianqi gazed at Ruan Niyun with a complex expression before finally speaking. Niyun, these past 10 years must have been challenging for you alone. Haven't they? Chapter 157. The family feast turmoil. Ruan Niyun did not refute this, instead forcing a resilient smile and nodding her head. Indeed, it was only after I departed from the Ruan family that I realized the Ruan family's dragon claw technique I had learned was far from complete. This deficiency led to my repeated setbacks, ultimately prompting me to abandon martial pursuits in favor of commerce. I now manage my own company. Upon hearing news of Ruan Su, I hastened my return. Ruan Tianqi nodded, recalling that the reason he had resolutely expelled Ruan Niyun was precisely due to the incompleteness of the dragon claw technique. Being a daughter, it would become increasingly disadvantageous for her to remain in the Ruan family as a martial artist. As for the three brothers who remained, the inheritance and restoration of the complete dragon claw technique was an innate responsibility, one from which they could not escape, even if they sought to evade it. You must have met Ruan Su, right? Upon hearing this, Ruan Niyun removed her sunglasses, her expression gradually turning serious. If the old man inquired about the false Ruan Su, then yes, I have encountered him. I came to ask where the true Ruan Su has gone. This, Niyun, you have discerned this? Ruan Yunlu exclaimed in astonishment, while the old man observed the two with a calm smile. Indeed, my discipline of Ruan Su in his childhood was far stricter than that of the third brother and sister-in-law. That lad would invariably flee upon seeing me. When did he become so affable? Ruan Niyun recounted her thoughts. Yet her belief that the Ruan Su she had just encountered was an impostor was not solely based on these observations. With her experience, she could discern everything merely from Ruan Su's demeanor and gaze upon her arrival. He was overly enthusiastic, exhibiting an excessive warmth towards a family member that felt disingenuous, akin to a pretentious stranger. Niyun, do not be hasty as I reveal the truth to you. The genuine Ruan Su has gone missing. Missing? How could this be? Did you not send anyone to search for him, old man? The moment she spoke, Ruan Niyun realized her indiscretion. Ruan Su was recognized as the heir to the next generation of the Ruan family. This was common knowledge, and it was inconceivable that the old man had not dispatched anyone to seek him. Returning to the matter at hand. This is entirely my fault. I was too impatient for results. Ruan Tianqi recounted his unexpected acquaintance with Zhao Hualong, detailing the circumstances surrounding Zhao Hualong's visit. In retrospect, perhaps this encounter was not coincidental. Initially, I took little heed until this fellow offered to assist our Ruan family in regaining our position within the ancient martial alliance, at which point I sensed something amiss. Ruan Niyun nodded, then inquired further. Old man, since you have already uncovered the false identity of that man, when do you intend to expose him? Were it not for our inability to locate the true Ruan Su, I would have acted long ago. Now that you have returned, we can orchestrate a ruse together to see if we can extract any information from that fellow. Ruan Yunlu quietly closed the door, and the three continued their discussions within the room. Meanwhile, Ruan Su had just finished bathing and changed his clothes when Zhao Hualong walked in. Have you just met that aunt? Having witnessed her beauty, I did not inquire about that. Do you believe she has discerned any issues? With an air of confidence, Ruan Su shook his head. Rest assured, there is absolutely nothing. Are you not familiar with my acting skills? It is best to maintain this assurance. As the Ruan family gathers today, a family banquet will be held in the evening. I intend to broach the subject of reinstating the ancient martial alliance's position with the elder once more at that time. Should he continue to remain noncommittal, you will have to assist me in performing a clever ruse. Zhao Hualong lightly grazed his neck, and Ruansu understood immediately. No problem. It is indeed your masterful approach. A true stroke of genius. However, Master, I suggest we add some stronger elements for greater security. Ruansu produced a small, exquisitely crafted wooden box from his person. What is this? It is soft muscle powder, remarkably effective for martial artists. Very well, I shall take care of it. As dusk descended, the Ruan residence on the hillside was ablaze with light, hosting a grand family feast. Today brings me great joy. Not only has my beloved grandson Ruansu passed the martial examination, but Inai Yun has also returned today. As we gather as a family, I propose we raise our glasses in celebration. Ruan Tianqi lifted his wine cup, and all present in the courtyard followed suit. Excellent. I shall refrain from unnecessary words. Inai Yun, it has been a long time since you last saw everyone. Would you care to say a few words? Upon hearing this, Ruan Inai Yun immediately stood, poured herself 3 cups of wine, and deeply bowed to all present. Having been away from home for 10 years, I owe my gratitude to all of you for upholding the responsibilities of the Ruan family on my behalf. These 3 cups of wine shall serve as my apology. After finishing her drink, the family banquet truly commenced. Quickly sit down, Inai Yun. Drink less, for if you indulge too much today, it would be quite embarrassing. Ruan Yunlu urged her to take a seat, yet Ruan Inai Yun seemed invigorated. She approached Ruansu with a wine jug in hand. My dear nephew, previously you were too young to drink, but now that you have come of age, come, let us share a couple of cups. This. Ruansu instinctively glanced towards the elder and Ruan Yunlu, both of whom nodded with smiles. Go ahead and drink. After all, you are of age now, and you can make your own decisions. Very well, since my aunt has returned, I am indeed pleased. Let us drink a little more. The two began to clink cups, and soon their consumption increased. Zhao Hualong, observing the situation, wished to intervene, but was interrupted by Ruan Tianqi. Master Zhao, regarding your previous proposal, I have contemplated it privately over the past few days. I believe there are certain misgivings. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hualong lost interest in Ruansu's side and quickly whispered, Elder, I believe this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we miss it this year, it may be difficult to secure in the future. Ruan Inai Yun glanced over, noticing how the elder easily captivated Zhao Hualong's attention with just a few words. She smiled and continued pouring wine for Ruansu. Come, let us continue drinking. You just lost. Come on, who is afraid of whom? The family banquet was still in progress when a tractor finally arrived at the foot of the mountain after nightfall. Master, if you were any slower, I fear we would not arrive until tomorrow morning. Enough with the banter. Hurry and disembark. We may still catch up. With that, Ruansu and his companions alighted from the vehicle and, under his guidance, made their way up the mountain. Ruansu, my visit to your home last time was rather brief, and there is something I wish to inquire about. How many esteemed masters does the Ruan family currently possess? As he walked, Ruansu began to count on his fingers. By external standards, the Ruan family has 34 martial artists, 3 martial masters, and only my grandfather as a grand martial master. Why do you suddenly ask this? Ah, it's nothing, just a passing curiosity, Zhao Yi thought to herself, calculating in her mind that having over 30 martial artists would undoubtedly meet the system's requirements. Chapter 158. This plot seems off. What must I do to provoke the members of the Ruan family into a collective outcry against me? Zhao Yi pondered this question when Ruansu interjected. We have arrived. Hush, do not rush. It seems quite lively inside. In my opinion, it would be prudent for us to delay our entrance. Ghost Hand Wu murmured, and both Zhao Yi and Ruansu nodded in agreement. What do you mean by that? I have reached my own home, yet must act furtively? Old Ruan retorted, displaying a hint of impatience. Your demeanor is rather uncharacteristic. We merely intend to assess the situation. It would be unwise to barge in recklessly at this moment. Ruansu, upon hearing this, reluctantly acquiesced, while Zhao Yi turned to the side. Master Wu, we plan to sneak onto the rooftop to observe. Would you care to join us? My legs are not as nimble as they once were. It would be best if I do not hinder your progress. Should you require assistance, feel free to call upon me. Very well. With that, Zhao Yi and Ruansu leapt gracefully onto the wall, stealthily making their way to the inner courtyard where the family feast was underway. At that moment, the guests had consumed enough drink, rendering them oblivious to the pair perched upon the rooftop. Old Ruan, your family is indeed thriving. Oh, that beauty. How come I did not see her during my last visit? Ah, is that not the impostor? Following Zhao Yi's gesture, Ruansu spotted the counterfeit version of himself seated across from Ruan Niyun. She is my aunt. It has been nearly a decade since her last return. Come now, old Ruan. Has a decade caused you such trepidation? Surely, this enchanting lady is not also a descendant of Tiger's sister? Ruan Su appeared reluctant to reminisce about the past, shaking his head and murmuring softly. Silence. Let me discern what they are discussing. Zhao Yi promptly fell silent, clearly eager to overhear the conversation in the courtyard. Aunt, I genuinely cannot drink anymore. Ruan Su was unaware of how many cups he had consumed. Yet the vessel before him remained perpetually full. Cannot drink anymore? After more than 10 years apart, your tolerance has waned? Do you not recall the year you snuck into the old man's chamber at the age of 8 and polished off 2 bottles of liquor? Ruan Niyun's cheeks flushed, her almond-shaped eyes appearing tipsy as they fixate on Ruan Su. I have not forgotten. Ruan Su forced himself to respond, but to his astonishment, Ruan Niyun continued her relentless chatter. And do you remember at 10, when you dared to sneak a peek at me bathing? Surely, you have not forgotten that incident. As Ruan Niyun spoke increasingly, her words seemed sweet, yet bore the weight of an interrogation directed at Ruan Su. This made him feel increasingly uneasy, to the point where he struggled to find an appropriate retort. Meanwhile, seated across the table, Zhao Hualong sensed the awkwardness and sought to intervene on Ruan Su's behalf. Oh, Master Zhao, they have not seen each other in years. Let them enjoy their reunion. Indeed, Master Zhao, are you beginning to feel sympathy for your apprentice? Zhao Hualong found himself at a loss for words, caught between the encirclement of Ruan Yunlu and Ruan Tianqi. Very well, I am growing old. Let the youth manage their affairs. That is the spirit. Now, let us continue to drink. Ruan Niyun interrogated Ruan Su repeatedly, to the point where his clothes were drenched in sweat. Nephew, you go ahead and drink. I need to visit the restroom. Niyun, have you had too much? Be careful not to fall. Stumbling slightly, Niyun turned to leave, and Ruan Yunlu stood to support her. As they exited the courtyard, she seemed to regain her composure. How did it go? I asked a myriad of questions, mixing truth with falsehood, yet that lad could not answer a single one. Most notably, he was fixated on my chest. Our Ruan Su has always been well-mannered, certainly not a lecher. Ruan Yunlu scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing this. What do you plan to do next? Well, the old man wanted me to perform a duet, and now my task is complete. You should return and toast him. He will understand everything. Ruan Yunlu nodded in comprehension, assisting Ruan Niyun back to her seat. Yunlu, is Niyun all right? She's fine. Just a bit too eager after not seeing Ruan Su for so long. But do not worry. Here, let me toast you. Ruan Tianqi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as he accepted the cup of wine from Ruan Yunlu and drank it in one go. Meanwhile, the most anxious person at the table was Zhao Hualong. With each passing second, the time for him to administer poison drew nearer. If he did not act soon, he would truly miss the opportunity. Master Zhao, why not have a drink? Ruan Yunlu offered the cup, only for Zhao Hualong to swat it away. Huh, you Ruan Tianqi, how dare you conspire against me despite my good intentions? Zhao Hualong's demeanor shifted instantly, the commotion in the courtyard falling silent. Master Zhao, we have treated you with the utmost hospitality during your stay at the Ruan family. Is that not enough? Stop the pretense. I have entrusted you with the entirety of the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique. Yet when it comes to reclaiming the Ruan family's seat in the ancient martial alliance, you hesitate and evade. Are you not attempting to pull a fast one? Slamming his hand on the table, Ruan Yunlu, now incensed, shouted back, Zhao Hualong. This is the Ruan family. The old man is still here. Who are you to slam the table? Do not perform your little plays for me. If you are uninterested in contending for the ancient martial alliance seat, then allow me, Zhao Hualong, to represent the Ruan family. At this declaration, others at nearby tables began to react. Zhao Hualong, do you intend to represent our Ruan family? Are you trying to oust us so you can continue to wield power within the ancient martial alliance? Having reached this point, Zhao Hualong overturned the table before him. Since we have arrived at this juncture, I shall not hesitate to reveal my own precautions. The latter part of the Dragon Claw technique I bestowed upon you has been tampered with. If you attempt to cultivate it forcefully, you shall fall into madness. If you wish to avoid witnessing the downfall of the Ruan family's future, you must agree to my terms. Upon hearing this, Ruan Tianqi rose abruptly, demanding, Zhao Hualong, you must comprehend that you are on my family's territory, threatening me. If I refuse to comply, what will you do? Humph. You will only be forced to watch as your heir succumbs to madness and meets a tragic demise. Zhao Hualong has finally revealed his trump card, causing an uproar among the others present. However, the elder could not help but express his sentiments upon hearing this. Ruan Su, although you are the future successor of our clan, who could have anticipated such malicious intent from Zhao Hualong, who has been scheming to approach our family with ulterior motives? For the sake of the Ruan family's future, I must impose this burden upon you. Proceed. After the elder finished speaking, he turned his back, leaving Ruan Su utterly astonished. Wait, how did this conversation turn me into a sacrificial pawn? This narrative feels utterly misplaced. Chapter 159. Misfortune at the family gate. Ruan Su turned his head and indeed saw Ruan Tianqi and Ruan Yunlu wearing expressions of sorrow and indignation. However, he could not shake off the feeling that their expressions were laced with hypocrisy. Master Zhao, do these two old men have any inkling of the truth? Sure, how could that be? Even if they did, we have no reason to fear. Let us continue the performance. Zhao Hualong whispered conspiratorially in Ruan Su's ear, then turned to sneer at the people in the courtyard. Ah, who would have thought that each member of the Ruan family possesses such tenacity? In that case, I shall have no choice but to dispose of him before your very eyes. With that, Zhao Hualong raised his hand and struck, sending Ruan Su flying in an unexpected blow. Poof! Ruan Su crashed to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to rise, he found Zhao Hualong relentlessly pursuing him. This is no mere act. This is a matter of life and death. I refuse to play any longer. Find someone else to perform with. Ruan Su fled, taking refuge behind Ruan Tianqi. Patriarch Ruan, I confess my wrongdoing in colluding with this scoundrel. If you spare my life, I am willing to divulge all that I know. With those words, Ruan Su reached up to remove the human skin mask from his face, revealing his true identity. You. Zhao Hualong was taken aback by Ruan Su's impatience, letting out a long sigh. Meanwhile, Ruan Tianqi regarded him with an air of assuredness. Surviving is simple enough. Just tell me, where is the real Ruan Su? Bring him to me, and I shall grant you your life. The exposed Wuqing Yuan was rendered speechless. Patriarch Ruan, this is rather too much to ask of me. After I stole his face, Ruan Su was left at the convention center, and now I fear. At these words, the crowd erupted in uproar, and Ruan Tianqi's expression shifted dramatically. The convention center? I heard that during the martial arts examination days ago, E-rank ferocious beasts were wreaking havoc there. Enough. Must you always prattle on? As discussion swirled, Ruan Yunlu, suppressing his sorrow, assisted the elder Ruan back to his seat. Yunlu, I am fine. I shall not perish just yet. With me at the helm, you must descend the mountain at once. It is imperative you contact Chairman Wang and locate Ruan Su. We must see him alive or recover his remains. Understood. Just as Ruan Yunlu prepared to leave, Zhao Hualong intercepted him with an outstretched hand. Stop. None of you shall leave without my permission. Furious, Ruan Yunlu shouted and unleashed his dragon claw technique, charging forward. Zhao Hualong, this is the Ruan family. It is not your place to run amok. However, midway through his charge, Ruan Yunlu felt his body weaken and collapse to the ground. Third brother, Ruan Niyun rushed to support Ruan Yunlu back to his seat. Zhao Hualong observed with a cold smile. I have stated it clearly. The fate of the entire Ruan family lies within this vial of softening powder. Softening powder? It is said that there exists a miraculous herb that, once consumed by a martial artist, renders their meridians soft and powerless. How could this be? I had long suspected that you would tamper with today's meal, and thus I remained vigilant. How did you manage it? With a look of confusion, Ruan Tianqi gazed at Zhao Hualong, who responded with a series of cold chuckles. Humph, I have witnessed the meticulous nature of you, Old Master Ruan, in these past few days. However, do not presume that you alone are prepared for unforeseen circumstances. This very night, I have administered poison twice, once in the food and drink, and the second time within the fireworks set off before the banquet commenced. I refuse to believe that your Ruan family possesses such divine foresight that you could evade the poison lurking in the air. Fireworks? Ruan Tianqi turned to the side, and Ruan Yunxiao, the targeted party, hastily raised his hands in surrender. Grandfather, please don't look at me like that. It is true that I set off those fireworks, but my intention was merely to celebrate the reunion of our family with Ni Yun's return. Enough with the excuses. Did I not instruct you to meticulously inspect all aspects before the banquet commenced? Grandfather, please refrain from being so harsh. I believe the second brother acted appropriately. Moreover, Master Zhao is genuinely invested in our interests. With his assistance, our Ruan family shall undoubtedly reclaim our seat in the ancient martial alliance. What are you still hesitating for? Upon hearing these words, Ruan Tianqi discerned the sycophantic expressions on Ruan Yunxiao and Ruan Yunting's faces, fully comprehending the situation. Alas, what a misfortune! Unable to contain himself, Ruan Tianqi cast his cane to the ground in frustration, uncertain of what to say in response to the unfolding scenario. Calm down, old master. There is no need for such anger. Once I help you secure the seat in the ancient martial alliance, we shall be considered family. Zhao Hualong, with a smile, picked up the dragon-headed cane and handed it to Ruan Tianqi, who, upon receiving it, abruptly snapped it in two. Even this minor action left Yuan Tianqi feeling utterly drained, collapsing into his chair. See, old master, why resort to such extremes? Begone. Who considers you family? Even if my Yuan family were to perish, I would never conspire with someone as malicious as you. You are indeed correct, old master. How dare you plot against us? Let us all join forces and incapacitate this scoundrel. More than 100 members of the Yuan family in the courtyard rallied in outrage, charging forth. Yet, Zhao Hualong stood unperturbed, showing no sign of fear. Indeed, those who rushed towards him were felled to the ground before even reaching him, succumbing to the effects of the softening powder. What a needless endeavor this is. I neglected to mention that the softening powder does not merely induce weakness. Should an antidote not be procured within 12 hours, your meridians will be irrevocably damaged, rendering you utterly incapacitated. Upon hearing this, Yuan Tianqi pressed further, Zhao Hualong. In doing this, do you not ultimately intend to provide us with the antidote? You claim you wish to lead the Yuan family in contesting for a seat in the ancient martial alliance. Can you truly carry our corpses with you? Zhao Hualong approached Yuan Tianqi with a smile, while Yuan Yunxiao shamelessly peeked out from behind him. Do you see, esteemed elder? With the eldest and second son of the Yuan family representing us, along with your esteemed identity token, I am confident that the ancient martial alliance will acknowledge us as the representatives of the Yuan family. Where's the token? Master Zhao, do not fret. I am currently searching for it. Ah, here it is. Yuan Yunxiao exclaimed as he rummaged through Yuan Tianqi's belongings, finally uncovering a white jade token. Yunxiao, you ungrateful wretch, it is not too late to turn back now. In response to Yuan Tianqi's rebuke, Yuan Yunxiao remained unfazed, merely scoffing in reply. Esteemed elder, ever since you began to dote on the third son, shouldn't you have anticipated this day? Chapter 160. Who else would fall into the trap? Yuan Yunxiao ruthlessly snatched away the patriarch's token from the head of the Yuan family. Yuan Tianqi, infuriated, spat a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Old master, Zhao Hualong exclaimed, you may have some skills, but right now, saving a life is paramount. Hurry and release him. Yuan Yunlu, his eyes bloodshot with urgency, was joined by Yuan Yunting, who approached hastily. Enough with the theatrics. Do you really think you are the only filial descendant of the Yuan family? He declared. I am here for the old master. He will not perish. Zhao Hualong nodded with satisfaction as Yuan Yunxiao stepped forward, bowing deeply and presenting the patriarch's token. Master Zhao, please accept this. Excellent. With this in hand, we are merely awaiting the right moment. Before he could finish, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky, swiftly seizing the patriarch's token. Who dares to snatch from me? Step forward, Zhao Hualong demanded, his expression serious as he scanned the surroundings, finally spotting two figures atop the roof. Snatch? Zhao Hualong, how shameless you are. I am merely reclaiming what belongs to my Yuan family. How can that be called theft? One of the figures removed his hat, revealing his true identity, prompting gasps from those in the courtyard. Is that not Yuan Su? He is alive. Son, take the patriarch's token and leave. Do not concern yourself with us. My dear nephew, it has been too long. I have missed you dearly, Yuan Nian exclaimed, hurrying to greet Yuan Su. Want to leave? Then consider the patriarch's token a gift. You may wander the world, but remember to return on Qingming and Chongyang to burn paper for them. Yuan Su silently concealed the patriarch's token behind him, casting a cold glance at Zhao Hualong. Leave? This is my Yuan family. How could I possibly depart? I will select a prime burial site for you at the foot of the mountain. Rest assured, you shall not be lonely. I will come daily to burn paper for you. With a sharp tongue, Zhao Hualong retorted, if you do not wish to depart, then leave your life along with the token. Yuan Su leaped from the rooftop, only to find not Zhao Hualong awaiting him, but Yuan Yunxiao and Yuan Yunting. I call upon you both one last time, uncle and second uncle, stand aside. Yuan Su, this matter is now set in stone. Hand over the token, and in light of your talents, I may spare the others. Otherwise, you will regret it. As the two refused to budge, Yuan Su could only sigh. Then do not blame me for being impolite. A mere junior dares to confront us? Seeking death. Both Yuan Yunxiao and Yuan Yunting, seasoned martial artists and brothers, displayed a remarkable synergy in their approach. One advanced to attack from above, while the other aimed for below, their mere glance exuding an overwhelming pressure. Observing this, Yuan Su suddenly positioned one hand forward and the other back, closing his eyes as he chanted silently. What technique is this? The Dragon Claw does not possess such a move. Let us not concern ourselves with that. We must incapacitate this youth first. In the fleeting moment when the three individuals met, Yuan Su opened his eyes with the ferocity of a dragon surging through a river, precisely identifying the vulnerabilities of the two opponents. No one anticipated that Ruan Yunxiao and Ruan Yunting, who had immersed themselves in martial arts for 2 decades, would be bested by a younger generation. The two lay sprawled on the ground in remarkably contorted positions, gritting their teeth in pain. Yet their attention was fixated on Ruan Su. Ruan Su, what in the world was that unorthodox technique you just employed? As a descendant of the Ruan family, your actions are a betrayal of our ancestors. Silence. I initially believed this was a private matter of the Ruan family, and I ought not to interfere. But you two flies have become utterly repugnant. Zhao Yi leapt down from the rooftop, removing his shoes to deliver forceful slaps to the two. Heh, old Ruan, continue. Don't mind me. At that moment, Ruan Su turned to Zhao Hualong, only to find the latter gazing at him with fervent intensity. If I am not mistaken, you just utilized the complete version of the Dragon Claw technique, correct? Humph, I did not expect you, a disgrace, to possess such discernment. Zhao Hualong, having guessed correctly, could hardly conceal his excitement. The reason I was able to deceive your family as elder is that in my youth, I witnessed a martial artist employing the full version of the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique. Unfortunately, the years have dulled my memory to mere impressions. Ruan Su, I must express my gratitude for allowing me to fulfill a long-held yearning. Thank you for bringing the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique to me. Suddenly, Zhao Hualong launched a surprise attack with astonishing speed, unnoticed by anyone present. Ruan Su had already fled to the rooftop, blood streaming from his right arm, covered in wounds resembling spots. Zhao Hualong, what did you just do? I, Zhao Hualong, have devoted years to mastering the star absorption technique, never anticipating that I would falter against a mere junior. Ruan Su, you are indeed a prodigy, but alas, a talent that cannot flourish will ultimately fall like a shooting star. Accept your fate. Zhao Hualong's sole focus was on Ruan Su, disregarding Zhao Yi nearby. Hey, don't you see that I'm here with him? Zhao Yi suddenly positioned himself in front of Zhao Hualong, who regarded him with a serious expression. This matter has nothing to do with you, outsider. If you wish to avoid a grim fate, refrain from meddling. Who claims I am an outsider? I have come to understand that whoever seizes the Ruan family's token of authority shall wield great influence within the family. Am I correct? I intend to claim that token, and you must pass through me first. Zhao Yi declared loudly. His words, though audacious in the context of the Ruan family, went unchallenged in the heat of the moment. Since you have chosen to court death, do not blame me for being impolite. Star absorption technique. Zhao Hualong moved with blinding speed, swiftly circling behind Zhao Yi. As Zhao Yi failed to react in time, Zhao Hualong's hand rested upon Zhao Yi's arm. Old Zhao, step aside quickly. That fellow is not right. On the rooftop, Ruan Su sought to offer assistance, yet arrived a moment too late. Little did anyone anticipate that after Zhao Hualong placed his hand upon Zhao Yi's shoulder, he became as if frozen in time, standing motionless in place. You rascal! What on earth have you done? Zhao Hualong felt as though an invisible force had sealed his meridians, leaving him capable of movement only in his mouth. Zhao Yi then turned and stepped aside, stretching her shoulders. I had already warned you. To engage with old Ruan, you must first pass through me. The star absorption technique may indeed be formidable, a nemesis to many martial arts. Yet what you have absorbed is the sunflower point striking technique. If you are not afflicted, then who shall be? Chapter 161. A grudge of one side. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Hualong finally felt the weight on his heart lift. So, it was the sunflower pointing finger that I absorbed? It seems this was truly fate. Zhao Hualong murmured, his expression and gaze softening considerably, as if he had finally relinquished all his obsessions. Hey, what do you mean by fate? You give up so easily, what about me? Am I not being roasted on the fire because of you? Wu Qingyuan, seeing the situation turn dire, was frightened and attempted to flee. But Zhao Yi appeared before him like a specter. What? What do you intend to do? I was merely used by Zhao Hualong. I never anticipated that he would have me impersonate Ruan Su to usurp the Ruan family. Justice has its source. If you seek vengeance, go after him. I beg you, have mercy and spare me. I still have an 80-year-old mother at home, and a white-haired master waiting for me. Wu Qingyuan knelt swiftly, tears streaming down his face. Yet, Zhao Yi remained unmoved. Your speed in kneeling is quite impressive. Had I known this would be the outcome, why did you act so recklessly in the first place? Even if I were to spare you, do you believe old Ruan would do the same? Had it not been for your deceitful acquisition of a technique from the Dragon Claw and your impersonation of him, would we be in this predicament now? Old Ruan, you must seek retribution for this grievance. After Zhao Yi's words, she stepped aside, and Ruan Su leaped down from the rooftop to confront Wu Qingyuan. Hee, young Master Ruan. You are magnanimous. My previous actions were indeed excessive, but they were instigated by Zhao Hualong. Besides, you cannot kill me. Or else who will save the Ruan family from the poison? Zhao Yi observed this spectacle with a sigh, then raised her voice to call out. Master Wu, your apprentice, despite his faults, has truly honed his knees well. This wayward disciple is now your responsibility. Master Wu? Wayward disciple? Could it be? Wu Qingyuan seemed to grasp something, turning to see an elderly man in a black long robe entering from outside, his beard white. Master, you were supposed to have been burned to death by you long ago, right? Alas, the heavens have spared this old fool, allowing me to come and deal with you, wretched creature. As the ghostly hand of Wu Bubu approached, Wu Qingyuan hastily resorted to his previous tactic, kneeling and repeatedly bowing his head in repentance. Master, I was wrong. I did not foresee Zhao Hualong's malevolence. Please grant me another chance. Did you not foresee? You seem rather nonchalant, yet you still hope for my mercy. Ghostly hand Wu retrieved a yellowed notebook from his pocket, filled with dense writing. 3 years ago, the Liu family of Qin Xian was annihilated by a mysterious figure in disguise. The Tongbei Golden Bell family in Manshui town met the same fate, and the Shao family, a branch of the ancient martial family in Yingjiang, was similarly slaughtered by a mysterious impostor. Did you ever offer them a chance? As Wu Qingyuan gazed at the notebook that Ghost Hand Wu had flung at his face, he realized that his fate was sealed. He continued to bow and confess before Ghost Hand Wu, but in a moment when no one was watching, he suddenly erupted in defiance. Master Wu, Zhao Yi exclaimed as she rushed over, only to witness Ghost Hand Wu gripping Wu Qingyuan's hand, within which lay 2 poisoned needles. Truly irredeemable. Alas, whatever I imparted to you back in the day, I shall now reclaim on behalf of the ancestral master. With ease, Ghost Hand Wu incapacitated Wu Qingyuan's hands and even stripped away his facial skin. Master Wan, I never anticipated that this wayward disciple could conspire with Zhao Hualong to cause such grave repercussions. Please spare his life for the time being. I shall personally escort him to confront his enemies. If I can return him alive, then I beseech old Master Ruan to pass judgment. At this moment, Ruan Tianqi finally regained his composure and nodded slightly. Master Wu, you are too courteous. I did not expect to witness the exquisite techniques of Ghost Hand Wu at this age. Your words flatter me, Ruan Su. Quickly, take this and mix it with water. Upon consumption, the effects of the soft sinew powder will be nullified. It was evident that Ghost Hand Wu and Ruan Tianqi were old acquaintances, as he unfastened the gourd from his waist and handed it to Ruan Su, while he continued to reminisce with Ruan Tianqi. Zhao Yi and Ruan Su took the liberty of bringing a large water vat from the back courtyard, pouring in the medicinal wine from the gourd and stirring it to concoct an antidote. Isn't this just medicinal wine? Who would have thought it to be an antidote? It seems Master Wu anticipated that his disciple would resort to poison before we set out. Indeed, a disciple is akin to a son to his master. Do not be fooled by Master Wu's jovial conversation with our patriarch. His heart must be heavy. Ruan Su could not help but express his sentiments. To which Zhao Yi raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Since Master Wu has lost a son, why not consider becoming his adopted son? Me? Do not jest. I am a member of the Ruan family. What of that? Your facial injuries are irreparable. Do you intend to seek Master Wu's assistance for masks every day? Think it over. After all, having more skills never harms. This opportunity, once missed, shall not return. Zhao Yi patted Ruan Su on the shoulder and scooped water from the vat to distribute among the others in the courtyard. Come, come, dear uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, each of you shall have a share. Do not snatch. Ruan Su watched Zhao Yi's retreating figure, his heart a tumult of emotions. The turmoil within the Ruan family concluded with the downfall of Zhao Hualong and Wu Qingyuan, who were rendered handless, and the self-disenfranchisement of Ruan Yunxiao and Ruan Yunting, who were expelled from the family. The family banquet transformed into a celebratory feast, as the Ruan family rejoiced in their survival through this ordeal. Besides the resurrected Ruan Su, Zhao Yi also became the center of attention for the entire Ruan clan. Ruan Su, do introduce us properly to your friend. Indeed, Ruan Su. Today's salvation of the Ruan family is largely thanks to him. Upon hearing this, Ruan Su stood up, pointing at Zhao Yi as he addressed the crowd. Zhao Yi is indeed remarkable. We first crossed paths during the special selection competition, where we were among the very few chosen by Chairman Wang for our exceptional talents. Subsequently, we became acquainted during the martial arts examination, and now we have forged a bond akin to brotherhood. Given Ruan Su's character, it is quite a feat for him to refer to Zhao Yi as a brother. The members of the Ruan family erupted in applause, and Ruan Niyun approached Zhao Yi, holding a glass of wine. Since you are the brother of my eldest nephew, you are, in essence, also my eldest nephew. Let us toast. Zhao Yi merely bowed his head, remaining unmoved. Observing this, Ruan Su leaned in and whispered, Old Zhao, what troubles you? Have you sustained an unseen injury? At that moment, Zhao Yi's entire body trembled, for he was acutely aware that the deadline imposed by the rebellious system was fast approaching. It seemed I had no choice but to offend everyone. Suddenly, Zhao Yi lifted his head, surveying the room before fixing his gaze upon Ruan Niyun. Chapter 162. In-depth communication. Hello. That Aunt Daleray, if I am not mistaken, your cultivation level should be that of a martial master, correct? Ruan Niyun, taken aback by the remark, nodded slightly. Me? Although I have not practiced for many years, I indeed reached the level of a martial master when I departed years ago. Why do you ask? Precisely. Have you forgotten what I mentioned earlier? I intend to seize the waist token of the Ruan family patriarch. I have already set my sights on becoming the head of the family. Zhao Yi suddenly erupted with fervor, swiftly maneuvering to position himself behind Ruan Niyun. Just as he was about to succeed, Ruan Niyun spun around with even greater speed, pinning his head under her arm. At such a tender age, why do you have to learn from the likes of Zhao Hualong? You wish to become the patriarch of the Ruan family, do you? Allow me to gauge your true capabilities. It appeared as though Zhao Yi was being thoroughly overpowered by a martial master. Yet he bore an expression of sheer delight. With a thud, Zhao Yi collapsed face down onto the ground, while Ruan Niyun nonchalantly dusted off her hands. As if the matter was settled. Aunt, Zhao Yi must have been intoxicated. He is not usually like this. You are not angry, are you? Hearing this, Ruan Niyun glanced back at Zhao Yi, then affectionately embraced Ruan Su. Angry? Certainly not. This lad is the spitting image of you when you were young. You youngsters need to be properly guided. Aunt, where are you taking me? In the depths of the night. Ruan Su lay on a bed in the guest room, reclining as Zhao Yi sat beside him, providing a massage that elicited winces of discomfort. Old Zhao, what on earth were you thinking? Why did you have to utter such foolishness, dragging me into this mess? Zhao Yi remained silent, merely grinning vacantly, prompting Ruan Su to cease his complaints. At that moment, Zhao Yi's hands continued their repetitive motions, while his mind engaged in dialogue with the rebellious system. Is this satisfactory now, my system's true father? Have I indulged your wicked whims enough? System notification. Host has completed the task. Based on the current accumulation, the right to manually break through to martial artist level has been granted. Would you like to activate it now? Before Zhao Yi stood 8 towering pillars, the one representing vitality resembling a colossal tree, while the other 8 pillars, representing various attributes, had also met the requirements for a martial artist. Wait a moment. Do you think writing larger will kill you? Zhao Yi floated effortlessly within the system space, his hand poised over the valve, only to see a line of text written in minuscule letters below. Friendly reminder. When breaking through cultivation realms, the host may temporarily enter a full load state, lasting for 5 minutes. 5 minutes of full load state. Impressive. The Berserker's ultimate move lasts only 5 seconds. Then I must certainly save it. Zhao Yi understood that the martial examination had reached its conclusion and that he would soon be heading to the battlefield. There, he would encounter genuine challenges and dangers. He resolved to retain a few aces up his sleeve from this moment onward. For instance, this unending rage that lasts for 5 seconds, along with the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique surreptitiously acquired from the Ruan family. I earned this through sheer strength from the system. So how could it be called theft? Zhao Yi silently scoffed, then regained his composure and turned to Ruan Su. Did you just say something, old Ruan? Surely, being lost in thought doesn't merely mean remaining silent for ages. I was nearly dozing off. Only then did Ruan Su rise, turning his gaze toward Zhao Yi. The martial arts examination has concluded. According to my family, our information has been recorded by the Martial Administration Bureau, officially making us martial artists. After tonight, where do you intend to go? Zhao Yi immediately recalled the mysterious coordinates left by Teacher Tao. From the moment he embarked on the path of a martial artist, his goal had never wavered. I'm not sure, but Chairman Wang mentioned earlier that we should be heading to the battlefield. If the front lines weren't so strained, we in the rear wouldn't be experiencing such beastly attacks. Even though we've already taken down ferocious beasts twice head-on, the mere thought of the tragedy at Starfish Square sends shivers down my spine. A beast of that caliber is beyond my current capacity to withstand. Old Zhao, don't blame me for not warning you. Even if we all head to the battlefield, each person will be assigned to different teams based on their individual talents and martial skills. It may prove difficult to meet again. Zhao Yi chuckled at Ruan Su's words. With the way you speak, it seems you have a plan in place, don't you? Well, to be honest, it's less my plan and more of one that the old man has already laid out for me. For ancient martial families like the Ruan clan, sending family members to support the battlefield is a long-standing tradition. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi understood and cheerfully patted Ruan Su on the shoulder. Not bad, old Ruan. It's good to have a big tree to provide shade. Who knows, after some time on the battlefield, I might have to call you commander. However, Ruansu's expression turned serious at that moment. Zhao Yi, I'll say this only once. While we're in the rear, it's one thing. But once we're on the battlefield, you cannot recklessly endanger yourself anymore. If you find yourself in trouble, no matter where you are, I will be there at your beck and call. After saying this, Ruansu waved his hand and returned to his room. In the dead of night, within a mysterious underground bunker, Wang Wenjing sat alone in a peculiar chair. Its design resembled a long massage chair, connected by numerous wires to a specialized helmet atop his head. In this spacious chamber, a row of glass stood opposite him, behind which a group of individuals scrutinized him from above. Wang Wenjing, you are no stranger to this interrogation room's capabilities, are you? Wang Wenjing appeared quite relaxed in his chair. Of course I am aware. This equipment can monitor a person's heartbeat, breathing, micro-expressions, and even the fluctuations of brainwaves. It's commonly referred to as the electric tiger. The interrogation room above was populated by many, including Commander Yun among those present. Yet this is not a realm governed solely by their whims. At present, all one can do is silently pray, hoping that Wang Wenjing is indeed a piece of steel capable of withstanding the tests of adversity. Enough of this. We did not come here to listen to your historical discourse. Regarding the allegations of doubt surrounding you and your subordinate, Zhao Yi's capabilities, do you have anything to say? This lofty voice reverberated throughout the interrogation room, infused with an undeniable authority. Wang Wenjing chuckled lightly, raising his head in an attempt to gaze through the row of glass windows, yearning to discern who resided beyond, yet he found himself unable to do so. Wang Wenjing, answer my question. I apologize, but I must decline to respond to baseless inquiries and cannot provide a direct answer. Chapter 163. Interrogation under the spotlight, is it mere fabrication? As the head of the Martial Management Bureau, can you truly assert that you have never conducted an inquiry into Zhao Yi, this martial genius, behind closed doors? For such an orphan prodigy, whose origins are shrouded in mystery and reputation questionable, why does Wang Wenjing ardently support his passage through the martial examination? Wang Wenjing gradually fell into silence, and the others in the interrogation room were visibly agitated. This Wang Wenjing actually refuses to cooperate with our investigation. Patience before the electrical tiger. His refusal is not an option. A different individual approached the microphone, clearing his throat. Wang Wenjing, you are well aware of the might of the electrical tiger. Our insistence on your disclosure of the hidden truths is for your own benefit. Do you truly not consider collaborating with us? Wang Wenjing remained obstinately silent, prompting the leaders in the interrogation room to helplessly press the adjacent red button. It seems we must resort to more forceful measures. Frankly, this should have been done long ago. Wang Wenjing felt the interrogation chair beneath him activate. Powerful pulses surged into his brain like a tidal wave, as if attempting to breach the dam within his mind in search of something. Commander Yun watched Wang Wenjing's dazed expression with deep concern, silently imploring him. Please, do not let anything happen to you. Think carefully to avoid falling into a compromising situation. The master and disciple appeared to share an unspoken connection, and Wang Wenjing's thoughts began to stir, igniting excitement among those present in the interrogation room. Look, the screen is starting to display images. I am eager to see what this fellow can recall under such immense pressure. The visuals on the large screen flickered incessantly before gradually stabilizing, transporting all in attendance back to a few days prior, when they had just vanquished the ghost-faced spider monarch. At that time, Wang Wenjing had returned to the Martial Management Bureau, where all his colleagues were aware of the news from the convention center and came forth to congratulate him. Congratulations, old Wang. Who would have thought you would discover such a remarkable talent? Director Qian approached, accompanied by other colleagues, offering flowers and well wishes, leaving Wang Wenjing somewhat bashful. Oh, old Wang, you're actually blushing? Enough with the teasing. Old Wang, you cannot escape. You have become renowned in Jiangyan City, a true hero in everyone's hearts. After work, you must treat us, Director Qian declared, and Wang Wenjing smiled, nodding at his colleagues. No problem. After work, let us all go to Dengjiang Tower. I'll treat. The office was imbued with an atmosphere of excitement and jubilation when a group of formally dressed individuals, their chests adorned with national insignia, entered. Which of you is Wang Wenjing? That would be him. Which department do you represent? Are you here to present him with a medal or something? Wait. Why are you arresting him? Director Qian, initially smiling and pointing at Wang Wenjing, only comprehended the situation when cold handcuffs were placed on Wang Wenjing's wrists. We are from the Dragon Division, dispatched to request Wang Wenjing's assistance in our investigation. Your cooperation is required. Upon hearing the term Dragon Division, Director Qian felt his legs weaken with trepidation. Dragon Division? What on earth has old Wang done to provoke this group of calamities? Director Qian murmured to himself, utterly powerless. as he could only watch helplessly while Wang Wanzhong was taken away by these individuals. Once they descended the stairs, Wang Wanzhong was forced into a black commercial vehicle. Two accompanying personnel gripped his shoulders, seating themselves alongside him in the middle row, while the passenger in the front seat turned to glance back. Is that him? Please don't let us apprehend the wrong person. At that moment, the man seated in the last row slowly raised his head, revealing half of his face beneath a cap. Indeed, it was him. Very well, you are the one who made the report. You must accompany us to provide a statement. The vehicle started moving. Within the interrogation room, the large screen continuously replayed a 2-second memory, indicating that Wang Wanzhong had a profound impression of this place. Who reported me? Who could it be? A fervent thought churned ceaselessly in Wang Wanzhong's mind, and the images on the screen became increasingly clear. In the final recollection, Wang Wanzhong caught a glimpse of the man in the cap through the rearview mirror. Is it him? Chu Yuanqing. Buzz. The image abruptly ceased, and the alarm lights below the interrogation room flickered incessantly. Wang Wanzhong, seated in the massage chair, began to convulse, a manifestation of overwhelming emotion. Terminate the interrogation. Let us call it a day. General Shen sighed, rising from the microphone to walk to the corner of the room, where another man, wearing a cap and bowing his head, sat, remarkably resembling the figure in Wang Wanzhong's memory. Chu Yuanqing, this will suffice for today. You may return to rest. As before, come back tomorrow morning. General Shen, it's already the 4th day. Is there still no progress? According to regulations, if there is no conclusive evidence, your detention must conclude by midnight tomorrow. Chu Yuanqing, what kind of progress do you seek? Do you require my assistance? Commander Yun approached with downcast eyes, exuding an aura of quiet authority. Commander Yun, I did not intend to. Enough, Commander Yun. There is no need to stoop to the level of a junior. Looking on the bright side, if Wang Wanzhong successfully passes this test, the trust from higher-ups will undoubtedly elevate him to a new echelon. It is not impossible for him to return to the front lines afterward. Let it be. General Shen took on the role of peacemaker, chuckling as he patted Commander Yun on the shoulder, leading Chu Yuanqing out of the interrogation room. Commander Yun was the last to leave, silently watching as Wang Wanzhong was administered a tranquilizer before being taken away, before he departed quietly. Upon returning to the vehicle, Commander Yun received a phone call. Commander, I have completed the investigation into Chu Yuanqing as you requested. Excellent. I shall return shortly. When he arrived at the office, he found his deputy, Chai Bin, waiting for him, with a stack of documents laid out on the desk. Commander Yun perused the documents, finding no discernible anomalies. The information regarding Chu Yuanqing appeared entirely unremarkable. Prior to the incident at the exhibition center, there had been no intersection between their lives whatsoever. Quietly, Chai Bin continued his report, while Commander Yun placed the reviewed documents back on the table with a sigh. The crux of the matter lay here. Not only did they harbor no animosity, they were even strangers to one another. Why then? Had he chosen to make that anonymous tip? Commander Yun murmured to himself, as a gust of wind from outside swept across the table, causing the documents to flutter open. He glanced at the content in the lower right corner of a page, and it seemed a glimmer of understanding began to dawn upon him. Chai Bin, are there any more detailed records available? Chapter 164. The trust of the Ruan family. Chai Bin approached the table, observing the position indicated by Commander Yun's finger, and promptly opened his laptop to execute a series of commands. He successfully located the information, revealing that it was the afternoon following the awards presented to Chairman Wang and Chu Yuanqing by the higher-ups, coinciding with the 3rd day of Chu Yuanqing's regular leave. According to the data, he had received a phone call, the details of which remained undisclosed, and its duration exceeded that of any previous call he had taken. After this call, he had left his parents' home in a fit of anger. Chai Bin accessed the surveillance footage from the entrance of Chu Yuanqing's parents' neighborhood, and Commander Yun squinted at the screen for an extended period. Is it possible to retrieve the content of his call? This may prove challenging, considering we did not manage to pre-record it, and furthermore, he is a military officer of the Marshal Sol rank. Thus, Commander Yun nodded thoughtfully before inquiring further. Can you ascertain who made this phone call to him? Yes, we have identified the individual. His name is Lei Yanba, a martial excellence level expert, holding the position of a regiment commander and also Chu Yuanqing's direct superior. Commander Yun rubbed his temples, diving into his memories like searching for a needle in a haystack, until he finally recognized a familiar face. So it was this fellow. When I taught his class, he was notoriously known for his fiery temper, earning him the nickname Thunder Cannon. I appreciate your efforts. Allow me to make a call to inquire. Commander Yun swiftly retrieved his phone, but after searching for Lei Yanba's number, he found himself unable to connect. What is the matter? Has this brat blocked me? Commander Yun, it is possible that there have been changes in the front lines. which could account for the poor signal. Then prepare a vehicle for me. Arrange for a satellite as well. I shall personally seek him out. Zhao Yi awoke to the sun high in the sky. As he stepped outside and stretched, he noticed Ruan Su's mother entering the courtyard. Good morning, Aunt. Why haven't I seen Ruan Su? Not just him. The rest of the Ruan family departed for Songshan early this morning. Songshan. Oh, I see. Zhao Yi slapped his forehead upon realizing that since the Ruan family had received the complete transmission of the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique from him, they were bound to return to Shaolin. The old master has made arrangements for you to have breakfast before descending the mountain. Very well, then I shall graciously comply. Zhao Yi was led to the dining table, where Ruan Tianqi sat at the head. Upon seeing him, Ruan Tianqi couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, the youth is fortunate. Such quality of sleep. Unlike us old bones, who awaken before dawn. I beg your pardon, old master, for making you wait. No need for concern. Now that everyone is present, let us commence the meal. Ruan Tianqi appeared exceptionally amiable at the dining table, likely because he had learned the origins of the complete Shaolin Dragon Claw technique from Ruan Su. After a satisfying meal, Ruan Tianqi produced an iron plate. Old master, what is this? This is the unit designation of the battalion that Ruan Su will be joining. Make a note of it. Once on the battlefield, it will be beyond our control, so if you encounter one another, do remember to look out for each other. Zhao Yi immediately etched the sequence of numbers into his memory and smiled as he returned the iron plate. Rest assured, old man, Ruan Su is my brother. We made a pact to honorably retire together from the front lines. In that case, I shall not keep you any longer. Bring him in. Ruan Tianqi had intended to send a servant to escort Zhao Yi down the mountain, but to his surprise, it was Ruan Yuyun who appeared before him. Why are you here? Why not me? I happen to be returning to the company, and I might as well take you along. Come along, little rascal. Ruan Yuyun, as carefree as ever, dragged Zhao Yi down the mountain. Your name is Zhao Yi, right? Yes. What did you call me yesterday while drinking? Aunt Delay? What does that mean? It implies that your personality is quite formidable, and it is a term of endearment. Zhao Yi explained with some trepidation, but just as he finished, he saw Ruan Yuyun using her phone to search for the answer, reading it aloud in a mechanical AI voice. Auntie, I was wrong. I truly had too much to drink. Please forgive me. The path down the mountain was one Zhao Yi had traversed several times before, yet it felt interminably long, as if it stretched endlessly before him. Noticing the embarrassment on Zhao Yi's face, Ruan Yuyun's stern expression softened instantly. All right, I've faced far greater storms in my endeavors. This is nothing. I was merely teasing you. That's a relief. However, what I am about to say is quite serious. Ruan Yuyun looked at Zhao Yi with a grave demeanor. You know that Ruan Su is the future hope of the Ruan family. Once you enlist, you must assist him as much as possible. Rest assured, Auntie, since I have made a promise in front of the old man, I will not go back on my word. Stop calling me Auntie. Come, get in the car with your sister. Ruan Yuyun grinned, playfully tucking Zhao Yi's head under her arm as she led him down the mountain. At Wealth Plaza in Jiangyan City, a beautiful girl clad in a JK uniform sat on a bench, accompanied by a chubby boy and a tall, graceful young woman. Sister Hu, Zhao Yi will arrive shortly. Do you think this outfit is appropriate? Tao Weiwei, who rarely dressed up, shyly fidgeted with the hem of her skirt. Of course. If you doubt my taste, just take a look at this pig-headed fellow. Shun Huqiu pointed at Zhou Qinyan, who seemed utterly mesmerized. Just then, Zhao Yi received a call from Tao Weiwei. Aren't you here yet? I'm almost there. I can see you. You see me? I don't see you. Tao Weiwei stood up, scanning the expansive plaza, yet there was no sign of Zhao Yi. Suddenly, the screeching sound of brakes echoed from behind. The trio turned to see a striking red Ferrari parked by the roadside, driven by an alluring older sister, with Zhao Yi seated in the passenger seat. Ah, Sister Ruan, this is where you should leave me. My friends are waiting over there. Well then, I wish you the best in your military service. Do take care of yourself. After disembarking, Zhao Yi was completely taken aback when Ruan Yuyun swiftly planted a kiss on her cheek before accelerating away. This scene left the trio, who had been rushing towards her, utterly stunned in place, and Tao Weiwei turned to flee in shock. Hey, why are you running away? How can you still have the face to say that? Hurry and chase after her. Shun Huqiu shouted, prompting Zhao Yi to snap back to reality and sprint after her. Meanwhile, Zhou Qinyuan's words were laced with envy. Old Zhao is indeed fortunate. Wherever he goes, he attracts the attention of beautiful women. Chapter 165, The Holy Spring Medical Center. How so? From your tone, it seems the occupant of the car is not you, which leaves you feeling rather disappointed, does it not? Shun Huqiu murmured, causing Zhou Qinyan to be taken aback and hastily offer an explanation. Yes, no, that's not right. I was merely criticizing old Zhao just now. Can't you discern that? Criticizing him? Of course. For someone like him, who is so easily swayed by appearances. I shall point out his faults at every opportunity. Just wait until he returns, and you shall witness me reprimanding him thoroughly." Shen Huqiu covered Zhou Qinyan's mouth, directing her gaze to the side. Zhou Qinyan also turned around, spotting Zhao Yi carrying Tao Weiwei on his back. At that moment, Tao Weiwei's fists rained down like a storm, while Zhao Yi wore a broad smile, seemingly unperturbed. "Look at the two of you, basking in your own delight. It's utterly sweet. Now, please set me down. We have serious matters to discuss." Zhao Yi's group squeezed onto a long staircase as Tao Weiwei turned to him. "During your absence, we have been eagerly awaiting news from you and Chairman Wang, yet there has been no word thus far. Indeed, old Zhao, you might be excused. But why are we unable to contact Chairman Wang?" Except for Shen Huqiu, everyone present had formally become martial artists, akin to having passed a significant examination. Each of them yearned to swiftly ascertain their results and the battle zones to which they would be assigned, with their sole conduit being Wang Wenzheng. To be honest, I too have been unable to reach Chairman Wang. He may have encountered some trouble. Trouble? Where is he? Old Zhao, you must take us to rescue him immediately. Zhao Yi gestured, and Shen Huqiu promptly pushed Zhou Qinyan down. Zhao Yi continued, "I am unclear about the specifics, but it appears that Chairman Wang has not merely met with an accident. According to the ambiguous words of Commander Yun at the time, it is highly likely that Chairman Wang is under investigation." Under investigation? Leaders of such integrity as Chairman Wang are rare. Could they possibly have made a mistake? Everyone felt compelled to defend Wang Wenzheng, and Zhao Yi sighed helplessly. "Earlier on the road, I contacted Commander Yun, and he informed me that we should expect results by tomorrow morning at the latest. Until then, we must patiently await news." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Zhou Qinyan, with a proud expression, retrieved a card from his pocket. "Kuan, where did you acquire this black card?" "Hee. Old Zhao, you truly have an eye for value. This is a reward from my father for doing well on my exam. It is said to have a limit of up to 1 million. Before we receive any news, I intend to indulge us all in Jiangyan City." Hey, don't pull so hard. My ear is going to fall off." Shen Huqiu twisted Zhou Qinyan's ear sharply, causing him to plead for mercy. "I'm still here, and you have the audacity to plan a spree? I shall ensure you thoroughly enjoy yourself right now." "Hujia, you've misunderstood. This time, I will bring you and the big sister along. We shall partake in a legitimate expenditure." Only then did Shen Huqiu realize she had misjudged the situation and hurriedly dismounted from Zhou Qinyan. "Legitimate expenditure? Why didn't you say so earlier? Blame me. Next time, I shall send you a dream in advance." Zhao Yi chuckled at the antics of her two companions. "All right, you all go ahead. I wish to visit my godmother. Once the military enlistment notice arrives, I fear I shall have no time left." "No problem. I'll send you my location." "Old Zhao, you mustn't leave us in the lurch." The four of them hailed 2 taxis, heading in different directions. "Driver, please stop up ahead," Zhao Yi instructed, alighting at a fruit shop where she purchased a considerable amount, returning to the rented apartment with her arms laden with bags. However, after knocking on the door for an extended period to no avail, she pulled out her phone, only to discover that Wang Zhenyi's phone was also switched off. How strange. Even if she had gone to work, she shouldn't have turned it off, should she? Just as Zhao Yi contemplated making another call, a figure ascended the stairs. "Who is this? Hurry and take your things away. What is this pile at my door?" The newcomer was a frail old man, his white hair and deep-set wrinkles suggesting he was not one to be trifled with. "Your house? Isn't this the apartment we rented?" Zhao Yi was about to retort when she turned and realized it was the landlord. The landlord? Upon hearing this, the landlord recognized Zhao Yi, his expression rife with impatience. "Oh, you are that young lad who stayed here, aren't you?" "Yes, dear landlord. I wish to inquire. This is indeed our rented apartment, isn't it? Are you here to reclaim it because the lease has expired?" At this, the landlord let out an exasperated sigh. "How can you even ask? Your rent has been overdue for 2 months. Do you realize that? 2 months? That seems unlikely. My godmother is not one to default on payments. Surely there must be some misunderstanding." Before Zhao Yi could finish her sentence, the landlord rushed over, flung the door open, and then slammed it shut with a resounding bang. Zhao Yi knocked incessantly, but the landlord inside chose to feign ignorance. After a while, a voice emerged from within. "The last time I came to collect the rent, your godmother mentioned something about going to the Sacred Spring Medical Center. So please do not disturb me at the door." "The Sacred Spring Medical Center? Thank you." Zhao Yi expressed her gratitude and, burdened with her purchases, descended the stairs to hail another taxi. Inside the Sacred Spring Medical Center, Li Qinglian lay on a hospital bed, though she was not in a room, but rather sprawled in the corridor. Passers-by pointed and whispered, but she chose to ignore them. her eyes frequently darting towards the ajar office door. Director Wei, could you possibly extend your leniency just a bit more? My daughter still has no room to be admitted. Extend leniency? Do you have any idea how much your family owes the hospital? If you do not settle the bill today, not only will you be denied a room, but even the surgery scheduled for 3 days from now will be cancelled. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhenyi's face flushed with urgency. Director Wei, please, you must not cancel my daughter's surgery. As for the financial matter, I kindly request a few more days of grace. It is truly beyond my control. The hospital does not operate solely on my whims. You must understand that today marks the 15th day of leniency granted to you by our institution. Director Wei, I implore you. Before Wang Zhenyi could finish her plea, a tall man strode into the room. Director Wei, come here for a moment. I need to speak with you. Director Lu Yuanjun glanced back at Wang Zhenyi and let out a derisive snort. I thought it was someone of importance. It turns out to be the notorious obstructionist from our Shengquan Medical Center. We have a new influx of patients scheduled for admission today, and our wards are exceedingly strained. You will need to handle your discharge formalities on your own. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhenyi became frantic. Director, my daughter is scheduled for surgery in 3 days. You cannot evict us at this critical juncture. Chapter 166. A penny can stumble even the greatest hero 3 days until the surgery? You cannot even afford the bed fee. Yet you expect us to operate on you? Do you truly believe this place has become a charity? Lu Yuanjing's face was a mask of impatience. Wang Zhenyi was acutely aware of her fault in this situation, but for the sake of her daughter, she could not retreat any further. You refuse to process your discharge paperwork, do you? Well, we can certainly expel you without that piece of paper. Security. Director Lu shouted towards the outside, and immediately, 3 or 4 burly security guards appeared. Director, what is the matter? Expel her along with her daughter. They are not welcome at Shengquan Center. Oh, Director, please don't be so harsh. Can you grant us another chance? The room erupted into chaos, and suddenly, Wang Zhenyi heard a familiar voice. Mom, come out. Let us go. I don't want to be treated anymore. Upon hearing those words, Wang Zhenyi's steadfast resolve shattered in an instant, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. My daughter, I have burdened you. Enough with the melodrama in front of me. Either leave swiftly, or I will have security escort you out. Faced with the intimidating presence of the security guards, Wang Zhenyi let out a long sigh, gathering her belongings and supporting Li Qinglian as they made their way towards the exit. Oh, don't throw that away. Those are our belongings. We still need them. Zhao Yi arrived at the entrance of Shengquan Medical Center and spotted Wang Zhenyi arguing with a few hefty security guards from a distance. These worthless scraps. I doubt even a scavenger would bother to pick them up, yet you treat them as treasures. Out you go. The security guards tossed the belongings of Wang Zhenyi and her daughter out, one plastic basin rolling about and landing right at Zhao Yi's feet. Excuse me, sir, could you? Wang Zhenyi rushed over, and as she spoke and looked up, she recognized Zhao Yi standing before her. Godmother, Zhao Yi, why are you back? I thought you were enlisting. Upon seeing Zhao Yi's unexpected arrival, Wang Zhenyi found it hard to believe. Zhao Yi approached and enveloped her in a warm embrace. I haven't reached my enlistment date yet. I wanted to come and see you first. What has happened here? Zhao Yi confronted the security guard, who appeared to be just a young boy and didn't take her seriously. What has happened? She couldn't afford her hospital bills and was tossed out by us. Shouldn't this rubbish be discarded? Rubbish? I believe you are the true refuse here. Zhao Yi seized one of the plastic basins and promptly placed it over the security guard's head. The basin passed harmlessly through, yet the insult was profound. You dare to cause a ruckus at Shengquan Center? Today, you have met your match. Another security guard, witnessing this, attempted to threaten Zhao Yi, but she paid them no heed. With a swift kick, she sent the 2 guards crashing against the wall, then delivered a powerful punch. The speed of her strike left the guard frozen in shock. As soon as he processed the situation, Zhao Yi had already escorted Wang Zhenyi and Li Qinglian inside. A fist had just struck the adjacent wall, leaving a half-finger deep imprint. Who on earth is this person? At that moment, Zhao Yi supported Li Qinglian, while Wang Zhenyi offered comforting words. Zhao Yi, perhaps we should just let it go. After all, we truly have no money left. And seeking confrontation now would yield no benefits. And, didn't we always stay in public hospitals before? Why have we suddenly moved here? It was Chairman Wang who arranged this for us. We were quite grateful at the time. But who could have foreseen that these people would become so mercenary? The moment they heard that Chairman Wang seemed to be in trouble, their attitudes shifted entirely. After inquiring further, Zhao Yi grasped the root of the issue. Wang Wenzheng, with the best intentions, had organized a second surgery for Li Qinglian to help her recover from her aftereffects, facilitating their stay at the Sacred Spring Medical Center. This private institution offered the finest doctors and technology, but without money, one would find it nearly impossible to receive care. When Wang Wenjing arranged for Wang Zheni and her daughter to be admitted, he surely did not anticipate his own misfortune. With no money, this truly posed a dilemma. A penny can thwart even a hero. Zhao Yi helplessly reached for her phone, intending to devise a solution, but unexpectedly brushed against a black card. Wasn't this Zhou Qinyuan's black card? Ah, that young man had been boasting about it, and I had completely forgotten to return it. An idea sparked in Zhao Yi's mind, and she promptly returned to Director Wei's office with Wang Zheni. Knock, knock, knock. What now? It's you again? Director Wei opened the door and, upon seeing Wang Zheni, wore an expression of exasperation. However, a young man forcefully pushed his way through the door. What do you want? I warn you, don't cause any trouble, or I'll call security. Director Wei jumped in surprise, but was soon halted by the sight of Zhao Yi producing a black card. Swipe this card for payment and admit her. Also, arrange for the surgery as soon as possible. Remember, we want the finest room. Director Wei, recognizing the significance of the supreme black card, instantly brightened with excitement. No problem. I will immediately arrange the admission for both of you. Please wait a moment. Once they were settled into a brand new single patient room, Wang Zheni and her daughter finally felt a sense of relief. Zhao Yi, how did you come by this black card? Was it a reward for your recent examination? Zhao Yi, not intending to fabricate a story, replied, it belongs to a friend of mine. Don't worry, I will repay him for this money in due course. You two should feel at ease during your stay here. Do not carry any psychological burden, understood? After offering her reassurances, Zhao Yi turned and departed from the Sacred Spring Medical Center. As she settled into a taxi, she received a call from Zhou Qinyuan, his voice laced with tears. Old Zhao Mai, my dad's black card is missing, and I've received messages about over 200,000 in charges. Who would be so unscrupulous as to steal my card and spend it secretly? Stop crying, Qinyuan. The unscrupulous person is me. The sobbing came to an abrupt halt, and Zhou Qinyuan's disbelief was palpable. It's you? Old Zhao, you cannot be serious. Certainly, however, the card is not something I pilfered. It was inadvertently left in my possession by you. Zhao Yi conveyed the recent events at the hospital to Zhou Qinyuan. Kuan, consider this sum as a loan from me. Ah, let us cease this conversation here. While borrowing money is acceptable, discussing repayment feels rather mundane. As long as the card remains intact, that is sufficient. Please hurry over. I shall send you the location. Everyone is awaiting your arrival. After Zhao Yi ended the call, she noticed Zhou Qinyuan had sent his location. Driver, please divert to Yanhu Tianjia Square. The taxi driver made a turn, merging into the adjacent traffic, while a black sedan trailing behind failed to keep pace. Hey, Team B has lost the target. Team A, please pursue immediately. Chapter 167. Tidying up loose ends. The A team acknowledged the message promptly. Soon, another black sedan appeared behind the taxi, and the two vehicles continued their journey in tandem for half an hour. The A team had taken their positions and requested technical assistance from headquarters. Understanding the urgency, headquarters dispatched nearby vehicles, aware that the road taken by the target would soon be plagued by significant traffic congestion lasting over 10 minutes. They urged the team to seize the opportunity. The A team comprehended the gravity of the situation. Everyone in the black sedan readied themselves, while Zhao Yi, seated in the back, exhibited signs of impatience. How long would this traffic last? Hold on, young man. Let me inquire, the driver replied, clearly also feeling the strain of the delay. Upon checking with the driver's group chat, he quickly learned the cause of the hold-up. It seems there has been an accident ahead. We might be stuck for at least another half hour. Then I shall alight here. It's not far from my destination, Zhao Yi declared. He settled the fare and turned on his navigation, plotting the quickest route. A mere 8 minutes on foot through a few alleys would suffice. He had no time to waste in traffic. As Zhao Yi entered a narrow alley, several pursuers emerged behind him. The following group of black-clad figures pressed forward, only to discover the alley was eerily deserted. Headquarters, it seems we've lost track of the A-team lost track? How could that be? Search more thoroughly. One of the black-clad men shouted into his walkie-talkie. Suddenly, a voice echoed from above. No need to search. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. The black-clad figures looked up to see Zhao Yi perched atop a small building. Humph, you found me. But that changes nothing. You still cannot escape death. Zhao Yi, unfazed, flexed his wrists and glared at the 5 men before him. If you wish for my demise, you must truly possess the skill to do so. Charge. The 5 black-clad men surged forward, one brandishing a nunchaku with fierce agility, while another employed throwing knives to apply pressure from a distance. The remaining 3 swiftly closed in on Zhao Yi, but their speed paled in comparison to his own. What? Where did that guy go? One of them exclaimed. Behind you. Even with a warning from his comrade, it was too late. the skilled knife thrower launched another attack. Zhao Yi, employing his agility and speed, used one of the attackers as a shield. The knife embedded itself in the man, effortlessly eliminating two adversaries. "Hey, where are you aiming? Are you blind?" One of the remaining assailants shouted. "Enough chatter. Come at me if you dare." The knife thrower's face flushed with anger, while the one wielding the nunchaku charged forward. The nunchaku moved with blinding speed, its unpredictable trajectory making it a formidable weapon against any ordinary opponent. Observing Zhao Yi being forced back, a cold smirk appeared on his face. "Humph, I'm not like those previous fools. If you surrender now, you can avoid a painful fate." Surrender? Alas, the words do not exist in Zhao Yi's lexicon. With a sudden burst of speed, he extended his hand, forming it into a claw resembling that of a dragon. The 9-section whip followed closely, its swiftly flying blade even keeping pace with Zhao Yi. Yet, at a crucial moment, Zhao Yi pushed off the wall with his legs. Twisting away like a crescent moon, like a fierce dragon sweeping its tail, he instantaneously altered his offensive trajectory, targeting the assailant's wrist with his dragon claw. A sharp crack echoed as bones shattered. Zhao Yi effortlessly incapacitated the man's hand, leaving him writhing on the ground in agony. "Hey, what on earth is happening over there? Speak up." Zhao Yi noticed the walkie-talkie that had fallen to the ground and swiftly made his way to a higher rooftop. As he surveyed his surroundings, he finally spotted a van parked by the roadside not far away. Although the van was dark, he discerned a fleeting red light in the distance. "So, the lair is here." Zhao Yi immediately accelerated towards it, while the occupants of the van, sensing the smell of smoke, turned to reprimand one of their own. "You can't smoke while on a mission, don't you know?" "Why yes, I'm sorry. I was just a bit bored and took a few puffs." "Enough chatter. Put it out immediately. If we get exposed because of this, I will not spare you." Once the subordinate extinguished the cigarette and looked up, he saw his boss, drenched in cold sweat, staring ahead, too frightened to even move his head. "Boss, what's wrong? Quick, run." The leader of the van, regaining his wits, shouted to his underling in front. The subordinate immediately started the engine and pressed down on the accelerator. But Zhao Yi had already seized the van's door. "Hold on. Did I say you could leave?" Zhao Yi's hand gripped the door, his foot firmly planted on the ground, gritting his teeth as the van's wheels spun helplessly in the air, unable to budge an inch. "Why can't we move?" The driver poked his head out to look back and exclaimed, "Boss, the rear wheel has been lifted by that guy. What do we do now?" "Boss, you lie back to add some weight, and we can get moving." Thus, the leader quickly reclined in the back, using his weight to finally press the wheel down. Virum. The moment the wheel hit the ground, the van shot away. Even with Zhao Yi's strength, all he could hold onto was half the door. Damn it. How could they escape? Zhao Yi flexed his joints and turned to leave this chaotic scene behind. Inside a private room of a high-end restaurant, Zhou Kunyuan and others sat at the table, laden with a lavish feast, yet none of them could muster an appetite. "Where's old Zhao? He wouldn't really stand me up, would he? No, I should make a call." Just as Zhou Kunyuan stood to retrieve his phone, the door was kicked open. The group turned to see Zhao Yi entering, carrying half a van door. "What? Old Zhao, what's with this look?" "Don't ask. I was ambushed on the way, and I almost caught them." With a clatter, Zhao Yi threw the door onto the ground, still visibly irate. "An ambush? But this is the city. These individuals are utterly outrageous. Never mind. Let me have a drink to calm my nerves." Zhou Kunyan poured a glass of liquor for Zhao Yi, who lifted it and downed it in one go. "Old Zhao, have you remembered what those fellows looked like?" "No, they were merely insignificant characters, yet after dealing with them, I discovered, without exception, enhancement rings on each of them." Upon hearing the term enhancement rings, everyone could not help but express their disdain. Enhancement rings? Surely, it's that mysterious figure behind the teacher stirring trouble again. Indeed, to be precise, it appears they are not particularly interested in an object, but rather in me. At this revelation, Zhou Kunyan and the others were momentarily taken aback. What does this statement imply? It means exactly what it says. Do not offer me frivolous interpretations. I am addressing a serious matter with you. Chapter 168. The burden of possession. Seeing the grave expression on Zhao Yi's face, Zhou Kunyan swiftly suppressed his usual playful demeanor. The atmosphere in the private room plummeted to an icy silence, ultimately broken by Shun Huchio's voice. "You mentioned that those individuals are targeting you specifically. Have you not considered what valuable possessions you may hold?" Zhao Yi glanced at Shun Huchio, his expression betraying his hesitation. "Old Zhao, sister who is one of us. She has cared for us during our hospital stays. There is no need to conceal anything from her. The situation is far from simple. You all understand the principle of possessing a jewel is a crime. If I speak today, do you believe your lives will remain peaceful thereafter?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Qinyan quickly grasped the implications. He exchanged a knowing glance with Tao Weiwei, and both fell into a contemplative silence. Throughout their journey, the three of them had forged an unbreakable bond, intimately aware of one another's backgrounds. Zhou Qinyan's gift lay in the realm of animal affinity, while Tao Weiwei's talent resided in the manipulation of the supernatural. Yet, Zhao Yi's ability remained a mystery to them both. Old Zhao, is it possible that the jade you speak of is your gift? Indeed, the jade in my possession is akin to a hot potato. Today's failed assassination attempt has made their intentions abundantly clear. If we are not safe in the rear, I shudder to think of their methods once we reach the battlefield. Let me bear this burden alone. After all, the trouble originated with me. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qinyan chuckled lightly, and Tao Weiwei shook her head in disbelief. What is your reaction to this? Zhou Qinyan pressed. Old Zhao, do you not understand? If your jade is a hot potato, then having another person aware of it means that there is someone else to share the burden with you. Are you planning to take this secret to your grave, leaving us to burn paper for you afterward? While Zhou Qinyan's words were somewhat blunt, the logic was sound. Zhao Yi was taken aback, looking up at the others. Do not look at me. I have already applied to join the battlefield alongside Qinyan. Zhao Yi was surprised to learn that Shun Huqiu had secretly volunteered to become a medic, prompting him to sigh in resignation. Very well, since everyone is so righteous. It would be ungracious of me to continue being overly cautious. Watch closely. Zhao Yi unveiled a set of white porcelain dishes before him, then stood and took a teacup from Zhou Qinyan, a white bowl from Tao Weiwei, and a white plate from Shun Huqiu. He stacked these dishes from smallest to largest, finally placing his chopsticks atop the white plate. Do you understand now? Shun Huqiu gazed in astonishment, while Tao Weiwei wore a subtle smile, as it seemed the reality aligned with her earlier conjectures. Only Zhou Qinyan, after taking in the scene, scratched his head in confusion before slapping the table. Oh, I see now. Old Zhao, your gift is the ability to build. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi smiled knowingly and returned everything in front of her. Indeed, Kuan was astute, deducing the truth in an instant. All right, let us cease our idle chatter and hasten to our meal. We must enjoy ourselves at the nightclub later. And it is only fitting that young Master Zhou picks up the tab. No problem, consider it done. The group engaged in cheerful conversation, oblivious to the red dot pulsating in the corner of the private room. Is there no way to adjust the camera? That is impossible, Mr. Chiu. As you know, they are all martial artists, their senses inherently sharper than those of ordinary folk. This is indeed the best vantage point we can find. Mr. Chiu gazed at the monitor. From the moment Zhao Yi stood to collect the dishes, her figure effectively obscured the view at the table. What a bunch of imbeciles. Mr. Chiu slammed the listening device onto the ground. His subordinates, witnessing this, quickly interjected, Please remain calm, Mr. Chiu. While we may not have discerned what Zhao Yi was doing at the table, we have not returned empty-handed. At the very least, we now know that everyone in the room is aware, correct? Mr. Chiu stroked his chin thoughtfully before smacking his forehead. You make a valid point. Immediately connect me with the personnel officer at the front lines. I require a thorough discussion with him. At that moment, a military green jeep sped toward the vicinity of the camp. Halt! Who goes there? The driver, Xiao Lin, rolled down the window and presented identification. Upon reviewing the credentials, the guard's expression shifted dramatically. It is indeed Commander Yun. Allow passage at once. The jeep gradually entered the camp, where a young officer eagerly approached, bowing respectfully. Commander Yun, our Thunder Brigade has been informed of your arrival, and I have been sent to welcome you. Too kind, young comrade. Please lead the way. Commander Yun and his companion were soon escorted indoors, where Lei Yanba was engrossed in studying a topographical map. Brigade Officer Lei, you appear quite occupied. Hearing the voice behind him, Lei Yanba turned around, instantly greeting them with a smile. Commander Yun, you are too polite. Just call me Xiao Lei. I was merely preparing by studying the map for the upcoming battle. However, I am curious as to the reason for your late-night visit. Commander Yun pondered for a moment, and after Lei Yanba dismissed the others from the operations room, he spoke up. Xiao Lei, I wish to inquire about someone. Do you know Chu Yuanqing? Chu Yuanqing? Of course I know him. Has that rascal gotten into trouble again while on leave? Commander Yun, having found a thread to pursue, pressed further. Why do you say again? Ah, Commander Yun, you may not be aware, but this fellow is one of my most capable subordinates, a martial soul-level expert. Initially, I was pleased to hear he had teamed up to vanquish a ferocious beast, but later I learned that the creature was merely of a rank. I thought to myself, is he not bringing shame upon me? Thus, I scolded him a bit as Lei Yanba spoke. Commander Yun recalled the scene on the surveillance footage, where Chu Yuanqing received a phone call and, with a troubled expression, departed alone in his vehicle. Lord Lei, you seem to be unaware of the true circumstances. When the Phantom Spider Monarch first emerged, It was indeed merely an E-grade beast. However, it possesses the capacity for growth, and during the course of battle, it has evolved to E-grade 9 transformations, mere steps away from breaking through to D-grade. While it is understandable to not commend Chu Yuanxing for uniting a few juniors to vanquish this beast, it is rather unjust to chastise him. Upon hearing this, Lei Yanba stood in stunned silence. Is such a thing truly the case? I must admit, I may have been rather presumptuous. Setting that aside, do you still maintain contact with him? No, my only intention was to express my frustration and urge him to conclude his leave and return promptly. Chapter 169. Midnight Discussion. Commander Yun inquired further into Chu Yuanxing's character and conduct, yet found no discrepancies. Commander Yun, may I dare to ask, your concern for Chu Yuanxing, has this young man achieved merit or committed a transgression? Although Lei Yanba appeared boisterous and hot-tempered, no one ascends to the rank of brigade commander without possessing a keen intellect. He sensed a simmering frustration within Commander Yun and sought clarity. Since you have broached the topic, allow me to be candid, Commander Yun responded. He reported to the superiors, and the subject of his report was none other than my student, Wang Wenzheng. Upon hearing the full context of the matter, Lei Yanba was left speechless, his mouth agape. How could Chu Yuanxing, with a temperament so akin to my own stubbornness, have resorted to petty reporting? I must have him retract the accusation. It is too late. The situation has escalated. If it were that simple to resolve, I would not have come in person. Commander Yun rose and gestured dismissively. You have spoken enough for tonight. I wish to inspect the place where he resides. May I? Of course, please follow me. The camp was expansive, and officers like Chu Yuanxing had their own private quarters. Commander Yun, Chu Yuanxing usually resides here. Lei Yanba began to introduce the room, but was halted by Commander Yun. There's no need for your concern. I shall investigate myself. Very well, I shall remain outside. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. Upon entering the room, Commander Yun observed its modest furnishings, a single bed, a set of table and chairs, and a wardrobe. Military maps adorned the walls, presenting an unremarkable appearance. After a thorough search yielded no results, he slowly closed his eyes. Commander Yun's nostrils flared, absorbing the myriad scents within the room. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and approached the table, examining a particular topographic map. Lifting the map revealed a hole in the wall, just large enough to accommodate an old-fashioned mobile phone. Upon retrieving the device, he discovered it was unlocked, containing numerous unfamiliar call logs and text messages. Calmly, he captured images of the screen with his own phone, then restored the device to its original position. Commander Yun, did you uncover anything? Exiting the room, Commander Yun shook his head. Lei Yanba chuckled, rubbing his hands together. I believe this may merely be a misunderstanding. Allow me to call that young rascal Chu Yuanxing. I shall give him a proper reprimand. Brigadier Lei, if you wish to retain that title, I suggest you refrain from disclosing my visit to anyone tonight. You grasp my meaning, do you not? Realization dawned on Lei Yanba, and he quickly stowed his phone away. Understood. Of course. Rest assured, tonight No, the entire camp has not laid eyes on you. As Commander Yun sat in the returning vehicle, he perused the photographs captured on his phone. Commander Yun, could it be that Chu Yuanxing, after being reprimanded by his superior and feeling humiliated by this operation, decided to make that report? The driver, Xiao Lin, tentatively inquired. Commander Yun shook his head. Xiao Lin, do you not grasp the crux of the matter? The significance of this incident lies not in who made the report, but rather in its content. Zhao Yi and his companions indeed exhibited behavior that was rather perplexing at the exhibition center. Yet it could at least be dismissed under the guise of genius. However, it was Chu Yuanxing who deciphered the connections and made that report, implicating Wang Wenzheng in treachery. Xiao Lin found the complexity of the issue bewildering, while Commander Yun continued to sift through the photographs. He could not afford to wait too long and had already sent the images back. Although the messages exchanged lacked formal addresses, Commander Yun instinctively felt that Chu Yuanxing's report was far from coincidental. Commander Yun, where shall we go upon our return? Let us first see if we can locate Zhao Yi. I have some questions I wish to pose to him directly. In a luxurious suite of a high-end hotel in Jiangyan City, Kuan Yin and others sprawled haphazardly, while only Zhao Yi remained alert. Kuan, take off your shoes before getting on the bed. Goodness, your feet are practically biological weapons. Better keep them on. Big sis, why not share a bed with Sister Hu and leave the sofa for me? After a considerable effort arranging his companions, Zhao Yi finally reclined on the sofa. Gazing out at the neon-lit world beyond the window, he looked toward the ceiling, where the interface of martial arts compendium materialized before him. I wonder if you lot have genuinely comprehended my talent or merely feigned understanding. Regardless, after tonight, we shall all be tethered like grasshoppers on a single string. As Zhao Yi yawned, wishing to sleep, His phone suddenly rang. Hello. Is this Zhao Yi? I'm back. Commander Yun, what is the situation with Chairman Wang? Hold on. I have a few questions I wish to ask you in person. I'm waiting for you in the car downstairs. Zhao Yi tiptoed down, spotting the military green Jeep in the parking lot. He opened the door and climbed in, where driver Xiao Lin was smoking and surveying the surroundings. Commander Yun, what do you wish to inquire of me? Zhao Yi, what treasures are concealed within you? Why is it that even you, Commander, are asking about this? What? Has anyone else inquired? Facing Commander Yun, Zhao Yi felt no need for concealment. Previously, Wang Wenzheng had posed a similar question upon discovering Zhao Yi's extraordinary talent. In response, Zhao Yi had always offered the same three-word answer. I don't know. Don't know? What sort of answer is that? It's simply, I truly don't know. I wouldn't dare to deceive you too. When friends occasionally ask about my talent, I fabricate reasons on the spot. But since it's you two asking, I certainly wouldn't dream of lying. Regarding my talent, I genuinely do not know what it is. Zhao Yi spoke with a certain confidence, especially since no results had been discerned at the measurement and control center. The abilities Zhao Yi exhibited throughout her journey were remarkably intricate, akin to a child raised on the diverse sustenance of many households. After listening to Zhao Yi's description, Commander Yun formed a rough understanding in his mind. I grasp your meaning. The talents of others, including myself, are often specific to a particular category. However, your talent appears to encompass a broader spectrum, and even you, as its possessor, are akin to a blind person attempting to comprehend an elephant by touch alone. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi clapped her hands and laughed. Indeed, Commander Yun, your summary is spot on. I was nearly stifled just now. Chapter 170. Exoneration. However, Commander Yun's expression suddenly turned cold, startling Zhao Yi. Commander Yun, what is that expression? Please do not frighten me. Commander Yun leaned in, his gaze fixated on Zhao Yi, and then closed his eyes, his nose beginning to twitch. What you just said, is it truly devoid of falsehood? Absolutely, Commander Yun. If I harbor even the slightest hint of deceit, may I be struck by lightning. Commander Yun then opened his eyes, stroking his chin while still gazing intently at Zhao Yi. There was indeed no scent of deception, yet based on your earlier descriptions, it is quite normal for you to be under scrutiny. Why is that? Because your performance bears an uncanny resemblance to that of defectors. Had it not been for the thorough investigation into your family background, you would likely have been detained by now. Defectors? Zhao Yi was hearing this term for the first time, and Commander Yin did not elaborate further, merely stating that defectors are a faction of hostile forces. So, it appears that the adversaries on the front line are not solely the ferocious beasts? Humph. With the firepower of today's modern military, if the only threats were the beasts, this war would not have dragged on for so long without resolution. All right, you should return to rest. Await my call tomorrow at noon. Zhao Yi nodded and exited the vehicle, his expression a mixture of complexity as he returned to his hotel room. Fortunately, the occupants of the room were fast asleep, allowing him to ponder his myriad of secrets before retiring. Yet, suddenly, Zhao Yi felt an unsettling sensation of being watched in the darkness. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered Tao Weiwei sitting atop him, her gaze piercing into his. Hey, what are you doing, my big sister? Do you not realize that scaring someone can be fatal? What were you up to just now? Tao Weiwei demanded, her curiosity insatiable. Zhao Yi could only lower his voice in response. I went downstairs to meet with Commander Yun. Did you reach any conclusions? None. He instructed me to wait for his call tomorrow at noon. Tao Weiwei nodded and stood up, but halfway through, she turned back to fix Zhao Yi with her gaze. Remember, if anything arises, you must not conceal it from me. Of course, big sister. I will be completely forthcoming. Though Zhao Yi felt an intense scrutiny, his once empty heart began to feel considerably more fulfilled. The following morning, Commander Yun arrived at headquarters to meet with General Ma and others. Commander Yun, why have you returned? General Ma casually inquired, while Commander Yun appeared somewhat serious. You know precisely why I am here. Indeed. But you should also be aware that this matter is of great importance and not solely within my jurisdiction. Commander Yun nodded, then produced his mobile phone. Within this device lies the evidence I uncovered overnight. I believe it should suffice to prove the innocence of Wang Wenzheng and Zhao Yi, correct? General Ma perused the photographs and call logs, then inquired, may I share this evidence with others? Certainly. General Ma swiftly uploaded the evidence, and indeed, the reactions to it varied among the group. Commander Yun, the opinions are divided. What is your perspective on this? It would be prudent for General Ma to summon Chu Yuanxing for a face-to-face confrontation with me. I am eager to inquire about the identity of the mysterious contact in his mobile phone. Very well. Please remain calm and take a moment to rest here. No, I wish to see him. Without hesitation, General Ma turned to his aide and instructed, arrange for the interrogation to be temporarily halted. In the interrogation room, Wang Wenjing remained seated on the electric chair, his mind echoing with a series of questions. Wang Wenjing, speak up. What secrets does Zhao Yi conceal? He has no secrets. None. An E-grade beast that even a soul master like Chu Yuanqing could not subdue. Yet he managed to resolve it. How could he have no secrets? Wang Wenjing, if you confess honestly, there may still be room for redemption. Otherwise, you shall regret it. Suddenly, the door to the interrogation room creaked open, and Commander Yun entered. Ah, you all seem to be working quite hard. I hear you've been interrogating him around the clock? Surely, this is excessive even for a fugitive. It was evident that Commander Yun's words held a deeper meaning, prompting the interrogators to rise with forced smiles. Commander Yun, please do not be upset. We are merely following orders from above. I am not angry. However, if you are so diligent in obeying orders, then it is time to cease. The accompanying personnel delivered General Ma's command and cleared the entire interrogation room. May I go downstairs? The aide hesitated, but Commander Yun proceeded without any doubt to the lower level. I don't know. I know nothing. As footsteps approached, Wang Wenjing, still on the electric chair, muttered to himself until he heard a familiar voice. Old Wang, it's me. You've endured so much. Upon seeing Commander Yun, a smile crept across Wang Wenjing's face. It's not arduous. It was merely a fabrication, and I am not afraid of their scrutiny. Rest assured, the matter is largely resolved. I will swiftly restore your innocence and justice. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, they were suddenly interrupted by urgent voices from upstairs. Commander Yun, please come up. What is it that cannot be spoken of now? Chu Yuanqing has gone missing. At this, Commander Yun dashed upstairs, just as General Ma and the others arrived. How could a perfectly well individual simply vanish? Commander Yun, do not be agitated. In fact, we must extend our gratitude to you. Had you not come, we might not have even discovered his disappearance. Commander Yun examined the report in hand, which conveyed a straightforward account. After the interrogation concluded yesterday, Chu Yuanqing returned home. His parents bid him farewell this morning, believing he had gone to the headquarters, only to find he had inexplicably vanished. We are still investigating, though it remains uncertain when we will have answers. With a forceful slap, Commander Yun slammed the report onto the table and shouted, Then what shall we do now? Must he continue to endure suffering until this person is found? General Ma cast a glance at Wang Wenjing, who lay on the electric chair, and shook his head. For now, we can transfer him back to a regular cell. We shall address everything once we locate the individual. Time swiftly passed, and noon arrived, rousing Zhao Yi from sleep with a sharp slap. Boss, can't you let someone sleep peacefully? Tao Weiwei displayed her watch, her expression grave as she fixed her gaze upon him. It is already 12 o'clock. Are you still asleep? Have you forgotten your responsibilities? Oh, right. Zhao Yi sat up from the sofa, and just as he retrieved his phone, it rang. Commander Yun, do we have any updates on the situation? Zhao Yi, Chu Yuanqing has gone missing. How could this happen? Have we located him? Not yet, which is why I believe it would be prudent for you to join the search. Chapter 171. Prepare for everything. Do you require my assistance in the search? Zhao Yi inquired, her hesitation palpable. Yet, before she could articulate her thoughts, the signal on her phone inexplicably faltered. Hello? Commander Yun, are you still there? It appeared that there was a problem with the reception, prompting her to consider ending the call. Just as she was about to hang up, a voice emerged through the static. Don't hang up. Zhao Yi, is that you? The voice, both familiar and alien, compelled her to respond. This is Zhao Yi. Who are you? I am Chu Yuanqing. The speaker's voice trembled intermittently, as though he were ensnared in a frigid environment. Chu Yuanqing, you have proven quite elusive, Zhao Yi exclaimed. Where are you currently located? I'm not entirely sure. It is exceedingly cold here. The snow stretches endlessly. Snow? It is the height of summer. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhao Yi observed her surroundings, the sweltering summer sun rendering the notion of snow absurd. Chu Yuanqing inhaled deeply. I don't have time to explain. I am on the brink of freezing to death. I never imagined my final call would be to you. What do you mean by final call? What are you implying? Listen carefully. I witnessed something terrifying at Mr. Chio's place. There were tendrils everywhere, and a sequence of numbers, 99, 47, and 74. 53. Did you catch that? I heard you clearly. 99, 47, and 74. 53. What follows? Someone wishes for you to come here. There is nothing more to say. Farewell. The line buzzed ominously, and Chu Yuanqing, understanding the gravity of his situation, curled into a ball, his phone slipping from his grasp as he succumbed to the unforgiving snow. Hello? Why is everyone I speak to tonight so cryptic? Zhao Yi gazed at her phone, which indicated the call had ended abruptly, only to be interrupted by another incoming call. Zhao Yi, what is happening on your end? Why did the call suddenly drop? I've been trying to reach you, but it shows you are out of service range. Out of service range? I haven't moved an inch. Am I to believe you? Even the satellite phone is ineffective. Never mind that. Have you considered what transpired? Recalling Chu Yuanqing's words, Zhao Yi shook her head. Commander Yun, I just received a call from Chu Yuanqing. Chu Yuanqing? Where's that kid? I must confront him personally to ascertain why he lied. If Chu Yuanqing's account is indeed accurate, there may be no need to search for him any longer. Why is that? Commander Yun initially struggled to comprehend. But once Chu Yi recounted the details, he suddenly grasped the situation. What on earth did that fellow witness? Those numbers unmistakably resemble geographic coordinates. Let me investigate. Commander Yun swiftly opened the electronic map at his side and entered the numbers, revealing an expanse of white before him. At the coordinates of 99, 47E and 74, 53N, this location lies in the northern reaches of Siberia, within the realm of permafrost. Could it be that in a single night, he journeyed to this place? Commander Yun murmured to himself, while at that moment, Zhao Yi had already produced the iron plate. The numbers inscribed upon it were identical to those that Chu Yuanqing had revealed to him. This was no mere coincidence. Commander Yun, is there any way to expedite my transport to this location? Zhao Yi, what purpose do you have in venturing there? That is the first battle zone, bordering our neighboring nation. Without the proper documentation, I cannot facilitate your passage. Am I not destined for the battlefield? I am determined to go there. And regardless of any obstacles, I shall crawl there if need be. Zhao Yi's mind was in turmoil. He was uncertain of what awaited him at the coordinates. Yet, he was acutely aware of his fervent desire to meet the individual Chu Yuanqing had mentioned. Zhao Yi, articulate your reasons for insisting on this journey. Otherwise, I cannot assist you. Zhao Yi steadied his thoughts and spoke with remarkable calmness. Commander Yun, I understand that you are unlike other generals and leaders. But there is one truth I have always known. The higher-ups, particularly those in the military, are eager to uncover the secret I harbor. Are they not? Rest assured, I will do my utmost to protect you in this matter. Commander Yun, your silence implies the truth of my assertion, does it not? As Commander Yun remained silent, Zhao Yi continued, in truth, I am uncertain of the nature of the secret I possess, rather than a secret. It is akin to a door. I know not what lies beyond it, but all I have is a key. If you trust me, now is the time to send me forth to unlock that door, while simultaneously preparing for what lies ahead. What kind of preparation? Commander Yun inquired, only to be met with a resolute voice on the line. Preparations on all fronts. Understood. Share your location with me, and I shall arrange for someone to retrieve you immediately. After concluding the call, Zhao Yi lifted his gaze to the assembly before him. Old Zhao, where are you headed? Listen to me. This matter is no trivial jest, and you cannot simply follow along recklessly. Zhao Yi's words were abruptly interrupted by Tao Weiwei. Regardless of where you go, you cannot leave me behind. And me. Faced with the smiling countenance of the group, Zhao Yi could only nod in resignation. If things go awry, those who join me may face death. Do you truly wish to accompany me? Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into a brief silence, with Tao Weiwei being the first to extend her hand. I saw you retrieve it. Thus, I must join. I wish to go too, old Zhao. Every journey we've taken has been fraught with peril. How could I be absent? If he goes, I shall go as well. Seeing their unwavering determination, Zhao Yi could only place his hand atop theirs. Since you have all made your choice, let us proceed to the rooftop. The rooftop? At first, Zhou Kunyan was taken aback, but he soon noticed a military green helicopter descending slowly. Who is Zhao Yi? I am the envoy sent by Commander Yun to escort you. Zhao Yi was the first to leap aboard, then turned to inquire, is there a limit on the number of individuals we can bring back as per Commander Yun's directives? He did not respond. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi extended his hand, pulling Zhou Kunyan, Tao Weiwei, and Shun Huqiu onto the aircraft. The atmosphere within the helicopter was stifling. Approximately an hour later, a crew member handed Zhao Yi a satellite phone. This is from Commander Yun. Zhao Yi accepted it, and the phone began to ring. Commander Yun, I am on the helicopter. I am aware. I have already reported your recent reactions to the higher-ups. They do not permit you to proceed. What am I to do then? Just as he posed this question, the aide drew his sidearm and offered it to Zhao Yi. Now do you understand? Zhao Yi, do not let me down. The call abruptly ended, and Zhao Yi took the gun, saying, I apologize, brother. He then pressed the muzzle against the other man's temple. Major, we are about to cross the border. Do not stop. Keep flying. Unless you wish to perish here. Zhao Yi shouted, and the helicopter surged forward. Meanwhile, at the headquarters where Commander Yun was stationed, General Ma and others had just returned with personnel. I instructed you to call and halt that Brad Zhao Yi. Where is he? I fear it may be too late. Too late. General Ma observed the satellite imagery and saw that the helicopter had already crossed the border, heading straight for Siberia. Ah, you have really escalated this situation, do you realize? General Ma sighed and immediately began to report upwards. Soon, the news reached the neighboring country. Old Zhao, where are we headed? Zhou Kunyan peered through the window at the vast expanse of white below, feeling somewhat anxious. Siberia. Following the precise coordinates provided by Zhao Yi, the helicopter continued for over half an hour before beginning to circle. We will arrive at our destination in 5 minutes. Thank you all for your efforts. This is as far as we go, for danger surely lies ahead. Zhao Yi returned the gun to its owner, and the helicopter began to descend gradually, lowering a rope ladder. Zhou Kunyan and the others descended the ladder, with Zhao Yi remaining at the rear to ensure their safety. As his feet touched the vast snowy expanse, Zhao Yi promptly awaited the others to advance, and the path before them suddenly began to rise, leading them to scale a high slope. Chapter 172. The Beauty of the Setting Sun. Old Zhao, look. Upon ascending the high slope, Zhou Kunyan quickly discerned the situation below. The vast expanse of the snowy plain was teeming with numerous, unidentified ferocious beasts, while countless individuals lingered on the ground, curiously refraining from any aggression towards one another, a rather peculiar sight indeed. Stay here. I shall descend to investigate. Old Zhao, weren't we supposed to stick together? Zhou Kunyan exclaimed anxiously. Zhao Yi turned back with a smile. I am not abandoning you. I am merely securing my own safety. If things go awry, remember to rescue me. With a resigned nod, Zhou Kunyan halted, and the group watched as Zhao Yi ventured forth. The ground was littered with many vehicles and makeshift tents, resembling a camp of sorts. Mr. Chiu was also present, surrounded by individuals who treated him with great respect, as he was one of the global leaders of the Descendants faction. Mr. Chiu, we are prepared to welcome the Mother of Beasts to Earth. Is everything ready on your end? A screen stood before Mr. Chiu, displaying 6 individuals, each situated in distinctly different regions. Are the other 6 continents prepared? Rest assured, we in Asia are also ready. Then let us commence. Mr. Chiu directed the technicians to relocate an apparatus positioned upon the snowy expanse. Soon, a formidable energy began to converge at the site, overwhelming the onlookers with its intensity, prompting many to retreat hastily. Only Mr. Chiu remained transfixed, a manic expression etched upon his face as he beheld the unfolding spectacle. As time elapsed, the potent energy orb began to collapse and compress, astonishingly forming a spatial rift hundreds of meters wide. The rift loomed like a gaping maw, menacingly fixating on all present. A blood-red tentacle emerged from the abyss, extending ever longer. Those who ventured too close were ensnared, devoured until they were reduced to husks, and panic rapidly spread among the crowd. Run, run. The masses scattered in terror, while Mr. Chiu, donned in sunglasses, remained unmoved. Zhao Yi witnessed this scene, and memories of the Starfish Plaza flooded his mind. The current scenario was eerily reminiscent of that day. Compelled by an inner voice, he pressed forward. Meanwhile, Zhou Kunyan, observing from the distant high slope, raised his arms in a desperate cry. Old Zhao, come back. It's too dangerous. Yet, Zhou Kunyan's pleas fell on deaf ears as he raced down the slope, with Tao Weiwei and Shun Huqiu hastily following suit. Zhao Yi, in a frenzy, approached the crimson tentacle. Suddenly, a resonating hum echoed in his mind, causing him to collapse to the ground. The scene before him began to shift, transporting him into the system space, where he beheld 2 figures, a man and a woman. Is this the system space? Who are you? Why are you here? Get out. Zhao Yi sought to drive away the other party, only to be taken aback as they turned to reveal radiant smiles and uncontrollable tears. Son, we have finally found you. Zhao Yi's steps abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on the 2 individuals before him, a vivid memory surfacing in his mind. Godmother, who is this in the photograph? I am your godmother. Of course, this is your biological mother, and he is your biological father. Though they are no longer with us, you must remember their faces. At that moment, the appearances of the 2 before Zhao Yi mirrored precisely those in his recollections. Are you truly my parents? Zhao Yi found it difficult to believe as his parents stepped forward to embrace him. We are sorry, Zhao Yi. You have endured so much over the years. We should not have been so selfish, burdening you with such responsibilities at such a tender age. Thankfully, you have returned. Seeing you reassures me that our sacrifices were not in vain. The couple enveloped Zhao Yi in their arms, recounting the events of the past. Both of Zhao Yi's parents were internationally renowned scientists, and it was only in their 30s that they welcomed him into the world. His father was named Zhao Haichuan, and his mother, Jiang Yiren, which inspired Zhao Yi's own name. Merely 2 months after Zhao Yi's birth, his parents received a top-secret order to proceed to the Siberian region. a mission shrouded in complete confidentiality. This endeavor marked the beginning of a fateful transformation for Zhao Yi's family. Initially, they discovered peculiar energy fluctuations in the area, prompting them to remain for further investigation. As their research progressed, they recognized the extraordinary nature of this place and prepared for the possibility of perishing there. However, none could foresee that they would ultimately be swept into a temporal vortex by a sudden spatial rift. This opportunity afforded them a glimpse into a world a century hence, where monstrous beasts descended from the stars, and Earth would cease to exist. In an effort to alter this grim fate, they harnessed future technology to create an intelligent neural interface, the very system that had awakened within Zhao Yi. Do you know Teacher Tao? He is our comrade. By the time we could no longer return, he discovered our farewell letter. Without him, we might never have met. Zhao Yi nodded, tears welling in his eyes. Child, we could reminisce until dusk, but tomorrow awaits your rewriting of fate. Go forth, approach the spatial rift that heralds the arrival of the mother of beasts. The intelligent neural interface will rewrite everything. Zhao Yi awakened once more, still sprawled on the ground, surrounded by individuals fleeing in panic from pursuing crimson tendrils. Faintly, he could hear the calls of Zhou Qunyan and others behind him, yet Zhao Yi remained resolute, sprinting towards the rift and leaping into it. A blinding white light enveloped everything around him, and a torrent of memories surged forth. Zhao Yi felt as though he had entered a river, capable of gazing into both the past and the future. Suddenly, he experienced an epiphany and desperately began to swim backward, pushing himself until he was utterly exhausted, gradually sinking to the riverbed. Zhao Yi, rise and answer the questions. Zhao Yi awoke once more, his drool dampening the pages of his book. Beside him, Zhou Qunyan gazed with a mischievous grin, while Tao Weiwei, tasked with rousing him, wore a look of disappointment. Standing at the podium was Teacher Tao. Have you fallen asleep again? Step outside for a punishment. Reluctantly, Zhao Yi carried his book to the corridor. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon checking, he discovered it was a call from his mother. He hurriedly answered, soon hearing a voice that was somewhat unfamiliar yet profoundly comforting. Son, you mentioned last night that you wouldn't be home for your birthday tonight, wanting to go out with your classmates. Your father and I are heading out now. Is it all right if we leave some money on the table? Mom, is it really you? Zhao Yi's voice trembled. Jiang Yiren laughed softly. You silly child. If it weren't me, would it be a human trafficker? First, answer my question. Mom, I've changed my mind. I don't want to go out. I wish to celebrate my birthday at home. Have you altered your plans again? What about the promises you made to your classmates? How about this? Invite your classmates over for dinner tonight. I'll head to the market with your father now. And with that, the call ended. Zhao Yi stared at his phone, the time indicating it was indeed the second day since his awakening, signifying that history had been rewritten. He opened Baidu, incessantly searching for information regarding warriors and ferocious beasts, but found nothing. This revelation brought Zhao Yi immense relief, affirming that his parents' sacrifices were worthwhile. As for whether a crisis involving ferocious beasts would emerge in the future, he chose not to dwell on it. He simply wished to relish the present. The school bell rang, and students surged out. Zhou Qunyan and others seized Zhao Yi. Old Zhao, what are you looking at? Nothing much. I just think the sunset is quite beautiful. Oh, here we go again with your artsy facade. Have you developed an affection for some girl in another class? Finished writing your love letter yet? I can help deliver it. Zhao Yi chuckled and shook his head. Turning back, he noticed Tao Weiwei, Shen Huqiu, and others were present. I've changed my plans for tonight's birthday. Everyone is invited to my house. My parents will cook personally. Hooray! We get to savor Uncle Zhao's cooking again. As the group rode their bicycles against the backdrop of the setting sun, they gradually ventured into the distance. Chapter 173. The illusory world on the surface. Everything appears to be splendid. It seems to be the most perfect conclusion. Yet, is this truly the case? All of it is an illusion. At present, Zhao Yi remains oblivious to the underlying issues. Just moments ago, while he was in contact with Zhou Qunyan, he was surrounded solely by Zhou Qunyan. Immersed in the scene, he could not discern the situation clearly, but an outsider would perceive it with clarity. With a godly perspective, one could distinctly observe that there was no one else in the vicinity at that time. This implies that the appearances of Tao Weiwei and Shen Huqiu were rather jarring. In a world devoid of Zhao Yi, there are no outsiders. The entire realm exists as a fabricated illusion crafted exclusively for Zhao Yi. The dynamics of this world revolve solely around this small area that encompasses Zhao Yi. Until now, he has failed to recognize the problem, believing everything to be entirely reasonable. In truth, a slight awakening of the mind would reveal the issues at hand. Any trace of martial arts has vanished, completely and utterly erased. Furthermore, there is the change in Zhao Yi's parents. They are still alive, bestowing upon him the rarest form of love. The friends by his side remained, accompanying Zhao Yi to their home. In the very instant they entered the room, the outside world faded entirely. The so-called sunlight and natural elements disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. The world plunged into darkness. This is a realm meticulously constructed solely for Zhao Yi. It is the handiwork of the mother of beasts. Possessing an intelligent brain machine indeed offers a possibility to confront the mother of beasts. However, potential does not guarantee resolution. It necessitates Zhao Yi's direct involvement. Zhao Haichuan believes in his child, and so does Jiang Yiren. It ultimately rests upon him. Within Zhao Yi's mind, numerous memories have surfaced, ones he had never encountered before. This world is gradually guiding him to accept his identity. An illusory realm, living in an illusion, capable of enduring until the very moment of death. From a certain perspective, this is not entirely negative. As he is not young anymore, it is time to discuss a marriage proposal, Zhao Haichuan remarked. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yiren quickly interjected. As parents, we need not fret so much. It is the era of free love, so let us not meddle unnecessarily. Zhao Yi, upon hearing Jiang Yiren's words, nodded in agreement, feeling an overwhelming headache at the thought of being urged into marriage. Tao Weiwei and Shun Huqiu's expressions subtly shifted, seemingly troubled by Zhao Yi's impending engagement. Tao Weiwei glanced at Zhao Yi and then at Shun Huqiu, quietly inquiring, "Sister Hu, what should we do? If I don't act soon, Zhao Yi will be taken by someone else." Her voice was soft yet perfectly audible to Zhao Yi. Shun Huqiu reassured Tao Weiwei, saying, "Do not concern yourself with such matters. If he truly cared for you, he would not ignore you. If he does not care, no amount of longing will suffice. Such things cannot be forced." Shun Huqiu's words were not merely comforting. However, it must be said that this is indeed a stark truth. Upon hearing Shun Huqiu's words, Tao Weiwei nodded in understanding. Meanwhile, outside the realm of illusions, the mother of beasts lay in slumber. The sudden turn of events left the leaders of several continents in a state of disbelief. They had never anticipated such a situation. The question now was whether to attack or refrain from doing so. Frankly speaking, even if the mother of beasts remained inactive, their capabilities could hardly pose a threat to her. Acting rashly could lead to detrimental consequences. Just as they were grappling with the decision of whether to take action, Commander Yun's call came through. "Mr. Chiu, there is something I must convey. Zhao Yi is currently addressing this matter. Trust him, will you? We absolutely cannot take action against the mother of beasts. To take a step back, even if you were to engage, could you truly resolve the situation with her? Do not deceive yourselves. The mother of beasts is beyond our current means of resolution. This is a doorway. Should she perish, the world would face an even graver calamity." Mr. Chiu fell silent, as did the leaders of the continents. They had just been deliberating on how to tackle this issue. "Bring the individuals associated with Zhao Yi here." Mr. Chiu instructed his subordinates. Upon receiving the order, the subordinates acted promptly without hesitation. "You all need to accompany me. Mr. Chiu has matters to discuss with you. This concerns Zhao Yi and the safety of your friend." The person tasked with summoning Zhou Kunyuan and the others was particularly courteous, mindful not to be negligent. Each of them was a key figure, integral to the future of the world. In matters such as these, they dared not exhibit any arrogance. Zhou Kunyuan, bewildered, was unclear as to why these individuals sought him out. Was it related to Zhao Yi? That made some sense, but he pondered what purpose he served. Unable to comprehend, he decided to dismiss the thought and turned his gaze to Tao Weiwei and Shun Huqiu, seeking their guidance on what to do next, whether to follow. Tao Weiwei's gaze fell on Shun Huqiu. After a moment's hesitation, Shun Huqiu decisively stated, "Let us go. After all, this concerns Zhao Yi." This was a reason they could not refuse. "Very well, we shall accompany you," Zhou Kunyuan declared, positioning himself protectively behind Tao Weiwei and Shun Huqiu. The journey proceeded without incident, though they all noticed the terrifying figure of the mother of beasts in the distance, her numerous limbs appearing ominously dense. How were they to confront such a being? "Old Zhao, can we truly do this?" Zhou Kunyuan couldn't help but think to himself. Shaking his head, he dismissed these unrealistic notions, deeming them unnecessary. If the sky were to fall, there would be a tall person to bear it. He thought this way, yet he was unaware that Zhao Yi was currently battling the mother of beasts. The fate of the world rested not in the hands of the tall figure he imagined, but in the very person he underestimated. "Mr. Chiu, the individuals have arrived." With utmost respect, he addressed Mr. Chiu before descending. Zhou Kunyuan, Tao Weiwei, and Shun Huqiu felt a palpable sense of unease. The individuals present were all significant figures, each of whom held a stature that rivaled that of Commander Yun. Though they felt a bit intimidated, it did not mean they would remain passive. "Mr. Chiu, you summoned us for a purpose." You mentioned a matter concerning Zhao Yi. We are uncertain of the specifics, but you likely wish to address these issues. What has transpired? Zhou Qinyan asked, steeling himself to pose the question. It would be disingenuous to claim that he was not anxious in the presence of such a prominent leader. Chapter 174. At a loss. Zhou Qinyan. There is no need for you to be anxious. Speak freely. The reason for summoning you today is linked to certain circumstances concerning Zhao Yi. Just as Zhou Qinyan felt an overwhelming sense of unease, a familiar voice resonated in his ears. Upon hearing Commander Yun's call, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking towards the large screen ahead, he beheld Commander Yun's visage. Spotting a familiar face eased his racing heart. Is this related to Zhao Yi? Does it warrant such considerable concern from you all? Tao Weiwei interjected. What have you done to Zhao Yi? Her worry was palpable. In truth, this situation was rife with ambiguities. He could not fathom why they had specifically sought him and a few others. Was it possible they intended to use them as leverage to coerce Zhao Yi into submission? One could not deny that his imagination was quite expansive. Beside him, Shen Huqiu did not seem to grasp the gravity of the situation, as he had a certain trust in Commander Yun. Given that Commander Yun had spoken, it was unlikely that a grave issue was at hand. Mr. Chiu wore a bitter expression, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. He could only attempt to soothe Tao Weiwei, stating, "It is not as you envision. It pertains to the future of the entire world and is connected to Zhao Yi, the mother of beasts. You have seen, have you not? Currently, the mother of beasts is in a state of slumber." Mr. Chiu patiently elucidated the matter. Commander Yun occasionally interjected with further clarifications. Through their joint explanations, Tao Weiwei gradually began to comprehend the situation. Upon realization, she felt a suffocating weight. Such an insurmountable issue rested upon Zhao Yi's shoulders. What immense pressure must Zhao Yi be enduring? Tao Weiwei was uncertain, yet she felt breathless. Shen Huqiu hastily offered words of comfort and then turned to Mr. Chiu. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to ask. We will not conceal what we know. As for what we do not know, we are equally powerless. Our knowledge is limited. He spoke only the truth. Subsequently, Mr. Chiu wasted no time in inquiring about various details. Zhou Qinyan, Tao Weiwei, and the others responded thoroughly, revealing no suspicious elements. Based on the judgments of the skilled individuals present, it seemed improbable that Tao Weiwei and her companions were lying. Ironically, this very point was the most difficult for them to accept. After posing numerous questions, they yielded no substantial answers. In fact, this was the expected outcome. Not only were they in the dark, but even Zhao Yi, the principal party involved, was not fully aware of the situation. Until the final moment, it became evident that everything was intertwined with the mystery of his missing parents. As they exchanged these words, the world underwent silent transformations. The mother of beasts remained in slumber, with no signs of awakening thus far. Zhao Yi continued to dwell within the realm of illusions, having yet to uncover the flaws of this world. Simultaneously, he had not been entirely assimilated by this realm. Memories of martial arts occasionally flickered within his mind. Go quickly. Do not hesitate in matters such as this. Zhao Yi is an exceptional individual. Should you let this opportunity slip away, you may find yourself regretting it without a place to lament. Shen Huqiu urged Tao Weiwei, encouraging her to be more decisive. The realm of illusion is strikingly real, evolving seamlessly as long as it pertains to Zhao Yi. There are no flaws to be found. Everything exists based on logical reasoning, crafted from Zhao Yi's memories into a fictitious world so profound that he perceives not a hint of falsehood, and it brings him immense satisfaction. Within this realm, everything is exactly as he desires and yearns for. Tao Weiwei's delicate face flushed, and she struggled to find words. After a moment of inner turmoil, she finally said, "I understand. I will seek him out tonight. You must help me with some ideas, for I shall be at a loss for what to do. It will all depend on you." Her voice dwindled, becoming barely audible. Her cheeks were a vibrant red, akin to ripened apples. "Rest assured, I will devise a strategy for you. Whatever challenges arise, I shall navigate them with ease, ensuring success." Shen Huqiu confidently proclaimed, convinced that true love would inevitably prevail. With only a mere opportunity standing in the way. In a situation not dissimilar, Zhao Yi found himself in a similar predicament, seeking counsel from his trusted advisor. "Zhou Qinyan, old Zhao, I have never seen you so indecisive. If you have feelings for her, pursue them boldly. It is evident that Tao Weiwei harbors affection for you as well. Must you always rely on me? I cannot bear this. What will become of me if you find happiness?" Zhou Qinyan's patience was wearing thin as he urged Zhao Yi forward. As he continued to counsel, Zhou Qinyan felt his own resolve wavering. Why must he be the one to intervene in such matters? It was absurd to speak as if he were seasoned in romance. In Zhao Yi's words, The one enmeshed in the situation is often blinded, while the observer sees clearly. Thus, Zhou Qunian's presence was necessary. Feeling needed by a friend brought Zhou Qunian joy, yet he struggled to find the right words. Whatever he said seemed unwelcome, and he felt trapped in indecision. I have said all that I can. If you do not trust my words, then perhaps you should cease to inquire. He finally snapped at Zhao Yi, his frustration boiling over. Zhao Yi nodded repeatedly, assuring him that all was well. On that day, they specifically chose a bustling gathering for their meeting. Shortly after their arrival, Zhou Qunian and Shun Huqiu found an excuse to discreetly step away, taking on the role of behind-the-scenes strategists. Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei donned earpieces, walking side by side through the lively assembly. The moon hung full and bright, the atmosphere vibrant with couples entwined in affectionate embraces. In this enchanting setting, the connection between Tao Weiwei and Zhao Yi blossomed. A flirtatious ambience enveloped them, urging her to seize the moment, to take his hand and make the first move. Such matters should not fall to the girl. Trust my instincts, and all will be well, he advised. Zhou Qunian addressed Zhao Yi, while Shun Huqiu had seemingly appeared by his side without notice. Listening to Zhou Qunian's words, he regarded him with a bemused expression, as if he were both smiling and not. Ah, I see now. So this is how it is, quite despicable indeed. In his own words, he remarked that those who engage in such schemes possess a tainted heart. This is an unprincipled stratagem. What is there to be so contemptible about? Do not presume that I am unaware. I am fully cognizant of your actions. The turtle does not speak of the tortoise, and the elder brother does not mention the younger. Each of us harbors a clear understanding of the situation. Chapter 175. The illusion of beauty. The two did not linger on the topic for too long, sharing a tacit understanding to deliberately avoid it. Shun Huqiu had merely jested earlier. In a meeting of strategists, those in love need not engage in convoluted schemes. Their hearts are already intertwined. In such circumstances, any pretense feels superfluous. Should we concern ourselves with them? Shall we allow them to develop freely? Shun Huqiu inquired of Zhou Qunian, his uncertainty palpable. Zhou Qunian shrugged indifferently, expressing his dissatisfaction. Let love unfold as it will. I've come to realize that I am merely a cog in their CPU. Is a single man's life not worth living? Must I be dragged in as an unwelcome third wheel? He was vexed, contemplating throwing in the towel. Before he could voice his frustration, Zhao Yi's voice cut through the air. What should I do? I feel so embarrassed. I don't know how to take his hand. Was this truly something Zhao Yi would articulate? Zhou Qunian fell silent, taken aback. Such a simple act hardly warranted instruction. All one needed to do was extend a hand and grasp the other's. Perhaps you should talk to Tao Weiwei. Zhao Yi seems rather inept. Zhou Qunian remarked with a tone of resignation to Shun Huqiu. Nodding in agreement, Shun Huqiu proceeded to communicate with Tao Weiwei. Tao Weiwei, I can assure you, Zhao Yi has feelings for you. In this situation, you must take the initiative. He is shy and cannot be left waiting. Just take his hand, express your feelings, and he will gradually reciprocate. Upon hearing this, Tao Weiwei nearly froze in her tracks, her body stiff with uncertainty. The two continued to walk, one trailing the other. Shall we go grab a bite to eat? Zhao Yi suggested, seeking conversation. Tao Weiwei nodded in response. They soon arrived at a humble vendor. The vendor, observing the hesitance and discomfort between Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei, quickly discerned the underlying issue. Just starting to date, are we? I've been there myself. My wife and I once felt the same way. It's really nothing to fret over. As long as you both genuinely care for one another, that is sufficient. Relationships can develop at their own pace. What matters is knowing you are both cherished. The vendor's words shattered the awkward atmosphere enveloping the pair. His insight was astute, indeed. The wisdom of experience shone through. In a casual remark, he had pinpointed the crux of their dilemma. They were not in a rush, for they had already acknowledged their mutual feelings. As they awaited the vendor's preparations, the previous tension dissipated. Unbeknownst to them, their hands intertwined at some point. Prior to that moment, they had felt awkward and flustered. Yet, upon clasping each other's hands, it was as if their hearts had synchronized. The previously awkward atmosphere dissipated in an instant, vanishing without a trace. The two individuals appeared as though they were longtime lovers, naturally holding hands. Witnessing this scene, the elderly lady beside the old man displayed a gentle smile. She occasionally glanced at him, her eyes radiating warmth. Reminiscing about the youth they once shared under the setting sun, a memory truly worthy of cherishing. Let this meal be my treat, she declared playfully. Wishing you a harmonious union for 100 years, a lifetime of companionship, and may you bear children soon. Do remember to invite me to the wedding feast. The old lady jested, indeed not accepting any payment from Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei. The couple did not decline, gratefully accepting the blessings bestowed upon them. This moment was pivotal for them, marking their first step forward. Although they would eventually have taken this step, the timeline remained uncertain. Fortunately, with the assistance of the elderly couple, such a swift outcome became possible. Not far off, Shen Huqiu and Zhou Qinyan trailed behind. Upon witnessing the two clasping hands, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, it seems we can take our leave now. Let's explore other places, they decided. At this juncture, further following them was unnecessary, as they did not wish to be inundated with romantic gestures before even having a meal. Beyond this marketplace, the world felt hollow. Excluding this small area, the rest remained in a state of stasis. This phenomenon arose due to the immense energy required for world evolution. It was virtually impossible for the mother of beasts to effectuate the evolution of the entire world. The most challenging aspect remained the evolution of human emotions. This seemingly mundane emotional evolution nearly overwhelmed the CPU of the mother of beasts. Amidst the joy of nurturing feelings, Zhao Yi gradually began to forget some matters concerning martial arts. Of course, to completely immerse Zhao Yi in this realm was no simple feat. His willpower was formidable, and he still recalled previous events. This was not solely Zhao Yi's accomplishment, but also attributed to the interference of the intelligent brain machine. Zhao Yi was not battling alone. Behind him stood Zhao Haichuan and Jiang Yiren. Zhao Yi inherited the will of his parents. He could not afford to fail. Even in defeat, he would not easily succumb. That was inconceivable. If I were to say that I had a long, extensive dream, where you, Zhou Qinyan, and Shen Huqiu were present, and we lived in a place reminiscent yet distinct from this world, in that dream, we ultimately... Zhao Yi expressed his innermost thoughts. Listening to Zhao Yi's words, Tao Weiwei appeared quite troubled. Yet, more importantly, she sought to reassure Zhao Yi, affirming that everything would indeed turn out well. Dreams and reality are opposites. What transpires in dreams will not occur in the waking world. I am here, and our friends are too. Uncle Zhao and Aunt Jiang are also present. We are always with you. There is no need to fear. Dreams are ultimately just dreams, illusions. Tao Weiwei's demeanor was genuine, closely mirroring the figure Zhao Yi held in his memories. Yet all of this is ultimately a fabricated reality conjured by the mother of beasts. Are you still truly yourself? Which version is authentic? Can the river of time truly be reversed? I find myself at a loss, wondering if this is merely a dream. Never mind. I shall cease pondering these matters. For now, everything I experience feels as though it is precisely what I desire. This is undeniably real. I think, therefore I am. I am still myself. Perhaps this is merely an illusion. Zhao Yi murmured to himself. Under the gentle persuasion of Tao Weiwei, he chose to overlook these doubts. He believed his thoughts remained unaffected, unaware that they had already been insidiously eroded. Indeed, there is no need to dwell on such thoughts. Tao Weiwei firmly grasped Zhao Yi's hand and reassured him. Chapter 176. The world's bug feeling the warmth emanating from his palm. He found it difficult to believe this was an illusion. If all of this were merely a fabrication, then what could possibly be deemed real? The countless moments shared, the glimmer in Tao Weiwei's eyes, her every smile. Could all these emotions truly be false? If this were indeed a deception, then the world had become utterly deranged. Zhao Yi cast aside his unrealistic thoughts and began to relish the precious moments spent alone with Tao Weiwei. Throughout their interactions, there was naught amiss. In fact, it was approaching perfection. Tao Weiwei, a creation born from Zhao Yi's memories, seemed even more exquisite than the real Tao Weiwei, leaving Zhao Yi utterly enraptured. As their time together unfolded, Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei officially embarked on a romantic journey filled with sweetness and intoxicating love that dulled one's willpower. Previously, fleeting thoughts of martial arts and related memories would occasionally surface, but now he had entirely disregarded them. Under normal circumstances, life would invariably present certain dissatisfactions. However, in this illusionary world that Zhao Yi inhabited, everything was meticulously crafted for him, rendering dissatisfaction impossible. Shall we live happily for our entire lives? Zhao Yi posed this question to Tao Weiwei, his gaze clouded with uncertainty. The remnants of martial arts had vanished from this world. Even if memories lingered in his mind, they could not resurrect the art. It seemed that the rules of the world had shifted. Was this truly real? Was it reasonable? Of course, we must live joyfully. Tao Weiwei answered with unflinching clarity, unaware that as she uttered those words, a flicker of unease flashed in Zhao Yi's eyes. There was something amiss. He was certain of it, but he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Zhao Yi felt a profound inner conflict. Yet he was grateful that Tao Weiwei provided him with everything he desired. As night fell and dawn approached, sunlight poured in, illuminating Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei. Upon awakening, Zhao Yi beheld Tao Weiwei's profile, and felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. His peripheral vision inadvertently drifted toward the window. Whether it was a trick of the light or something else entirely, Zhao Yi noticed a small bird perched on the utility pole, its stillness akin to that of a wooden carving. It was only when his gaze fixed upon it that the bird finally stirred. The sound of its chirping reached his ears, and Zhao Yi chuckled, realizing he had overthought the situation. Everything that had transpired was but an illusion. Waking from slumber often brings about fleeting shadows of confusion, a perfectly normal occurrence. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his swirling emotions. There are matters he finds himself at a loss to address, or perhaps he is evading the issues that need recognition. This world possesses everything he desires. Both parents are alive. Friends and loved ones surround him. His career flourishes, and there is little to disturb his happiness. His relationship is progressing smoothly, seemingly on the brink of discussing marriage. Tomorrow we shall meet the parents. What do you think? It is only proper to inform them formally, Zhao Yi remarked to Tao Weiwei, his face radiating an unprecedented joy. Tao Weiwei had no objections. She had long desired this, responding with a gentle smile, I will follow your lead. Whatever you decide, I shall comply. Such phrases as marry the chicken, follow the chicken, marry the dog, follow the dog are unnecessary between us. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had specifically sought out Zhou Qunyan and Shen Huqiu. To claim that meeting the parents would not induce anxiety would be utterly false. Zhao Yi had prepared extensively for this occasion, even consulting Zhou Qunyan and Shen Huqiu for their insights. They provided valuable advice on what to be mindful of during the meeting, whether any necessary preparations were required. Zhou Qunyan, with the wisdom of experience, elaborated on the importance of sincerity. Regardless of Tao Weiwei's parents' opinions, one must maintain the proper demeanor. Uncle and aunt have met Tao Weiwei before, and this is not their first encounter, so there is no need for excessive preparation. The key is to navigate through Tao Weiwei's parent scrutiny, Zhou Qunyan advised confidently. Listening to Zhou Qunyan, Zhao Yi was clearly taken aback. When had this young man acquired such experience? He had previously seemed rather inexperienced in such matters, and Zhao Yi felt a sense of dissonance regarding his knowledge. However, upon reflection, he dismissed any concerns. Shen Huqiu also offered a plethora of useful suggestions. Soon after, he whisked Tao Weiwei away for a private conversation. Watching them depart, Zhao Yi turned his attention to Zhou Qunyan. After a moment's hesitation, he voiced his thoughts. You have changed. You seem to have improved significantly. I once had a lengthy dream. He shared what he knew with Zhou Qunyan. It seemed that even the mother of beasts could not have anticipated that the illusion created from Zhao Yi's memories would provide him with clarity. He conveyed his confusions to Zhou Qunyan, who conducted a thorough analysis. Zhao Yi began to sense that something was amiss in this world. Sometimes, an excess of perfection becomes problematic. If there were some conflicts, it might lend a sense of authenticity. Yet, in this realm, no conflicts existed at all. Everything presented itself as idyllic. It resembled a paradise, a beautiful fantasy realm found only in myth. This was a situation achievable only under the most ideal circumstances. Exuding an eerie quality, these musings are merely conjectures of mine, and I remain uncertain. I cannot discern whether the world has encountered a glitch. When Zhou Qunyan spoke, there were signs of hesitation, and for a fleeting moment, his figure appeared to waver. It seemed as though the mother of beasts had sensed something amiss with Zhou Qunyan. If he were to continue his discourse unchecked, it could lead to complications, hence her intervention. I understand. I recognize that these are merely your speculations, and I am well aware of that. It is simply that I hold a particular interest in these matters, which is why I confided in you. There is no need for you to dwell upon it excessively. A flicker of astonishment danced in Zhao Yi's eyes, though it quickly dissipated. Regaining her composure, Zhao Yi and Zhou Qunyan linked arms, sharing whispers reserved for brothers, their conversation revolving around the future life concerning Tao Weiwei. Chapter 177. The permafrost, let alone the future, he has nearly settled on names for his future children. I find myself particularly fond of the idea of having a daughter. If it were up to me, I would wish for a daughter first, followed by a son. Yet, ultimately, it depends on Tao Weiwei's wishes. Whatever she prefers will be perfectly acceptable. Whether it be a daughter or a son, both would be welcomed with open arms, devoid of any bias towards gender. Should Tao Weiwei decide against having children, there would be no coercion from my side. Zhao Yi and Zhou Qunyan are engaged in discussions nearby, while Tao Weiwei and Shen Huqiu are conversing over similar matters. Simultaneously, Zhao Haichuan and Jiang Yiren are contemplating how to approach their prospective in-laws. They are diligently preparing for these encounters, even considering the possibility of being met with indifference and how best to respond. Oh, do not dwell on such matters, one might say. The romance of the younger generation differs vastly from our own experiences. They shall love as they see fit, and we shall not impose our will upon them. Their happiness and joy are what truly matter. The era of parental mandates and matchmakers has long since faded. This seems to embody the essence of a typical family's daily life, yet one must question its authenticity. I am aware that I would never voice such sentiments in their presence. There is no need for excessive concern. Within the realm of illusions, much of the environment is shrouded in a gray haze. Zhao Yi occasionally perceives subtle inconsistencies, but he dismisses them as mere figments of his imagination. In truth, he relishes his current state of existence, preferring not to shatter this delightful reverie, even as he consciously descends into indulgence. In the outside world, discussions have commenced regarding strategies to confront the mother of beasts, yet a definitive course of action remains elusive. There is a desire to strike while the mother of beasts is in slumber, yet they hesitate to act recklessly, lacking absolute certainty. Any impulsive action could yield disastrous consequences. As their intelligence is alarmingly scant, Zhao Yi seems to have vanished without a trace. They are utterly unable to locate him, only gleaning through surveillance footage that he has ventured towards the direction of the mother of beasts, a revelation that is particularly alarming. Commander Yun has articulated his conjectures, which the assembly takes to heart, for Zhao Yi has shared more with him than with anyone else, leaving others in a state of confusion. In the permafrost of Siberia, the entire sky has transformed in hue. Individuals from various continents are keenly observing the situation. The leaders from several continents wear particularly grim expressions. At this moment, they are entirely preoccupied, incapable of contemplating whether the world outside is gripped by fear. With the world on the brink of destruction, does it hold any significance? The pressing concern is to swiftly address the mother of beasts. This is of paramount importance, rendering all other issues trivial by comparison. My heavens, what on earth has transpired? Why is the official response so elusive? What is truly happening? Could it be that the apocalypse is upon us? Nonsense. How could the world possibly end? Such rumors are mere tactics employed by merchants to boost sales. They are attempting to ensnare us. Do not dismiss my words. I have been through this before and am quite aware of their methods. However, it must be acknowledged that the magnitude of these rumors suggests they are not without foundation. The absence of a clear statement from the authorities could be interpreted as tacit acceptance of the situation's veracity. I advise you to stockpile provisions. It won't cost much, and exercising caution is always prudent. After all, we can all afford a little extra expenditure. People across continents are engaging in discussions about this matter. The astute have sensed an ominous undercurrent. This is certainly not mere fiction or falsehood. Understanding the risks does not imply the ability to alter them, which is the most disheartening aspect of this predicament. We are painfully aware of the impending danger, yet feel powerless to avert it. Leaders across several continents remain indifferent to the issue, which is the most perilous scenario of all. It seems the authorities have resigned themselves to silence. Is the end of the world nigh? If that is the case, then before it arrives, I might as well shed my virginity. Surely that is a reasonable desire. After all, we are all destined to perish eventually. Prior to that, I wish to fulfill my own wishes, which should not be deemed excessively outrageous. Some shamelessly declare such sentiments. How brazen of you to voice such thoughts. Why not put them to the test? Given the current circumstances, if you were to act on such impulses, you would undoubtedly be the first to face capture. Perhaps the future holds an apocalypse, but for now, order has not yet disintegrated. In the absence of chaos, such behavior would surely be condemned and punished severely. It is evident that many express such sentiments, yet they remain merely talk. Everyone can boast. Indulging in idle chatter is not inherently wrong. It is clear to discerning eyes that there is a significant element of jest in their words. Who could envision that the future of the world might rest in the hands of a child? I never anticipated that events would escalate to this point. I find myself at a loss for words. Chairman Wang, do you believe that child will succeed? Commander Yun inquired of Chairman Wang. After a moment of silence, Chairman Wang shook his head and replied, I do not know what the future holds. We can only wait and see. Perhaps we can do something to assist him. But for now, we must maintain our composure. When he requires our help, we will act. There is no need to rush. It is not the formidable opponent that instills fear, but rather the unreliable allies. While a powerful enemy is indeed daunting, erratic companions can lead to catastrophe. It is acceptable not to lend a helping hand, as long as one does not hinder progress. In uncertain circumstances, choosing to observe from the sidelines is, in fact, quite wise. I understand your intentions. I have already conferred with the leaders of several continents. Thus far, they have no intention of acting recklessly. Instead, they are observing the situation, awaiting the opportune moment. When the time is ripe and they are adequately prepared, they shall make their move. Reflecting on this matter, Commander Yun recalled the unjust treatment that Chairman Wang had previously endured. Initially, everyone shared a common objective, yet such a blunder unfolded. In response to Commander Yun's jest, Chairman Wang chose not to comment. Ultimately, the outcome was favorable, and he had no objections. This is now a matter of the past. I hope he will not let you down, remarked Commander Yun. Chairman Wang's lips twitched slightly. Please, spare me the flattery. I cannot bear it. Chapter 178. The farce. Upon hearing this, Commander Yun let out a hearty laugh. These were merely jesting remarks from him, cognizant that Chairman Wang was not a person prone to nitpicking. The past, after all, is but a fleeting memory. To dwell on bygone matters now seems particularly futile. What remains paramount is the necessity for unity and cooperation, although there are always those who seek to take advantage of turmoil. This world is tangible and real, in stark contrast to the illusory realm inhabited by Zhao Yi. In the authentic world, various contradictions inevitably abound. This is the correct approach to understanding it. It is precisely because shadows accompany the light that the beauty of the latter becomes all the more precious. In times of despair, the notion of work seems trivial. Who would wish to labor when the world teeters on the brink of catastrophe? In a moment of utter breakdown, one individual forsook his job and stormed to the company's entrance. Under the bewildered gaze of the boss, a massive fist came crashing down. You, tyrant, always demanding overtime without compensation. Enough is enough. Do you truly regard us as mere beasts of burden? He raged, his frustration boiling over as he felt the weight of 2 months' withheld wages. His words dripped with disdain, his fists growing ever more resolute. At this juncture, he had no reservations left. A furious assault ensued, leaving his adversary battered and bruised, unrecognizable even to his own mother. Subsequently, he planted a foot upon the other's chest, spitting out a mouthful of phlegm that landed squarely on the assailant's cheek. The humiliation was unbearable, driving him to the brink of madness. A soldier may be killed, but not insulted, he thought, grappling with the indignity he had suffered. Yet, he knew this fate was self-inflicted. Had he merely shown a modicum of humanity in everyday dealings, he might have evaded such a dire outcome. The consequences of his past actions were now manifesting. Onlookers feigned ignorance, some even adding insult to injury. They reveled in the spectacle of a fallen tyrant, delivering merciless kicks. To preempt further complications, one individual humorously donned a bag over the boss's head. A surreal scene that left nearby security personnel in a state of disbelief. It was not that the guards were unwilling to intervene. The boss had long since incurred the wrath of the masses. They, too, had been deprived of their wages, and while they had held their tongues, witnessing this spectacle was a cathartic release. Their restraint from further humiliation was the final line they were willing to draw. The chaos escalated, a familiar scene in such turbulent times. Many were keeping a keen eye on the situation surrounding the Siberian permafrost. The truth, ultimately, cannot be concealed. The gathering of leaders from various continents in the permafrost of Siberia soon became the subject of speculation. Many pondered the nature of the insurmountable issues that compelled such a convergence. The thought of a problem so grave that even the heads of all 7 continents could not resolve it sent shivers down one's spine, akin to the harbingers of an impending apocalypse. Yet, despite the gravity of the situation, hope for a resolution remains, though the reasons behind the mysterious disturbances remain elusive. Those outside the Siberian permafrost are shrouded in ignorance regarding the specifics of the occurrences therein, as if a veritable barrier has severed their connection to the outside world. A select few maintain communication with the continental leaders, possessing some knowledge of the truth. However, this knowledge is met with silence. There are matters that can be spoken of and others that cannot. They are acutely aware of this distinction. One can only hope to navigate through this crisis. United in purpose, there should be no challenge too great for humanity to surmount. A voice among the crowd expressed such sentiments, striving to uplift spirits. Indeed, the words of a comrade from above resonated well. In the tangible world, Tao Weiwei harbored deep concerns for Zhao Yi's safety, as did Zhou Kunyan, muttering anxiously, "Old Zhao, please stay safe. If anything were to happen to you, how could I possibly endure? You must return unharmed." Zhou Kunyan appeared profoundly distressed, though this was contingent upon excluding his engagement with a television drama. While lamenting, he simultaneously indulged in his viewing, occasionally smacking his lips in satisfaction. It was evident that he relished the meal, as the fare was quite delectable. "I knew following you would be a good choice. The food is superb." A contented belch inadvertently revealed his true feelings. Although worry lingered in his heart, it was not entirely untainted by self-interest. Tao Weiwei rolled her eyes, exasperated by Zhou Kunyan's frivolity. Is this how a true friend behaves? Can you not take this matter seriously? We are facing a dire situation that warrants earnest consideration. Do not grieve too deeply, Tao Weiwei. Some matters cannot be resolved by our anxiety alone. We must place our faith in Zhao Yi, comforted Shenhuqiu. Tao Weiwei nodded, feigning strength, though inwardly, she was not as resilient as she appeared. A keen observer would have noted the subtle redness around her eyes, a testament to her quiet tears from the previous night. Tao Weiwei concealed her vulnerable side from her friends, wishing to spare them from worry. Yet, her actions were nothing more than a futile attempt to silence her own fears, a reality Shenhuqiu recognized all too well. Even the typically oblivious Zhou Kunyan sensed the underlying tension, though he lacked the emotional acuity to articulate it. I believe in Zhao Yi. He will prevail. Let us grant him some time. Tao Weiwei spoke to herself, as if addressing Shenhuqiu, yet also attempting to console her own spirit. In the intervals of their conversation, the position of the mother of beasts exhibited a slight shift. Whether it was merely an illusion, the tendrils seemed to stir, suggesting that the mother of beasts might be on the verge of awakening. This terrifying spectacle caused the leaders of several continents to twitch nervously, for this was no trifling matter, but one that pertained to the future trajectory of the world. Still, there was no contact with Zhao Yi. Commander Yun placed another call. Upon hearing Commander Yun's inquiry, Mr. Chiu fell silent, offering no reply. Although he uttered not a word, Commander Yun discerned the answer. Had there been any news regarding Zhao Yi, the atmosphere would undoubtedly be different. Patience is required. For now, the outcome is not the worst. The mother of beasts remains in slumber. Yet, she has already shown signs of awakening. This is certainly far from good news. Chapter 179. The ambiguity of truth. Commander Yun observed that upon uttering his words, the expressions of those around him transformed into a visage of distress. Their faces bore an intense conflict of emotions, leaving Commander Yun momentarily bewildered. What peculiar circumstances had unfolded beyond the permafrost of Siberia that eluded his understanding? Signs indicated that the mother of beasts was on the verge of awakening, yet no news regarding Zhao Yi had surfaced. The outcome remained uncertain, and all he could do was resign himself to fate with a chuckle. As he pondered the unfolding events, Mr. Chiu addressed him, revealing a rare smile, albeit one that appeared strained. Upon hearing this, Commander Yun was rendered speechless. Good heavens, had matters escalated to this extent? Surely, there must be some avenue for negotiation. Had they truly reached a point where life and death hung in the balance? Zhao Yi could not possibly deceive him. This situation must still hold a glimmer of hope. What he needed now was not to spiral into wild conjectures, but to await new developments with patience. Very well, I understand. At least it has not yet awakened. Let us grant it a bit more time. I have faith in Zhao Yi. He would not casually utter fabrications. Since he has conveyed this to me, it implies he possesses a measure of confidence in resolving the matter. Upon hearing Commander Yun's words, the leaders from various continents visibly relaxed, harboring hopes that the situation could unfold as he predicted. For now, they could do little but wait. This sense of powerlessness was suffocating. They had never encountered such a predicament before. Despite their united efforts, the inability to resolve the issue was truly disheartening. They had cast aside their preconceived notions, making significant concessions, yet could it still not lead to a breakthrough? Zhao Yi, you must remain unharmed. You cannot falter. I will await your return, and you must return safely. If you were to perish, I could not bear to continue living. Tao Weiwei silently prayed. Whether her prayers bore fruit was uncertain. But within the realm of illusions, Zhao Yi suddenly experienced a cramp. His body felt unaccustomed, as if contorting. His limbs appeared to dissolve into the ethereal, twisting and reshaping incessantly, while his mind threatened to explode. His consciousness gradually blurred, and the surroundings began to shift. The once clear sky morphed into a blood-red expanse, with the sun transforming into a colossal eye, entwined with countless tendrils, a sight both harrowing and surreal. Yet, such a scene lasted but a fleeting moment. Soon, the sky reverted to its former state. Sunlight cascaded once more, and the breeze remained gentle. His body exhibited no anomalies. It was as though everything that had transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. His limbs no longer twisted. Everything was intact. Had he merely been dreaming? Zhao Yi was uncertain of the specifics, but he was resolute that the preceding vision was not a mere illusion. It was a scene he recognized all too well, reminiscent of the mother of beasts he was destined to confront. Zhao Haichuan had mentioned it to Jiang Yiren. Through the intelligent brain-machine interface, one could confront the mother of beasts. Yet, the question remains, has there truly been success? Is the current world a realm that emerged victorious over the mother of beasts? Or is it merely an illusion, a fade crafted by her? If the latter holds true, then the world in which one exists becomes nothing more than a trap devised by the mother of beasts. Succumbing to it would inevitably lead to destruction. Just as Zhao Yi began to unravel the truth behind this deceptive world, an excruciating pain suddenly engulfed his mind. His consciousness began to fade into oblivion. When he regained awareness, he found himself lying in a hospital bed, surrounded by friends, a beloved companion, and his parents. Tao Weiwei wore a visage of deep concern as she gazed at Zhao Yi, tears glistening in her eyes. "You have finally awakened. I feared you would leave me," she implored. "Please, do not abandon me. Do not go, for I cannot bear a life without you, Zhao Yi." Her words seemed to carry an undertone. Leaving Zhao Yi bewildered, his head throbbing with pain, oblivious to the events that transpired before his unconsciousness. "How could you be so careless? Be more cautious next time," remarked Zhou Kunyan, expressing frustration over Zhao Yi's recent preoccupations with martial arts, deeming him mentally unsteady. A dream is merely a dream, and reality is reality. One should not conflate the two. Upon hearing Zhou Kunyan's words, a cascade of forgotten memories surged within Zhao Yi's mind, as if they had lain dormant in the depths of his consciousness, now resurfacing. The sudden influx felt disconcerting, yet he struggled to articulate the source of his unease. Beside him, Shen Huqiu offered words of comfort to Tao Weiwei. There, I told you he would be fine. His health is robust. Do not dwell on such dire outcomes." Alongside them, Zhao Haichuan and Jiang Yiren bore expressions of concern as they watched over Zhao Yi. He could feel their warmth, a comforting embrace that stirred a sense of solace within him. What had befallen him? Why was he haunted by visions of non-existence? Why linger on dreams that were but illusions? The essence of cherishing those around him was paramount. Yet, trapped within this illusory realm, influenced by the mother of beasts, Zhao Yi realized that extricating himself from this deceptive world would not be a simple endeavor. In this realm, he had lost the powers he once possessed, reduced to the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Though he retained memories of martial arts knowledge, he found himself incapable of manifesting it. In such circumstances, distinguishing between dream and reality became increasingly elusive. This, indeed, was the design of the mother of beasts. Her intent was to gradually erode Zhao Yi's spirit, employing a method akin to boiling a frog slowly, ultimately leading him to relinquish his will. From the current perspective, the trajectory of events is shifting towards his intended direction. The minor incidents that previously occurred are merely essential phases in the gradual process of boiling a frog in warm water. While they may appear to signify complications, in truth, they do not represent significant flaws. There exists a necessary convergence between the illusory and the tangible, a realization that Zhao Yi is bound to perceive. "I assure you, henceforth, I shall refrain from discussing matters of dreams. You are of utmost importance to me, and I will never again engage in such bewildering behavior." Zhao Yi pledged to Tao Weiwei, a promise made to his dear friend, and to his parents as well, as he has come to a clear understanding of reality. Zhao Yi mistook the realm of illusion for genuine existence. Chapter 180. The Day of Great Joy. After a brief interlude, Zhao Yi gradually returned to a sense of normalcy. His camaraderie with Tao Weiwei blossomed, growing increasingly delightful. Following their meeting with their parents, they officially solidified their relationship, receiving familial approval. After deliberation, they resolved to hold their wedding in half a month's time. Having finally attained this milestone was indeed a rare achievement. Tao Weiwei and Zhao Yi were inseparable, often indulging in activities characteristic of couples, living in sweet harmony, which only grew sweeter as the days passed. "Zhou Qingyan, why are you so miserly? Today is my day of great joy, yet you've come empty-handed. Are you still my good brother? I am truly exasperated with you." Zhao Yi feigned anger upon seeing Zhou Qingyan arrive with empty hands. Despite his displeasure, he welcomed Zhou Qingyan's presence, for his arrival was what truly mattered. The rest was inconsequential. "Who says I came unprepared? Look at this," Zhou Qingyan exclaimed, revealing a thoughtful gift he had procured. "Not bad, right? No matter whether you have a daughter or a son, this will be useful." Surprised that I could be so considerate? Don't be shy. You two are practically an old married couple now. Zhou Qingyan had indeed prepared a gift comprising items suitable for children, demonstrating his genuine concern for his friend's happiness. "You both must put in the effort. Don't waste what I've prepared." He chuckled. Alongside various baby items, he had also included precious tokens for safety. It was evident that he placed great importance on these gifts, which, in terms of value, were the most significant. Shen Huqiu, not to be outdone, also contributed generously, showing no reluctance in her offerings. Tao Weiwei observed Shen Huqiu, who, as the bridesmaid, appeared particularly radiant. "After you marry, will you no longer need me as your sister? You've hardly had time to accompany me lately. This is simply too much. I am quite upset. Shen Huqiu pretended to scold Tao Weiwei. Although there was a hint of genuine annoyance, it was not merely an act. How could one be happy when a friend was being taken away? Nonetheless, she sincerely wished them well and turned to Zhao Yi with a stern warning. You must take good care of her. If you dare to mistreat Tao Weiwei, I will not let you off easily. And if she ever faces any trouble, she can come to me. I will certainly stand by her side as a good friend and sister. Zhao Yi nodded repeatedly, assuring her that he would treat Tao Weiwei well. Rest assured, I will ensure that Tao Weiwei is happy for a lifetime. I will never abandon her. I shall protect her until eternity. In the instant he made this promise, a flicker of inscrutable emotion flashed in Tao Weiwei's eyes. The world they inhabited was no longer the naive fantasy derived from Zhao Yi's memories. It had been overtaken by the mother of beasts. Under the warm blessings of family and friends, Tao Weiwei and Zhao Yi celebrated their wedding. Both sets of parents wore radiant smiles, deeply content with the union, for the happiness of the young couple was paramount. This was the vision they had longed to witness. Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei graciously toasted each guest, only departing after they had completed their rounds. As they walked away, the silhouette of the couple stirred a sense of melancholy in Shen Huqiu's gaze. Beside him, Zhou Qinyan sensed the unease and cautiously inquired, You wouldn't harbor any other thoughts, would you? I advise you to steer clear of such notions. At Zhou Qinyan's remark, Shen Huqiu rolled his eyes, taken aback by the absurdity of the suggestion, as if he had become someone of great consequence. Such a notion was utterly implausible. He merely felt a tinge of regret. With the departure of two friends, although their bond remained heartfelt, certain dynamics inevitably shift post-marriage, leaving them with diminished energy for each other. The intimacy shared between Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei during their time together had been profound. Previously, Tao Weiwei would often confide in Shen Huqiu, yet recently, she had entirely overlooked him. Hearing Shen Huqiu's lament, Zhou Qinyan shrugged nonchalantly. Friends don't need to be inseparable every day. What matters is knowing you care for one another. There's no need to overthink it. If she considers you a good friend, then there's no need for further contemplation. You two will experience such changes in due time. It's a rite of passage in life. Though I'm not suggesting you should feel pressure to marry soon. Observing the shift in Shen Huqiu's demeanor, Zhou Qinyan quickly added a reassuring note. Please, don't be alarmed. I mean no harm. In their room, Zhao Yi and Tao Weiwei exchanged glances, elated to finally be husband and wife. Zhao Yi felt an overwhelming sense of reality, dispelling any remnants of doubt. You promised to be by my side for a lifetime. You cannot abandon me. If you were to neglect me, then I. Tao Weiwei earnestly cautioned Zhao Yi, her eyes reflecting a hint of unease. Zhao Yi, with calm assurance, responded, I have reiterated countless times that I shall never leave you. I swear upon the heavens, my devotion to you, Tao Weiwei, will be unwavering. As long as your heart remains true, I shall reciprocate with sincerity. Does that suffice? Though somewhat dissatisfied with Zhao Yi's response, Tao Weiwei chose not to dwell on the matter. In truth, the essence of sincerity seemed elusive in this world, which often appeared as a mere performance orchestrated by a maternal beast of chaos. Beyond the realm of illusion, the genuine Tao Weiwei remained concerned for Zhao Yi's safety, unaware that he had already wed another version of herself. Zhao Yi, you must not come to harm. Above all, you must return alive. I shall await your return unwaveringly. For I have faith in your abilities. Tao Weiwei murmured these words silently. Before he knew it, he had drifted into slumber. In this peculiar dream, he found himself wed to Zhao Yi. Curiously, he perceived the entire ceremony from a third-party perspective, as though he were an outsider looking in. This was not right. Something was amiss. A look of incredulity flickered in Tao Weiwei's eyes as he beheld another version of himself within the dream, sneering coldly at him. Chapter 181. Another me. Though this unfolded within a dream, Tao Weiwei felt an unusual clarity in his mind. The dream was as vivid as reality itself. Another version of himself was marrying Zhao Yi. Such an event should have brought him joy, yet he found himself met with a cold smile. The other Tao Weiwei appeared to possess an entirely different persona, instilling a sense of dread within him. Everything felt illusory. Was Zhao Yi also a mere figment? If all of this was fabricated, yet Zhao Yi remained genuine, he could not help but question her current whereabouts. Tao Weiwei was no fool. He keenly sensed the underlying issues. In this dream, he experienced profound anguish, where even the slightest movement of his limbs felt excruciatingly laborious. Soon after, he witnessed another version of himself and Zhao Yi embarking on their married life, an image that made him exceedingly uncomfortable. If that individual was indeed himself, he could accept it, yet the troubling nature of the situation loomed large. He awoke abruptly from the dream, gasping for breath. He was convinced that everything he had just experienced was not a mere illusion. Guided by a woman's intuition, Tao Weiwei was certain that Zhao Yi was presently ensnared in a mirage. Uncertain of the circumstances that had led to their chance encounter within the dream, Zhao Yi found himself amidst two Tao Weiweis, bewildering him to the point of questioning his own senses. That person looks just like you. Could he possibly be your sister? I recall you mentioning you have no sister. Don't pay it any mind. You must have misseen. Or perhaps you've developed feelings for another woman. You like me merely for my appearance, not for who I am. Upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, Tao Weiwei was instantly incensed, prompting Zhao Yi to cease his inquiries. The appearance of others was inconsequential. What truly mattered was Tao Weiwei's feelings. His wife was evidently uncomfortable with him having excessive interactions with other women. Wasn't this a manifestation of her care for him? He believed it was no great issue. If his wife showed no concern, that would be a cause for alarm. In truth, the Tao Weiwei he had just seen was the real Tao Weiwei, not a mere figment of his imagination. The fabricated version of Tao Weiwei was deliberately obstructing his contact with the genuine one, revealing an indirect manifestation of a strong possessiveness. Initially, this was not apparent, but over time, Zhao Yi found it increasingly suffocating. The intensity of this possessiveness was stifling. Tao Weiwei had not been like this before. Why had he changed? No. What was he thinking? Tao Weiwei's actions stemmed from his care for him. So how could he entertain such thoughts? Did this indicate a lack of affection? Would such behavior emerge after obtaining what one desired? Zhao Yi suddenly recalled a conversation he had with Zhou Qianyuan a few days prior, wherein he expressed that men often change after acquiring what they want. Zhao Yi had scoffed at this notion, firmly believing that his bond with Tao Weiwei was not so fragile. However, given the current circumstances, it appears that things have indeed begun to deteriorate. Reluctantly, Zhao Yi must confront this truth. One may deceive others, but one can never truly deceive oneself. To do so renders existence rather meaningless. Exhaustion enveloped him, and he succumbed to slumber. Tao Weiwei lay beside him, her expression imbued with an enigmatic allure. Zhao Yi found himself increasingly ensnared by her influence, his will gradually eroding. At the moment he closed his eyes and drifted into sleep, the world around him underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Tao Weiwei morphed into a grotesque creature, as did his parents. And even Zhou Qianyuan, all that once was shattered into oblivion. When Zhao Yi awoke from his dreams, the instant his eyes fluttered open, everything reverted to its original state. The world remained unchanged, its beauty intact, untouched by any alteration. As was his routine, Zhao Yi rose early to prepare breakfast, subsequently calling for Tao Weiwei to join him. He lived a life akin to that of a marionette, ensnared in the monotony of daily existence. If this continued, he would inevitably lose himself amidst the trivialities of life, sinking into utter despair. If love were genuine, it would not manifest in such a manner. Tao Weiwei was an illusion, and the mother of beasts had begun to assert control over this realm. Previously, this phantasmal world thrived on Zhao Yi's memories, unfolding in accordance with his desires. Devoid of any complications, Tao Weiwei recounted the recent events to Shen Huqiu. Upon hearing her account, Shen Huqiu's expression grew peculiar. He was uncertain whether Tao Weiwei spoke of dreams, pondering if her musings were mere reflections of her thoughts. Could dreams truly be taken seriously? It seemed rather frivolous, and he dismissed her words lightly. Sensing Shen Huqiu's disinterest, Tao Weiwei grew anxious. I truly saw Zhao Yi. It was real. It is certainly not as simple as a dream. I assure you, there is something amiss. You did not witness the other me in the dream. He smiled at me in a most uncanny manner. Tao Weiwei endeavored to convey the events of her dream to Shen Huqiu in meticulous detail. However, as he listened, he found himself bewildered, struggling to comprehend her narrative. Yet, witnessing her earnestness, he hesitated to dismiss her concerns. Her urgency suggested that something unusual was indeed afoot. Perhaps they should consult Commander Yun. He might discern some underlying truths. Shen Huqiu felt a pang of anxiety at the thought of discussing dreams. How would the leaders from various continents and Commander Yun perceive such matters? Shaking his head, he cast aside those impractical notions. Very well, let us investigate together. We should also summon Zhou Qianyuan. I saw him in my dream as well. I believe I even heard your voice, and I wanted to see more before waking up. Tao Weiwei spoke with fervent conviction. Listening to Tao Weiwei, Shen Huqiu felt increasingly incredulous. Zhou Qianyuan soon arrived and quickly grasped the situation. Upon learning the news, he did not share Shen Huqiu's concerns. Perhaps due to a more abstract thought process, he aligned with Tao Weiwei's perspective, believing that there was indeed a problem. To address this issue, communication with Commander Yun and his team was imperative. The things we are unaware of do not imply that Commander Yun and his associates are oblivious to them. Chapter 182. Dreams. Upon hearing Zhou Qinyan's words, Shen Huaqiu found himself at a loss for words. He pondered whether the issue lay with him or if both Tao Weiwei and Zhou Qinyan were at fault. However, observing their meticulous analysis, he could not deduce that they were of unsound mind. Thus, the problem seemed to rest with him, perhaps due to his own lack of attentiveness. Shaking his head, he cast aside such thoughts, unwilling to dwell on them any further. The trio arrived at the lounge where Mr. Chiu resided. Upon learning that Zhao Yi's friends had arrived, Mr. Chiu did not exhibit any lack of courtesy. He believed that the true clues would emerge from Zhao Yi's companions. And with their arrival, he felt elated, certain they had made some discoveries. Otherwise, they would not have come. Tao Weiwei recounted her experiences to Mr. Chiu. Shen Huaqiu, anxious that Mr. Chiu might perceive them as causing a ruckus, took it upon himself to clarify. I suspect there may be complications here. It is perhaps not as straightforward as it seems. This dream could symbolize some real-world issues. Mr. Chiu nodded in agreement upon hearing Shen Huaqiu's assertion. He acknowledged the validity of the statement, recognizing that any clue must be treated with utmost seriousness. Zhou Qinyan nodded in concurrence, expressing admiration for Mr. Chiu's judgment. Initially, he thought convincing Mr. Chiu would require considerable effort. However, it appeared that such persuasion was unnecessary. Why is it that you all accept this so readily? Shen Huaqiu felt a sense of despair. Why was it that such an absurd notion was embraced so easily by others? While he remained entangled in whether it was worth voicing, was the world turned upside down, or was it merely his own perspective? Was he the abnormal one? Or were they? Uncertain of how to process these thoughts, he decided to refrain from overthinking. Under Mr. Chiu's guidance, the three entered the conference hall and swiftly connected with Commander Yun. Mr. Chiu compiled the information he had just gathered into a report, adding his insights. After reviewing it, the attendees furrowed their brows. Some deemed it utterly ridiculous, likening it to a farce. Are you certain this isn't a jest? Do we truly need to assemble everyone for such dreams? What is the current situation? How can you waste time on such trivial matters? I am at a loss for what you are thinking. I refuse to engage in this nonsense any longer. Even if it were the end of the world, I would prefer to reserve this time for myself. The final moments should not be squandered on meaningless discussions. One of the state officials unleashed a tirade against Mr. Chiu. Clearly agitated, he had initially believed there was vital intelligence at hand, only to discover it was merely an insubstantial dream. This cannot be serious. This is outrageous. Of course, not everyone shared his perspective. Calm down. Take a moment to collect yourself. Currently, we are unable to locate any leads, nor can we find Zhao Yi. If one were to articulate it, one could only assert that he has ventured into another realm, correct? The notion of a dream world may sound absurd, yet it is not entirely devoid of possibility. With entities as peculiar as the mother of beasts emerging, what else could be deemed impossible? While the leaders of two states harbored concerns, the rest remained unconvinced, deeming it essential to continue the discourse. In plain terms, they clung to the hope of a dead horse being treated as if it were alive. It was a desperate measure, yet they felt compelled to make an attempt. You mentioned encountering another version of yourself within the dream. Could you elaborate on the state in which you found yourself? Are you able to vividly recall every detail from the dream? I believe this could serve as a breakthrough, so please recount it thoroughly without omitting any particulars. Commander Yun earnestly inquired of Tao Weiwei, his demeanor devoid of jest, as he was profoundly invested in the matter. At that moment, the cacophony in the conference room fell silent. They ceased to debate the merit of the issue at hand. Everyone listened intently to the dialogue between Commander Yun and Tao Weiwei, meticulously analyzing each segment. In slumber, a scene unfolded where another version of oneself and Zhao Yi materialized. Did you dream of anyone else? Besides you, Shen Huaqiu, and Zhou Qinyan, was there anyone else? Commander Yun seemed to seize upon a critical point, probing further. Tao Weiwei began to reminisce, recalling that in the dream, it appeared as though he had seen Zhao Yi's parents, not adoptive parents, but her actual mother and father, figures that should not exist. He articulated the fragments of knowledge he possessed. Under Commander Yun's pressing inquiry, he delved deeper into the specifics. Zhao Haidong, or was it Zhao Haichuan? Tao Weiwei's recollection was hazy, uncertain of the exact name. He distinctly remembered hearing something akin to Zhao Hai something Chuan something Dong. Upon completing this statement, he noticed a remarkable change in Commander Yun's expression. If it were indeed Zhao Haichuan, that would raise significant concerns. This dream was undeniably intricate. No one had ever disclosed information regarding Zhao Haichuan. Even Zhao Yi herself was unaware of her parents' details, thus Tao Weiwei's knowledge could not simply be a product of subconscious thought. This indicated that the dream held troubling implications. After absorbing Commander Yun's elucidation, the others adopted a solemn demeanor. The leaders from the various continents, who had previously dismissed the matter lightly, now displayed palpable shame. They had nearly overlooked such a crucial clue, all due to their misguided assumption that it was mere folly. The slumber of the mother of beasts was likely intertwined with this situation, and Zhao Yi's disappearance was undoubtedly connected to her dormant state. How can we assist Zhao Yi? She is currently ensnared by a false world filled with illusory people and events. Commander Yun articulated his concerns. Tao Weiwei appeared exceedingly anxious, scarcely daring to breathe. Mr. Qiu hesitated for a moment, then addressed Tao Weiwei and the others present. I am uncertain whether my analysis is accurate. To resolve this matter, one must seek the source of the issue. I believe the key to breaking this deadlock lies within the three of you, Tao Weiwei, Zhou Qunyan, and Shen Huqiu. Upon uttering these words, an unexpected silence enveloped the conference room, devoid of any ensuing disputes. The attendees exchanged glances, each contemplating the validity of his assertion. The notion of influencing Zhao Yi in another illusory realm through dreams presents an opportunity to transcend the current impasse. It now rests upon your shoulders. I implore you to dedicate yourselves fully to this endeavor. Chapter 183. Less doing, less erring while there was an intention to give their all. Their current state suggested otherwise. To be precise, Tao Weiwei, having just awakened, found it impossible to return to slumber. Upon discovering the truth, she longed to succumb to sleep immediately, yearning to encounter Zhao Yi once more in her dreams. She wished to clarify everything she knew to Zhao Yi, ensuring that Zhao Yi would no longer be deceived by the false semblance of herself that appeared in dreams. The desire to sleep was overwhelming. Yet the inability to do so left Tao Weiwei in deep distress. Noticing her confusion, Mr. Qiu addressed her with a hint of jest, assuring her that this task could not be undertaken in isolation. We shall assist you in this endeavor. We have the finest hypnotists at our disposal. Time is of the essence. We must proceed at once, he urged, unwilling to squander a moment on such a critical matter. Tao Weiwei and her companions had no objections. They were eager to reunite with Zhao Yi in the dream realm. However, only Tao Weiwei's resolve was unwavering. It was not that Shen Huqiu and Zhou Qunyan disregarded Zhao Yi's safety. After all, they had yet to witness Zhao Yi in the dreamscape. They were uncertain if they could meet Zhao Yi as Tao Weiwei had, and they were aware that her assertions were merely conjecture. No one could guarantee that this was simply a dream. If it were indeed a mere illusion, then all prior discussions would be rendered moot, which was rather troubling. Tao Weiwei, I have faith in your judgment, Mr. Qiu reassured. Do not be overly anxious, relax. I will find you the best hypnotist shortly. Aside from Mr. Qiu, the leaders from other continents did not join to observe. It was not a matter of numbers. In such situations, a tranquil environment was essential for Tao Weiwei. The presence of too many individuals could potentially thwart the hypnotic process, a consideration that warranted careful thought. Taking a deep breath, Tao Weiwei endeavored to calm her emotions. I understand. I will strive diligently. I believe in my judgment. Zhao Yi is waiting for me. I must hurry to find Zhao Yi, she murmured, her initial hesitation gradually transforming into determination. There was no room for doubt or fear. Even if everything was a mere fabrication, it mattered not. She was convinced that she and Zhao Yi would meet again. It was not an insurmountable challenge. Having encountered Zhao Yi once before, she was certain they could do so again. If she could meet Zhao Yi in a state of unconsciousness, then with the aid of a professional hypnotist, she should be able to perceive Zhao Yi in the dream realm. With these thoughts in mind, the three of them soon followed Mr. Qiu to a tranquil garden, a specially constructed residence devoid of inhabitants. In the current circumstances, no one possessed the inclination to indulge in such luxuries. Very well, you may rest here, Mr. Qiu instructed. The hypnotist will soon arrive, and each of you should choose your respective rooms. Once you slip into slumber, there will be no disturbances. If possible, please commit yourselves wholeheartedly. It is impossible not to feel anxious. The fate of the entire world hangs in the balance. And it seems absurd that such a monumental responsibility is entrusted to a few mere children. For a fleeting moment, he felt the weight of this absurdity, as if the reality he inhabited was merely a construct of dreams. What is truly real within dreams, and what is illusory in reality? Upon hearing that Zhao Yi would encounter Tao Weiwei within the dream, a cascade of complex thoughts surged through his mind, leaving him perplexed. In the Siberian permafrost, a professional hypnotist was summoned by Mr. Qiu and did not dare to delay. He arrived promptly. Meanwhile, leaders from other regions resumed their discussions regarding this matter. Is this endeavor truly reliable? It feels rather frivolous. Are we really willing to entrust our fates to a handful of inexperienced children? I believe we must undertake this ourselves. The mother of beasts is currently in slumber. Perhaps we should consider taking action. His words found resonance among the attendees, and most shared his sentiments. However, when the notion of confronting the mother of beasts arose, trepidation swept through the room. They feared that their decisions could lead to the world's downfall, echoing the adage that less action minimizes mistakes, while more action risks greater errors. Making such a weighty decision would impose considerable psychological pressure upon them. Moreover, Mr. Zhao was not present. They could not simply make unilateral decisions in his absence. The leaders from various continents had already resolved to unite, making any underhanded maneuvers impossible. The leader who initially sought to rally support smiled helplessly at the situation. He understood these fundamental truths but was gripped by fear of a destiny beyond his control, yearning to take a risk. Yet, the reactions of the assembly revealed their reluctance to pursue such an endeavor, as the potential risks were too great. Furthermore, Mr. Zhao was still absent. Tao Weiwei's assertions regarding dreams seemed somewhat absurd, yet they contained a kernel of truth. Perhaps they could first observe whether he could achieve any progress within the dream before deciding on their next steps. Was the mother of beasts, during her slumber, engaging with Zhao Yi? This possibility unconsciously surfaced in their minds. Despite its absurdity, Zhao Yi undeniably held a pivotal role. He was the key to unraveling the predicament. Although they were reluctant to accept that the fate of humanity rested upon a single individual, they had to acknowledge the reality. Ever since Zhao Yi arrived in the Siberian permafrost, the mother of beasts had fallen into a deep sleep. This was no mere coincidence. There must be a connection between the two, though it remained elusive for the time being. Without evidence, one can only speculate. This sense of helplessness, this feeling of being at the mercy of fate, truly suffocates those in charge. When have they ever encountered such a situation? They find it difficult to adjust. Let us await Mr. Zhao's results before proceeding. There is no need for haste. The mother of beasts remains in slumber, which is indeed reassuring. Should their decisions inadvertently awaken her prematurely, it would be a grave misstep. Well then, let us wait and see. Chapter 184. Too smooth, they felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet they had no choice but to endure. Meanwhile, the external world was rife with various speculations. After such a prolonged period, the apocalypse had yet to arrive. Some believe this to be a manifestation of conspiracy theories, a mere fabrication aimed at inciting chaos. Conversely, others contended that the end of the world was indeed genuine, merely postponed for the time being. In preparation, they stockpiled an assortment of provisions and sought refuge in secure underground shelters. As panic spread, the availability of these sanctuaries dwindled perilously. While some succumbed to despair, others spiraled into madness. Isn't it absurd? One might exclaim. The apocalypse is upon us, and yet you continue to ponder trivialities. Does hiding in an underground shelter truly offer salvation? Do you grasp the essence of an apocalypse? When true devastation descends, no refuge can shield you. If the end of the world could be evaded, it would hardly constitute an authentic apocalypse. In that fateful moment, perhaps death would present itself as a welcome reprieve, sparing one from the harshness of the end, an alternative future that isn't entirely devoid of merit. Of course, these were but self-soothing words. With no opportunity to secure a place in a shelter, they could only utter such phrases to console themselves, finding solace in their shared misery. Regardless of what the future held, maintaining a positive mindset was undoubtedly prudent. Even if I were to scream at the top of my lungs, no one would heed my cries. What is there to fear in an apocalypse? I adore you, and once we perish, nothing remains, does it? So why not surrender to me? Ha ha ha. You know I can protect you. In the midst of this chaos, a deviant brazenly harassed a young girl before the eyes of the public. Those around them displayed a notable indifference. They were reluctant to intervene, as merely attending to their own survival was a considerable challenge, and no one wished to meddle in another's affairs. Before long, law enforcement arrived to bring the would-be criminals to justice. This spectacle served as a sobering warning to many with nefarious intentions, who claimed the apocalypse had arrived. Such assertions seemed ludicrous. If the end of the world were truly upon them, how could order still prevail? As long as order existed, one could not declare it to be the end. Gradually, some began to awaken to this reality. Regardless of what calamities might follow, at least for the moment, order and rules remained intact. Am I not correct? One might assert, even in the face of an apocalypse, you cannot act with impunity unless we have truly reached an irreversible point. Given the extraordinary circumstances, the repercussions for mischief were severe. During this period, those who incited riots were publicly executed to deter others from similar misdeeds. The effectiveness of this measure was evident, as many discontented individuals ceased their disturbances. Most of those yearning for refuge in the shelters began to waver. Was it truly necessary to hide away? Living in such a stifling manner felt excessively burdensome. Confined to a lightless basement devoid of sunlight, an unbearable existence. They are all focused on the situation in the Siberian permafrost. Yet, despite their observations, they receive no news. The leaders from various continents maintain strict control over information regarding this matter. Only a select few, bound by confidentiality agreements, are privy to such details. They are acutely aware of what can be said and what must remain unspoken. To uncover information, one must not only consider power and status, but also the individual's discretion. Only those of genuine reliability are deemed worthy of such knowledge. Is your teacher not in Siberia? He is a venerable figure in the realm of hypnosis. With his presence, one might expect to glean some insights. Perhaps he could share a hint with us? I would be willing to pay a hefty price for such information. The student of the hypnotist found himself at the lavish hospitality of a local magnate. Faced with their enthusiastic reception, the student felt a deep sense of conflict. After much deliberation, he finally spoke. My teacher would never engage in such matters. If you have summoned me for this purpose, then let us speak no more. I shall take my leave. This place is not suitable for lingering. Should I remain, it is likely that unusual circumstances will arise. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to quell his yearning for wealth, fully aware of what was right and wrong. Should he partake in such dealings, he knew his teacher would never forgive him. Meanwhile, Tao Weiwei had arrived in the room she had chosen. As she awaited the hypnotist's arrival, a sense of hesitation washed over her. If the self within her dreams is merely an illusion, then what of Zhao Yi's reality? If Zhao Yi is indeed real, how should she proceed? She found herself utterly at a loss, uncertain of how to navigate this peculiar situation. In contrast to Tao Weiwei's anxious demeanor, Shen Huqiu remained remarkably composed. He had never believed that dreams could influence reality. Such notions were mere fabrications. It was likely that Tao Weiwei's concern had led her to such delusions. In contrast to Shen Huqiu's perspective, Zhou Qinyan pondered more deeply. Tao Weiwei's assertions must be grounded in something. If that is the case, could I perhaps encounter another version of myself within my dreams? How intriguing. He felt a surge of anticipation, curious about Zhao Yi's fate. Zhou Qinyan was eager to discern the nature of his interaction with the dream version of himself, and as curiosity enveloped him, he found his weariness dissipating. It seemed improbable that he could fall asleep through sheer will alone. Yet, within a short span, the hypnotist arrived. The hypnotist first entered Tao Weiwei's room, dressed in simple, unadorned attire, his face free of makeup, exuding a fresh and ethereal essence. Tao Weiwei instinctively felt a wave of relaxation. Do not be anxious. I shall now begin your hypnosis. I will guide you back into the previous dream. This is all I can do, the hypnotist assured her. Tao Weiwei nodded slightly. Yet before she could utter a word, her head tilted, and she succumbed to slumber. In the palm of the hypnotist's hand lay a pocket watch, its hands precisely aligned at midnight. Having completed his task, the hypnotist exited the room. Outside, Mr. Chiu, awaiting the outcome, approached with an inquiry. How did it go? Was it relatively smooth? To this, the hypnotist replied, it went fairly well, with no issues. However, it seems to have gone too smoothly, which leaves me doubting its efficacy. Chapter 185. The failure of hypnosis, an overly smooth process, is not necessarily a fortuitous sign. Should the journey prove arduous, there might be a semblance of hope. As the hypnotist would articulate, if the realm of dreams could indeed influence the tangible world, then the practice of hypnosis would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. The more seamless it appeared, the more unreliable it seemed to him. Upon hearing the hypnotist's analysis, Mr. Chiu let out a sigh, realizing he had perhaps placed too much faith in this unrealistic fantasy. In a sense, one could liken his actions to desperate measures in a time of crisis. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged the turmoil within his heart. It was time to seek out the other two individuals. Having come this far, he might as well attempt it. Perhaps a turning point awaited him, though even he found his own optimism somewhat dubious. The hypnotist refrained from uttering any words of rejection and proceeded to the other two rooms, where he conducted hypnosis on Shen Huqiu and Zhou Qinyan. The session with Shen Huqiu unfolded smoothly without any complications. However, upon reaching Zhou Qinyan, difficulties arose. Zhou's reactions were particularly intense, displaying a staunch resistance to sleep. This peculiar response did not displease the hypnotist. Rather, he found it intriguing, even exhilarating. What did this signify? It indicated that his hypnotic methods were indeed effective. It seemed the elements within the dream world were not entirely illusory. Having practiced hypnosis for many years without a single failure, he felt a sense of confidence. Mr. Chiu, having heard commotion from outside, entered the room, approaching the hypnotist with a query. What transpired? Is it not going well? The hypnotist nodded, acknowledging the issue. There appears to be some resistance. He seems to strongly oppose my attempts at hypnosis. Despite this, he assured Mr. Chiu, even if he resists, I am confident in my ability to induce a state of slumber. Mr. Chiu's expression reflected confusion. If one could forcibly hypnotize him, why not proceed in that manner? The hypnotist anticipated Mr. Chiu's thoughts and interjected. Such an approach would likely inflict considerable harm upon him. This is a new development. Something is amiss. Listening to the conversation between Mr. Chiu and the hypnotist, Zhao Kunyan interjected decisively. I fear no repercussions. I welcome the attempt. If I become an imbecile, so be it. Such matters hold no weight for me. His nonchalance stemmed from an intrinsic understanding of the importance of the situation. He felt compelled to assist Zhao Yi, and this was the only avenue available to him. He was not merely speaking idly. Having pledged to support Zhao Yi, he adventured to the Siberian tundra alongside her, prepared to face life and death together. However, shortly thereafter, he discovered that Zhao Yi had vanished, leading to his displeasure. Promised solidarity turned into a secretive departure. Now, with an opportunity to fight alongside Zhao Yi at last, he was unwilling to let it slip away. Zhao Kunyan, are you certain? I assure you, I do not jest. Such actions could inflict irreversible damage upon your mind. If fortune does not favor you, it may render you a true imbecile. You must ponder this gravely, for these are not mere trifles. Upon hearing the hypnotist's words, Zhao Kunyan's resolve only strengthened. It is of no consequence. I fear not. Let it commence. In this critical moment, time is of the essence. Hasten my entrance into the realm of dreams. With Zhao Kunyan's declaration, the hypnotist ceased to hesitate. Mr. Chiu's eyes glimmered with a hint of relief. The companions of Zhao Yi appear to be commendable individuals. They are steadfast and loyal. As for the outcome that lies ahead, Mr. Chiu remains uncertain. He possesses no foresight into the future. Were he to possess such a gift, he would not find himself in such a precarious situation. Well, they have all succumbed to slumber. The reality of the dream world remains uncertain. Their fate now rests solely in their hands. After completing his tasks, the hypnotist addressed Mr. Chiu, who, not daring to linger, departed post-haste. He arranged for a contingent to stand guard outside the isolated villa, ensuring that Tao Weiwei and the others would not be disturbed during their slumber. The hypnotist awaited below, prepared to intervene at the first sign of irregularity. Mr. Chiu swiftly returned to the conference room, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the gathered individuals. Sensing an unusual atmosphere, Mr. Chiu inquired, "What has transpired? Speak freely." At this juncture, there is no need for reticence. Mr. Chiu surmised that these individuals harbored concerns and thus urged them to voice their thoughts. Upon hearing his invitation, the leaders exchanged glances. They recounted the discussions held in Mr. Chiu's absence in his presence. After absorbing their words, Mr. Chiu immediately shook his head. Your actions are exceedingly reckless. I do not concur. Fortuitously, you refrained from taking unilateral action. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. While uncertainties linger, he is resolute that the mother of beasts currently exists in a particularly precarious state and must not be awakened lightly. Such an act would yield no benefits for them. Upon hearing Mr. Chiu's warning, those present nodded in agreement, acknowledging the matter. We too felt that this course of action was ill-advised, which is why we refrained from acting independently prior to your arrival. Their responses pleased Mr. Chiu. He feared not a formidable adversary, but rather inept allies. As issues often arise within one's own ranks, the topic swiftly passed, and they chose not to dwell on it further. What remains is to await the unfolding of events. What is the state of the outside world? Has order disintegrated? An inquiry emerged, prompting an explanation from those present. The external situation remains relatively stable, devoid of collapse. It appears that this stability can be sustained for a considerable duration. The primary reason for this lies in the employment of certain unconventional measures. There is no dissent among the crowd regarding this matter. In times like these, it is essential to resort to extraordinary tactics. This is not a grave issue. Rather than indulging in baseless speculation, it is far more prudent to rest adequately. If you feel fatigued, there is no need to endure, Mr. Chiu remarked emphatically. Upon hearing this, several leaders present scoffed in disdain. Who do you look down upon? I am not so feeble-minded. Chapter 186. Distinguishing truth from falsehood in contrast to their physical frailty, their spirits were far more fatigued. Was their corporeal weakness truly that debilitating? It seemed unlikely. They still possessed the strength to endure. Perhaps it was that they had no inclination to rest whatsoever. They yearned to ascertain whether the realm of dreams was indeed real. Until the veracity of this dreamscape was confirmed, slumber eluded them. Yet, there was no need for excessive anxiety. Even in their agitation, they could not alter the outcome. They were left to await the results, to exert their efforts and leave the rest to fate. Reluctantly, they acknowledged the reality of their situation. Within the dream world, Zhao Yi continued to lead a monotonous life. ensnared in the illusion crafted by the mother of beasts. His existence had grown increasingly devoid of hope. He longed for an escape from life itself, realizing that his affection for Tao Weiwei had diminished significantly. Despite this emotional shift, he concealed his feelings, for he had made a solemn vow to her. He had promised never to abandon her throughout their lives, vowing to remain steadfast by her side, a commitment he had never forgotten. He attributed his current predicament to Tao Weiwei's excessive concern for him. This was indeed a source of considerable frustration, a manifestation of overbearing possessiveness. Yet, it was not insurmountable. Perhaps, with time, things would improve. For now, he resolved to endure, deeming the situation manageable. Tao Weiwei, aware of Zhao Yi's state, approached him deliberately as a new day dawned, shaking him from his slumber. "What time is it, and why are you still asleep? You were not like this before. Do you no longer care for me? Have I become unnecessary to you? I understand. I will no longer trouble you." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, leaving Zhao Yi feeling utterly helpless in the face of such despair. He felt unjustly burdened by this heavy accusation, as if he had done nothing to deserve such a predicament. Abruptly awakened from sleep, he found himself confronting a complex familial conflict. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to stabilize his emotions. Zhao Yi nearly chastised himself in front of Tao Weiwei, shaking his head in hesitation before addressing her. "Please, do not be alarmed. I have never contemplated abandoning you, nor have I ever indicated that you are no longer needed. You have always occupied a place in my heart. Did we not promise each other to never abandon or forsake one another, to treat each other with sincerity?" Gradually, Zhao Yi regained his composure, though remnants of sleep still lingered within him. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed the gentle smile that graced Tao Weiwei's face. However, the smile faded quickly as she sensed an unusual occurrence. Her brow furrowed instinctively, for she could hardly fathom that someone else could intrude upon their world. The last occurrence was merely an accident. What transpires this time? Has Tao Weiwei arrived? Indeed, it is the true self that has come. Yet this is not an insurmountable dilemma. Confronted with such matters, the counterfeit Tao Weiwei remains unfazed. He possesses the ability to fabricate a false world, and thus, he can easily conjure two. Having just entered the realm of dreams, Tao Weiwei was swiftly drawn into another artificially constructed world. Within this dreamscape, he beheld Zhao Yi, the one he perpetually longed for. Upon witnessing Zhao Yi in good health, Tao Weiwei felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Zhao Yi, I have come. Do not be deceived by the false version of me. That person is an impostor. I am the genuine article." Tao Weiwei exuberantly approached Zhao Yi and spoke. "What nonsense are you uttering? How can there be another you? Isn't it just you alone?" At Tao Weiwei's words, Zhao Yi displayed a look of astonishment and inquired. This situation was something Tao Weiwei had not previously contemplated. The circumstances seemed rather peculiar. Unbeknownst to him, Tao Weiwei had lost track of whether he resided in reality or illusion. His memories had become muddled, and he had forgotten the purpose of his arrival. Gradually, he began to succumb, mistaking this entire facade for reality. The illusory world he had constructed bore the marks of martial arts, and everything appeared quite rational. However, a segment of memory was conspicuously absent from Tao Weiwei's mind, causing him to subconsciously overlook the inconsistencies. "We shall remain together, blissfully happy for a lifetime. And that will suffice. Other matters need not concern us. Irrespective of how the future unfolds, at least we are joyfully content in this moment. Are we not? Do you find this agreeable?" Zhao Yi articulated these sentiments to Tao Weiwei. Listening to the words of the counterfeit Zhao Yi, Tao Weiwei nodded in agreement. This was indeed the life he had always yearned for. He perceived no significant issue with her statements. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that falsehood is ultimately but a facade and can never be regarded as truth. Was Zhao Yi's disguise particularly convincing? Indeed, it was. However, the artificial can never truly rival the authentic. In this regard, Tao Weiwei possessed a distinct advantage over Zhao Yi. There were aspirations that Tao Weiwei had long desired, yet Zhao Yi would never be able to fulfill them. In truth, from the beginning, Tao Weiwei had maintained a degree of clarity. However, he found himself unable to resist Zhao Yi's sweetly deceptive words, leading him into a state of conscious decline. Fortunately, Tao Weiwei had steadfastly adhered to his principles and had not acted disloyally toward Zhao Yi. Their interactions consisted merely of light-hearted conversations and tender exchanges, devoid of excessive intimacy. For Tao Weiwei understood the illusory nature of it all. To be candid, Tao Weiwei harbored some reproach towards Zhao Yi in his heart. He had never anticipated that Zhao Yi would be so easily beguiled by his counterfeit self. Engaging in such acts with another impostor genuinely repulsed him. Yet, upon further contemplation, to a certain extent, This indirectly affirms that Zhao Yi holds a place within her own heart. Contemplating this, Tao Weiwei's discontent instantly dissipated. One cannot blame Zhao Yi. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed towards the mother of beasts for her abhorrent nature. The illusory world constructed is so vividly realistic that it becomes arduous to discern truth from falsehood. Enough of such thoughts. Dissipate now, for your words bear no significance to me. Falsehood, after all, remains a falsehood, Tao Weiwei declared to the impostor before her. Zhao Yi, still in disbelief, retorted, "On what grounds do you assert that I am false? I am indeed real." The impostor was thus rendered vulnerable to this assertion. Chapter 187. Delusion. The proceedings for Tao Weiwei were progressing smoothly. However, for Shun Huqiu and Zhou Qunyan, the situation was far less favorable. Within a separate illusory dreamscape, they found no trace of Zhao Yi. Zhou Qunyan, in this dream, encountered the very desires he had yearned for, and in his overwhelming joy, he completely lost sight of the purpose for which he had entered this dream world. This exemplifies a fragility of willpower. To a certain extent, these illusions can be deemed real, as they provide sensory experiences indistinguishable from reality. The ability to fabricate such a lifelike world is largely due to the formidable power of the mother of beasts. Zhou Qunyan languished in this dream realm for over a decade. His will was too feeble, and within this realm, he had transformed into a middle-aged man. Occasionally, he would ponder a vague sense of forgetting something important. It felt as though he once had a dear friend, yet now he could not recall. Forget it. There's no point in dwelling on such things. I have established a family and a career. Mulling over these matters is futile. With a sigh, Zhou Qunyan relinquished his inner turmoil. He was not one to dwell on trivialities. Surrounding him were his numerous wives and children. "Father, what nonsense are you talking about? What friends do you have? We've known for ages. Uncle Li sought you out just a few days ago. In this surreal world, someone had taken Zhao Yi's place." It was this very substitution that led Zhou Qunyan to blur the lines between reality and illusion. "Oh, right. Perhaps I've been too fatigued lately. Sigh. It seems I must take a good rest. My body is becoming increasingly unreliable." As he uttered these words, a look of disdain crossed his wife's face. One night, Zhou Qunyan suddenly experienced an epiphany. He finally recognized the significance of what he had forgotten. After being hypnotized by the master of hypnosis, he had arrived at this place. It appeared that this realm was indeed peculiar. Otherwise, he would not have remained oblivious for so many years. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Zhou Qunyan unexpectedly smiled. In a certain light, he viewed this as a form of gain. Whether real or illusory, it no longer mattered. What was important was that he had experienced many things previously unknown to him. The terrifying reality, the genuine Zhou Qunyan, was reluctant to relinquish it all. As he contemplated these thoughts, his son, daughter, and wife all approached him, pleading for him to stay, attempting to keep him in a state of complacency. "Even if we are but illusions, have our years of companionship been false? Do you possess no conscience at all? Our marital bond, built over the years, can't simply vanish. I find myself at a loss for words. If you truly wish to leave, there is no intention to retain you. Or perhaps this was merely their tactic. To be inflexible only breeds resentment. Employing such a subtle approach might just retain the individual." It is indeed noteworthy that Zhou Qunyan is inherently someone who responds better to gentleness than harshness. Upon hearing his wife, daughter, and son express their sentiments, his heart softened momentarily. However, it wasn't long before he regained his resolve. Addressing everyone with conviction, "I am aware of the companionship you have offered me over the years, yet I have obligations that must be fulfilled." Upon uttering these words, the illusion before him dissipated, and he gained a profound clarity. It is somewhat regrettable, for while the illusion may be a mere figment, it often brings solace that surpasses reality. This notion, fleetingly surfacing in his mind, was swiftly extinguished by Zhou Qunyan. He truly did not wish to endure those bygone days again. Life had indeed been carefree and exhilarating, yet his body could not keep pace. He felt exceedingly weak. In this fabricated world, why could he not possess boundless stamina? How infuriating! He understood this was a reflection of reality. Yet he longed for a different kind of authenticity in this regard. Zhou Qunyan pondered that had the illusion not been so realistic, perhaps he could have lingered indefinitely in that blissful realm. One could surmise that the mother of beasts never anticipated that sometimes the overwhelming realism of the illusion could be a flaw. "What are you babbling about, Zhao Yi? Is it not Tao Weiwei whom you admire? Why direct such words towards me? Are you oblivious to the fact that your actions will wound Tao Weiwei? I will not permit such behavior, you scoundrel." In Shun Huqiu's dreamscape, he confronted Zhao Yi's audacious advances, perplexed as to why Zhao Yi would utter such absurdities. Even in this unreal setting, Such conduct was unacceptable. No, that's not right. He was real, and so was Zhao Yi. The falsehood lay elsewhere. Shen Huchio's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, struggling to articulate his current sentiments. He felt a mix of happiness and absurdity. Cannot I possess both of you simultaneously? What is so outrageous about that? As long as the three of us genuinely care for one another, that is all that matters, Zhao Yi declared, with an overly familiar tone. He spoke of the notion that living well together as three was superior to anything else. Shen Huchio found this notion ridiculous, fully aware that Zhao Yi would never engage in such folly. I comprehend now. You two are an illusion. After a fierce internal struggle, Shen Huchio finally recognized that the Zhao Yi before him was merely a construct of the mind. At that moment, he seemingly grasped why Zhao Yi had succumbed to this false world. Most likely, Zhao Yi's circumstances mirrored their own, perhaps even more difficult to resist. Shen Huchio, are you real? Zhou Kunyan inquired of the Shen Huchio before him. Shen Huchio cast a bewildered glance at Zhou Kunyan, pondering how he could possibly encounter this individual. It seems that I have not perceived the desires of this individual. Wait, something feels amiss. The person I least wanted to see has appeared before me. In a certain sense, does this not suggest that everything before us is indeed genuine? I, of course, am unequivocally real. I believe you must have experienced circumstances somewhat akin to mine. Allow me to briefly share my story. In an effort to affirm his authenticity, Shen Huchio recounted the situation succinctly. Upon hearing Shen Huchio's narrative, Zhou Kunyan let out a hearty laugh. Chapter 188. Awakening. He also selectively recounted some of his experiences, albeit not in their entirety. Certain matters were simply too difficult for him to articulate. Both were keenly aware that they were concealing aspects from one another, yet neither seemed to mind. After all, they too harbored secrets. It appeared that this illusory realm was indeed terrifying. I had languished here for a full 2 decades, unaware of how much time had elapsed in the outside world. If I am not mistaken, time here is a mere illusion. After all, I have endured 20 years, while you have only experienced 2 or 3. Zhou Kunyuan quickly analyzed the predicament they faced. Shen Huchio nodded in agreement with Zhou Kunyuan's observations. The choice before them was clear. They must continue their exploration. Beyond that, they needed to awaken and inform the outside world of their circumstances. However, they had no idea how to awaken themselves and could only wait and see. Have you seen Tao Weiwei? Where has she gone? Zhou Kunyuan inquired. Logically, she should not have remained unconscious for so long. Both Zhou Kunyuan and Shen Huchio felt perplexed. Tao Weiwei was no weakling. She was far from a mere decorative figure. Although she often appeared delicate, that was merely a fade. A guise she wished to present before Zhao Yi. I am unsure. She is likely still trapped in the illusion, Shen Huchio speculated. She had encountered Zhao Yi previously, and perhaps she mistook the Zhao Yi within the illusion for the real one. If that is the case, the situation they must confront becomes even more complex. They were certain that this world was fundamentally a fabrication, which allowed them to escape swiftly. To assume Zhao Yi was genuine could easily lead to deception. They had both experienced the terrifying nature of illusions. During their conversation, Tao Weiwei had approached them. Her initial hesitation to reveal herself stemmed from uncertainty regarding the authenticity of their dialogue. Upon hearing their conversation, she felt a sense of relief. It seemed that everything was in order. She came closer to Shen Huchio and inquired specifically. Before their arrival, they had established a specific code. However, during their experience within the deceptive illusion, they had heard of similar so-called codes. This indicated that such measures were ultimately futile. They could not keep secrets. Everything within their minds would be laid bare to this world. This meant that the Mother of Beasts was indeed formidable. She could invade the thoughts of individuals, which was utterly absurd. Despite their reluctance to admit it, they had to acknowledge the allure of the illusory realm. Were it real, they would gladly remain in such a state for eternity. Alas, the false can never be true. It is merely a fleeting dream of intoxication. Remaining ensnared within, there would be no future. I do not know where Zhao Yi is. Last time, I found myself unexpectedly encountering Zhao Yi. In the recent realm of illusions, I came across a counterfeit version of Zhao Yi. Tao Weiwei succinctly recounted her earlier experience. Upon hearing her words, the two individuals present fell into a contemplative silence. Not only was Tao Weiwei in the dark, but they too were equally perplexed. Perhaps they could consult with the hypnotist regarding the means of awakening themselves. Yet, they were at a loss as to how to regain consciousness, which was quite disheartening. At that moment, Zhao Yi was waiting at the entrance of the delivery room. Tao Weiwei had just given birth to a daughter. This development only exacerbated their already strained financial situation. It was unclear when or why the household expenses had surged. Given Zhao Yi's capabilities and those of his parents, such a state of financial hardship seemed improbable. It was evidently orchestrated by the mother of beasts. Zhao Yi remained oblivious to being a mere puppet, lost in a fade of joy. Even if he felt pressure, to him, it was merely a sweet burden. Inconsequential as long as he believed that with effort, life would gradually improve. Little did he know that his life was no longer under his control. The seemingly authentic world was nothing but an illusion. No amount of effort would alter his fate. In the ensuing months, he gradually succumbed to a sense of powerlessness. Realizing that no matter how hard he tried, he could not change the dire circumstances of his existence. His daughter was growing day by day, soon reaching the age for kindergarten. Zhao Yi struggled within the illusion, while Tao Weiwei and the others sought a way to escape, simultaneously attempting to reach the real Zhao Yi. During this process, they encountered various dangers, which they swiftly resolved. In the real world, the hypnotist suddenly felt a jolt of realization. He became acutely aware of a critical issue. Without any hesitation, he dialed Mr. Chio's number. Mr. Chio, accompanied by other responsible parties, arrived promptly, believing they had made a significant discovery. Once the leaders from several continents gathered, the hypnotist was momentarily rendered speechless. What was the purpose of such an exaggerated assembly? Mr. Chio was the first to inquire, sensing the hypnotist's discomfort. It was likely that this time, they would not acquire any vital intelligence. Taking a deep breath, the hypnotist addressed Mr. Chio, stating, "I forgot to inform them how to exit the dream. They might encounter uncontrollable circumstances. I wonder if I should awaken them first. Perhaps they could yield some insights." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the leaders from various continents grew somber. However, upon reflection, they deemed it worthwhile to make the journey, if only to ascertain whether any valuable information could be gleaned. If the dream world truly exists, it would yield a bounty of discoveries. Conversely, if it does not, then there would be nothing to gain. This is a rather straightforward matter. There is no need for convoluted reasoning. One simply needs to awaken those few still in slumber. However, Mr. Chio inquired whether this would inflict any harm upon their bodies. The hypnotist shook his head, assuring him that it would not. On the other end of the line, Commander Yin felt a sense of unease, uncertain about the existence of the dream realm. If it does indeed exist, that would be splendid. If not, the trail would be lost. Enough of this idle speculation. Go and awaken them. Chapter 189. Repeated experiments during the awakening process. Only Mr. Chio accompanied them. Aside from Mr. Chio, the only other presence was Commander Yun, who communicated through video call. They arrived at Zhou Kunyin's room ahead of time and effortlessly roused him from his slumber. Upon awakening, Zhou Kunyins felt disoriented and confused. How am I supposed to get out of here? I truly do not know what to do. I have lingered in this illusory world for over 20 years. You all seem fine, but I feel as though I am nearing my limit, Zhou Kunyins lamented. In this realm devoid of temporal perception, he felt as though he had aged significantly. In a certain sense, this dreamlike existence could provide valuable experiences. Upon hearing Zhou Kunyins' words, Tao Weiwei and Shun Huqiu were about to offer words of comfort. But before they could finish their thoughts, Zhou Kunyins exclaimed, "I do not understand what is happening, but I suddenly feel as if I am becoming unreal. It seems I am about to leave this place, as if I am on the verge of awakening." His deliberate outcry was intended to ensure that Tao Weiwei and Shun Huqiu were aware of the unfolding situation. In a matter of moments, Zhou Kunyins vanished before their eyes. Witnessing his sudden disappearance, the two exchanged bewildered glances. What just happened? Is there some unforeseen change? Uncertain of the circumstances, they felt a surge of concern, unsure of how to proceed. Having just awakened, Zhou Kunyins found himself in the presence of Mr. Chio and the hypnotist. The dream world is indeed real. Everything Tao Weiwei said is true. You can trust me. I am not speaking nonsense. Zhou Kunyins reacted swiftly, recounting all that he knew. Before they could pose any inquiries, he had already shared his insights. Upon hearing his revelations, both Mr. Chio and the hypnotist responded with intense excitement. Is it truly so? But our direction remains correct. Excellent. This is indeed wonderful. This pertains to the future of all humanity. Faced with such revelations, it was impossible for them not to feel exhilarated. I sought a method to awaken within the dream world, and before long, I found myself awake. At that moment, I felt an inexplicable sense of wonder. Now that I have awakened and see Mr. Chio and the hypnotist, all my previous confusions have been clarified. Someone was indeed calling me back. Quickly, you must awaken Tao Weiwei and Shun Huqiu. That place is perilous. I cannot predict what unforeseen events may occur. There was no need for Zhou Kunyins to remind the hypnotist, as he had already begun to take action. Mr. Chio did not follow. Instead, he remained at Zhou Kunyins' side, inquiring further, What exactly transpired? What did you encounter in the dream? When faced with Mr. Chiu's inquiries, Zhou Qunyan understood that this was not an appropriate moment for jest. Although it was somewhat difficult to articulate, he recounted his experiences candidly. He had resided in the dream realm for over 2 decades, where he had raised a family in a remarkably vivid manner. Upon hearing Zhou Qunyan's account, Mr. Chiu did not exhibit any signs of mockery. This was a grave matter, not one to be taken lightly. He held Zhou Qunyan's courage to speak the truth in high regard. Eventually, Tao Weiwei and Shun Huqiu also awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, they found themselves in a surreal world, which instilled a sense of trepidation within them, especially for Tao Weiwei, who, upon realizing she was alone in the dream world, felt utterly at a loss for how to navigate her situation. Fortunately, it was not long before she encountered circumstances akin to those of Shun Huqiu and Zhou Qunyan. After awakening from her slumber, she briefly shared her predicament. Shun Huqiu and Tao Weiwei were not as forthright as Zhou Qunyan. They refrained from elaborating too much on their experiences, merely offering a few casual remarks. Through Zhou Qunyan's recounting of his dream world, Mr. Chiu and the hypnotist surmised that they had all encountered aspects of their deepest desires, which were, naturally, somewhat difficult to express, as they represented their innermost longings. Given this understanding, there was little more to say. You all deliberate on this matter. I shall go and gather others to discuss the situation, if feasible. He wished to facilitate the entry of more individuals into the dream realm. However, he was uncertain of the viability of this approach and felt the need to experiment. Yet, even without experimentation, he already harbored a notion that only those connected to Zhao Yi might qualify for entry into the dream world, though it was worth a try. After conducting several trials, they ultimately arrived at a conclusion. Through repeated experimentation, they discovered that they were indeed unable to access the dream realm. Only Zhou Qunyan, Tao Weiwei, and Shun Huqiu were able to enter that extraordinary space. Moreover, they noted a peculiar phenomenon. With each successive entry, the mental states of Zhou Qunyan, Tao Weiwei, and Shun Huqiu visibly deteriorated, as signs of fatigue began to etch themselves onto their faces. Should they continue with such experiments, irreversible damage might ensue, which would be excessively burdensome for the three of them. Zhou Qunyan was a decisive and resolute individual. He did not perceive any negativity in the situation. He believed it was now his time to contribute. Conversely, Shun Huqiu and Tao Weiwei, being young women, were more apprehensive. They were reluctant to engage with the dream realm. Yet for Zhao Yi's sake, they were willing to undertake the risk. Throughout this period, Zhou Qunyan was the one who entered the dream space most frequently. Until new discoveries emerged, Shun Huqiu and Tao Weiwei would refrain from entering the dream realm. If Zhou Qunyan could make such efforts for Zhao Yi, why should she not do the same? I will go. After much inner turmoil, Tao Weiwei ultimately resolved to once again enter the realm of dreams, yearning for an encounter with the genuine Zhao Yi, a connection she had not experienced in her subsequent attempts. However, this did not imply that future opportunities were devoid of possibility. After all, such matters often hinge upon a stroke of luck. If one does not dare to venture forth, the chance of discovery will remain forever elusive. Shun Huqiu gritted his teeth and decided to accompany Tao Weiwei, unwilling to abandon her. Shun Huqiu, you need not force yourself in this manner. I will first assess the situation with Zhou Qunyan, and we shall promptly inform you of any findings. Upon hearing these words, Shun Huqiu chose to remain silent. Chapter 190. The yearning of the heart. In truth, if they were to carefully analyze the situation, they would realize that there existed an opportunity to encounter Zhao Yi. However, Tao Weiwei had merely stumbled into the dreamscape by chance and glimpsed Zhao Yi, remaining unaware of her own state at that time, which is why she found herself at a loss. The truth was not as convoluted as it seemed. There existed a bond between them and Zhao Yi, serving as a connection. As the saying goes, what one thinks of persistently will surely resonate. At that moment, Tao Weiwei was particularly concerned about Zhao Yi's condition. Under such circumstances, she entered the realm of dreams and subsequently beheld another version of herself within that dream. In fact, should they persist in their explorations, they would inevitably find a way to meet Zhao Yi. Yet, it was not merely a matter of casually yearning for her presence. It required immense mental focus and unwavering concentration. After several attempts, Tao Weiwei sighed deeply. Throughout those experiences within the dreamscape, she had not genuinely thought of Zhao Yi. Her attention had been captivated by another matter, fixated on the desire to locate Zhao Yi rather than worrying about her well-being. This scattering of thought energy was precisely why she failed to find her. As for Zhou Qunyan, he was even less inclined to dwell on Zhao Yi. His situation paralleled that of Tao Weiwei, bearing striking resemblance. Why, for heaven's sake, can I still not see Zhao Yi? He lamented. It was once possible. Why is it not now? So much time has passed. Surely nothing has befallen her. Tao Weiwei felt an overwhelming sense of concern. With a mindset of trial and hope, she once again ventured into the dream world. The prolonged strain of her travels had etched fine lines upon her visage. Shen Huqiu observed all of this with a heavy heart, yet felt utterly powerless. Zhou Qunyan, however, remained unfazed, adopting a more relaxed perspective on such matters. Yet, it was evident how deeply he cared for Zhao Yi. Shen Huqiu intentionally sought out Zhou Qunyan to inquire about any progress made during this time. Zhou Qunyan shook his head in resignation, indicating that no advancements had been achieved. Upon hearing this, Shen Huqiu appeared to resolve himself with a newfound determination, stating solemnly, I wish to join you. I can no longer endure waiting in this manner. It is simply too selfish to place this burden solely upon you. Zhou Qunyan had no objections to this sentiment. He had never perceived the need to weigh such actions with scrutiny. If you wish to act, then do so. If not, refrain. Just ensure you have made your decision, he replied calmly, before returning to his repose. They were not the only ones troubled by this predicament. Leaders across multiple continents were engaged in discussions regarding the matter. The existence of the dream world had already been substantiated. The next step was to locate Zhao Yi within that realm. The pressing concern lay in the fact that, despite the passage of time, no leads regarding Zhao Yi had emerged. What are your thoughts on this? Have we overlooked something? If we cannot identify the issue soon, it will inevitably lead to dire consequences. We can no longer afford to wait. Time is of the essence. The mother of beasts currently lies in a deep slumber. However, no one can ascertain when she might awaken. It is imperative that we expedite our efforts to assist Tao Weiwei and her companions in uncovering clues regarding Zhao Yi. Commander Yin, what is your perspective on this matter? I believe you should be able to analyze some issues. There's no need for you to conceal anything. Mr. Chiu inquired of Commander Yin during their video call. Upon hearing this, Commander Yin chuckled helplessly, realizing that he was indeed overestimating himself. I too wish to analyze the current predicament, yet I find myself at a loss as to how to proceed. Commander Yin expressed his genuine confusion. As everyone pondered these thoughts, the hypnosis master received a call from a student. Recently, he had been discussing his challenges with his students. He had also informed several leaders from different continents about this matter beforehand. When faced with particularly challenging topics, the hypnosis master often enjoyed engaging in dialogue with his students, as these exchanges frequently led to sudden insights. Although the students may not possess his expertise, their imaginative suggestions often sparked connections that illuminated the essence of the problems at hand. Teacher, I have a possibility in mind. However, I am uncertain of its validity. It is merely a conjecture that occurred to me inadvertently. Upon hearing this, the hypnosis master did not hesitate and immediately responded, feel free to share your thoughts. At this juncture, there is no need for concealment. Even if your suggestion proves ineffective, it will not be of great consequence. We have already exhausted all conceivable ideas and have truly reached a dead end. Encouraged by the teacher's words, the student continued, Teacher, I believe the reason Tao Weiwei was able to meet Zhao Yi was due to her state of mind, which is inherently enigmatic. I am not entirely sure about this, but if Tao Weiwei could maintain the same mental state as that day, it should be feasible. As he expressed this thought, he felt a twinge of hesitation. Yet, ultimately, he spoke with resolve. Given the circumstances, there is no reason for reticence. Your idea is quite intriguing. I shall discuss it with them shortly. If it proves successful, you will have made a significant contribution. The hypnosis master felt a surge of excitement, recognizing the validity of his student's analysis. It was a rather straightforward concept. Why had they not considered it earlier? Perhaps it was the anxiety of their situation that led them to overlook the most critical aspects. Nevertheless, it was not too late to rectify their course. Let us proceed with this approach. If it works, that would be splendid. If not, we shall not be disheartened. After deliberation among the leaders from various continents, they resolved to give it a try. When Tao Weiwei emerged once more from the realm of dreams, they summoned her. Tao Weiwei, have you made any discoveries this time? Mr. Chiu inquired as usual. Tao Weiwei's countenance appeared rather bleak, imbued with a sense of despondency. She could not fathom why she had once succeeded, yet now found herself at an impasse. There were no fruitful outcomes. The situation remained stagnant, and she could not even discern any counterfeit options. Tao Weiwei felt as though she were being targeted. Yet, in the face of such scrutiny, what had transpired previously? Observing the immense pressure weighing upon her, Mr. Chiu hastened to offer words of comfort. There is no need for concern. Take your time. We have devised a promising solution on our end. Give it a try. It may yield favorable results. Chapter 191. The emergence of deviation upon hearing of a corresponding solution. Tao Weiwei felt a profound sense of relief. During this period, He had been deeply troubled, uncertain of the course to take, realizing that the current situation was untenable. He found himself at a loss for a breakthrough, and his physical condition was deteriorating rapidly. With palpable excitement, Tao Weiwei implored, "Mr. Chiu, please share your method." His concern for Zhao Yi's safety weighed heavily on him. Even a moment's delay caused him distress. Observing Tao Weiwei's state, Mr. Chiu could not help but think that, given the circumstances, it would not be long before Tao Weiwei would meet Zhao Yi, for he had always been preoccupied with her well-being. Of course, whether the proposed method would be effective remained uncertain. Nevertheless, Mr. Chiu personally believed in its feasibility. He proceeded to elucidate the specifics to Tao Weiwei. What is persistently remembered will surely resonate. As long as you adhere to the mental state of that day, success is within reach. Upon hearing this, Tao Weiwei was momentarily taken aback. Was it truly as simple as that? Had he squandered so much precious time? Reflecting on it, he recognized the truth in this reasoning. Albeit he had previously overlooked it. He should have realized that he had encountered Zhao Yi before and possessed experience in this matter. It was understandable that Zhou Qunyan and Shun Huqiu were unaware, but his own ignorance felt like folly. Tao Weiwei was enveloped in profound guilt, yet fortunately, he did not succumb to negative emotions. Regardless, it was not too late to act upon this newfound knowledge. With the urgency of the situation in mind, he quickly collaborated with the hypnosis master. Under the master's guidance, Tao Weiwei entered the realm of dreams. Not only that, but Shun Huqiu and Zhou Qunyan also arrived in succession. Much like the previous encounter, they found no trace of Zhao Yi in the dream world. She was utterly absent. They speculated that perhaps their thoughts were not pure enough, and they remained unaware of whether Tao Weiwei had seen Zhao Yi, leaving them in uncertainty. Why were they in the dark? It was simply because they had not seen Tao Weiwei. Zhou Qunyan and Shun Huqiu joined forces, exchanging glances filled with confusion, entirely oblivious to the current predicament. Where has Tao Weiwei gone? Why can we not see him? This is rather peculiar, Zhou Qunyan ventured tentatively. Shun Huqiu nodded in agreement, responding, "I cannot say. It is no different from last time. We cannot ascertain if this method is effective, but it is not entirely bad news. At least Tao Weiwei is not at the same juncture as us. Perhaps he has already met Zhao Yi, and we need not worry unnecessarily." He expressed a sense of helplessness, uncertain of the situation. Having endured so much, he understood that they were now in a state of powerlessness. Is it possible that my feelings for Zhao Yi are not pure enough? Zhou Qunyan grumbled, sounding somewhat resentful, as he lamented like a scorned lover. Upon witnessing Zhou Qunyan's peculiar state, Shun Huqiu nearly burst into laughter. The nature of their relationship remained ambiguous. Nonetheless, this fellow exhibited quite the eccentricity. It was best not to dwell on such thoughts, for these matters are not dictated by our desires. Their hopes rested solely on Tao Weiwei, and it was time to return. Shun Huqiu and Zhou Qunyan swiftly departed from the dream realm, recounting the circumstances to the hypnotist. Upon receiving this news, the hypnotist's countenance darkened. Mr. Chiu, who had been listening nearby, hesitated to speak. Ultimately, he refrained from uttering a word, as he was unfamiliar with the intricacies of the situation. He could not comprehend the true state of Zhou Qunyan's and Shun Huqiu. Nevertheless, as of now, Tao Weiwei showed no signs of awakening, suggesting that there might be some progress. Mr. Chiu instinctively reassured himself. The situation was not as dire as it seemed, and there was still hope. He advised them to rest well, as Tao Weiwei was likely experiencing a different kind of revelation. The hypnotist cautioned Shun Huqiu and Zhou Qunyan. Neither Shun Huqiu nor Zhou Qunyan had any intention of departing. Under such circumstances, abandoning their companion was inconceivable. They worried for Tao Weiwei's safety, especially since even Zhao Yi had succumbed to the dream world. Shun Huqiu and Zhou Qunyan were, to some degree, concerned for her well-being, not believing that their lack of danger implied a complete absence of peril in this realm. Mr. Chiu remained silent regarding their concerns. He truly had no insights to offer and dared not speculate, choosing instead to await the outcome in quietude. Not only Mr. Chiu refrained from excessive commentary, even the hypnotist maintained his silence, uttering not a word. The other officials, witnessing this situation, grew increasingly anxious. They were eager to ascertain whether there had been any new developments, yet there was little they could do to investigate. To uncover the truth and determine the outcome of this endeavor, they needed to await Tao Weiwei's return, estimating it would require a good portion of the day. "Do not fret. This is beyond our control," they were told. "We have done our utmost. To claim we are untroubled would be disingenuous." The slumbering mother of the ferocious beast loomed like a sword, suspended above them. None could predict when this ominous blade would descend. This matter pertained not only to the future of the world, but also to their own destinies. They would never utter grandiloquent phrases about saving the world. Yet they did not deny that in their quest for self-preservation, they inadvertently sought to save the world as well. Zhao Yi, is it truly you? Tao Weiwei beheld the person she had longed for day and night. Similar to her previous experience, she noticed another version of herself beside Zhao Yi. In addition to herself, there were two children, a boy and a girl, who bore a striking resemblance to her and Zhao Yi. Hearing them joyfully call out mommy and daddy, she finally understood in that moment. It turns out that this is indeed the child of him and Zhao Yi. Even though she is acutely aware that all of this is illusory, Tao Weiwei's emotions are still profoundly stirred. She feels an intricate turmoil within her heart. Observing Zhao Yi's relentless efforts for the sake of the child and herself deeply moves Tao Weiwei. However, she is resolute in her conviction that she will never allow Zhao Yi to bear such exhaustion. It is simply inconceivable. Mutual affection should never manifest as a deliberate imposition of stress. It is apparent that the false self is intentionally exploiting Zhao Yi, seeking to extinguish her will. With such suspicions lingering in her mind, Tao Weiwei attempts to draw closer to the other, striving to fully immerse herself in this realm. Chapter 192. Dream. There was simply no effect. It was utterly unachievable. The moment Tao Weiwei attempted to reach out to Zhao Yi, she merely passed through him as if they existed in entirely separate realms, inhabiting parallel worlds that did not intersect. Zhao Yi was oblivious to Tao Weiwei's presence. While she could perceive him, the possibility of contact was out of the question. At the instant Tao Weiwei sought to touch Zhao Yi, he appeared momentarily taken aback. As if he sensed something amiss, he glanced around, yet found nothing unusual. In that moment, the false Tao Weiwei approached Zhao Yi, inquiring about his well-being with a feigned warmth. The counterfeit Tao Weiwei seemed to gaze through the untraversable space, catching sight of the true Tao Weiwei. A hint of mockery dancing in his eyes, the corners of his mouth subtly curving upwards. Witnessing this, Tao Weiwei was nearly driven to madness. This impostor was undoubtedly provoking her, an outrageous affront. It was as if she held no significance in his eyes, her presence seemingly devoid of impact on him. Realizing this, Tao Weiwei took a deep breath. In such circumstances, one must not act hastily. The more frantic one becomes, the less likely they are to find a resolution. In these trying moments, calmness is paramount. Had she maintained her composure in the past, she would not have overlooked such crucial details, thus avoiding the considerable time wasted until now, only to glimpse Zhao Yi's silhouette today. Having learned from previous experiences, Tao Weiwei was evidently wiser this time. Unfazed by the false Tao Weiwei, she began to observe quietly. Through her scrutiny, she discerned that the impostor employed a form of mental manipulation on Zhao Yi, likely intending to drain his spirit completely, striving to push him into utter despair, ensuring he would never rise again. Fortunately, Zhao Yi remained largely unaffected by these machinations. Despite various discomforts, he encouraged himself to embrace the situation. Tao Weiwei could sense his growing weariness towards the counterfeit version of herself. Though weary, it did not deter Zhao Yi from fulfilling his responsibilities. Observing this scene filled Tao Weiwei with profound sorrow, yet she could change nothing. She yearned to rewrite the unfolding events, but alas, she could only assume the role of a spectator. Even knowing the other version of herself was a fabrication, she found it impossible not to immerse herself in the situation. Witnessing Zhao Yi's kindness towards her stirred her emotions, simultaneously evoking a pang of sadness within her. It became clear that he had always held her in his heart. Perhaps she had been overly sentimental. Words should be spoken plainly. There was no need for subterfuge. Beating around the bush would only serve to harm their relationship, fostering negative emotions. Speak candidly. There was no need for circumlocution. I had a dream, Zhao Yi said to the true Tao Weiwei the following morning. In his dream, he had encountered another Tao Weiwei, thus revealing the existence of two of her. The revelation left the impostor in a state of disarray. However, he swiftly regained control over his unusual emotional fluctuations and smiled at Zhao Yi, saying, "Perhaps the pressure you have been experiencing lately has been overwhelming, and I admit I have been rather stringent with you during this time. It's all right. Our lives will improve, and soon we shall be free from worries." Listening to Tao Weiwei's words, Zhao Yi nodded in understanding. Observing everything as an outsider, Tao Weiwei pondered thoughtfully. Through a calm and analytical approach, he tentatively concluded one significant matter, though he could not yet ascertain it with absolute certainty. Setting aside other considerations, he recognized that, based on the suggestions from the hypnotist, he indeed saw Zhao Yi, implying that the pivotal element influencing the connection between himself and Zhao Yi lay in how he approached their shared emotions. As long as his intentions remained pure, he would be able to encounter Zhao Yi. If he could elevate that purity further, might he then be able to engage with him? When Zhao Yi dreamt of another version of himself within the realm of dreams, upon receiving this revelation, Tao Weiwei became convinced of the efficacy of his thoughts. Provided he was not rejected by this world, if this continued, he would eventually assist Zhao Yi in overcoming his predicament. For the moment, Tao Weiwei had no intention of departing from the dreamscape. He wished to observe everything closely and continually influence Zhao Yi to see through the illusions. Time passed swiftly in the dream world, where no accurate concept of time existed. Initially, Zhou Qunyan had spent over 20 years in that realm, which was merely a few days in reality. Tao Weiwei calculated that he had been in the dream world for about 2 weeks. And just as he prepared to keep observing, he suddenly felt an unsettling sense of unreality. Tao Weiwei recognized this as a sign that he was about to awaken. Unless misfortune intervened, it was likely the hypnotist was employing external means to rouse him, seeking the latest intelligence and fearing complications on his end. As he prepared to leave, Tao Weiwei cast a deep glance at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi seemed to sense something, glancing in Tao Weiwei's direction. Thus, their eyes met, and a tear slipped from the corner of Tao Weiwei's eye. In the blink of an eye, his form became ethereal and then vanished. At the moment of Tao Weiwei's disappearance, the space around him collapsed completely, with countless tendrils reaching toward the unknown void where he had been. Had Tao Weiwei lingered any longer, he might have been irrevocably trapped within. Of course, this was knowledge beyond his grasp as he departed from the dream. Tao Weiwei slowly opened his eyes, his emotions a tumultuous blend, leaving him at a loss for words. The hypnotist, witnessing Tao Weiwei's awakening, finally exhaled in relief. He had seen the tear fall, fearing that an unforeseen danger had arisen. It was precisely for this reason that the hypnotist acted to awaken Tao Weiwei prematurely. Noting that his duration in the dream world had been unusually prolonged. Previously, he had never remained for more than half a day, and never exceeding a full day. Tao Weiwei had lingered in the realm of dreams for a full 2 days and nights. One could only wonder about her well-being after such a prolonged absence. Could something have gone awry? Before attempting to awaken her, Shun Huqiu and Zhou Qunyan were enveloped in concern. They implored the hypnotist to rouse Tao Weiwei from her slumber. The hypnotist, however, chose not to act unilaterally and sought the counsel of Mr. Qiu. Mr. Qiu and the other officials showed no inclination to refuse. It was only then that the hypnotist dared to attempt to awaken Tao Weiwei. Meanwhile, Zhou Qunyan and Shun Huqiu had not refrained from trying to re-enter the dream realm. Yet their efforts yielded no fruitful results. Chapter 193. Reporting truthfully, their dream world remained unchanged, perpetually devoid of Zhao Yi's presence, which left them feeling utterly helpless. Despite diligently adhering to the advice proffered by the hypnotist, no tangible results were forthcoming. The hypnotist had offered an analysis, suggesting that the bond between Zhao Yi and them was rather tenuous. Upon learning of this possibility, Zhou Qinyuan wept and lamented passionately. Shin Huqiu, however, seemed indifferent. Having anticipated some of these outcomes, he remarked, "Why don't you grant me an opportunity? Perhaps I could bring him back. My thoughts of him are unwavering. Yet he remains oblivious to my feelings, the scoundrel." Hearing such sentimental declarations from Zhou Qinyuan nearly made Shun Huqiu retch. Fortunately, Zhou Qinyuan did not linger on the subject for too long. He was not one to indulge in unreasonable antics. In the choice between a good brother and a partner, Zhou Qinyuan accepted that Zhao Yi would choose the latter. At least it was not a complete loss. Defeated by Tao Weiwei was something he could still come to terms with. He hoped fervently that Tao Weiwei would remain unharmed, as her well-being was crucial to their success. In the conference room, Mr. Qiu, Commander Yun, and several other leaders were engaged in discussions regarding this matter. Zhou Qinyuan and Shin Huqiu were also present, as they were now deemed significant contributors to the conversation, a status that would have been unimaginable in the past. Commander Yun sat beside them, extending special care towards Zhou Qinyuan and Shin Huqiu, assuring them that there was no danger. Fortune favors the virtuous. Tao Weiwei is a good child, and everything will be fine. Upon hearing these words, the corners of the attendees' mouths twitched in disbelief. Was it not rather absurd to assert that a good child would be without misfortune? Who among them would naively accept such platitudes? Commander Yin remained unfazed by the skeptical glances directed at him. Upon awakening from the dream world, Tao Weiwei immediately spotted the hypnotist. This matched his expectations precisely. As soon as she opened her eyes, she instinctively inquired, "How much time has passed? What is the current date? How long have I been here?" She sensed something was amiss. Indeed, her suspicions were confirmed. Upon hearing Tao Weiwei's questions, the hypnotist realized that this session had yielded results. If all went according to plan, the strategy he had proposed was effective. "It has been 2 days. Your stay in the dream world was somewhat prolonged. Please, share your experiences. Did you gain any insights?" Did the method prove effective? Without hesitation, Tao Weiwei replied succinctly, "It worked. I saw Zhao Yi, though his condition was not favorable." Just as she was about to elaborate further, the hypnotist interrupted her, offering a gentle smile, indicating that there was no need for extensive discourse here. They could proceed directly to the conference room to discuss further. Tao Weiwei did not dwell on these matters. She followed the hypnotist into the conference hall. Upon seeing her, many leaders, including Zhou Qunyan and Shen Huqiu, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, Zhou Qunyan and Shen Huqiu did not exhibit excessive enthusiasm. They were acutely aware of the tasks at hand. Time could not be wasted, nor was there a need for nostalgic exchanges. The hypnotist turned to Tao Weiwei and said, "You may now speak. Share with them the circumstances you encountered." Indeed, there had been some gains this time, and the previous plan had yielded certain effects. The hypnotist addressed the assembly with this remark. Upon hearing his words, the crowd instinctively exhaled, fearing that there might be no results at all. Any gain was preferable. It appeared that Tao Weiwei had made considerable progress. In truth, their speculation was not unfounded. Tao Weiwei had indeed experienced significant revelations. Subsequently, she recounted her vision of Zhao Yi within the realm of dreams, devoid of shame or pretense. She explained that she and Zhao Yi had already established a family and career, yet all of this transpired with a fabricated version of herself. What I observed was precisely this. I wished to intervene in the unfolding relationship between Zhao Yi and the impostor. Yet I found myself utterly incapable of influencing or reaching their spatial realm. I can ascertain that the impostor sensed my presence, but I could not affect Zhao Yi. Tao Weiwei expressed, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Despite having seen Zhao Yi, she was powerless to alert him. Nonetheless, this represented a commendable step forward. At the very least, it was no longer akin to wandering in darkness, utterly oblivious. Overall, the situation was relatively positive, and the assembly felt a wave of relief wash over them. The true despair would have arisen from a complete lack of findings. Aside from this, are there any other details we should be mindful of? Reflect thoroughly, and do not overlook anything, Mr. Chiu inquired of Tao Weiwei, harboring no doubt regarding her intentions, but seeking to avert any unnecessary oversights. You might be surprised, but indeed, there are certain details I had neglected. After Mr. Chiu's prompting, Tao Weiwei meticulously reconsidered the circumstances. She recalled an aspect she had unconsciously overlooked during her observation of Zhao Yi and the impostor's interaction. She described Zhao Yi's dreams within the illusory world, where he encountered another version of himself. In other words, two Tao Weiweis existed simultaneously, a consequence of her own influence. Upon receiving this revelation, a glimmer of golden light flashed in the hypnotist's eyes. What can I say? Truly, the expertise is evident. The hypnotist quickly discerned how to address this issue. Very well. As long as there is progress, in my estimation, to further influence Zhao Yi, considerable time will still be required. However, given the current circumstances, as long as Zhao Yi has not completely succumbed, the mother of beasts shall remain in her slumber. I have come to comprehend why the mother of beasts has fallen into such a deep sleep. Her immediate necessity lies in beguiling and deceiving Zhao Yi. The construction of such a vivid illusion demands considerable energy from the mother of beasts. She possesses little capacity to engage with the external situation. It is precisely for this reason that she finds herself in a state of unconsciousness. Very well, indeed, this is quite commendable, yet you must also take care of your own safety. The hypnotist believes that this matter is not as simple as it appears. At this juncture, the mother of beasts is bound to intervene. Tao Weiwei paused momentarily and instinctively remarked, "At that time, I did not encounter any other unusual occurrences." Chapter 194. Advancing together. The absence of encounters does not imply non-existence. According to the analysis of the hypnotist, having reached this juncture, danger is inevitable. The mother of the ferocious beasts cannot allow him to continue unchecked. Thus far, they have been fortunate to escape unscathed. It is fortunate that I awakened you in advance. Otherwise, we might have faced unforeseen circumstances. The immediate priority is to enhance your mental fortitude, which may grant you a semblance of self-preservation. In the short term, transforming you into a formidable powerhouse of mental strength is impossible, yet we can employ various other means to temporarily augment your self-defense capabilities. The hypnotist's conjecture received unanimous approval from the responsible parties present. Indeed, they have been lucky to avoid calamity. Upon hearing the hypnotist speak with such gravity, Tao Weiwei felt a shiver of trepidation. If the hypnotist's assertions hold merit, then the implications are indeed terrifying. However, upon reflection, she felt somewhat reassured by her current well-being. Perhaps these were merely conjectures. Deep down, she harbored a glimmer of hope. Nonetheless, She did not dismiss the hypnotist's words lightly, for caution is paramount. In the face of such circumstances, it is prudent to prepare thoroughly. Just as Tao Weiwei was about to speak, Commander Yun interjected. This substance can temporarily stabilize your mental energy. Though its effects are marginal, it is better than nothing. With Commander Yin leading by example, the others felt compelled to act with diligence. The fate of the world and humanity was at stake. They could not afford to be stingy at such a critical moment. Consequently, they unveiled their most valuable resources and were aware of similar powerful artifacts in the possession of formidable entities. In order to better assist Tao Weiwei, they began to reach out to these individuals, acknowledging the possibility of reluctance on the part of their counterparts. The leader revealed the grim truth of the world's impending doom. Upon learning of the approaching apocalypse, there was no hesitation. In times like these, self-preservation is a luxury they could not afford. They were all in the same boat, compelled to unite and confront the looming peril. Many expressed a desire to venture to the Siberian permafrost, to which the leader consented. These individuals were of considerable repute. They all converged upon the Siberian tundra for a more effective response to the impending crisis. In light of the current situation, it was impossible to remain indifferent. How could this be? Astonishingly, the news of the apocalypse was indeed true. I had assumed it was merely a ploy devised by the old fogies. Yet it has proven genuine. Given this reality, there is no need to withhold this treasure any longer. Although it is a one-time use item, is not a treasure meant for utilization? In the course of conversation, he retrieved the jade tablet enshrined in his family's ancestral hall. With the tablet in hand, he made his way to the Siberian permafrost. There were numerous similar instances, of course, not lacking a few foolish individuals who believed it unnecessary to involve themselves in such matters. No matter the circumstances, the world cannot be utterly annihilated. Not even the slightest remnant would remain. Preserving one's essence provides an advantage when confronted with subsequent dangers. It must be acknowledged that such selfish thinking holds a semblance of rationale. Yet, ultimately, it reflects a narrow-minded perspective. Under the same roof, how can one expect to find safety for their own? At such a juncture, fixating on personal interests seems profoundly short-sighted and foolish. Of course, this does not imply that such actions are impermissible. Humanity, being inherently refined egoists, often believes that safeguarding their own interests is paramount, simply because they fail to envision the future. In truth, the leaders across several continents do not impose any coercive demands upon others. They adhere to the principle of voluntariness, for they have no time for idle disputes at this critical moment. Those willing to lend a hand and contribute may do so. Those unwilling shall not be compelled. It is unexpected that the fate of the world would hinge upon their offspring. Arriving at the permafrost of Siberia, these formidable individuals witnessed the terrifying mother of beasts in the void. This dreadful entity remains in a dormant state. Otherwise, they would question their courage in confronting such a formidable presence. While indeed fearsome, the notion of world destruction seems rather exaggerated. Perceiving the newcomer's bewilderment, Mr. Chiu took it upon himself to elucidate the matter. It is not so simple. The mother of beasts possesses unique capabilities. Why else would she be called the mother of beasts? You may challenge our judgment, but our conclusions are drawn from comprehensive analyses. Upon hearing Mr. Chiu's words, the expressions of these strong individuals twitched slightly. The title of Mother of Beasts evokes terror indeed. Setting aside other dangers, the sheer might emanating from the Mother of Beasts leaves them breathless. I comprehend Mr. Chiu's intent, and I shall not be remiss in my response. Should there be any way I can assist, do not hesitate to speak. I shall certainly not decline. At this critical juncture, there is no need for distinctions of you and I. Past grievances can be temporarily set aside. Everyone is undoubtedly aware that we have reached a pivotal moment of life and death. If anyone finds this arrangement unsatisfactory, it would be prudent to depart. I wish to avoid any internal strife during this period. He perceives the current situation with clarity, though this does not guarantee that others share his insight. His message is clear. Those willing to remain and refrain from causing disturbances may stay. Those intent on creating chaos should leave and refrain from being a hindrance. Most of the strong individuals expressed agreement with his sentiments, deeming them quite reasonable. However, a small faction, harboring past grievances against him, began to mock him sarcastically. What are you saying? Your words imply that we possess a narrow perspective. Do you think we are unaware of such elementary truths? I would advise against expressing such sentiments in the future. Of course, I do not deny that there may be individuals who share your perspective. I can temporarily set aside past grievances. That is inconsequential. Subsequently, he rose to caution those with ulterior motives, suggesting that if anyone harbors such thoughts, they should leave at once and refrain from meddling here. Otherwise, should he uncover their intentions, he would show no mercy. In such circumstances, any audacity to disrupt would undoubtedly provoke a collective response. What kind of remarks are these? What do you perceive? Do you find me untrustworthy? Admittedly, I may not always be reliable in my daily conduct. Chapter 195. The loss of freedom in ordinary circumstances, their unreliability renders such predictions absurd. Is this not a quintessential stereotype? It is a notion he finds intolerable. Fortunately, the others did not linger excessively on this issue. Now that they had gathered in this place, it was evident they shared a common purpose. No one would dare to create discord at such a moment, and those present were acutely aware of this reality. Each of them was a formidable force in their own right, possessing enough discernment to refrain from engaging in foolish antics. Nevertheless, they could not help but reflect on the overwhelming power of the mother of beasts and the absurdity of entrusting their fates to a handful of children. This instilled within them a sense of impotent frustration, yet it was undeniable that the mother of beasts was beyond their capacity to confront. Under such circumstances, they could only place their hopes in Zhao Yi, whom they had yet to meet. It seemed ludicrous, yet that was the stark reality they faced. Our capabilities are limited. It is now up to the young girl, they thought. The crowd extended their goodwill towards Tao Weiwei, who nodded in resolute agreement. She understood the weight of the mission she bore, which transcended her own desire to assist Zhao Yi. It pertained to the fates of many. I will give it my all. I will exert every effort within my means. I shall not disappoint you. I absolutely will not. The assembly had no objections to Tao Weiwei's declarations. What of disappointment? In the end, if they were to perish together, there was little that could be done. To varying degrees, they had sought the aid of hypnosis masters in an attempt to enter the realm of dreams, only to discover, with great disappointment, that they were utterly incapable of penetrating that world. Despite the skeptics among them, repeated attempts ultimately subdued their defiance. Shen Huqiu and Zhou Qinyan were not squandering time either. They harbored no intention of re-entering the dream realm. This was not due to reluctance. Rather, they had not been afforded the opportunity to meet Zhao Yi. The methods imparted by the hypnosis master had proven ineffective. They had certainly made their attempts, yet the results were utterly fruitless. After numerous unproductive endeavors, they resigned themselves to the harsh reality. In light of this predicament, they felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. They were among the few capable of accessing the dream world. Yet they could not achieve what Tao Weiwei accomplished so effortlessly. While others aspired to reach such a state, they found themselves only able to grasp at half measures. Truthfully, they felt immense pressure, particularly as they witnessed Tao Weiwei traverse the dream realm time and again, her physical condition deteriorating with each journey. They longed to bear her burdens in her stead, yet such a thing was impossible. Mr. Chiu, do you believe we should seize the opportunity to act while the mother of beasts remains in slumber? The strong, to varying extents, carry an air of pride. Even if they recognize the formidable nature of the mother of beasts, witnessing so many powerful figures around them, seemingly unperturbed, ignited a spark of audacity within them, suggesting that perhaps they could indeed succeed. Indeed, with so many of us joining forces, there should be no impediment. While he lies in slumber, we shall uncover his vulnerabilities and strike decisively. They were eager to embark on this endeavor, yet Mr. Chiu dismissed their enthusiasm. He had no intention of engaging in lengthy discourse, and simply posed a question. Are you truly confident? What are your chances of success? Have you contemplated the consequences of failure? Do you genuinely believe this course of action is viable? Mr. Chiu did not dispute the strength of these individuals, but he maintained that they were not yet formidable enough to alter the tide of battle. Their methods were only applicable in dire circumstances. Upon hearing Mr. Chiu's assertions, the crowd felt as though they had been doused with cold water. Reluctant to accept it, they nonetheless had to acknowledge the harsh truth. They lacked assurance. In the absence of certainty, reckless actions would yield no difference from chaos. Awakening the mother of beasts prematurely, without a guaranteed strike, could lead to catastrophic consequences. Should we merely stand by and watch? To pin all our hopes on these children, do you not feel a sense of shame? I, for one, cannot bear it. Some could no longer withstand the stifling pressure and erupted in anger toward those nearby. At his outburst, the crowd fell silent. Such sentiments lingered in their hearts to varying degrees. Yet what could be done? They were powerless to alter the current predicament. All they could do was await developments. As for taking action against the slumbering mother of beasts, such thoughts were purely speculative. Any attempt to act would invite a host of uncertainties. Neither Mr. Chiu nor the leaders from other continents would permit such occurrences. The present situation allowed for no recklessness, striving for no merit, but merely to avoid mistakes. Unnecessary actions were to be avoided. I understand your feelings. We are all in a similar predicament, so please remain calm. The crowd regarded him with suspicion, fearful of his potential recklessness. To avert unnecessary trouble, Some suggested restraining him. In summary, let us first control this individual to prevent any emotional outbursts that might lead to regrettable actions. The majority concurred. Come on, is it really necessary to react this way? I was merely venting my frustrations, he protested. I am fully aware of my actions. I assure you, I will not act recklessly. Please, do not resort to violence against me. As he attempted to justify himself, his words bore no weight. The leaders from various continents and the formidable beings present had no intention of granting him freedom. If blame were to be assigned, it lay solely in his choice of words. Moreover, they were merely confining his liberties. They had no intentions of doing him harm. Coincidentally, there were those among them who bore grievances against him. Upon hearing his words, the restrained warrior could no longer contain himself. This was undoubtedly a matter of personal vendetta. Steeped in private grievances, he was truly indignant. Do not regard me with such a gaze. There exists a history between us. Yet I am not one to harbor petty grievances. As he uttered these words, a smile graced his visage, and he could not help but chuckle, provoking a cacophony of despair from the once mighty captive. You harbor ulterior motives, do you not? Seeking personal vendetta, are we? Scoundrel, I assure you, I shall not engage in any impropriety. He endeavored to cultivate the trust of those present in this manner, but alas, his efforts were in vain. Enough. Be silent, and remain dutifully confined in the small dark room. Chapter 196. Personal grievances. He truly did not anticipate such a situation would arise. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have refrained from engaging in abstraction. His intention was merely to voice a casual complaint about his current predicament, yet he found himself ensnared. Did he believe he would undertake anything radical? What a jest! He lacked the audacity for such actions. To speak candidly, he harbored the most genuine thoughts within his heart. In the presence of the mother of beasts, he felt a profound terror emanating from his very soul. Let alone confronting the mother of beasts, he did not possess the courage to even cast a lingering glance in her direction. To his dismay, these individuals dared to slander him, suggesting he might act against the mother of beasts. Very well, they hold themselves in high regard, do they? It was evident that personal vendettas were at play here. Now that the unstable elements have been addressed, let us deliberate on how to proceed. The mother of beasts is certainly beyond our reach. I trust everyone understands this implicitly. Even if she possesses vulnerabilities, they are not within our capacity to exploit. Shortly thereafter, someone articulated their conjecture, asserting that any assault on the mother of beasts would be futile. Not only would their efforts be in vain, but even those deemed unstable would also find their full might ineffective against her. The assembly tacitly agreed to refrain from further discussion on the topic. No one dared to suggest, if that is the case, why impose restrictions on her freedom? Those who attain greatness garner support, while those who stray from the path find themselves isolated. The opposing party was hardly virtuous, having offended many in the past. None would speak on his behalf under these circumstances. The hypnotist observed the entire affair unfold. He discerned that these exalted figures were not so different from ordinary people. In such a situation, they still resorted to petty maneuvers, although it bore no relevance to him. The hypnotist had no intention of involving himself in their disputes. At this juncture, he returned to his resting quarters and dialed his student S number to inquire if there were any further discoveries. He held high expectations for his students, who were consistently exceptional and imaginative. This time, inadvertently, they had resolved a considerable quandary. Were there any other findings? Do share. I know you possess a plethora of clever ideas. Upon hearing his teacher's words, the student promptly responded, Teacher, was the proposal I previously suggested effective? As he spoke, a hint of insecurity tinged his tone, uncertain if his suggestion would indeed assist his mentor. Upon hearing the student's words, the teacher's face illuminated with a gentle smile, brimming with satisfaction. Your proposal was indeed very effective. In fact, it aligned precisely with your expectations. Without your insight, we would not have achieved our current progress. Prepare yourself well, and come to Siberia in a few days. After prior discussions, the leaders from various continents decided to summon the students of the hypnotist, believing that even from afar, they could alter the circumstances here. This individual is indeed a prodigy. In such a critical moment, it is only natural for capable individuals to converge. Upon hearing his mentor's words, the student displayed a look of surprise. He had never anticipated that he would be included in such a clandestine operation, an opportunity he had long yearned for, albeit he had never expressed this desire openly. The fact that his mentor did not explicitly invite him to join implied that his participation might not be suitable. Is it truly permissible, master? He instinctively inquired. Sensing his student's lingering self-doubt, the hypnotist reassured him, there is absolutely no issue. This decision is the result of a consensus among the leaders of several continents. The hypnotist spoke with a distinct pride in his tone. He generously lavished praise upon his student, who humbly responded that it was all due to his mentor's excellent guidance. The hypnotist, amused by the student's flattery, internally mused, such smooth talk, always saying things that are rather insubstantial to amuse me. Enough of this idle chatter. Make your way here promptly. Someone will arrive to escort you at noon, so prepare yourself accordingly. The student's spirits evidently soared at the prospect of being personally fetched. The hypnotist also reminded him to exercise caution. Given the current circumstances, many believe the end of the world is imminent. With his student suddenly heading to the Siberian permafrost, there was a risk that ill-intentioned individuals might misconstrue the situation. In response to his mentor's warning, the student assured him that he would remain vigilant. In fact, he had recently noticed that many had been inquiring about the situation in Siberia. He had refrained from revealing any information, as he had not sought much knowledge from his mentor regarding this matter. He demonstrated great discretion, asking not a single inappropriate question, much to the hypnotist's relief. It was gratifying to possess such an exemplary student, whose moral integrity was equally commendable. Take care of yourself. I shall say no more. Prepare yourself and arrive promptly. With that, he ended the call. Subsequently, the hypnotist's student indeed encountered some difficulties. Even before his arrival, he was intercepted by powerful individuals who proposed an exorbitant price. Their intentions were unmistakable. Should he be willing to divulge certain information or accompany them to Siberia, they would pay a substantial sum. The student felt utterly helpless, unsure of how to proceed. Noon arrived swiftly, and the designated personnel arrived at his location, causing the powerful individuals to feel apprehensive, realizing that their actions were, in fact, unreasonable. We merely came to inquire. We are friends, with no ulterior motives. Upon witnessing their demeanor, the commander Yun, tasked with the responsibility of escorting guests, revealed a sly smile. With a tone laced with amusement, he addressed the assembly. Do you wish to venture forth and observe the situation? If so, I would be more than willing to accompany you, though I must caution that once you depart, there shall be no return. At this proclamation, the influential figures present exhibited palpable excitement, convinced that the commander Yun had taken a liking to the advantages they were prepared to offer, thus prompting his willingness to lead them away. Meanwhile, the student of the hypnotist found himself at a loss for words, wavering between speech and silence, ultimately choosing to remain mute. He was acutely aware of the circumstances that lay beyond, having been forewarned by his mentor regarding these matters. It was evident that these individuals were utterly oblivious to the peril that awaited them. Chapter 197. A self-inflicted hardship upon sensing the student's unusual emotional fluctuations. Their true, unsightly natures began to surface. It seems that some individuals do not wish to let us depart, yet this situation may not be entirely unfavorable. Hearing their remarks, the hypnotist student felt a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. Very well, they have concluded that he is unwilling to allow them to leave, believing him to be covetous of the benefits for himself. If they choose to think that way, so be it. He could not be bothered to intervene further. Enough with the idle chatter. Commander Yun addressed them, turning to the hypnotist student with courtesy. You have made significant contributions previously. Come with us. Perhaps you will bring forth new surprises. Do not be overly anxious. Even if no further advancements are made, it is of no consequence. Upon hearing Commander Yun's words, the student's gaze grew resolute. No matter the outcome, he would exert every effort. He would not easily concede defeat. Quite spirited, let us proceed. Commander Yun personally accompanied the hypnotist student. The other dignitaries expressed some dissatisfaction with the situation, yet they understood that it was not the time to voice inappropriate comments. May we have a moment to prepare? We wish to bring more individuals along. Someone suddenly interjected, rendering Commander Yun momentarily speechless. Oh, so you wish to bring your entire entourage? He had never encountered anyone so eager for self-destruction. To speak frankly, the Siberian permafrost is one of the most perilous places on Earth. Those who find themselves within its icy grasp will have little chance of escape when danger arises. Yet these individuals insist on journeying to the permafrost to experience terror firsthand. The fearsome mother of beasts is no laughing matter. Once they enter the Siberian permafrost, retreat is not an option, leaving would only incite panic. Noticing the gradual chill in Commander Yun's demeanor, they ceased their insistence. We were merely expressing a thought. It was not our intention to be taken seriously. If it is inconvenient, we shall refrain from such remarks. We understand that we should not have spoken thus. They hastily attempted to smooth over their blunder, skillfully crafting their words. Commander Yun disregarded their attempts at placation. Thus, under the envious gazes of the onlookers, they set forth. However, within a mere half-day, they arrived at the Siberian permafrost. Upon their arrival, The dignitaries sensed something amiss. The atmosphere here was particularly oppressive. Good heavens! What on earth are those countless tendrils in the sky? At that moment, they began to grasp the gravity of the situation. This was a land of peril. Had they known it would be like this, they would not have come. Now, it was too late for regrets. Before their journey, Commander Yun had specifically emphasized that retreat was not an option. Even so, they clung to a flicker of hope, tentatively inquiring, "Is it still possible for us to depart?" "It is not that I wish to leave this place. Rather, there are matters at home that require my attention, particularly concerning the gas stove, which I fear has not been turned off. Children at home are prone to accidents." Before I could finish my thought, I was interrupted by those around me. Indeed, my wife and I are commemorating our wedding anniversary today. It had completely slipped my mind until now. Fortunately, I am reminded, and I must return. Please, feel free to take whatever you need. In their eagerness to depart, they would even relinquish their possessions. Cloud Commander scoffed at their utterances, stating with unwavering firmness that leaving was no longer an option. Since they had chosen to come, they might as well remain here. When the true apocalypse arrives, they will understand the essence of terror. Some genuinely believe we are merely playing in the Siberian permafrost. Cloud Commander found their naivete repulsive. The student of the hypnotist felt an unparalleled fear, yet he did not falter. In fact, the more dire the situation, the more exhilarated he became. He expressed his intent to stand resolutely with his mentor. Indeed, it must be said that a great teacher cultivates exceptional students, and I am quite pleased with your performance. Enough of this idle chatter. I shall take you to meet your mentor, where you may engage in a thorough discussion regarding the anomalies here. Upon witnessing this, Cloud Commander bestowed a look of approval upon him. The student of the hypnotist, upon hearing such commendation from Cloud Commander, felt a tinge of embarrassment. He did not consider himself particularly outstanding. There are still many stationed here in the Siberian permafrost, each warrior unafraid of death. I merely fulfilled my duty. It is my honor to contribute to the collective effort. Upon hearing his words, the powerful elite could no longer remain composed. Had they known the true nature of the situation, they would not have come. Why did you not inform us sooner? Why did you not warn us of the circumstances here? They could hardly contain their frustration and were on the verge of attacking the student of the hypnotist. Before they could act, a group intervened to restrain them. The student of the hypnotist then remarked with a cold smile, "Perhaps you should recall whether I advised you from the outset. I have conveyed all that needed to be said. Your refusal to listen is not my fault." Upon hearing this, the assembly fell into a profound silence. It must be acknowledged that he had indeed offered a warning, yet they had instinctively dismissed his words as mere rationalizations. They believed these were simply excuses to deter them from following. Now, confronted with the reality of their situation, they realized it was no jest. This revelation rendered them speechless. Acknowledging their error, their once arrogant demeanor evaporated, replaced by expressions that were more lamentable than tears. "Alas, I should have heeded your words back then. I had a feeling, how could such good fortune possibly exist? You, my friend, must have been left with no choice." In response to their remarks, the student of the hypnotist chose to remain silent. There was no point in further discourse. Their philosophies were fundamentally divergent, rendering communication unnecessary. "I have expressed all that needed to be said and offered my counsel, yet you insist on this path. Very well. I have no time to engage in idle chatter with you. Take care of yourselves." The student of the hypnotist soon found his way back to his mentor. Upon seeing his teacher, he was filled with excitement. "Teacher, you are as beautiful as ever," he couldn't help but exclaim. Enough with the flattery. Chapter 198. Peril, come with me. I shall elucidate the situation here in detail. When the time comes, I would appreciate your thoughts on the matter. There is no need for reservations. Simply speak your mind, and I shall listen. Ultimately, how we proceed will depend on the discretion of our leader. The hypnotist spoke thusly to alleviate any concerns his students might harbor. The student comprehended this sentiment profoundly. In essence, it was akin to treating a dead horse as if it were alive. Presently, there existed no suitable strategies. They could only resort to a method of blind trial and error. "Teacher, has the situation truly escalated to such dire straits? My previous assistance was likely just a stroke of luck. I am uncertain whether I can offer any valuable suggestions moving forward. I confess, I am feeling quite apprehensive." In the presence of others, he would never voice such sentiments. However, before his teacher, he felt liberated to express his fears. Indeed, he spoke candidly. The moment he first beheld the mother of beasts, a shudder emanated from his very soul, and trepidation enveloped him. Upon hearing his student's admission, the hypnotist chuckled softly. "Fear is a natural response. Relax. I too am filled with fear, and that is nothing to be ashamed of. It is not just you and I who feel this dread. Those stationed in the frozen tundra of Siberia, who among them has not experienced fear? Yet, Fear does not preclude one from surmounting it. To knowingly tread into danger, like those who march towards the tiger's den, are they not even more worthy of respect? After absorbing his teacher's words, the student relinquished his inner turmoil. Meanwhile, Tao Weiwei once again entered the realm of dreams. He sensed that this time, he wielded greater control, not over this world, but over himself. With the assistance of various formidable figures and his own indomitable will, he began to perceive the unsettling anomalies within this dreamscape. Previously, he had believed that danger could not exist in this realm. Now, it appeared that such notions were merely his own misconceptions. Upon his arrival in this dream world, extraordinary events transpired. Countless tendrils encircled him, as if they had been poised in anticipation. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Tao Weiwei instinctively gasped. However, he quickly discerned that these tendrils, though fearsome in appearance, did not inflict any actual harm upon him. In other words, bolstered by numerous treasures, he had managed to stabilize himself. At this moment, his mental fortitude was formidable. I must extend my gratitude to those predecessors. Without them, I fear I would be utterly lost, Tao Weiwei murmured to himself. He harbored a profound sense that if he failed to escape this time, he would be irrevocably doomed. After such a lengthy wait, has the time finally come for them to strike at me? It would mean that had the hypnotist not promptly extricated me that day, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He finally came to the realization of the perilous predicament he had found himself in, a wave of dread washing over him. However, this negative sentiment lasted but a fleeting moment. Soon enough, the astute Tao Weiwei began to observe Zhao Yi's condition and noticed that she appeared utterly despondent, her vitality seemingly drained. Moreover, he also caught sight of Zhou Qunyan and Shen Huqiu. Undoubtedly, Tao Weiwei was convinced that the figures before him, Zhou Qunyan and Shen Huqiu, were mere illusions. They were not genuine. They were phantoms conjured by the mother of beasts through arcane methods. Prepared for this deception, Tao Weiwei was not fooled. In fact, he harnessed the treasures at his disposal to vanquish these two apparitions completely. You have discovered me. You do not wish to retain me, he declared into the void. In that moment, he found another version of himself materializing before him. I am you, and you are me. Why must we remain so distinctly separate? Is what you see in this illusory realm not the outcome you desire? I can assure you, I can grant you a lifetime within a blissful mirage. Faced with these beguiling words from his doppelganger, Tao Weiwei remained resolute. The falsehood could never become truth. Did he truly believe such clumsy tactics could deceive him? His determination was unwavering. Upon hearing Tao Weiwei's declaration, the other self began to contort grotesquely. In but a short while, it morphed into another being. Was this not Zhao Yi? Of course, Tao Weiwei was aware that what lay before him was a counterfeit, a deceptive entity that he refused to fall for. He incessantly reassured himself. Yet, despite this conviction, it did not mean he was entirely impervious to its influence. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his emotions. However, when Zhao Yi finally spoke, Tao Weiwei's defenses crumbled. Do you question my authenticity? I am Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi is me. I can be with you forever. Accompany you in all your endeavors. Is that not splendid? The impostor uttered these words, yet they were spoken through the visage of Zhao Yi, and her voice echoed the same. Faced with such a scenario, Tao Weiwei was at a loss for what to do. Was this an illusion? Or was it reality? Did the distinction between the two truly hold significance? Was it not one's own feelings that mattered most? If he deemed it real, then it was indeed real. There was nothing more to be said. He was merely ensnared in a mental quagmire. Before this line of thought could linger too long, Zhao Yi transformed back into himself. This sudden shift left Tao Weiwei utterly bewildered. Why resort to such theatrics? Had he not already ensnared himself in this illusion? Yet, even at this juncture, the need to revert to his original form persisted. Seemingly sensing Tao Weiwei's confusion, the impostor addressed him. What do you think? What is real and what is not? In certain instances, the distinction between truth and falsehood may not bear the weight of our imagination. Well, I have said all that I wish to convey. I possess the ability to forge a realm devoid of suffering. Although, in a certain sense, you may be considered deceased, from another perspective, you have attained immortality. You may eternally dwell within the confines of my reverie. As she listened to his words, Tao Weiwei found herself momentarily at a loss for a rebuttal. After a prolonged silence, her gaze gradually transformed into one of unwavering determination. Falsehood is inherently false. It can never supplant the authentic. These are merely illusions that you have meticulously crafted. Chapter 199. Emotional collapse. The facade of false beauty is nothing but an illusion. In plain terms, it is like a flower reflected in a mirror or the moon mirrored in water, seemingly real, yet ready to shatter at any moment, rendering it utterly unreliable. I was nearly ensnared by the other party's deceit. Striving to regain clarity, I repeatedly reminded myself that all of this was but an illusion. Tao Weiwei recognized that she had almost lost her composure. Everything was a fabrication. Zhao Yi was merely a construct deliberately fashioned from her own memories. A hollow shell that could morph at will to please the other. The very thought of this made Tao Weiwei feel nauseated, a chilling sensation creeping into her psyche. In that moment, she fully regained her composure. Seeing her swift return to normalcy, the impostor could not help but curl his lips in a cold smirk. He coldly remarked to Tao Weiwei, "You truly are one who refuses to accept good intentions. I am willing to grant you happiness, yet you are unwilling to embrace it. Are you? Very well. Then I shall make you experience suffering, allowing you to endure all the hardships of the world." With these words, the space around them warped completely. Yet Tao Weiwei managed to retain her rationality. This was largely due to the assistance of the strong ones who had aided her. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether she could have maintained control over her mind. "Why do you treat me this way? Am I not Zhao Yi?" Tao Weiwei questioned, her voice steady. "After all these years of companionship, what do I amount to in your eyes? Tears. Can they deceive as well?" Faced with Zhao Yi's accusations, she remained unfazed. These were events that had transpired in the previous illusion. Indeed, she had succumbed for a time. Yet that descent was not particularly profound, for she was cognizant that the true Zhao Yi would never act in such a manner. Though the falsehood was undeniably alluring, the existence constructed through memories was far too unreal. Some may find solace in wallowing within such illusions, but others simply cannot. Initially, Zhao Yi had been ensnared by this falsehood, for the memory of Tao Weiwei was strikingly congruous with the real Tao Weiwei. "Begone, falsehoods! Do you believe that such tactics can ensnare me? If so, I can only deem you naive." Upon hearing Tao Weiwei's cold and unfeeling words, Zhao Yi felt a profound chill in his heart. He had not anticipated that Tao Weiwei could be so heartless. "You, truly, are devoid of warmth. You have shattered my heart. If that is the case, then perish." With this declaration, he resolutely took his own life before her eyes. Subsequently, he conjured images that would strike deeply at Tao Weiwei's core. This time, she found herself utterly powerless, confronting the very scenarios she dreaded most. She had become a pawn, a bargaining chip threatening Zhao Yi. Witnessing this dire situation, Tao Weiwei crumbled into tears, for she saw Zhao Yi wounded before her, and the cause of his injury was none other than herself. Had it not been for his own circumstances, Zhao Yi would not have encountered such predicaments. "My fault. My fault. It is all my fault. I implore you, cease to inflict further harm upon him. Whatever the matter, let it be directed at me," he cried out in a frenzy. Fully aware that all of this was illusory, he nonetheless found himself unable to restrain his emotions. "If you desire my forbearance, it is not impossible, yet it requires you." At that moment, Tao Weiwei's fervor abruptly ceased. What is false remains false, and ultimately cannot become genuine. The instant the other party's intentions were laid bare, Tao Weiwei regained her self-awareness. Recognizing the ulterior motives behind their actions, her emotions gradually began to subside. "I concede that what you have constructed is remarkably authentic. However, once something defies logic, even the most genuine of things can appear false. Had you not revealed your ulterior motives, I could have continued to indulge in this charade with you." Tao Weiwei's words shattered the facade of the impostor entirely. Simultaneously, within the confines of the illusionary realm, Zhao Yi gradually became aware that something was amiss. This was not due to any extraordinary perceptiveness on his part. Rather, it was a sudden sensation of being observed from afar. Tao Weiwei's mental influence altered his perception of this world. Once more, he gazed at the figures beside him, his beloved, children, and parents, and was struck by a sense of bewilderment. Everything felt profoundly unreal, as if it were a splendid dream woven by another. After such an extended period, this dream ought to reach its conclusion. He could no longer afford to linger in its depths. "What's wrong? Is there an issue? Daddy, what are you doing? Come play with me. Sister is bullying me. Wah. Sister is a big bad person. How dreadful." The voices of his family echoed in his ears. As he listened to their words, a faint smile involuntarily graced Zhao Yi's lips. Such beauty, yet it was not what he truly desired. He did not require these illusory comforts to fill the seemingly empty void within his heart. While these were indeed his deepest wishes, the falsehood would always remain just that, false. In that moment, Zhao Yi's mental state resembled that of one awakening from a profound dream. "Today, I realize that I am indeed myself. Previously, I believed my existence was not the true essence of who I am. The false is ultimately false," Zhao Yi incessantly reminded himself. Even upon realizing the world around him was an illusion, he could not entirely dismiss a lingering attachment. After all, They had shared a life for so long. And he had married Tao Weiwei, pledging her countless promises. Are you going to leave me? Have you forgotten your promises to me? I am at a loss for words. Do you deem everything I am to be unworthy? The counterfeit Tao Weiwei sought to retain Zhao Yi. Hearing her words, he momentarily stood in stunned silence. I must admit that all of this weighs heavily upon my mind. Indeed, it is all a fabrication. Alas, a future devoid of promise is not the future I desire. Zhao Yi uttered those words and extended her arms to embrace the illusory Tao Weiwei before her. In that fleeting moment of their embrace, Tao Weiwei's countenance contorted entirely. Tao Weiwei vanished completely. Awaiting Zhao Yi were countless tendrils, incessantly entwining her. These were not merely Tao Weiwei. They encompassed others as well. Zhou Kunyan, Shen Huqiu, her friends, along with Zhao Haichuan and his mother. These once cherished memories, now grotesquely transformed into tendrils, became part of the monstrous entity's limbs, seeking to engulf Zhao Yi entirely. They endeavored to plunge her into utter despair. Do you no longer want me? You scoundrel! What has our initial promise become in your eyes? What do you perceive our commitment to one another as? Zhao Yi remained indifferent to these sentiments. Chapter 200. The vessel of memory. Listening to Tao Weiwei and his own children, as well as the words of his parents, Zhao Yi remained enveloped in silence. His recollections of his offspring and parents were inherently hazy. All that surrounded him felt like a mere fabrication. However, Tao Weiwei's presence was undeniably authentic. Do you recall what I once said to you? Zhao Yi's tone was tranquil. I told you that as long as you were sincere with me, I would always be sincere with you in return. Yet from the very beginning, you were disingenuous, harboring ulterior motives. Can such behavior truly be deemed sincere? I find it hard to believe that your actions reflect genuine intent. As he uttered these words, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. He grappled to articulate his feelings in that moment, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, reluctant to embrace the truth laid before him. Yet, falsehoods remain false, and there is little more to say. Oh, I see now. In your heart, I am merely this. As the words faded, the tendrils transformed back into Tao Weiwei. She embraced Zhao Yi, her emotions visibly heightened, edging on the peculiar. Zhao Yi, perplexed, maintained an indifferent demeanor. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yi, the phenomena unfolding in this realm were not entirely under the dominion of the mother of beasts. In the absence of her control, they possessed self-awareness. To put it simply, their very existence hinged upon Zhao Yi's memories, which served as the vessel for their continuance. This elucidates why the mother of beasts could fabricate an illusory world for all. She nourished this phantasmagoria with the memories of every individual. The emotional fluctuations exhibited by Tao Weiwei were, in fact, the result of memories stirring within her. The mother of beasts sensed her grasp weakening. Zhao Yi's memories bore the weight of countless sentiments. Tears streamed down Tao Weiwei's face as she reproached Zhao Yi. I care for you so deeply, yet you choose to abandon me. You perceive everything as a mere illusion. What, then, am I to you? How absurd. To you, it seems that everything we share should not exist. Tao Weiwei continued to articulate her thoughts, her tears flowing freely. In response to her words, Zhao Yi fell silent. He found himself at a loss, questioning whether the mother of beasts was indeed terrifying or whether any of this was real. Yet, as soon as this thought emerged, he swiftly dismissed it. No, he could not allow himself to believe that this was real. Perhaps it was merely a tactic employed by the mother of beasts against him. However, despite his attempts to rationalize, memories of the past surged forth, all of which might be false, yet felt undeniably genuine. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions. Zhao Yi relinquished his resistance and avoidance, accepting the reality with newfound clarity as he blinked, closing and opening his eyes. The scene before him vanished completely, returning everything to its original state. He beheld Tao Weiwei, reminiscent of their first encounter. There were no children present, nor any sight of Zhao Haichuan or his mother. Beside Tao Weiwei stood Shen Huqiu, along with the exuberant Zhou Kunyan. As he gazed upon these friends, Zhao Yi fell into a profound silence, unsure of what to say. After a moment of hesitation, he addressed Tao Weiwei, saying, "We meet again." Upon hearing Zhao Yi's words, Tao Weiwei appeared momentarily taken aback, bewildered. What did it mean to say they met again? Hadn't they always been together? Why utter such nonsensical phrases? Observing his naive demeanor, Zhao Yi felt a twinge of sorrow. Was this a fade? Was it truly a fade? He found it difficult to articulate his feelings at that moment. They were overwhelmingly heavy and intricate. Had he not believed the words of Tao Weiwei, he would not be here now. This was an unforeseen variable, a situation that even the mother of beasts had not anticipated. Everything was initially destined to spiral into extremes. Eventually, The uncontrollable Tao Weiwei had even managed to persuade Zhao Yi to stay. Considering this state of Tao Weiwei felt more authentic, the mother of beasts ceased her control. I begin to comprehend the nature of your existence in this realm. Thus, it follows that everything we experience together is not entirely false. You are the vessel of my memories, the embodiment of my recollections. You are Tao Weiwei, and Tao Weiwei is you. In essence, there is no distinction between you. You have merely been exploited by certain forces. Zhao Yi spoke to himself, lost in his thoughts. Tao Weiwei felt utterly perplexed, unable to grasp Zhao Yi's musings. Shun Huqiu and Zhou Kunyan, in my memories, may not be as tangible. They exist only as phantoms due to my insufficient understanding of them. Zhao Yi conveyed these sentiments to Shun Huqiu and Zhou Kunyan, realizing why he remained unaffected by their presence. It was still not lively enough. What on earth are you rambling about, old Zhao? Can you not be more lucid? Seriously, why don't you listen to what you just said? Shun Huqiu remained indifferent to Zhao Yi's words, while Zhou Kunyan reacted more vigorously. Confronted with Zhou Kunyan's erratic nature, Zhao Yi could only respond. I know you are often nonsensical, but I am also aware that you are reliable in critical moments. In his memories, he held a somewhat stereotypical impression of Zhou Kunyan. I apologize for that, he added with a chuckle. As he spoke, Zhao Yi began to laugh, not allowing himself to be fully consumed by the moment. In fact, he was remarkably lucid. At this juncture, Zhao Yi was frighteningly strong. Zhou Kunyan scratched his head, uncertain of the meaning behind Zhao Yi's words. Yet he clearly heard Zhao Yi affirming his reliability. You possess a discerning eye. After all, I have always been quite reliable, haven't I? In crucial moments, I shall undoubtedly lend my unwavering support, for I could never allow my friends to find themselves in peril. As Zhou Kunyan uttered these words, he was subconsciously influenced by the reality surrounding him, perhaps due to the presence of the mother of beasts, which caused an intersection between two worlds. Zhou Kunyan felt a sense of disorientation. He faintly perceived the figure of Zhao Yi before him. It was clear that this was not a dream. Could it be an illusion? Instinctively, he rubbed his eyes, uncertain of the situation he was facing. He pondered whether he should disclose these occurrences to the hypnotist. Goodness, could something significant be about to transpire? Perhaps it would be best to mention it after all. Chapter 201. Complete devouring. After a moment's hesitation, he finally articulated his thoughts. Upon hearing Zhou Kunyan's words, the hypnotist's face betrayed profound confusion. What was happening? This had transcended his realm of knowledge and diverged from his expectations. Could such occurrences manifest in the tangible world? Was it truly so outrageous? If such a statement were to be made, did it imply that the mother of beasts would soon awaken? The hypnotist, consumed by analysis, found his anxiety mounting with each consideration. The responsible party beside him, witnessing this turmoil, was equally bewildered, uncertain of the unfolding events. From this perspective, the situation seemed graver than we had anticipated. We could only proceed step by step, as it was possible that some upheaval on Tao Weiwei's end had repercussions in the real world. Mr. Chiu conducted an analysis of the matter, and those present nodded in agreement after listening to his insights. Given the current circumstances, it was highly likely to be the case. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Kunyan's expression grew serious. If this were true, he was at a loss regarding the nature of the troubles on Tao Weiwei's side. He pondered whether clarity had suddenly dawned upon him. Addressing the hypnotist beside him, he inquired, if I were to attempt again, might there be a chance to encounter Zhao Yi within the dream realm? The hypnotist paused momentarily at his suggestion, then nodded in affirmation. Your conjecture is not without merit. Let us try once more, perhaps it may yield results. With that, he led Zhou Kunyan's away. Shun Huqiu had intended to follow suit, but the hypnotist declined, citing that Shun Huqiu had not encountered a similar situation, and thus, further hypnosis would likely yield little effect. The words struck Shun Huqiu deeply, leaving him perplexed as to why things had turned out this way. Zhou Kunyans could see Zhao Yi, and so could Tao Weiwei. Yet he alone remained unable to do so. Was this not a blatant act of targeting? His frustration simmered within, but he found himself powerless to voice it. The leaders gathered from various continents were internally anxious. Despite their outward composure, they were rife with diverse speculations regarding the matter. In truth, Tao Weiwei's predicament was particularly dire. She felt utterly at a loss in dealing with the seemingly illusory, yet palpably real scenarios that surrounded her. She was painfully aware that everything was a fabrication. Yet the mind remained susceptible to manipulation. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before she would be entirely consumed by the mother of beasts. Tao Weiwei finally grasped the immense fortitude that allowed Zhao Yi to endure for such an extended period. She had barely begun her confrontation with the mother of beasts and was already on the brink of collapse. Zhao Yi's prolonged resilience, it seemed, was indeed a testament to his unwavering will. "Get out, you bastard." A familiar voice echoed in her ears. Upon hearing this phrase, Tao Weiwei was momentarily taken aback. A familiar yet incongruous voice echoed within the realm, unmistakably belonging to Zhou Kunyan. Upon entering the dreamscape, he immediately witnessed Tao Weiwei enduring immense torment. Seeing her in such distress, Zhou Kunyan felt an undeniable urge to intervene. A profound intuition guided him, assuring him that the Tao Weiwei before him was unequivocally authentic. Given the current circumstances, his instinct proved accurate. The Zhao Yi standing before Tao Weiwei was mere illusion. Observing Zhao Yi subjecting Tao Weiwei to relentless suffering, it was evident that she was on the brink of madness. Such despicable tactics. Is this the true nature of the mother of beasts? It seemed rather unremarkable. Zhou Kunyan spoke without reservation, exuding an air of fearlessness. "Tao Weiwei, are you all right? Do not let these phantoms sway you. They are but figments of imagination. I have just seen Zhao Yi in the real world, and if I am not mistaken, your actions have already affected her. Soon, Zhao Yi will be liberated." Zhou Kunyan uttered these words, uncertain of their veracity. Regardless, his priority was to stabilize Tao Weiwei's emotional state. The consequences of her continued breakdown were unfathomable. Upon hearing his words, Tao Weiwei exhaled in relief, her anxious heart finally at ease. The illusions before them dissipated swiftly, restoring tranquility to the space. Before long, a wondrous radiance enveloped them. Within this light, they beheld the scene of Zhao Yi, Tao Weiwei, and Shun Huaqiu's recent encounter. Sensing that Zhao Yi's demeanor was notably different, she was not ensnared by the illusions of this realm. Rather, she exuded an aura of disconnection. Had she attained clarity? Had she discerned the true nature of this world? If so, it was indeed a cause for celebration. Perhaps their recent efforts had aided Zhao Yi in breaking free from confusion. Zhou Kunyan exclaimed to Tao Weiwei beside him, "See, I was right. I knew Zhao Yi had escaped control. She is gradually awakening." Without needing Zhou Kunyan's affirmation, Tao Weiwei had already surmised the same. Should we continue to observe? Or shall we depart? We must inform the others of the situation and prepare them accordingly. The two engaged in a brief discussion. After deliberation, they resolved to temporarily withdraw and relay the news to those outside, with intentions to return shortly to monitor the situation, ensuring all was secure. Having made their decision, Tao Weiwei and Zhou Kunyan exited the space. During this period, a minor incident occurred. Zhou Kunyan narrowly avoided being ensnared by the tendrils of the realm. Fortunately, Tao Weiwei acted swiftly enough to save his life, imparting a crucial lesson. Survival in this domain necessitated possessing treasures, or alternatively, wielding formidable strength. Tao Weiwei possessed certain attributes that Zhou Kunyan lacked, which nearly led to his abduction. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Kunyan regained consciousness. The hypnotist, observing this turn of events, displayed a look of confusion. He was perplexed as to why such a situation had unfolded. How was it that Zhou Kunyan returned in such a brief span of time? Had he discovered nothing within the realm of dreams? Just as these thoughts occupied his mind, Tao Weiwei also awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhou Kunyan immediately spotted the hypnotist and eagerly began to explain. "Tao Weiwei and I encountered fascinating phenomena within the dream world. The situation is improving." Chapter 202. Volunteering without any superfluous words. The results were stated directly. The primary purpose of this approach was to alleviate any unwarranted concerns from the hypnotist. Upon hearing Zhou Kunyan's words, the hypnotist breathed a sigh of relief. This is reassuring. He had feared that there would be no effect at all. "Shall we proceed to the conference room?" The hypnotist inquired of Zhou Kunyan's. Zhou Kunyan's nodded in agreement, not refusing the suggestion. Simultaneously, he noticed a student accompanying the hypnotist. Sensing Zhou Kunyan's curiosity, the hypnotist spoke up. "This is my student. He was the one who proposed the plan regarding Tao Weiwei last time." Upon hearing this, Zhou Kunyan regarded the young student with newfound respect. It must be said, indeed, that a distinguished teacher begets exceptional students. The hypnotist's pupil truly possesses remarkable abilities. "Excellent. We owe you a debt of gratitude for your assistance last time. Without you, we would have wasted an inordinate amount of time on this matter." The student, feeling particularly bashful in light of Zhou Kunyan's praise, quickly expressed that he had merely offered a small amount of help, deeming it inconsequential. Goodness, such humility, Zhou Kunyan's thought, genuinely surprised by the young man's audacity. "Do not be so modest. Do not underestimate your contributions. You have been of immense assistance to us. I will remember your efforts. And should you ever need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly do my utmost to help you." As the student appeared poised to continue his modesty, the hypnotist interjected, "All right, that is sufficient. Excessive humility can also be a form of arrogance. Accept the compliments. You are indeed exceptional. and there is nothing shameful in acknowledging it. With the teacher's endorsement, the student's heart swelled with joy. His earlier humility stemmed from the belief that Zhou Cunyan's words were somewhat impolite, as if suggesting that his teacher had no merit. Of course, this was merely the student's personal conjecture. Zhou Cunyan's had never harbored such thoughts. The hypnotist was even less inclined to ponder such matters, remarking that the young man was overly sensitive. Had he not been so sensitive, he might not have identified those issues at all. This perspective held some merit. Upon entering the conference room, the leaders from various continents cast anxious glances toward Tao Weiwei and Zhou Cunyan's. In addition, several experts in attendance also exhibited signs of tension when looking at Tao Weiwei. This is good news. There is no need for excessive apprehension. The hypnotist preemptively reassured the crowd. Hearing that it was good news, the attendees relaxed their taut nerves. If it is indeed good news, that is certainly the best outcome. Zhou Cunyan's and Tao Weiwei had no intention of prolonging the suspense for their audience. The hypnotist, still unaware of the specific circumstances, remained silent, observing quietly from the side. Subsequently, Tao Weiwei and Zhou Qian recounted everything that transpired within the realm of dreams, articulating their deductions and affirming that Zhao Yi's current condition appeared relatively stable. Upon hearing this, the onlookers, including the leaders and several formidable individuals, could not help but feel a sense of relief. After such a prolonged period, a piece of good news finally emerged. What can we do now? Someone inquired. The question was met with silence, as, until now, they truly found themselves at a standstill. All they could do was wait for the situation to evolve. They felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, as it seemed there was nothing they could do at this moment. We can only wait and see. We must rely on Zhou Qian and Tao Weiwei for this matter. The crowd did not exhibit any negligence towards Zhou Qian and Tao Weiwei. In response to their polite demeanor, both Tao Weiwei and Zhou Qian quickly expressed that it was their duty. Their willingness to act was solely for the sake of Zhao Yi. In fact, they felt a sense of gratitude towards these individuals. Without their support, Zhao Yi might not have been able to extricate himself from the clutches of the dream realm so swiftly. Of course, such niceties did not last long, as no one wished to squander time on trivialities in such a grave situation. Allow me, I shall first observe the circumstances. Tao Weiwei, you have exerted yourself excessively. Do not overexert yourself. Zhou Qian volunteered, insisting that Tao Weiwei should not accompany him. How can this be? I must go as well, Tao Weiwei insisted, eager to contribute. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was met with a firm objection from the hypnotist standing nearby. Your current physical condition is perilous. Do not engage in such reckless endeavors. If Zhao Yi returns safely, and you do not, I am certain you would not wish for Zhao Yi to live perpetually in a state of indebtedness. Upon hearing the hypnotist's words, Tao Weiwei relinquished his stubbornness. In truth, he was utterly exhausted. Throughout this ordeal, he had been buoyed solely by a single conviction. Could he now afford to relax? In a fleeting moment, he appeared as if a taut string had suddenly been released, his state deteriorating. Observing Tao Weiwei in such distress, a strong individual stepped forward. I was just contemplating when it would be my turn to be of use. Leave this to me. I am quite proficient in matters of healing. A strong individual volunteered to tend to Tao Weiwei's injuries. Zhou Qian, who had been deeply concerned, along with Shen Huqiu, sighed in relief. With these powerful individuals personally administering treatment, there would be no issue. Even if complications arose, their skills were unlikely to be thwarted. Shen Huqiu, your responsibility is to care for Tao Weiwei. Do not feel guilty for not having the opportunity to contribute. I too was once in a similar position. Circumstances often dictate what we can and cannot do. Many present yearned to personally witness the nature of the dream realm. However, they found themselves bereft of such an opportunity, left only to experience a sense of urgency and anticipation. Yet, this was of no consequence. Previously unable to take action, they now awaited their moment to be of service. Upon hearing such reassurances from Zhou Qian, Shen Hqi nodded in agreement, finding no fault in his words. Nevertheless, to claim indifference would be utterly implausible. Very well. I understand. I shall take good care of Tao Weiwei. You can entrust the matters over there to me. Rest assured, I will handle everything on this side. After exchanging a few more words, they each attended to their respective tasks. Zhou Qian followed the hypnotist into a serene little room. Are you prepared? These measures will ensure your safety, though not with absolute certainty, the hypnotist gently cautioned. Zhou Qian took a deep breath and nodded in response. Chapter 203. A turn of events. I am acutely aware of these matters, and to claim that I am unafraid would be disingenuous. During my time in the realm of dreams, I encountered numerous terrifying entities, nearly succumbing to despair. Had it not been for the timely incident involving Tao Weiwei, I might have met my demise at this very moment. Sensing the tension within Zhao Kunyan, the hypnotist took special care to facilitate his relaxation. Following the hypnotist's psychological suggestions, Zhao Kunyan's anxious demeanor gradually stabilized. As the moment approached, the hypnotist finally ushered Zhao Kunyan into a deep slumber. In that instant of departing the waking world and entering the realm of dreams, Zhao Kunyan was besieged by countless tendrils sweeping toward him. Thankfully, he had prepared for this eventuality. With the protective artifacts at his disposal, these tendrils posed no threat to him. Observing this, Zhao Kunyan's racing heart began to calm. It appeared that these objects could indeed safeguard his well-being, alleviating his concerns. After a brief struggle with the tendrils, it seemed they too realized they could not ensnare Zhao Kunyan. As they withdrew, he finally glimpsed the scene where Zhao Yi currently resided. He discovered that Zhao Yi was living a life of remarkable ease and comfort. Witnessing this, Zhao Kunyan felt a profound sense of dismay. Pondering who truly suffered in this scenario, it was uncertain whether Zhao Yi had noticed Zhao Kunyan. Her gaze turned in his direction, yet he was certain she could not perceive his present self. Could she possibly have guessed his presence? If it were Zhao Yi, it would lend some credence to the situation. Given her keen intellect, perhaps I need not worry excessively. She would find a solution. Zhao Kunyan exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief. Meanwhile, within the illusionary world, Zhao Yi contemplated how to resolve her troubling predicaments. These were vessels of her memories, and mishandling them could result in the loss of her recollections. Ultimately, even if she succeeded in saving the world and vanquishing the mother of beasts, she would be left a blank slate devoid of memory. Zhao Yi was unwilling to accept such a fate. Her memories were invaluable treasures. This realization prevented her from hastily shattering the illusionary realm. Through continued interaction with these memory vessels, Zhao Yi discerned that resolving the issue was not insurmountable. It merely required severing the connection between these vessels and the mother of beasts. Of course, while it sounded straightforward, executing it was another challenge. Upon recognizing the essence of this world, Zhao Yi no longer felt urgency, approaching the situation with poise. Thus far, she had nearly accomplished her goal. After confirming that Zhao Kunyan, Shun Huqiu, and Tao Weiwei were all unharmed, Zhao Yi endeavored to persuade them with her words, urging them to recognize their current circumstances. Remarkably, the process of communication unfolded without incident. After investing a bit of time, Zhao Yi successfully convinced them. Zhao Yi, is what you say truly the case? In other words, we are all mere illusions, beings who ought not to exist in this realm, said Zhao Kunyan with a hint of melancholy. He could not reconcile himself with the fact that he was but a fabricated phantom. Upon hearing Zhao Kunyan's words, Zhao Yi smiled at him. I have never claimed that you are mere figments of fantasy. Do you know why? Even after learning these truths, I continue to converse with you at length? It is because you are the vessels of my memories. Your existence is not illusory. Zhao Kunyan, you are indeed Zhao Kunyan, albeit the Zhao Kunyan residing within my recollections. Should I fail to resolve these predicaments, I would descend into utter folly. I wish to preserve the precious memories we share. After Zhao Yi's explanation, Zhao Kunyan began to grasp the essence of her words. Not only did Zhao Kunyan comprehend, but Tao Weiwei and Shin Huqiu, who were also present, understood as well. Yet, despite their understanding, they found it somewhat difficult to fully grasp such matters. What will you do with me once we step outside? Tao Weiwei tentatively inquired of Zhao Yi. Surprisingly, as a vessel of memory, Tao Weiwei began to ponder the implications for her true self, revealing her distinct nature as one who contemplates deeply. Zhao Kunyan and Shin Huqiu, however, harbored no such concerns, perhaps due to their different relationship with Zhao Yi. They felt no need to worry about the potential misunderstandings that could arise with her. Instead, Zhao Kunyan and Shin Huqiu found amusement in the unfolding drama. What is there to fear? If you genuinely cherish one another, does that not signify the best outcome? Zhao Kunyan jested. To flaunt your affection before us, do you not feel any pangs of conscience? Hearing Zhao Kunyan's playful teasing, Tao Weiwei lowered her head in embarrassment, her cheeks flushed, unable to meet his gaze. Observing this interaction, Shin Huqiu interjected, Enough, Zhao Kunyan. You need not speak such sarcastic remarks. What purpose do they serve but to reveal your envy, stark and unadulterated? Faced with Shin Huqiu's assertion, Zhao Kunyan found himself at a loss for words. I have nothing to retort. Indeed, I am envious. Very well, Tao Weiwei. Do not overthink my earlier comments. They were mere jest, Zhao Kunyan reassured her, displaying a tender consideration for her feelings, acknowledging the abruptness of his previous remarks. As Zhao Yi observed the harmonious exchange among Zhao Kunyan, Tao Weiwei, and Shin Huqiu, she too smiled. The true Zhao Kunyan, an outsider to this scene, also chuckled at the unexpected levity of the moment. He had not anticipated such an amusing turn of events. It dawned upon him that these individuals were vessels of Zhao Yi's memories, thus constituting a part of her essence. It was indeed a marvelous revelation, and at present, everything seemed to unfold without error. If this trajectory continued, Zhao Yi could adeptly resolve the matter at hand. For a fleeting moment, Zhou Qunyan experienced a sense of disorientation, feeling as though reality had become surreal. How could a seemingly insurmountable challenge be so effortlessly addressed? Yet, upon reflection, it became apparent that matters were not as simple as they appeared. They invested an extensive amount of time and effort to discover a solution to their predicament. Yet, I find myself pondering what I am truly thinking. Is it not favorable for matters to progress positively? Surely, there should be no cause for concern. Perhaps I shall cease these thoughts. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhou Qunyan shook his head, casting aside the unrealistic notions that clouded his mind. If it is beyond comprehension, then let it be. He detested being ensnared in indecision. The sky may fall, but there are those taller who will bear the burden. Why should I fret? Having reached this juncture, there is little to worry about, as issues are unlikely to arise. Zhou Qunyan murmured to himself. Chapter 204, Conclusion and Truth. This is indeed the end. The so-called danger has long been traversed by Zhao Yi. What appears simple is, in fact, quite intricate. Each step is fraught with peril, a labyrinth where one misstep could ensnare one in a quagmire. It is prudent for me to convey the circumstances here to them, murmured Zhou Qunyan. Subsequently, he departed from the realm of dreams. The rapid return of Zhou Qunyan startled not only the hypnotist, but also the others present. What on earth are you doing? Are you unaware that frequent forays into the dream realm can affect your own state? Before they could voice their concerns, Zhou Qunyan preemptively stated, I can ascertain that Zhao Yi has gained control of the situation. The scenario is likely as follows. Zhao Yi has yet to vacate that location because he is engaged in communication with technology and its carriers. Zhou Qunyan recounted his observations and interpretations, indicating that Zhao Yi could disregard his memories to entirely resolve the matter of the mother of beasts. However, this would result in him losing all recollections of his friends. As of now, Zhao Yi is attempting to reclaim those memory carriers. Upon hearing this, Tao Weiwei and Shun Huqiu instinctively exhaled in relief. Regardless of the circumstances, this was indeed favorable news. The crisis was on the verge of resolution. Naturally, not everyone shared their optimistic outlook. Some formidable individuals believed Zhao Yi's actions were misguided, asserting that he should prioritize the greater good over personal memories. What value do individual memories hold? Zhao Yi's behavior is utterly unacceptable. Were it up to me, I would willingly forsake those memories rather than squander time. As he put it, the longer one delays, the more likely unforeseen complications arise. While this sentiment holds merit, the peril does not befall him, allowing him to speak freely. The most alarming aspect is that many concurred with his views. Numerous strong figures deemed Zhao Yi selfish, treating the future of the world as trifling. The youth, after all, lack vision. Their perspective is too narrow. It is not my intent to dismiss your grievances, but does this not constitute good news? Enough already. Cease your nonsensical chatter. I do not perceive any fault in Zhao Yi's actions, and I shall refrain from commenting on who truly embodies selfishness. These powerful individuals continued their discourse, while leaders from various continents wore grim expressions. The issue remains unresolved, yet they have begun to bicker among themselves. That is sufficient. How long must we debate such a futile topic? Rather than engage in this, we should focus on how to assist Zhao Yi in resolving his troubles. Commander Yin directed his gaze towards Mr. Qiu, who, with a hint of dissatisfaction, voiced his concerns. Other leaders from the continents nodded in agreement. The crisis has not been averted. It is premature to rejoice. Even as the leaders of the continents echoed this sentiment, those who harbored discontent dared not speak further. Zhou Qinyuan, Shun Huqiu, and Tao Weiwei bore expressions of discontent, their displeasure palpable. Zhao Yi, in her tireless efforts to confront the mother of beasts, had expended considerable energy. Yet, now she found herself unjustly accused of a baseless crime. Was this truly fair? The mother of beasts remained ensconced in a deep slumber, though her current condition appeared dire. The aura of the mother had weakened, a change perceptible to the powerful present. This realization prompted a collective sigh of relief among the onlookers. Regardless of their grievances or criticisms towards Zhao Yi, they could not help but acknowledge her significant contributions. Without her intervention, the mother of beasts would have indeed wrought devastation upon the world. Within the realm of illusion, Zhao Yi conveyed her farewells to Tao Weiwei, Zhou Qinyuan, and Shun Huqiu. As vessels of memory, they exchanged heartfelt sentiments, knowing that the time for parting had come. Their manifestation as memory conduits dictated that they could not act contrary to the essence of their recollections. They felt no fear of vanishing, nor did they struggle with acceptance. You and I must cherish our bond, one declared. As your memory, I should be able to foresee the future. In your words, I am Tao Weiwei, and Tao Weiwei is me. There is no distinction between us. With a warm embrace, Tao Weiwei whispered tender reassurances, urging Zhao Yi to care for herself and never allow anyone to mistreat her. After their heartfelt farewell, her form grew ethereal until she completely dissipated. Next was Zhou Qinyuan, who remarked nonchalantly, "We need not indulge in superfluous words between brothers." He approached Zhao Yi first, exuding a carefree demeanor. Zhao Yi nodded in agreement and embraced Zhou Qinyuan before he too faded from view. Once all had departed from the illusory realm, only Zhao Yi and Shun Huqiu remained. Shun Huqiu, enveloped in silence, took a long time before finally speaking. "I am at a loss for words. Perhaps this is how it will always be. I cannot predict what the future holds for us. If I remain true to myself, I shall never articulate it. Only in such unique circumstances can I express my thoughts." The farewell between Shun Huqiu and Zhao Yi was a private affair, unknown to others. Yet, following their conversation, a smile of unprecedented joy illuminated Zhao Yi's face. So this was how it felt, to be cherished. It was a revelation, for the affection shared was merely that of friends, devoid of any romantic entanglements. Shun Huqiu, it seemed, wished to preserve the happiness between Tao Weiwei and Zhao Yi, demonstrating a commendable sense of propriety. Shaking his head, Zhao Yi dismissed such ponderings, convinced these were merely anomalies of the illusory realm, likely figments of his imagination woven from past memories. This understanding led him to believe that the words spoken by the memory vessels were indeed valid reflections of their essence. In all matters, one tends to judge actions rather than intentions. Yet, when it comes to the heart, perfection is an elusive concept. Thoughts can surge in an instant, and no one can guarantee immunity from harboring unsavory notions at times. Well, it is time to draw a conclusion. Do you still wish to make a final stand? Zhao Yi gazed upwards, observing the numerous fissures that had formed in this space. The countless tendrils of the mother beast were disintegrating, and he was acutely aware that this was not solely his achievement. Zhao Haichuan and Jiang Yiren had contributed significantly to this outcome. Without the intelligent neural interface, resolving these issues would have proven exceedingly challenging. In the unseen corners, the intelligent neural network undoubtedly played a pivotal role. The prophecy of the apocalypse has once again been debunked. The situation regarding the Siberian permafrost has been classified as top secret, as if nothing had ever transpired.